You, a poor apprentice, have been chosen by the system to become a salted fish host. Even when your boss tells you to get lost, you surprisingly flick the cigarette butt into his collar, burning him and making him jump up and curse. You even dare to rush into a luxury store to buy a discounted famous watch with the 10,000 yuan reward you just received from the system. However, just when you think you have turned your life around, the skill given by the system is actually wildflowers can be picked at will. What the hell is this? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the salted fish system. The system is binding. Please wait. Reply with 3 different dog heads in the bullet screen to speed up the binding. What the hell? Is the system for real? Hearing this, you widen your eyes, completely confused. Isn't this a plot from a novel? As the system detected that the host had doubts about it, it automatically began to unbind. With another prompt sound, you panicked and quickly admitted your mistake. No, system big sister. I was wrong. I didn't doubt it. Please don't unbind. The system detected that the host recognized their mistake and was still a good child, so it began to bind again. Please wait. At this moment, you breathed a sigh of relief. A smug smile appeared on your lips. If it unbinds, that would really be terrible. You then lit a cigarette, took a deep breath to calm your excited mood, and shouted at your boss, "What can you do if I quit? I've been looking at you with displeasure for a long time." Alright, then get out of here right now. The boss was so angry that he nearly passed out. You flick your finger, and the cigarette butt flies directly into the boss's collar, burning him and making him jump around like a shaman. Seeing this, you burst into laughter and rode off on your little electric scooter in a flash. Congratulations, host, the salted fish system has been successfully bound. Please check it. If not confirmed within 24 hours, the system will automatically disappear. At this moment, you heard this voice, your face full of reverence, as if you had heard the sound of heaven. Salted fish system, is this insulting me or praising me? You muttered, trying to call the system, calling system, big sister system. Ha, why is there no response? Salted fish system, still no reaction. Could it be that I really am a salted fish? Congratulations, host, your first call to the system was successful. The system panel will pop up automatically. Next time, you only need to silently think about it. Upon hearing this, you breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the information on the system panel, host, Li Chen, charm value, none, skills, none, gold, none, lottery chances, 1. Ha, this is so exciting. It's like I'm about to take off right here. You danced with joy, laughing like a madman. The beautiful woman passing by was startled by you and screamed as she dodged away. Hey, looking so beautiful, why are you still cursing? You muttered as you rode your little electric scooter back to the rental apartment at lightning speed. This shabby room is only about 10 square meters, with a rent of 150 yuan a month, which is a huge pressure for you, an unpaid apprentice. You locked the door, pulled down the curtains, and lay on that broken wooden bed. The only appliance in the room is a small fan that cost 9 yuan and 9 cents with free shipping, gently blowing a breeze. You took out your phone and looked at your bank card balance of 375 yuan, shook your head, and silently thought, I am a salted fish. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, and you looked at the number of lottery draws, silently thinking, lottery draw. The roulette started spinning, and you stared at it for 10 minutes before realizing you needed to shout stop. The roulette slowly came to a stop, finally landing on a square. Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's super small gift package. What the heck? The system gives big gift packages, and you give me a small one. What does that mean? At this moment, you were so angry that you gritted your teeth. Just be content with getting a small gift package. The system actually mocked you. You helplessly comforted yourself. A small gift package is just a small gift package. Who told me I'm a salted fish? You opened the small gift package. Congratulations, host, you have received 10,000 gold coins, charm value +1, and a beginner's random skill book. System, can this gold be exchanged for money? Of course, the exchange rate is 1:1 between gold coins and real currency. Please exchange it yourself. The system's reply relieved you. 10,000 yuan is a huge amount for you. You immediately used a random skill book. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the super invincible skill, wildflowers can be picked at will. What is this? At this moment, you widened your eyes and suddenly remembered a song, then hummed a few lines. You can pick wildflowers by the roadside. Picking them is pointless. After singing, you couldn't help but laugh. System exchange for gold coins. A text message reminder came to your phone, and when you opened it, you saw that your bank card balance had turned into 10,375 yuan. Can't spend it all. Simply can't spend it all. You kissed your phone. This time I'm rich. Going to work? I will never be able to work in this lifetime. I want to defy the heavens and change my fate. Turn over a new leaf. And I want to enjoy life to the fullest. You are dancing wildly in your rental apartment, and the scene is simply electrifying. Then you stare blankly at your phone balance, wondering to yourself, with such a large sum of money, how should I spend it? Should I rent a better place? Forget it, when I have money, I'll just buy a bigger one. After pondering for a long time, I still couldn't figure out what to do with this 10,000 yuan. You live in a small county where the housing price is only about 1 or 2,000 per square meter, while the city prices of several thousand per square meter make you hesitant. It's better to develop steadily in the county. You take out your phone and open the food delivery app. Usually, you wouldn't splurge on takeout, but since you don't know what to buy today, you might as well fill your stomach first. You are too lazy to go out. If you can avoid moving, you will. After flipping through the menu for a long time, you slap your thigh and decide to order a pizza to try. Having lived for 19 years, you don't even know what pizza tastes like. You directly place an order for a fruit pizza and comfortably lie on the bed waiting. Speaking of which, your life is quite miserable. After your parents divorced, your mother remarried and has never contacted you again. Your father died in a car accident, and the driver responsible was so poor that he didn't pay a penny and went to jail. You grew up with your grandparents, and the family was extremely poor. After finishing middle school, you dropped out. As an apprentice, you earned no salary, and your grandparents barely made a living by farming and raising livestock, while still saving money for your living expenses. Your only wish is to let your grandparents enjoy their old age. You originally wanted to send the money home immediately, but this money has an unclear origin. It was said to be given by the system, and it might scare your grandparents out of their wits. After thinking it over, you decide to keep it a secret for now. Although your family is not wealthy, it's not to the point of being unable to make ends meet. You'll wait for a chance to slowly talk about it later. While you were lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. The takeout had arrived. You quickly got up to open the door, took the food and placed it by the bed, then casually pulled over a small stool. Looking at the pizza in front of you, a mix of emotions flooded your mind. Other kids had tried everything by the time they were a few years old, with parents buying them all sorts of things. And here you are, at 19, finally having your first slice of pizza. The difference is like heaven and earth. Then, you slowly opened the packaging, and the aroma of the dough mixed with the scent of fruit rushed at you. You closed your eyes and took a deep breath, as if savoring a feast for the senses. What the heck? Why is it a pancake? Scammers, unscrupulous scammers, I want to file a complaint. You looked at the doughy pancake in front of you, furious, your anger boiling like a volcano about to erupt. Hello, is this the pizza shop? Why is the pizza I just ordered a flatbread? Give me an explanation. You dialed the merchant's phone number, questioning angrily. Hello, sir, this phenomenon is almost impossible. We strictly follow the standards in our preparation. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the line, like a spring breeze. Am I blind? It's clearly a pancake, nothing else. You thought, who are you trying to fool? Even if I haven't eaten pork, I have seen pigs run, right? Sir, is it possible that you have it reversed? The other party's tone was even gentler, as if coaxing a child. Impossible, how could it be? You didn't finish your sentence, and your hand froze in midair because you flipped the pizza over and, sure enough, saw the fruits and toppings. You were so embarrassed that your toes dug into the ground, almost wearing a hole in your slippers. Sorry, my brother made a mistake. You quickly hung up the phone, secretly praising your own cleverness and quick reaction. You looked at the pizza in front of you, saliva almost dripping. It smells so good. You couldn't help but mutter to yourself, like a greedy little cat. Then you snapped back to reality and started devouring it, a happy smile spreading across your face. You quickly finished a 12-inch pizza, patted your round belly, and revealed a satisfied smile. After cleaning up the mess and throwing the trash outside, the day came to an end. You lay back on your rickety bed, and a few minutes later, the sound of snoring began. Eat and sleep. Such a pig-like life. Your daily life seems carefree, but in reality, you are suffering inside. You appear to be smiling, but deep down, you feel helpless. The next day, you groggily get out of bed, still a bit dazed, almost forgetting that you are a lucky one with a system. You stumble to the bathroom, splash some water on your face, and before you can dry it, you suddenly slap your forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot I haven't drawn the lottery today. System lottery. You quickly call out the system panel. The familiar interface pops up, the roulette spins rapidly, and the marquee flashes continuously. Congratulations, host, you have won a 9.9 times cashback opportunity, with a 2-hour time limit to complete the task. The system's cold voice rings out. 9.9 times, that's too stingy. Hearing this, you feel speechless, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. So you quickly think about how to spend this 10,000 yuan. An idea flashes in your mind, crazy shopping. Remind the host that they must spend 10,000 yuan in one go. At this moment, the system suddenly added, almost making it all for nothing. Soon, You quickly packed up and rode your little electric scooter straight to the shopping plaza. Upon arriving at the plaza, you wandered aimlessly until you were suddenly attracted by a watch store. The dazzling array of luxury watches in the display window made your heart race, although you couldn't afford them before. Who hasn't had a daydream? Sir, do you need any assistance? A tall, elegant saleswoman approached with a smile, her black stockings paired with a professional outfit making it hard to look away. I'll take a look first. You stammered a bit, your gaze wandering among the counters. Suddenly, you noticed a special price watch in the corner, priced at 998 yuan. Can I see that special price watch? Sure, just a moment. The beautiful saleswoman quickly took out the watch and handed it to you. You then took the watch, liking it more and more. Just as you were pondering how to speak up, a cold laugh came from the neighboring counter. Poor guy, you can't afford it even if you look. You pretended not to hear and looked up at the beautiful saleswoman. I'll take this watch. Can you make it an even 10,000? Sure, sir, would you like me to wrap it up for you? She still had a bright smile on her face at that moment. Okay, thank you. After saying that, you felt a surge of excitement. After swiping your card, your phone immediately received a text alert, and your balance indeed increased by 99,000. Sir, you can add me on WeChat, and feel free to contact me anytime you need. After saying this, the beautiful saleswoman took out her phone. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was a bit surprised and looked at the beautiful saleswoman, a bit dazed for a while. Sir, don't misunderstand, you are already our member customer. I act as your salesman. This is the normal workflow. The beautiful sales clerk thought that Li Chen misunderstood and didn't want to add WeChat, so she hurriedly explained. Oh, okay. Li Chen took out his cell phone and added the beautiful woman's WeChat, then turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly Li Chen stopped, walked to the next counter, viciously glaring at the sultry woman. Do you believe that I big mouth whip you to death? Mouth how so? Oh it. You. The demonic girl trembled in fear, and just wanted to retort, but looking at his fierce appearance, she hardened and didn't dare to open her mouth again. Li Chen turned around in a dashing manner and leisurely left the specialty store. The beautiful salesgirl looked at his back, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Li Chen rode a small electric donkey and leisurely skipped along the road. In his heart, he thought about the $100,000 that had just arrived, and he was so excited that he was simply a bit overwhelmed. Just when Li Chen was wandering in the sky, thinking about the time, was in front of the eyes of a decoration that is called a luxury club attracted. This place, the previous he did not dare to think it is said that are rich people to enjoy the place, the proper high-end atmosphere on the grade. Li Chen touched his cell phone, gritted his teeth, and turned directly over. Humming a little song, he parked the small electric donkey with a pretense of ease, and then slowly walked in towards the hall. Once he entered the hall, Li Chen was instantly shocked. This decoration, this style, was simply like a palace. It was called an opulence. He had never been to such a high-class place, and was instantly stunned, his mouth grinning so wide that he could stuff down an egg. Big brother, how many of you are? A sunny and handsome young man walked over, very respectfully returned a bow to Li Chen. That look, just like meeting the big boss. Just myself. Li Chen looked slightly timid, and his voice trembled a little. Okay Lu brother, you change slippers here. The handsome boy very politely brought Li Chen to a sofa, brought a pair of brand new slippers, signaling Li Chen to change into them. Li Chen took off his own pair of ebony barred sneakers, and the lad picked them up straight away, without any displeasure on his face, and dutifully placed them in the shoe cupboard. Come on, big brother, this way. The boy brought Li Chen directly to the elevator and rode it to the second floor. Just out of the elevator door, I saw two beautiful women in cheongsams. Their height was almost the same as Li Chen's, and their body was called a convex. Hot and sexy, the small cheongsam wrapped around the sexy body, and walked with a twist, just like a model walking on the catwalk. Li Chen was mesmerized by this, and his eyes never left. Under the lead of the beautiful woman, Li Chen came directly to a private room. The private room was not very big, with only a sofa bed. The lighting was dim like a bar, full of mysterious atmosphere. The hygiene was also very good, clean and spotless, coupled with the high-class decoration style. It gave a very cozy feeling. You would have to say that this atmosphere was a proper massage. Killing Li Chen would not believe it. Hello VIP, do you have a familiar mechanic? The welcoming beauty asked very politely, with a gentle smile on her face that was as bright as a spring flower. No, first time here, Li Chen stammered, his eyes not even daring to look at the beautiful woman in front of him. We have many technicians here. All of them are very professional in their skills. Should I recommend one for you, or should you choose a number yourself? The beautiful woman explained patiently. Her voice was very gentle. Number 18 then, any? Li Chen's lucky number was 18, so he chose that number. You wait a moment, there is one at number 18. you take a rest first, the technician will come to serve you in a moment. After saying that, the welcoming beauty left the private room straight away and closed the door. Li Chen then breathed a sigh of relief, looking at everything in front of him, or a little unreal. They used to not dare to think about these things. Food and drink are a problem. It is simply poor. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Enter. The door of the room opened, and a beautiful woman wearing uniform work clothes slowly walked in, and she was carrying a small box in her hand. Her feet stepped on a pair of high heels, with a pair of black stockings. It was as sexy and charming. The body was even more plump and sexy, concave and convex, just like a goddess coming out of anime. The beautiful face is slightly powdered, like a blooming peach blossom. Long black hair draped over the shoulders, knitted brows and smiled with all kinds of flavor. Is simply a smile back 100 Mei Shang. Hello sir, may I ask what project you want to do? The beautiful technician looked at Li Chen with a smile on her face and asked. That smile was as sweet as honey. Ah, what are all the programs? Before Li Chen could slow down, he was interrupted by the beautiful woman and hurriedly asked, his voice filled with curiosity. This is the program list. You can take a look at it. The beautiful woman respectfully handed over a project price list, and that movement was as elegant as a little princess. Li Chen randomly chose an item that was over 200 and put the table aside. His heart was so excited at this time, he never dreamed that he would be able to enjoy this one day. Looking at the beautiful technician in front of him, his heart was secretly happy. You guys spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to marry home as a wife. Lousy spends more than 200 to let her wash my feet. This is too cost effective. Li Chen heart the more he thought the more excited. Hundreds of thousands of things cannot be done. More than 200 can be solved. Who still marry a wife? Which has this real? The more he thought about it, the more it is so reasonable. The heart has secretly resolved to spend a small amount of money to do big things. To be a small money-saving people. Time passes very quickly. Li Chen has not enjoyed it enough before the end. This meal operation down, directly to the Li Chen whole heart of flowers. He felt as if he was going to fall in love. That little heart fluttering jumped non-stop. Hello sir, your service is over. Do you still need to add clock? The beautiful technician looked at Li Chen with a smile, and threw a wink. That wink was simply full of electricity, which could make Li Chen excited. Plus, Li Chen ghosted out a word. The beautiful technician took a look at a big customer, and immediately began to more enthusiastic massage service again. The beautiful woman saw that Li Chen was not very old, and from time to time, she deliberately teased a little. Li Chen which can stand this stimulation The beautiful technician saw the situation also giggled and laughed. The laughter is as clear as the hook bell. Li Chen, a fledgling virgin. How could he be compared to this kind of old grease? Instantly embarrassed and at a loss for words, he simply closed his eyes directly and pretended to sleep. It's really a bell rising and bell stopping. It's like riding a roller coaster. It's exciting. Chapter 6 Mom I'm in love. Time passes so silently. Li Chen in that clubhouse even added a full 3 bells. This can be the beautiful technician is happy. That is simply happy to fly. Handsome boy. Can you add me on WeChat? Next time you come, tell me in advance ha. The beautiful technician quickly pulled out her cell phone. Her face was filled with a bright smile, and she looked at Li Chen blearily. Li Chen also did not talk to her politely. Anyway, they usually do not have any friends. In case of idle boredom can also talk about it. Thinking about it, I decided to add the beauty of WeChat, then finished the bill. Swaggering away from the club, Li Chen just walked out of the clubhouse, immediately covered his chest with his hand. I go. This trip directly killed the old man 1,000 pieces of ocean. This can really be on this when. However, he quickly reassured himself again. Forget it. Anyway, when I have a system in the future, this small amount of money is nothing at all. While Li Chen muttered secretly, the corners of his mouth were still unconsciously showing a super satisfied smile. He looked back at the entrance to the clubhouse, and then he mounted his little electric donkey and rode off in style. Clubhouse. Xiao Ya, I heard that you met a big client today? A super cute looking mechanic looked at Li Xiao with a face full of curiosity. Yes, he doesn't look like a rich man, he looks like a child. Li Xiaoya recalled that tender face, and a smile slowly emerged on her face. Yoo-hoo, little handsome guy, he must have been mesmerized by our Xiaoya. Don't be ridiculous, that's just a kid, probably just 17 or 18 years old. Li Xiaoya hastily retorted. A blush unexpectedly appeared on her face. The look was like a ripe apple. Li Chen rode his own small electric donkey and casually found a small restaurant, ordered a few dishes, followed by a windy operation. After the wine and food, this is only satisfied to go back. Looking at the streets as the sky darkened, Li Chen also fell into deep contemplation. Isn't it necessary to engage in somewhat cause to do? When the system gives me a few $100 million, I must do something big, otherwise it's too boring. Li Chen quickly returned to his rented house. He went to the small wooden bed and lay down. flipping through his cell phone in boredom. A moment later, he swiped Jitterbug. A moment later, he flipped through the novels, and was busy. Boring time always passes especially slowly, like a snail crawling. Suddenly, a message came on the cell phone. Are you home yet? Li Chen glanced at the message and took a look at the notes. So it was the technician number 18 just now. Well, I'm home. Just got back from dinner. Li Chen quickly replied. Well, that's good. Thank you for today. Taking care of my business so well. Li Xiaoya thanked politely. No need to be polite. Li Chen didn't say too much and simply replied with this sentence. What's your name? Make a friend. I'll add a note. Li Chen. What about you? Li Xiaoya. We're still in the same family. Fate. Oh yeah, quite a coincidence indeed. Li Chen was half lying on the bed, holding his cell phone in his hand, and from time to time, he even showed a silly grin, just like a second little cutie. The two of them chatted like this for a long time. Li Chen usually do not have a friend, not to mention chatting with girls. This can be good. A little bit of excitement for a while the more you talk more on the head. Simply cannot stop. Li Chen felt that his spring was coming. He seemed to be falling in love. This feeling was simply too good. Now Li Chen's mind was all about Li Xiaoya's figure. It was lingering. Holy, I can't really be in love. I can't really like her, right? Li Chen muttered to himself. His mouth even hummed a little song. Love comes too fast, like a tornado. Without realizing it, the time has come to midnight. Looking at the imminent 12 o'clock, Li Chen was even more sleepy. After 12 o'clock can be drawn again. Li Chen held down his excitement and waited blearily for the time to slowly pass. Soon 12 o'clock arrived, and Li Chen summoned the panel. Looking at the number of draws that had just been refreshed, a wide smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A smile that was like a blooming flower. Start the lottery. Li Chen immediately ordered the system to start the lottery. Stop. Only the running lights of the raffle wheel wobbled and finally stopped. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the inferior scan function. Note, this function can scan everything, and is capable of obtaining detailed information about the item the host scanned. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so cool, isn't this perspective? It even comes with an information tip. System, you're too awesome. Li Chen was so excited that his hands were dancing, and that stance was so strong that he was about to trample the cot down. As for the last sentence, it was directly ignored. Li Chen suppressed his excitement, looked up at the ceiling fan in front of him, and mumbled, scan, name, mini ceiling fan, price, $9. 9. Origin, unknown. Details, no other information is available due to the product being too inferior. Li Chen looked at the prompt interface in front of him. Happy already? This function is simply heaven-defying. What about this if the scanner will do? Thinking of this, Li Chen actually heatedly giggled. Please don't daydream. Host. A mocking voice from the system came. No mistake. It was still mocking. Holy. Li Chen directly rolled his eyes greatly. Chapter 7. A date with technician number 18. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Li Chen slept this sleep until the sunrise. It seems like a long time since he slept so recklessly. Thinking of this he spat in disgust. Hapft. Damned Zhou Pippi. The youngest is going to try to be a moon-chasing bill chaser from today. Li Chen slowly stretched out. His body was soothed and refreshed. After moving around a few times, he came to the faucet in a smooth manner and wiped his face out of habit. While the face has not reacted to the time, ended the action in the hand. Life is so capricious. The main one as you wish. Li Chen came to the bedside, picked up his cell phone, and habitually opened WeChat. It wasn't that he was usually so busy, but habitually checking out other people's friend circles was the only use WeChat had for him. His cell phone was nothing more than a watch until 18 came along. Looking at the unread messages on WeChat, a look at the 18th sent even opened. Good morning, are you awake? Li Xiaoya sent an early greeting. This excited Li Chen, and he hurriedly replied, just woke up. What's wrong? A few moments later a cell phone message sounded. It's nothing much, just a greeting. Just listening to this tone of voice Li Chen felt his body aching, and his mind began to recall Li Xiaoya's sexy and charming body again. Ah, yeah, I thought you missed me. Li Chen also began to learn flirty talk, deliberately teasing, at the very least testing the other party's reaction first. The main fight was a brave bull, not afraid of difficulties. Giggle. It's thinking about it. Are you coming to see me? Li Xiaoya returned the message in seconds and asked in a petulant tone. Yeah, did you go to work? Li Chen hurriedly replied. I'm afraid that the reply was a second slow. Proper licking dog this dog. Not yet. Ready to go out for something to eat. Want to join me? Li Xiaoya tentatively invited. Yeah, where? Send me the location. Li Chen, that must be begging for it, was thinking of what excuse to find. Soon Li Xiaoya sent over the location, and Li Chen took a look at it right next to the clubhouse. Li Chen very nimbly put on his old yellow clothes and black sneakers, This dress, can enter the hotel have to say it is good luck. Li Chen decided to seize the time to get a few lines to do. Now this look is too humiliating, and also does not meet the current host identity. I'm a rich man now. I have to go and spend money to make it work. Soon Li Chen cleaned up and rode his beloved little donkey, a smoke straight to the hotel and go. That speed is a new battery at a glance. In the blink of an eye, he came to the entrance of the hotel, parked his car, and went straight into the hotel. Looking around, he saw Li Xiaoya in the corner by the window. Today's Li Xiaoya wore a white navel-exposing body t-shirt on top, and an ultra-short denim shorts underneath, and her snow-white long legs were paired with a pair of white canvas shoes, which made her body absolutely perfect. Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya in front of him and secretly resolved, as the saying goes, a good girl should be cherished, a bad girl do not waste. Li Chen, in line with this principle, also wanted to take Li Xiaoya, rushed to finish. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted with countless gazes, and everyone wondered if the scavenger had gone to the wrong door. The boss also frowned slightly and sized up Li Chen. Seeing that Li Chen didn't look like a beggar, but was just too shabbily dressed, he didn't stop him. Li Chen walked straight towards Li Xiaoya and sat directly across from her. Everyone looked at this scene with shocked eyes. Wasn't this a proper flower on cow dung? The crowd all doubted whether their eyes were mistaken. Obviously they are also very handsome, no matter it is the appearance or dress, whereas not compared to this beggar. All the men were inwardly complaining about why they didn't stick it in their own pile of cow dung. If eyes could kill, it was estimated that Li Chen would have died dozens of times. Li Chen wasn't in the mood to care about other people's gazes, so he chatted with Li Xiaoya with a smile and a laugh under everyone's gaze. This scene looked like a not-so-harmonious picture anyways. Soon the two were done eating. Li Xiaoya grabbed the bill and Li Chen couldn't stop what he said. You took care of me so well yesterday, so today must be my treat. Li Xiaoya smiled and said at Li Chen. That look was simply adorable. In fact, Li Xiaoya is not much bigger than Yifan. The female big three hold gold bricks. Just then Li Chen big a gold brick only. Okay then, next time I treat you. No robbing, next time is not an example. Li Chen pretended to be angry and said, but in fact, he was already happy in his heart. Li Chen muttered to himself in his heart, worthy of being the girl I've been looking at, actually invited me to dinner. There's nothing to say about this character. Then I'm going to work. Where are you going? Li Xiaoya asked in a tentative manner. I have something to do. I'll go and get busy first. Let's go find you in a while after I'm done. Li Chen said with a smile. He was ready to go buy some clothes. Otherwise he would be sorry for the host status. Although it's not a godly system, well at least it's a system, isn't it? Okay, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I'm going to work. Li Xiaoya turned around and walked towards the clubhouse after saying that. That back was shapely and graceful, making people think of her. Li Chen deliberately waited for Li Xiaoya to enter the door, before walking straight to his seat. One hand throttled to the bottom, a pushback feeling instantly attacked. Straight to the shopping plaza. Punch a duck. Chapter 8, meeting a beautiful salesgirl again. New Century Plaza. Li Chen parked his little electric donkey mount and strutted towards the mall. Just as he entered, hey, he saw a familiar face. Ha, Mr. Li, you're here for shopping? The one who greeted Li Chen was none other than the salesman who had sold the watch earlier. It's you. I came to buy 2 sets of clothes and just stroll around. Li Chen responded cheerfully. Oh, need to help you counseling not? The beautiful saleswoman called a passionate fire, came a self-recommendation. We don't know if she was being polite or if she had ulterior motives, but she was particularly attentive. As the saying goes, there is no profit to be made. Perhaps in order to pull Li Chen as a customer. Convenient? If you do not bother to help me counseling, it just so happens that I really do not know much about these. Li Chen also did not polite. Whites and beautiful guide. Do not use white, not use well. The main fight of the province. The flower. What's your name? Is it convenient to say? Li Chen asked tentatively. My name is Tang Shui. You can also call me Xiao Shui. My co-workers all call me that. Tang Shui smiled and introduced herself. Then I'll call you Yuki too. Good. This way it seems closer. Tang Shui looked at Li Chen with a smile on her face. That smile is bright as a spring flower. Aren't you busy there today? It won't affect your work, will it? No. There are other co-workers in the store. Xiao Shui shook her head and smiled faintly at Li Chen. That smile could simply melt one's heart. Today's Tang Shui was still wearing that professional outfit. The small black suit perfectly outlined her sexy and charming figure, just like a walking coat rack. A pair of high-heel shoes with black stockings, which emphasized the slenderness of her legs. The sexy wraparound short skirt was the most eye-catching. It was simply an interpersonal object. TSK. Extremely good. It's really a pleasure to have such a professional beauty accompanying you on shopping. The only bad thing is that it will usher in countless murderous gazes. That expression is also ing gnashing teeth. You can say that it is not angry. However, Li Chen does not care about these people at all, but on the contrary, he is still a little bit proud, walking a little bit of a six-pack. That's what it looks like when you're in need of a beating. Mr. Li, what kind of clothes are you going to buy? Tang Shui turned around and smiled. Her appearance was still a little playful, just like a cute little cat. I don't know. Whatever, just recommend a set for me. Li Chen was instantly soul-sucked by Tang Shui's actions, and replied absent-mindedly, then I'll just help you choose. Don't blame me if you can't choose well. Tang Shui's pretense of being cute caused another round of blank stares from the men shopping nearby, and in her heart, she was probably thinking, this is too foul. Aha, you help me choose, Li Chen said without a care in the world. It really didn't matter to him as long as he changed the clothes on his body. Li Chen looked at these unfamiliar brands. He did not recognize any of them, let alone buy them. The feeling was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Confused. Soon Tang Shui picked out a set of more casual clothes for Li Chen, and Li Chen tried them on. Feels okay, and did not hesitate too much, directly finalized. In fact, men do buy things very quickly, either not to buy, or to quickly solve the battle. The main fight a quick decision. Li Chen wore the new clothes directly and threw the changed ones directly into the trash can. The sales clerk patiently helped Li Chen cut off the extra tags and took Li Chen to the cashier to pay. The moment he had just finished paying, Li Chen's heart seized hard. His holy, this outfit is actually less than $20,000. Li Chen paid the payment very painfully, and smiled in a pretense of relaxation. That smile was worse than crying. Well, do you like it? Tang Shui playfully spat out her tongue, as if she had sensed Li Chen's ugly expression. Well, not bad. Your vision is quite good. I like it a lot. Li Chen looked at Tang Shui with a forced smile, but his heart was dripping blood. It's just too damn expensive, Li Chen muttered in a small voice. What did you say? Tang Shui twisted her head to look at Li Chen suspiciously. Nothing. I mean too cool. Li Chen hastily interrupted and said, even if it's expensive, it can't be humiliated in front of the girls. It must be branched out. I'll get back to work then. If you need anything, you can come to the store and look for me. Tang Shui politely said, turned around and walked back. Good. Thanks for today. Li Chen also thanked politely. No need to thank you. Tang Shui didn't return her head, waved her hand and left. Looking at Tang Shui's back as she left, that sexy shapely figure, Li Chen felt like he was in love again. No, it was moving on. Li Chen suddenly felt as if he had changed. The boyish teenager from before had disappeared, and now he was alive and well. Recovering his thoughts, Li Chen directly left the mall, stepped on his small electric donkey and left. The speed was as fast as a gust of wind. A slip of effort came to the entrance of the clubhouse. Li Chen decided that feelings should be more specialized. First to take care of one before. Skillfully parked the car and entered the hall. This time it was not as raw as before. A little bit of a breeze. Big brother, coming you na. Or number 18? The handsome boy hurriedly fawned and ran over. Li Chen nodded and changed his shoes and headed for the second floor. Not long after Li Chen had gone upstairs, the murmurs began downstairs. Guessed it right? This big brother is definitely a rich man. Last time I may not know what was going on. I came without changing clothes. Handsome boy looked at the beautiful woman in the bar with a smug look on his face. Come on. Count on you guessing right. Look at you fooling around. As if you're rich too. The little girl in the bar disliked the guy nonchalantly. That's not sure. What if I'm experiencing life too? The handsome boy said with a serious face. What responded to him was a pair of blank stares from the little beauty, that rolled her eyes in such a way that she could literally go up to the sky. Pouting little mouth can hang a bottle of mineral water. Chapter 9, Massage Requires Touching. Led by the welcoming beauty, Li Chen leisurely stepped into the box. It was the same session as last time, but this time, Li Chen was much more liberal. He sat cross-legged on the sofa bed with a big grin, picked up the fruits on the coffee table and feasted on them. The look was as casual as if he had returned to his own home. It's really a one-time thing, and the guy immediately started to float. Not long after, Li Xiao walked in with a small box in style. This time, she didn't perform a professional service like last time, but directly sat on her butt beside Li Chen, with a sullen look. That little expression was just like a frosted eggplant. What's wrong? Not happy? Li Chen could tell at a glance that she seemed unhappy, and quickly asked with concern. It's nothing. The manager just had a meeting and I was criticized. Li Xiao pouted that sexy little mouth with a puffed up look that was adorable. Why? Why are you being criticized? Li Chen continued to pursue the question. That was called breaking the sand pot to the end. Why else? Because of our performance. We have a card task every month. I don't like to sell these, so I can't fulfill the task every month. Li Xiaoya explained with an exasperated look, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. What's the mission? 5,000 rechargeable member tasks. Zhao Xiaoya said in a pretense of not caring at all, as if she didn't care at all, but that expression betrayed her. I'll flush it for you. I thought it was a big deal, Li Chen said with a face full of bravado, the look of a proper tycoon. Trenchant. Ah, really? Li Xiaoya cried out in surprise, looking at Li Chen with a face full of surprise, as if little stars were twinkling in those eyes. Of course it's true, how could I lie to you? Li Chen said without a care in the world, and it was called a domineering manner. Li Xiaoya instantly excited to dance, a hand on the arm of Li Chen. That feeling, I wipe. You just make up your own brain on the line. Simply absolute son. Li Chen was instantly nonchalant. Just this feels twice as good. Instantly on the head. Also do not care. Li Xiaoya promised not to agree. Tentatively grabbed Li Xiaoya's hand. Damn. Actually did not hide. You have to say that this is not a desire to escape. Li Chen, believe it or not I do not know. Anyway, killed me do not believe. Li Chen saw the situation is more courageous. Hand let hold. That cannot. Hey. Just when Li Chen was about to make other moves, Li Xiaoya suddenly stood up and drew back her small hand. Directly on Li Chen's face barked a bite. Just so damn sudden. Just now the lost mood instantly swept away. I'll go shout at the welcome guest to recharge. Wait for me. Oh. Li Xiaoya spat out her tongue and trotted out like a cheerful bunny. Holy, it's so good. Oh yeah. Li Chen was lying on the bed, kicking randomly with his hands and feet. The look was as funny as it could be. Simply a douchebag youth. Not long after, Li Xiaoya walked back with a welcome guest, and the welcome beauty had an extra card machine in her hand. Seeing this, Li Chen directly took out his bank card and handed it to the welcoming beauty. How much do you want to recharge, sir? The welcoming beauty asked politely. How much do you usually charge? Li Chen also do not understand these, casually asked. The first time to run the cards still do not understand these sets, is completely a guinea pig. It's like this, sir. Usually VIPs recharge 10,000 because recharging 10,000 can give you an extra 2,000. It's more cost effective, the welcoming beauty explains seriously, with an expression like a professional salesman. Charge 10,000 then. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Chen directly agreed, and it was a bold statement, immediately followed by a set of card payment process. After the operation, the welcoming beauty exited the room, and winked with Li Xiaoya on the way out. Of course, all of this was not noticed by Li Chen in the slightest. Is with a little cute, lying on the bed like a little cutie, recalling the feeling of that kiss just now. That look is simply a nymphomaniac. Wow, you're just too good to me. Thank you. Seeing that the welcome guest had left, Li Xiaoya directly hugged onto Li Chen's arm again. It was so intimate. It's okay, small money, Li Chen said with a face full of unconcern. He counted on showing the thugs to the fullest. Li Xiaoya is happy. Not only today can unlimited clock, and more 10,000 recharge card. If she hugs this thigh well, that 10,000 recharge will be her. Just a matter of time. Even if you give Li Chen a little bit of mooching, it seems to be nothing. After all, it is also a handsome boy. Not a loss. Li Chen also became more and more bold. Direct claws reached out to Li Xiaoya's long legs. See, Li Xiaoya did not dodge. Li Chen is more assured. Back and forth, up and down, stroking. The feeling. Not to mention how cool. Author statement, don't really go to the foot massage hall touch. Get beaten up, do not blame me. Li Chen thought to himself. This 10,000 is worth spending. Unaware of the fact that in the eyes of others, they are a living big kaiju, but they are still not aware of it. Still enjoying it leisurely. It is simply a stupid person has a stupid blessing. Time has passed like this. Surely it's suffocating enough for ya. Ah, what happened to the earlier promise of doing great things with little money? It's all been thrown out the window. Are you leaving? Li Xiaoya had a look of fondness that made people look at her with pity, and that little look could simply melt one's heart. Yes, it's dark. If we don't go, do we stay here? Not that it wouldn't work. You accompany me? Li Chen's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this and was immediately energized. That. It doesn't seem to work. The store has rules, Li Xiaoya said in a difficult manner. Then I'd better go home and sleep. Li Chen walked out of the room with a lack of interest and walked away after settling the bill. Right after Li Chen left the clubhouse was filled with chatter. And as for the content, well, you taste it carefully. Chapter 10, Li Xiaoya's teasing. Li Chen looked at his little shabby house alone with a sad face and walked in with a sigh. Other people with systems are either mansions or luxury cars. Why do I feel like I'm pulling my crotch so much? Li Chen muttered as he walked. The system had arrived a few days ago, and although life was still getting by, there seemed to be no signs of hoing up at all. Li Chen heart that called a full of grievances, but only dare to think about it in the heart, but do not dare to squeak, for fear that the system is angry and quit. There is always better than nothing. Right. This reason Li Chen still understand. Typical of the knowledge of the times for the handsome. Looking at his card balance is less than $70,000 left. This day has created nearly $30,000. You have to say more than it. It depends on with whom then. Say less than it is really also quite a lot. How much or a little heartache? Li Chen silently exit the SMS interface. WeChat suddenly rang up. Pick up a look as Li Xiaoya. Are you home yet? Looking at this hush-hush concerned greeting, Li Chen's heart was again a burst of self-touching. That feeling, chrysanthemums are laughing without folds. Hastily replying, home. Don't worry. To be honest, people aren't really necessarily worried about it. That's good. Thank you so much for today. You're too good to me. Next time I'll also treat you to dinner and thank you properly. Li Xiaoya very sincerely thanked again. There's no need to be polite with me. It's all trivial. Don't worry about it. Li Chen replied with great bravado. To be honest, this meal for more than 10,000 consumption is really a bit worthless. Unfortunately, Li Chen himself does not know, is a big wrong kind. Thanks or not. You just left, how come I'm starting to miss you? Li Xiaoya said teasingly on purpose. Yeah, me too. What a way to go. Li Chen even smugly replied with a thief's happy expression. Simply happy without realizing it. Then you'll come to see me every day, if it doesn't take you too long. That's a beautiful little speech. What a little girl who knows what she's doing. No delay. I'll accompany you when I have time. Li Chen promised in a hurry. This too little cute. She's a thief. She does what she's told. She's got her own opinion? Your opinion. Don't make me lick it. What kind of relationship do you think this is? If you say it's a relationship, you almost mean it. No one's ever said it. You say it's not that kind of relationship, right? The atmosphere of this chat is becoming more and more ambiguous. Li Chen, the small mind is still so simple. Not a few social beatings. It is impossible to grow up properly stupid and naive. The chat went on until midnight, and it was 12 o'clock again. Li Chen glanced at the time and hurriedly ended the chat. He immediately summoned the system and saw that the number of draws had been updated, and then silently chanted draws in his heart. The carousel was still the same as always, ticking around. Stop. Add a command. The carousel slowly stopped spinning. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +5. Obtaining the primary chef skill. The system beep sounded in order. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another skill? What do I need this for? System, can you give me something serious? Li Chen gasped and pouted his lips as he complained. Host, don't can choose to give up or destroy. You have your own bad luck. Don't blame it on the system. The system also came to a small temper and disliked Li Chen back. Well, Li Chen was choked by the system and didn't know what to say, so he could only stop there. I'm not afraid of going hungry this time. This dog system is really sweet, Li Chen said viciously, and also clenched his teeth with an appearance of wanting to eat someone. This isn't a solution. I have to find a way to get some money. With this in mind, Li Chen directly summoned the panel and checked his attributes. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 6. Skills, random wildflower picking, poor quality scanning. Junior chef. Gold, none. Number of draws, 0. Li Chen looked at his skills and thought about it. Wildflowers randomly picked, not much use. Chef is even more unlikely. Have said it is impossible to work. Resolutely do not go. Only scanning is left. How can scanning earn money? Asterisk 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 scratch off. Li Chen suddenly thought of a quick way to get money and slammed his thigh. This should be feasible. Tomorrow when I wake up from my sleep I must try it out. Otherwise I'll be sitting on my ass. Li Chen also nodded with satisfaction and decided to do it tomorrow when all was said and done. It just so happens that there are 2 lottery stations in the county, so if you can, sweep both for a round. And the spectacle, well, it must be wow. Retracting his thoughts, the panel instantly disappeared. I don't know what this charisma value is good for. Is it hard to charm? Then wouldn't it be possible to? Couldn't figure it out. Li Chen didn't bother to think about it, and directly burrowed into the quilt and entered the dreamland. Dreams have everything. Chapter 11 Scratch and Win. Early in the morning of the next day, Li Chen just opened his sleepy eyes and got up nimbly, simply because he had something big to do today. After simply packing up, Li Chen was like stepping on a wind turbine, rushing non-stop to the nearest lottery station. From afar, he saw the large letters of the lottery center that stood out. Quickly parked the small donkey, an arrow step into the store. Looking at the flowery green posters and lottery public information in the store, Li Chen's brain was instantly confused. It was his first time to buy a lottery ticket. He didn't know anything. He was a complete beginner. When the boss saw a new face, he was so enthusiastic that he hurriedly greeted him with, "Brother, want to buy a lottery ticket? Well then, just looking around, never bought one before, on a whim, thought I'd try my luck." Li Chen also pretended to be careless and looked around. Well, generally buy lottery tickets people are holding the mentality of chance. Although the probability of winning the lottery is pitifully low, but there is still a slight probability. You don't buy, that is really a little chance. The lottery owner began to give him a psychological work. In fact, he didn't need to persuade him. Li Chen would definitely buy it, because at this moment, his heart had long been happy. A system prompt surfaced in front of his eyes. Li Chen reached out and casually pointed to a kind of scratching music, which is a kind of face value of 20 scratching music. As the name suggests, scratch a piece of $20. Of course, the larger the face value, the higher the amount of prize money, up to $1 million. Li Chen took the boss handed over the scratchers, began to seriously pick up, pretending to be a look of nothing to understand the dumb look. After half a day of rummaging around, he didn't pick a single one. The owner's face was a bit ugly. His expression was like eating a bitter melon. Li Chen looked at the lottery tickets in his hand, and every time he looked at one, the system would prompt the winning amount of this ticket. Wow, that's called a smart. At first it all startled Li Chen. This is too amazing. After changing 3 or 4 kinds of lottery tickets in succession, the winning amount is tens of hundreds, which can make Li Chen greatly disappointed. Originally thought that he could just get a big one. It seems that he was still too naive, and he paid wrongly after all. Looking at the boss's bitter face, Li Chen also felt a little embarrassed, but all the scratch-offs were turned over by him, and there was indeed no jackpot. Out of a flood of sympathy, Li Chen still chose some small prizes and casually scratched a few dozen. This was a great shot, and it scared the lottery boss out of a cold sweat. What a living hell! Is the winning rate so high today? The boss looked at Li Chen with a dumbfounded face as he scraped furiously. What's the most annoying thing? After scratching, he still can't look at it, and the boss still has to be responsible for cashing in the prize on the side. This scene immediately attracted the onlookers in the store. Li Chen took a look at this battle, and cursed in his heart, oops, bad, a little complacent. What he took can be the winning one. If this is passed out, definitely make a big news. Scratch the lottery 100% win. Say out ghosts do not believe nah. Li Chen hurriedly took some of the ones that didn't win, and when the crowd took a look at them, they shook their heads and went on to pick their lucky numbers. An operation is as fierce as a tiger, and Li Chen also won several thousand. This probability, you say it's luck, who believes it? Anyway, the owner of the lottery station was 100 times unconvinced, and was in a state of confusion the whole time, until Li Chen left the lottery station. The boss hadn't reacted yet. It was too weird for all this to happen. This boss opened the lottery station for so many years, or the first time to encounter scratch lottery winning rate so high. Just now Li Chen's small action. The boss can be seen in the eyes. Secretly note down the appearance of Li Chen. But Li Chen was still oblivious to the fact that he seemed to have revealed himself. He was on his way to the next lottery station in a hurry to see if there were any high prizes there. Punching the duck, because the county itself is not big. Soon Li Chen came to the second lottery station. This time the situation is much better. At least know what is what in this. He walked straight to the counter and quickly scanned the scratchers in the counter. Suddenly there was a light in front of his eyes and his little heart thumped as if it was going to break out in the next second. $$$$$$$200,000. Li Chen muttered a few nationalisms in a row in a low voice and almost didn't shout out in excitement. He forced himself to calm his excitement, but his hands were still involuntarily trembling, like he was electrocuted. Boss, how much is that stack? I'll take them all. Li Chen didn't dare to buy just one, so he simply rounded up that stack. With that scene of being mobbed just now, it was best to be a little more careful, so he couldn't repeat the same mistake. Okay, I'll calculate for you. When the middle-aged boss heard, instantly happy as if he had won the jackpot, this is to come to a big customer hurriedly picked up the stack of scratchers, and quickly counted out the amount. Boss, a total of 35 tickets, 700 whole. The lottery boss smilingly handed the lottery tickets to Li Chen. Li Chen also did not hesitate for a moment, directly scanning the code to pay, began to scrape up. He intentionally put the jackpot to the end. Playing is the heartbeat. The boss stood on the side and watched with bated breath. This scene boss has seen strange. Many people are like this to buy scratchers. There was just one last one left. Li Chen picked up the last one and kissed it fiercely. Big brother, it's up to you. If you don't win the prize, you'll have to drink the Northwest Wind tomorrow. When the boss heard this, he became even more disinterested. This is a ing gambler. He doesn't have money to eat, but he still comes to buy lottery tickets. It would be hell if he could win the lottery. The boss just finished muttering in his heart. His eyes widened. Asterisk. No way. What's up, boss? Did you win the lottery? I can't read. Won a few hundred? Li Chen asked, deliberately playing dumb. Brother, you're rich. This is not a few hundred this is 200,000 grand prize Boss excited hands and feet, although not their own prize, but he can certainly earn some commission. The heart is also beautiful. Really? Don't lie to me. Li Chen looked at the lottery owner with a disbelieving face. It must be true If you don't believe me, you sell it to me for $2,000. The boss looked at Li Chen with a bad smile on his face. saying this without knowing whether it was unintentional or intentional. Boss, are you crazy? Are you stupid or am I? Wouldn't I look for myself if I won the lottery or not? Li Chen looked at the boss in front of him with a face full of contempt. In his heart, he thought to himself, I knew it when I first walked in the door, and you're still trying to fool me, you naive batch. Hurry up and cash in your prize. Li Chen hurriedly urged. Okay, bring the collection code. Although the boss was a little envious and jealous, he still didn't dare to move his other thoughts. In a short while, the two completed the transaction, and Li Chen's cell phone smoothly received the arrival message. Glancing at the balance, he smiled contentedly and turned to leave the lottery station. Come back some other day, brother. The lottery station owner also greeted happily. Yes, it will come. Li Chen waved his hand and walked out of the lottery station. Just out of the store, I excitedly got on my little electric donkey and took off, shouting, yes. Chapter 12, Classflower Sujingi. Li Chen cheerfully rode the small electric donkey, wobbling towards the direction of the clubhouse. Ha, Jingi, look, is that guy on the tram? Li Chen? Xin Yu exclaimed, tugging on Su Jingi's arm and shouting, who are you talking about? Su Jingi looked at Xin Yu with a puzzled face. Have you forgotten? It's our junior high school classmate, the one who wears rags every day. Xin Yu seemed to be talking about something interesting, with a look of excitement on her face. Come to think of it, he never seems to talk to anyone and is unkempt all day. Su Jingi also seemed to remember such a person, although there were no interactions, but just his appearance would leave a deep impression on everyone. Yeah, that's him, that guy just now was definitely him, dressed as a man of 5. Xin Yu was still dancing around while saying this. It's been 2 years, people change, it's always impossible to grow up and still look the same as before. Su Jingi wasn't very surprised. After all, times and society are changing, and so is everyone. No matter what you do need to cost, especially growth. We slowly pawned our youth to maturity, experience in exchange for childish, and the price is to carry the responsibility of life in shackles. Since then, we laugh no longer pure, cry no longer completely. It seems like it's also it seems like no one notified him of last year's class reunion. Xin Yu also put away her playfulness. After all, Li Chen's situation was clear to everyone. Yeah, maybe everyone doesn't have his contact information, or maybe. Su Jingi didn't finish her sentence and shook her head without further words. Forget it, let's go. This year I'll see if I can find a way to inform him. Whether he comes or not is his business. Xin Yu smiled, took Su Jingi's arm and turned around to disappear into the crowd. Cut. Who's thinking about me? It must be Xiao Ye. Li Chen suddenly sneezed and giggled after muttering under his breath. These days Li Chen has been bewitched. As long as he is idle, he wants to run to the clubhouse. This is not. Ghostly writing to the door of the clubhouse again. Li Chen direct set of habitual links. We do not hydrological. At this time has leisurely lying on the bed. The mouth is still humming a little song. It seems that this mood after winning the lottery is different. How many people in life are probably still dreaming of a lottery ticket against all odds? Don't look. It's you. A few moments later, the welcome had walked back in. Sir, I'm sorry, but today the 18th is taking a leave of absence to rest. The beautiful welcome guest said very politely. That voice was so gentle that it could drip water. Why don't I switch you to another technician and come back to 18 next time? The beauty asked tentatively. Alright then, arrange one at random. Li Chen was in a good mood today, and naturally, he didn't want to let this matter affect his mood. After all, the pattern had to be opened. A few moments later, a beauty whose posture was not inferior to Li Xiaoya walked in, only that the makeup on her face was too bewitching, and she didn't know if she had removed her makeup or. Her lips were red and plump, and the slightly upward curve revealed a hint of teasing. Her body was delicate and slender, and every movement carried an enchanting rhythm. Dark curly hair hung down from her shoulders, casually draped over her shoulders. Hello sir, it's a pleasure to serve you. I'm technician number 6. She gently lifted her hair, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. This action was elegant and natural, as if it was made inadvertently, yet it made people's hearts race as they watched. Well, Li Chen was also mesmerized by the number 6 in front of him, and since the beginning of his contact with the society, he found that his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Soon the beauty started the massage service. She naturally knew that the handsome guy in front of her was the big grudge seed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately teased. She was still very confident in her posture and skills. It didn't take long for the two of them to start getting acquainted, and the atmosphere of conversation was much more relaxed. Is it disappointing that 18 isn't here today? Beauty number 6 asked tentatively. And no, it's the same for anyone. You're pretty good too. Li Chenware can't see the beautiful woman's mind. This is the rhythm of wanting to dig the wall. Cluck cluck cluck. Is that right? People aren't as good at playing as no. 18. Beauty no. 6 purposely said her words in half. whetting Li Chen's appetite. What do you mean to say? Li Chen asked, a bit puzzled. Nothing? Not as high as no. 18. Just a few days after meeting you. She recharged so much. She has many more customers. Can't compare. Really can't compare. No. Sayex's tone carried a strong flavor of instigation. Oh, is that so? You mean she has a lot of big clients? Li Chen asked with a slight frown, seeing that Li Chen had already fallen for the trap. Beauty no. 6 continued without haste. Of course, that's why she queues up every day. And several boxes are looking for her. Often go out. Nothing. When Li Chen heard this, he instantly became nonchalant, and he felt like he had a green head. In his heart, he thought to himself that he wasn't just a pure and innocent great injustice seed. Stop dreaming. What's the relationship? It's still green. It's none of your business. Li Chen suddenly snapped out of it. There didn't seem to be much of a relationship between them, and it didn't seem to matter how people behaved. But there was just anger churning in his heart, and he couldn't help but want to curse. Was it a ing wrong payment after all? Li Chen secretly speculated in his heart, already starting to be a bit distracted, seeing that the time was ripe. No. 6 hurriedly persuaded. There's no need for you to be too concerned. You can look for me in the future. I'm not so bad. Well. Next time definitely. Li Chen hastily diverted his attention. Beauty no. 6 started the two-pronged approach of tone plus action again, bound to take down the rhythm of Li Chen, the big wrong seed. This meal operation can be Li Chen, a beginner, will not be whole, and finally gritted his teeth and insisted on the end of the service, hurriedly paid the bill and left the club as if fleeing for her life, while Beauty no. 6 looked at his departing figure with a smile on her face, feeling that she had definitely taken care of Li Chen this time. Chapter 13, The Host is a Great Injustice. Li Chen lay on the plank bed, tossing and turning, those words of technician number 6 constantly lingering in his head. In the end, he couldn't hold back and picked up his cell phone to send a message to Li Xiaoya. Yeah, why? Miss me? Li Xiaoya was still teasing Li Chen in a wicked way. Went to your clubhouse today and didn't see you. They said you took a vacation and asked what happened to you. Li Chen didn't come up to question, and casually chatted a few sentences first. You went? I did take the day off. Something came up at home. Li Xiaoya stammered in reply. Is something wrong? Li Chen continued to pursue the question. It's fine. I'll go back tomorrow. Li Xiaoya didn't talk to Li Chen about the specifics of the matter, and just stalled for a few sentences. I've heard that you have a lot of big clients and often go out with them. Is that true? Li Chen still didn't hold back from asking. Who did you hear that from? Li Xiaoya's tone was obviously a bit flustered. Just don't care who I heard it from. Just tell me if it's over. Li Chen's tone slowly increased a bit as well. It's true, but let me explain. Li Xiaoya directly and honestly admitted it, but seemed to want to explain something else. No need to explain. That's it. After sending the last one, Li Chen directly deleted his friend. There was no time given to Li Xiaoya for any rebuttal. Opposite side, Li Xiaoya curled up at the end of the bed, wrapping her body tightly with the quilt, her body still slightly trembling as she was sobbing in a small voice. I don't know if I regretted losing a big client or if my conscience felt sorry for this simple boy. Li Chen huffed and threw his cell phone aside. There was always that bit of anger in his heart that he couldn't vent out. This makes him very difficult. Although there is no male-female relationship with Li Xiaoya, after all, it was a young boy who had just stepped into the society, and still kept the initial kind of beautiful longing for the beautiful people or things. Maybe it was the first girl he had contacted, or maybe it was the beginning of a love affair. At this time his heart is just very torn, very difficult. Li Chen tried hard to make himself forget, but that figure couldn't be waved away. Li Chen lay on the bed, his hands frantically clawing at his hair as he roared his heart out. Time passed in this way, little by little, in the midst of agonizing torture, and before I knew it, it had come to midnight. Li Chen also gradually adjusted from that bewildered state, and remembered that he could draw a lottery again, so his mood was only slightly better. Li Chen muttered to himself in his heart, this thing called love, it's like a ghost, many people hear about it, but few people see it. But I believe that one day I will meet that female ghost who makes me believe in love. Oh no, goddess, don't worry about the road ahead. Who under the sun doesn't know you? Li Chen slowly retrieved his thoughts in his mind. System, lottery. The raffle disc slowly appeared, and then slowly came to a halt as a pleasant sound rang out crisply. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +2. Obtaining the dog-licking god skill. I Lua go. System, you in the end want to do what? Intentionally play with me? Mock me? Li Chen simply want to go crazy. The system is more unreliable than once. Can't you give a Lamborghini or a Ferrari like those systems in novels? If you really can't give $1,000 or $8 million, it's okay. Li Chen burst into a frenzy of spitting, his insides already freaking out. Aha! Is today my bad luck day? After a burst of whining, seeing that the system didn't give a damn about himself either, Li Chen could only sigh helplessly and comfort himself. Every time I encounter difficulties, I tell myself, God will send me a great task, but I must first suffer my heart and mind, labor my bones and muscles, starve my body, and empty my body. Then I would realize that God might be trying to play me to death. Life is like an EKG, one smooth ride and you're hungover. So this ups and downs of my life means that I'm still alive and will live a great life. Li Chen comforted his wounded little heart again. After a moment of self-healing, he finally eased up and lay down on the broken plank bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 14, This massage is unorthodox. The time is always good, but the time for sleep is always so short. It always feels like the day is dawning as soon as you close your eyes. Li Chen has long forgotten yesterday's annoyance. Young is good. Say turn the page. Should I go sweep the lottery station again? Li Chen thought secretly in his heart. I'd better forget it. I guess the boss hasn't replenished the new stock, so I'll have to wait for a few days anyhow. Looking at the quiet as a dog's cell phone, it reverted back to a watch, and unconsciously that beautiful figure came back to his mind. Phew, out with the old and in with the new. Let's go. It's not bad to go to number 6. I'm going to change my target. Li Chen secretly made up his mind and silently cheered himself on. Why do you fall in love with a clubhouse when there's no other place like it? We can't figure out what this kid is thinking. Can't he just find a decent one? I'm not sure what he's thinking. Can't he just find a decent place to live? After a simple wash, Li Chen went out to eat something before heading straight to the clubhouse. It was estimated that this was the only host ever to have a system that actually picked up a clubhouse. Just as he entered the lobby, the handsome young man ran his ass over. Coming brother, or number 18? Li Chen immediately froze, then slowly spoke. No, change number 6 today. The handsome guy was also stunned and thought to himself, no, 6 is quite bullish. People take a day off and then scoop them up? Tough enough. Good Lu brother, you go this way. The handsome boy smilingly sent Li Chen into the elevator. Just the moment the elevator door opened, a familiar figure came into view. It was none other than Li Xiaoya, who was wearing a tight black backless dress, the length of the dress just reaching the base of her thighs, revealing her long and straight legs. The material of the dress was silk appeared smooth and wrapped tightly around her body, outlining her curvy and sexy figure. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders in slight curls, giving off a charming aroma. With just one glance, just one damn glance, the indisputable Li Chen almost forgave her inwardly. Coming you go wait for me first, I'll go change my clothes and come over. Li Xiaoya smiled sweetly, appearing so playful and cute. No need, I'll change to someone else today. Li Chen's face could not see the slightest fluctuation of emotions, and without even looking at Li Xiaoya, he straightly followed the welcome guest to the private room. Li Xiaoya froze in place. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. Last night she sent countless messages, showing that she had not added friends, but she also said everything she wanted to say, not knowing what it was for. Her eyelashes were completely covered down, and then they were wet with water, and there were 2 large teardrops that rolled down from those dense lashes, and trickled down her cheeks, unhindered, all the way down. That pathetic look was heartbreaking. Li Chen ignored Li Xiaoya's emotions, and by now was already lying on the bed, enjoying No. 6's massage service. No. 6 was much more open than Li Xiaoya, and she didn't move to tease Li Chen. Li Chen's little heart could barely stand it. The feeling was just like riding a roller coaster. It was awesome. Suddenly his cell phone rang. Li Chen picked it up and looked at it before putting it down. It was Li Xiaoya's friend request, but he didn't pass it. In his heart, he thought, oof, still want to use me as a big grudge seed? Is it regret? Clubhouse lounge. Xiaoya, what's the situation? I just heard that your handsome boy let number 6 poach him? A very good sister of Li Xiaoya asked with concern. She was also a technician at this club. Her name was Lin Yueliang. She had short, clean blonde hair that framed her delicate features. Her eyes were clear and bright. Her nose was high and straight, and her lips were full, revealing a mouthful of white, neat teeth when she smiled. She was tall and slender, and even in her clubhouse professional attire, she couldn't hide her sexy body. It's okay, it's just that he knew something and asked me about it yesterday, and then deleted my friend as well, and I just added it with no response. Li Xiaoya forced back the beating tears and told her good sister what happened. Someone must have spoiled it, or how else would he have known? Did he misunderstand you? Did you not explain? Lin Euro asked with concern. Her eyes hung with the color of heartache. He deleted his friend without giving me a chance to explain. This little handsome guy doesn't look like such a cruel person. What's the situation? It doesn't make sense. Unless, Lin Euro frowned, speculating as she thought. Unless what? Li Xiaoya asked eagerly as she looked up at Lin Euro. Unless he likes you, otherwise it definitely wouldn't be this angry. Lin Euro said with great certainty, with a look of certainty in her eyes. She felt that this must be the reason. Otherwise it couldn't be explained. Impossible. Li Xiaoya vetoed Lin Euro's statement with certainty. Why not? Why don't I go talk about it for you? Don't disturb him. Li Xiaoya sighed and wiped the remaining tear stains from the corner of her eyes. Lin Euro looked at her good sister sad like this and guessed what Li Xiaoya was thinking. In her own heart, she secretly thought, AI, it seems like these two should be in love with each other. We have to find a chance to help her. Lin Yueliang turned around and left the lounge. Li Chen habitually added unlimited clocks again. He seemed to have gotten used to killing time here. This made No. 6 happy, and the latter was basically just flirting and fooling around. It's not physically demanding at all, and there's money to be made, so who doesn't love a client like that? At this time, the two were chatting. Lin Euro secretly stood in the doorway, carefully eavesdropping. She originally wanted to go in directly to help explain clearly, but then thought that it seemed inappropriate. After all, she did not know Li Chen at all. Seeing that Li Chen didn't have any intention of leaving for a while, Lin Euro could only leave first and find a suitable opportunity next time. No. 6 seemed to see the figure at the door and was secretly pleased. She thought it was Li Xiaoya who must be unwilling and wanted to snatch back the client. Seeing the silhouette left also let out a sigh of relief. In order to be able to better seize Li Chen as a customer. No. 6 also put up a fight. She saw Li Chen squinting her eyes, and actually slowly lay down on Li Chen's body, pressing her head tightly on Li Chen's chest. Li Chen still closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. This felt really good. For Li Chen, this was the first time he had been in such close contact with a girl. That little heart was starting to thump and accelerate. He forced himself to hold back the dryness inside. TSK, 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 TSK. This feeling. It seems like the heart is moving again. Continuing to write further, it was estimated that Li Chen would not be able to hold it. He secretly guessed in his heart, is your circle so chaotic? It seems that it's not just your own system that's unorthodox, but this massage isn't too orthodox either. Chapter 15. The water in the clubhouse is quite deep. Time always passes so quickly at the clubhouse. And before I knew it, 5 clocks had been added. The time has also come to 12 o'clock midnight and the exciting time of the day is finally coming. Although I know the system is not very powerful, it's like buying a lottery ticket, there is always the glimmer of expectation. Li Chen still had his eyes closed as he enjoyed the beautiful woman in his arms and the slender hand in his pocket. Mentally summoning the system silently, he checked his attributes. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 8. Skills, pick any wildflower. Bad scanning. Junior chef. Dog licking god. Gold, none. Number of draws, 1. Looking at this odd skill of his, Li Chen was also speechless for a while, and just scanning was a good thing. It was probably a stroke of luck to be drawn. Drawl. Still familiar images. Familiar sounds. Congratulations to the host. Gaining +1 charm value. 500,000 gold coins. And gaining the title face value explosion. Ha, it's okay, I'm actually giving gold coins today. Is this because I'm too pathetic? What the hell is this title? And face value? Li Chen looked at the extra gold coins and laughed like a happy man. It's just that this title is a bit incomprehensible. System, how does this title work? Li Chen, adhering to the principle of asking the system if he didn't know anything, directly inquired. Since the host has obtained the dog licking god skill, as a qualified dog licker, how can his face value be so low? The host only needs to silently recite the use of the title. The title will automatically bind and transform the host's face value. The system's very sweet voice explained, with a little bit of mockery. Yes, still mockery. Wait, you tell me what that low means first? Li Chen asked suspiciously. This cultural level is really limited. I did not expect to be shown by the system. Then there was no more then. The system no longer cared about Li Chen. Li Chen had no choice but to resentfully close the lottery system, and recited in his heart, use the title. Suddenly the title and the backpack disappeared, followed by a warm feeling into the body. There was also a little tickle on my face, and soon that feeling disappeared again. It's just so marvelous. Redeem gold coins. The command had just been finished when the sound of a text message prompted. One didn't need to look to know that the proper $500,000 had arrived. In just 2 days, Li Chen's bank card already had more than $760,000. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it all at all. Li Chen muttered with great dejection. What did you just say? Ha, how come it feels like you've become handsome again? Beauty number 6 asked with a sideways puzzled look. Nothing. It's still like that. Li Chen quickly interrupted. Phew, I'm going home. You should be off work too. Li Chen retrieved his thoughts and was ready to leave. He couldn't soak up the night here. It would be better to go home if he held it in here. Leaving? It's almost time for me to get off work, but I can keep you company if you need it. Beauty number 6 clearly hadn't earned enough. With such a great opportunity, an extra bell is a bell. Forget it, it's too late. Go home and sleep. Li Chen didn't have the intention to stay any longer. For Li Chen, he could basically go to sleep after drawing prizes. Well then, go back and rest early. Remember to look for me next time you come. Fine, fine, there will be a chance next time. Li Chen slowly sat up and stretched. No. 6 also reluctantly drew back her hand, and threw a wink at Li Chen, and the two of them smiled awkwardly at each other. Li Chen quickly changed his clothes, walked out of the box, and slowly entered the elevator. Just around the corner, a figure took a step forward before stopping again, and it was none other than Li Xiao. She wanted to go up and explain, but before she could walk over, Li Chen had already entered the elevator. Just then, Beauty number 6 walked over with her own little suitcase and a smug look on her face. Xiao, I'm sorry this is not me stealing your client. It's him who ordered me himself. I can't do anything about it. Beauty number 6 looked at Li Xiao with a slightly mocking implication. That look was indeed a little arrogant. There was also that little bit of owed beatings. What you've done is clear to yourself. I don't want everyone to make too much of a mess. Behave yourself. Li Xiao turned around and left without even looking at her. Grass, what are you yanking for? I'll turn around and snatch all your clients. Let's see how you can still tug with me. Beauty no. 6 said viciously, with a look as if she had some deep hatred. Bah, is not just a little better looking, not still sell. What to pretend? After saying that, she also turned around and left. Good guy. This is properly a palace drama a small club also hooked up. This society, where the water is quite deep Chapter 16 Xin Yu's invitation. The sun was up. Li Chen was still under the covers, when his cell phone suddenly rang and interrupted his beautiful dream. Li Chen picked up the phone in a daze, and a girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, and that voice was gentle with a few points of playfulness, giving people a feeling of comfort when they heard it. Hello, is this Mr. Li Chen? A very gentle inquiring voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Chen shook his head to clear it a bit. Aside from his grandparents, his phone was basically in hibernation, and even sales calls were rare. This early in the morning made Li Chen a little confused as well. It's me. Who are you? Something wrong? Li Chen said with a slight impatience. After all, disturbing his beauty sleep. A lot of people were like this, not waking up naturally. There was always so much waking up. Giggle. I'm your classmate. Guess who I am? The playful voice came again, accompanied by a pleasant laugh. Asterisk. Are you kidding me? Where does this make me guess? This was already not in a good mood. How could she have the heart to guess riddles with her? Li Chen directly disliked her. Ha, you didn't even talk before. Why have you become so rude now? But what? Kinda manly. Giggle. Asterisk. You have a disease. In the end, to say or not. Do not say I hang up Li Chen also does not want to talk more nonsense. This effort is not as good as a nap. How could he have any friends? And as for classmates? As for his classmates, they were just that, classmates. He didn't cross paths with anyone, but this does not prevent him from having a crush on the girl. After all, no matter how poor, it does not delay the toad want to eat swan meat. Well, I won't tease you. I'm Xin Yu The day after tomorrow classmate reunion, 8 o'clock in the evening at the New Century Hotel. 2nd floor, private room 666. If you have time then come and get together. Xin Yu finished all she had to say in one breath, and also put away her playfulness. She also heard Li Chen's somewhat impatient tone. Forget it, the point is that I don't know anyone well. Li Chen declined after hesitating. Come on, don't we get acquainted once we get together? You are also considered to have stepped into the society in advance. Why are you more twisted than us students? Xin Yu kindly persuaded. The hasty glance that day also made her curious. Alright then, I'll go if I have time. Li Chen saw that a little girl had said so it seemed a bit shameful not to go, so he agreed. Well then, we'll see you the day after tomorrow. Bye. Xin Yu hung up the phone directly after saying that. Okay, see you the day after tomorrow. Li Chen also put down his cell phone, and a girl's figure appeared in his mind. Surely you'll come too, right? Li Chen muttered to himself, with a smile on his lips. He hurriedly packed up briefly and quickly ran out, mounting a small electric donkey and heading straight to the mall. He was going to buy a normal set of clothes. He couldn't go in this outfit. It was a bit too eye-catching. As soon as he entered the mall, he went straight to Yuki's counter, and when he saw that familiar and playful figure, he hurriedly greeted. Yuki, busy? It's you, not busy, as you can see. Something wrong? Tang Shui looked at Li Chen with great suspicion. I'm attending a class reunion in a couple days, and I want to buy a plainer outfit. Can you help me pick one out? Li Chen said with a bit of embarrassment. I'll go. You really take me for a guide. Ha! Tang Shui pouted and pretended to be angry. No, don't get me wrong. I really don't know what to wear and I rarely buy clothes myself. That's why I came to ask for your help, Li Chen hurriedly explained, feeling as if he was being a bit abrupt. Giggle. I'm just teasing you. It's okay. Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Tang Shui was also amused by Li Chen's nervous expression and agreed very quickly. Ah, okay, thank you. Seeing Tang Shui agree, Li Chen also let out a sigh of relief. After the two of them finished speaking, they headed straight towards the men's clothing area. It didn't take long to choose. It was a sporty outfit. After all, it's a kids' class reunion. Wearing too formal doesn't seem to match, so for Li Chen chose a sportswear. Also looks young and energetic some. Li Chen also does not recognize these brands. It does not matter to him. Looking at the two people back to back together with the logo, Li Chen thought it was kind of fun, and once he checked out, he realized that it was so expensive. Asterisk up. Are all sportswear this expensive? A suit plus a pair of shoes is over 5,000? Li Chen's expression was shocked, because he usually wore sports, but they were all ground goods, and a set together wouldn't be more than 150. It's alright, branded stuff is just a bit more expensive, but it's still acceptable. Tang Shui consoled Li Chen's mood. She thought Li Chen was heartbroken about the money. I don't know which Li Chen is heartbroken about the money anymore. He doesn't care about the price now, just remembered the old days, as if it was not even as good as a dog. Li Chen watched as a beautiful young woman walked past, holding a small teddy in her arms, which had a few strands of colorful hair dyed on the top of its head, and was wearing a very nice little dress. It's okay, it's fine, thank you. After quickly settling the bill, the two of them walked back. While passing by a store that sold bags, Li Chen realized that Tang Shui had been staring at a bag on the stand. What? Like it a lot? Li Chen asked as he saw how much she seemed to like it. Well, I've been eyeing it for a long time, and after saving up 2 more months of salary, I'm going to take it down, Tang Shui said while there was a little bit of excitement, waving a little fist. A very cute look. The two left after Li Chen secretly noted it down. Thanks, I'll be off then. Let's invite you for dinner sometime. It's weirdly embarrassing to always trouble you. Li Chen made an invitation with a very sincere expression. You still know? Then I'll make a note that you owe me a meal. After Tang Shui and Li Chen had been in contact for a few times, they gradually let go, and even cracked a few jokes over nothing. Okay, I'll be sure to make it up when I have time. You can also contact me when you're free. After a brief word, the two parted ways. Li Chen circled around and returned to the display case of the bag he had just seen. Chapter 17, The System's Strange Tasks. As soon as Li Chen appeared, a sharp-eyed salesman came over. Having noticed Li Chen and Tang Shui just now, she is an elegant girl, dressed in a simple but exquisite professional outfit, showing her professional style. A head of neat hair coiled up or bundled behind the head, giving a sense of competence and sharpness, so that people are very comfortable to look at. Hello sir, are you looking at this bag? The beautiful woman walked to Li Chen with a smile on her face and said very politely. Well, let me see. How much is this one? Li Chen asked without haste. You have a good eye. That pretty beauty just now is your girlfriend, right? This bag suits her well. It's this year's new model. The price is 38,888 yuan. It's a mid-range upper price. As a luxury saleswoman, she knows every item in the store by heart. She can introduce in detail the design concept, material characteristics and production process of each bag and piece of jewelry. Her voice is gentle and melodious, and her speed of speech is moderate, which makes people feel a kind of honorable service experience in the process of listening. Okay, wrap it up for me. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Chen directly paid and took it. The beautiful saleswoman was also very surprised that she had prepared a bunch of brainwashing phrases that she hadn't even had a chance to put to use, and it was just over. While the beautiful salesgirl was in a state of dismay, Li Chen had already left with his bag. Only the beauty herself was left there in a daze. Tang Shui was looking at her cell phone at the counter. The store was a bit cold today. Originally, there are not many customers in the mall today, and these luxury goods area is even less. Suddenly a bag appeared in front of his eyes. Tang Shui looked up to see that it was actually Li Chen back again. Oh my god, you bought it? Tang Shui opened her small mouth wide and looked at Li Chen with a look of disbelief. Or what? Steal it? Sending it to you, as a thank you for helping out a few times. No expression could be seen on Li Chen's face. That look was revealed to be so cloudy. Tang Shui was even more shocked. She was clearly aware of the price of this bag. This is said to be given away? Don't. This is too expensive and inappropriate. Tang Shui hastily refused. Although she liked it, this wasn't too appropriate. I've bought it all, so what do I do? How about throwing it away? Li Chen deliberately said jokingly. Don't. This is tens of thousands of dollars. How can I throw it away? Tang Shui immediately got nervous. Are you kidding? She's had her heart set on it for a long time. That's right. Then take it. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. Li Chen didn't give Tang Shui any more time to refuse, and directly flashed away. Hey, don't you go. It's that. Hey. Tang Shui saw that Li Chen disappeared in a puff of smoke, and had no choice but to accept it resentfully, but in her heart, she always felt that it was a little bit not good to accept such an expensive gift. What the hell is this guy? He was strange before buying a watch, and then he was more generous than ever. It's really confusing, Tang Shui muttered in a small voice to herself. On the other hand, there was a pair of murderous eyes witnessing all this, and by now, his heart was seething with rage. Grass. That dirtbag is actually so rich, the woman muttered viciously, not forgetting to glare at Tang Shui. She didn't get beaten up last time, so it seems she still hasn't learned her lesson. Ding! Received a special mission to raise Tang Shui's favorability to 90 and establish a romantic relationship, rewarded with 2 million gold coins. May I ask if the host accepts? A clear and pleasant tone sounded in his head, and Li Chen directly braked sharply and stopped. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you crazy? Can you ride a bike? A young man cursed angrily. Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Li Chen hurriedly apologized to the person in a friendly manner, and the electric car following closely behind almost crashed, scaring the youth. Li Chen hastily retrieved his thoughts, checking just received a prompt. This is the first time the system issued a task, but Li Chen was excited. Although the mission reward is not very trenchant, but it is better than nothing. It's rare enough for one's dog system to be so richly rewarded. Just isn't the difficulty of this mission a bit too high? Luckily there's no time limit requirement, or else a ghost could take care of it. It looks like today's gift wasn't really in vain. Accept the mission. Warm reminder, there is a penalty for failing the mission, deducting 5 minutes from the host's persistence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. There's no need to be so tough, right? I'm still a beginner. What if I only have 3 minutes? Li Chen had 10,000 alpacas running through his mind at this time. Li Chen clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Grass. Put up a fight. Accept the mission. Congratulations to the host for accepting the mission. The completion of the mission rewards 2 million gold coins. The failure of the mission deducts 5 minutes from the host's persistence. Please host complete the task seriously. No. System, how do I check the good sense? Li Chen asked in a hurry. Otherwise how would he know if it was completed or not with 2 eyes? The host will be prompted to scan any mission target, so please try on your own. Phew. Fortunately, the system is still reliable for once. Li Chen also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he gave the gas to the floor with one hand and sped off on his little electric donkey. Chapter 18, Super Invincible Seat Small Gift Package. A silhouette riding a motorized vehicle flew through the streets, and when it passed a lottery station, it suddenly stopped with a divine dragon's tail and a very tawdry drift. This would probably cause a lot of crowds if it was a Ferrari or something, but switching to electric would be more or less pretentious. TSK. Asterisk. Scared me. What's so cool about riding a broken electric bike? A girl who was really not that good looking exclaimed. She also patted her boobs that could park a big truck and stomped her feet in a manner that she thought was cute. This scene made Li Chen also almost didn't spit out yesterday's leftovers, hurriedly stopped the car and drilled into the lottery station. He was ready to see if the boss had gotten any new stock, in case there was another jackpot, and was already dreaming in his heart. What he doesn't know is that it's the county's luck that has been building up for several years to come up with a jackpot. How can there be so many jackpots waiting for you to scratch? If there were, everyone would be buying lottery tickets. After turning around, Li Chen walked out of the lottery station with his head hanging down. There were a lot of scratch-offs, and the highest prize was only 500. So this amount of money really couldn't interest him at the moment. The lottery station owner frowned slightly as he saw the familiar figure, but not a single one was bought today, which made him feel very puzzled. What the hell? Not buying a single one? Could it be? The lottery station owner had already begun to speculate on his own. If he were to know that he had guessed correctly, there was no telling what his expression would be. Li Chen once again mounted his electric bike and slowly skipped along, not far from the door of the clubhouse. He didn't choose to go over there today. It seemed that because of Li Xiaoyao's matter, he gradually lost interest in the place. Just as Li Chen had left, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the clubhouse. Oops, what the hell? Why didn't you come in today? Lin Yuro crossed her arms and muttered under her breath. Only after seeing Li Chen's figure from a long way away did Lin Yuro hurriedly speed up and ran back, not realizing that Li Chen didn't come over today. Phew, looks like there's no chance again today. Wait for next time. Lin Yuro let out a long breath, stabilized her accelerated heartbeat, and turned around to walk into the clubhouse. Soon Li Chen returned to his rental house, carrying a large bag and humming a small song. Looks like the mood is very good. Look. As soon as he entered the house, he threw the things on the table, and directly lay on the bed. This kind of mixed food and waiting for death. I would also like to have the day. Suddenly a message came from his cell phone, and Li Chen was slightly stunned. If he remembered correctly, there was only one friend left. Home yet? A simple greeting, with a little face with a tongue out. Just got home. Something wrong? Li Chen habitually returned the message in seconds. I don't know if it was mindless or the effect of the dog licking skill. Returning the message was a fast one. Thank you for the gift today. It flatters me a bit. Tang Shui thanked very politely. It's okay, I've bothered you twice. A small gift is just a token of appreciation. Don't take it to heart. I'm still a bit overwhelmed inside after receiving such an expensive gift from you. Not really, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. It's just a thank you gift. Well then, I'll buy you dinner someday. It may not matter to you, but it's a couple months of my salary. Well, good, then you also owe me a meal. Li Chen was definitely 10,000 times more willing, and was worried about not having the opportunity to make contact. Otherwise, how could this task be accomplished? The two of them just kept chatting for a long time, and became more familiar with each other. One is gentle and cute. One is handsome and gold. It's not impossible to make a pair. Dinner. Li Chen again simply ordered a takeaway, which has become his basic operation. The dog system gives the chef skills Li Chen is not once want to use. Looking at the list of friend requests that lit up every now and then, Li Chen didn't open it even once, and didn't know if he was being deliberately competitive or really angry. Soon the time came to midnight again. Li Chen opened his eyes in a daze. Eat, drink and sleep. This is Li Chen's standard. Looking at the time has been 1 o'clock in the morning. Li Chen slowly got up and went out to put the water back to sit on the bed. Crossed his legs, do not know in anticipation of what. Closed his eyes with a look of chanting. We don't know if we're making a wish or an amitba. Li Chen's mind moved, and the system appeared in front of him. Looking at the familiar screen, there weren't many waves inside anymore. Sweepstakes. The process flashes by. Congratulations to the host. Charm value +1. Obtaining a small gift pack of super invincible seat. A crisp voice flashed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Chen shouted angrily 3 times in a row. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming with gifts. My Ferrari. My Lamborghini. My Aston Martin. Li Chen was jumping and dancing with excitement. His hands were already overwhelmed with excitement. Open, open, open. Open my super invincible seat little gift pack. Li Chen shouted excitedly. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a super invincible car. Please click to receive it, and the full payment car purchase agreement will automatically appear in your hand. Accept, I accept. A white light flashed by, and Li Chen's hand was indeed filled with a car purchase contract. He held down his excited heart in trembling hands, slowly opened the contract, and a line of big words on the first page directly came into his eyes. Chapter 19, Dating Tang Shui. Wuling Honda Mini Purchase Contract. A bolt from the blue hit Li Chen directly in the sky. He froze in place. He looked at the contract in his hand without moving and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Dog system. You play me. Where's my Ferrari? My Lambo, Aston, Bugatti. A mouthful of old blood instantly reached his throat and grunted. Swallowed back again. System, you're sent by God to purposely fix me, aren't you? Li Chen sat down on his butt with his head hanging down and muttered with a sigh. Ding. Please don't be unaware of the host. The system detected that this car is known as a divine car before it was matched into the super invincible driver gift pack. The system explained in a serious manner, not giving any opportunity for rebuttal. It's alright. Li Chen was speechless and could only obediently accept reality. At least it's a car. It's better than nothing. Li Chen kept comforting himself. The night was sleepless, and his irritability caused Li Chen to toss and turn, unable to sleep. Early in the morning with a black eye on top of the climbed up, huffing and puffing to squat a toilet. Habitually lit a white Taschen, smoked away the unpleasant odor. After simply washing up, walked out of the room. Looking at the small electric donkey that followed him in the battlefield, there was still a little reluctance in his heart. With a sigh and a wave of his hand he turned around in style and took a cab straight to the 4S store. Just into the store door, a beautiful saleswoman came over. This is the harm in comparison. This posture is not as good as a clothing store. Li Chen also lack of interest in walking in. Come here, we do not picky, and not a blind date to come. Hello sir, are you looking for a car? The beautiful saleswoman revealed a professional smile and very politely walked forward to greet her. I have a contract here. Take a look. Li Chen was a little apprehensive as he took out the contract, because he wasn't sure if it worked or not. Just don't take it as a scam. Yes, sir, you sit here for a moment while I check. The beautiful saleswoman walked quickly into an office. Li Chen looked around the circle of boredom. The car in front of him really cannot raise any interest. Not long after that, sales came out and said with a smile, "Sir, you come with me. There is no problem with the contract. I will take you to pick up the car. All the formalities have been completed. The license plate is also installed for you. You can drive away at any time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dog system is still effective at doing things. It's actually all done already." Li Chen secretly muttered in his heart. Followed the sales all the way around 7 turns to a parking lot, where rows of Wuling minis came into view. When the sales brought Li Chen to a stop in front of a pink mini, Li Chen froze on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It wouldn't be this pink car, would it? Li Chen was already cursing in his heart. This is the car you are under contract for. Check it out, and if there are no problems you can drive away. The sales explained with a big smile. Well, there's no problem, so I'll just drive away. At this moment, Li Chen didn't want to say anything. He didn't have any mood to check. He just wanted to get out of here quickly. Well then, have fun with your car. If you have any questions, feel free to inquire at the after-sales. The beautiful saleswoman turned around and left after saying that. Li Chen hurriedly got into the car and looked at everything that was familiar and unfamiliar, and quickly started the car and quickly drove away from the parking lot. Although he hadn't driven a car before, who didn't have a license yet, it was as if he had been an old driver for many years and was very skilled. It's fine to make do with a substitute. It's fine if you don't have to spend any money anyway. Li Chen has been in a state of self-congratulation. If he let himself spend money to buy a car, he really can't afford it. After all, the money is hard to come by, not much. The Sparrow is small and has a lot of features. At the very least, it was much better than a small electric donkey, so at least it was a family with a car. This was probably the most miserable system host ever. Hey, it can't be helped. Who let us get stuck with an unorthodox system? Just as Li Chen was still in his soul, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up to see that it was Tang Shui, he hurriedly pressed the answer button. "Yuki, is something wrong? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong?" "Of course. Why don't we have lunch together? It just so happens that I'm free today." Tang Shui sent an invitation for her first official date. Before that, it was either a chance encounter or an emergency. "Yeah, where are you? I'll go find you." Li Chen hurriedly agreed, thinking that this opportunity had not come. "I'll meet you in front of the mall." "Okay, be right there." Hanging up the phone, Li Chen slammed on the gas pedal and went straight to the mall. This time it was stepping on the gas pedal, not twisting it. The car slowly stopped in front of the mall, and a bright landscape came into view. She was wearing a tight black dress that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Her slender waist was not too thin to hold, swaying as she walked. Her long and straight legs were hidden in the split of the dress, and with a pair of black high heels, it was even more sexy. Here, Tang Shui looked at the pink mini in front of her with her little mouth wide open and a look of disbelief. How could she not have thought that he, who was so generous with his money, would actually drive a car like this? But it didn't show the slightest hint of looking down. It was just shocking. "You're dressed so beautifully today. It's almost like a fairy coming down to earth." Li Chen's dog licking skills kicked in again, and he came up for a fierce lick, which is so exaggerated. "It is I asked you to dinner. Of course I have to dress up. Can't give you shame." Tang Shui is also a human essence. That small talk is also very complete. That lovely appearance simply makes people's hearts flutter. Li Chen can be happy. This heart is like eating honey. They chose a random restaurant and didn't splurge as the two of them ate and chatted. After many encounters, their relationship seemed to have warmed up a little. Li Chen suddenly remembered the mission and hurriedly looked at Tang Shui's mind scan. Name, Tang Shui. Age, 20. Height, 165. Weight, 45 kilograms. Favorability, 50. Number of relationships, 1. Number of actual battles, 0. Looking at the information in front of him, Li Chen was also secretly surprised. It was too damn amazing. Just this good sense, just 50. From the target is still quite a bit short of it. Looking at Tang Shui's other information, there was another burst of surprise. The number of relationships 1. The number of actual battles is actually 0. That is to say, ha. Watching it actually giggled to itself, like a 250. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Shui asked with a curious expression. No, nothing," Li Chen hurriedly explained in a panic. Alright." Tang Shui didn't pursue the matter. A simple meal came to an end like this, and good times are always short. Since Tang Shui had to work in the afternoon, Li Chen sent her home. Watching Tang Shui's sexy figure slowly disappear from sight, only then did Li Chen lick his lips and drove away in the little mini with a fondness. Chapter 20. Li Xiaoya's People. Clubs. Li Xiaoya looked at her cell phone's add friend page. She had tried countless times, but there was still no response. Even though she knew there was nothing between them, she just couldn't help wanting to explain, wanting to connect. Lin Euro looked at her little sister, who had been soulful all day, and her heart didn't feel good either. "Xiao, if you really can't let go, then go find him and explain it to him. Lin Yuro gently wrapped her arm around Xiaoya's shoulders and tried to comfort. Where to look? Li Xiaoya whispered without looking up. He's not coming these days either. So what should we do? Lin Yuro was also anxious for Xiaoya in her heart. I don't know. I just don't want him to get the wrong idea about me, said the man as tears fell uncontrollably onto his lap. She didn't know what was wrong with her, why she was in the state she was in. In fact, simple love is the most real. Love is like a cup of water at the right temperature. It will never burn you, not to mention freezing you, but this cup of water once missed perhaps never again. Coincidentally, Li Chen had already entered the door by now, and coincidentally, it happened to be seen by Lin Yuro in the corridor. When Lin Yuro saw Li Chen go into the box, she didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly followed him in. Li Chen did not notice in the slightest, and sat straight on the bed, and just when he was about to say number 6, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She has short, clean blonde hair that frames her delicate features, her eyes were clear and bright, her nose was high, and she looked a little playful when she smiled. Her body was tall and slender, and even in her clubhouse professional outfit, she couldn't hide her sexy figure. Who are you? Is there something wrong? Li Chen suspiciously sized up the beautiful woman in front of him. Hello, little handsome. I'm Li Xiaoya's best friend. After saying that and winking with the welcome guest on the side, the welcome guest was very sensible and closed the door and walked out. Oh, something? Li Chen became interested again upon hearing this, and he was curious to know what the girl wanted to say. There's something going on. There should be some kind of misunderstanding between you and Xiaoya. She's been teetotaling lately, and she's lost a large amount of weight. I just can't look at her anymore. Lin Yuro spoke in a somewhat sniveling tone. Does that have anything to do with me? Li Chen looked at Lin Yuro in disbelief, his face devoid of any semblance of emotion. I don't know what you've heard, and I'm sure it's nothing good. The last time she took a leave of absence it was because something happened at home. His father died a long time ago and he had a bedridden mother at home. The leave of absence was because the caretaker said that her mother wasn't in good health and asked her to go back and take a look. Lin Yuro told Li Chen the situation of Xiaoya's family one by one. Li Chen immediately froze in place after hearing this. There was no one more familiar with this feeling than him. Then she went out with someone else. Li Chen stammered, not having the heart to say the words that followed. So it's because of this. I told you. Lin Yuro instantly put on a disdainful look, as if she had guessed that it must be no. 6 who was chewing on her behind her back. She did go out. That's not true. But it's just for dinner, that's all, and sometimes I'll accompany her. As for whether you believe it or not is your business. I've said what I need to say, it's up to you what you want to choose. Lin Yuro turned around and left the box after saying that in one breath. That look was still exasperated, as if she was going to go and settle a score with someone. Li Chen sat on the bed without saying a word, and his heart was incomparably torn. If it was really like what the girl had just said, wouldn't he have misunderstood her? A few moments later, there was a knock on the door and the welcoming beauty walked in. Brother, is it 6 or 18 today? After so many days of patronage, the people in the store had gotten a little more familiar with Li Chen, and would occasionally joke around. Li Chen looked at the smiling welcome guest and was also filled with helplessness, finally letting out a long breath. 18. The welcome guests smiled at each other and nodded and left. It looked like Li Xiaoya's popularity here was quite good. Everyone was intentionally or unintentionally towards her. The welcoming beauty walked quickly to the lounge and looked around to walk over to Sayaka. Yeah, go ahead. He ordered you today. Really? Li Xiaoya instantly stood up, with an expression that could have made an emoticon. Of course, Yuro's words seem to have worked. The welcoming beauty looked at Li Xiaoya with a smile on her face, as if she was also happy for Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya glanced at Lin Yuro, who was sitting on the side, with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Yuro playfully spat out her tongue, her appearance like a small child who had done something wrong. Li Xiaoya hurriedly straightened her clothes and took a look in the mirror before she walked out of the lounge with the small suitcase in her hands in satisfaction. No. 6 sat in the corner watching the scene in front of him, gritting his teeth with that wonderful expression. It was probably already cursing in his heart. Lin Yuro then looked back at her with that smug little expression, not to mention glaring at No. 6 as she turned back. Chapter 21, The Taste of First Love. The door of the box was opened again, and that familiar figure walked in, with some haggardness on her face. The lively and cheerful Li Xiaoya from before was simply a different person. Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with a forced smile, and there were already teardrops rolling in her eyes. You Ro all talk to you? Li Xiaoya asked in a small voice as she stood in front of the bed. Well, said that. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya in front of him. There was suddenly an indescribable feeling in his heart, and that pitiful look made people feel pity. No, it doesn't matter. As soon as the words fell, the bean-sized teardrops could no longer be controlled and dripped down. A simple sorry, but in her heart she had been expecting it for a long time. What she wanted was actually not an apology or forgiveness, but simply not wanting the man in front of her to misunderstand herself. Li Chen, which has seen a girl cry, instantly numbclaws, a little overwhelmed. You, don't cry. I'm not apologizing for it. You're giving me this whole won't. Li Chen also do not know what to say. Good. Really did not experience these aha, I know. Li Xiaoya very obediently wiped away her tears, and even smiled at Li Chen. Only the smile looked, more or less, a little ugly. I'll treat you to a late night snack later, as an apology to you, okay? Really? Then I want to eat spicy hot pot. Li Xiaoya was instantly in a better mood. This dark cloud came and went quickly. Li Chen is also full of black lines. This is done? No wonder people say that girls are very good at coaxing. If you can't do it, you can have a spicy hot meal, and if one meal doesn't work, you can have two. The two chatted in the box for a while, and soon all those unpleasant feelings were behind them. In fact, sometimes it's just like that, whether it's friendship, love or affection. If there are any misunderstandings, talk about it will be over. As a human being, there is no need to be too serious, so how tired to live. In a few decades, we will meet again. Sent to the crematorium, all burned to ashes. You're in a pile, I'm in a pile, no one knows anyone. Time passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye a clock is over. After the haze in my heart lifted, I was happy to see everything. Go! The two of them smiled at each other and reappeared already sitting at the table of spicy hot pot. Dating sometimes doesn't care what you eat or where you go. It's who's around you. A windfall. Two people only spent more than $30, which can be more cost effective than adding the clock. At this time, Li Chen's mind, and emerged to spend a small amount of money to do big things. The grandparents in the park are all dancing happily, and I don't know why they are so happy. Maybe their happiness is also so simple. The opposite embrace is not their old partner is good. The two skulked around aimlessly, their hands touching every now and then, but quickly separating again. The image is reminiscent of first love. Let's take a picture together. Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with affection, her eyes filled with longing. Great. Use your cell phone. This one of mine doesn't have very good pixels, Li Chen said with a bit of embarrassment. Yeah. Li Xiaoya pulled out her own cell phone and extended her hand to hold it aloft, facing the two men squarely. Li Chen intentionally or unintentionally to Li Xiaoya's side. In fact, there is no other meaning. It is simply the screen is too small. Do not think too much. Suddenly Li Chen turned around and shouted at the square. We're going to take a picture. All those who aren't their original pair hide. Hula. A group of Moncler outlet store moms and dads dispersed. The Moncler Jackets outlet store people looked over with murderous eyes and muttered a few words that we didn't hear. Li Xiaoya hurriedly pressed the photo button, and the two of them ran away with a laugh, leaving a group of bosses there cursing. After jogging along for who knows how far, the two finally stopped panting, both still with smiles on their faces at this point. What neither of them realized was that the two men's hands had unconsciously clasped together. Li Xiaoya was just about to draw back her hand when Li Chen instantly yanked it back with a force, and this time Li Xiaoya didn't hide anymore. She just lowered her head and blushed. Do you dare to think that this is the same Li Xiaoya who dared to rub her arms in the store and steal a kiss from Li Chen? The same thing happened in a different place. The effect and mood, that is not the same. At the very least, the original intention is different. At first maybe just simply, for that 10,000 recharge task, but when one day you lose it you realize that there may be more to it than just the mission. So what? We have to learn to cherish the people in front of us. Don't wait until you lose it to realize that you regret it. And the ending won't always be as perfect as it is in the novel. Chapter 22, Meeting a Mad Dog at a Class Reunion. The first rays of morning sunshine sprinkled over the high-rise county town, waking up the sleeping people. The streets are gradually bustling with commuters in a hurry, and the roadside breakfast stalls emit a burst of aroma. Li Chen also slowly opened his sleepy eyes, with a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously still immersed in last night's sweet date, Li Chen slowly got up and stretched hard. People are happy when they are happy, and it is true that the ancients did not deceive me. Li Chen was also in a super good mood today. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at it, the friend request list was still red. ******* forgot. Li Chen hurriedly tapped the list to agree to the friend request. A few seconds later a message popped up. "Humph, you finally remembered me? You didn't know to add me back even when you went back last night." A message with the flavor of resentment greeted him. "I was wrong. Don't be angry. I forgot. I came back last night and fell asleep, so I woke up and hurriedly added it." Li Chen hurriedly played the spirit of the dog-licking god with a very sincere attitude. "Okay, forgive you once, made me wait half a day to go to bed, and wanted to say good night to you." The message was quickly sent back, and Li Xiaoya was just pretending to be angry. "Well, my fault, blame me. It's my carelessness, it won't happen again. Look at this attitude. If it's all the same as licking the dog host, where else can two people argue?" The two simply chatted a few words, and then each went busy. Li Chen also want to participate in a classmate reunion at night. At this time the heart is also more apprehensive. After all, these classmates are only nominal. It is estimated that most of them still look down on him. After a long time of internal agonizing, he finally decided to check it out. After all, relationships still need to be established. And then again this time is different from the past. He is no longer that coy little boy. After all, into the community time is not short. What people have not seen, simply cleaned up. This time actually Rare did not fool around. Also went to take a shower. Although the conditions are limited, this kind of one-room rental house still has a public bathroom. After changing into the newly bought sportswear, it instantly seemed like he had changed back into that tender teenager. The current Li Chen had been transformed by the system, and no matter if it was his body or appearance, he was definitely a proper high-flying handsome. Although his inner personality had been forcibly transformed into a dog licker, it definitely didn't affect the forcefulness on the outside. It would have gotten a lot of turnout on the street, and it would have been perfect if it had come off a supercar instead of a mini. The time soon came to evening, and Li Chen drove his little car. A very small car indeed, running towards the Century Hotel. The Century Hotel could be considered one of the more upscale places in the county. It is said that and the Century Plaza is a boss. Li Chen in the heart is also envious, thinking of this and secretly in the heart, despised the dog system 100 times. Entering the hall, everywhere was splendid. Li Chen naturally had never come in. In the past, he only dared to go to small restaurants even in his dreams, and after quickly retrieving his thoughts, he walked straight towards the elevator, slipping along the way. He arrived at box 666. Li Chen slowly exhaled, pushed the door and walked in. At this time, the room was already almost full. Countless gazes came to the face. Most of them were surprised, because a lot of people had already failed to recognize Li Chen. After all, no one would be able to relate to that little scruffy guy in the past with his current appearance. They all started to talk about it. Xinyu suddenly stood up and shouted with a smile, "Li Chen, come. There are empty seats here." We don't know why Xinyu is so enthusiastic. Maybe it's her personality or maybe she's just curious. Li Chen didn't refuse and walked straight over. It just so happened that there was an empty seat next to Xinyu, and he didn't politely sit down directly. Li Chen glanced at Xinyu's side intentionally or unintentionally, and that person was none other than Su Jingyi. Exquisite melon face, with skin like snow, as if it could be blown away. The pair of large eyes, deep and bright, with long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Under the high nose, was a delicate red lips. The slightly raised corners of her mouth carried a hint of a smile if nothing else, making people want to. Her long hair was as black as ink and fell to her waist, wearing a pink sweater, paired with a pair of blue jeans, showing a lot of youthful vigor. This was the class flower that Li Chen had been crushing on for years. And just as Li Chen was still daydreaming, an untimely voice came out. "Gu, who is this? I didn't even recognize it, and now it's dressed like a human too." An unkind gaze was looking at Li Chen with a sinister smile on his face. Ha! The right side of Li Chen's mouth twitched upwards. That expression, not to mention that everyone was stunned. Is he still the same insubordinate little slob? He didn't even dare to say anything before, but now he's so arrogant? Everyone's inner readings are the same. Xinyu covered her mouth with her small hand and stared at Li Chen with wide eyes, with an expression of having seen a ghost. She was close to shouting out. Even Su Jingyi looked up at Li Chen, and that gaze was a bit complicated. There was surprise, sympathy, and seemingly a bit of disappointment. We couldn't figure out why there was so much inner drama. Speaking of the person named Zhang Hanbo, also counted as half of the second generation of rich people. Why counted as half of it? This cold wave family also a little money, but not a lot. At best, only a few million it. But on this table, that's the right rich second generation. If you put it on the outside, it's not even a piece of, so it's half. Zhang Hanbo took a look at Li Chen's expression and attitude, immediately scurried that evil fire straight to the sky. Asterisk. What the is your attitude? What's that look in your eyes? Immediately the teeth and claws began to clamor on. Li Chen, however, picked up the teacup in front of him and took a light sip. Shaking his head, he did not speak. That expression once again refreshed everyone's perception. This group of students who have seen this scene, all of them admire Li Chen to the ground. How to say 3 days apart. Hey, kid, you're arrogant. Don't think you can sit here just because you changed your clothes. Don't even look at what status you have. Are you worthy? The more Li Chen ignored him, the more he came to be angry, and his words were harder to hear than once. Almost done. People, Li Chen doesn't see eye to eye with you. You're not done yet. Xinyu frowned and looked at Zhang Hanbo with a warning look. When Zhang Hanbo saw Xinyu speaking for Li Chen, the fire was even bigger, as if the king of heaven was not good enough to come. Am I wrong? Everyone here should know about his family situation, right? he can't even afford to go to school, and will definitely be a social scum in the future. Oomph. After saying this, he even crossed his legs, looking like I'm not afraid of anything. Don't mention how beat up he is. Chapter 23, A Slap. The box is quiet as a pin can be heard. Everyone dares not speak. In the open, no one will definitely go against Zhang Hanbo. After all, people that condition is there. Who wants to offend it? Zhang Hanbo. You. Xinyu's little face turned red with anger and clenched her small fists. The stance was as if she wanted to have a dry fight, but it seemed like she couldn't do it, so she could only dry stomp her feet in anger. Why is Xinyu so helpful to Li Chen? After all, it was Xinyu who called Li Chen out, and the proposition was also a suggestion made by Xinyu. So Xinyu felt that no matter what, he had to come out and say a few words. Li Chen gently tugged on Xinyu's sleeve and nodded his head to indicate that he should sit down. Xinyu stomped her foot and pouted her lips as she sat down in her seat with a huff. Su Jingyi was watching Li Chen's reaction the entire time, but had no intention of speaking out to help. Just as everyone was in the mindset of watching, Li Chen slowly stood up. While walking, he said, I know, my family is poor. In the past, I didn't like to talk much. There's not much to cross paths with everyone here, so I can understand if you guys look down on me. Everyone actually nodded their heads in agreement after hearing Li Chen's words. Do you think it's infuriating? Li Chen continued. Then why is it that I, in turn, treat others the way they treat me, and you guys think it's my fault instead? Why is it that you mock me? I understand you, I don't care, but instead I am arrogant? Everyone was silent. After all, it was a group of students. They hadn't experienced the severe beatings of society, but Li Chen was different. Almost didn't let society beat him to death all these years. Immediately after Li Chen's voice rang out again, everyone looked at him with strange gazes. I don't steal. I don't rob. I rely on my own skills to support myself. What's wrong with me? I would like to ask all the honorable students here. Why do you look down on me? Who gave you the confidence? Your parents' status? Or your parents' wallets? If I'm not worthy to sit here, what about you? Everyone's petrified. Yeah, what about them? What are they without their parents? Balls at best? A hint of appreciation also appeared in Su Jingyi's gaze, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Xinyu was different. Those eyes were already stuffed with little stars, all flowing outward. This person of mine, I guess, has always adhered to one principle. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If a person commits a crime against me, I will yield 3 times. If a person offends me again, I'll return the favor. Everyone shivered when they heard the last sentence. Too damn scary. Why did they even move the needle and tube? But I'm a person who never holds a grudge. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, especially Zhang Hanbo, as he sensed that Li Chen had already walked behind him. At this moment, Zhang Hanbo's heart was already in a state of panic, and his legs and stomach were starting to turn. Because I have a vendetta on the spot. Slap. With a crunching sound, Zhang Hanbo only felt dizzy. A slap directly called on the right side of Zhang Hanbo's face, along with half of his head. Instantly, Zhang Hanbo planted himself diagonally on the ground, the corner of his mouth twitching. Everyone was shocked, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. Too damn ruthless. This ear spoon shall not call to death. Xinyu had gone completely crazy, practically a little fangirl, just short of shouting and cheering. Li Chen glanced at Xinyu, smiled, nodded, and gestured with his fingers to make a phone call. Those who didn't know about that gesture thought that they were giving themselves a 666 deduction. Enjoy yourselves, I'll leave first, let's get together again sometime in the future. After saying this, Li Chen directly raised his head and left. That posture, that movement, that look, simply charmed the young girls. Li Chen went out and directly ordered a few dishes in the first floor hall and enjoyed himself. Li Chen is gone. The box can be chaotic. Everyone exploded. Asterisk. What's going on? Why is Li Chen so fierce? I don't know. It hit pretty hard. Grass. Li Chen, you wait for me. Zhang Hanbo finally climbed up from under the table and cursed viciously and angrily. Everyone be quiet. The dishes are all served. Let's eat. Xinyu shouted with a small voice. Eat. Just ing know how to eat. Zhang Hanbo was like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught. If you don't provoke him, as far as that goes, beware of trouble coming out of your mouth. Su Jingyi slowly opened her mouth, counting it as a fair word for Li Chen. Zhang Hanbo naturally did not dare to lose his temper with Su Jingyi. After all, he had also been a licking dog for a few years, only that Su Jingyi had always taken him as heir. Zhang Hanbo saw the situation which still have the mood to eat, turned around and left in a huff. Alright, the hilarity is all over. Continue. Su Jingyi looked at the crowd with a smile. The crowd saw this and stopped talking. A farce ended like this, and the party ended unhappily. Everyone was feeling uninspired, and no one was interested in organizing the promised second party. Xinyu and Su Jingyi left early, and just arrived at the first floor hall. Xinyu spotted the person in the corner and jogged all the way over. Hey, why are you running here to eat alone? Xinyu deliberately pretended to scare Li Chen very loudly. Li Chen raised his eyelids and continued to dry his meal. Or what? There's always a need to fill your stomach. Su Jingyi also followed, and just quietly watched Xinyu play a trick on the side. Don't pay attention to what happened just now. It's all my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have shouted for you to come. Zheng Hanbo, this person is just sick. I'm so angry with this young lady. Xinyu had an exasperated look. Her pouting lips were still a bit cute. Well, seeing as you're more angry than I am, I don't really care. I'm used to it, said the speaker with no intention to listen. Finished and continued to bury his head to dry rice. The two women instantly pass after hearing this, and the inner drama begins again, both looking at Li Chen with sympathetic eyes. Obviously the same age. They are still students who do not know anything, but he has already lived as his parents. Well, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Then let's go. Let's have a small gathering some other day. Xinyu smiled and looked at Li Chen with a concerned look. Su Jingyi was like a noble white swan, watching from the side without saying a word. And we didn't know where the arrogance came from. Well, I'll treat you some other day, Li Chen also said very politely, ignoring Su Jingyi the entire time. Okay, then it's a deal. Bye. After saying that, he pulled Su Jingyi and left. Apart from glancing at Su Jingyi at first, she didn't even look at her later. Since it's unattainable, let's not climb it. It's tiring. Su Jingyi's heart is not good anymore. Usually it is the existence of the stars. Today, but as a transparent person all the way, looking at Xinyu when he was talking and laughing, actually also a little envious. At this point, we just want to say one thing, then why are you still pretending? Chapter 24, Breaking Through the Millions. In a five-handed Mercedes, Zheng Hanbo viciously slapped the steering wheel. Grass, you wait for me, see how I'll clean you up. Zheng Hanbo gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, venting the anger that had just been in his heart. After all, it is still a school child, and he himself feels that he cannot beat Li Chen. All also did not make a move, and secretly resolved in his heart that he must find the scene. Okay brother, don't be angry, we also don't need to be general with him, lowering your status is not. A fawning voice came from the passenger side. It is Zheng Hanbo's lapdog, Li Songhai. Zheng Hanbo's father is engaged in civil construction, contracting some small projects. These years also earned a lot of money. The whole is prosperous. And Li from the see it, the family is to Zheng Hanbo, his father supply some building materials and so on. The so-called is on the battlefield father and son soldiers, the master and the two long-term together with the Zheng family. After all, rely on others to eat it. How dare you say that? What were you doing just now? Why don't you come forward? Zheng Hanbo immediately aimed his spear at Li Songhai. Brother, I didn't react. Besides, if we make a big deal out of it, I'm afraid it'll affect our schooling. And he's not afraid because he dropped out of school. We're different, right brother? Li Songhai was also scared. He hurriedly found a reason to put it off, fearing that Zheng Hanbo would get angry again. You're right about that. I can't delay school because of him, or my dad won't be able to spare me. Zheng Hanbo suddenly came to his senses, realizing that what Li Songhai said was not wrong. He stopped pursuing the matter. You find a way for me to check. What is he doing now? Where does he live? I want to find a chance to straighten him out. Zheng Hanbo still couldn't swallow this breath and planned to spend money to fix Li Chen. Although he couldn't do it himself, it didn't affect his ability to find someone else. Okay Lu brother, I will go to inquire tomorrow. Li from the sea is also very doggy consciousness, promised that call a pain. Well, follow me well. I'll ask my dad to take care of your family's business as well, and I won't treat you badly. This tone of voice was so vivid that one would think that he was a young master of a wealthy family. Aha, thanks brother, if there is something you just squeak, promise to complete the task. Li Songhai nodded and assured, just like the little Li Zi beside the emperor. What about Li Chen's side? He just filled his stomach and drove his small car home. Although some unpleasant hiccups happened tonight, it didn't affect Li Chen's mood at all. Humming along the way, he entered the rental house, seemingly in a good mood. I don't know if it's because I saw the white moonlight or if that slap in the face was too much. Lying on his boarding bed, bored and flipping through his phone, he suddenly remembered the quest and opened the chat page. Are you asleep? My baby. Nope. Who's your baby? Soon Tang Shui replied to the message. Oops, sent the wrong one. Sorry. Li Chen sent it again with a bad smile on his face. You mean you're calling out for other little babies, so it looks like you have a lot of little babies. It's okay, it's only 7 counting you. No, don't you count me out. Your pond is too crowded. Well then, I'll give you the whole tank alone. Giggle. Is this a golden house? There's that idea. That depends on whether you give it a chance or not. Sorry about that. No chance. That's a shame. I was going to take you to dinner tomorrow. A movie or something. Ha ha, if you want to put it that way, it's not unavailable. I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll meet you at your door. Fine. I'll give you a chance to perform. I happen to be off tomorrow. Ending the chat. Li Chen was so excited that his little heart was pounding. This dog system. Are you this to transform me into a scumbag? When Li Chen's dog licking skills came into play, his speech was out of control, and his level of teasing was pure. Li Chen suddenly sat up violently and slapped his thighs. Asterisk 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 I haven't drawn any prizes today. It's not too late. I almost missed it. System, draw. The familiar process flickered like a ghost. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +2. 500. 000 gold coins. Obtaining the piano master skill. Phew. It's only a little useful for gold coins. Li Chen had no hope for skills now, always giving some chicken ribs. It was just after 12 o'clock when the raffle ended, and the time stepped just right. Since we're at the point, let's get it together and continue the raffle. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charm value +1. 100. 000 gold coins. And a bad luck card, note, can be designated to be used on any target, and be unlucky for 30 minutes by the user. Asterisk 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 finally it's not a skill. It's actually a card? It's a good thing. A neat tool. System, check the attributes. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 12. Title, face value. Skills, pick any wildflower. Poor quality scanning. Junior chef, dog licking god. Piano virtuoso. Backpack, bad luck card asterisk 1. Gold, 600. 000. Number of draws, 0. Redeeming gold coins. A few moments later the SMS tone sounded. Li Chen took out his cell phone and looked at it. The mood was instantly excited. The balance of 1,320,000 yuan. Ha ha ha, finally broke through a million. Yay! The hosts and other people's novels. The opening is billions and billions. Li Chen, however, is harboring a system and is surprised for $1 million. This is the ing gap. Chapter 25, Dating. The next day, Li Chen arrived early at the door of Tang Shue's house, sitting in the car and smoking a cigarette in boredom. A moment later a figure appeared in sight. It was Tang Shui walking out with a cheerful pace. Her long, shiny black hair, casually draped over her shoulders, framed her delicate melon face, cherry mouth, not point but jus. Her body was concave and convex, and a tight black dress outlined her curves perfectly. Under the hem of the dress revealed a pair of snow-white slender big beautiful legs, with black high heels, showing the sexiness and elegance. It made Li Chen's eyes drool. As soon as he got into the car, a light perfume smell came over him, and coupled with Tang Shui's stunningly beautiful face, it was simply intoxicating. Haven't you seen enough? Hurry up and go. Tang Shui playfully glared at Li Chen. A smile plastered on her face. You're so beautiful. Aren't you just for me to look at? I call this appreciation. Li Chen was not the least bit shameless as he knelt down and licked. The nature of a dog licker was already being utilized by him to the fullest. Cluck, 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 cluck. Beauty, don't you laugh. What's wrong? That smile of yours is simply divine. Ha ha ha, how did you become so oily? Although her mouth was talking about Li Chen, Tang Shui's heart was already happy. Which girl doesn't like to be praised? Yes? I'm just stating a fact. Li Chen's face was full of seriousness as he spouted nonsense in a serious manner. You win. Treat me to what? Tang Shui spread her hands helplessly and looked at Li Chen with a curious expression. Take your pick. I'll do whatever you like. Put. Giggle. I love durian then. Tang Shui looked at him with a bad smile on her face. It's not impossible. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere in the car was cordial. Tang Shui had been smiling since she got in the car, and the two of them found a random restaurant. Eating was secondary to what you ate. It was mostly about who was sitting across from you eating with you. The relationship between the two also slowly warmed up without realizing it. And what Li Chen didn't know was that his own charisma value also played a key role. The two just talked and laughed their way through lunch. It was simple but they were happy with each other. On the top floor of Century Plaza was a very large movie theater, and the two men were standing in the lobby at that moment, looking up at the names of the movies on the monitors. Which one to look at? Li Chen turned his head to look at Tang Shui. Whatever, as long as it's not a horror movie. Let's watch that rom-com. Then Li Chen chose a movie at random. Then he bought the ticket, and bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of Coke along the way. Everyone's gazes were intentionally or unintentionally aiming at them, and their hearts were envious of the proper high-flying handsome paired with the rich white beauty. The ticket check soon began, and the two walked into the ticket gate side by side. Li Chen chose the last row, and as we all know, the last rows and nooks and crannies in a movie theater are some secret bases. Don't ask me what they were for, guess for yourself. Soon the movie started and the two just watched it quietly. Occasionally they would reach out at the same time when going for the popcorn, and then quickly retract. And then There was no more then. Don't guess. Why do young couples and hot ones like to go to the movies? I guess it's because of the environment. And the atmosphere. The black light. It's really convenient to do something shy. Especially those who are still in the courting period. This is arguably the harbor that allows feelings to heat up quickly and the dock where they are smuggled in. The song ended and the first date belonging to the two people finally came to an end. Although it didn't achieve its purpose, the effect was remarkable. The two had just finished bidding farewell to each other when Li Chen looked at Tang Shue's back and turned on the scan. Name, Tang Shue. Age, 20. Height, 165. Weight, 45 kilograms. Favorability, 68. Number of relationships, 1. Number of actual battles, 0. As he watched the favorability rubbing up, Li Chen's heart was already blossoming with joy. Finally, we're getting closer to the mission objective. We still need to work harder, Li Chen muttered to himself, then drove the cart car back to his rental house. Just as I opened the door, my cell phone rang with a message. Humph, ignoring me for a day and not coming to me. What do you mean? Li Xiaoya sent a message in a very angry tone. Li Chen took a look at the message and felt bad. It seems that scum is also a technical job, and it needs to be rained on, so he hurriedly typed a reply. I'm sorry, I've been delayed by some things today. I've been really busy. It's been a day, and I haven't even had a bite to eat yet. Hey, poor just entered the house and was scolded by you. Clicking send. Li Chen was instantly relieved. I was wrong. I was wrong about you. Why are you so busy? Hurry up and order a takeaway. Don't starve again. Li Xiaoya immediately sent a message of apology and concern, looking quite distressed. It's okay, it's not that there's no way out. Otherwise how to charge 10,000 to send 2,000 woo. We'll never charge again. How is that going to work? What about your mission? The mission. This wave of Li Chen's operation is simply 666, both to appease the emotions and unexpected gains. It can be called textbook level. This time it's a real big deal for a small amount of money. Screwing the long-term free meal ticket. Unbeknownst to you, a bigger investment is ahead. Chapter 26. Li Chen was secretly investigated. Li Chen was still huffing and puffing when he was woken up by a ringing phone, picked it up to see that it was an unfamiliar number, and connected it in a daze. Hello, who's it for? Hello Mr. Li, I'm a financial advisor from Farmers and Merchants Bank. This call is to ask if I need to help you do some financial planning? A very sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Chen instantly stopped being sleepy and thought for a moment. How did you get my number? Mr. Li, I'm a bank employee, so naturally I have your contact information. Oh, well, no need for now. Li Chen directly refused. He was still thinking of saving some money to start a business. What financial management to buy? In that case, then do you see the need for me to help you apply for a gold card? The amount of your deposit has already reached the standard of holding a gold card. If you need it, I'll help you do an upgrade processing. Do you think it's okay? The bank Beauties' attitude was very respectful and issued an invitation again. Alright then, are there any formalities needed? Li Chen also asked curiously. The key was that he really didn't understand this. No need for that Mr. Li, I'll contact you when I'm done with you on my end and I'll personally deliver it to you. Well, alright then, that's a problem. No trouble Mr. Li, I won't bother you then. Have a nice life. Bye. Thanks. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Li Chen didn't feel sleepy anymore, and looked at the ceiling and launched himself into a daze. Suddenly remembering that he hadn't drawn any prizes today, he summoned the system. System, draw. The raffle process flashes by. Ding. Congratulations to the host. +1 charisma value. 500,000 gold coins. And obtaining the Heishu master skill. Li Chen immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood and looked at the skills given by the system, his veins popping out. System, can you be decent and give something practical? Li Chen stormed out and broke up with the system. Ding. The host loves it or not. Asterisk. Count on you. Little brother is convinced. Li Chen was also completely speechless, and it seemed that he couldn't do anything about the system. This time he did not rush to exchange gold coins. He decided to accumulate a little wealth. Since the system doesn't work, he can only save up slowly. As the saying goes, less is more. No. One county high school. Brother, I found out. Li Songhai sneakily walked to Zhang Hanbo's side and muttered in a low voice. Say, what did you find out? Zhang Hanlin put his feet up on the desk. He continued to fiddle with his cell phone in his hand, absently not raising his head. He went to the county after he stopped going to school and hung out in the community for 6 months or so. Then he went on to do some kind of apprenticeship and was fired about a year in. Just a little while ago, I think it was less than a month. Suddenly there was money, and some people were rumoring that he won the lottery. Li Songhai finished with a serious face, not to mention that he had checked carefully enough. and it was basically error-free. Grass. Stupid people have stupid luck. Actually won the lottery. Do you know how much you won? Zhang Hanbo clenched his back teeth, a chilling look hanging on his face. I don't really know. I don't think it's much. I've also heard of any big prizes recently, and there's only one lottery station that has a banner up. It said that there was $200,000 in scratch-offs. So I guess this is it. Li Songhai continued with a minion-like look. Alright, I know. Well done. I'll put my mind at ease about your house. Zhang Hanbo continued to fiddle with his cell phone again, as if nothing had happened. Alright brother. Thanks then. Li Songhai nodded and walked away. Li Chen was still in a good mood at this time, not realizing that someone was already plotting to take revenge on him. All the while, he himself was still replying to messages at a rapid pace, because he was going to be raining on the parade and was busy with his hands. I miss you. Will you come over to me this afternoon? Li Xiaoya seemed to have fallen in love as well, becoming more proactive. Okay, I'll come over to see you in a while. Li Chen hurriedly ended Li Xiaoya's chat, but the cell phone was still dripping non-stop. It seemed that it was still continuing to chat with Tang Shui. The nature of their work was completely different, so if they wanted to meet, they could only date alone. And Tang Shui didn't have the same convenient conditions as Li Xiaoya, but the two also agreed to go out on their next break, and Li Chen went to great lengths to accomplish his mission. Although this shows a bit of scum, but so far one did not get it. A flirty pink flirty mini parked at the entrance of a clubhouse. It also became a bright landscape, and some people who didn't know each other even went to observe it. This is a nice little car. Buy one for my daughter-in-law. It's suitable for a woman to drive. A middle-aged uncle leaned over the passenger side glass and looked into the car, muttering to himself. Li Chen was lying on the bed enjoying the services of the beauty when he suddenly sneezed twice. Ha! Is the air conditioner too cold? Should I turn it off for a while? Li Xiaoya thought that the temperature was a bit low. Very concerned, she asked, and even took a small quilt in her hand to cover Li Chen. No, it's fine. Someone must have scolded me. Li Chen muttered and continued to enjoy himself with his eyes closed. The two of them were chatting and enjoying a different kind of two-person world. I guess I'm going to lose my job. Li Xiaoya suddenly came out with a sentence that startled Li Chen. What do you mean? Our boss has a problem with his funds and is going to disgorge the clubhouse. Li Xiaoya sighed with a sigh, and her face was still full of sorrow. What's wrong? Does the family need money? Li Chen asked tentatively. No, it's fine. No need. Li Xiaoya pretended to be strong and denied it, but only she knew that once she lost her job, her mother's medical bills, caregiver fees, and other expenses would be like a huge mountain on top of her. Li Chen naturally guessed it, and ever since he learned about Li Xiaoya's family situation, he had been thinking about what he could do to help her through. Suddenly Li Chen had a flash of light. Transfer? Why not take over the clubhouse yourself? This way both can find Li Xiaoya a peaceful thing to do, and he himself won't be so bored. The main thing is that the technicians can be changed randomly. Isn't it also no need to spend any more money? Ha. Is your boss here? Ah, what are you looking for the owner for? It seems like it's in the bar. He's been in the store for the past few days, and occasionally he comes to talk about transfers. Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with great suspicion, not knowing what the hell he was looking for the boss for. Oh, so, I know. Li Chen had already decided that he was going to talk to the club owner in a while. Chapter 27 Acquisition of Clubhouse. For the rest of the afternoon, the two of them just kept on getting bored in the house. I don't know what all they did, but anyway, Li Xiaoya went to wash her hands with a red face. Li Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and zipped up his zipper. Wait, why zipper it up? Never mind. Li Chen walked straight out of the box after putting on his clothes and headed towards the elevator. There are 4 floors in the club. The second and third floors are all kinds of boxes, large and small of any size. The 4th floor is the office area. Don't look at the sparrow as small. The department is complete. What financial, personnel, logistics have everything. Li Chen quickly found the general manager's office and knocked on the door. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice came out, and the voice seemed to carry a bit of vicissitude and helplessness. Li Chen pushed the door in and what met his eyes was a spacious office that was luxuriously decorated. The solid wood desks and chairs were all good at first glance. There was also a tea drinking area dedicated to entertaining. Also a small set of solid wood tables and chairs. There was a very delicate and beautiful solid wood TC placed on the table. There was also a little bare-bottomed doll on the sea of tea, from which water would flow when poured from the top of the head. Ha. Li Chen quickly walked a few steps forward and shook hands with the middle-aged man. Hello, you're the owner, right? I heard the clubhouse is being transferred? Don't want to do it anymore? Li Chen asked tentatively and with a humble attitude. Yeah, how did you know? You don't look very old. The middle-aged man looked at Li Chen suspiciously. As the saying goes, if you don't have hair on your mouth, you won't be able to do anything. And seeing as Li Chen was only 20 years old, he was naturally a bit puzzled. I'm a regular customer of your store. and I still have more than 10,000 left on my membership card. If you quit, you have to return it to me, Li Chen deliberately flirted and said, with a gentle smile on his face. Little old brother, you're really good at joking. Even if you transfer the membership card, you can still continue to use it. Don't worry, ha ha ha, just kidding with you. I wonder how much the boss is planning to pay out. Li Chen also put away his playfulness and started chatting about business. What? Older brother is interested? The owner of the clubhouse had a curious look on his face. Just this young man in front of him is really capable? Inside he was not quite convinced. There is this idea. Talk about the price. Li Chen didn't look like he was joking at all. The owner of this club would immediately get energized when he saw that he seemed to be playing for real. He was in dire need of money right now, which was why he would change his clubhouse. But it's not that easy to find a strong buyer in a small county. Those who don't have money can't afford it, and those who do have money can't afford it in the county. Older brother, I see that you're sincere too. You should know very well that my business here is good. I won't say anything else. 2 million. The boss clenched his teeth as if he was still hemorrhaging money, his face full of reluctance. It's a bit pricey. I'm afraid, even though your business is okay, that price is a bit high. The same price I can go to the city to get. Li Chen directly hit the nail on the head and sealed his throat. This gesture intends to kill the price ruthlessly. You can't say that. I still have a good deal here. It's newly renovated and has a steady clientele. The technicians are all readily available. It's really not expensive with the room and the land. The owner was still not dead set on talking about the strengths of his clubhouse. Let's put it this way. Don't sell yourself short. 1 million. If you think it's okay, I'll take it over. Li Chen directly cut down 100,000, which was about the end. You're cutting too hard here. 150,000. I'll make a step. The boss also gritted his teeth, as if he had made a big concession. 180,000. Li Chen set out slowly, looking out the window with an expressionless face. Hey, older brother, why is it still down? The boss immediately sweated his head off. He had never seen such a bargain. No, if you can't, it's 105 million. If you do not sell I can leave. Really cannot open another one across the street from you. It just so happens that I have a date who's a mechanic here. So if I make her the manager and then raise the mechanic's salary, what do you think will happen? Li Chen looked at the owner of the clubhouse with a playful expression. That expression was like he was eating you up. Older brother, count on you. I'm convinced. You really don't look like a person of this age, looking even more old and hot than me. The owner of the clubhouse was also convinced and could only admit his head, continuing to weight down again, not to mention the urgent need for money. He also didn't see a suitable person to take over. It'll be 180,000 then. I didn't force you. Li Chen looked at the club owner with a bad smile on his face, a look of having gotten a bargain. Deal. Think of it as making a friend. The boss was also very quick to agree. There was nothing else to do when it came down to it. Well then, you arrange for someone to check in. Okay, wait a minute. After about an hour, all the formalities had been completed. The efficiency of a small county can still be done. After all, just these people, they can all get acquainted. Li Chen also asked for the boss's card number and transferred $1 million directly. Older brother this? The boss asked with a puzzled face. That's right, didn't we agree that it was $1 million? Li Chen said with a serious face. Ha ha ha, little old brother, I've made you a friend. In the future, if there is a need to use old brother, just speak. The boss also laughed a few times. His mood was very comfortable, and he also left Li Chen a business card. Then I'll be polite. I can't guarantee that I'll really beg you one day. Li Chen also laughed out loud. The atmosphere immediately changed, showing a very harmonious. That's the way of the world, to be a human being and to leave a thread, so that we can meet later. It is better to have one more enemy than one more friend, so that the road can be wider and wider. Chapter 28, Establishing a Relationship with Li Xiaoya. Li Chen held the contract in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. He finally had his first property of his own. Li Chen immediately sent a message to Li Xiaoya, asking her to come to the office, preparing to give her a surprise. Li Xiaoya was very nervous after receiving the message. The boss still rarely talked to anyone, and he didn't know what Li Chen was calling himself up for. She tiptoed to the door and knocked, still feeling a pang of apprehension. Enter. A familiar voice came. Li Xiaoya pushed the door and entered. The scene in front of her immediately made her freeze on the spot. Looking at Li Chen, who was sitting in the boss's seat, she was filled with dismay, unable to figure out what had happened. What are you still standing there for? Come over and sit. Li Chen had a gentle smile on his face and just looked at the petrified Li Xiaoya. What the hell is going on here? Li Xiaoya asked cautiously. It's what you see happening. I'm taking the place over. I'm your boss from now on. Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya with a bad smile on his face. Ha? No way? You really bought it? Li Xiaoya was still looking at Li Chen in surprise. This was simply too unbelievable. She also didn't expect Li Chen to be so rich. Of course, what's the point of lying to you? Future boss's wife. What are your feelings? Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya with a flirtatious face, and his small eyelids were still flickering. Who promised to be the boss's wife? You are so annoying. Li Xiaoya instantly blushed with shame, and rubbed her hands together with force. That look couldn't be more adorable. Ha ha ha. Well, I'll find another boss lady then. You, how dare you? When Li Xiaoya heard this, she instantly quit. Who doesn't want to be the boss's wife? Right. Ha ha ha. Okay, no kidding. Don't be a mechanic in the future. I don't have the time to manage all this. It's your business from now on. Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya with a serious face and withdrew the playful smile he had just had. Can I do it? Li Xiaoya was a bit hesitant, not knowing if she could manage such a big stall. If you think you can, you can. Even if you can't, I say yes, Li Chen said decisively, a smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth. Alright then, just don't worry, in case I can't manage it well. You can't blame me. Li Xiaoya playfully spat out her tongue, unconfidence written all over her face. You have to believe in yourself. At the very least I believe in you. Aha, I'll be attentive. Li Xiaoya finished speaking and walked over to Li Chen's side, directly kissing Li Chen's face. Li Chen smoothly took Li Xiaoya in his arms and sat on his lap. Change your name. What's a good one? The two of them just cuddled together in a mushy manner. I don't know. What do you want to change it to? Li Xiaoya wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck and looked at him with a blushing face. Why don't we call it the Chunya Club? Li Chen looked at the beauty in his arms with a smile. As soon as Li Xiaoya heard this name, her face turned even redder with shame, but her heart was indeed warm. Okay, all yours. As soon as the words left his mouth, a few tears unconsciously fell from the corners of his eyes. Not sad, but moved. Other than her parents, Li Chen was the first person who cared so much about her, and Li Xiaoya's heart had melted. It was also at this moment that she had completely fallen. She hugged Li Chen's neck tightly, letting the tears slide down mercilessly, falling drop by drop on Li Chen's shoulders. Li Chen felt Li Xiaoya's agitated emotions, and he also knew this feeling very well. The same end of the world. Who can be better than who has a few points? If it wasn't for a system falling from the sky, at this point Li Chen would still be being pointed at and scolded without daring to make a sound, for the sole reason that learning something here would still take care of his food. After holding each other like this for an unknown amount of time, Li Xiaoya's emotions slowly recovered. She slowly loosened her tightly embraced hands and just looked at each other with 4 eyes. For the first time, it felt like Li Chen wasn't a kid 3 years younger than herself, but a man she could really rely on. Her hand slowly stroked towards Li Chen's cheeks, slowly getting closer. Then, kissing his lips, Li Chen's first kiss was mercilessly taken away just like that, unaware that it was also Li Xiaoya's first kiss. Their lips were pressed together, tender and passionate. Li Chen's arms tightened around Li Xiaoya's sexy waist, pulling her closer to him as if he wanted to integrate her into his body. Li Xiaoya's hands also tightly wrapped around Li Chen's neck in response. The kiss was so full of longing and deep love that it was as if they had forgotten everything around them and reveled in this wonderful moment. They were completely enthralled, their breaths intertwined and their heartbeats beating in sync. The air seemed to stand still in this moment as the two men clung to each other. The smell of hormones emanated everywhere, and the two people who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time were greedy for it. I don't know how much more time passed before the two gradually let go of each other. The moment their lips parted, they also pulled out of fine silk. They slowly separated, their eyes full of love and fondness. Their foreheads were pressed against each other, feeling each other's temperature and breath, as if they were the only two people left in the world. True love is to remain steadfast and unswerving through the trials and tribulations of the years. What about a beautiful love? It is to spend every important moment of your life in each other's company and make some good memories. Love is a beautiful destiny that allows two strangers to meet, get to know each other, fall in love, and create a bright future together. Chapter 29. Li Chen returned to his rented house and looked at this familiar place, his heart filled with emotion. In less than a month, his fate had changed forever, and he was finally leaving the cabin. After simply packing a few clothes, there really wasn't much else to take, and the wobbly little fan had completed his final mission. Li Chen took what little luggage was left and drove the small car back to the clubhouse. There was a super large bedroom on the 4th floor, a temporary resting place for the former boss. Li Xiaoya had already replaced all the former boss's things, and the bedroom was all replaced with brand new ones, including some of the office's personal belongings. If not, it's still a woman's heart. Li Chen looked at everything in front of him, still a bit unreal. Although the system was very unreliable, it had actually changed his fate. All the employees had also gotten the news and looked at Li Chen, who had changed his identity with eyes full of admiration. There was only one person whose gaze was a bit averted. No need to guess. It must be number 6. Who made her eat the tofu of the new boss? Li Xiaoya did not fire her. After all, her status was different. The following employees still needed no 6 like this. At least the purpose was for the performance of the clubhouse. Without a competitive relationship, there was naturally no resentment or jealousy. Instead, Li Xiaoya even got on good terms with no 6, naturally for the sake of business. Lin Euro, as the boss's wife's best friend, was similarly promoted and transferred to the personnel department. She was also responsible for managing the affairs of the back office, a position that was also known as a junior housekeeper. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. The identity changed, and the relationship changed. The only thing that hasn't changed is Li Chen, who still chooses to be the boss. He still had that dangling look, which was a good thing for the employees. At least there was no generation gap with the new boss. The large office had naturally become Li Xiaoya's office. Everyone also knew that Li Xiaoya and Li Chen's relationship had been established. At this time, Li Chen had already ducked into the bedroom and was chatting feverishly with Tang Shui, but he was still thinking about that mission. The reward is not the main thing. The main thing is that the punishment for failing the mission is too harsh. For the sake of the future sexual life also have to complete this task. Looking at the balance in his card, Li Chen was again in trouble. The millions of funds that had been saved up with great difficulty were gone just like that. There was still 220,000 left in the card balance, and there was still 500,000 gold coins that hadn't been exchanged, which meant that there was still 720,000 available. Yi Chen called out the system to check his attributes. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 13. Title, face value. Skills, random wildflower picking, poor quality scanning. Junior chef, dog licking god, piano master, master heckler. Backpack, bad luck card *1. Gold, 500,000. Number of draws, 1. Phew. Never mind. Let's raffle it off and hopefully draw something good. Drawl. It's still the same old process crossing over. Ding. Congratulations to the host. +1 charisma value. 200,000 gold coins. And obtaining the time management master skill. I go. What the hell is a time management master? System don't let me go further and further down the road of scum. Ding. The host should feel grateful. Another flirtation from the system, which Li Chen was already used to. Okay, I think you always okay? Li Chen was also helpless by the system as a whole. All of them were some rib skills that just wouldn't let trench up. Just as Li Chen was agonizing over the lack of money, the dilemma came again, and the bedroom door was knocked at that moment. Enter. Li Xiaoya walked in slowly and sat down on the edge of the bed with her butt, pouting with a sullen look. What's going on here? Who messed with you? Li Chen asked with concern as he looked at Li Xiaoya, who was full of worry. It's almost payday, but there's no money in the account. Li Xiaoya burst into a sigh. Her small mouth pouted even higher. It could hang a bottle of mineral water. I thought, what's the matter? We just took over. The account must have no money. How much do you need? Li Chen is not only not anxious but also comforted Li Xiaoya. Also do not know who is the boss in the end. It's estimated to be around 200,000. Some of the technicians are paid on the same day. The others are paid on a monthly basis. And then there's the service staff and management. Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with a crying face. Alright, it's not even a problem. I'll transfer $300,000 to the finance right away. Don't worry. Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya smilingly. This cute look really made people laugh and cry. Well, with all this investment again, when will it be profitable? Okay, go and get busy. Don't fret. It'll get better slowly. Li Chen hurriedly dismissed Li Xiaoya, otherwise he would have to cry in a while. Li Xiaoya just walked out of the room. Li Chen immediately exchanged gold coins and then transferred $300,000 to the finance. Looking at his account missing another $300,000. It was a heartache. He said it didn't matter, but his heart was dripping blood. After acquiring the club, there was still 220,000 left in the account, plus 700,000 gold coins, and then subtracting this 300,000, there was only 660,000 left in the account. It's so hard to spend money like water. It's so hard to save some money. Li Chen is worried about money again. Chapter 30, meeting Zhou Wanrong for the first time. The sleeping Li Chen was woken up by a ringing phone again, and opened his eyes to see. Exempt. It's already noon. Hey, hello, Mr. Li, bothering you again. Your gold card has been processed. Is it convenient for you today? I'll send it over to you. A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's you. Convenient. Li Chen stretched and sat up straight. Then where can I find you? Or else I'll add you on WeChat and you'll send me a location? Yes, this is the number. Good. Then I won't disturb your rest, and I'll trouble you to pass it in a moment. Immediately after ending the call, he received an application to add a friend, and Li Chen directly verified it, then clicked on the avatar and sent a location of his own over. Li Chen slowly got up and briefly washed himself, then he heard the sound of clanking outside. He slowly walked out of the bedroom and looked out of the window. It turned out that they were changing the sign of the clubhouse, and the new sign had already been hung up. Yo, you're awake? You've had a good night's sleep. It's not even dark yet and you're already awake. Li Xiaoya stepped out of the elevator, and a slightly mocking voice came out. Li Chen turned around to see that it was Li Xiaoya and smiled awkwardly. It's okay, get used to it, or you'd be sleeping here too so you could yell at me to get up. Cluck cluck cluck. You think so? Li Xiaoya was instantly amused. There's a banker coming by in a few minutes to deliver the bank cards, so talk to the front desk. Got it. What do you want to eat for lunch? Li Xiaoya obediently took Li Chen's arm and asked very intimately. Eat whatever you want. You're not picky. Just get an extra serving of whatever you're having. Well, I'll just buy whatever I want then. Li Chen very favorably rubbed Li Xiaoya's head and gently kissed her on the forehead. Well, I'm going to get busy, so if you need anything, you can yell at me. Well, go on. Li Chen also turned around and returned to the bedroom. A few moments later there was a knock on the bedroom door. Enter. The door to the room opened and a beautiful woman walked in. The girl had a head of straight black hair falling to her waist, with bangs on her forehead neatly combed to one side. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional. Her eyebrows were like a curved moon, her eyes were like autumn water, and her lips were slightly upturned with a confident smile. Dressed in a professional outfit, a white shirt with black suit pants, with a black blazer on top, she looks competent yet feminine. Even if the package is tight, it is difficult to hide her sexy and proud body. The black high-heeled shoes under the feet are adding a few points of the atmosphere. Is simply the workplace queen model. Hello Mr. Li, I'm your financial advisor Zhou Wanrong, and this is your gold card. You can contact me directly if you have any questions or needs in the future. Gentle, dignified, generous, and speaking in a measured manner, worthy of being a workplace elite. Li Chen nodded with a smile on his face and slowly spoke. Thank you then, and I'm still troubling you to make a trip. Hard work, hard work. After saying that, Li Chen directly stretched out his hand and shallowly shook the beautiful woman's hand in a very gentlemanly manner. You're welcome, Mr. Li, this is my job, as it should be. Zhou Wanrong also responded with a polite smile. I don't know if Mr. Li has any financial management or loan needs? If so, I can help you apply. Zhou Wanrong once again made an invitation to work, with an air of not stopping until she reached her goal. I'm sorry, beautiful, there's really no need for that at the moment. If there is in the future, I will contact you first. Li Chen really didn't need to manage his wealth for the time being, as he didn't have any wealth to manage. Loans are even less necessary. No money is only temporary. There is still a little to squeeze. I'm talking about money, but don't think about it in a crooked way. Alright then, I won't bother you then. I hope to work with you sometime. Seeing that Li Chen had refused his business again, Zhou Wanrong got up and prepared to leave. Aha, there's definitely a chance. Then we'll be in touch again. Li Chen also stood up and sent Zhou Wanrong to the elevator entrance. After all, it was a person from the bank. He couldn't be offended. Maybe he really needed a loan someday. System, if you don't let me trench up, I'm really going to take out a loan. Li Chen whined to himself. As a powerful and coaxing system host, you can go if you're not too ashamed. Another mocking voice sounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm just saying, why don't you miss the chance to taunt me every time? If there's really an emergency calling out to you, you'll show up, no? Li Chen sighed, expressing deep helplessness. After mocking, the system just stopped talking again. It was just old six, bullying people. Just as Li Chen was sulking, a message came on his cell phone. Where are we going to go for tomorrow's rest? Tang Shui sent a message that, go out for a spin? Or go hiking? Li Chen tentatively suggested. Yeah, let's go to a nearby one then. It's too far for time. Okay, then I'll pick you up tomorrow. Hooray! See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Li Chen put away his cell phone, a smile on his lips as he felt that he was not far from completing his mission. Unbeknownst to them, there is another crisis coming up as well. Chapter 31, Dating and Hiking. The next day, the sunlight poured over the earth, warm and bright. Li Chen woke up early and drove to pick up Tang Shui with anticipation. Tang Shui is wearing a sports outfit today, showing youthful vigor and a different kind of sexy and charming. She wore a slim-fitting sports undershirt on top, the flattering material outlining her proud figure. Her slender waist was not too thin to hold, and the neckline of her undershirt was just right to reveal her delicate collarbone and a small slice of white skin, exuding a kind of temptation if nothing else. Underneath was a pair of tight black sweatpants that wrapped tightly around her slender legs and a pair of white sneakers. A head of long black shiny hair was tied into a high ponytail, Her face was unpowdered but still fair and translucent, clear bright eyes, long eyelashes flickering, slightly upturned corners of the mouth with a touch of sweet smile. Let a person look at the heart infatuation. Wow, you're so beautiful today. Li Chen's eyes fell out, and his harlotry flowed down his pants. Cluck cluck cluck, poor mouth. Hurry up. Tang Shui hit her mouth and laughed. It was a happy one. After the two of them briefly chatted for a few moments, both of them had big smiles on their faces and immediately set off towards the nearby mountain. They arrived at the foot of the mountain, and when they looked up, the rolling mountain range seemed like a giant dragon snaking around. The mountains are covered with green trees, and the lush trees look like they have put a green cloak on the mountains. The leaves rustled in the breeze. As they walked along the mountain path, all kinds of wildflowers bloomed on the side of the road. Like a sea of gorgeous flowers, they swayed in the breeze, emitting a burst of fragrance, and there were butterflies dancing among the flowers. The two just continued to climb upwards and they came to a waterfall. The waterfall poured down from a great height with a lot of splashing. The water pool under the waterfall is so clear that you can see fish swimming happily in the water. The rocks around the waterhole were smooth and rounded by the current, as if they were the work of nature. Wow, look, so many fish. Tang Shui stomped her feet in excitement, looking like she was dancing around. The air in the mountains is extraordinarily fresh, with the fragrance of the earth and the scent of the grass. Taking a deep breath makes one feel relaxed and refreshed. The mountains in the distance loomed under the clouds, as if a beautiful landscape painting. Climbing to the top of the mountain, the view opens up. You can overlook the whole county, giving you a pleasant feeling. When life is weighing you down, go for a walk. Seeing the beauty and breathing in the fresh air can soothe the pent-up emotions in your mind. Li Chen and Tang Shui stood side by side at the top of the mountain, feeling the beauty and tranquility of nature. Their hearts were filled with joy and fulfillment, as if all their worries had dissipated at this moment. This is the river and mountain that I have fought for you. Does your favorite concubine still like it? Li Chen had a very serious tone, and with a wave of his hand, he had the decency to point his finger in the direction of the county. Ha ha ha, I like it very much. Thank you for your majesty's reward. Only Tang Shui slightly bent her knees and folded her hands on her waist, slightly bowing her head. Her eyes were playful and soulful. Then, she straightened up and lightly spun around, her ponytail making a graceful arc in the air. Her movements were graceful and lively, as if she was really an ancient beloved concubine thanking the king for his kindness. And that look was both lovely and charming. The two of them then burst out laughing at the same time. A heartwarming image. I goo, laughing my ass off. I can't, my stomach hurts from laughing. Tang Shui's small hand covered her stomach, and that look seemed to be happy. A travel date that was both fun and romantic drew to a close, and the two were soon back at the foot of the mountain. Drive on the small car slowly toward the county. Back in the county, Li Chen took Tang Shui for a simple dinner and then sent Tang Shui home. A few moments later, the car quickly arrived at the door of Tang Shui's neighborhood. Tang Shui opened the car and got out, turning her head to look at Li Chen. Thank you for today. I'm very happy. After saying that, he spat out his tongue, and that look was adorable. With a happy little step, a jump and run into the neighborhood. The moment he turned around, Li Chen directly turned on the scan. Name, Tang Shui. Age, 20. Height, 165. Weight, 45 kilograms. Favorability, 75. Number of relationships, 1. Number of actual battles, 0. Watching the favorability soar all the way up, Li Chen's heart couldn't be happier. Getting closer and closer to his goal. Shut down the system, lit up a white Tartar mountain, hummed a little tune, and drove leisurely back to the cart. Chapter 32 Zhang Hanbo's plot. No, one county high school. Brother, he seems to have moved. I heard that he opened a clubhouse called something like Chunya Club. Li Songhai followed behind Zhang Hanbo with a fawning smile. Good, well done, I know what to do. The corner of Zhang Hanbo's mouth imperceptibly revealed a sinister smile. After the two separated, Zhang Hanbo drove his five-handed tiger Ben and went straight to the county town. Stopping when he saw a pool hall, he walked into it with a black bag in his hand. A strong smell of smoke greeted the room as soon as he entered. A group of gangly young men filled the hall. Some were chatting and farting, some were hugging beautiful women, and some were playing ball and drinking. It was properly like a small gangster's underground organization. Ahem, Brother Liang, I'm here, long time no see. Zhang Hanbo coughed violently twice, choking on the smell of smoke. A young man with a cross-faced face greeted him with a loud laugh, and that look wasn't a good bird at first glance. Ouch, my bodhi is here. Come, take whatever you want to drink. The young man's name is Zhang Liang, and he is a somewhat famous punk in this area. As you can see, he has a lot of juniors under his arm. Every day, in addition to eating and drinking, but also do some unorthodox fuck, also are some small fights, and do not dare to do too much. After all, out of the mix, are afraid to go into squat for a few years. No need Brother Liang, last time and you said that thing, no problem, right? Zhang Hanbo directly opened the door. Straight to the point, he really did not want to stay in the more. Of course, take the money and do the job. Don't worry, we are professionals. Zhang Liang patted his chest and said, that looked more or less owed a beating. That's good, I brought the money, count it. Zhang Hanbo handed over the bag in his hand. Fine, I believe in my body, so I won't look at it. Zhang Liang took the bag and threw it directly onto the pool table. The look was casual, as if he really believed it. Then I'll go back first, waiting for your good news. Zhang Hanbo finished speaking and directly turned around and walked out of the billiard hall. He was about to suffocate. It was simply not a place for people to stay in there. Good, then I won't send you off. Just wait for my good news. Zhang Liang didn't talk too much nonsense and looked confident. Boss, 30,000. A lad with dyed yellow hair counted the money in the bag. Well, I know. Forgive him for not daring, saying on his lips that he didn't care. How could this kind of person have any integrity? Prepare some brothers and strike tomorrow night. Zhang Hanbo looked at yellow hair and instructed, wearing a fierce look on his face. Okay, boss, it's been ready for a long time. Yellow hair promised very politely, looking quite afraid of this Zhang Liang's appearance. Provincial or county guild hall. Li Chen ended his appointment and quickly returned to the clubhouse. Where did you go dashing off to today? Away for a whole day? Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen in a slightly moody manner. That looked like a disgraced concubine. Something came up today. It's been a busy day. Where can I go to dash around? Li Chen lied without blushing, as if what he said was true. Alright, hurry up and take a shower and rest. Have you eaten yet? Li Xiaoya walked to the front with a face full of concern. Well, I've eaten with a few friends. I'm going to take a break, so you go about your business. Li Chen didn't know which skill brought him this lying ability. He had a load of friends. Well, good, then I'll go and get busy. Business is pretty good tonight. Li Xiaoya had a very well-behaved look on her face, looking like she was still in a good mood as she turned around and walked into the office. Li Chen saw this and hurriedly ran back into the bedroom. As soon as he entered the house, he pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the message that had just come in. Phew, luckily, I was resourceful and changed it to vibration mode. Li Chen had a look of gratitude on his face. Are you home yet? Tang Shui sent a message. Just arrived. Don't worry. Li Chen hurriedly replied over with a fart. That's great. Today was so much fun. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm happy too. Well, good night. Eighth. The relationship between the two had heated up rapidly at rocket speed. Flirting had become a common occurrence, and Tang Shui seemed to be enjoying it, so naturally Li Chen would not let go of every opportunity to take advantage of the situation. System, draw. The flow flashes by, trying not to water down the words. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +2. 200. 000 gold coins. Obtain a lucky card. Note, after use, it can increase the host's lucky value for 5 minutes, with twice the effect with half the effort. Ha! Lucky card? I gave a bad luck card last time and haven't used it yet. What can this thing do? Li Chen looked at the extra luck card in his backpack and didn't pay much attention to it. What he needed most right now was gold coins. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 16. Title, face value. Skills, random wildflower picking, poor quality scanning. Beginner chef, dog licking god, piano master, heckling master, time management master. Backpack, bad luck card *1. Lucky card *1. Gold, 200. 000. Number of draws, 0. Closing the system. Li Chen slowly retrieved his thoughts. He felt that he had a long way to go on the road to rise. Although with the help of the system, it seemed that this system was very unorthodox. It was still necessary to take things slowly. Li Chen just fell asleep in a daze. What he didn't know was the storm was about to come. Chapter 33, the clubhouse was smashed. The next day, sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Li Chen lazily lay on the big bed, enjoying Li Xiaoya's private massage service to the fullest. Xiaoya, you're getting better and better at this craft. Li Chen closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Li Xiaoya smiled gently, but the movements of her hands didn't stop. Oily mouth, you're just good at making me happy. Everything in the club was as usual. There had been guests since noon and the waiters were busy. The handsome guy at the door greeted every guest with a big smile, which was a breath of fresh air. However, this tranquility was shattered in the evening. A group of uninvited guests came to the entrance of the clubhouse aggressively. The leader of the group was Zhang Liang, who was full of fierce looks, followed by a group of punks. All of them were flowing, with a look of fearlessness. Seeing this, the handsome boy at the door hurriedly stepped forward to block the way. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask if there's anything I can do for you? If not, please. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Liang pushed the handsome young man away and said viciously, Get lost. I'm here to find trouble today. The handsome young man stumbled and almost fell to the ground when he was pushed, but he managed to get to the front again. You can't do this. This is a regular clubhouse. Don't mess around or I'll call the police. Regular? Oomph. Let's make it informal today. You call the police on one of them and I'll see? Zhang Liang sneered and waved his hand. Smash it for me. The punks rushed into the club like wolves and tigers, and began to madly smash. The guests were terrified and fled in all directions. The waitresses were also terrified and didn't know what to do. Li Chen sat up violently from his bed when he heard the noises outside. Li Xiaoya was also pale. What's going on? Li Chen frowned. Go out and take a look. The two came to the hall, and the sight before them shocked them. The hall was in a mess everywhere. Tables and chairs were overturned, and decorations were smashed to pieces. The punks were still destroying it non-stop. Arrogant angry curses coming out of their mouths. Li Chen shouted angrily. What are you doing? Stop it for me. When Zhang Liang saw Li Chen, he revealed a hideous smile. Yo, are you the boss here? I'm just here to show you some color today. Don't be nervous. Li Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Liang in front of him. What exactly do you guys want? Who told you guys to come? Oomph. Pretending to be confused, right? Zhang Liang said viciously. Li Xiaoya was trembling with anger. You guys are too much. Is there any king's law left? King's law? Here. I am the king's law. Zhang Liang laughed arrogantly. That look of arrogance. At this time, a punk came over and said to Zhang Liang, Boss, this kid has a pretty wild mouth. Should we give him some color? Zhang Liang nodded. Good. Give him a lesson so that he'll learn a lesson. The punk immediately rushed towards Li Chen and swung his fist to hit. Li Chen hastily dodged, but he was still hit in the shoulder, and the pain caused him to suck in a mouthful of cool air. Li Chen! Li Xiaoya exclaimed, trying to rush over, but was stopped by another punk. Be honest with me, or else I'll even beat you together. The punk threatened with open teeth and claws. Li Chen looked at Zhang Liang angrily. Good. Very good. You'll regret it. Regret? Fine. Then I'll see how you can make me regret it. Zhang Liang waved his hand. Keep smashing. The punks were even more frantically destroying the clubhouse, as if they wanted to raze the place to the ground. Li Chen looked at all this, his heart filled with helplessness and anger. He knew that there was nothing he could do now but to ask everyone to protect themselves. Everyone protect yourself. Don't fight them hard. Let them smash as they please. Li Chen shouted. The waiters sought shelter, and the guests all hid in the corners shivering in fear. Zhang Liang looked at Li Chen and said smugly, How about it? Still making me regret? Let me tell you, today is just the beginning. There will be even better ones waiting for you in the future. Li Chen clenched his fists. Well, I'll be waiting for you then. Oomph, tough mouth. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Liang led the punks to leave the clubhouse in a big way. After they left, Li Chen and Li Xiaoya hurriedly checked everyone's situation. The handsome young man at the doorway was the most seriously injured, presumably from a pickaxe stick, and he was lying on the ground with a pained expression all over his face. Quick, call an ambulance, Li Chen said anxiously. Li Xiaoya hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed 120. Li Chen looked at the messy guild hall, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He also didn't know who was targeting him. Li Chen, what should we do now? Li Xiaoya asked worriedly. Li Chen took a deep breath. Clean up this place first. I will definitely find out who was behind this. Li Chen also began to wonder in his mind who was behind this matter. He first thought of Zhang Hanbo. After all, he was the only one who had had conflicts with himself recently. Li Chen fell into deep thought. He knew he had to find out who was behind this as soon as possible. Otherwise the guild would never have peace. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang and Zhang Hanbo are celebrating their victory in a bar. Bodhi, did you do a good job this time? That Li Chen must be terrified right now. Zhang Liang said proudly. Zhang Hanbo smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. I want him to know what happens when he messes with me. That look was not like a student, full of sinister cunning. But, will we get into trouble if we do this? Zhang Hanbo was still a little worried in his heart. After all, he was still in school. What are you afraid of? As long as we do it cleanly, no one can find out about us. Alright, then it's best for you guys to hide next. Zhang Hanbo warned with a goony look on his face. What are you afraid of? Will he still dare to find me? Zhang Liang's face was full of horizontal flesh as he twitched, looking like he didn't care. Li Chen was very annoyed inwardly as he lay on the bed, his heart already guessing about 8 or 9 times. Recovering his thoughts, Li Chen summoned the system. The mood is no longer bad, but also cannot forget the lottery. System, draw. The process drifted by. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +2. 500. 000 gold coins, and obtaining the master locksmith skill. Holy, what does this mean? To set up a locksmith store? System. You've gone further and further down the road of immodesty. Check the properties. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 18. Title, face value. Skills, random wildflower picking, poor quality scanning, junior chef, dog licking god, piano master, heckling master, time management master, lock picking master, backpack, bad luck card *1, lucky card *1, gold, 700, 000, number of draws, 0. Looking at the series of skills, Li Chen had the urge to format them. Chapter 34, The Terrifying Zhao Shuwen. Early in the morning Li Chen was woken up by a cacophony of noise. Went out to see that it was the people from the guild who were cleaning up the mess. Li Xiaoya organized everyone to clean up, and some of the smashed things in the hall were replaced with new ones. You're awake? Li Xiaoya saw Li Chen come downstairs and walked over with a smile on her face. It was as if nothing had happened yesterday. Li Chen also looked at Li Xiaoya, who was pretending to be strong. Well, wake up. What should be replaced should be repaired. Not enough money to talk to me. Li Chen dotingly touched Li Xiaoya's head and gave her a reassuring look. Well, it's all pretty much packed up for the night without delay. It's just that this group of people are all scared to death. Some people already want to quit. Li Xiaoya's very worried look. It could be seen that she was also scared to death in her heart. Give everyone a red packet each, to calm the nerves. And what's the situation with the lad? It's not a big deal. He'll be fine after 2 days of rest. I gave him a few days off. Li Xiaoya briefly explained the situation to Li Chen. That's good. Pack a big one for him as compensation for the guild. Li Chen once again instructed. Got it. I'll go arrange it in a while. What are you going to do? Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with some concern. Stay out of it. I'll take care of it. Li Chen turned around and returned to the 4th floor when he finished speaking. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. A very happy voice came from the other end of the line. Egu, little old me, why did you remember to call me? The caller is the previous owner of the club, Zhao Shuwen. Can meet the club and a few people are good. This Zhao Shuwen is also a black and white master. And last night's punks that is not a level. Zhang Liang such at best is a small play. Older brother, there's really something that needs your help this time. Li Chen said without haste. Don't be polite with old brother. Just tell me if there's something you need to do. And I'll definitely do it for you if I can. Zhao Shuwen had an extremely good impression of Li Chen through the last incident. Yesterday someone came to the clubhouse and caused trouble, smashing the 1st floor. But I don't really know anyone in this area. So old brother helped me find out who ordered it. Li Chen slowly told the original reason. He knew that this matter shouldn't be difficult for Zhao Shuwen. The key was that he didn't know anyone else either. Asterisk. His grandma, who's so bold. Brother, don't worry. I'll find out for you and give you an explanation. Zhao Shuwen directly burst into foul language. Obviously also lost his temper. He had just left on the front foot and was smashed on the back foot. It was no wonder that Li Chen would call himself. What he didn't know was that Li Chen had no choice. In a villa, Zhao Shuwen hung up the phone, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Asterisk. Is this coming at me? He cursed angrily, a bit hysterical. Zhao Shuwen immediately called his men, and ordered down that this matter must be investigated immediately. Why was Zhao Shuwen so angry? He thought that this group of people were rushing at him. After all, not many people knew that he had changed hands, but he didn't expect that someone would smash his store. He thought it was because he had let Li Chen take the blame. That's why he was so angry. Anyone else would have thought the same thing. Having just taken over and been smashed, they would definitely associate it with the former boss. Someone who could lightly take out more than $1 million. Zhao Shuwen wouldn't think that Li Chen was a simple character. Word soon came back from his men. Brother 1. It was a punk who did it. Called Zhang Liang. There are dozens of little brats under his hands, so I guess he received money. A tall, burly man told Zhao Shuwen the information he had found out. This look wasn't a lord to be messed with. Asterisk. Send someone over there to end it for me. For S sake, get the leader back to me. I'd like to see who messed up. Using such childish tactics, Zhao Shuwen was blowing his beard and eyes out in anger. This childish trick was purely adding insult to injury for him. It's just a toad crawling on the top of his foot. It doesn't bite and disgusts people. Zhao Shuwen immediately took out his hand and called Li Chen. Older brother I'll have the driver go over to pick you up and come over to see the theater. Zhao Shuwen said on the phone with a smile. Okay old man. I'll be at the clubhouse. Li Chen hung up the phone and was secretly impressed in his heart. He hadn't expected it to be done in such a short period of time. A few moments later, a Mercedes S stopped at the entrance of the clubhouse. Li Chen directly got into the car, and the Mercedes slowly left the clubhouse, heading towards Zhao Shuwen's villa. Just after getting out of the car, Li Chen saw a very beautiful small house appear in front of him. Behind the black iron gate was an imposing villa. The main body of the villa was constructed from dark-colored stone, giving it a calm and atmospheric feeling. The fountains on both sides of the gate constantly sprayed water, forming a beautiful rainbow under the sunlight. Walking into the villa's hall was like entering a temple. Huge crystal chandeliers hung from the towering ceiling, and the floor was made of smooth marble. It was covered with a thick carpet, which was soft and comfortable to step on. The walls of the hall were hung with an exquisite oil painting, appearing very classy. As soon as Zhao Shuwen saw that Li Chen had arrived, he hurriedly greeted him. "Come, old brother, sit over here. The good show will start in a while." Zhao Shuwen brought Li Chen to the hall with a smile on his face. Handing Li Chen a cigarette, the two began to chat. A few moments later a scream came from outside the villa, and the sound was creepy to hear. "Go, old brother will take you to the theater." Zhao Shuwen patted Li Chen's shoulder, got up and headed outside. Li Chen also stood up and followed close behind. Just after leaving the hall, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was too damn miserable. Chapter 35, After the rainstorm comes the rainbow. Outside the villa, Zhang Liang was beaten by the two pugilists and didn't even recognize his mother, his mouth and nose spurting blood. Miserable. Li Chen looked at the Zhang Liang in front of him. Where was the arrogance from last night? Even Li Chen couldn't stand to look at him anymore and quickly stepped in to stop him. "Stop. Don't fight. Don't fight. Don't stop." Even Zhao Shuwen couldn't help but look back at Li Chen with this maneuver. When Zhang Liang saw Zhao Shuwen and Li Chen walk out of the villa, he was scared out of his wits and hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. "Wife, Master Wen, I was wrong. Gu, stop fighting. Spare me this time." The screams just didn't stop, and everyone who heard them got goosebumps. Say, who ordered you? Dare to smash my store? Zhao Shuwen let out a roar, directly giving Zhang Liang a fright that he didn't even dare to shout out. "Oh ouch oh Vin. Wife, Master Wen, that little pussy told me that you quit and someone else bought that. Otherwise lend me 100 guts. I wouldn't dare to go," Zhang Liang said while screaming miserably. "Who told you to go?" Li Chen also opened his mouth to ask. "It's Zhang Hanbo. He gave me $30,000, asked me to find some trouble, said you offended him. Tatsu. Brother Chen, I'm wrong, just forgive me this time." Zhang Liang was also really scared. How would he have thought that Li Chen and Master Wen had this relationship? Otherwise he really wouldn't have dared to go. "Forget it, don't fight. Let's leave it at that. He's also receiving money to do his job." Li Chen finally loosened up. He also didn't bother with Zhang Liang. After all, he wasn't the mastermind. Li Chen was ready to teach Zhang Hanbo a good lesson. "Since old brother doesn't care, let's forget about it. Count your kid lucky. Otherwise I would have to beat you to death." Zhao Shuwen glared viciously at Zhang Liang, and the two big men only stopped when they saw their boss give the word. "Thank you, Master Wen. Thank you, Master Wen. You have to thank Li Chen, or this isn't over." Yes. "Thank you Brother Chen. Brother Chen is generous. I won't dare again." Zhang Liang shivered and hurriedly apologized and thanked again. This time he was considered to have really fallen. At this time, Zhang Liang had already hated Zhang Hanbo inwardly, and this time, he was considered to have pitched himself into a bad situation. A farce has also finally come to an end, and Li Chen has figured out what happened. Sure enough, it was Zhang Hanbo who messed up. In fact, Li Chen had long guessed that the only way to do so was to have a bad time with him at the reunion. Although it was Li Chen who hit the person with his hands, it was also Zhang Hanbo who hurt the person first when he exited his mouth. Li Chen indeed did not expect that Zhang Hanbo would actually dare to find someone to deal with him. "Thanks, old brother. Without your help, I really couldn't find out." Li Chen thanked Zhao Shuwen with a very respectful attitude. "This you're welcome old brother. If it wasn't for you taking over the clubhouse there wouldn't have been this. Besides you've helped me solve my pressing problem." Zhao Shuwen didn't take credit. After all, it wasn't a big deal to him. "Then I won't be polite to you. Let's get together someday when we have time." Since the matter had been settled, Li Chen was also ready to say goodbye and leave. Ha. "Well then, I'll have the driver send you back. We need to have a drink sometime." Zhao Shuwen was also an open person, plus he liked Li Chen's character of doing things. The atmosphere between the two of them was very cordial. Leaving Zhao Shuwen's villa, Li Chen returned to the clubhouse. "What's the matter? Out in a blaze of glory? Did something happen?" Seeing that Li Chen had returned, Li Xiaoya hurriedly walked up and asked with concern. "It's fine, it's all been resolved, and the person behind the curtain has been uncovered," Li Chen said in a cloudy voice. With a faint smile on his face, Li Xiaoya instantly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That's good. I thought something had happened. It's scary with the black clothes and the luxury car." Li Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at Li Xiaoya's nervous appearance. "And you're smiling. I was worried sick." "It's not alright. What's the worry?" The two men talked and laughed as they walked into the elevator and back into their fourth-floor bedroom. The things that happened in the past 2 days also put Li Chen on edge. Fortunately everything has been resolved. At present it is to think about how to clean up Zhang Hanbo. Li Chen lay directly on the large bed and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Li Xiaoya gently closed the door of the room, twisted her sexy body and slowly walked towards the bed. At this time, Li Chen still thought that Li Xiaoya was going to continue to give him a massage, so he still closed his eyes and thought about Zhang Hanbo. Unbeknownst to, an hour later, the two were hugging each other intimately and Li Chen lit a cigarette and just half leaned against the bed, while Li Xiaoya snuggled softly in his arms. Li Chen's heart was really full of emotions. His first time was taken away by Li Xiaoya just like this. Also finally said goodbye to the days of the first brother. The heart still feels beautiful. A few moments later, Li Xiaoya put on her pajamas and prepared to take a shower, and Li Chen also stood up to move around. The moment he looked down, he was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can't be, can it? This, Li Chen stammered to himself, looking at the splash of red on the bedsheets, simply unable to believe it. I'm sorry to say that both of them are new to this. No wonder it took an hour. Li Chen froze for a moment, finally recovering from his shock, a happy smile on his face. He pressed down his excitement and summoned the system. I've been busy all day today, and I haven't drawn any lucky draws yet. System, draw. A breeze drifted by. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value -1. Obtaining a 1,000,000 gold coin gift pack, and obtaining the title of Hercules. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No. System, what's the meaning of today? How come the charm value is still deducted? What the hell is this gold coin and title? The system detects that the host has broken the golden body, deducting 1 point of charisma value each time. The gold coin gift pack is a red packet reward for congratulating the host for the first time. The Hercules title, note, the host will be more courageous after using the title. Holy, system, you're so thoughtful. You even gave me a red packet? You mean you'll deduct the charm value later on, so it seems like it can't be too frequent? This title is even more ruthless. Are you looking down on me? Li Chen at this time spit out blood. Only the red envelope is a good thing. The other is the old 6 behavior. Li Chen looked at his attribute panel for a moment and fell into deep thought. This attribute, this skill, there was definitely something wrong with the direction the system was taking to cultivate the host. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 17. Titles, The Face, Hercules. Skills, random wildflower picking, poor quality scanning. Junior chef, dog licking god, piano master, heckling master, time management master, lock picking master. Backpack, bad luck card *1. Lucky card *1. Gold, 1. 7 million. Number of draws, 0. Chapter 36 using the bad luck card. The next day, Li Chen climbed up early because he decided to go to County No. 1 middle school today and teach Zhang Hanbo a good lesson. Soon Li Chen drove his car to the entrance of County No. 1 middle school. Sitting in the car, Li Chen thought about how to mess with Zhang Hanbo, suddenly remembered the bad luck card given by the system, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Chen clenched his fists, his eyes flashed with anger. He opened the system and looked at the bad luck card that he got from the lottery. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Zhang Hanbo, you asked for it, enjoy it. Li Chen used the bad luck card without hesitation. At this moment, Zhang Hanbo was still completely unaware that he was about to usher in a series of unlucky things. He was proudly strolling around the school, followed by a group of minions behind him. Zhang Hanbo was bragging about his great achievements as he walked, completely unaware of the disaster that was about to befall him. As Zhang Hanbo was walking, he suddenly felt a slip under his feet. Before he could react, his entire body fell on all fours. Ouch! Zhang Hanbo yelled out in pain. His juniors hurriedly surrounded him, trying to help him up. However, when they just touched Zhang Hanbo, they didn't know what was going on, and one by one, they all inexplicably slipped and fell. At once, a group of people were in a mess on the ground. Zhang Hanbo climbed up in a sorry state. His face reddened and his heart filled with doubts. What's going on here? Why is this ground so slippery? He muttered as he continued to walk forward. Without taking a few steps, a bird suddenly flew through the sky and accurately pulled a pile of poop around Zhang Hanbo's mouth. He actually licked it, and instantly a foul odor spread into his nostrils. Ah! Zhang Hanbo let out a miserable scream as he hurriedly used his hand to wipe the bird poop around his mouth. His juniors couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene, but they didn't dare to laugh too loudly, so they could only hold it back. Zhang Hanbo was furious and stormed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did this ing bird come from? Zhang Hanbo decided to wash his face. He came to the school's bathroom. As soon as he went in, the faucet suddenly broke, spraying water all over his body, and he became a drowned chicken. Zhang Hanbo rushed to turn off the faucet, but could not. He could only escape from the bathroom under the impact of the water. Zhang Hanbo's mood turned very bad, and he felt that he was particularly unlucky today. He decided to go back to the classroom to take a rest. However, when he walked to the door of the classroom, the door suddenly closed and bumped his nose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ouch! Zhang Hanbo screamed once again. He covered his nose, tears streaming out of his eyes. Zhang Hanbo walked into the classroom with great difficulty, only to find that a peg had been placed on his seat by who knows who. He sat down on his butt and it hurt so much that he immediately jumped up. Ah! Who did this? Zhang Hanbo roared angrily. His juniors rushed over to check, but they didn't know who had put the pins. Zhang Hanbo felt that he couldn't sit down anymore. He stood in the corner of the classroom and sulked. At this time, the teacher walked in and saw Zhang Hanbo standing there, so he asked, Zhang Hanbo, why don't you sit down? Zhang Hanbo just wanted to explain, but suddenly sneezed. This sneeze was so loud that it startled the whole class. The teacher frowned. Zhang Hanbo, pay attention to your image. Go out and stand in front of me. Zhang Hanbo was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. His bad luck didn't end there. In the next class, the teacher named Zhang Hanbo to answer a question. Zhang Hanbo didn't listen at all, so of course he couldn't answer, and the teacher criticized him again. Have your father come over tomorrow? Zhang Hanbo stood there, his heart filled with resentment. He didn't know why he was so unlucky, and he wondered if someone was deliberately screwing him over. However, he thought about it again. It was impossible for anyone to be so capable. As soon as the bell rang, Zhang Hanbo couldn't wait to leave the classroom. However, when he walked to the stairway, he suddenly slipped and rolled down the stairs. This roll can be very bad. Zhang Hanbo felt bruises and swollen face. Clothes are also torn. Zhang Hanbo grunted in pain and roared hysterically. What the hell is wrong with today? How come it's so unlucky? Zhang Hanbo decided to go to the infirmary. He limped along, and on the way he encountered all kinds of bad luck again. For example, he was hit by a basketball, hit by a bicycle, sprayed by a sprinkler, and so on. Zhang Hanbo felt like he was about to collapse. Finally, Zhang Hanbo arrived at the infirmary. The doctor was startled when he saw his appearance. What's wrong with you? How did you get hurt so badly? Zhang Hanbo helplessly told what happened to him today. The doctor listened and also felt strange. You are indeed unlucky today. The doctor treated Zhang Hanbo's wounds and let him rest in the infirmary for a while. Zhang Hanbo lay on the hospital bed, his heart filled with doubts and fears. He didn't know when his bad luck would end. Just then, a mouse suddenly ran out from the corner and jumped onto Zhang Hanbo's body. Zhang Hanbo let out a miserable scream once again. He hurriedly chased the rat away, but the rat left a scratch on his body. Zhang Hanbo felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. He decided to go and get his fortune told to see if he was being haunted by something unclean. He went to a fortune-telling stand near the school, and the fortune-teller was shocked to see him. Zhang Hanbo told his encounter, and the fortune-teller closed his eyes and counted with his fingers. The fortune-teller mouthed the words before frowning and shaking his head. You must have offended someone recently. As soon as Zhang Hanbo heard this, he immediately paid the money and turned to leave and fell into deep thought as he began to think back to the people he had recently offended. Just shortly after Zhang Hanbo left, the fortune-teller hemmed and hawed. Finally met a cutie today. It's open. Suddenly, Zhang Hanbo thought of Li Chen. Could it be Li Chen? He decided to go and find Li Chen to ask for clarification. And then he didn't know where he found Li Chen's phone number and directly dialed it. Zhang Hanbo asked viciously, Li Chen, are you fixing me? Li Chen smiled. Who are you? What are you talking about? Why would I screw you? Why can't I understand what you're saying? You. Zhang Hanbo was so angry that he was immediately speechless. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Right. Why? Could it be to admit that he paid for the murder? Subsequently, he could only viciously hang up the phone. At this time, Li Chen had already laughed his ass off, finally getting out of a bad mood. Chapter 37, Encountering Xinyu and the Class Flower. Knock knock knock. A knock on the car window suddenly sounded. Ha! What are you doing here? Xinyu smiled as she plopped down on the car window, her big eyes blinking as she looked into the car. Her hair was tied back in two cute ponytails with colorful ribbons and slightly curled at the ends. A big smile spreads across her face, revealing two cute dimples. Her makeup is fresh and sweet, and her eyes are full of innocence and vigor. On her feet were a pair of white flats, and she wore a pink lace dress with a fluffy, light skirt. Li Chen looked at Xinyu with wide eyes, not expecting to actually meet this girl here. Li Chen slowly lowered the car window. I'm passing by, enjoying the campus scenery. It's not that I don't have the opportunity to come to study, but I'm looking forward to it. Li Chen's ability to speak blindly with his eyes open became more and more pure, fooling Xinyu in a daze. Oh, I thought I came to play with me. Happy for nothing. Xinyu instantly pouted. That cute look simply screamed for attention. Ha ha ha, by the way, also came to play with you. Li Chen laughed a few times, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere. Humph, you're kidding me. And casual? I don't want to be so casual. Xinyu pretended to be angry and crossed her small savage waist. Su Jingyi stood behind Xinyu. just quietly watching the two, as if everything had nothing to do with her. But inwardly, she couldn't help but want to speak, and didn't know whether to take the initiative to speak, waiting for Li Chan to take the initiative to strike up a conversation, but ignoring her every time. It made Su Jingyi feel like she instantly didn't smell good. How did the presence of 10,000 people fail when it came to Li Chen? But her usual condescending coolness told her to never initiate. Never. What are you guys going for? Li Chen asked with a curious face. What are you talking about? School's over. Xinyu looked like she was looking at a little cutie. The same eyes looked at Li Chen. Well, didn't pay attention. Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Then aren't you going to give us a ride? Xinyu deliberately flirted and said. And that little eye even looked at Su Jingyi intentionally or unintentionally. Yeah, get in the car if you don't mind. I'm leaving anyway. Li Chen agreed painfully, but didn't have the slightest intention of flattering the beautiful woman. What they didn't know was that if Li Chen's dog-licking skills came into play, I'm afraid these two little beauties would fall. Xinyu also didn't have the courtesy to directly pull open the car door and sit on the passenger side with one butt. Get in the car. Jingyi. Oh. It was then that Su Jingyi reacted from her inner drama and hurriedly opened the car door and sat in. Go. Rough hair. Xinyu waved her little fist, still looking excited. Didn't mind the little wreck in the slightest. Su Jingyi, on the other hand, sat in the back row a bit absent-mindedly and looked around for a while. Then she fell back into her inner drama. Where to? Li Chen started the car and quickly drove away from the school entrance. Fuli Garden, Xinyu said happily. Li Chen didn't continue to talk and drove directly towards Fuli Garden. Fuli Garden, the most expensive upscale neighborhood in Eastside County, which is full of rich people, but it's only for the county. After all, it's no match for the city, and a small place is only as rich as it is. A few moments later, the few people arrived at the entrance of Fuli Garden. Xinyu greeted Su Jingyi and got out of the car. Thanks, classmate. Next time when it's not by the way, remember to find me to play haha. Xinyu spat out her tongue and made a face. This was like a little elf, not like a student in high school. Seeing the two into the neighborhood, Li Chen drove away directly, running wildly all the way straight to Century Square. While driving, he sent a message to Tang Shui. Hello, are you off work? Want to have dinner? Yeah, right away. See you at the door. Yes. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen has stopped at the entrance of Century Plaza, humming a song while smoking a cigarette. That look is still a bit gangly and handsome, causing a lot of girls to look sideways. Soon Tang Shui came into view. She wore a loose white printed t-shirt with a pair of blue ripped jeans that were slightly rolled up to reveal her slim ankles. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail and her overall look was sleek and cozy with street style. Why did you want to get up and look for me today? Tang Shui asked in a slightly mocking tone on purpose. By the way. No, I'm free today. Li Chen almost blurted out again, and hurriedly changed his words. By the way. Then we'll have a big meal today by the way. Tang Shui deliberately bit the big meal very heavily, as if she wanted to deliberately slaughter Li Chen. That look was adorable. Fine, let's go, have a big meal. Soon the little wrecker disappeared into the streets. Chapter 38, The Miserable Zhang Hanbo. Today, Li Chen was in a very good mood, having taught Zhang Hanbo a lesson, and having met two great beauties by chance. Another date with Tang Shui. This mood is quite comfortable. Driving a small car and humming, the mood that is happy. School entrance. Zhang Hanbo's mood was like a roller coaster after a fierce operation of the bad luck card. It was simply too exciting. Finally looking forward to the end of school, he had to go home to adjust his bad mood. Just as he stepped out of the school gates, he was greeted by a group of familiar faces. Rio, what brings you here? It's quite a coincidence. Zhang Hanbo still greeted with a smiling face, not realizing that something even more unlucky had just arrived. It's quite a ing coincidence. Beat me to death. The corner of Zhang Liang's mouth twitched, almost half dead with anger, and directly greeted his little brother and made his move. What do you mean? Rio? Gu, don't fight. Zhang Hanbo was punched and kicked by a group of punks. It was a miserable sight. Instantly bruised and swollen, Zhang Liang came to the front, slowly squatted down, and also spit a mouthful of smoke at Zhang Hanbo. What do you mean? Look for yourself. Zhang Liang pointed at the bruises on his face and glared viciously at Zhang Hanbo. It's all your fault. Didn't you say that the owner of that store has no backing? Grass. You almost got me killed. Zhang Liang spat viciously and shone a kick at Zhang Hanbo's stomach. Gu, don't hit brother Liang. That kid really doesn't have a backstage he's just an orphan. Zhang Hanbo still roared with undying fury. Clearly he hadn't gotten it wrong. Asterisk Q. That's Master Wen's brother. You want to die yourself and still drag me on. Zhang Liang did not pay attention to the fallen on the ground Zhang Hanbo, with a group of people hugely gone. Zhang Hanbo was lying on the ground alone, wailing. The pain in his body made him scream repeatedly. surrounded by a bunch of school students and passers-by, all pointing and talking. Zhang Hanbo had now hated Li Chen to death and could not wait to break him into pieces. Thinking about everything he had suffered today, his psyche had begun to twist. What are you looking at? Get thee out! Zhang Hanbo roared hysterically, venting his anger in his heart. He limped towards his tiger head Ben and forced himself to endure the pain in his body and sat in the car. He gritted his teeth and cursed Li Chen in his heart, and slapped his hands hard on the steering wheel. Agu, originally already injured. This smashed down. The pain was even more sour. It was really a heartbreaking pain. Li Chen, you wait for me. I'm not done with you. Zhang Hanbo shouted in vicious anger and started the car in the direction of the hospital. The wonderful scene happening on this side of the school could not be appreciated by Li Chen. He was comfortably lying on the big bed, enjoying the VIP's exclusive private service. This little life was also very sour, but this sourness and Zhang Hanbo's were worlds apart. Hubby, is it comfortable? Li Xiaoya asked softly, her hand movement still not stopping. Well, comfortable. There's absolutely nothing to say about your technique. Deducting a wave of 666 for you. Li Chen closed his eyes, enjoying Li Xiaoya's private massage. It was really true that he was right, and this time it really didn't cost anything to get a massage. Giggle. Smooth talker, you're the one who can coax people. Li Xiaoya happily fluttered her flower branches and felt happy in her heart. How are things at home? Your mother's illness? Li Chen suddenly remembered something. He had been so busy lately that he had forgotten about it. It's the same old story. That's all. The smile on Li Xiaoya's face instantly disappeared, and a color of sadness hung over it. Take the time to go back to Seymour. If you can't, you can receive it to the clubhouse, and it will be more convenient for you. Li Chen said with great concern. Really? Is it possible? Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen in surprise. If she could really take over, she would definitely be willing. At the very least, she could accompany her mother more. Sure, just see to the arrangements, and pack out one of the fourth floor. Well, husband, thank you. You're too good to me. Li Xiaoya was really happy. Her mother was her only tie. Go directly to the finance to get money when you lack it, and tell me if it's not enough. You don't need to report the income of the store to me, just keep the pocket money yourself. Li Chen said with a very serious attitude, not joking at all, also equal to directly giving the store to Li Xiaoya. Ah, how is that going to work? You invested so much money, how can I take it? Li Xiaoya directly refused. She was already satisfied with what she had now. Be obedient. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. I never take back what I said. Li Chen pretended to be angry and looked at her. It was called a domineering, bold and pure man. Once Li Xiaoya saw that Li Chen was so determined, she did not push back. She also guessed that Li Chen's acquisition of this clubhouse was definitely not for the sake of making money. Alright then, I'll listen to you on all counts. Li Xiaoya immediately turned back into a little woman and burrowed into Li Chen's arms. That's right, good boy. This store was originally prepared for you. Li Chen did not hide from her. The club for Li Chen really does not count for anything. He is looking at the house and land. When the acquisition was made, it was to give Li Xiaoya a stable home. Thank you, husband. Li Xiaoya's heart had actually guessed it, but guessing and hearing that were two different concepts, and her heart had really been touched. Li Chen ignored Li Xiaoya's excitement and closed his eyes, silently summoning the system in his heart. System, draw, keep paddling through. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value plus 200. 000 gold coins. Obtaining inferior hypnosis, note, can make people quickly enter a hypnotic state, with questions and answers, but will cause irreversible brain damage to the target, with a probability of sexual insanity. Please be careful with the use of it. Holy, hypnotism? But isn't this aftermath a bit too vicious? It seems like it can't be used casually. It's a bit of a pitfall, more so than the system. Li Chen muttered secretly as he looked at the skill reward this time. You can't just use it, but what if you use it on an enemy? Ha. Zhang Hanbo, don't kill yourself, or else. Chapter 39, Everyday Flirting with Women. Century Plaza. Tang Shui was fiddling with her cell phone in boredom. She had heard that there was an author called Uncle San, who had written an urban novel that was quite good, and she was ready to take a look at it as well. Just then, a call came out of nowhere, disrupting her plans. Mom, what's wrong? Tang Shui asked, still a little emotional. What day are you off? Your auntie Zhang has introduced you to an object, so come back and meet him. Tang Shui's mother's voice came from across the room. I don't see it. Why are you so disobedient? You child, you see what's wrong? It's not like I'm asking you to do anything. Then don't see it either. How old am I? What's the point of dating? Tang Shui's tone showed some impatience. You say you're a boy. You've got it in yourself to lead me back one. If I'm not in a hurry, what are you in a hurry for? I'm so angry. If you don't bring a boyfriend at the end of the year, you don't come back either. Da. The phone hung up directly, and it seemed that Tang Shue's mother was also a bit angry. It's still pissing me off. Blind date. What blind date? It's not like I'm not wanted. Tang Shui pouted her lips and sulked to herself. Just as Tang Shui was still moping, a message came. My little baby the two of us are a pair no code. Li Chen's message coincidentally sent over. Giggle. Tang Shui was instantly amused, and most of the unpleasantness she had just experienced was thrown away. Just being a poor talker. Are you idle? Tang Shui replied. No, I'm busy with my computer. Counting what? Count how much longer we can be together. Cluck. So did you figure it out? Not yet. Can't find the decimal point. Why? What's the point of looking for a decimal point? Because it's that close. Ha. Are you going to laugh me to death? Happy. What are you doing? Don't mention it. I just got a call from home and was upset when you messaged. What's bothering you? What's wrong? It's not much. My mom insisted I go back for a blind date and said I shouldn't come home at the end of the year without a boyfriend. I'm so angry. Wouldn't that be just right? What exactly? We're perfect for each other. My little baby. We'll make a great couple. Beautiful you. Ignore you. Tang Shui put away her cell phone. At this time her face was already as red as an apple, and her heart was starting to deer in the headlights. And Li Chen was already happy as he felt that he was close to the mission objective, and the enemy's fortress was on the verge of being overrun. One more fire to go. Li Chen muttered in a small voice, the corners of his mouth already grinning up to his ears. What's the difference in fire? Li Xiaoya appeared by her side at an unknown time. Li Chen was still stealing joy in his heart. When he heard Li Xiaoya's questioning voice, he almost lost his soul. This time it was really close. When did you come over? No, there's no fire missing. Li Chen hurriedly denied it, his eyes still a little bit evasive. Are you planning to get back at the one who targeted us? You don't want to get into trouble. It's not worth it. Li Xiaoya hurriedly persuaded with concern. Li Chen was never expecting the IQ of a woman in love is really negative. Actually thought of a perfect excuse for himself. Yeah, don't worry, it's fine. I'm just teaching him a lesson. I have my measure. Li Chen hurriedly went down the slope and found the best position to just slip away. That's good. Don't get yourself in trouble because of this. If it's not possible we'll call the police. Li Xiaoya was finally relieved. Okay, listen to you. Li Chen hurriedly smiled fawningly and skirted the topic. I'm hungry. Go get me some food. What do you want to eat? Eat whatever you buy. Li Chen only wanted to hurry up and get rid of Li Xiaoya now. Okay, I'm going now. Wait for me. As the words fell, Li Xiaoya turned around and walked towards the outside. She wore a tight little black leather skirt today, wrapping her figure tightly and emphasizing her sexy figure. Snap! The sound of a crunch. Li Xiaoya shyly twisted her head and glared at Li Chen, then continued to walk outside. Phew! Almost showed my face. Li Chen finally let out a sigh of relief and dodged a bullet. It seems like we need to save up to buy a house. Otherwise it's a bit inconvenient. Li Chen secretly resolved to work hard to save money. Save up. System. Draw. Phew. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +1. Gold coins +50. Obtaining a random task card. Note, using a task card can randomly obtain a task. There is a surprise for completing the task, and there is no penalty for failure. Something new? Random quests. It doesn't matter if it's a surprise or not. The key is that there's no penalty for failure. Not bad. The dog system is in a good mood today. Li Chen almost laughed out loud as he looked at the system interface. Use the random task card. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a new mission. Please complete the special mission within 2 hours. There is a surprise for completing the mission, and there is no punishment for failing the mission. Please host seize the time and complete the task as soon as possible. Asterisk. Dog system. UING play me. Li Chen looked at the task requirements almost collapsed on the spot. This ing in the end what strange system Li Chen in the heart has cursed the system 999 times. Hey! Although the system is a little bit pitiful and the mission is a little bit pitiful, but what will this surprise reward be? Lamborghini or Ferrari? Li Chen actually smiled shamelessly again as he thought about it. Chapter 40, The Little Sex Batch. Li Chen glanced at the time and quickly got up and ran downstairs. Just after walking out of the clubhouse, Li Xiaoya walked back with her meal. Where are you going? Eat first. No more food. Something came up to go out for a bit. I'll be back. Li Chen dropped a sentence and hurriedly drove his car towards the county town. Because he received the task is to assist 10 people to cross the road. This strange task where to do He came to one of the busier streets in the county and looked at one pedestrian after another, with a hurried pace, and there was no chance to strike. A few moments later, I finally saw an old man who didn't seem to have very good legs. he hastened to run over is a burst of attentiveness. The Moncler outlet store are whole embarrassed. Successfully completing one target, he immediately began looking for the next older one. He soon found an opportunity and actually came across several, completing 5 in a few moments. Next it was as if the bias was against him, and there was not a single old man left. Just as he was getting very anxious, a small child stood at the stoplight, looking around. Without saying a word, he directly picked up the child and crossed the street. What he did not expect was that the child wowed and cried. A moment later there was a burst of curses from across the road and a woman ran after him. "Nuts you! What are you doing holding my child?" Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. "You're no good at all at first sight. Say, are you a human trafficker?" The woman still relentlessly pursued the question, holding her child tightly. "No, no, no, big sister. You misunderstood. I thought the child was going to cross the street," Li Chen hurriedly explained in a burst, and with great difficulty, he was able to pacify the big sister, and bought the little kid a bunch of sugar gourds before he could muddle through. This scene attracted countless onlookers, and there were also kind people who helped Li Chen explain. Yes, you're mistaken. This young man looks like a volunteer. I've seen him help several elderly people cross the street." Yeah, I saw that too." A small interlude finally passed, and Li Chen didn't dare to be here anymore, and hurriedly changed the intersection. With the clock ticking down, he was still several targets short. Phew, last one. Li Chen glanced at the time. There were still the last 10 minutes left, and an old lady finally appeared in front of him. After successfully completing all the tasks, Li Chen was also sweating and his clothes were soaked. A beep had sounded in Li Chen's head. The mission was completed. Li Chen couldn't wait to summon the system and was overjoyed as he looked at the hints in the mission. Just as Li Chen was about to leave, he suddenly saw many people gathered in the square. From a distance, it was actually a group of kids skating. Li Chen slowly approached the crowd, squeezed half a day and finally squeezed into the front row, and idly thought to look at the bustle. The place was packed with parents of children and people watching. The beauty was seen half crouching her body, one foot twisting quickly to avoid the conical obstacles on the ground. The other leg was raised and straightened forward, the ultra-short pleated skirt fluttering in the wind as the ha. Li Chen directly laughed out loud, and everyone looked at him suspiciously. Li Chen lowered his head in embarrassment. Now he just wanted to find a crack in the ground. It was too damn embarrassing. The crowd of onlookers didn't care too much and turned their heads away from it. Seeing this, Li Chen directly stood up and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, a figure appeared at his side. "Little colorful batch," a mocking voice whispered in his ears, and Li Chen fixed his eyes and was dumbfounded. It was the beautiful teacher who was glaring at him with an unkind look. The girl had short, ear-to-ear hair with slightly inwardly buttoned tips, making her look very cute. Her eyes were large, and she was wearing a pink bodysuit with a small white skirt, revealing a pair of slim legs under the short skirt, paired with a mesh black silk, full of sexy youthfulness. The onlookers are just watching the fun, but the beauty is clear in her heart. The air seems to have stood still at this moment. Li Chen wants to explain, but his brain is already dead because of the CPU smoking. It is really not possible to make up a reason. That. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Li Chen approached the beautiful woman and whispered, "It's fine if you didn't do it on purpose. Then what are you laughing at?" The girl looked at Li Chen without a good mood. Can't help it. Do you believe that?" Li Chen really had no choice and thought to himself, "Love it or leave it. Hooligans." The little beauty skimmed off 2 words and turned around to paddle towards the gang of small children. Li Chen hurriedly fled like a life away from the crowd. This hilarious to see. Get a scolding. Chapter 41 Attack Skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The mission has been completed, and you have received a surprise gift pack. Yi Chen sat in the car and laughed maniacally, not for any other reason, just because it was a big gift. Ha, I can't believe it's a big gift package. Not a small one anymore. I'm sure there must be something good. Is my supercar finally coming? Open the gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the surprise quest reward. Charisma value +5. 1 million gold coins, and obtaining the fighting master skill. Note, this skill can defeat 10 with 1, depending on luck. Ha, bull batch. I like this one. Whoever dares to mess with me again in the future, I'll cut his head into a trifold screen. The system hadn't let Li Chen down after all, and this was the first time he had ever obtained a practical skill. With excitement, he clicked on use, and instantly a dizzying rush of information flooded into his mind. A few moments later, Li Chen felt as if he had learned sparring for 10 years. His body was filled with power. Starting the cart car, Li Chen's mood was extraordinarily beautiful, and it didn't take long to return to the clubhouse. As soon as I walked in the door, I saw the once handsome guy, and it really didn't look like he was in any serious trouble. After a few days of rest, he's already greeting customers on his ass again. Brother Chen, back. The handsome boy ran over with a smile as soon as he saw Li Chen. Well, is your injury alright? Li Chen also greeted with concern. After all, it was because of his own injuries. Hey, it's been fine for a long time now. Red packets are the best medicine for injuries. The handsome boy playfully joked. That's good. The red packet is what you deserve. Do a good job. You'll have a bright future in the future. Li Chen encouraged and walked into the elevator. The handsome boy was in a better mood when he heard the boss's compliments and immediately ran to the bar to fool around. Hey, did you hear that? Brother Tatsu just said I have a great future ahead of me. Sitting at the bar was the same cute little beauty who looked up at the guy inside again. What do you mean by sighing? The handsome young man immediately pursued the question. Well, it really isn't a large amount. Is that how limitless prospects are interpreted? Infinite possibilities. Okay, what do you mean by unlimited amount? The handsome guy was still arguing relentlessly, but the little beauty was no longer paying attention to him. Li Chen had already returned to the bedroom by now, and when Li Xiaoya saw that Li Chen had returned, she also followed in with slow steps. Here you go, newly bought. Li Xiaoya handed over a small box. Domestic? Li Chen seemed to care about this, and seemed to have stronger patriotic feelings. Well, you try. He wasn't polite either, and directly unwrapped the package and fiddled with it. In fact, Li Chen didn't have much pursuit for these material things. Perhaps he was used to being poor as a child, and was more casual about what he wore and what he used. Take your time pounding away. I'm going to get busy. Li Xiaoya turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Good. Li Chen responded carelessly. Li Xiaoya had just walked out of the bedroom when Li Chen summoned the system panel and began to check his attributes. Looking at the pile of disorganized skills, it felt like it was still more flavorful to be a fighting master. Looking at the gold coins again, he had already saved 3.4 million, which was already a huge amount of money for the current Li Chen. He quietly pondered what to do next. The guild has started to get on track, and Li Chen counted it as a gift to Li Xiaoya. Thinking about it, he still didn't have any ideas. He really didn't know much about financial management. Phew, it seems that the only way to broaden my horizons is to read more. I'm too limited at this level. Li Chen had begun to scratch his head in annoyance when suddenly he remembered someone. Maybe she can, he muttered to himself. He immediately took out his cell phone and flipped through the bank beauty Zhou Wanrong's information, and after thinking about it, he sent a message. Busy? It's okay. Is there something wrong with Mr. Li? The other party quickly replied to the message, and it really didn't look like they were busy. I have something I want to ask you. In a very polite tone, Li Chen edited a message and sent it over. Mr. Li, you are too polite yet. It's my honor. Zhou Wanrong's attitude was significantly more gentle and humble. I'd like to know something about money management. Is it convenient to help me out? Of course, it depends on what you know. There are many kinds of financial management. You can buy financial products from banks. You can also choose to invest, speculate in stocks, futures, industry, and the internet. You can choose the one you are more interested in, but of course it also depends on how much money you have prepared. Zhou Wanrong explained patiently and did not take the opportunity to forcefully recommend her business. Li Chen also felt relieved to see Zhou Wanrong's reply. At least it didn't give a feeling of selling. Zhou Wanrong's attitude of recommendation from the beginning was also a disguised proof of her intelligence and wisdom. Thanks, I'll think about it. You're welcome. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Soon the two ended their conversation, and Li Chen was once again in deep thought. With his current capital situation, it was definitely not realistic to play big. He knew nothing about futures and stock speculation, and the risk was too high. He was still more interested in industry. Gradually Li Chen's heart has already had a thought. Since the hope of relying on the system to reach heaven in one step is relatively slim, then it would be better to engage in some industry first and accumulate capital and connections. Right now, there were only a few people that Li Chen could utilize. System, redeem all gold coins. A few moments later, Li Chen looked at the balance displayed on his cell phone and a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 42, Zhou Wanrong's Cooperation. Looking at the information display, he actually already had 4 million, which made Li Chen overjoyed and could not hide his excitement. Li Chen is ready to start building his own business empire. Holding down his joy, Li Chen took out his cell phone and edited another message out. Are you interested in accompanying me to fight for a piece of the kingdom? Cluck cluck cluck. I'm willing. I wonder what your majesty's plans are. I'm going to build you a business empire of our own. Yes, your majesty. What can I do for you? Ha 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 ha. Help me recruit and prepare the preliminary provisions. Does your majesty need civil or military officers? What type and how many are needed? I really didn't look at the wrong person. Help me draft the paperwork. Make it known to the world that I want to recruit real estate elites and executives. All of them. No problem, sire. I'll draft the paperwork right away. Is there anything else to add? Help me choose another piece of feng shui land to create a palace as our base camp. I'll help your majesty look for it right away, but please wait for my good news. Well, that's good. Get on with it quickly. Resign your present position and concentrate on my business. Wow, that's just great. My concubine's monthly salary is not low. Your majesty should think twice. Nonsense. Get on with it. Cluck, 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 cluck. Li Chen retrieved his thoughts and traveled back to reality, thinking non-stop in his head. Entering real estate was indeed a good choice, but the capital needed was also huge, and there was also a strong network of contacts. Phew, I'm afraid I can't eat it all by myself. Li Chen regained some sense and felt that he was still too young. Isn't it a bit whimsical to try to pry a real estate project with just a few $1,000,000? Come to my clubhouse. There is something for you. Okay, be right there. Zhou Wanrong quickly replied to the message. A moment later, the door to the room was knocked on and Zhou Wanrong walked in. Her straight black hair was draped over her shoulders and her lips were slightly upturned with a confident smile. Still dressed in a professional outfit, a white shirt with black suit pants, outside a small black suit. Even though it was wrapped tightly, it couldn't stop her sexy and proud body. Come and sit. The bedroom was large and had a parlor area as well, and Li Chen greeted Zhou Wanrong as she took her seat. The two sat opposite each other. Li Chen spoke first. I need a loan. How does it work? Mr. Li, I'm very happy to work with you. I wonder what your funding gap is and if you have any collateral. There's a huge funding gap, and the only collateral is this clubhouse, including the house and the land. Li Chen looked at Zhou Wanrong without haste. If that's all there is, it's also something that needs to be assessed first. It's not good to say how much amount can be approved in the end, but you are a gold card customer of our bank, and your fund flow has been stable as well. Your system default amount is 5 million, which does not include your collateral, just your personal credit loan amount. Zhou Wanrong explained to Li Chen very professionally, and her attitude also looked very respectful. Not enough. Li Chen frowned slightly, then shook his head and said with a resolute attitude, and do you have a mental expectation of how much you'll probably need? I'll try my best to help you go for it. Zhou Wanrong patiently inquired. I'm going to enter real estate. How much do you feel I need? Li Chen looked at Zhou Wanrong with a smile on his face. He wanted to see Zhou Wanrong's reactive attitude before deciding whether or not he should choose to cooperate with their bank. Zhou Wanrong's heart was excited and surprised. The excitement was that this was a very big project, and once it was accomplished, her commission would be quite substantial. Surprised is Li Chen's vigor and strength. Just rely on the current assets want to shake the real estate industry. That's no joke. It might be a basket case in the end. Because of the capital chain problems, the final result of the rotten tale is not less. Li Chen in the end were the bottom of the air? Zhou Wanrong very puzzled. Although the heart is very puzzled, but the face did not show half a bit of emotional fluctuations. Mr. Li, I really didn't expect you to be so bold as to enter the real estate industry. The advice I gave you earlier, it seems you've already thought about it. Based on your personal credit and collateral, I think I can get you approved for about $8 million within my range. But I'm afraid your capital needs are more than that, right? Zhou Wanrong analyzed very professionally and made her promise. Li Chen nodded in acquiescence and remained silent. Tell you what, Mr. Li, wait for me for a moment. I'll go make a call and report back to see what the leader's opinion is. Is that okay with you? Alright, go ahead. Li Chen nodded casually and made a gesture of invitation. Zhou Wanrong got up and quickly walked out of the room. And not long after that the sound of talking came from the corridor. A moment later, Zhou Wanrong walked in with a smile on her face and sat back down to speak slowly. Mr. Li, after the leader's discussion, also given the amount of your recent fixed deposits in our bank, the maximum loan amount given to you is $15 million. This is already an unprecedented special approval. Do you think it's okay? Deal. Li Chen was also shocked when he heard the amount. He originally expected to be able to loan 10 million would be good, but he didn't expect an additional 5 million. Zhou Wanrong excitedly stood up and quickly walked over to Li Chen and gently shook hands with him. I'm glad to have reached a partnership with Mr. Li. When will you probably need the funds? The sooner the better. Right. What paperwork is required? You can just give me the relevant materials for the clubhouse and leave the rest to me. I'll implement it for you as soon as possible, and strive to get to the account as fast as possible. Zhou Wanrong's smile was bright at this moment, and her mood was extremely good. Soon Li Chen handed Zhou Wanrong what he needed, and Zhou Wanrong happily returned with the materials. Li Chen also finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first step was finally taken, together with his own funds totaling $19 million. For the time being it was about right. The next thing was the land. Li Chen immediately had a person floating in his head. Zhao Shuwen. Chapter 43, Master Man on the Chariot. Li Chen picked up his cell phone, flipped through his address book, and found Zhao Shuwen from the few people who were there. then directly called, "Older brother, where are you dashing around?" Li Chen said half-jokingly, which seemed to show a little more intimacy. "I'm at home. Why did you think of me? There's something I need to talk to you about. Is that convenient?" "Convenient. I'll have the driver come over and pick you up." "Don't bother. I'll go there myself." "That's fine. I'll see you in a bit." "See you in a minute." Hanging up the phone, Li Chen directly got up and walked out of the clubhouse. Driving his small car, he went straight to Zhao Shuwen's villa. Soon after, Li Chen arrived in front of the villa, parked his car and walked straight in. Zhao Shuwen saw Li Chen arrive and greeted him with a smile, and the two of them went into the villa hall with left and right embraces. Those who didn't know thought they were blood brothers. "What's the matter, brother? Why did you come all the way here?" Li Chen slowly handed the tea in his hand to Zhao Shuwen and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a casual chat with old brother. You say you, come as you are, and bring your own tea? Ha ha ha. Yes, I often drink this. Feel the flavor how good. Bring it over for old brother to taste. Li Chen also responded with a smile, showing that it was not so raw. "Good, then I'll taste my old brother's flavor. Say, what is it that you want from me?" The two sat on the sofa in the living room. Li Chen handed Zhao Shuwen a cigarette, still white pagoda mountain, and slowly opened his mouth after lighting it. "I want to find a piece of land. Old brother has a wide circle of contacts. Is there any suitable recommendation? Zhao Shuwen took the cigarette and put it under his nose to smell it. "It's still the same flavor. I liked it when I was young." "Older brother wants to buy a plot of land? For what?" "Well, get a construction site and develop it," Li Chen said lightly. Up. "Older brother, you're trying to make a big deal out of this?" Zhao Shuwen looked at Li Chen with great surprise. "I didn't expect that in just a few days people were going to play with real estate." Li Chen's idea can be Zhao Shuwen scared silly. Everyone knows to engage in real estate is profiteering, but playing badly is also easy to step too big to pull the egg. "It's alright, there is that idea. What's the high opinion of old brother?" Li Chen was humbly asking for advice. No matter what, Zhao Shuwen was also a local big brother level, naturally knowing more. "Where do I have any high opinion? After playing for half of my life is not as big as the first play of the old brother. Shame on me. Zhao Shuwen, this is the truth. He has always belonged to the rubbing industry. His name is basically some entertainment industry projects. Old brother, don't make fun of me. I'm here to learn from you. Older brother also has to take care of me, doesn't he? There's still a lot of places to use old brother in the future." Li Chen didn't dare to put himself in a high position. Falling down would hurt. To say that the land does have, now the county has basically formed. Want to develop can only spread around. I do have a piece of land in my hand, and I wanted to engage in it before. I'm ashamed that I'm too old to dare, Zhao Shuwen said while sighing, looking as if he was very sorry. "How big is the area? Older brother wants to make a bid?" Li Chen looked at Zhao Shuwen suspiciously. He also didn't expect Zhao Shuwen to have a ready-made piece of land in his hands. If he could get his hands on it, it would save him a lot of trouble. Probably just 200 or 300 acres. The area is not very large. If you think it's too small, there's still a piece next door, so you can continue to acquire it later. I don't really care. It's fine to sell. Old brother can see if the location is suitable first. Zhao Shuwen slowly finished, leaning on the sofa quietly waiting for Li Chen to open his mouth. Li Chen could certainly see that Zhao Shuwen couldn't afford to sell it, but he didn't dare to develop it himself. He thought quickly, trying to find a more eclectic approach. "Old brother, do you think this will work?" "Two options. First, you sell it to me directly. I will collect it at the market price, and I won't let you lose money. Secondly, old brother to land into shares, and finally dividends. Specifically accounted for how many shares. Now is not too good to say. To wait for the total investment budget out. At least I give you a guarantee of 20 points of net profit." Li Chen finished picking up his teacup and took a sip of tea without hurrying, giving Zhao Shuwen some time to consider. Zhao Shuwen naturally wanted to choose the second one. Cooperation meant taking certain risks, but once it succeeds, the return is also quite considerable. Zhao Shuwen was also torn. Either take the money directly and leave, or take a gamble with the land. A moment later, Zhao Shuwen clenched his teeth and spoke. "Older brother, I've been very optimistic about you since the first time we met. This time old brother will also accompany you to gamble." Zhao Shuwen ultimately chose to take a gamble, even if he lost. At the very least, he didn't have any regrets. "Good, then let's take a look at the plot first, and plan the planning along the way." Li Chen was also very happy. At the very least this way the land was readily available and the formalities didn't have to run anymore. Tying Zhao Shuwen to the chariot would also make things a lot easier in the future. With Li Chen's current strength, there would be a lot of trouble in the future, and with Zhao Shuwen in front of him, he was happy to relax. The two walked out of the villa together, laughing all the way, and it was clear that both were in a good mood. A few moments later, the two arrived at the location of the plot of land. Li Chen looked around at the location before nodding his head gently, a satisfied smile on his face. It looks like Lao was carefully chosen. This is a great location, and it's already slowly starting to take shape all around. Yeah, people have been finished for a few years now, bidding together for the land, and I'm still in the middle of nowhere here. Zhao Shuwen's face was filled with a look of regret, and it was definitely a passion in the past. As he grew older, more and more concerns were raised, and he became less and less bold. This is also human nature. Young is capital. Dare to fight and dare to think and dare to do. If you lose, you can start all over again. Once the age of the middle and late, will not dare, because they cannot afford to lose. After a brief tour, the two chatted about some details. Zhao Shuwen was responsible for some special socializing, and didn't ask about anything else. The two also basically reached a consensus, and with that the two parted ways, each hitting the road. Li Chen's second step was also completed at an astonishing speed. The next step is to wait for the haystack to be built at Ave's place. Chapter 44, Tang Shue's Awesome. Tatsuya Hall. Li Chen was still planning his business map in his head, and entering real estate was only the first step. He decided to take this step before making plans. Retrieving his noisy thoughts, Li Chen summoned the system. System, draw, ding. Congratulations to the host, +1 charisma value, 200,000 gold coins, and obtaining the chess master skill. Hey, start it again. Give so many skills which like directly give me billions. Look at the attribute column are dazzled. Li Chen's mouth began to silently chatter and spit again, obviously not satisfied with the skills again. This is preparation to make me an all-around scumbag. I want to be a tycoon. I want to be the richest man. Can the system receive it? There was no response from the system. It seemed that the system didn't even bother to taunt him. Li Chen didn't want to bother with the system anymore. He closed the system and slowly retrieved his thoughts. Phew, now we'll see if there's any progress on Tang Shue's side. Just like this thinking, Li Chen went into dreamland. Since he had the system, it seemed like he was always busy, but his fate was also being changed by the system little by little. Unbeknownst to him, the strong foundation in the early stages was not for nothing, and many years later Li Chen was still grateful for this unorthodox system. Time flies like a shuttle. The years are like a dream. Gradually has entered the late fall. The weather also began to turn cool. Li Chen woke up to the cold morning air, and he actually fell asleep on the couch last night. Li Chen slowly got up, a feeling of soreness coming from his body, and simply washed himself. He slowly walked to the window and looked at the fading yellow leaves outside, the dusky sky, and his heart was filled with a wave of emotions. Since Tang Shui received Li Chen's message yesterday, she directly chose to resign without any hesitation. Without stopping, she started recruiting talents and looking for an office location. After a day and a night of hard work, there were finally some results. Tang Shui was one of those capable beauties who did things in a thunderous manner. Soon Li Chen received a message from Tang Shui and took out his cell phone to take a look. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Your Majesty, come quickly, the location is being sent to you. Afe, wait for me, I'll be right there. Li Chen at least cleaned up a bit and headed out. Just as he went out the door, he met Li Xiaoya. Hubby, where are you going again? Li Xiaoya asked in a hurry. I'm going out to do something. Something big. I'm really convinced. What are you up to again? Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with great curiosity. I'm going to open a company, and I'm preparing for it. I might be busy lately. You don't need to care about me. Just take care of yourself. Li Chen explained as he walked towards the elevator. Well then, be safe on the road. Aha, got it. Li Chen wrapped his arms around Li Xiaoya, and his hand was still not honest enough to touch a few times on his arse. After a light kiss he turned around and walked into the elevator. A few moments later, Li Chen arrived at the place where Tang Shui had sent the location. This place belonged to the suburbs, and the location wasn't very remote. In front of him was a small 5-story office building, but the design was stylish and the interior was beautifully decorated. At a glance, it looked like someone had rented it before, and the basic facilities were all still new. When Tang Shui saw Li Chen arrive, she walked over with a smile on her face. Her face is unpowdered, but still white and translucent, clear and bright big eyes. Her long eyelashes were still flickering, and today, with a high ponytail, she looked energized. She was wearing a black dress with a skeletonized skirt, hiddenly revealing her snow-white skin, adding a bit of sexiness. Her small butt was firm and perky, swaying as she walked. Slim straight legs in the skirt hem of the open fork hidden, with a pair of black high heels, more sexy and provocative. How about this one? Still happy? Well, it's beautiful and sexy. Li Chen actually licked his lips. Cluck cluck cluck. I asked you how the office building was. Tang Shui hit her mouth and laughed. The look was adorable and a little bit charming. It's okay, the location is okay, and the price? Have you negotiated? Already negotiated. $300,000 a year, a total of 2,800 square feet. The price is not bad. The key is that we can save on a lot of equipment and decoration inside. This place is something I found with great difficulty, Tang Shui said proudly. Good indeed. This is the place. How's the recruitment going? There are more than 20 interviews today. I've been informed. It starts at 10 a.m. Right here. There's a conference room on the second floor that can be improvised. The landlord is probably arriving soon and is preparing the contract. Tang Shui reported her feats, and while saying so, she was also dancing around. Tough job. I Fei. Li Chen touched Tang Shui's small head. Oomph. You have to treat me to a big meal at noon. Treat me well. Tang Shui immediately started inviting credit. That little look was kinda cute. Fine. I'll treat you to a big meal after I'm done working. Li Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy, and he wouldn't for the sake of the mission. Not to mention the fact that people did put in the effort. Soon the landlord arrived with the contract, and after a brief negotiation, the lease contract was quickly signed. Originally, it was a 1-year contract, but was negotiated by Li Chen into a 3-year contract, which would save some unnecessary trouble. After signing the contract, the landlord also received the arrival information. A few simple pleasantries. Landlord left. Li Chen and Tang Shui wandered up in the building, which looked like it wasn't too big outside. Only after coming in did they realize that the space was really big. At least the pre-company size was enough for the time being. A few moments later, one after another, there were already interviewers hovering at the door, both men and women. Go to the conference room. You tell them all to wait in front of the conference room on the second floor. Good. I'll go and inform now. Tang Shui twisted her sexy waist and walked towards the outside of the building. Chapter 45 Interviews. Management Office. Li Chen sat in the center of the conference room, and the large conference room was empty. Tang Shui sat near the door, conveniently informing the people interviewed at the door. The first batch of interviews finally began, and these people were all carefully selected by Tang Shui, and they were all elites in various fields. Li Chen was originally also lack of interest. After reading the information immediately came to the spirit, because most of them were beautiful women. Soon Tang Shui informed that the interviews would begin, walking one into the other. The first one to push the door in was also today's seated candidate. He was tall and straight, with broad shoulders and a broad back, giving people a strong sense of security. His face was well defined, with sword eyebrows flying diagonally into his temples, and his eyes were deep and sharp. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore a dark blue customized suit that perfectly outlined the lines of his body. It was paired with a clean white shirt and a burgundy tie, and the leather shoes under his feet were polished, making a crisp sound with every step. Li Chen also nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Introduce yourself. Hello boss, my name is Sun Haisan. I'm 40 years old. I believe you've read my personal resume. I won't introduce too much. I believe in your judgment and vision. With a very confident tone, Sun Haisan simply said a few words without haste. Well, I've read your profile and I'm satisfied with it, and I hope you won't let me down. I can give you a big enough stage, but you also have to give me a perfect performance, Li Chen said as he looked at Sun Haisan with a very appreciative gaze. Don't worry, you definitely won't be disappointed. Very well, come and sit here. You'll be conducting today's interview. Li Chen beckoned, signaling him to sit on the main seat, while Li Chen sat in the far corner. Sun Haisan froze for a few seconds and quickly got into the swing of things. He knew that this was the new boss's test, and whether or not he could stay depended on his next performance. Sun Haisan adjusted his emotions and nodded with Tang Shui, who also nodded with a smile and got up to call for the next interviewer. Just like that, one after another, people kept coming in and out. Soon the last few were left, and Li Chen looked a little distracted. This was because he had already read the information and had memorized all the ones he could use. Just then a beautiful woman pushed her way in. A head of short hair was clean and sharp, and her eyes were determined, revealing a spirit of defiance. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, the cuffs of which were slightly rolled up, revealing her slender wrists. Underneath was a short black skirt, the length of the skirt just reaching mid-thigh, showing off her slender legs. A black belt was tied around her waist, and on her feet she wore a pair of black high-heeled shoes with thin and high heels, making her posture even more upright. This is the second seated candidate today, Shanshan Zhang. She is a professional lawyer, applying for the job of legal counselor. After a brief introduction and communication, the interview session was quickly completed. This will do, Li Chen slowly spoke. Okay, boss. Sun Haisan nodded respectfully. My name is Li Chen. Don't be a boss. Feel free. Then call General Manager Li. Sun Haisan said with a bit of embarrassment. After all, he was too old. He couldn't call his oldest brother his great-nephew, could he? It was also too damn casual. Hey, whatever you want. There's really no need to be so uptight. Relax. Go on. Li Chen sighed. expressing a helpless look. The interviews continued with the same elite below. Her makeup was exquisite, with long, slender eyebrows, deep eye makeup, and bright lip color that made her instantly noticeable. She was wearing a black strapless top with a circle of rhinestones that sparkled at the neckline of the top. Underneath was a pair of white shorts that had lace trim around the edges, adding a bit of feminine softness. On her feet she wore a pair of black strappy heels, the straps wrapped around her ankles, making her look very sexy. This beautiful woman is today's heavy bomb. Lu Kai-yoon applied for the job of public relations manager. In the county and the city network circle is very wide. This is ready to jump ship over. Currently still employed. Is in the city of a real estate as a public relations manager. Now want to go back to the county to develop. A little closer to home. The interview session flashed by, and this kind of scarce talent can basically pass. After eye contact, Sun Haisan silently made a mark. The conference room was opened again, and it was the last contestant of the day. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses had a gentle glow, wearing a light beige casual suit. The style of the suit was loose and comfortable, giving off a casual feeling. It was paired with a light blue striped shirt inside, and underneath was a pair of khaki-colored casual pants, with a pair of brown casual leather shoes on his feet, full of texture. This is also a character that Li Chen is looking at, said to be a returnee. No. 1. Whether it is education or work experience that is top, but also the only player who can break hands with Sun Haisan. Li Chen is ready to let them fight. One positive and one negative. If you don't obey, you can fight on your own. That was the end of the interviews for the first job fair, and the first candidates were finalized for the time being. Aside from the person I just selected, what do you think of the rest? Li Chen looked at Sun Haisan with a flat face. This was another test for him. There's another one that I think is more suitable. The others are all average. Sun Haisan naturally knew what this meant, and he had long been fully prepared. Oh, which one? Li Chen looked at him with interest. You man, applied for the sales department. Regardless of her qualifications or diploma, she is a good candidate. Sun Haisan slowly stated his opinion. Very well, Mr. Sun, notify the one you mentioned as well as the few just now. We'll start working tomorrow, and all the salaries of all the top brass are to be determined. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. After Li Chen finished speaking, he slowly stood up, glanced at Tang Shui and walked out of the conference room. Mr. Sun, congratulations. Tang Shui looked at Sun Haisan with a smile on her face and expressed her congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Tang, and thank you for your discerning eyes. For giving me this interview. Sun Haisan said very respectfully. If it wasn't a little cutie, all could tell a thing or two. The relationship between the beauty in front of him and the boss was definitely not simple. Giggle. You're welcome, Mr. Sun. We'll be colleagues from now on. No need to be so polite. Tang Shui also walked slowly out of the conference room. Sun Haisan followed closely behind, closing the door to the conference room in the process. Chapter 46, Secrets of the Cinema. What kind of big meal do you want to eat? Li Chen drove while looking at Tang Shui with a face full of favor. Just kidding, whatever. Tang Shui spat out her tongue, still looking a little shy. How can that be? It's been hard on you these past 2 days. How do you feel? Li Chen drove the car straight towards a Western restaurant. Honestly? Of course. It's a bit surreal. I didn't even know how to think about quitting my job, and it still feels like a dream. Tang Shui spoke her thoughts with a serious face. It was indeed a bit unbelievable for her. Just because of the other party's seemingly joking few words, she believed it without a second thought. That proves that you still trust me. At the very least you did what I said, didn't you? Li Chen had a playful expression on his face, as if he was about to succeed in some plot. Yeah, do you think I'm crazy? Why did I believe it at that time? Tang Shui looked at Li Chen with a curious expression. Ha ha ha, of course it's my charm. Li Chen laughed out loud himself as he finished speaking. Tang Shui also laughed her ass off, and the two of them looked as if they were playing house. Looking back on this scene years later, it would probably be even more emotional. A few moments later, the two of them had sat in a relatively good Western restaurant. Yi Chan ordered 2 steaks and a pasta, and ordered some snacks and desserts. Why don't you see what else you need to eat? Li Chen handed Tang Shui the menu. Tang Shui directly pushed back and said, enough is enough. How much can we both eat? Afterwards, Li Chen ordered 2 more drinks, and the two of them sat like this with their eyes facing each other. Anyone else would have thought that this was a young couple, and it was a match made in heaven. The two of them were laughing and chatting as they ate, when Li Chen suddenly remembered the mission. Then he summoned the system and looked at Tang Shui to turn on the scan. Name, Tang Shui. Age, 20. Height, 165. Weight, 45 kilograms. Favorability, 85. Number of relationships, 1. Number of actual battles, 0. Li Chen was instantly thrilled as he looked at the 85 favorability and saw that it was about to reach 90. It was just a drop away from mission completion. What are you laughing at? Tang Shui was filled with curiosity as she looked at the giggling Li Chen. It's nothing. Isn't it a pleasure to dine with you? Giggle. Honestly, is this mouth of yours secretly eating honey? Tang Shui was so amused that her flowery branches trembled, and even her plump chest apparatus shook and trembled. Li Chen hastily retracted his gaze and lowered his head to continue drying his rice. His hormones were going to explode if he looked any longer. A few moments later, the two men were also drunk and satisfied and left the restaurant. I have nothing to do this afternoon anyway. Why don't we go see a movie? Yeah, Tang Shui agreed without even thinking about it, and that looked quite happy. Li Chen's heart was also rejoicing. If he could take advantage of the opportunity to go further. This mission was basically almost done. The two then proceeded to drive on to Century Square. After randomly choosing a romance movie, the two entered the screening room. As soon as they entered, Li Chen was stunned. Asterisk. It's a ing godsend, isn't it? Actually wrapped up? Li Chen secretly muttered in his heart, but his face did not show any expression. Ha! Not a single person? Li Chen muttered as he deliberately played dumb. It seems like is it not yet in? No chance someone will be there in a while. Tang Shui also looked around strangely, and sure enough there was no one. It was the same old story, still in the last row, and the two quickly found their seats. A few moments later, the movie started and the lights were turned off. The screening room instantly turned pitch black. Sure enough, not a single person came back in. Perhaps it was because of this time of the day. Everyone didn't have the time. Movie theaters are usually still a bit more crowded at night. Moments later the smell of hormones began to waft through the air, and the man and woman of the movie actually flirted. Instantly the atmosphere of the two of them also awkwardly lived. Li Chen did not let go of such a good opportunity. In passing, he reached out to Tang Shui's tender white hand and clutched it in his hand. Tang Shui just wanted to stretch back. Li Chen clenched harder again. Tang Shui's little heart also began to beat violently. Li Chen saw that the time was ripe. A hand to pick up Tang Shui. Tang Shui just like this face to face sitting on Li Chen's lap. Their bodies were close together, feeling each other's violent heartbeats. Suddenly, the movie music turned more passionate. Li Chen hugged Tang Shui tightly and kissed her lips passionately. The kiss was full of passion and longing, as if it was going to fuse all their souls together. Tang Shui also responded to Li Chen's tongue, and their bodies seemed to be spinning on the dance floor, as if the whole world was cheering for their love. A few moments later, the two of them snuggled together tightly. Tang Shui buried her head into Li Chen's chest, feeling the sound of his heartbeat and his warm body. Both of them were greedily enjoying the sweetness of love. Li Chen at this time was wondering if he should take the city in one fell swoop. The atmosphere had been baked up to this point, and the opportunity was hard to come by. At this time, if Li Chen didn't do something, it was estimated that the audience would not agree. Grass, dry up, Li Chen secretly resolved in his heart. Chapter 47, Got Your ID? The movie had drawn to a close without realizing it, and the end credits had already started. The two separated their bodies with a sense of intent, their eyes revealing a hint of reluctance, and the two of them slowly got up and left the screening room. A few moments later, the two had sat in the small car. The atmosphere appeared to be a little bit awkward. Each other did not dare to look at each other's eyes. In the end, it was Li Chen who broke the silence in the car, looking at Tang Shui with a burning gaze and asking, "Take you home or?" Tang Shui lowered her head a bit shyly, her face already red to the root of her neck, then said in a very small voice, "I think I forgot my keys." How could Li Chen not know what it meant? His heart had already burst into smiles, and he hurriedly and eagerly continued to ask, "So did you bring your ID card?" "Aha!" A voice that only Tang Shui herself could hear came out of her throat. Li Chen directly started the car and stepped on the gas tank with one foot. The small car whooshed and disappeared, and at this time, it had already reached the parking lot of a hotel. A set of expedited room opening process flashed by, and Li Chen opened the door to the room. As soon as he entered, he was stunned, and the facilities and atmosphere in front of him dazzled him. Pushing open the door, the first thing that caught my eyes was the ambiguous light. It was a soft, slightly warm-toned glow that was neither blinding nor just right to create a hazy and charming atmosphere. Light emanates from the crystal chandelier on the ceiling and from the lights on the walls, spilling over every corner of the room like a light veil. The walls of the room were painted a deep red. The walls are lined with artful abstract paintings of intertwining lines and colors that. A huge round bed was placed in the center of the room. The bed was surrounded by a light veil draped with either pink or purple colors, which gently fluttered with the wind. Like a dreamy fairyland, the bed is covered with soft velvet sheets, which are delicate and cozy to the touch, making it seem as if one has fallen into a gentle embrace as soon as one lies on it. The sheets are also embellished with some exquisite lace, adding a few romantic flavor. It's the kind of thing that makes you feel comfortable. Next to the bed, there is a uniquely shaped bathtub. The bathtub is heart-shaped and is made of white marble. Its smooth surface shimmers warmly in the light. The bathtub is surrounded by some fragrant flower petals and candles, and when you lie in the bathtub, enjoying the warm water flow and fragrant scent, it is as if all the fatigue and worries have been swept away. This can certainly relieve all the fatigue if you are lying in the bathtub for a soak, provided that you pay attention to hygiene and preferably use a disposable bathtub membrane. In the corner of the room was a sofa, which was shaped like a huge shell, with soft cushions and backrests that made you sit on it and not want to get up. Next to the sofa there is a small coffee table with some delicate wine glasses and a bottle of red wine, adding a bit of romantic atmosphere to this moody room. But don't open it so easily because it's expensive. Single charge. The romantic atmosphere is so immersive that you forget all your worries. The moment she turned around, under the reflection of the light, Tang Shue's figure was simply beautiful. That slender waist, as if it could be completely controlled in the hands with a gentle gathering. Her shoulders had soft lines, as elegant as a swan's neck. That smooth skin, delicate and obvious collarbone, glistened with a charming luster under the light. The long and straight legs were as white as snow, smooth and delicate, that just the right length, both with the slenderness of a young girl and the flavor of a mature woman, wrapped in a tight-fitting dress that outlined perfect curves. Each swinging step carried a different kind of rhythm. Tang Shue's cheeks were slightly red, a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. In the room, the ambiguous light spilled over them, reflecting the two of them. Li Chen gently took Tang Shue's hand and brought her to the round bedside. The soft velvet sheets shimmered with a delicate luster under the light, as if inviting them to sink together. Li Chen looked at Tang Shui tenderly, his eyes full of love. Tang Shui slightly lowered her head, her long eyelashes gently trembling. She was gently biting her lips, and that look was both adorable and tantalizing. They held each other close, feeling each other's heartbeats and breaths. I don't know how much time passed, but the two of them lay on the soft bed, feeling the warmth of each other. After that, Li Chen didn't forget about the system's daily lottery session. He silently summoned the system and started today's lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Charm value -1, 1 million gold coins, and 1 bad luck card. Phew! I'm sure I've lost a little bit of charisma value again. This 1 million wouldn't be a red packet to reward Tang Shui, right? It actually gave another bad luck card. Not bad, not bad, Li Chen secretly muttered in his heart. Overall the rewards were quite good. Silently, he shut down the system and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 48, Jincheng Real Estate. The first rays of the morning sun shone through the curtains on the big bed. Tang Shui slowly opened her eyes, the pain in her body instantly attacking her entire body. She sat up with difficulty, put on her clothes, and lightly walked into the restroom. Li Chen sensed that the beauty in his arms had woken up from her sleep and shook off his somewhat sore right arm. The moment he stood up, a splash of redness came into his eyes. He naturally knew. After all, he had scanned Tang Shui's information before. Looks like the system still has its moments of reliability. Li Chen muttered darkly, an imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After the first big battle last night he received a reminder from the system that the mission was finally completed and the gold coins had increased by 2 million. But this amount of gold coins was already a drop in the bucket for the current Li Chen, and there was no more excitement when he first received the mission. Li Chen slowly walked into the bathroom, where Tang Shui was simply washing and organizing her makeup. He gently encircled Tang Shui from behind, feeling her unique body fragrance. That little expression was simply mesmerizing. Tang Shui also stood up straight and reached out to caress Li Chen's cheek. They comforted each other silently like this, perhaps just for that touch of red. Li Chen didn't know how to face them in the future. All he wanted to do now was to sink willfully, leave the future to the system. He cursed in his heart. Grass, dog system, you've pitched me over the edge. Are these all hand-picked heroines? Li Chen really wanted to curse his mother now. He didn't want to let down any of them, but he couldn't let go of any of them. Alright, don't be mushy, pack up, it's time to go to the company, Tang Shui said softly. That tone of voice was gentle enough to suffocate people. He looked at Tang Shui in the mirror. Today she was a little less playful than in the past, and a little more feminine, and those eyes were full of love. He reluctantly let go of his hand and gently stroked Tang Shui's little head, his face full of favor. Tang Shui spat out her tongue at Li Chen with a shy and cute look. A few moments later, the two slowly left the hotel. Li Chen glanced back at the main entrance of the hotel with a happy smile on his face. The two drove straight to the company, and it didn't take long to see the company's building. At this time, there were already a few people standing in front of the door, looking like they had been waiting for a long time. The people walked into the office together, still in the same spacious conference room, where they sat around the conference table. Li Chen looked around and smiled with satisfaction. Today we are considered to be officially colleagues. I hope that in the future we will work together and strive to make some achievements, which will be worthy of your decision and my choice. Jincheng Real Estate, today even officially established. I also wish everyone a bright future. Li Chen briefly said a few opening words to the crowd, and the eyes of the crowd were filled with passion. and they warmly began to applaud as soon as the words left their mouths. A moment later, Tang Shui slowly opened her mouth. She looked around to the crowd with a smile and said, "Then let me announce the appointment of a few people. Sun Haishan, appointed as the General Manager of Jincheng Real Estate. Ho Su, appointed Deputy General Manager of Jincheng Real Estate. Lu Kaiyun, appointed Public Relations Manager. MS. Zhang Shanshan, Legal Counselor. Yu Man, appoint Sales Manager." When Tang Shui finished speaking, she looked at the crowd to show her smile and express her congratulations. "Congratulations to all of you. From now on we're co-workers. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for giving me this opportunity to perform. Please take care of me in the future." Hosu smiled very politely, still looking like a fluttering gentleman. Perhaps this was the so-called Svengali. Yes, if it wasn't for MS. Tang giving us this interview opportunity, we wouldn't have all gotten together. Lu Kaiyun also followed and chimed in, a spring-like smile on her face. Perhaps because of her professional habits, she was still dressed so beautifully today, her face slightly powdered with a sense of charm. The crowd nodded along in agreement. "You are all welcome. All of you are the elite of the business world, and the opportunity is yours to earn." Just then Li Chen interrupted the crowd's mutual boasting and formally introduced Tang Shui's identity and position. "Alright, all of you shouldn't be modest. Tang Shui is my secretary and assistant. From now on, her words will represent my decisions." Everyone was looking at Li Chen and Tang Shui with an I-get-it expression, and Tang Shui also looked at Li Chen somewhat shyly, her eyes filled with relief and fulfillment. "It's up to you to arrange who you need for positions in each of your departments. I don't care if you recruit yourselves or gather your friends or men. I'll give you all a week. I want to see a new look for the company." Li Chen looked at everyone here with a very serious expression. The crowd also immediately became serious, and they all clapped their chests to say that they promised to complete the task. "Mr. Sun, improve the management of the company's various departments as soon as possible. In terms of selecting people, you and Mr. Ho can discuss and communicate. There is no need to report to me, so as soon as possible, the company structure will be formed." Li Chen looked at Sun Haisan with a serious face and commanded, "Don't worry, Mr. Li, I already started preparing yesterday, and there will be results soon." Sun Haisan is also a shrewd person, crawling around for so many years. He has long developed the habit of taking one step and looking at 3 steps. "Yes, Mr. Li, I will actively cooperate with Mr. Sun's work and strive to get the company on track as soon as possible." Hosu was also full of seriousness, showing an energetic look. "That's good. The matter of project bidding can also start preparation. The site needs to move as soon as possible. The most important thing is to help me identify some professional financial talents. This must pay attention to the gatekeeper. Cannot be careless. As soon as possible to prioritize the formation of the financial department. Funding can first apply with Tang Shui. You can also advance reimbursement first." Li Chen ordered all the major tasks and was ready to get up and leave. "Okay, Mr. Li, the bidding has already been announced, and it's expected that there will be many companies sniffing around soon. I'll implement the rest as soon as possible. I'll contact you if there's anything you need to decide." Sun Haisan replied very respectfully. The efficiency of his work was still very satisfying. After all, he had been a manager for so many years. No matter if it was connections or management experience, it was all very rich. Hosu and Sun Haisan compared. Although the education is slightly better than Sun Haisan, but experience and connections that cannot be compared. After all, just returned from overseas, this is understandable. No matter what, that is also a listed company's executives. If it is not because of the development of the hometown, really will not come to this size of the place. Of course, this kind of company is just starting out. The first batch of elders is still very advantageous. Last night, Li Chen did not return to the club. He was ready to go back to a circle. After explaining some of the company's things, and Tang Shui's simple coexistence for a while, got up and rushed back to the club. As the saying goes, to rain and shine. Chapter 49. A few moments later, Li Chen had appeared in the guild hall. Li Xiaoya stood in front of the office window quietly fuming, just like an absolutely beautiful painting. I don't know what she was thinking about. She didn't look very happy. The sunlight poured gently on her through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, cloaking her with a light halo. She was wearing a slim-fitting black dress, and the snug fit perfectly outlined the curves of her concave and convex figure. Her slender waist was not too thin to hold, as if it could be completely controlled in her hands with a gentle gathering. The hem of the skirt stayed just above the knee, revealing her long and straight legs. The skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, and seemed to emit a charming luster under the sunlight. She slightly tilted her head sideways. A head of long black hair like a waterfall casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands of hair gently fluttering in the breeze, adding a few moments of spiritual beauty. Her face was delicate and charming, and her fair skin was like a freshly peeled egg that could be broken. Under the curved willow eyebrows, a pair of big bright eyes were a bit mesmerized at the moment. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if they were speaking of inner thoughts. Her nose was small and straight, and her lips were full and rosy, so people couldn't help but be mesmerized. Her slender hands were wrapped around her chest, her fingers long and slender, painted with light pink nail polish. They exuded elegance. She stood still like that, as if time had stood still around her. Her body exuded a unique charm, both with a mature woman sexy and charming, but also with a young girl's innocence and spirit. She is a brightest landscape in the office, so that people cannot help but stop and fall for it. Li Chen tiptoed behind Li Xiaoya and directly hugged Li Xiaoya's slender waist. Ah! Li Xiaoya shivered and screamed out in fear. It's me! What are you afraid of? Who else would dare to hug you like this? Li Chen whispered close to her ear. Bummer! Scared me. Li Xiaoya's small face was red and she said shyly. Li Chen's breath blew into his ears, and a feeling of soreness and numbness instantly hit his entire body. Did you miss me? Li Chen flirted very shamelessly, and didn't know how he could say it. It seemed to have completely forgotten that he had just returned from his fling. No, where did you go to fool around last night? Li Xiaoya crossed her arms and pretended to look exasperated. That look looked pretty much like that too, except it was hard to be scared. I'm exhausted. I've been so busy. The real estate company was established today. You don't know. It's really all kinds of busy. Li Chen's face skin was really no one else. Ever since being transformed by the system, there was really no need for drafts when it came to telling lies. Ha? You started another real estate company? Are you going into real estate? Li Xiaoya's eyes widened. Surprised, she looked at him with a bit of disbelief in her heart. Yeah, didn't I tell you yesterday? It's going to be something big. Li Chen had a smug look on his face, and his eyebrows were raised. Well, the point is that I didn't expect you to play so big. Li Xiaoya looked at her man with a serious face, but she was not happy at all. Maybe it was because he was too good, a little lost in his heart. He could not catch up with him no matter how hard he tried. What's the matter? See how you're not happy at all? Li Chen walked forward and pinched Li Xiaoya's pretty face in a doting manner. No, very happy just feel that the gap with you is getting bigger and bigger. Li Xiaoya was slightly lost, looking a bit pathetic. Silly girl, what are you doing chasing after me? You just need to do well for yourself. Li Chen was also gently calming her down, those eyes filled with doting. Just like that, the two chatted until dark. Li Xiaoya also gradually forgot about those unpleasantness. How are the arrangements for your mother going? Li Chen suddenly changed the topic, concerned about Li Xiaoya's mother's situation. It's all almost done. The room will be packed up in the next 2 days, and we'll pick her up then. Li Xiaoya looked at him with a face full of gratitude, those eyes full of love. That's good. Take over so you can be with her every day. Honey, thank you. Why are you polite with me? Let's have dinner together when we pick it up, and I'll meet my mother-in-law on the way. Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya with a bad smile on his face. Good, as long as you don't mind. Li Xiaoya said very happily. What's that you're talking about? How could I dislike it? A bad smile appeared on Li Chen's face as he directly picked up Li Xiaoya. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, and their breathing began to rush. Immediately afterward, there was a burst of crazy passionate kissing, and a moment later Li Xiaoya said with a sharp intake of breath, Hubby, didn't lock the door. Li Chen quickly went over and locked the office door, looking at Li Xiaoya with a bad smile on his face. Papers and objects were knocked to the ground with a slight clatter, but at the moment they had no time to care. In this passionate moment, it was as if they had forgotten everything. With only each other's presence, time seemed to stand still. Only the sound of their heartbeats and ragged breathing echoed through the office. Time went by for who knows how long, and the office smelled of hormones everywhere. Hubby, I love you so much. Don't ever leave me, okay? Li Xiaoya suddenly hugged Li Chen tightly behind her back, as if she was afraid he would run away. Silly girl, how could I leave you? I'll be with you for the rest of my life. Okay. Li Chen gently stroked Li Xiaoya's small hand and tenderly comforted. Sometimes you have to admire a woman's sixth sense. Just a very normal night of not returning home. Li Xiaoya vaguely felt some uneasiness. The reason why she was a bit moody today was entirely because of the kind of feeling she had, which made her a bit flustered. Li Chen also seemed to have sensed Li Xiaoya's emotions. He hurriedly shushed and coaxed her for a while. It was not easy to pacify her, and Li Chen also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. You have to say he's a scum, but he's 100% nice to everyone. Then you have to say he's not scum, but he's all over the place again. Some say money is the source of evil, but everyone is desperately fishing for it. Others say that redheads are a scourge. But what about the sight of a beautiful woman? They all want to go to bed. Chapter 50 Tang Shue's Little Mind. Li Chen was contentedly lying on his own big bed. That expression of having just finished enjoying himself, not to mention how beat up he was. He slowly summoned the system, and it was time for another daily blind box opening. System, draw, ding, Congratulations to the host. Charm value -1. 200. 000 gold coins. And 1 pound of fresh goji berries. Asterisk 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 asterisk. System, you play with me, right? How much does it mean to give me a whole kilogram of goji berries? Li Chen's face was full of black lines. This system was getting more and more unreliable. Wasn't this pure and simple teasing? Li Chen was so angry that he was jumping up and down on the bed. Wow! A pile of goji berries that inexplicably appeared, directly scattered abed. Ah! Pissed me off. System, you're so mean. I don't know how long it took, but Li Chen also subsided. One hand fiddled with his cell phone to swipe the video, and the other hand stuffed a goji berry into his mouth from time to time. This was indeed much more convenient. A handful at the touch of a hand. This picture simply stunned the little ones. The next day, Li Chen crawled out of bed cursing, packed up the remaining goji berries and casually threw them into the trash can. A lifeless look into the restroom. Simply wash up. The cell phone suddenly rang, took it out to see that it was Zhou Wanrong, and hurriedly pressed the answer button. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Li, the loan has been approved. When do you think it will be transferred to you? Fine. Immediately. Li Chen said good 3 times in a row, and his mood immediately turned cloudy. Okay, Mr. Li, please take a look at the collection notice in a moment. I won't bother you anymore. Zhou Wanrong hung up the phone after saying very politely, okay, Ms. Zhou, I'll treat you to tea sometime. Li Chen also responded very politely, afraid of offending the god of wealth. Since the system wasn't powerful, he would have to rely on the bank to get started. Li Chen was instantly in a good mood, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. While humming a little song, he went downstairs. Why are you so happy today? Li Xiao happened to walk out of the office and asked curiously when she saw Li Chen so happy. Ha, it's nothing. It's just that the bank loan was approved, and everything is ready. Li Chen looked at Li Xiao with a smile on his face. That expression happy. Oh, that's really nice. Congrats in advance. And good luck to my husband's flagship. Li Xiao waved her small fist. With a serious face, she said, that looked quirky and cute. Li Chen also walked to Li Xiao's body and habitually touched the small head. Very spoiled look. And then smilingly walked into the elevator. I'm going to get busy. Don't mind me. Just call if anything happens. Li Chen directly skipped a sentence and left, driving a small car, all the way to the company wobbled. As soon as he entered the door scared Li Chen. He thought he had gone to the wrong place. There was a long line in the hall, and people were holding a resume in their hands. The scene was like walking into a job market. Tang Shui saw Li Chen from a long distance and happily walked over. The lips rose slightly with a confident smile. Dressed in a set of professional attire, white shirt with a black hip-hugging skirt, which shows the long and straight legs. Even if she was wrapped tightly, it was hard to hide her sexy and proud body. Li Chen was also mesmerized by today's Tang Shui, who was simply a uniform temptation in the style of a workplace queen. Li Chen walked towards Tang Shui with a smile on his face and greeted her with great concern. Well, tired? It's not tiring at all, and it's quite an accomplishment to watch. Tang Shui very happily spat out her little tongue at Li Chen, and that look couldn't be more adorable. Yeah, you built this with your own hands. You're a big credit to me. Li Chen also praised very happily. The establishment and development of the real estate company was absolutely inseparable from Tang Shui's efforts and dedication. Tang Shui would also witness, with her own eyes, the slow growth of this behemoth. Go, I'll take you somewhere. Tang Shui mysteriously pulled Li Chen up the stairs. Li Chen was also curious and couldn't figure out what kind of medicine this girl was selling in her gourd. What's wrong? Still being secretive? Giggle. You'll know when you see it. Tang Shui laughed and intentionally sold the story. The two quickly reached the 5th floor and followed the corridor until they reached the head. The moment they pushed open the door, Li Chen was also stunned. I'll go. Classy enough. He couldn't help but exclaim, his mouth hanging open. Is it pretty? I worked overtime yesterday to set it up, Tang Shui said very proudly, with a small expression of inviting credit. Cow pies. My goodness, you're too good. The first thing that caught the eye was the spacious and incomparable space, with a sparkling crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling. The lights are shining like stars, illuminating the whole office. The floor is covered with thick imported handmade carpets. The soft texture makes people feel as if they are walking on the clouds. The office area was located on one side of the room, with a huge solid wood desk taking center stage. The desktop is smooth as a mirror and is decorated with exquisite office supplies and a high-end computer. The leather boss chair behind the desk has an atmospheric shape. It is comfortable to sit on, as if it is embracing you. On both sides of the desk is a tall solid wood bookcase, filled with various books and precious artwork, showing the owner's taste in learning. The parlor area next to it was decorated in a particularly elegant manner. A set of luxurious leather sofas surrounded a carved marble coffee table. The color of the sofas complemented the carpet, giving a calm and noble feeling. The coffee table is decorated with exquisite tea sets and flowers, adding a sense of life and vitality to the entire space. A huge oil painting hangs on the background wall of the parlor area. The picture is delicate and realistic, full of artistic flavor. Further inside is the fitness area. A variety of advanced fitness equipment is readily available, including treadmills, dynamic bicycles and strength trainers. The floor is made of non-slip rubber material to ensure safety while exercising. Huge mirrors are installed on the walls of the fitness area, allowing you to observe your exercise status at any time. There is also a small rest area next to it with comfortable recliners and water fountains so that you can have a good rest after your workout. And the most stunning part of the office is the bedroom. The bedroom door is a carved solid wood door. Pushing the door open, inside was a warm and cozy space. An oversized double bed occupied the center of the room. The bed was covered with soft silk sheets and a high-grade down comforter, making people not want to get up once they lay on it. Two exquisite table lamps are placed above the bed, emitting a soft light. There is also a separate bathroom in the bedroom, which is equipped with a luxurious bathtub, shower facilities and high-grade sanitary ware. It allows you to enjoy a cozy bath time after a busy day at work. The entire office is decorated in a style that blends modern and classical elements. It has both a stylish simplicity and a classical luxury. The artwork and photos hanging on the walls add a cultural flavor to this space. A few green plants are placed by the window, filling the whole office with life and vitality. Whether you are working, meeting guests or resting here, you can feel unparalleled comfort and enjoyment. Li Chen directly leapt forward and lay down on the large, comfortable bed with a look of enjoyment on his face. Honey, is this specially prepared for yourself? Li Chen looked at Tang Shui with a bad smile on his face. That look was obscene. Cluck cluck cluck. Bummer. I picked this out especially for you. How's that? Is it comfortable? Tang Shui's face was red and she looked at Li Chen with a bit of embarrassment. Comfortable as hell. Li Chen looked at Tang Shui and raised an eyebrow. The look as if to say you're so bad. Tang Shui instantly turned away with a blushing face. Next, 1,000 words omitted here. Chapter 51, Another Beautiful Finance Woman. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and Li Chen slowly opened his eyes. Stretching lazily, he organized his clothes and shouted, "Enter." Sun Haisan pushed the door in and looked around as if he was afraid of bumping into something he shouldn't see. "Mr. Li, there is an applicant for finance today. I feel that the person is okay. Do you want to meet?" Sun Haisan went straight to the point and reported with a smile on his face. "Yes, you bring it here." Li Chen slowly opened his mouth and said indifferently with an expressionless face, "That's good. I'll bring the person here. This is her resume. You can take a look at it first." Sun Haisan handed the resume to Li Chen, and then apprehensively turned around and walked out of the office. Phew, fortunately okay. Sun Haisan let out a long breath just as he walked out of the office, always feeling that something was wrong. Who knew that Sun Haisan had just left in front of him, and Tang Shui crawled out from underneath the huge desk, spitting her tongue out at Li Chen. That expression felt badass but charming, licked his sexy lips, hurriedly straightened her clothes and sat down on the sofa in the parlor area. A few moments later, Sun Haisan walked in again with a beautiful woman. The beauty had a shoulder-length short hair, dyed in a fashionable flaxen color, looking playful and agile. Her skin was fair with a faint blush on her cheeks, and she wore a black slim-fit leather jacket with a red low-neck knitwear, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. Sexy but not too elegant. Underneath was a pair of tight blue jeans that showed off her straight legs perfectly. Sun Haisan froze for a moment as soon as he entered the door. His heart panicked a batch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just now clearly did not see anyone. How could Mr. Tang be here? Sun Haisan muttered in his heart. It seems that he still came at the wrong time. At this time, his heart was in a state of confusion. He was afraid that he would be subjected to an undeserved disaster as if he was. Li Chen was seriously looking at Xiaoxi's information. When he saw someone coming he looked up and just a simple glance almost threw his soul away. Sit down. Li Chen smiled faintly and gestured for the two to sit down. Thank you, Mr. Li. The two spoke almost simultaneously. After a brief understanding and conversation, Li Chen feels that the girl in front of him is really good, and is also considered a leading figure in the financial sector. Not only has a hard level of professionalism, in the circle is also a good reputation. Welcome aboard. I hope you won't let me down. This position is important, Li Chen said very seriously as he extended his hand. Xiaoxi also slowly reached out and shook Li Chen's hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li, I won't let you down." A few moments later, Sun Haisan and Xiaoxi left the office to go through the entry procedures. Since then the basic framework of the real estate side of the company has been completed, and there are suitable candidates for all major positions. The next step is to further improve all the positions. The company can start running. Just then, a text message came to Li Chen's cell phone. A notification that the loan had arrived. He took out his cell phone, and his little heart thumped. The message showed a bank card balance of 19.06 million, which could make Li Chen excited, or he had seen so much money. Hey, how nice it would be if this was all mine. Immediately I can go and lift a supercar. Li Chen sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. Since he is also a passing fortune, it is expected to be transferred to the finances account soon. With such a large company, the account was still empty for the time being. After all, there was no financial management before, and Li Chen didn't rush to transfer money in. Seeing Li Chen dancing happily, Tang Shui also stood up and walked over. Going around behind him, her slender hands directly rested on his shoulders, gently rubbing and pressing. Although it wasn't as good as Li Xiaoya's professional techniques, it was also a different kind of fun. What's wrong? So happy? Tang Shui asked with a slight smile on her face and a soft whisper. Nothing, the loan arrived. I'm just a walking tool man. The project budget thing you have to catch up as soon as possible to get the budget program out. The company's budget department should also hurry up to get ready. You have to urge them to hurry up. Li Chen closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. I know. I'll go and rush Mr. Sun in a moment. You shouldn't be too nervous. Things can't be done in a day or two. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't be in a hurry. If you want to be quick, you can't do it. Tang Shui's gentle voice came, making people feel very comfortable. Phew. Yes, I was the one who was too hasty. It's already a miracle that it was formed like this in such a short period of time. Let's slow it down then and give them a breather as well. Otherwise everyone is going to scold me for being a landlord. Hearing Tang Shui's reminder, Li Chen suddenly realized that he was indeed too hasty. The current rate of development was fast enough. It was better to take it one step at a time. Time passed slowly like this. Some people were busy while others were stealing time, and everything was in order. Li Chen's business map also finally lit up the tip of the iceberg. Li Chen slowly retrieved his thoughts and summoned the system while enjoying Tang Shui's massage. System, draw. The familiar raffle process flashed by. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value -2. 200. 000 gold coins. Gained intelligence +5. *******. System, you're getting fancy again, aren't you? I was hoping you'd give a martial arts master. Why don't you give skills anymore? Li Chen looked at the prompt and gave another crazy internal spit. After a moment, he hastily summoned his attribute panel and checked it out. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 22. Intelligence, 75. Titles, Face of Hercules, Hercules. Skills, Wildflower picking. Scanning, Beginner Chef, Dog licking God, Piano Master, Master of Heckling, Master of Time Management, Master of Lock Picking, Poor Quality Hypnosis, Master of Fighting, Master of Chess, Backpack, Lucky Card *1, Bad Luck Card *1, Gold, 3, 6 million, Number of Draws, 0, Mandate, none. No. System, we need to have a good chat. What does this 75 intelligence mean? The average human IQ has to be around 90, so if you give me 75, does that mean I'm stupid? Li Chen had already collapsed. He seemed to have been teased by the system again. It is well known that the average person has an IQ score between 90 and 110. IQ, or intelligence quotient, is a score that measures a person's cognitive ability at his or her age through a series of standardized tests. The average IQ is 100, and most people's IQs fall above and below this range. An IQ above 110 is considered to be above average, and above 120 is usually considered to be in the smarter range, and below 90 is likely to be slightly below average. Of course, the IQ test is only a relative assessment and does not fully represent a person's full ability and potential. A person's ability is also affected by many other factors such as emotional intelligence, creativity, practical experience, and so on. Ding! A spike in the host's emotional value has been detected. Please be at ease. The intelligence value given by the system is absolute intelligence. It's not comparable to ordinary people. You should feel grateful. If the host feels dissatisfied, the system can replace it with a comical value. The system's humanized voice sounded again. Still so immodest. Fight it. That's it. Stop messing with me. Li Chen instantly conceded and lowered his attitude. He didn't want to be forced to remodel by the system with a beating. Chapter 52 Master Wins Organization. Office area. A huge solid wood desk. Desktop smooth as a mirror. Behind the desk is a leather boss chair with an atmospheric shape, and on both sides of the desk are tall solid wood bookcases filled with a variety of books and works of art, highlighting the owner's taste and knowledge. But at this time the owner of the office, but in a leisurely and comfortable to enjoy a beautiful massage, just like a capitalist style has shown undoubtedly. Just then the phone rang. Li Chen took out his cell phone and saw that it was Zhao Shuwen, so he pressed the answer button. A bright laugh came from the other end of the phone. Ha ha ha, older brother what are you busy with? Brother, What else can I be busy with? I'm at the company. Looking for me for something? Li Chen asked curiously. There's a bureau tonight. Want to come along? Zhao Shuwen sent an invitation to a party. Yeah, what game? They're all local businessmen. They're kind of famous. Occasionally we'll get together. Zhao Shuwen briefly talked about the gathering. Okay, what time? Where? Wait for me. I happen to visit your company as well. We'll go together. After saying that, Zhao Shuwen hung up the phone, looking like he was already halfway there. Sure enough, a few moments later Zhao Shuwen arrived downstairs at the company. The beautiful woman at the front desk brought him to Li Chen's office. I say, old brother, you're a god. It's only been a few days, and this is already up and running? I really admire you. Zhao Shuwen directly came with a set of cereal rainbow farts as soon as he entered. Not to mention, it was well received. Li Chen was also all smiles. Older brother, don't flatter me. Leave the professional things to the professionals. I'm also a shirker. Li Chen was very modest and polite for a few moments, but his face was overflowing with complacency. This is not a compliment. Old brother is from the heart. This office is also grand enough. Old brother is very good at enjoying himself. Zhao Shuwen looked at the spacious office, this high-end atmospheric environment, but also inwardly envious. Ha ha ha, this isn't my credit. Come on, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend and secretary. This is Wan. Li Chen laughed, then introduced Tang Shui to Zhao Shuwen. Gu, this is sister-in-law. It's better to be known than to be seen. It's true that the moon is shy and the fish and geese are falling. Zhao Shuwen didn't know where he learned to kiss ass. Giggle. Thank you brother Wen for the compliment. You really have a wise eye. Tang Shui was instantly happy by this compliment and jokingly responded as well. That's a must. I believe in my old brother's vision. Zhao Shuwen gave Li Chen a you-know-what look, and the two of them smiled at each other. The few people just chatted in a cheerful atmosphere. Time passed quickly as well. The sun set in the west and soon the sky darkened. Li Chen and Zhao Shuwen rode a Mercedes-Benz towards the hotel where the party was taking place. Li Chen froze as soon as he got out of the car. A very familiar place. It was the Century Hotel. The last time he came was a classmate reunion, and there was some minor friction. The two walked in together and headed straight for the party box. At this time the box had already arrived. All of them were some local rich people. As soon as Zhao Shuwen entered the box, everyone stood up and greeted him with smiles. It looked like Zhao Shuwen also carried a lot of weight in this circle. Everyone treated him with respect, not knowing if it was because of strength or power. Soon all the people were seated, and Zhao Shuwen introduced Li Chen one by one. Zhao Shuwen scanned the circle and glanced at Li Chen again and said, "Let me introduce you all. This is a new brother and partner I've met. His name is Li Chen. Currently, taking over that clubhouse of mine. It's also renamed now. It's Chenya Clubhouse. Then there's the fact that our brothers are working together to prepare for a real estate project, which is currently under preparation." When the people heard this they were very polite and nodded with Li Chen. Being able to call themselves brothers with Master One, they naturally didn't dare to be slow. Old brother, what about this one? You should go to his place often. The owner of Century Plaza and Century Hotel, Mr. Chui Xiu Yuan Chui. Li Chen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and smiled as he nodded his head in greeting. In his heart, he was also secretly surprised. This was indeed a big boss. Slightly built, medium height. His face is round and his complexion is slightly bronzed, and he looks like he spends a lot of time outdoors. His hair is neatly combed to the side, interspersed with a few silver strands that show the signs of age. His eyes are small, but they reveal shrewdness and composure, as if he can see through business opportunities at a glance. Dressed in a decent dark suit with a delicate tie and an expensive watch on his wrist, he exuded the confidence and calmness of a successful man. This is the owner of Hui Yuan Jewelry, Hu Shualin Hu. In the future, you can go patronize the jewelry you buy for your siblings. Zhao Shuwen even raised an eyebrow with Li Chen when he finished speaking, as if he was saying that you have so many girlfriends, so you have to buy quite a lot. Li Chen was also rendered speechless by Zhao Shuwen's entirety and smiled awkwardly. Looking at the general manager who in front of him, he smiled slightly and nodded. He was a typical local middle-aged businessman with a tall and sturdy figure. He has a country-type face with hard lines and thick and slightly raised eyebrows, giving him an unruffled look. His hair was cut very short, making him look very capable. His eyes are deep and bright, sparkling with intelligence. When he smiled, his face would reveal shallow dimples, adding a bit of affinity. Dressed in customized business casual clothes, the leather shoes under his feet were polished, showing both fashionable and stable temperament. This can be appear in the future. Old brother, you also have to learn more with others. This is the developer of Fuli Garden, Mr. Kai Shuahai Kai. Zhao Shuwen also looked at Li Chen with meaningful eyes after the introduction. Li Chen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and also responded with a slight nod of his head politely. This middle-aged businessman had an upright figure, giving off a majestic feeling. He had a well-defined face with a dark complexion, as if he had been weathered. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his eyes were firm and bold. His hair was short and looked very sharp. At a glance, he looked a bit like a smiling tiger. This is the owner of my Bakay TV, Mr. Kong Jia Kong. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can take your siblings to sing. Zhao Shuwen also intentionally brought the word guys. The atmosphere immediately became cheerful and the crowd laughed. This middle-aged businessman had an upright figure, giving him a majestic look. His hair was short and looked very sharp. Wearing a straight suit with a brightly colored tie, he displayed a powerful aura. He wore a large ring on his hand, symbolizing his wealth and status. There were definitely not many bosses who could run the entertainment industry who were oil-saving. Ah, old brother, don't flirt with me. Li Chen also expressed his helplessness. Ha ha ha, old brother, don't be modest. There are no outsiders here. You're so handsome. Surely a lot of girls are going to be scourged by you. Zhao Shuwen really didn't take Li Chen as an outsider, and the two of them often joked casually. No, nothing like that. Li Chen hastily waved his hands, showing that he was innocent. The crowd all followed suit and laughed. Some even flirted a few times, and the atmosphere became very cordial. Unbeknownst to them, there is indeed a future enemy lurking in the group. Chapter 53, Meeting the Beautiful Skating Teacher Again. Ha ha ha, then it's a deal. You can't dislike us old guys. Zhao Shuwen's bright laughter spread throughout the hotel's lobby, and there were quite a few other people who looked over with sideways glances. Old brother, what are you talking about? It would be my honor to get together with you guys once in a while. Li Chen followed suit and smiled, responding very politely. Well, I like this old brother. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you should come often. You are always welcome in the century. Cui Xiaoyuan also followed suit and shouted, obviously all liking the young man in front of him, who was naturally Li Chen. No problem, Mr. Shui. I'm a frequent patron. Li Chen hurriedly responded politely. His attitude was not subtle and not overbearing, and he couldn't tell at all that this was someone who was a generation apart. Li Chen didn't lie. Whether it was Century Plaza or Century Hotel, he still did patronize it a few times. Just as several people were hooking up and bragging about each other, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. She slowly stepped into the light and instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. A head of short, ear-length hair was black and shiny, with a slight inward snap adding a bit of flavor. Exquisite melon face with skin like snow, as if it could be blown away. The pair of large eyes, deep and bright, the long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and under the high nose, there was a delicate red lip, and the slightly upturned corners of the mouth carried a hint of a smile, if any. She was wearing a tight black dress that perfectly framed her shapely figure. Slim straight legs in the hem of the skirt at the opening of the hidden. A pair of black mesh stockings and then with a pair of black high heels, more sexy and provocative. Her neck was slender and she wore a simple but delicate diamond necklace. Her body exuded a unique charm, with both the flirtatious sexiness of a mature woman and the innocence and playfulness of a young girl. Every movement and every look was full of temptation, making people involuntarily mesmerized by her. She exudes a mysterious aura that is elusive and gives off a high-flying vibe. That familiar face, that familiar figure, caused Li Chen to be directly petrified on the spot. Older brother, this is where you're wrong. You're mesmerized, aren't you? I treat you as a brother, and you actually want to pick up my daughter, Cui Xiaoyuan said jokingly, one arm still wrapped around Li Chen's shoulder. Li Chen's brain had gone down. He was never expecting that the skating teacher in front of him was actually Cui Xiaoyuan's daughter. How dare you think? A Cui family's daughter was actually teaching little kids how to roller skate in the square? You, Li Chen, you didn't know what to say even after half a day, so he just froze and looked at her. What? Don't recognize it? Surprised? The beautiful woman looked at Li Chen with a smile, and there was a bit of disbelief in that expression as well. What's this little colorful lot doing with Dad? It seems like it's still familiar? The beauty muttered in her heart. Nope, no, it's just a bit too sudden. Didn't expect to meet you here, Li Chen stammered, not even daring to look directly into the eyes of the beautiful woman. No way? Older brother, you even know General Chui's daughter? Zhao Shuwen had an odd expression on his face, as if he understood again. Right, how do you two know each other? Cui Xiaoyuan also looked at the duo with a suspicious face. You asked him? Ha? The beautiful woman pointed at Li Chen with her small chin with interest. That. It was just by chance that I saw Ms. Cui teaching a small child to roller skate, and I watched from the side. Li Chen didn't dare to tell the truth. He was afraid that Cui Xiaoyuan would pick his skin if he got angry. That's true. This dead girl is always running there. Not allowed to go but has to go. Cui Xiaoyuan glared at his daughter with a serious face. Let me formally introduce you guys then. This is my precious daughter, Cui Jie. You young people, you can walk around if you have nothing to do. Make friends. Chui Xiaoyuan was still introducing in a serious manner, not realizing that he had already pushed his daughter into the wolf's den. Oh, well, good. Li Chen could only agree, and was a little embarrassed to extend his hand to shake Cui Jia's. It looks like you're still a bit reluctant? Cui Jia clenched her hand hard. It was obvious that this girl wasn't much of a savior either. How dare I? How dare I? Please 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 please. Li Chen hurriedly put on a smile and put on a flattering look. Oomph, little colorful batch. Cui Jia whispered close to Li Chen's ear. Li Chen instantly shivered. He didn't expect this girl to dare to say this on this occasion. Cui Jia pulled out her cell phone and tapped the friend code, handing it to Li Chen. You swept me off my feet. Oh, good. Li Chen hurriedly pulled out his machine. Ah shucks. He pulled out his cell phone and added Cui Jia's friend. A few moments later, all the people also got into their respective limousines, and the party came to a successful end. A small farce was also finished, but now Li Chen's little heart was still thumping. Older brother, you can do it, mister. Cui's family is so big but he only has one daughter. Zhao Shuwen said something in his words, then looked at Li Chen with a smile. Older brother. Stop it. We just met once. Li Chen hurriedly denied. The point was that he really wasn't lying. Zhao Shuwen looked at him with an expression of I know it all and didn't say anything else, just snickering on the side. This messed up Li Chen is also very speechless. To tell the truth and no one believes it. The heart secretly sighed. Hey, my damn charm. Older brother older brother has a sentence that I don't know whether to speak or not? Zhao Shuwen looked at Li Chen in a serious manner and asked. Older brother, why are you still polite with me? Just tell me straight. Li Chen thought he had something important to say and listened attentively. So what do you say I have the driver drop you off at the clubhouse? Or to the office? Ha ha ha. Zhao Shuwen laughed out loud as he finished speaking, waiting with interest for Li Chen to answer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This. Send me back to the office. My car is still there. Li Chen replied in a hurry. Oh, that's right too. Oh, you can go to the company first then go back to the clubhouse. Zhao Shuwen nodded his head as if he had just reacted. Li Chen was instantly filled with black lines, thinking to himself that this old brother didn't seem to be very decent either. Ha ha ha, back to the company back to the company. Zhao Shuwen shouted at the driver. Chapter 54, The Price of Growth. Watching Zhao Shuwen's Mercedes fade away, Li Chen's heart was full of emotions. Today's party really opened his eyes. He used to be a poor boy. He never dreamed that he would have the opportunity to participate in this kind of party. Whether it is the other people's speech and behavior, or acting style, there are still a lot of places he has to learn and grow. These old foxes are really not comparable to him as a fledgling boy. Letting out a long breath, he looked at the dimly lit office building and thought to himself, it seems that Tang Shui has gone back as well, so he'd better go back to the clubhouse himself. Get in your own little car and head straight for the clubhouse. A few moments later, parked the car and walked into the club. At this time of the day, the business of the club was still very good, and Li Chen went up the stairs on his own. Just as he exited the elevator, he saw a beautiful silhouette standing at the elevator entrance. Li Xiaoya looked at Li Chen with a smile on her face, just like a wife who greeted her husband at the door of her home. You're back. Are you tired? Have you eaten? Li Xiaoya quickly stepped forward and took Li Chen's arm. The posture of a small woman was revealed. I've eaten. I attended a party with Zhao Shuwen tonight. Li Chen slowly spoke, looking at the beauty in front of him with a face full of favor. Oh, is that so? That Master Wen is not an ordinary person, so you should keep your eyes peeled. Li Xiaoya naturally knew her former boss's character. That was a purebred smiling tiger. Looking harmless, anyone who saw him had to give a few points of face. Don't worry, we're in a partnership now. He won't get any wrong ideas. He's counting on me to make him money. Li Chen naturally knew Zhao Shuwen's bottom line. Ever since the last incident, Li Chen knew that Zhao Shuwen's bottom was definitely not clean. But what he didn't know was that Zhao Shuwen wasn't as simple as it seemed. The last incident was just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, Zhao Shuwen's main force is still in the city, and this is just another lair of his. A few moments later, the two stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. Li Chen was holding Yiren in his arms, quietly looking out the window at the night scene. No one knew what was going through his mind at the moment. It has been said that a gentleman does not mirror the water, but mirrors the people. Mirror in water, meet the face. If you mirror people, you know good and evil. From today onwards, Li Chen is also considered to have officially stepped into this Jianghu. What is the saying? The strife has just begun. Li Chen slowly retrieved his thoughts and pulled out a cigarette. Li Xiaoya saw this and took the lighter and lit it for him. What's the matter? Something on your mind? Li Xiaoya asked gently, her eyes filled with concern. It's okay, it's just that suddenly I feel that the higher I go the more tired my heart gets. Maybe this is the price of growth. After saying this, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and his eyes seemed to be filled with vicissitudes. Where does this look like the words of a 19-year-old teenager? Li Xiaoya looked at her man with complicated eyes, and her heart was full of emotions. The innocent teenager at the time became more and more mature and stable. Don't think about it too much. Isn't that what life is all about? Everyone always loses something as they grow up. Li Xiaoya looked at him fondly and comforted him. I'm fine. Maybe today's party opened my eyes a bit. It feels like I'm still too juvenile. Li Chen glanced at Li Xiaoya, gave her a reassuring look, and gently touched Li Xiaoya's head. Don't forget that you're still a 19-year-old teenager. Why are you putting so much pressure on yourself? Li Xiaoya was actually puzzled as to why Li Chen had to fight so hard. It was obvious that he was still very young, still an age where he could have fun without any worries. Maybe it's the fear of being poor. Li Chen's mind suddenly conjured up his old days. He remembered the scene when his parents divorced, and the look in his father's eyes when he passed away in front of him. Thinking of his mother's merciless back when she didn't turn her head back. Thinking of his aging grandparents, hunched over and struggling for firewood, rice, oil and salt. That scene was a bone-deep pain, a constant reminder. Li Xiaoya didn't know what her man had been through, nor had she heard him mention his own affairs. Looking at Li Chen's eyes at this moment, Li Xiaoya also inexplicably felt a kind of sadness. Perhaps this was the telepathic communication between lovers, or perhaps it was due to a similar encounter. The atmosphere at this moment was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and it seemed eerie. The two of them just snuggled together, quietly gazing at the dark starry sky. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and there seemed to be a silent music of sadness and sympathy for the duo's rocky fate. I don't know how much time passed before they slowly left the office. Li Chen picked up Li Xiaoya and walked straight towards the bedroom. Li Xiaoya wrapped her arms around his neck and quietly pressed herself against his shoulder, greedily enjoying this affection. Her eyes became more and more infatuated, revealing endless fulfillment. Smoothly locking the door to the room, Li Chen directly placed Li Xiaoya on the bed. Looking at the beloved person in front of him, his eyes were also getting hotter and hotter. Her body was slightly sunk into the mattress, as delicate and attractive as a blooming flower. The light sprinkled on her sexy body, outlining her delicate curves. Her collar revealed a large expanse of snowy white, and her two sexy and charming long legs bent and overlapped, her slightly arched little buttocks looking so charming and attractive. Li Xiaoya's long hair was scattered on the pillow like silk. Her eyes were half closed, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and there was a faint blush on her face. Her lips were slightly open, as if she was waiting for something. Li Chen's gaze locked onto the sexy beauty in front of him, and an uncontrollable fire surged in his heart. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with longing and love. He slowly bent down close to Li Xiaoya. Using his hand, he gently brushed her cheeks, feeling the delicacy and warmth of her skin. Li Xiaoya softly wooed, the sound as soft and tantalizing as a kitten's purr. Li Chen's kisses fell like rain on Li Xiaoya's forehead, eyes, cheeks, and finally on her soft lips. Li Xiaoya also frantically responded to him, her hands tightly embracing Li Chen's neck and pulling him towards her. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, feeling each other's temperature and heartbeats. Li Chen's hands began to roam around Li Xiaoya's body, touching her smooth skin and charming curves. Li Xiaoya's body trembled slightly, and her breathing became more rapid. Hubby, I want to. Li Xiaoya's voice carried a hint of trembling and pouting. About 800 words omitted here. In this passionate moment, it was as if they forgot everything but each other. They were immersed in this wonderful feeling, enjoying the happy time that only belonged to them. Chapter 55, Choi Jae's active invitation. Time is too thin, the fingers are too wide, and a good night is always so short. Looking at Xiaoya in his arms, even sleeping is so sexy and charming. Li Chen lightly kissed Li Xiaoya's forehead and slowly got up. Li Xiaoya was still sweetly sound asleep, perhaps because she was too tired last night. Li Chen walked to the bathroom and looked at his handsome face in the mirror and smiled shamelessly. After a simple wash, he walked to the parlor area. Sitting on the sofa, he smoothly lit a cigarette, and a beautiful day was about to begin again. Just as Li Chen's soul was wandering, a message suddenly came on his cell phone. Picking up his cell phone, he stared at it with a wide-eyed expression of having seen a ghost. Little colorful batch, what are you doing? It was a message from Choi Jae, flirting with full meaning. Li Chen shook his head and let out a bitter smile. Looks like this nickname is doomed. Retracting his thoughts, he quickly replied to the message. Just woke up. What do you want? Missy. Ha, what time is it? You just woke up? Which little sister did you go on a date with last night? Choi Jae instantly returned a message in seconds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of talk is that? Am I that kind of person? Li Chen immediately exploded when he saw the message. This Missy was a real tiger. To actually be able to say such words, where was the resemblance of $1,000 lady? Ha ha ha, am I wrong? Aren't you? Little colorful batch? Choi Jae's flirting intensified, and there was no one else with this personality. Stop it, will you? That day was really just a misunderstanding. I've already explained. Li Chen was also speechless. No matter how to explain, people just do not believe. Not to mention Shui Jia didn't believe it. Even he himself might not believe it. Accompany this lady for a walk. I'm in a bad mood. Why don't you go? Why do you come to me when you're in a bad mood? You have so many friends. Li Chen directly refused, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. He really didn't want to see this Shui Jia too much. It was just too embarrassing. No. Immediately. Snappy. Shui Jia sent a message in a commanding tone. A tone that didn't look too good for rejection. Good. I'll count myself as convinced. It's always fine if I go. In the end, Li Chen still compromised. When this Missy's temper came up, she still didn't know what she was going to organize. A few moments later, a red Ferrari stopped at the entrance of the clubhouse. A very pretty and sexy beauty leaned against the door of the car, attracting countless gazes to converge on her body. There were also quite a few people who stopped to admire her, and one by one, their mouths were drooling all over the place. Her chestnut-colored curly hair like a waterfall was casually draped over her shoulders. Exquisite melon face with skin like snow, a pair of large eyes, deep and bright, long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Under the high nose, was a delicate red lips, slightly upturned corners of the mouth, so that people could not help but want to smooch. Wearing a tight black leather skirt that wrapped her figure tightly, highlighting her sexy figure. A pair of slim legs were revealed under the short skirt, matching with a pair of small black short boots. It is even more sexy and provocative. TSK. This little is so Thai. A young man with dyed yellow hair whistled and flirted with his mouth while whistling. Scram! Shui Jia glared at the youngster and fiercely spat out a single word. You hoo. Still ing chest. The young man looked at this situation he certainly cannot afford to mess with, played a smart mouth and hurriedly slipped away. At this time, Li Chen lazily walked out of the clubhouse and headed straight towards Shui Jia. Missy, can we not pull hatred? If you're standing here, all the men passing by will lose their souls. Li Chen also had a bad smile on his face and deliberately flirted. I'd say you're a little colorful lot. Get in the car. Shui Jia glanced at him. Straight away, she put on her big sunglasses and got into the car. Li Chen shook his head helplessly and laughed darkly. It's really not a saving grace. After a roar of a supercar, the two disappeared into the street. Shui Jia drove the supercar all the way to the suburbs. A few moments later, it finally stopped at the edge of a vacant lot. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Chen was stunned. It was so damn beautiful. Huge swaths of lavender, literally a sea of flowers. From afar, it was a deep and light purple ocean, in the sunlight shining with a mysterious and charming luster. When the breeze passes by, the sea of flowers gently surges like purple waves, bringing a burst of refreshing fragrance. Approaching this sea of flowers, the lavender plants stand tall. On the slender and upright stalks, small and delicate flowers bloom. The flowers are in the shape of spikes, closely arranged together, like a string of purple wind chimes. Each tiny flower consists of delicate petals with slightly curled edges and a soft sheen. The sea of flowers was filled with a rich floral scent that was unique and intoxicating. It had both a light sweetness and a hint of fresh grass, which instantly made one's mood peaceful and pleasant. Bees and butterflies are dancing in the flowers, and they are busy shuttling between the flowers, collecting pollen, adding a vitality and vigor to this sea of flowers. At the edge of the sea of flowers, there are several large, ancient trees. They stretch their thick branches and provide a shade for this lavender sea of flowers. Some wooden benches are placed under the trees for people to rest and enjoy the view. Sitting on the bench, looking at this gorgeous purple color in front of me, it was as if I was in a fairy tale world, and all my worries were dissipated at this moment. I'll go. There's actually a place like this here. It's just so beautiful. Why didn't I realize it before? Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Li Chen naturally could not find out. Not only that this place is not open to the public, even if it is open to the public, just a little poor guy like him which has the heart to come to the sea of flowers. Not only a little colorful batch, but also a dirtbag. Luckily you're so handsome. Shui Jia gave another merciless taunt. There was also a huge roll of the eyes. Li Chen's face was instantly filled with black lines, and his heart felt a little better when he heard the last sentence. What's the matter? I'm just a handsome, earthy, little colorful batch. What can you do to me? Li Chen was also a little grumpy and deliberately disliked him. Giggle. This young lady loves handsome little colorful batches. Shui Jia even looked at Li Chen with flirtatious eyes after she finished speaking. It was as if she had suddenly transformed into a female hooligan. Oh, pretty heavy taste. Li Chen didn't care about that. He was now a come hither. Shui Jia thought that Li Chen was deliberately pretending to look like this, and actually took a few steps forward. When she was only a fist away, she stopped. He just looked up at Li Chen, and there were a few hints of provocation in his eyes. Li Chen saw that this little nymph was asking for it, and directly wrapped an arm around her sexy and slender waist. A pull into the arms. The two people's bodies were pressed tightly together like this, and the scene was instantly ambiguous. Chapter 56, A Meeting in the Sea of Flowers. Ah, you. Chui Jia immediately broke free from Li Chen's embrace. That little face as red as a monkey's butt. Let's see if you still fool around. It turns out that you have the heart of a thief but not the guts of a thief. Li Chen looked at her with a smirk and deliberately mocked her twice. Chui Jia was furious and stomped her feet. Where had she ever suffered such a loss? Her small face was suffocating red, and she had a hopeless look on her face. Who let her send herself to the door? There was no one else to blame for this. This young lady is angry, and the consequences are serious. Chui Jia crossed her arms and looked at Li Chen viciously. That looked milky and fierce. Ha ha ha, big deal. I'll give my body to you. What else do you want? Li Chen had a dead pig's expression, and that dangling look could piss Chui Jia off. She stomped her feet while spinning in circles. This made Li Chen so happy that he stood on the side that was laughing. You. Humph. Chui Jia also do not know what to say. Well, I wanted to flirt with this small color batch. I did not expect myself to be eating tofu. This time is really a big loss. Okay, no more teasing. Look at you. You're the one who molested me first, right? Why are you still in a hurry? Li Chen also did not continue to flirt with her, and appropriately eased the atmosphere. If you really can't, I'll take charge, okay? Li Chen looked at Chui Jia with a bad smile on his face, and his eyebrows even raised. Who wants you to be responsible? You little colorful batch. Although Chui Jia's mouth was fierce, her heart was already deer in headlights. Fine. I'm not going to talk to you. Li Chen also indicated that he had conceded defeat. He slowly turned around and closed his eyes, feeling the breeze on his face and the scent of flowers in his nose. This feeling was really too comfortable. His spirit had been in a tense state recently. This time, accompanying Chui Jia out was really an unexpected pleasure, and his mood was truly relaxed. Not angry, are you? Come chat and tell us what's going on with this secret base. Li Chen looked at Chui Jia with great curiosity. It was just the right time to ease the atmosphere as well. You definitely don't know. This place is private and not open to the public, Chui Jia said very proudly, and her mood seemed to have changed for the better. Don't tell me your family grew it themselves. Li Chen looked at her with an astonished gaze, his face full of incredulity. Or what? Could it be your family's? Chui Jia had a little haughty expression on her face and instantly returned to her previous state. Not now, in case it is later. Li Chen spread his hands in a casual manner. What do you mean? Chui Jia instantly reddened when she finished speaking, and actually became a bit shy. There's no point. What if I buy this place later? Won't it be mine? What else? Where do you think it would be? Li Chen's deliberate act of being stupid was too much of a punch in the face. When these words came out, this made Chui Jia so angry and embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. You pissed me off. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Chui Jia crossed her arms and pouted her sexy little mouth, looking like she was about to do battle. No, that's what I meant. Did you misunderstand something? Li Chen was still playing dumb. He was ready to rule this little princess into submission at once. Okay, count on you. After saying that, he turned around and never spoke again. A moment later, a subtle sobbing sound came. It turned out to be Chui Jia who was angry and cried. This big miss had suffered a defeat this time. Her heart was chagrined, and the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. Obviously he was taken advantage of, and in turn was flirted with and teased. The more Chui Jia thought, the more aggrieved. Involuntary tears fell. Li Chen took a look at himself in trouble, and instantly his heart was not calm. It is estimated that men cannot see girls cry. His heart also numb claws. This can be done. A moment a little confused. Do not know what to do. You, why are you still crying? Wasn't I just teasing you? Don't be angry, okay? Li Chen very sincerely began to persuade. Coaxed a few sentences did not see good. Okay, I'm wrong still. I apologize. He apologized again with that humble attitude. Alright, don't be angry. Big deal. I won't acquire this garden in the future, okay? Li Chen also pretended to have a very innocent expression. This really was the more he was persuaded, the more angry he became. Chui Jia directly stood up and grabbed Li Chen's arm and went up for a bite. This could hurt Li Chen, constantly screaming, stomping his feet in pain. He reached out and pushed Chui Jia's little head hard. Goo, it hurts. Don't bite auntie. I'm wrong, not good. He kept begging for mercy, and this time he really wimped out. And it was a second wimpy kind of thing. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chui Jia also loosened her mouth. He also gave Li Chen a crooked stare and ran away with a toss of his head. This little is ruthless enough. Li Chen looked at his arm, and the clear teeth marks came out immediately. There also seemed to be a little bit of blood penetrating out. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air from the pain. Hiss, it hurts. Chui Jia saw that he seemed to be in real pain, and her own heart drummed. It's not really coming down hard, is it? She slowly walked over to Li Chen's side and looked at the blood that had slowly started to seep from her arm. Instantly, she panicked and was a bit overwhelmed with fear. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't think it would be this serious. Chui Jia hurriedly apologized in a panic, and instantly the initiative ran back into Li Chen's hands. Are you a dog? So ruthless, Li Chen shouted angrily in mock anger. Chui Jia instantly had tears coming down, spinning in her eyes. The look was pitiful and heartbreaking. I was wrong. I didn't do it on purpose. Chui Jia's small, slender hand tugged hard at the corner of her coat in an aggrieved manner. She reached out and gently lifted Li Chen's arm, slowly approaching. Those sexy little lips kissed directly to the wound and sipped hard. After a few seconds, a mouthful of blood mixed with saliva was spat out, then gently blew on it. That look was really too cute. Does it still hurt? Chui Jia asked softly, that tone gentle. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's fine. Li Chen hastily drew back his hand and rubbed it vigorously, as if it was much better. The atmosphere instantly became awkward again, and Chui Jia's face reddened to the base of her neck. She was also in a moment of impatience, and only then did she make the move she just made, completely without considering the consequences. She was simply ashamed in retrospect. After a few moments, both of them also eased up a bit. Each other also tacitly chose to ignore the topic just now. Let's go back, Chui Jia inquired in a small voice, no longer having that milky, fierce look. Yeah. Li Chen actually didn't take it to heart, and had been deliberately flirting with her the whole time. Seeing that the little girl was indeed honest, he was also relieved. At the very least this bite was not in vain. The two got in the car and disappeared into the garden in a few moments, heading toward the county seat. Thank you for today. I'm in a much better mood, Chui Jia said a little embarrassed. Oh, after all the fuss you took it out on me, huh? Li Chen looked at her with a somewhat complaining tone, pretending to be angry. No, I'll treat you to dinner next time as an apology. And next time? Li Chen immediately wanted to jump straight out of the car upon hearing this. Cluck, 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 cluck. What are you afraid of? It's not like I don't eat people. Chui Jia laughed a little smugly. Little colorful batch. Chapter 57. Fourth floor of the clubhouse. Li Chen quickly rummaged for a long-sleeved sweater and directly put it on his body. Just because that bite mark was too obvious. If Li Xiaoya or Tang Shui saw it, it would be over. Changing his clothes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Li Xiaoya had been busy and didn't have any free time to pay attention to him. Otherwise, walking straight to the parlor area, he sat his ass down on the couch, rubbing his arm, which was still aching. He grimaced again. Asterisk 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 me. This little is too ruthless. What kind of 1,000-year-old lady is this? It's simply a jackhammer. Killing people. Li Chen muttered to himself, frowning tightly with a complaining look on his face. Just then a message came on his cell phone, and when he picked it up, his head exploded. I'm sorry for today, little colorist. We're even. Who let you bully me first? The message was sent by Chui Jia. Li Chen was speechless again after reading the message. Obviously, it is her own dishes and love to play, but also rely on others. This thing where you go to say reason to go? I say, Missy, will you let me go? Just let me go as a fart. Li Chen sent over a message with a face full of helplessness. Cluck, 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 cluck. You want to pat your ass and leave after eating my tofu? My god, it's not just hugging a little bit, is that so? Li Chen directly slapped his head and instantly felt his blood pressure coming up. Humph, easy for you to say. Who dares to hug this young lady? Ever since I was a child, apart from my parents, there hasn't been a second person who has hugged me. You are the first. Chui Jia immediately sent another complaining message, looking like she wasn't ready to let Li Chen go. Okay, I'll admit it. What do you really want? Li Chen is also no way out. Encountered a hit cannot be scolded miss. Really is no way at all. This young lady wants you to be at her beck and call from now on. No refusals, or else. Humph. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of a show is this? Li Chen directly exploded into a foul mouth, not understanding what kind of scheme this great lady was playing. Fine. Promise you, okay? Li Chen felt that it was useless to say more. First promised to say it. Wait and see what happens. Respond to all changes with no change. Really can't practice in bed. Hey, Missy, can I talk to you about something? What is it? Speak. I've got my eye on that garden. Talk to your dad. How about selling it to me? Li Chen did like that garden because he didn't have his own residence yet. He planned to get a manor. He couldn't always live in a clubhouse or company. When he saw that garden today, Li Chen instantly fell in love with it, which is why he had this idea now. It's not impossible. It's supposed to be a place for me to take a break. Depending on this lady's mood. Shui Jia immediately returned a message. When Li Chen took a look at the message, he felt that things were in play and quickly fawned. Look, Missy, I've promised you a request. It's not too much for you to promise me one too, right? Besides, even if you sell it to me, aren't you free to go as you please? Seems to be. Oh, I'll think about it then. When I'm in a good mood someday, I might just say yes. Ha ha ha, good, it's a deal. Oh, Li Chen hurriedly confirmed again and again, fearing that this girl would back out in a moment. Okay, then you can play with me another day tomorrow. Ha, don't bother, I have to go to the office tomorrow. A bunch of things are waiting. Li Chen was dumbfounded when he heard it. Still playing for a day? Hurrying to find a random reason. Ready to put it off first. That's fine. I'll pick you up and visit your company. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. What the hell does this ant want? Li Chen was on the verge of cursing his mother at this moment, and he was instantly furious and gnashing his teeth. But he didn't dare to have an attack yet. Who let him beg? Okay, no messing around. Humph, it's a deal. Ending the conversation, Li Chen let out a long breath, thinking to himself, what did this young lady mean? How did she hack on herself? Unbeknownst to him, Shui Jia had fallen in love with him at first sight since the last time they met. One was kept in the dark, and the other was blissfully unaware. Another abusive relationship kicks off. Retracting his thoughts, Li Chen directly summoned the system. No matter what the big deal was, it couldn't affect the daily blind box draw. System, raffle, give some goodies. Li Chen's mouth kept pounding. Mommy coaxing what? We cannot hear what? Ding. Congratulations to the host, gaining +2 charisma value, 200,000 gold coins, and 1 temporary mission. Holy, another quest. What will it be this time? Open a randomized mission. Li Chen looked at the interface in front of him with wide eyes. Another mission was actually released. He couldn't wait to open it immediately. Congratulations to the host. Received a temporary mission. Have a sweet love affair with Shui Jia. Rewarded 5 million gold coins. Charisma value +20. Mission failure penalty. Deduct 5 million gold coins from the host. Holy, system, what the hell are you doing? Is this asking me to start a harem? I refuse. Li Chen took a look at this mission and immediately his head went big. Not to mention that this reward wasn't great. Just this punishment was unbearable. Ding. This mission is mandatory and must be accepted once opened. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The statute of limitations for this task is 6 months. Time is still very sufficient. Oh, the system was very rare, actually sold acute. But still the composition of molestation is mostly asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't play with it like that. System we'll end up playing with fire. Li Chen's head was now big when he thought about it. What if there was a fire in the backyard? It was estimated that 10 fire engines would not be able to put it out. Li Chen anxiously turned mill straight in the room. He was really at a loss. Not too much beauty. The key to this Shui Jia is not an ordinary girl. This if let Shui Jia's old man know, and then know their own this affair debt. I guess he died do not know how to die. That is why Li Chen is so resistant to Shui Jia. It is a little tricky. Want to eat? Yes, but I'm afraid of burning my mouth. Time just a little bit passed. It does not care what Li Chen mood. A night so quietly passed. Early the next morning, Shui Jia arrived downstairs at the clubhouse. It's still the same super eye-catching red Ferrari with a beautiful young girl. Chapter 58, Fire in the Backyard. As soon as Li Chen saw Shui Jia's message, he hurriedly put on his clothes. Taking advantage of Li Xiaoya's inattention, he jogged all the way into the elevator and headed downstairs. Just as soon as he went out the door, he saw Shui Jia, still leaning against the car door, looking at himself with a grin on his face. She was wearing a loose white printed t-shirt today, and even though it was loose, it couldn't hide that proud figure. Paired with a pair of blue ripped jeans, the legs of the pants were slightly rolled up, revealing her slim ankles. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail that swung from side to side as she moved. Slightly more adorable, she was wearing a pair of stylish sunglasses that covered most of her face but added a bit of mysterious charm. The overall look was sleek and cozy with a touch of street style. I mean, Missy, can't you just wait in the car? Have to stand outside? Li Chen rolled his eyes greatly at her and directly got into the car. Hey, what's wrong with me standing outside? This young lady can stand wherever she wants. Shui Jia pouted, again looking milky and fierce. Fine, whatever, okay? Maybe we'll meet a pervert one day. Li Chen helplessly waved his hand, and finally flirted. Humph, isn't the biggest hooligan sitting in the car? Isn't that right, little colorful batch? Shui Jia looked at Li Chen with a smirk, her big eyes blinking. Holy, just drive. I'm convinced. Li Chen directly wimped out in seconds and turned his head away. A look of not being able to mess with or hide from him. A roar of a supercar erupted, causing a lot of sideways glances, and after a quick glance, it disappeared into the street. 4th floor, In front of the window, a stunningly beautiful figure stood there, motionless, looking at the scene in front of her, and there seemed to be tears flickering in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment, only that the figure appeared so helpless, her small fists tightly clenched together, as if the nails are about to embed it in the flesh, but she was completely unaware of it, and did not feel any pain at all. Her silver teeth clenched and crunched, as if she was incomparably torn about something inside. Bean-sized teardrops could no longer be controlled as they dripped down. I don't know how long it took before that figure slowly left. Xiao exhaled deeply, as if she had made some major decision. Her eyes burned as she walked towards the end of the corridor and pushed open a door. Instantly, a smile was plastered on her face as she looked at the middle-aged woman who was half leaning against the bed. "Mom, how do you feel?" The corners of the middle-aged woman's mouth forced out a smile as she looked at her daughter, her eyes filled with heartache. "Yeah, come and sit down. Mom is fine, don't worry about me all the time. It's not easy for you to make it this far. Will I cause you trouble here? No, it's better to send me back. I'm fine staying there. Mom, don't worry, it's fine. I'm the general manager here now. Who would look for trouble? Just don't worry about me. Recuperate well here. My heart will be solid when I can look at you every day." Xiao forcefully held back her inner aggression and didn't let the tears flow out. "Alright then, go get busy with your work. Don't worry about me." The middle-aged woman hurriedly urged her daughter, afraid of delaying her work. "Okay then, get some rest. Watch some TV and play on your cell phone if you're bored. Yell at me if you need anything. I'll be right next door." Xiao slowly got up, her face full of concern. The middle-aged woman is none other than Xiao's mother, Zhang Suizhi, who suffers from lumbar spondylosis, resulting in paralysis of the lower half of her body. In recent years, Xiao has been the sole breadwinner. Her father also died of illness when he was very young. Xiao is the only breadwinner in the family. The moment she closed the door to her room, Zhang Suizhi pinched her legs hard, powerlessly pounding, tears slipping down hard, not daring to make a sound. She hated herself for being useless, hated herself for becoming a burden to her daughter. As the saying goes, mothers and daughters are connected. How could she not feel that her own daughter had grievances in her heart? Looking at her own daughter's forced smile, tears in her eyes, Zhang Suizhi's heart is like a knife, ruthlessly inserted there. She hated the injustice of fate more than anything else. Why did they have to torture mother and daughter like this? Instead of it, she would really like to just die. That way she could still take some of the burden off of her daughter. At this moment, Li Chen was still oblivious to the fact that Li Xiaoya had seen the scene just now. Although that scene proved nothing, don't underestimate a woman's sixth sense, and her sense of smell for emotional threats. As soon as he entered the company, Choi Jae shouted, who dared to believe that the girl in front of him, who looked at everything fresh, was a rich girl. I did not expect you have quite a lot of industry here, or a little tycoon. Choi Jae's face was full of flirting, and that look was really making people cry and laugh. Don't be sarcastic, Missy, what is this compared to your home? Li Chen shook his head helplessly, being unable to do anything with this little princess. That's different. How old are you? The little colorful lot still has some skills. Choi Jia looked at Li Chen with a bad smile on her face. Hush, Missy, auntie, this is a company. Don't scream, okay? What do you think if others hear you? Li Chen had never expected this. In public, people coming and going, this little ant actually called a small colorful batch. This can he Li Chen scared. Not far away, Tang Shui looked at the scene in front of her with her arms crossed. That little temper instantly came up. She is not like Li Xiaoya can pretend not to see. Tang Shui's character is also quirky. Hubby, Tang Shui shouted as she walked, and deliberately stretched her voice. The people in the company naturally wouldn't make a fuss. After all, everyone knew about this undisclosed secret. Li Chen and Chui Jia turned around almost at the same time, and when they saw Tang Shui arrive, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. Chui Jia looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and inexplicably felt a sense of jealousy in her heart. Hearing her call Li Chen by his name, he felt even more fired up. It was a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her hair was a light chestnut color, falling softly at her waist. Her eyes were a deep blue, her eyebrows were arched, and her lips were red and full, like ripe cherries, so that people couldn't help but want to kiss them. She was tall and delicate, wearing a tight black dress. The material of the dress was soft and flattering, perfectly outlining the curves of her bumpy figure. Her waist was as slender as a willow, as if a breeze could blow her down. She stepped on a pair of red high-heeled shoes. The sound of the heels striking the ground was crisp and powerful, as if announcing her arrival. Chui Jia's eye seemed to be about to burst into flames, and she didn't know why she was so angry. It just felt like a nameless rage was rising, and her small hands had clenched into fists. You're here, let me introduce you. This is Chui Jia, the daughter of General Manager Chui, who I met at the last party. The Century Hotel and Century Plaza are both owned by her family. The Chui family's daughter. Li Chen was like seeing a savior and hurriedly approached Tang Shui. Then he turned his head to look at Cui Jie and introduced her. "This is my secretary cum assistant cum girlfriend, Tang Shui." Li Chen introduced Tang Shui to Cui Jie again, and there seemed to be a little bit of arrogance in his eyes, deliberately biting the word girlfriend very heavily. "Hello, Ms. Choi. Welcome, welcome. It's really a great honor to be here. Go sit upstairs?" Tang Shui was full of smiles and gave a very polite greeting, but there was a little bit of gunpowder flavor in those words anyways. "Good, Tang Shui, right? Very pretty indeed. Let's go then." Cui Jie wasn't a saving grace. Naturally she wouldn't admit defeat. Smilingly, she responded, no mood swings visible on her face. Li Chen only felt his back go cold, and hurriedly took a few quick steps in front of him. Tang Shui, on the other hand, obediently took up Cui Jie's arm, and the two of them were talking and laughing as they followed behind. It looked like they had been good girlfriends for many years, and Li Chen was stunned when he looked at them. Holy, what are these women thinking in their hearts? Li Chen muttered in his heart. Chapter 59, The War on Women. The three quickly arrived at the 5th floor office area, and with curiosity and anticipation, Cui Jie had just walked into Li Chen's office when her eyes widened. She had expected to see a traditional office layout, but did not expect a combination of modernity and ancient style, the atmosphere and elegance to give people a bright feeling. Did not expect that there is actually a well-equipped fitness room and meeting area. Cui Jie's eyes instantly lit up, and that enthusiasm for something new was instantly ignited. She immediately turned to Tang Shui on the side and asked, "Tang Shui, is there any workout clothes? Suddenly I want to exercise so badly." Tang Shui was slightly stunned, a bit confused by this big Mrs. Brain Circuits. Then she smiled and nodded. "It seems like I really do have spare workout clothes. I'll go take a look." Not long after, Tang Shui brought 2 sets of brand new workout clothes. Cui Jie and Tang Shui walked into the bedroom next to each other together, ready to change into their workout clothes. "Wow, what a beautiful bedroom. It looks like you decorated it, right?" Cui Jie was very curious as she surveyed the luxurious suite, but in her heart, she began to have a scornful look. "Well, yes, it's convenient for him to rest. Specially made a room." Tang Shui's face was full of complacency. Her eyes were full of happiness, but in her heart, she was thinking that you're just envious. Cui Jie was both envious and jealous in her heart, but didn't show half of it on her face. She usually liked sports and fitness in the first place, and when she saw that there was a gym, the devilish idea went to her head. She wanted to press Tang Shui in this regard, and her own conditions weren't losing to anyone. Moments later, Cui Jie was the first to walk out from the locker room. She was dressed in a tight black workout outfit that perfectly outlined the curves of her charming figure. Her long hair was tied up high, revealing her bare forehead and delicate features. The workout outfit fit her body tightly, emphasizing her slim waist and slender legs. Her stomach was flat and tight, with a vestigial line, if any, faintly visible. Her upper body was wrapped in just the right amount of workout clothes, and stood out even more against the leotard. Her shoulders were smooth and full of power. Her arms were slender but strong, as if they could burst with powerful energy at any time. Cui Jie's face was beaming with excitement, her eyes sparkling as if they had endless energy. Her skin was slightly flushed from the upcoming exercise, giving off a healthy glow. She paced back and forth in the gym, waiting for Tang Shui to show up while familiarizing herself with the brand new environment. It wasn't long before Tang Shui walked out as well. Tang Shui's fitness outfit was a light blue one that complemented her gentle temperament. Her figure was equally stunning, and the workout clothes showed off her chiseled figure to the fullest. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands plastered to her cheeks, adding a bit more charm. Her eyes were bright and clear, as if they could see through the heart. Her lips were slightly upturned with a confident smile. Tang Shui's workout clothes wrapped tightly around her body, emphasizing her slender waist. Her figure wasn't as good as Cui Jie's, but it looked very upright. Her legs were straight and long, and under the light blue gym clothes, they were even more slender and sexy. Cui Jie saw Tang Shui come out and immediately greeted her. "Wow, Tang Shui, you're so beautiful," Cui Jie heartily exclaimed, but kept sizing up Tang Shui's figure, secretly saying in her heart, "Shay, it's just like that, average." Tang Shui responded with a slight smile. "You're pretty too." Actually, what Tang Shui was thinking in her heart was just the opposite. "Humph, which is as pretty as me?" The two beauties looked at each other and smiled, but in fact, each of them had something in mind. The fitness room is furnished with a variety of state-of-the-art fitness equipment, including treadmills, exercise bikes, dumbbells, and more. Cui Jie and Tang Shui walked over to a treadmill and decided to start with a run. Cui Jie skillfully pressed the start button and the treadmill began to run slowly. She stepped onto the treadmill, adjusted the speed and incline, and then began to run rhythmically. Her body leaned forward slightly, her arms swinging naturally, sweat gradually seeping from her forehead, but her eyes remained determined. Not to be outdone, Tang Shui started her own workout on another treadmill. Her long hair fluttered gently as she ran, exuding an enchanting charm. She always had a smile on her face, as if she was enjoying the process. As time passed, Cui Jie and Tang Shui's speed became faster and faster, and their sweat increased, but they had no intention of stopping. Instead, they got more into the movement. Unbeknownst to the two women, their hearts were screaming for a fight, and neither wanted to lose in front of the other. On the side, Li Chen, who was originally handling his work, raised his head when he heard the commotion. The moment he happened to see Cui Jie and Tang Shui change into their workout clothes and walk out, he directly froze. His eyes instantly straightened and his mouth opened slightly, almost drooling. He had never imagined that he could see such a beautiful image in his office. Li Chen's gaze followed Cui Jie and Tang Shui's figures closely, and as he watched them run on the treadmill and saw their energetic appearance, an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. He thought they were so beautiful and charming in this moment. He forgot about the work at hand and just looked at them quietly, as if admiring a beautiful painting. Cui Jie's nickname wasn't really for nothing. It was very much in line with Li Chen's character. After running for a while, Cui Jie and Tang Shui decided to switch up their exercise routine. They walked over to the dumbbell area, picked out the right dumbbells for them, and began their strength training. Cui Jie picked up a pair of medium-weight dumbbells, her arms holding them steady before she began to raise and lower them in a rhythmic fashion. Her sweat ran down her cheeks and dripped to the ground, but she didn't care. Tang Shui, on the other hand, chose a pair of lighter dumbbells, and her movements were gentle and graceful, as if she was performing a dance. Her eyes were full of confidence, and she wanted nothing more than to make her body sexy and beautiful. Li Chen looked at the way they were seriously exercising, but his heart was filled with admiration, just like a little cutie, as oblivious. He couldn't help but think of how he was usually always busy with work and neglected his physical exercise. Looking at Cui Jie and Tang Shui, he decided that in the future, he would also make more time to exercise and maintain a healthy body. Cui Jie and Tang Shui were sweating it out in the fitness room, enjoying the joy of exercise. Their laughter and shouts echoed in the fitness room. Li Chen, on the other hand, was quietly watching them from the side, his heart filled with emotion and excitement. He knew that this moment would become one of the best moments in his memory. Time passed without realizing it, and Cui Jie and Tang Shui finally finished their fitness journey. Their faces were filled with satisfied smiles, and their bodies, though a bit tired, were filled with strength. A silent battle was also drawing to a close. They walked to a side rest area and grabbed towels to wipe off their sweat. Li Chen also came back from his own thoughts as he walked over to Cui Jie and Tang Shui's side and said with a smile, "The two of you are pretty awesome. Seeing how energetic you guys are, I want to join you. I haven't used it even once." Cui Jie and Tang Shui looked at each other and smiled, then said in unison, "Then you come along too. Ha ha ha, yeah." Li Chen walked over with a bad smile on his face. He was greeted by a smothering kick from Tang Shui and a kingly punch from Cui Jie. Chapter 60, the company is full of beautiful women. After a period of laughing and joking, the two women also finally subsided. They went into the bedroom to rinse off the sweat stains on their bodies. Li Chen sat back down at his desk, and just then there was a knock on the door of his room. Knock knock. Sun Haisan quickly pushed the door in and stood in front of Li Chen with a serious face. "Mr. Li, the company can basically run normally now, and preparations for the bidding have already begun. I believe that the construction site will soon be able to move. Do you have any more instructions?" Sun Haisan hand holding a pile of information. Not in a hurry, and Li Chen made a report. Sun Haisan's ability to do business is really not to say. Just a few days' time has been the company basically run up. All the work is also in an orderly manner. There's nothing more to do for the time being, so call the finances over. I won't stay in the company all the time, so I'll leave everything here to you. Don't let me down. Li Chen looked at Sun Haisan with a smile on his face. "Mr. Li, don't worry. You can just leave the company to me. I guarantee to complete the task." Sun Haisan face full of confident look. After all, people's strength and experience is there, so a small company can still be handily. "Alright then, you go and get busy." Li Chen directly dismissed Sun Haisan. A few moments later, Shushi's figure walked in. A shoulder-length short hair, dyed in a fashionable flaxen color, looked playful and soulful. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were slender Danfeng eyes, her eyes revealing a coolness and nobility. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, giving off a feeling of non-irritation. Her lips were thin and light in color, but they had a special charm. Her figure was slim and slender, wearing a small white slim-fitting shirt with a black belt around her waist, emphasizing her slender waist. Her legs looked extraordinarily straight under the wrapping of black tight pants. Feet stepped on a pair of black high heels, embellished with a few exquisite rivets, adding a few points of fashion. The figure was not very voluptuous, but it gave off a feeling of elegance. She walked with an upright posture and a sense of confidence. "Mr. Li, if you don't look for me, I'm coming to look for you." Xiao, she smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples. Ha ha ha, guessed it, so called you over. Tell me. Li Chen laughed loudly. How could he not know it? The account is not a penny. It would be strange not to find him. A clever woman can't cook without rice. We don't have any money in our account. When will we call in the money? She had a ghostly look, as if she was a resourceful debt collector. Aha, how much money is needed at the moment? Li Chen put away his smile and looked at her very seriously. Let's transfer $10 million first. The budget is not out yet, but once the bidding is over, all sorts of payments need to be made in advance for the entrance fee. There are also the company's daily expenses, all the personnel's public account reimbursement. I can accumulate a bunch of invoices there, all waiting to be reimbursed. She belongs to is the company's financial security, and have to give the following people all kinds of reimbursement to make payments, but also with their own boss to ask for living expenses, is really a bad job. Good, I'll transfer it to the company's account in a moment. You see to the arrangements. The accounts must be done well and beautifully. Li Chen also agreed very painfully. Funds were not a worry for him. Giggle. Then I'm relieved. Boss atmosphere. You can rest assured about the professionalism. There will definitely not be any mistakes. She got the money and was immediately happy. No longer need to smile to deal with those who came to reimbursement. Aha, I believe you. Then you go and get busy. Li Chen looked at this confident little girl. His heart was also very pleased. After all, the position of finance was too critical. The office hadn't been quiet for a few minutes when another beautiful woman walked in. Her makeup was exquisite, with elongated eyebrows, deep eye makeup and bright lip color that made her instantly noticeable. She had a plump and sexy figure, and was wearing a black dress, which was made of soft silk and was very comfortable to wear. The neckline of the dress was a low-cut design, revealing her delicate collarbone and exuding a seductive charm. A red sash was tied around her waist, emphasizing her slender waist. The hem of her skirt fluttered slightly, revealing her slender legs. Her feet stepped on a pair of black high heels. The heels were not too high and not too low, which looked elegant but not too tired. In her hand, she held a delicate little clutch bag, which was inlaid with a few sparkling gems, making her whole person look even more noble and elegant. Her figure was full of feminine charm, making it unforgettable. Mr. Li, you're really a divine dragon. It's so hard to see you. The person who spoke was none other than Lu Kaiyun, the manager of the public relations department. Still so sexy and charming. Gu, MS. Lu, what's up? Looking for me for something? Li Chen was still relatively polite to her. This was also a woman with 8 faces. All kinds of heroes had contact with her. It's not a big deal. There's a dinner party with a few leaders in the county in a few days. They all want to meet my boss behind the scenes. Does Mr. Li want to take part in it? Lu Kaiyun twisted her sexy waist, propped her hands on the desk, and threw a wink at Li Chen. That look was simply too. TSK. What kind of people are attending? Still have to go? Li Chen curiously surveyed Lu Kaiyun, and his eyes did not dodge her seduction. The governor and the secretary of the county party committee. What it? See or not see does not matter. You get the idea. Lu Kaiyun said with a face that didn't care, as if she really didn't take them seriously. Since that's the case then let's meet. After all, we'll have to deal with each other often in the future. As soon as Li Chen heard that it was the first or second in command of the county, how could he dare to put on a show, and hastily agreed in a casual manner. Alright then, I'll let you know when it's time. I'll get busy first. Have a dinner date together sometime. Another wink was thrown at Li Chen. Simply too licentious. Isn't this ode to clean up? Li Chen directly a head back to pull out, deliberately a hand to catch the wink's action. Good. I'm also honored to accompany our manager Lu for dinner. There will be opportunities. The office finally returned to quiet. Tang Shui and Cui Jie also changed into their own clothes, is drinking tea and chatting in the parlor area. Li Chen really cannot understand the woman's thought process. Simply do not care. Love it. Seeing that Li Chen was busy, Cui Jie deliberately flirted with him. Mr. Li's company all big beauties? This is all hand-picked by you, right? Cui Jie that spoke in a conspiratorial tone, and ended up using the shape of her mouth to gesture a small colorful batch at Li Chen. This can be Li Chen scared out of a cold sweat. This missy is really dare to play reckless kind. Chapter 61 Two-Way Pacification. Soon it was getting late, and Cui Jie didn't stay any longer, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, she drove off in her sports car. Tang Shui turned to look at Li Chen, her eyes as if she was trying to interrogate a criminal. Say, what's going on with you and her? Tang Shui crossed her arms, looking exasperated, her cheeks still puffed out. You saw it too. What can be going on? Li Chen was too lazy to explain. The more he explained the darker it got. He still knew. It looks to me like she's got a thing for you. Can you not know? Tang Shui continued to interrogate relentlessly. So what? This missy can't be offended either. We can't afford to mess with the Chui family. Li Chen had a very helpless expression. The truth was indeed true. Li Chen and Cui Jie originally had nothing going on, at the very least for now, so he was not vain in explaining it, and would not reveal anything. Well then, it's out of my hands anyway. If you really want to sleep with her, I can't stop you. Tang Shui sighed as if she was frustrated. Li Chen took a look and hurriedly went over to comfort, hugging Tang Shui and gently patting her back. Don't be ridiculous, there's no such thing. What nonsense you're talking about. A few moments later, this matter was considered to have passed for the time being. In fact, Tang Shui's heart had long been mentally prepared. He knew Li Chen's character, and was still very young. Even if he had gotten a womanizer outside, it wasn't an uncommon thing. Times are progressing, society is developing, and many girls are not so conservative in their thinking. As long as the man is good enough, you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines if you can. As long as the harem doesn't catch fire, who cares? After dealing with the company's big and small affairs, and after briefly cozying up with Tang Shui for a while, Li Chen was ready to return to the clubhouse, because he already knew about Li Xiaoya. Her mother had moved into the clubhouse yesterday. After all, he had previously promised Li Xiaoya that he would have a meal together, so he could not miss his appointment. A few moments later, Li Chen passed by a Chinese restaurant and packed some stir-fried vegetables and such. Then he drove the small car straight to the clubhouse. When he arrived at the clubhouse, Li Chen went straight upstairs with a big bag. Walking into the office, Li Xiaoya was writing something with her head down. I'm home. He put the meal on the desk. Li Xiaoya saw a pile of packed meals on the table, and a warm current surged in her heart. Tears unconsciously dripped onto the desk. She forced herself not to raise her head. Her heart was both torn and touched. She didn't know what the future would be like. At least now she felt the happiest. What's wrong? Li Chen walked straight to Li Xiaoya's side and caressed her hair with his hand. It's okay, I thought you forgot. Happy, very happy. Li Xiaoya decided to forget the scene she saw during the day. No matter what happens in the future, she has no regrets. Alright, quickly go and clean up. Let's go and accompany my mother-in-law for a big meal. Li Chen smiled in disbelief, not realizing that Li Xiaoya's heart had done a great struggle. Li Xiaoya had the waiter find a table and put it in her mother's room, right next to the bed. A large table full of rice was set up. Zhang Suizhi was also staring at it, not knowing what was going on. Just then, Li Xiaoya walked into the room holding Li Chen's hand. Zhang Suizhi was thrilled to see the scene in front of her. Looking at Li Chen again, she also felt relieved. The boy was handsome, definitely worthy of her daughter. She suddenly felt that her mission was finally about to be accomplished, and to see her daughter find her happiness, she could feel relieved even if she died. Hello auntie, I've been too busy the past 2 days to come over to see you. Today, Xiaoya and I will accompany you for a meal, even if it's a welcome for you. Li Chen's face was full of smiles, and he sat on his butt on the edge of the bed. Zhang Suizhi was also full of happy smiles when she saw this, and those eyes were full of doting. Good. I know you young people are busy. It's good to be busy. Seeing that both of you are doing fine, I'm relieved. I can rest assured when I leave Xiaoya in your hands, even if it is. Zhang Suizhi's eyes contained hot tears, but they did not flow down, and her voice began to choke a little. Okay, Mom, let's eat. Net talk about those useless things. We have to be good as a family. Li Xiaoya also held back her tears, pretending to be strong to ease the oppressive atmosphere. Right, eat, come auntie, I'll help you sit up. Li Chen hurriedly gently helped Zhang Suizhi up and blocked some bedding behind her. Both mother and daughter took in this subtle gesture and smiled at each other without saying a word. 3 people talked and laughed as they started their first dinner meeting, and the atmosphere became very harmonious and happy for a while. During this time, Zhang Suizhi also kept giving Li Chen all kinds of food. That kind of mother-in-law loves son-in-law feeling is very in place. Li Chen grew up without parents, and his heart was also touched for a while. This is also the happy picture he dreamed of. Today is also considered to fulfill a dream. Soon the meal drew to a close, and the 2 of them cleaned up the rest of the meal and the table. After cleaning up the battlefield, they accompanied Zhang Suizhi for a while to chat about family matters. After a few moments, the 2 of them got up and left. Zhang Suizhi also needed to rest. Hubby, thank you. Li Xiaoya lowered her head, still looking preoccupied. What's the point of being polite to me? Do you have something on your mind? Li Chen could see that Li Xiaoya seemed to be out of sorts all night, so he opened his mouth to inquire. It's fine. It just feels happy but a little unreal. Honey, will you not want me one day? Will you leave me? Li Xiaoya finally couldn't help but ask out. How come? You're imagining things again. How could I ever leave you? Not in a lifetime. I promise. Li Chen promised with conviction. Although he didn't know what the future would be like, he was pretty sure that he wouldn't voluntarily give up on either one. Really? Li Xiaoya looked at him with burning eyes, and all of a sudden, she zipped into his arms and hugged him hard. Don't think nonsense, good boy. Li Chen gently stroked Li Xiaoya's back and softly comforted. Li Xiaoya hugged her like this for an unknown period of time before slowly releasing her hand, and the stone in her heart fell to the ground. Although she didn't know how the future would unfold, at least now she got the answer she wanted. That was enough for Li Xiaoya. She wouldn't even care how many other women he had out there. Her biggest fear was that one day she would be left alone. Li Xiaoya knows that her background is not worthy of Li Chen, so she has always been very low self-esteem. Even if there is no name, she is willing to stay by his side. Li Chen directly hugged Li Xiaoya, his eyes full of love, which could not be faked. Thud. The bedroom door slammed shut. Chapter 62 Various Invitations. Li Chen half leaned on the bed. His mouth was still swallowing clouds and fog, and his little life was a tasty one. Looking at the system panel floating in front of him, he silently activated the lottery. His heart was apprehensive, not knowing what the system would do this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Charm value -1. 200,000 gold coins. Obtaining a harem fire card. Note, using this card, you can eliminate the hidden danger of the harem once, using the target of 2 people. Lean. System, you're so thoughtful. Are you afraid I'll play with fire? Li Chen began to spit again in his heart, but still unconsciously revealed a satisfied smile. This card had come too timely, and the system had finally helped him once. Emergencies could save him a little life, and Li Chen had one more card to go out and make waves. Hubby, what are you laughing at? Li Xiaoya looked at him sideways, and was puzzled in her heart as to why he was always snickering inexplicably. Ah, no, it's okay. Thinking of accompanying my mother-in-law to dinner today makes my heart happy. Li Chen lied without blushing. That was not the slightest bit vain. Cluck, 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 cluck. Is that right? I was afraid that you would dislike it. When Li Xiaoya heard him say this, she couldn't mention how happy she was in her heart. Li Chen being able to accept her and her birth was Li Xiaoya's biggest piece of heartache. Silly girl, rambling again aren't you? I grew up fatherless and motherless. Being able to feel the warmth of home again is a very happy thing for me. Li Chen consoled Li Xiaoya for a few moments. His eyes suddenly dimmed and his mood seemed to have turned down. It was the first time that Li Xiaoya had heard about Li Chen's life, and she could not help but be a little surprised. She originally thought that Li Chen was a rich second generation, and should be a very happy kind. She never thought that his experience was also so difficult, and inexplicably felt a kind of sympathy in her heart. Perhaps it was the sympathetic encounter that touched her heart. Husband? You still have me in the future. I'll be with you for the rest of my life and love you well. Li Xiaoya's face was full of smiles, her eyes full of love, just looking at him sweetly. Aha, well, it's also my good fortune to have met you, and I will also love and protect you. Li Chen was also looking at her with a face full of favor. There was an inexhaustible tenderness in that tone. The two just cozily leaned against each other, enjoying a happy time, and time seemed to be permanently stuck in that moment. But oftentimes happiness is short-lived, and in the blink of an eye the night is gone. The next day, the two woke up very early. After simply washing up, they went out hand in hand to eat some breakfast and brought back some more for Zhang Xueji. A happy day is this simple, uneventful, but it makes one's heart incredibly solid. Since the last time he had taught Zhang Hanbo a lesson, he had indeed been honest and hadn't been looking for trouble with Li Chen. Perhaps it was because he knew of Master Wen's existence and did not dare to have crooked thoughts for the time being. Dad, really? That's a big project. If we get the bidding down, we'll be rich. Zhang Hanbo's hands were dancing with excitement. It was as if he saw countless banknotes waving at him in his eyes. Well, yeah, the bidding is about to start recently. I've also made some connections, and I heard that this piece of land is developed by Jincheng Real Estate. The boss behind it should be very uncomplicated, and for such a large company to suddenly appear, it's obviously not an ordinary strength. The middle-aged man smoked a cigarette while chatting with his son. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Hanbo's father, Zhang Peng. He was dressed in decent business attire with a neat tie, giving off a competent look. His hair was neatly combed back, revealing a broad forehead, and his eyes were firm and confident. If it wasn't for such a pitiful cargo as Zhang Hanbo, he definitely could have mixed into a very powerful character as well. Pity, that's right. The big thing is to go through the motions and slip some money to the people who do the work. Isn't this how the general bidding works? As long as we take this project, at least we can struggle for a few years less. Zhang Hanbo was getting more and more excited, as if he had already won. How can it be that simple? I heard that the boss behind this is not simple, and the management is also very strict. It's not that well run. Zhang Peng took a worried drag on his cigarette, seemingly not very sure about this matter. Alright Dad, spend more money to walk around. There aren't many opportunities like this. Zhang Hanbo was still drumming on the side. Give it a try. This opportunity is indeed rare. It depends on whether our old Zhang family has the luck. Zhang Peng finished extinguishing the cigarette in his hand and walked out slowly. On the other hand, Li Chen also received a call from Sun Haisan. It said that the bidding meeting would be held 3 days later, and it was set at a banquet hall in the Century Hotel. Li Chen promised to go on time and then hung up the phone. His heart was also a sigh of relief. The project of Jincheng Real Estate finally counted to be straightened out. As long as this bidding meeting is held, the construction site can also be moved. All the procedures and preliminary work have been prepared. The sales department of the presale work is also in full swing. Just then, Li Chen suddenly received a call. Picking up the phone and seeing that it was Xinyu, he smiled and pressed the answer button. Big beautiful Shun, why are you free to call me? Li Chen picked up the phone and flirted with Xinyu with a smile. Can't I call you if there's nothing going on? We're about to go on vacation and we're going to turn around and organize a small party. Do you want to participate? This time there is no Zhang Hanbo. Xinyu purposely explained about not calling out Zhang Hanbo, just for fear that Li Chen would reject it outright. Fine, just let me know when it's time. I'll treat you and you organize it. Li Chen very atmospherically agreed and gave Xinyu a great face in favor. Yo yo yo, big bosses are different and bold. Then it's a deal. I'll let you know when the time comes. Xinyu hung up the phone after saying that, and didn't make idle talk. Hanging up the phone, Li Chen fell into deep thought. In fact, he really did not want to participate in what reunion. The truth is that there is no meaning to him. The key and those people are not very familiar. Direct refusal it, and afraid of Xinyu unhappy. After all, people invited twice, that is also look up to him, is not it? Li Chen suddenly felt like he was going to be busy again. Although neither the club nor the company needed Li Chen to worry about, but there were still quite a few trivial matters that required him, the behind-the-scenes boss, to get ideas. Phew, I can't do it anymore. There are too many things. I need to have a secretary by my side to be able to do it. Li Chen felt that there were so many things that he was a bit unable to remember them, afraid that he would forget some of the more important things. TSK, a secretary. Looks like Li Chen's going to have another beautiful woman by his side. Chapter 63. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it came to the afternoon. Li Chen didn't go to the company today, so he stayed in the clubhouse and spent a good day with Li Xiaoya. Suddenly a phone ringing broke this cozy moment. Li Chen picked up to see that it was the god of fortune, and directly pressed answer. Hello, MS. Xiao, what can I do for you? Mr. Li is so polite. There is indeed something to find you. Our bank president would like to invite you for a casual dinner. Do you have the time? Zhou Wanrong very politely sent a dinner invitation. Sure, of course I'm free. When? Li Chen agreed directly without hesitation. There was no way. The god of wealth couldn't be offended. What was owed to the bank now was still too little. It hadn't reached that level yet. Tonight, 888 on the second floor of the Century Hotel. Waiting for you. Zhou Wanrong told Li Chen the time and address of the party, and her attitude was very respectful. Fine. I'll definitely be on time for my appointment. Let's not see each other. Soon the two ended the call, and Li Chen didn't know what this governor meant. Could it be a whiff of a big client? TSK. I don't know where Li Chen got his nerve. What's going on? Going out again? Li Xiaoya asked with great concern. Yeah, the bank just called. The president wants to invite me to dinner, and I don't know what the intention is. Li Chen waved his hand with a helpless look. Then go ahead. It's better for the bank not to be offended. We'll have to cooperate more often in the future. Li Xiaoya advised very knowingly. That looked like a gentle and virtuous wife. Well, yeah, go for sure. Li Chen also simply cleaned up, changed his clothes, and was ready to head to the Century Hotel. A few moments later, Li Chen parked his car and walked into the lobby of the hotel, and as soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. Cui Jia had short black hair with slightly inward curling at the end, making her look very playful and cute. Her eyes were bright and large, with a wit and intelligence revealed in her eyes. Her eyebrows were curved like a crescent moon. When that little face smiled, two deep dimples would appear on her cheeks. She was wearing a pink short-sleeved top with a pair of white shorts today. The neckline of the blouse was a heart-shaped design, revealing her fair skin and deep grooves. The length of the shorts was just to the base of her thighs, showing off her sexy slender legs. She stepped on a pair of white sneakers with neatly tied laces. Ha! What brings you here, little? The first moment Cui Jia saw Li Chen, she ran over and happily greeted him. Those last two words almost didn't give out. After all, there were too many people in the hall, so he still restrained himself. Li Chen let out a long breath. Fortunately he didn't shout out, which scared him into a cold sweat. I have a dinner party today, and the other party is scheduled to be here. Li Chen didn't hide it and told the truth. I thought it was looking for me? Oi, excited for nothing. Choi Jae purposely pretended to be lost and beamed her little mouth. Ha, I've been too busy these past 2 days, so I don't have time to play with you. Li Chen hurriedly rounded off the conversation, fearing that this big miss would make a whole thing out of it again. Alright then, go get busy then. I'll ask you out some other day. Cui Jia spat out her little tongue. That look was still so quirky. Good. Wait for there to be time. Li Chen finished walking straight towards the second floor. He didn't want to continue chatting with this big lady. Soon after walking to the door of 888's box, the waiter invited Li Chen into the box. As soon as he entered, he saw a man and a woman sitting at the table, obviously having been here for a while. The female was none other than Zhou Wanrong, her straight black hair falling at her waist, her bangs on her forehead neatly combed to one side. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, her eyebrows were like a curved moon, her eyes were like autumn water, and her lips were slightly upturned with a confident smile. Her figure was tall and slender, wearing a long black slim-fitting dress. The material of the dress was soft and smooth, tightly wrapping her body and emphasizing the perfect curves of her figure. Her big white bunny was not particularly plump, but it looked very erect. Her slender waist was not too thin, contrasting with the long skirt. She stepped on a pair of black high-heel shoes with thin and high heels, making her posture more upright. In her hand she held a black handbag, which was inlaid with a sparkling gemstone, adding a bit more noble temperament. Next to him sat a middle-aged man, who should be the bank's president. His hair was slightly gray, but it was neatly combed, revealing a steadiness precipitated by years. His face was slightly vicissitudes, but his eyes were full of wisdom and experience. He was wearing a dark gray checkered suit, which was classic and generous, showing off his mature charm. It was paired with a light blue shirt without a tie, looking casual and at ease. On his wrist he wore a brown leather watch, the band a little worn, but more so with age. On his feet were a pair of black leather shoes, simple in style but very comfortable. "Hello there, you are?" Li Chen hurriedly walked forward and shook hands with the middle-aged man in a very respectful manner. "Mr. Li, this is the president of our bank, Mr. Zhang Chengwang." Zhou Wanrong hurriedly jumped ahead and introduced Li Chen. "Governor Zhang, this is Mr. Li Chen Li. Mr. Li Finally see the real face Heard Xiao Zhou mention you a few times, and the matter of your loan. Always wanted to pay a visit. Recently too busy, always have no opportunity." Zhang Chengwang was also very enthusiastic, full of smiles, and his attitude was gentle and humble. Sorry, I should have been the one to visit first, but the company has just been established and there are just too many things going on, and I'm very sorry for making you ask me out once alone. Next time I'll be the host. I must be given a chance." Li Chen's attitude was even more respectful. After all, it was a matter of courtesy. Well, there will be many opportunities in the future. Today we are simply getting to know each other, not talking about any work matters. Zhang Chengguan was also explaining the purpose of this invitation, presumably because he was also afraid that Li Chen would have any misunderstandings. Well, it's long overdue to get acquainted. Li Chen also said 3 good words in a row, showing his respect for the other party. The atmosphere at the table was very cordial. A few people were chatting and laughing. Zhou Wanrong chimed in on the side, getting up from time to time to pour water. A few people just chatted back and forth, and soon the meal drew to a close. On the surface this is a simple meal, but in reality it is the first test between each other. Li Chen wants to see the bank's senior leadership of their attitude. The bank wants to see the depth of Li Chen's strength. On the surface of the polite. In fact, each of them have their own intentions. After another round of polite pleasantries, the few ended the meal and went their separate ways. It may seem simple but it means a lot. Whether we can continue to work together or not sometimes depends on the first impression. Chapter 64 Official Dinners. A few moments later, Li Chen returned to the clubhouse and sat on the sofa smoking a cigarette, not knowing what he was thinking. What's wrong, hubby? Li Xiaoya came back from her busy schedule, and as soon as she entered the house, she saw Li Chen moping there. It's fine, don't worry. Li Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. It's good that you're fine, seeing as you're a bit distracted. Li Xiaoya looked at him with a face full of concern, still looking worried. Alright it's really fine, just thinking about something. Li Chen was full of smiles as he pacified Li Xiaoya, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Li Xiaoya didn't pursue the question any further and walked into the restroom to wash up. Li Chen closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, silently summoning the system. Draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +2. 300. 000 gold coins. Gained intelligence +10 inch. Li Chen saw the lucky draw interface, and the prize looked like it was getting more and more ribbed, with no practical use at all. Sighing, Li Chen directly closed the system and also prepared to go wash up and sleep. The next day, a hazy drizzle fell from the sky, and the air seemed fresher. Li Chen was still not prepared to do that temporary mission for the time being. He was prepared to let it go for a while because he was not at all sure. Just as Li Chen was looking at the light rain outside the window in deep thought, the phone rang. Picking up the phone and seeing that it was Lu Kaiyun, he directly connected it. Mr. Li, tonight's meal don't be late. At the Century Hotel, 2nd floor. Box 999. Lu Tsayun's pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Aha, got it. I'll be there on time. Li Chen didn't say too much, and hung up the phone directly after saying that. Another dinner party. Ha! Li Xiaoya happened to have just finished her work and walked into the bedroom when she heard Li Chen answer the phone. Hey! Yeah, tonight's dinner party is also important. It's the first and second hand of the county. Li Chen was also full of helplessness. The socializing was starting to get more and more. He really didn't want to participate. Ah, then definitely go. This can't be sloppy. Li Xiaoya, which had seen any big leaders, for her the county governor was already a very high level. Definitely have to go. After all, in the future is ready to develop in the county. To get acquainted is always to should. Li Chen said carelessly. Time passed a little bit like this, and it soon came to the afternoon. Li Chen was also ready to pack up and head off early. A few moments later, Li Chen came to box 999. It was quiet, not a single person. He could only wait alone for a while first. About half an hour later, the door of the box was opened, and a burst of noisy sounds accompanied it. It was Lu Kaiyun who opened the door, followed by 3 or 4 middle-aged men, each with a superior posture. Lu Kaiyun quickly walked to Li Chen's side, making introductions one by one, and Li Chen shook hands with him with a smile on his face. The first person to come in was a middle-aged man, of medium stature and slightly affluent, square face, with a firm chin and slightly upturned corners of the mouth, giving people a sense of stability and reliability. Hair neatly combed to one side, although interspersed with a few strands of silver, but does not show the slightest aging, but adds a few points of mature charm. His eyes were not large, but his gaze was deep and sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts. Dressed in a set of dark-colored formal wear, tie played meticulously, the whole person exudes a majestic and solemn temperament. This is our Lord Prefect, Wang Jinhua. Prefect Wang. Lu Kaiyun introduced with a smile on her face. Hello, Prefect Wang, I've heard a lot about you. Li Chen hurriedly greeted politely and shook the other party's hand. Mr. Li, I'm glad to see you too. Nice young man, very bold. Wang Jinhua also complimented with a smile on his face. Where? Please sit down. The second was likewise a middle-aged man, tall and straight, with broad shoulders that gave a strong sense of security. His face was amiable, yet not too majestic. His eyebrows were thick and neat, and his eyes were bright and deep, like stars in the night sky, flashing with wisdom. His hair is black and thick, slightly combed back, looking very capable. He always wears a decent Zhongshan suit, with an elegant demeanor and extraordinary temperament. This is our secretary He Ziyi. Lu Kaiyun continued to introduce. Hello Secretary He, I've long wanted to pay you a visit, but I didn't have the chance. Li Chen made another burst of polite pleasantries. Hello Mr. Li, I didn't expect it. Our Mr. Li is really young and promising. He Ziyi was also not stingy with his appreciation. Right behind her was a middle-aged woman, an elegant woman with a well-proportioned figure, wearing a decent professional suit. Her hair was coiled up, revealing her bare forehead, and a few strands of hair naturally hung by her ears, adding a bit of soft beauty. Her face is pretty, her skin is fair, her eyes are bright and alert, and the corners of her mouth are always smiling, giving people a kind and warm feeling. Her temperament is both gentle and delicate as a woman, and capable and decisive as a working woman. This is our county's office director, Wang Saixia, Sister Wang. Lu Kaiyun was obviously more familiar with this Sister Wang. After all, they were both women, right? Hello Sister Wang, please take your seat. Li Chen didn't say too much. It was better for women to be on point. The one walking at the end was also a middle-aged man with a stout figure, having a broad chest and thick shoulders. His face was well-defined and his eyes were firm and confident. His hair was short and neat, and he looked very energetic. He wore a dark suit and tie, giving an impression of strict professionalism. This is the director of our Development and Reform Commission, Zhang Xuemin. Lu Kaiyun stood beside Li Chen after introducing the last one. Hello there, Director Zhang. You'll have to take care of me more in the future. Li Chen was still full of smiles as he went forward and shook hands. Mr. Li, how are you? Care can't be talked about. Learn from each other. And I also hope that there will be more opportunities for cooperation, and make more efforts for the development of our hometown. Zhang Xuemin also greeted with a smile, revealing the mystery in his words. After all, the role is there. What the leader cannot say, he must make a statement. Li Chen smiled unconcernedly and didn't pick up the conversation. Everyone found their seats, and Li Chen and Lu Kaiyun also sat down. The next step is to make small talk and test each other. East and West, seemingly boundless, but in fact, the hidden mystery. It was nothing more than wanting Li Chen to invest more, to build, to increase local employment, to respond to policies, and so on. Li Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, but immediately agreeing to it was also impossible, because it hadn't gotten to that point yet. He is just starting out now, and the development of the back is the direction of everyone's attention. Li Chen only had the qualifications and capital to fight for some favorable policies for himself if he continued to grow his industry and strength. In fact, these are things that everyone knows by heart. You can't want the horse to run again and not let the horse eat grass. A burst of laughter came from the box from time to time, and the atmosphere appeared to be very cordial. Chapter 65, Preliminary Explorations between the two sides. In the box, the atmosphere was cordial and subtle. Everyone had their own thoughts, and behind the seemingly relaxed chit-chat, there were actually dark currents. County Governor Wang Jinghua took a sip of tea and spoke with a smile. Mr. Li, nowadays the development of our county is in a critical period. Entrepreneurs with potential like you are the ones we focus on. Li Chen nodded slightly and said respectfully, Governor Wang is flattered. I am also well aware of the responsibility I am shouldering, and will definitely endeavor to contribute to the development of the county. Li Chen secretly muttered in his heart, is the good show finally going to start? The next is the main purpose of this meal. Secretary, he then added, Mr. Li, you see that now the country strongly advocates innovation and development, and our county is also actively responding to the call. I wonder if you have any specific plans in terms of enterprise innovation and development? Li Chen looked at Secretary He without haste after a little thought. Secretary He, innovation has always been the core driver of our business development. We are currently in the early development stage, and our current involvement is limited, but we definitely want to diversify in the future. At the same time, we also hope to get support from the government in terms of policies and funding to jointly promote the county's innovative development. Li Chen's mind everyone is also very clear. Want me to corresponding policy? No problem. We help each other, all have to talk about. Director Wang Xiao interjected at the right time. Mr. Li, don't worry. Our office will actively coordinate with various departments to provide a full range of services for the innovative development of enterprises. As long as it is something favorable to the development of the county, we will definitely do our best. Li Chen looked at Director Wang with a grateful gaze. Ha ha ha, then thank you, Sister Wang. With the support of all the leaders, we have more confidence in the development of our business. Mr. Zhang Xuemin, seeing that the time was ripe, also expressed his views. Mr. Li, from the perspective of the Development and Reform Commission, we will actively strive for project support and policy concessions for enterprises. However, the enterprise itself should also continue to enhance the strength, the rules and regulations of the development of enterprises, so as to better seize the opportunity well. This is not a bad thing to say at first glance, but it is also a knockout. Li Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Director Zhang is right. We will keep working hard to improve the core competitiveness of our enterprise. At the same time, we also hope to maintain close cooperation with government departments and work together to add to the county's economic development. Li Chen also showed no haste. Let your swords and knives rain. I still thunder. The topic gradually went deeper and deeper, and the people began to discuss the county's specific development plans. Wang Jinghua, the governor of the county, introduced the county's future key projects and development direction in detail, hoping that Li Chen could actively participate in them. Mr. Li, our county is currently planning to build a new industrial park, which will focus on high-tech industries and attract more enterprises. Are you interested in investing in building a factory in this park? Wang Jinghua looked at Li Chen with an expectant gaze, waiting to see what his attitude was. Li Chen contemplated for a moment, frowning slightly, and replied very cautiously, Governor Wang, this project sounds very promising. However, I need to have a more in-depth understanding and assessment of the project. After all, investing in a factory is a major decision that requires consideration of many factors. Secretary He expressed great understanding and concurred. Mr. Li has a point, and we also hope that you will consider it carefully to ensure the rationality and sustainability of the investment. However, we believe that with your vision and ability, you will be able to see the great potential of this project. Li Chen smiled faintly. Secretary He overpraised me. I will organize a team to research this project as soon as possible, and strive to contribute to the development of the county. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere became more enthusiastic. The people spoke up and gave their ideas for the development of the county. Director Xiao Wang shared some successful cases of other companies, hoping to inspire Li Chen. Mr. Li, you can see that there was an enterprise before that, through cooperation with the government, jointly created a special industrial project, which not only brought the enterprise great profits, but also created a large number of local employment opportunities. I think your enterprise can also learn from this model. Li Chen looked serious, nodding his head in agreement from time to time. Sister Wang's suggestion is very good. We will carefully study this cooperation model to see if it is suitable for the development of our business. Mr. Zhang Xuemin, on the other hand, Analyze the advantages and risks of investment for Li Chun from the policy level. Mr. Li, at present, both the state and the local government have introduced a series of preferential policies to encourage enterprises to invest in business. If you can seize this opportunity and invest at the right time, you will not only bring development opportunities for your business, but also contribute to the county's economic growth. Li Chen said with great gratitude. Director Zhang's analysis is very professional. We will pay close attention to the policy dynamics, combined with the actual situation of the enterprise, to make informed decisions. In the following time, the crowd had another in-depth discussion around the county's infrastructure construction, the introduction of talents, environmental protection and other aspects. Li Chen also actively expressed his views and suggestions, showing an entrepreneur's sense of social responsibility. Leaders, I think that while developing the economy, we should not neglect the protection and favorable treatment of enterprises. Our enterprises have been committed to the development of hometown construction, and we hope to play a positive role in the development of the county, Li Chen said with a serious and very solemn face. Governor Wang looked at Li Chen very appreciatively and said, Mr. Li is very right. Our county has always put the development of enterprises in an important position and insisted on taking the road of sustainable development. We also hope that enterprises can actively participate in the development of the county and work together to build a beautiful and livable hometown. Secretary He also nodded slightly in agreement. Li Chen nodded his head and said, Governor Wang and Secretary He, I am very willing to cooperate with the government to jointly promote the county's development endeavors. Our enterprise will also increase its investment and contribute to the sustainable development of the county. As time passed, the atmosphere in the box became more and more cordial. The people gradually improved their mutual understanding and trust in the exchange, laying a good foundation for future cooperation. Finally, Wang Jinhua, the county governor, summarized, today's exchange is very pleasant and meaningful. We hope that Mr. Li will continue to pay attention to the development of the county and actively participate in various constructions. Our government will also provide quality service and support for enterprises as always, and create a better future together. Li Chen stood up with a sincere gaze and said, Thank you for the concern and support of the leaders. I will certainly try to do a good job of the enterprise and contribute to the development of the county. I also hope that the county will give appropriate support when conditions allow. The crowd in the box rose to shake hands and say goodbye. Although this mysterious party was over, Li Chen knew that his cooperation with the county leaders had just begun. In the coming days, he will face more challenges and opportunities, and he is also confident that he will succeed in this game of business and politics, and contribute to the development of his business and hometown. Chapter 66 The Bureau Within the Bureau. After the meal was over, the leaders walked out of the box one after another. Governor Wang nodded his head slightly while walking and said to Secretary He beside him, This Li Chen is indeed not simple. To have such vigor and insight at such a young age, in time, it will surely become a talent in our county. Secretary He responded thoughtfully, Well, it can be seen that he has a good head on his shoulders and has his own plans, and he responded well in the conversation without being humble. A moldable talent. Director Wang Saixia said softly, I think this young man is quite stable, and he can give reasonable answers to our questions after careful consideration. In the future, we can communicate with him more often in our work, and maybe we can collide more sparks that are favorable to the development of the county. Zhang Xuemin also expressed his opinion and concurred. Li Chen's enterprise has great potential, and he himself has a sense of motivation and responsibility. If he can be guided well and allowed to actively participate in the construction of the county's key projects, it will definitely be a great boost to our county's economic development. The crowd murmured, all of them satisfied with Li Chen's performance today. On the way back to the car, Prefect Wang continued to discuss Li Chen with Secretary He. Wang Jinhua said with a face full of emotion, There aren't many young entrepreneurs with drive and ideas like Li Chen nowadays. Let's support him well and let his business thrive in our county. He Ziyi nodded his head in agreement. We can give him some preferential policies and support within the scope allowed by the policy, so that he can feel the importance we attach to him, and so he will be more motivated to contribute to the development of the county. And Wang Saixia and Zhang Xuemin were talking in the other car, looking like they were both interested in him. Wang Saixia said with a smile on her face, This Li Chen gives me a very good impression, very polite and respectful of us seniors. Yes, and he understands the work of the Development and Reform Commission and knows our difficulties. In the future, when it comes to project cooperation, it should be smoother. Zhang Xuemin also expressed his thoughts approvingly. After all, he would have more contact with his work. The evaluation and discussion of Li Chen by several leaders also laid the groundwork for their subsequent further cooperation with Li Chen. And Li Chen's future development in the county is also full of more possibilities. On the other side, Li Chen and Lu Kaiyun watched the crowd leave and then slowly walked towards their cars as well. Lu Kaiyun looked at Li Chen with eyes full of admiration. That looked like a little fangirl. Mr. Li, I didn't expect. You're actually so eloquent. Both expressed your attitude and didn't let these old guys take advantage of you. You're really too good. I've never really seen a young man like you. Lu Kaiyun is also considered to be a well-informed person. What occasions what people have not been in contact with. Today is considered to be impressed by Li Chen. I did not expect that his boss is usually dangling, but to do the right thing is really watertight. In her heart, she also secretly admired, feeling that she did not follow the wrong person. At first, when she saw Li Chen acting like a child, she was still hesitant in her heart. Ha ha ha, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Their purpose is clear. It's just that they want us to develop vigorously and support some of the county's policies. This is also the help we need in our future development. Just use each other. Li Chen analyzed is also very spot on. Everyone is for their own purposes, as long as the goal is the same. As for the process that is all along the way, that's true. I'm also looking forward to our company growing fast. Lu Kaiyun also acted excited. With an energetic look, the two chatted briefly before going their separate ways. Returning to the clubhouse, Li Chen sat on the sofa and began to think deeply. It was time for him to plan the company's future direction as well. He silently summoned the system and once again began to draw today's blind box. System, draw, ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value plus 2. 200. 000 gold coins. Gained intelligence plus 15. Ha! Intelligence added so much this time? Could it be that I performed too well today? Li Chen muttered secretly, with a shameless smile on his face. The host has to have self-knowledge. If it wasn't for the fact that this system has increased the host's intelligence and remodeled it in advance, you would have been ravaged into a pile of poop at the dinner party today. The system directly and mercilessly was a blow to the head. That really was no mercy at all. Asterisk 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 me. Am I that bad? You're mocking me again. Li Chen gritted his teeth and spat, his heart screaming hatred. But what had to be said was that after the system's subtle transformation, Li Chen had indeed changed a lot now, and it was really the system's credit, which he was still very grateful for. Li Chen directly checked his attribute table to see what had changed. It's not a water character. Look at it once in a while. Don't spray me. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 22. Intelligence, 100. Titles, The Face, Hercules. Skills, Wildflower Picking. Scanning, Beginner Chef, Dog Licking God. Piano Master, Master of Heckling, Master of Time Management, Master of Lot Picking, Poor Quality Hypnosis, Master of Fighting, Master of Chess, Backpack, Lucky Card asterisk 1, Bad Luck Card asterisk 1, Gold, 4, 2 million, Number of Draws, 0, Mission, Take care of Choi Jae and take 1 blood, rewarded with 5 million gold coins and plus 20 charisma. A moment later, Li Chen closed the system, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although the system wasn't that empowering and was a little slightly less decent, compared to the previous him, the changes now were simply heavenly. Just as he was soul-searching, a message came on his cell phone. Honey, did you forget about me? Didn't come to the company for a few days? Tang Shui sent a questioning message in a somewhat whiny tone. No, these days are just too busy. All kinds of socializing. I'll go to the company to see you tomorrow. Li Chen hurriedly started a burst of coaxing, trying to find ways to comfort Tang Shui's little temper. If I don't come tomorrow, I'm going on strike. Go. Tomorrow for sure. The conversation soon ended, and Li Chen wiped his sweatless forehead. Every day to cope with both ends of the genus is very tired. This if you add a Chui Jie. I do not know what kind of scene will be. He was already getting a headache just thinking about it. This system was really putting him on a path of no return. It seems that mission should also be arranged on the schedule. Otherwise the punishment is unbearable. The key is that he is still thinking about that garden. If this is transformed into a private manor, think about it is very cozy. Oops, I forgot. It seems like the day of the bidding fair is coming up. Li Chen suddenly slapped his head and almost forgot about the main event. It's time to get caught up on the secretary thing, and time to change the seat and the whole driver again. TSK. The good times are finally about to begin. Chapter 67 Soothing Tang Shui's little emotion. The next day, Li Chen came to the company early. If he didn't come today, I guess Tang Shui really wanted to go on strike. This little girl can definitely do it. Just as I entered the office, I saw a familiar face that was so cute and charming. Her long dark brown curly hair was full of romance. Her eyes were mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, and between the waves of her eyes, it was as if she could hook people's souls. The white face was like a freshly peeled egg. Her lips were a light pink color, revealing 2 cute dimples when she smiled. It was currently pouting and looking at Li Chen with an exasperated look. She had a shapely figure, and today she wore a white lace dress, the material of which was soft and flattering, perfectly outlining the curves of her diminutive figure and creating a tantalizing contrast. She had a pair of white high heels with a pair of small black perforated mesh stockings. Tang Shui crossed her arms and just stared straight at Li Chen, looking as if she wanted to eat someone. It didn't match her cute appearance at all, and it made people want to laugh. You still know to come to the company. I thought you'd forgotten all about it, Tang Shui exasperatedly said. Geez, look why you're so cute and charming when you're angry. I realized today why I like you so much. It's like eating chili fries when I was a kid and never looking at the date of manufacture. And like cheating on a test. My heart beats faster yet I can't stop. Li Chen had an expression on his face as he said this while approaching Tang Shui. Giggle. You're the one who can say it. I'm really convinced. Tang Shui was instantly amused, laughing her ass off. Li Chen gently embraced Tang Shui into his arms, caressing her hair and greedily breathing in her unique body fragrance. Tang Shui obediently pressed her cheek against his chest and was also filled with enjoyment. As the saying goes, a small farewell is better than a new marriage, and a day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. Simply coexisting for a while, the two people were not ready to part. Tang Shui and Li Chen reported the company's recent situation. Everything is in order. In fact, Li Chen in or out of the company is not affected at all. The company basically has Sun Haisan in charge of large and small affairs, and Hosu's assistants. Tang Shui basically do not have to manage anything. Just a microphone. That's good. Just keep everything on track. There's no need to be too impatient. Help me identify a driver and secretary recently. I'm going to change my car. There's too much going on lately. Sometimes I always forget. After listening to Tang Shui's report, Li Chen also simply coped with a couple sentences. Secretary? I can't? What else do you need a secretary for? Tang Shui looked at Li Chen with great suspicion. You can't. You have to sit in the company. I can't always stay here. In the future this place is for you to take over the operation. Li Chen's very serious expression did not look like he was joking. Ha? You're not kidding? I manage? How can I manage? Tang Shui covered her small mouth with both hands, looking very surprised. What can't be done? There are professionals to do professional things. You just need to grasp the general direction. Li Chen, however, said with a very bland expression, not in a hurry. You let me smooth it out. So suddenly I'm a bit unable to accept it. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it right. Tang Shui still could not hide her excitement and looked a little flustered. Isn't there still me? Can't decide in talking to me? You usually have to study more with Sun Haisan. His management skills are very strong. I know. But, Tang Shui was still a bit hesitant, looking completely unsure of herself. But, that's for later. Right now all you need to do is study, Li Chen said in a very certain tone, with a resolute look. Alright then, I'll learn it well. Tang Shui also secretly clenched her small fists, and really had such an unconquerable energy. Tang Shui's ability was still fine. From the beginning of the company's formation until now, it was basically Tang Shui who was keeping an eye on it. The ability is still there. The lack of experience is just, unbeknownst to him. Years later, Tang Shui was also a famous figure. A few moments later, Sun Haisan walked into the office. Mr. Li, tomorrow afternoon's bidding meeting, and the banquet in the Century Hotel in the evening. You don't forget to attend. Sun Haisan opened the door and directly explained the intention. He does things like this, straight to the point. Aha, I remember. I'll be there on time. You find manager Xiao, and the two of you go together to choose a batch of official cars. You and Hosu will each have a special one, and then look to buy a few more official cars. Li Chen had actually wanted to arrange this for a long time, but just hadn't been able to spare the time, and it just so happened that he himself was going to buy a car, so he ordered it all by the way. Ha. Then thank you Mr. Li. What specifications are we going to set? Sun Haisan still didn't dare to directly make a decision by himself. It was better to inquire about it. You guys look at it. Just don't be too wasteful. Money should be spent on the blade. Li Chen wasn't that concerned about money. After all, he was still relatively generous. Okay, you can rest assured. Absolutely do not buy supercars. Ha. Sun Haisan also half-jokingly finished turning around and ran away. Hey, you. Li Chen also did not expect that the always very serious general manager Sun would actually joke around, and it seemed that he was also very happy to hear this news. Tomorrow let's go and look at cars. And by the way, you also buy a first to make do. After all, there are still a lot of places where we use money now. Li Chen hugged Tang Shui's waist and placed it on his lap. I wouldn't need it. Aren't you buying an official car? I usually can't use it, and I rarely drive. Tang Shui was not being pretentious. She usually never drove. Maybe she didn't like it, or maybe she didn't dare to drive. That's fine. Then I'll arrange a special car for you. Li Chen didn't persuade too much. Not driving wasn't a bad thing. Arranging a special car with a driver was a bit more reassuring. Alright, just watch the arrangements. Tang Shui's character was like this. Well-behaved and understanding was very comforting. Well, there's nothing else going on in the company, so it's time to get down to business. Let's go. Li Chen directly a princess hug, straight into the bedroom. 6 minutes later. Ahem, isn't that a little too short? Li Chen was half leaning on the bed, one hand wrapped around Tang Shui, one hand holding a cigarette, a thief enjoying himself. He silently summoned the system and began today's lottery session. System, draw, ding, congratulations to the host, charm value -1, 200, 000 gold coins, obtained a power pill, which has been put into the backpack. Note, please use with caution. It can increase the fighting time by 2 hours. This battle is not a battle. Holy, what the hell? System, I suspect you are taunting me. This time the pill is the proof. Li Chen gritted his teeth and cursed darkly. That gave way to a red face full of anger. Redeem all gold coins. A few moments later, his cell phone received an arrival message from the bank, and his balance had reached 13.4 million. At the very least, the normal operation of the company and this large purchase of cars was enough. Chapter 68, Ferrari. The next day, Li Chen and Tang Shui slept until noon, so maybe 6 minutes was too short last night, and they came a few more times? I suspect so. Getting into his own little crappy car and taking Tang Shui straight to the development zone. The development zone is on the outskirts of the county, where the usual automobile 4S stores are opened. The collection of all the showrooms together also gives a very impressive feeling. Li Chen wasn't a stranger to this place anymore. After all, it was here that he picked up the gadgets he was driving. The duo slipped casually through the aisles, and he wasn't sure what car would be appropriate to buy. There are no luxury brands here, not even Mercedes-Benz BMW. There are only some low and medium-grade showrooms. After all, it is a county town. Many brands of 4S stores are not. Just when Li Chen's interest was lacking, he saw a showroom that had just opened. Famous cars. He instantly had a flash of light. This was it. The huge signboard glittered in the sunlight, exuding an air of luxury and nobility. Li Chen and Tang Shui glanced at each other. A wave of curiosity welled up in their hearts, and they walked towards the famous vehicle exchange unanimously. Just as they walked through the door of the famous vehicle exchange, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The decoration of the hall was luxurious, and the sparkling crystal chandelier emitted a soft light, illuminating the whole space like a dreamy place. The marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a brand new luxury car. Here various brands of luxury cars gathered. There are smooth lines of sports cars, full of speed and passion. There are stable and atmospheric business cars, showing success and dignity. There is also a spacious and comfortable caravan, as if a mobile home. Let a person yearning for a luxury car in the light of the illumination, flashing a charming luster. Let a person dazzled. Just as Li Chen and Tang Shui were immersed in the shock of this collection of luxury cars, a stunning sales beauty walked up to them, her eyes flashing autumn waves, breasts jade rabbit upside down, 2 cheeks flying red, beautiful as the sable cicada, beautiful feet on high heels, jade hand 10-finger tip, dumping the appearance of the city, shot down the southern flying geese. She had a tall figure, and a black professional suit outlined her curves just right. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, as smooth as silk, fluttering slightly, emitting a faint fragrance. Her face was delicate and picturesque. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn water. Her agar nose was straight, and her cherry mouth was red without pointing. A pair of big eyes were bright and godly, as if hiding endless wisdom and charm. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, the cuffs of which were slightly rolled up, revealing her slim wrists. Underneath was a black wraparound skirt that reached just to mid-thigh, showing off her slender legs and perky little ass. On her feet she wore a pair of black high heels with black stockings. The heels were thin and high, making her posture even more sexy and upright. The beauty smiled and walked toward them, her voice as pleasant as a yellow warbler's. Welcome to our famous cars exchange. I'm the sales consultant here, Lin Yu. I'm glad to serve you. Li Chen was so attracted by Lin Yu's beauty and temperament that he actually lost some of his concentration for a while. Lin Yu saw their surprised gazes and said with a smile on her face, there are various brands of luxury cars here that will surely satisfy your needs. May I ask what type of car you are interested in? Li Chen froze for a long time before coming back to his senses. We'd like to see sports cars and SUV types. Lin Yu nodded and led them to the sports car exhibition area. A dazzling sports car was placed here, each one exuding a powerful aura. Lin Yu introduced the performance and characteristics of each car in detail, and her expertise in enthusiastic service allowed Li Chen and Tang Shui to gain a deeper understanding of these cars. Then they came to the SUV exhibition area. The cars here paid more attention to practicality and comfort, while not losing their luxury and atmosphere. With Lin Yu's introduction, Li Chen and Tang Shui became interested in a Ferrari Purosangue. The exterior design of this car is stylish and atmospheric, with hard and smooth lines, giving people a strong visual impact. Inside the car, the decoration is luxurious and exquisite. The seats are comfortable and soft, and all kinds of high-tech configurations are available. What Li Chen likes most is that this car is a 4-seater. so he can take his grandparents for a drive. Lin Yu continued to smile and introduced, "This Ferrari Purosang is our star model here. It not only has strong performance, but also has extremely high comfort and safety. The selling price is $5 million, but now the new store has a discount for purchasing the car. Only $8 million. All the formalities are done, and you can directly drive away later." Li Chen and Tang Shui were deeply attracted by this car. They sat inside and felt its comfort and luxury. After some consideration, they decided they wanted this car. "That's it. I love it." Li Chen closed the car door with a look of love. "Well, I also like, quite beautiful, is a little expensive." Oh, Tang Shui looked like she also liked it, but she was still a little distressed about the money. After all, it was a few $1,000,000. "Okay, sir, take a short rest here. I'll go prepare the contract right away." Lin Yu turned around with a smile on her face and walked into the office after she finished speaking. A few moments later, Lin Yu smiled and handled the car purchase formalities for them, and the whole process was professional and efficient. It didn't take long before even the license plate was installed. This efficiency was nothing short of divine. After all, the DMV was just across the street, so it was still very convenient to get things done. Li Chen's little car was replaced straight away. Unfortunately, not even enough money for an insurance policy. TSK. This small car genus is also miserable enough. Just like this was mercilessly abandoned. Li Chen and Tang Shui drove the new car long away. The feeling is really better than the Wuling Mini to be too much. From this moment onwards, he is also finally considered to have his first luxury car. Although it is their own hard work to save money to buy, that is also the system to the money, is not it? Are you really not going to buy a car to drive? Li Chen inquired Tang Shui while driving. "No, I don't want to buy it, and I don't like driving. The key is that I don't trust my own skills." Tang Shui spat out her little tongue in a shy and cute manner. "Alright then, you can start recruiting recently. Recruit a few more drivers and keep a dedicated one for yourself." Li Chen was still relentless in his exhortations, fearing that Tang Shui would aggravate herself. Good. Listen to you. All listen to you." Tang Shui's eyes were also full of love, and that happiness was directly pulled full. Tang Shui is not a vain person. If so, she would have married into the family. After all, their own conditions are there. This kind of superb beauty, which man will not look at the heart of it? In fact, the system was really good to Li Chen, and the beauties that were selected for her were all of national colors. Most importantly, this kind of girl could only be found in a kindergarten or elementary school. That could be said to really be the finest of the finely selected. Chapter 69, Stingy Tang Shui. In Li Chen's approval, Sun Haisan is if being injected with infinite power. The whole person is excited to hoof it on the journey of ordering a car. His heart was filled with anticipation, as if he had already seen a brand new car already parked in front of him, waiting for them to test drive it. Sun Haisan first set his sights on the Mercedes-Benz S400. This car has always been a symbol of luxury and quality. Its elegant lines, atmospheric appearance, and superb interior craftsmanship all exuded a noble atmosphere. He imagined himself sitting in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel in his hands, feeling the powerful power and comfortable driving experience, and his heart couldn't help but surge with pride. And Hosu and Sun Haisan had the same vision. The two of them coincidentally chose Mercedes-Benz, as if this car was tailor-made for successful people like them. When they decided to own this car together, a kind of tacit understanding flowed between them, as if it was not only a car, but also a goal they were striving for together. In addition to two Mercedes-Benz S400s, Sun Haisan also ordered a Buick commercial. This car is known for its spaciousness and comfortable ride. Whether it's for business reception or team traveling, the Buick business can do it perfectly. Considering the company's growth, Sun Haisan needs a car like this to fulfill all kinds of needs. It is like a mobile office that provides great convenience for their work. Then he carefully selected 5 official cars of different classes. Each of these cars has its own characteristics. Some focus on performance, some emphasize comfort, while others are unique in appearance. Sun Haisan knows that different occasions require different vehicles, and these official vehicles will provide solid protection for the company's daily operations. However, what made him most attentive was an Alpha that was specially ordered for Tang Shui. Sun Haisan knew that Tang Shui needed a comfortable, safe and stylish car to meet her daily traveling needs, and the Alpha was undoubtedly the best choice. The Alpha's exterior is sleek and stylish, with smooth and elegant lines. Its interior is also luxurious and refined, with comfortable and soft seats, making it perfect for business receptions or private drives. When Sun Haisan completed this series of car purchase orders, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that these cars would bring great changes to the company's development and everyone's life. However, he was also well aware that spending a few $1,000,000 on this was not a small amount. He began to worry about whether he would be criticized when he returned. Sure enough, the news quickly reached Tang Shui's ears. Tang Shui was a person who had always been thrifty and frugal. and when she heard the news, it was another heartbreaking moment. She looked at Sun Haisan with reproach in her eyes. Mr. Sun, isn't it a bit too much to spend? Spending a few $1,000,000 at once, that's not a small amount. The company and the project still need funds. Sun Haisan lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Tang Shui. He knew that Tang Shui was heartbroken about the money for the big boss. However, he felt that these cars were necessary investments, and were of great significance to the company's development and everyone's lives, and it was also what Li Chen had promised. He wasn't acting on his own. Mr. Tang, I know you're heartbroken about the money. However, these cars are for the company's development and everyone's life. The Buick business can meet our team traveling needs, and the official car can improve our work efficiency, and the Alpha is specially ordered for you, and I hope you like it too. If the budget exceeds the limit, I can return the Mercedes for something else, Sun Haisan patiently explained, but his face did not show an unhappy expression. Tang Shui listened to Sun Haisan's words, and the reproach in her heart gradually dissipated. She knew that Sun Haisan was doing it for everyone's good and for the company's future. However, she still couldn't let go of the millions spent. Hearing that Sun Haisan wanted to replace his own special car, she felt in her heart if it was a bit too much. After all, Mr. Sun's ability and dedication were obvious to everyone, and buying a car was also Li Chen's proposal. Mr. Sun, I know you're doing this for everyone's good, but we can't be so wasteful. A few $1,000,000 can do a lot of things. Since we bought it, let's just leave it at that. Tang Shui sighed and said. Sun Haisan's eyes were full of determination. Mr. Tang, don't worry, these cars are worth the investment. They will bring more opportunities and development to the company, and will also make our employees more motivated. I'm sure we'll be able to make these investments pay off through our efforts. Well, there's nothing wrong with the purchase. I'll transfer some more money to the finance later. Don't worry about it. Li Chen also hurriedly rounded up and muddled this matter. Tang Shui looked into Sun Haisan's eyes and felt his determination and confidence. She knew that Sun Haisan was a man of vision and commitment. His decision must have been well thought out, although she was still heartbroken about the millions spent, but after all, it was Li Chen who had made the promise, so she couldn't blame him too much, and a proper reminder would suffice. Moments later, a brand new car was delivered to the company one after another. Everyone was filled with joy and excitement as they looked at these luxurious vehicles. The atmosphere and stability of Mercedes-Benz, the spaciousness and comfort of Buick business, the practicality and efficiency of official cars, as well as the fashion and warmth of Alpha, all made everyone praise them. Li Chen's heart was also filled with emotion as he looked at the cars. He knew that Sun Haisan's decision was correct. These cars would inject new vigor into the company's development, and would make everyone more united and hardworking. He walked over to Tang Shui and said with a smile, "All right, don't be heartbroken anymore. All these cars are the driving force for us to move forward and a symbol of our success. I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, we will be able to create a brighter future." Tang Shui looked at Li Chen, the worry in her heart gradually dissipating. She knew that Li Chen was right. These cars were not just a material enjoyment, but also a spiritual incentive. They would allow everyone to work harder and fight for the company's development and their own dreams. There are times when this is the case, whether it is the way you dress or your ride. It will affect a person's first impression, just like the current Li Chen. And then driving the previous small car obviously does not quite fit the identity. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddles. And this is the minimum facade of a person or company. A few moments later, Li Chen returned to his office and summoned the system with nothing to do. System, draw, ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +2. 200, 000 gold coins. IQ +5 inch. Li Chen looked at the same old, so he shut down the system in a tasteless manner. It seemed that he had gotten used to the system's pettiness and immodesty, and he was now too lazy to spit it out again. Unbeknownst to him, when the system was upgraded, that would be the moment when he would be truly happy. At that time he would be very thankful for these basic attributes given by the system in the early stages, which would be completely remodeling Li Chen from the inside out. Chapter 70. The lobby of the Century Hotel was still brilliant, with the huge crystal chandelier emitting a soft light, illuminating the entire space like a dreamy place. The marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the busy figures coming and going. All of the company's executives and employees had been busy preparing for this all-important bidding session. Sun Haisan was even busier, setting up the venue in a well-organized manner. Inside the venue, rows of neatly arranged chairs were placed just right, and the red carpet stretched from the entrance to the podium, giving a solemn and warm feeling. On the podium, there were exquisite microphones and projectors, and the company's logo and the theme of this bidding meeting hung on the background wall, making it particularly eye-catching. Not to mention, Sun Haisan was worthy of being an executive of a large company. No matter what he did it beautifully. As time went by, Many representatives of contractors and construction companies came to the site one after another, dressed in formal attire. Some of them looked confident, some slightly nervous, and each of them carried the desire and expectation for this project. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually warmed up, and people were talking to each other. Li Chen stood on the side, quietly observing all this. His heart was filled with anticipation, hoping that this bidding session would bring new opportunities and development for the company. Tang Shui also came to the venue early. She had dressed up carefully today. A head of long, black and shiny hair was coiled into an elegant bun, and a few strands of hair naturally fell by her cheeks, adding a few moments of gentleness. Her face was made up with exquisite makeup. Her eyebrows were like distant daisies, her eyes were like autumn water, and her lips were coated with a light lipstick, making her look especially charming. She was wearing a black slim-fitting dress, which was made of high-class silk, and the close-fitting design perfectly outlined her slender waist and beautiful curves. She wore a pearl necklace around her neck, adding a bit of noble temperament to her. She held a small black handbag in her hand, and her whole person looked both beautiful and generous. A few moments later, the bidding session finally started officially. The moderator stepped up to the podium and in a clear and loud voice announced the start of the bidding session. First of all, Sun Haisan went on the stage as the representative of the company to make a speech. His eyes were firm and confident, and his voice was calm and strong. Greetings, guests. Today, we are here to hold a public bidding meeting, aiming to find the best partners for our project. We believe that through this bidding meeting, we will be able to find the most powerful and reputable contractors and construction companies to build an outstanding project together. Sun Haisan's speech won warm applause from the audience. Next, the bidding session entered an intense bidding process. Representatives of various contractors and construction companies came on stage one by one to introduce their company's strength, experience and understanding of the project. Some of them used wonderful slides to show their company's performance. Some used vivid language to elaborate their programs. Everyone was trying their best to show their advantages. Li Chen and the company's executives listened carefully to the introduction of each representative and exchanged opinions from time to time. Just as the bidding session was in full swing, Zhang Peng's father and son appeared. Zhang Peng was dressed in an expensive suit, with his hair combed out and a hint of arrogance on his face. His son, Zhang Hanbo, followed behind him, also looking unassailable. They strutted into the venue and even deliberately looked at Li Chen with provocative and mocking eyes. Yo, isn't this Li Chen? You also want to participate in the bidding? Really out of your depth. Bah! Zhang Hanbo said with a cold smile. Li Chen frowned and ignored their provocation. Zhang Hanbo, however, was unforgiving and continued. With this Thai company of yours, what good qualifications can it have? Our family's company is the boss of this industry. All of you small companies have to step aside for me. A flash of anger flashed through Li Chen's eyes, but he still kept his cool and spoke indifferently. The tender will be fair and impartial, and partners will be chosen on the basis of strengths and programs, not by lip service. Zhang Hanbo's father and son laughed out loud with an unbeatable look. Rubbish, don't be a tough talker. Let's see what you have to say when our family's company wins the bid. However, they were unaware that Li Chen was the big boss behind the scenes. In the next part of the bid evaluation, Li Chen and the company's executives strictly followed the criteria. They carefully analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each bidding proposal, and comprehensively considered all factors. After some intense discussions and comparisons, the winning company was finally determined. When the host announced the winning bid, the faces of Zhang Hanbo's father and son instantly became very ugly. How could they not expect that they had not won the bid? And what shocked them even more was that the company that won the bid was actually a small company that they had always looked down upon. Zhang Hanbo's father and son instantly panicked as they realized that they had made a huge mistake. They hurriedly walked over to Li Chen and apologized, begging for forgiveness. Mr. Li, we were wrong. We didn't know this was your company. Please give us another chance. At least we are classmates. Don't look at the face of the monk. Look at the face of the Buddha. Zhang Hanbo's low tone. He didn't even dare to raise his head. He really wanted this chance too much. Zhang Peng also followed with a fawning face. Mr. Li, we know we are wrong. You are generous. Just forgive us. Don't be general with this child. Li Chen looked at their wretched appearance with indifference in his eyes. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and your arrogance and ignorance made you lose this opportunity. Moreover, your behavior at the bidding meeting has seriously violated the rules, which is why you have completely lost your bidding qualifications. The most important point is that you guys don't deserve it. Get out. Zhang Hanbo's father and son regretted hearing Li Chen's words. They knew that they had no room for redemption and could only leave the venue in disgrace. Their silhouettes looked particularly wretched, in stark contrast to their previous arrogance. The bidding meeting ended successfully, and Li Chen and the company's employees breathed a sigh of relief. They know that the success of this tender will lay a solid foundation for the company's development. The failure of Zhang Hanbo's father and son has also taught them one thing: arrogance and ignorance will only make them lose more opportunities. And they didn't realize how eyeless and mousy they were until the end. In this competitive business world, only by staying humble, hardworking and honest can we go farther. Chapter 71, Xinyu Seeks Help. The following day, there were bursts of cheerful singing and laughter in the McBar KTV, where Xinyu, Su Jingyi, Zhang Hanbo, Li Songhai, and a few other male and female classmates were partying and singing. Inside the box, the atmosphere was warm and the lights were swaying, and the students were singing happily, releasing their youthful vigor. Xinyu is a lively and cheerful girl. Her smile is as bright as the sunshine, and her long black hair is casually draped over her shoulders. Su Jingyi, on the other hand, looked quiet and elegant, her eyes revealing a hint of gentleness and intelligence. Zhang Hanbo and Li Songhai, on the other hand, were the active members of the class and always liked to be in the limelight. After singing a few songs, Xinyu and Su Jingyi got up and prepared to go to the bathroom together. When they walked through the corridor, they encountered a few punks. These punks had colorfully dyed hair, wore strange clothes with cigarettes dangling from their mouths, and had a hangdog look. When one of the punks saw Xinyu and Su Jingyi, his eyes instantly lit up. He walked up and spoke out to flirt. "Yo, these two chicks are really good looking. This body, TSK. Come accompany your brothers to have a drink and keep our boss company." With that, he reached out to pull Xinyu and Su Jingyi. Xinyu and Su Jingyi immediately lost their colors in fear and hurriedly stepped back. "What are you doing? Let go of us." Su Jingyi anxiously chided loudly. "Hey, don't be shy. Accompany our boss to drink a cup of wine. It's not like we'll lose a piece of meat." Another punk followed suit, while also moving his hands and feet. Xinyu and Su Jingyi struggled desperately, but the punks were unforgiving. The commotion grew louder and louder, attracting quite a few onlookers. Zhang Hanbo and Li Songhai, who were in the box, heard the commotion and also came out. Zhang Hanbo took a look at Zhang Liang's underlings and was secretly pleased with himself. He thought he still had the face he had back then, so he walked up to intercede in a big way. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of them," Zhang Hanbo said loudly with confidence. When the punks saw Zhang Hanbo, a hint of disdain appeared on their faces. "Who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in our affairs?" A punk looked at him with open teeth and claws. When Zhang Hanbo heard this, he was immediately on fire. "These guys actually gave so little face. Don't you guys recognize me? I'm Zhang Hanbo. I'm friends with your boss, Zhang Liang. Give me face and let go of them." Unbeknownst to him, since the last time he was pitched by Zhang Hanbo because of Li Chen's matter, Zhang Liang hated him to the bone. How could he give him face? Several juniors not only did not give face, but also directly punched and kicked Zhang Hanbo. *******. How dare you mention what happened last time? Our boss is still angry. How dare you mind your own business today? What kind of a thing are you? The punks cursed under their breath as they fought. Zhang Hanbo was beaten black and blue, and was powerless to fight back. Li Songhai and the others watched from the sidelines and did not dare to come forward to help. They knew that these punks were not to be messed with and were afraid that they would be implicated. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xinyu hurriedly sent a message to Li Chen secretly. "Li Chen, I'm in trouble at my ba. Come save me." Xinyu sent a distress message in a very anxious tone. At this time, Li Chen had nothing to do, and was leisurely drinking tea in the company's office, living a small life of incomparable leisure. Tang Shui was wearing a tight little black skirt today. The material of the skirt was snug and elastic, outlining her exquisite figure perfectly. Her small, slender waist was not too small, and her legs were long and straight, paired with a pair of black stockings. Just such a stunningly beautiful woman was sitting on the sofa at the moment, with Li Chen's legs resting on her thighs. Tang Shui's small, slender hands gently kneaded his shoulders. The technique was not very professional, but the movements were skillful. Tang Shui's smiling face turned slightly red. The look was both cute and sexy, charming. Just at this time, the cell phone suddenly came to a message. Li Chen read the message, instantly changed his face and stood up violently. "What's wrong? What happened?" Tang Shui took one look at his appearance and guessed that something must have happened. "My classmate sent me a message saying that he was bullied. I'll go over. Wait for me at the company." Li Chen simply explained a few sentences and then put on his clothes and hurried off. A few moments later, a brand new black Ferrari pulled up in front of the McBar's front entrance. The security guard didn't even dare to let out a fart when he saw this situation. Hurriedly and respectfully invited Li Chen in, and immediately secretly made a call to the boss. Li Chen followed the room number of the message and looked for it, and just as he entered the corridor, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Seeing Xinyu and Su Jingyi surrounded by the punks, and Zhang Hanbo beaten and lying on the ground, a surge of anger surged in his heart. "Let go of them," Li Chen said loudly, his voice filled with majestic dominance. The punks turned their heads when they heard Li Chen's voice. When they saw Li Chen, A look of horror appeared on their faces. They knew that Li Chen was not to be messed with. Last time their boss Zhang Liang was submissive in front of Li Chen. Brother Chen, why are you here? A punk stammered. Do you still want me to repeat it again? Li Chen's eyes were icy cold, sending shivers down one's spine. The punks hurriedly let go of Xinyu and Su Jingyi and stood aside, not daring to move. At this time, Zhang Liang also heard the commotion and rushed over. He instantly wimped out when he saw Li Chen. He hurriedly ran forward to apologize and admit his mistake, with an attitude that could only be described as humble. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't know they were your friends. I will definitely teach these ungrateful guys a good lesson. Zhang Liang's attitude was so respectful and flattering. This scene stunned everyone. It was unbelievable that the famous punk leader in this area was actually so respectful to Li Chen. Xinyu and Su Jingyi were both impressed with Li Chen and appreciated him in their hearts. Xinyu looked at Li Chen with eyes full of infatuation. She had never thought that Li Chen would be so powerful, able to make all these punks so fearful. Her heart was filled with gratitude and admiration. Her eyes were filled with little stars of fascination. Su Jingyi's heart was also slightly touched. She had always felt that Li Chen was a very ordinary and poor person, but seeing him today gave her a new understanding of him. She also began to re-examine this classmate that she had once ignored. Li Chen glanced at Zhang Liang and said, "These two girls are my friends. Help me look after them in the future." Zhang Liang hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, Brother Chen. I'll definitely remember your words. It's on me." Li Chen turned to Xinyu and Su Jingyi and said, "Are you guys alright?" Xinyu shook her head looking at him with a smile on her face. "We're fine. Thank you, Li Chen." Su Jingyi also hurriedly said, "Thank you, Li Chen. If it wasn't for you, we don't know what would have happened." This was the first time she had taken the initiative to speak to Li Chen after meeting many times, and there was an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Li Chen smiled with a disinterested look on his face, and didn't show any pleasing looks because she was the school's flower girl. "It's good that it's okay, let's go." After saying that, Li Chen took Xinyu, Su Jingyi and his classmates to leave the mic. Zhang Liang and his men, on the other hand, stood still and watched Li Chen and his men leave with smiles on their faces. Zhang Hanbo, on the other hand, followed behind with a face full of shame, his head lowered and not daring to speak. He knew that he had lost face again this time. Since Li Chen had appeared, he had made a fool of himself one after another. Zhang Hanbo blamed all the blame on Li Chen's head, secretly clenching his fists, his teeth clenched to the point of creaking. Chapter 72 Xinyu's Confession. Li Chen and Xinyu had just left the lobby and were standing at the entrance of the KTV chatting. A few moments later from the KTV hurriedly walked out of a middle-aged man, who shouted out with a smile on his face, "Older brother, how come you didn't say anything to old brother when you came?" The person who spoke was none other than my boss, Kong Jia. "Ha ha ha, old brother this is also a friend calling me over. Temporary. Next time, I will definitely call you in advance." Li Chen turned around to see that it was Kong Jia, and hurriedly greeted him with a smile as well. "I'm really sorry about today. I just heard from the waiter. Today this is a mess. In the old brother's territory out of such a thing. Sorry old brother." Kong Jia smiled while apologizing. His attitude was considered more facetious. What did old brother say? No one could blame anyone for what they didn't expect. Of course Li Chen wouldn't blame anything. Taking a step back, others didn't know they were Li Chen's friends, did they? Even if they knew, there was no need to hold on to things since they had already happened. "Get thee over here. What are you waiting for?" Kong Jia rushed behind him and cursed, his attitude changing that fast. "Brother Jia, I'm here. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, today is all my little brother's fault. Don't be angry." Zhang Liang came forward with trepidation. His attitude became even more respectful. It looked like he was even more afraid of this Kong Jia. Li Chen thought to himself that this Kong Jia is really not a good person. He saw it in the last party. After all, there are a few people in the entertainment industry who are oil-saving lamps. Alright, you are not intentional. Afterward recognize is not alright. Li Chen is sure that there are steps to go along with down, belonging to no need to continue to entangle with them. Still don't thank you brother Chen. Ungrateful thing. Kong Jia gave another reprimand. Now look again, this Zhang Liang must be Kong Jia's person. Otherwise he wouldn't have this kind of attitude. Yes. Thank you brother Chen. Brother Chen is generous. I'll help look after these two sisters in the future. So don't worry." Zhang Liang hurriedly continued to respectfully compensate for his smiling face, and patted his chest, stating that he guaranteed to accomplish what Li Chen had explained. "Get lost, all you do is cause me trouble all day long. Older brother then I'll go and get busy. Next time, be sure to call me. Let's have a few good drinks." Kong Jia put on a smile and Li Chen politely again. Definitely. Old brother, go and get busy. I'll definitely come and support you some other day." After briefly exchanging pleasantries, Kong Jia turned around and went back into the KTV. The crowd behind Li Chen, on the other hand, looked like a bunch of cuties, like looking at the scene in front of them, a look of having seen a ghost, unable to believe that this was true. How did that silly boy who was so obedient at the beginning transform into an upper-class person? Not only did Zhang Liang have such an attitude, even the owner of the Maibao was so polite. What kind of level had he gotten to? Wow, you're too good, aren't you Li Chen? Even the boss you know? Xinyu excitedly danced around. Everyone was the same age as their classmates, but compared to Li Chen they were simply a bunch of brats. Yeah. Li Chen is too powerful. He's mixing uncommonly well now. The other female classmate also followed and chimed in, looking as if she also adored it. Which just recognize we give each other a face. Not really. Li Chen is not like them. This kind of surface courtesy is just the appearance. In the normal but the interpersonal communication. As the saying goes, if you can't even do this, you don't want to mix in society. Don't be modest. You'll be my idol from now on. Xinyu was happy. The fact that Li Chen was able to rush to her rescue in the first place was already enough to prove something. She didn't think that Li Chen had simply come for the sake of classmate friendship, and her heart had already begun to make wild guesses. Whatever. It's getting late. I'll go back. It's better to be careful next time you come out to play. Seeing that there was nothing else, Li Chen was ready to hit the road back home. Go. Go home. You send me. Xinyu was even more nonchalant, directly took up Li Chen's arm, and that big white rabbit was still rubbing against it. Li Chen felt the touch coming from his arm, and instantly went apoplectic, his blood rushing up as he was squeezed and rubbed by those two masses of flesh. Okay, go, Li Chen hurriedly agreed, and if he didn't, he would have to pull out his sword, because his big sword was getting hungry and a little bit stupid again. A few people walked up to the brand new Ferrari, and the crowd gasped again. Young people had an inexplicable fondness for supercars. Who wouldn't want to have a luxury car of their own? Wow, what a beautiful car. Is this a Ferrari? Xinyu covered her small mouth in surprise as she looked at the car in front of her. Yeah, it's so pretty, love it. The other students were also surprised and envious. Su Jingyi's heart was also slightly touched. Girls are more like that feeling of sitting in the passenger side of a luxury car, although it is not a gold-worshipping character, but still cannot help but look a few more eyes. Li Chen walked straight to the driver's seat and directly opened the door, looking at the dumbfounded few people and smiled. Go on, what are you waiting for? No way, this is yours? You changed your car? Xinyu had an expression of having seen a ghost. The scene in front of her was too shocking. Remember the last time was still a Wuling Mini. Not long after that it became a Ferrari. The difference between this change is also too big. Xinyu pulled Su Jingyi directly opened the door and sat up. This time no one sat in the passenger seat again. After all, it's not the same as before. It's not so casual. The others were looking at them with envious and jealous eyes, regretting in their hearts why they hadn't expressed their goodwill towards Li Chen when the party was held. After a roar of the supercar, it instantly disappeared at the end of the street, leaving a few dazed people there, regretting it. A few moments later, Li Chen first sent Su Jingyi back home and then continued to send Xinyu. In a flash, he arrived at the entrance of Fuli Garden. Xinyu reluctantly got out of the car and walked to the driver's side door. Li Chen lowered the window and poked his head out, looking at the quirky little beauty in front of him. Alright, be careful next time. I made it this time. What about next time? Li Chen patiently instructed a few more times. Aha, I know. Thank you for today. I'm very happy. Then quickly lowered his body and directly kissed Li Chen's lips. Li Chen instantly went blank, not expecting the little girl in front of him to be so bold. Even more so, he didn't expect that she would have this kind of emotion towards herself as well. After a few short seconds, Xinyu ran back to the neighborhood with a red face. Without looking back, Li Chen froze in place for a long time before he slowed down and secretly laughed bitterly. Asterisk. What a ing charmer I am. Chapter 73, The Virtuous Xiao. Li Chen drove straight back to the clubhouse, and Li Xiao was overflowing with excitement and overflowing happiness when she saw him. She was simply a sexy creature that made the blood run cold. A big wave of curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, giving off a charming aroma. Her eyes were flirty and seductive, and her long eyelashes flickered like fans. With a hot body, she was wearing a tight red dress that showed off her curves perfectly. The hem of the skirt is open to the thighs, revealing long and slender legs, with a pair of black high-heeled shoes under her feet, showing her sexiness and charm. You're back. Have you been busy lately? Come take a break. Li Xiaoya directly walked up and took his arm, bringing him to the parlor area. Yeah, it's been busy and dizzying, but the company side is basically starting to get on track. Li Chen rubbed his temples with a listless look. Come, I'll press you. Li Xiaoya skillfully placed Li Chen's head flat on her thigh and gently rubbed and pressed it. Li Chen could feel the warmth on her thighs and instantly felt a lot of peace of mind. Only when he returned to the clubhouse would he be this relaxed. Li Chen slowly closed his eyes, just quietly enjoying the blissful time. He silently summoned the system in his mind and prepared to draw today's blind box. System, draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +2. 200. 000 gold coins. Intelligence +5. Looking at the familiar reward, Li Chen sighed in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, this unobtrusive little intelligence had completely changed him. Whether it was emotional intelligence, or the way of dealing with people in business, all of them are not comparable to the previous him. Only he himself is still unaware of it. Otherwise, how would he be able to maneuver with those old farts? And the ease with which he handled it was all thanks to the system remodeling. Soon, when the system no longer rewarded basic attributes, he would be more than grateful. This unorthodox system had helped him a lot in an invisible way. How has your mother been the last few days? Is it okay? Li Chen slowly opened his mouth to inquire with his eyes closed. It's quite good. My mood is also much better after moving here. I can accompany her every day. I'm also very satisfied. Li Xiaoya's eyes were full of happiness, and the corners of her mouth were also hung with a faint smile. It's just that the business of the guild hall hasn't been as good as before lately, and the benefits haven't been able to rise. Suddenly she changed the topic, a touch of worry appearing on her face. No matter. It doesn't matter if we make money or not. Just take it as an exercise. We don't lack money either. Li Chen was still doting and comforting, fearing that Li Xiaoya was too worried about the issue of benefits. Investing so much money, always seeing no returns. I'm anxious in my heart too. Li Xiaoya was still worried. Women might be like this. They can't hold things in their hearts. They are more distressed about money. It's fine. It'll get better slowly. Don't worry. Li Chen opened his eyes full of concern and looked at her. Well, let's hope. Sighing, Li Xiaoya stopped dwelling on the issue. It's getting late. Go to bed. Let them keep an eye on the store. Li Chen slowly sat up and touched Li Xiaoya's head. Good. Li Chen took Li Xiaoya's hand and walked straight out of the office in the direction of the bedroom. After a long time, the night passed quietly. Time flew by, and in a flash the sunlight had spread into every corner of the room. The two of them opened their sleepy eyes one after another and looked at each other with happy smiles on their faces. Life is so simple. The moment you open your eyes and see your favorite person, that's happiness. After a brief wash, the duo slowly left the room. They visited their mother and chatted about the family for a while before the two of them slowly left. Zhang Suiji's face was also filled with a happy smile as she watched the two of them in happiness. For parents, it is the greatest happiness and comfort to see their children become successful and happy in their families. The task of raising the people who gave birth to you, and then raising the people you gave birth to, is considered to be accomplished, and that is life. Living life, only the poor are living it authentically. The rich are enjoying it. Holding hands, the two of them walked downstairs, enjoying the fresh air and warm sunshine, and both their moods became incredibly relaxed. This car? Li Xiaoya looked at the Ferrari parked in front of her house and revealed a puzzled expression. Our families bought it yesterday. Go, take you for a ride. Li Chen looked at Li Xiaoya, who was full of surprise, and directly opened the car door. Li Xiaoya was still in a daze, not having slowed down. Why did you suddenly think of changing your car? Scared me. I thought we had a big customer in our store. Li Xiaoya patted her chest to calm her excitement. If you want to change it, you can't keep driving that little mini. It doesn't match your husband's identity. Li Chen explained with a very dejected expression. Li Xiaoya covered her mouth and laughed. Giggle. Yes, it definitely doesn't fit my husband's status. Li Xiaoya's starting point for considering the problem is not quite the same. She is afraid of not taking care of the big customers, but not because of their own husbands to buy luxury cars and surprised. Her character is like this. Gentle, kind and good at life. A few moments later, the two of them sat in the car, and the happiness on Li Xiaoya's face intensified as she felt the comfortable experience of the passenger side of the luxury car. Watching her husband grow up day by day made her heart happier than anything else. Honey, come on, I'm watching you. Li Chen gave him a sideways glance, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a happy smile spread across his face. Chapter 74, Joy J's Choice. Time flew by, and the two of them stopped the car with great interest, smiling happily at each other and walking back to the clubhouse hand in hand. Li Xiaoya started another busy day, while Li Chen leisurely sat on the sofa and drank tea. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the cell phone. Picking it up and seeing that it was Joy J, he clicked on it to check it out. Little color batch, come pick me up. I'm in a bad mood. A message that seemed to carry resentment was sent. Missy, am I your punching bag? Why is it that every time you look for me, you're in a bad mood? Li Chen also complained a few times, which didn't make him feel very comfortable in his heart either. Unbeknownst to the woman in their most aggrieved and helpless time, the first to think of people, absolutely in the heart position is very important to that person. Immediately, An unquestionable message was sent again, with a tone as if it were a small volcano about to erupt. Okay, wait for me. Li Chen also felt helpless and could only obediently tuck his cell phone out the door. I'm going out to run some errands. Don't wait for me. After explaining a sentence to Li Xiaoya, he turned around and went out. Got it. Drive safely. Li Xiaoya glanced at her with a smile on her face and admonished with great concern. Got it. Li Chen looked back and pulled out a flying kiss and left. Li Xiaoya also pouted her lips slightly, expressing her love. A few moments later, Li Chen came to the door of the Century Plaza. Cui Jie stood on the side of the road and so on in a huff waiting for something. Li Chen took a look at her that way, instantly wanted to turn around, but unfortunately it was a one-way street, was already too late. The tips of the hair are slightly inwardly buttoned with a short ear hair. Is still so lovely. Today put on a little light makeup is more charming. The stunning beauty of anyone who wants to have a kiss. Dressed in a black dress, the skirt is hollowed out design, vaguely revealing her skin, adding a few sexy, with a pair of black high heels, showing the elegant temperament. Li Chen honked the horn before Cui Jie, who was standing on the side of the road, turned her head and looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, froze for a few seconds before walking slowly, huffing and puffing as she opened the car door and sat in. What's wrong again, my missy? Li Chen smirked as he inquired about the great lady in front of him. Unhappy? Walk with me to the garden. Sister Cui seemed to be in a really bad mood. She didn't even have the heart to joke. Li Chen didn't continue to pursue the matter once he saw the situation, and directly drove to the garden in the suburbs. Shortly after, the two of them slowly got off the car and looked at the sea of flowers in front of them, still so shocking. This environment, this feeling, really relaxes people. No wonder Cui Jie came to sit here every time she was unhappy. It really did put people in a better mood. The two of them just wandered around aimlessly. No one spoke. It was quiet. Li Chen didn't disturb her either. Maybe it would be better to let her be quiet on her own. Suddenly, Cui Jie stopped and turned around to look at him, and there seemed to be tears glistening in her eyes. I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Cui Jie spoke softly, without the slightest hint of shyness or timidity. It was as if it was a well-thought-out question. This. It's not good, right? Li Chen didn't react for a moment. Such a rigid question left him a bit confused. You don't want to? Cui Jie's tears immediately dripped down, looking as if she was sad. No, I'm not. I just want to know why. Why are you suddenly like this? Can you talk to me about it? Li Chen waved his hand in a hurry. Seeing her crying so hard, he was even more panicked in his heart. Cui Jie wiped a handful of tears from her eyes, her body still sobbing as if she had suffered a great deal. So let me tell you my story. My dad's current wife is not my real mother. My real mother died when I was very young. When I was very young, I just knew that she died in a car accident. I also have a younger brother, their current child, and the rest of the plot is a bit of a dogfight. They were worried that I would covet the property and were always thinking of marrying me off. And what saddened me even more was that my father didn't stop it. They prepared an elaborate marriage for me. The other party is from out of town and has an average family. The main purpose was to get me away from here so they would have peace of mind, I guess. The expression on Cui Jie's face after she finished speaking turned a little strange, and it seemed to carry a little bit of evil flavor. Perhaps the resentment in her heart was too heavy. Cui Jie's heart already has a knot in her heart. She hates them and does not want to stay at home. On the surface, she appears to be a high and mighty young lady, but her fate is actually worse than that of an ordinary person. Li Chen heard also secretly gritted his teeth, unconsciously also clenched his fists. The heart also ignited a trace of anger, perhaps because their own fate is equally unfair. A little sympathy for her encounter. But, Li Chen was interrupted by Cui Jie before he could finish the words that followed. I don't care. You don't need to say anything. I know what you want to say. I know your bottom line very well, not just Tang Shui, including that clubhouse's Li Xiaoya. I know it too. Cui Jie finished with an expressionless face and just stared at him blankly. Worthy of being a great lady, even Li Chen's bottom line was very clear. It really seemed to be a well-thought-out decision. Then you still? Li Chen was very puzzled in his heart. Knowing such an outcome, why did he still choose himself? There's no reason. I don't want to be with anyone who doesn't have feelings for me, much less listen to their arrangements. Cui Jie stated the doubts in Li Chen's heart, and in fact secretly showed that she had different feelings for him. Li Chen naturally heard the implication and didn't pursue it too much. Have you thought this through? This may be a road of no return. Li Chen asked with renewed confirmation, waiting quietly for her answer. Think about it. I've been thinking about it for several days. I haven't contacted you for the past few days. I'm just dwelling on this matter, Cui Jie said in an incomparably resolute tone. The eyes were complicated. There was love and loss. Li Chen slowly stepped out and looked at the stunning beauty in front of him. Gently taking Cui Jie into his arms, he gently caressed her hair. Cui Jie's side face was pressed against his chest, and they hugged each other quietly like this. the breeze gently blew the lavender, bringing with it a gust of floral scent, and the two stood in the sea of flowers for a long time, consoling each other for their unjust fate. I don't want to go back, just let me disappear into this world. This is the only property in my name. Choi Jae still hugged him tightly and said the most ruthless words without any emotional fluctuations. I respect your choice, and I will always support you. With me here, I won't let you suffer half a bit again. Li Chen gently stroked her back, dotingly comforting her. Good. From now on, you're the only one left in my world. Well, I'll protect you. The simple promise tied the two people together in death, not knowing what other ups and downs they would encounter in the future. No matter what, Li Chen would keep his promise and protect her. Chapter 75, The Oasis. The lavender sea is caressed by the breeze, causing purple ripples. The sunlight pours down like a golden veil, gently covering this romantic sea of flowers. In the flowers, bees are busy flying around. Butterflies dance in the flowers, their light body like dancing elves, adding a touch of spiritual color to this sea of flowers. At the edge of the sea of flowers was a lush forest. The tall trees stood straight up, like loyal guards, guarding this peaceful sea of flowers. The duo just strolled through the garden hand in hand, enjoying the sweetness of love and leisure time. Come, I'll take you to a place. Choi Jae took his hand and mysteriously walked towards the depths of the garden. Where to? Li Chen looked at her with a puzzled face, wondering what this little girl was up to again. You'll know when we get there in a bit. Choi Jae sold it without saying anything. In the depths of the sea of flowers, a luxurious villa stood quietly. The appearance of this villa was grand and spectacular, adopting a European architectural style, with white walls and red roofs mirroring each other, giving people a noble and elegant feeling. The villa was surrounded by a circle of exquisite iron fences, on which green vines climbed, adding a natural flavor to the villa. Li Chen came here for the first time and was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. He originally wanted to acquire this place to create a paradise-like manor, but he hadn't thought that Choi Jia had long ago made this place so perfect. He looked at this beautiful sea of flowers and this luxurious villa, and his heart was filled with emotion. Come on, I'll show you around our new home. I rarely stay here, because it's too big. I'm too chicken to live here. Giggle. Choi Jia spat out her little tongue. That look was simply adorable. Instantly forgetting all her worries, she took Li Chen's hand and introduced him to everything in front of him. The two of them just continued to wander around and visit together, hand in hand happily. The gate of the villa was a huge carved iron gate with an exquisite pattern on it. Walking into the courtyard of the villa, the first thing that catches your eyes is a spacious garden, emitting a burst of charming aroma. In the garden, there is a cobblestone paved path, winding to the villa's door. On both sides of the path were placed some exquisite sculptures, which were in different forms and lifelike, as if they were adding an artistic flavor to this garden. The two of them strolled along the path like this. The picture was cozy. The main building of the villa was divided into 2 floors, with a spacious living room and dining room on the first floor. The floor of the living room is covered with white marble, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the gorgeous chandelier on the ceiling. The walls of the living room are hung with an exquisite oil painting, making it seem as if one is in a temple of art. The living room is furnished with a set of comfortable European sofa. The color of the sofa is light beige, which complements the decoration style of the whole living room. In front of the sofa is a huge coffee table, on which there is a bouquet of fresh flowers and some exquisite tea sets. In the corner of the living room was also a black piano, with some sheet music placed on the piano's lid, as if waiting for the owner to play. Choi Jia gently caressed the piano and slowly sat down. Her fingers skillfully danced back and forth, and the beautiful piano music instantly resounded through the villa. After a few moments, Choi Jae slowly got up and continued to lead him inside. The dining room is connected to the living room. The middle of the dining room placed a long dining table. The material of the dining table is solid wood. The color is deep brown, giving people a feeling of stability and atmosphere. The ceiling of the dining room is hung with a gorgeous chandelier. The chandelier's light is soft and warm, creating a cozy atmosphere for the whole dining room. On one side of the dining room is a huge floor-to-ceiling window with a beautiful garden and sea of flowers, allowing people to enjoy the food while also enjoying the beauty of nature. The two turned to the second floor, which looked even more beautiful, overlooking the entire villa. The second floor of the villa is the bedroom and study. The bedroom was decorated in a warm and romantic style, with a soft carpet on the floor and pink wallpaper on the walls. The bedroom was furnished with a huge European-style king-size bed, which was covered with a soft mattress and high-grade bedding. The study, on the other hand, was decorated in a simple and atmospheric style, with a dark-colored wooden floor and walls filled with bookshelves, which were filled with a variety of books. The study was furnished with an antique desk, on which was placed a delicate desk lamp and some stationery. They went back to the backyard of the villa, which was also something else. The backyard of the villa has a huge swimming pool with crystal clear water that shimmers blue in the sunlight. Some comfortable lounge chairs and umbrellas were placed around the pool so that people could enjoy the sunshine after swimming. There is also a small garden next to the swimming pool, which is filled with all kinds of flowers and greenery, making it seem like you are in a beautiful garden. Li Chen held Cui Jia's hand tightly, his eyes filled with determination and tenderness. It's beautiful here. I didn't realize you had created such a beautiful place. Cui Jia looked at Li Chen with happiness shining in his eyes and a happy smile on his face. Li Chen, this will be our home from now on, and we will start a new life here. I believe that no matter what bumps in the road we will encounter in the future, we will be able to face them together and walk through them together. Li Chen and Cui Jia declared their vows of love in a sea of flowers. They know that the road ahead is still long and they may encounter all kinds of difficulties and challenges, but they firmly believe that as long as they love each other and support each other, they will be able to overcome all the difficulties and go to the other side of the shore of happiness. Li Chen picked up Cui Jia's waist with one hand and held her in his arms, and the two of them stood in front of the window looking at the beautiful scenery in front of them. Manor, villa, luxury car and mansion, and such a beautiful woman and beauty in her arms. It was simply the pinnacle of life. Cui Jia lay on her back in Li Chen's arms, feeling a sense of security she had never felt before, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Time seemed to have stood still in this moment, and Cui Jia really wanted to just stay in this moment forever, but she knew that the mother and son wouldn't stop so easily. Unbeknownst to her, a plan has begun to conspire against Cui Jia, and a great calamity of life and death awaits her. Likewise, there is a shocking secret that will surface. Chapter 76, Gold Coin Surge. Time passed little by little. The sun set in the west, the sky also gradually darkened. The two of them looked at each other, and each of them also comprehended what was in their hearts from each other's eyes. How about staying here today? In the end, it was Li Chen who spoke first. He couldn't let the other girl take the initiative. Okay, listen to you. Cui Jia instantly blushed with shame, her little heart thumping when she thought about what was going to happen at night. Is the first time in life finally coming? Cui Jia muttered in her heart beating faster unconsciously. A deer in the headlights. I'll go buy some food and come back. Let's celebrate here. Wait for me. After Li Chen finished speaking, he drove away from the manor in a hurry. Cui Jia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched his fading figure, her face overflowing with unspoken happiness. After a long time, Li Chen hurriedly rushed back, carrying a lot of things in his hand in a big bag. The two of them cleaned up the dining room. The living supplies here are still relatively complete. A few moments later, a table full of delicious food was set up. They sat opposite each other tacitly not speaking, looking into each other's eyes. Everything was in the air. They raised the red wine in their hands and touched it lightly with a crisp sound. Soothing light music was playing in the living room, and the two of them were eating and chatting in a very pleasant atmosphere. The two soon ended the celebration, which was simple but happy in each other's hearts. Li Chen himself contracted the heavy responsibility of cleaning up the battlefield. Cui Jia can be happy, and in a puff of smoke, ran to the living room to be lazy. She was lazily lying on the sofa, the moonlight spilling over her body, outlining her stunningly beautiful face. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, and her slightly reddened cheeks were as delicate as peach blossoms in full bloom. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth held a shy smile. Her figure in this position showed even more sexy and charming, tall and well-proportioned with exquisite curves. She had changed into a lavender, semi-transparent nightgown. The material of the skirt was light and soft, and it fit her body tightly, emphasizing her slim waist and slender legs. The pajamas were worn very casually. Li Chen secretly looked at Cui Jia, and an unspeakable love and exuberance welled up in his heart. He slowly walked over to Cui Jia and gently held her hand. Cui Jia's body trembled slightly as she raised her head to look at Li Chen. Those eyes filled with tenderness. The gazes of the two met, and an ambiguous odor filled the air in an instant. Li Chen gently embraced Cui Jia into his arms, feeling her warmth and softness. Cui Jia didn't resist. She quietly leaned into Li Chen's arms, listening to his heartbeat. Li Chen lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. A blush rose on Cui Jia's face, and she closed her eyes slightly, enjoying this cozy moment. Li Chen then slowly moved down and landed on Cui Jia's cheek. Their lips touched as if an electric current was flowing between them. Her body trembled slightly, and her hands tightened around Li Chen in response to his passion. They slowly made their way to the bedroom, where the bed was covered in soft sheets and smelled faintly of incense, and Cui Jia felt her body burning slightly, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. A few moments later, Li Chen took a shower to wash away his exhaustion, walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, lit a cigarette, felt the blissful time, and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, tired when is this kind of day ahead? How dare you think? There are such brazen people in this world that it's impossible to describe them in conventional terms. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out in Li Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the mainline mission. Rewarded with 5 million gold coins and a charisma value of +20. Li Chen excited hands and feet. The task is finally completed. A moment of excitement. Mouth of cigarettes are almost swallowed. System, raffle draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Gain charm value -1. 1 million gold coins, and intelligence +5. Holy, give another gold red packet. System, you are not biased. Every time give a big red packet. I thank you for Chui Jia. Li Chen was rarely happy. This time he didn't spit on the system. That attitude flattered a lot. It had been a while since he had checked his attributes, and he hurriedly summoned his attribute panel to see what had changed. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Charm value, 44. Intelligence, 115. Titles, Face of Hercules, Hercules. Skills, Wildflower Picking. Scanning, Beginner Chef, Dog Licking God, Piano Master, Master of Heckling, Master of Time Management, Master of Lock Picking, Poor Quality Hypnosis, Master of Fighting, Master of Chess, Backpack, Lucky Card *1, Bad Luck Card *1, Power Pill *1, Gold, 6, 4 million, Number of Draws, 0, Mandate, none. Ha, not bad, not bad, the gold coins are 6, 4 million again, and the intelligence is up to 115. I don't know how much the highest it can add up to. Am I considered a genius now? Li Chen muttered to himself, a happy smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha, this time, the charm value is finally enough, so I don't have to worry about being deducted. Li Chen was even happier when he looked at his 44 points of charm value. He was still worried about whether something would happen if his charm value dropped to 0. Now he didn't have to worry about it. What's on your mind? So happy? Chui Jie also finished washing up and walked behind Li Chen, seeing him giggling from afar. It's nothing. Isn't today a day to be happy? Meeting you, being able to be with you is one of the happiest and most blessed things I've ever had, Li Chen said as he looked at Chui Jie with the slightest shamelessness. That expression was like the real thing, almost even believing it himself. Cluck, cluck, poor mouth. I'm happy too. Chui Jie was instantly amused and directly rewarded him with a big fragrant kiss. The two of them talked and laughed in a cheerful atmosphere, and had long forgotten all their worries at this point. There was nothing else but happiness and love in their psyche and eyes. Chapter 77. Choi Jae's father is hospitalized. Choi family, honorific. Villa. A middle-aged businessman sat on a sofa. He was slightly blonde and of medium height. His face was rounder, with a slightly bronzed complexion, and his hair was neatly combed to one side, interspersed with a few silver strands. His eyes were not very large, but they revealed shrewdness and composure. A decent dark suit with a delicate tie and a valuable watch on his wrist. He exudes the confidence and calmness of a successful man between his hands and feet. Chui Xiaoyuan looked at the duo in front of him expressionlessly, but in his heart, he had actually ignited a blazing fire of anger. Although he didn't say anything on weekdays, it didn't prove that he didn't know anything. Don't you guys think it's too much? What kind of family is that? Can he be worthy of my Chui Xiaoyuan's daughter? He glared angrily with an icy tone, as if he was about to go on a rampage the next moment. What are you yelling at me for? What's wrong with them? Isn't he just not as rich as you? That young man is very nice, and his family's education is also good. I think it's quite good. The middle-aged woman also looked unconvinced, glaring at Chui Xiaoyuan and retorting loudly. She had a slightly blonde figure, but favored tight-fitting cheongsams, and the bulging belly and thick arms stood out under the clothes. A short, curly perm, dyed an unnatural brownish-red color. The strands were a little messy, as if they hadn't been carefully tended to in a long time. Her face was heavily made up, and the thick foundation couldn't hide the wrinkles and sagging skin left by the years. Her eyes were long and thin, revealing a hint of shrewdness and calculation when they narrowed slightly. Her lips were painted with bright lipstick, but they were always pursed tightly, giving her a mean look. Even when wearing the most expensive clothes, she does not have the temperament or look of a rich and powerful wife. She is Chui Jia's stepmother. He Shufan. You're still talking tough. You call that good? You're 8 years older than Chui Jia, and you look like a wild gourd. So how does that make you happy? And you, all you do is eat, drink, whore and gamble. Can't you do something serious? Look at what you look like. Chui Xiaoyuan continued to lose his temper. Looking at his indisputable son in front of him was even more furious. What's wrong with my son? He's still young. What do you want him to do? What's wrong with playing for 2 more years? He Shufan stared at the 2 big eyes and shouted, looking like a dead pig. You just spoil it. I've let you spoil me into a waste. I'm really pissed off. What kind of sins have I created? Chui Xiaoyuan continuously slapped his thighs with a hopeless and pained look. Poof. He Shufan snorted coldly with a very smug look on her face. How am I a loser? Everyone else is. So it's hard to believe that you want me to go out and work for a living, isn't it? It's just a few dollars of your money. Look at how much it hurts. The young man retorted in a dangling manner, and anyone who looked at him would want to give him 2 big ear scrapes. He had short, well-groomed but slightly disheveled flaxen hair, the strands of which slightly covered the narrow, beady eyes. Under the high bridge of the nose, thin lips are always pursed, as if always also in the suppression of inner anger. The youth's features were delicate but with an evil aura. His eyebrows were like sharp swords slightly raised, and his eyes revealed indifference and calculation. His complexion was pale, like a vampire who hadn't seen the sun for a long time, giving him an eerie feeling. Dressed in a black leather jacket with tight-ripped jeans and a pair of studded boots, the whole person exudes an air of rebellion and danger. He is Choi Jae's half-brother, Choi Ryo. Hey, family misfortune. Choi Xiao covered his chest with one hand and pointed at the unfilial son in front of him with one hand, his voice even looking a little hoarse. His face wrinkles are obviously a few points more, as if instantly aged a lot. His heartbeat continues to accelerate, as if he is going to attack the heart in anger. The expression on his face was also becoming more and more painful. Suddenly he covered his chest with force. His face became pale and his lips were bloodless. Geez, old man, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. He Shufan hurriedly ran forward and hugged Choi Xiao, shouting loudly, hurry up and call an ambulance. What are you waiting for? She twisted her head to look at her indomitable son, and her heart was full of helplessness. I'll call right away. Chui Liang hurriedly took out his cell phone in a panic and dialed the hospital's emergency number. A few moments later, the ambulance pulled Chui Xiao away, and the mother and son hurriedly followed in their car. Mom, is my dad going to be okay? Chui Liang inquired as he drove. How should I know? It's not because you're angry. You can't give mom a son? He Shufan is also a little angry on the head. This son is really not let a person worry about. What does it have to do with me? It's him cursing me, not me cursing him. He's angry at himself. It has nothing to do with me. Chui Liang continued to retort, saying that there seems to be so much truth. You what can I say about you? He Shufan was also angry and speechless, too lazy to argue with him. Well, should we inform her? Chui Liang asked cautiously and tentatively. I'll inform her in a while. You don't care. He Shufan closed her eyes after saying that. She didn't want to say a single word to this indomitable son. A few moments later, they arrived at the hospital, and the nurses and doctors hoofed it to push Chui Xiao into the operating room. A few minutes later the light sign for the operation was lit up, and the mother and son were waiting at the door, looking as if they were quite worried as well. He Shufan walked towards the end of the corridor and dialed Choi Jae's number. A manor, villa. Choi Jae was cuddling with Li Chen on the couch, the two of them talking and laughing. Just then, the ringing of the cell phone interrupted the two men's banter. Picking up the phone and frowning at once, but still helplessly pressed answer. What is it? Choi Jae asked in a very icy tone without any address. Your father is hospitalized. In the county hospital. Come over here. He Shufan also had a very cold tone. Both sides seemed like enemies. Got it. Splat. Choi Jia directly hung up the phone and threw it to the side. What's wrong? Something happened? Li Chen asked with great concern, looking at Choi Jia's small face instantly drooping, guessing that something must have happened. My dad was hospitalized and she called me to come over. Choi Jia explained with an expressionless face, as if it was a common thing. I really don't know how this family gets along. Then go and see how it goes, in case it's really serious. Li Chen was patient and persuasive, not wanting her to get into too much trouble with her own father. Alright, I'll go over and take a look. Choi Jae stood up, ready to go to the hospital first before saying anything. Well, I'll accompany you. Don't worry, I'm here. Li Chen gave her a reassuring look, a smile still on his face. Okay, honey, thank you. Choi Jia also smiled happily, and instantly her heart was in the right place. She directly wrapped her arms around Li Chen and kissed him. Silly girl, what's the point of being polite with me? I've said it before, I'll protect you in the future. I won't let you suffer half a bit of wrongdoing again. Li Chen said very seriously. The smile on his face also disappeared, a very serious look. What about? It's so good to have you, darling. Love you. Choi Jae spat out her little tongue. It was a charming look. Soon the two were driving away from the estate in their car, heading in the direction of the county hospital. Chapter 78, Nasty Mother and Child. A few moments later, the two came to the county hospital, parked the car. Two people slowly into the hospital, straight to the emergency operating room. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw a mother and son sitting on a chair in the doorway. Li Chen didn't need to look to know that it must be Chui Jia's stepmother and her brother. That look was not a good bird, and Li Chen directly ignored it, not even saying hello. When He Shufan saw Chui Jia arrive, she didn't get up or speak, still sitting there without a word. When Chui Liang saw his sister bring a man back, his face instantly changed, as if Li Chen had played with his woman. Who are you? What are you following for? Chui Liang disliked him unceremoniously and angrily, with a very arrogant look on his face. How do you talk? He's your brother-in-law. Speak with respect. Chui Jia was directly anxious upon hearing this, and that little temper instantly ignited. Chui Liang's eyes widened as soon as he heard this, with an expression of having seen a ghost. Even He Shufan lifted her head and started sizing up Li Chen, with a bit of disdain in those eyes. Li Chen didn't pay any attention to him. A brat was just a brat. It wasn't worth his anger. Choi Jae can't be bothered, and looks like she's going to do it. Brother-in-law? Where did I get a brother-in-law? Where did I get a sister? Chui Liang's even more arrogant words came out, directly challenging Chui Jia's bottom line. You asshole. Are you talking like a human being? If you don't know how to speak, shut your stinking mouth. Chui Jia directly exploded. Who cares? Anyway, she has a man to protect her now. Chui Jia, you also pay attention to your words. I'm still sitting here. He Shufan was finally speaking. Hearing Chui Jia directly cursing her mother, she finally still couldn't sit down. That's right. What gives you the right to curse? Who are you? I am the son of the Chui family. I am the successor. Chui Liang is also a naive batch, talking without a trace of discretion. You shut up too. Eat your fill you. He Shufan glared at her indisputable son and disliked him without any goodwill. Am I wrong? Just him? Is he worthy? Chui Liang sat down on the chair very unconvincingly. Kid, even if your father was standing here, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. Do you believe me? Li Chen finally did speak. The smile on his face disappeared at the same time. Looking ferociously at the mother and son in front of him, Chui Liang was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the boy in front of him, who was the same age as himself, could say such arrogant words. In the end, where did he get the strength? He was surprisingly scared for a moment, and really didn't dare to make another sound. Even He Shufan didn't open her mouth again and began to resurvey Li Chen, muttering in her heart. Chui Jia stood on the side of the heart-happy bad, knew that his man must be no problem. After all, he also saw his own dad in front of him as also the same generation in front of him, not the slightest intention to hold up. Chui Jia knew that his husband must have his own bottom line. Li Chen saw that the scene fell into silence, so he stopped talking. A proper shock will do. Cannot really go over to cut a meal. He took Choi Jae's small hand and walked over to one side of the chair and sat down, quietly waiting for the surgery to be over. On the other side of the mother and son like a little cute, sat there, their faces grim and not saying a word. The arrogance of just now had long disappeared. After about 2 hours, the lights finally went out in the operating room, and a few moments later the door was opened and a middle-aged male doctor walked out. Choi Su Yuan's family. The crowd rose in a hurry and gathered around, mother and son asking questions. Doctor, how is my husband? Yes doctor, my dad, is he okay? The middle-aged doctor glanced at the crowd and slowly opened his mouth and said, the patient has been temporarily out of life-threatening danger, but he needs a long period of rest and recuperation. Don't let the patient be stimulated again. Next time he won't be so lucky. In a while it will be transferred to the general ward. You guys go there and wait. The doctor left straight after saying that. Everyone's heart breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally not seriously hurt. If this is dead, so big stalls this son cannot be in charge. Several people rushed towards the general ward. Chui Jia pulled Li Chen's hand, which was already drenched in sweat. Although on the surface said that he was not nervous and not worried, but in his heart he was anxious to death. The instinctive reaction of people cannot be fooled. Seeing her nervousness, Li Chen gently touched his little head and looked at her very favorably. Don't worry, it's okay, it's all over. Chui Jia's tears instantly fell and she couldn't hold them back any longer. She usually gritted her teeth and pretended to be strong, giving off an appearance of a domineering young lady. In fact, she was very fragile and lonely inside, without a bit of reliance or security. At this moment her heart finally found a harbor to dock, completely letting go of the defenses of her heart. She broke down and jumped into Li Chen's arms, crying loudly, aggrieved like a child. She seemed to want to vent all the grievances of the years, as if it was a flood that had found a vent, releasing its long-suppressed feelings to its heart's content. Seeing her like this, Li Chen hugged her hard and tightly, that big warm hand stroking his little head with one hand and caressing her back with the other. It was like comforting a child who had been bullied, giving him a reassuring embrace and shoulder to let him vent to his heart's content. After a few moments, Chui Jia finally stopped sobbing and eased her emotions. Her little face was already sobbing, and tears were still welling up in her eyes. Okay, it's okay, you're in a better mood, right? Li Chen comforted in a very gentle tone. Well, honey, thank you. Choi Jae was still pouting and looking at her accusingly. Only after Choi Jae's mood had eased some more did the two of them slowly make their way towards the general ward. At this time Choi Jia has completely and utterly handed himself over to Li Chen. No longer have any reservations, including the last bit of the bottom line and dignity of the heart. It is estimated that only in front of their most beloved person, can unreservedly release their own all. Sometimes people are like this, no matter how much aggression outside, have to pretend to be strong to face and live. Only in the corner of no one or the car, or in front of their loved ones, only dare to release the deepest grievances of the heart. This is life, full of countless hardships and helplessness, heartache and aggression, but still have to bravely adhere to and face. Uncle Sam body begging for votes, begging for 5 stars, family members more support. Give some power to write a better plot. Thank you. Chapter 79, I treat you as my brother, but you're hitting on my daughter. Chui Jia adjusted his emotions and slowly opened the door of the hospital room. Saw his father's face white half leaning on the bed. The heart will still be vaguely painful heartache, whether one's father treats one well or not. That blood is thicker than water, can never be erased. Chui Xiaoyuan looked at his daughter and also felt guilty. He knew that he was sorry for his dead wife, and even more sorry for his daughter. He did not try his best to be a good father, and he has been ignoring his daughter's suffering, and his heart is also suffering immensely. Dad, feeling better? Choi Jae walked over to the bedside and crouched down to clutch her father's hand in a soft greeting. Much better. Don't worry, Dad is fine. Chui Xiaoyuan's eyes were also flooded with tears, forcing them to not flow down. That's good. Usually say you always don't listen. You have to cherish your body. Don't move and get angry and lose your temper. Chui Jia's eyes were filled with the color of concern and heartache. Aha, got it. Dad, try. Chui Xiaoyuan patted his daughter's hand in relief. Li Chen followed suit and stood at the corner without speaking, quietly watching the father and daughter. Older brother, why are you here too? It must be Chui Jia giving you trouble again, right? Chui Xiaoyuan saw Li Chen not far away and hurriedly greeted him warmly, forcing out a smile. Lao, old brother, it's okay. What trouble? Isn't that what it's supposed to be? It's good that you're fine. Get well, you'll soon be discharged from the hospital. Li Chen very awkwardly shouted an old brother. It seems like the generation is a bit messed up, but it's not good to say anything now. He Shufan and Chui Liang saw Chui Xiaoyuan being so polite to Li Chen and referring to him as a brother. Both of them stared in disbelief as they stared at this scene, already horrified inside. Chui Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was fortunate that he didn't continue to bounce around just now, or else he really couldn't say what the end would be. He Shufan also finally realized that Li Chen didn't lie. It seems to be very bottomless indeed. She also had to re-examine the Li Chen in front of her. Dad, you can't call him old brother anymore. He's my boyfriend now. This generation is messed up. Chui Jia sheepishly lowered her head and whispered to her father about her relationship with Li Chen. Chui Xiaoyuan first froze, then laughed out loud, a pleased smile finally appearing on his face. Good boy you. I take you as a brother. And you really took my daughter? Chui Xiaoyuan was very happy and joked with Li Chen. It seems that in his heart, he still likes and agrees with Li Chen very much. Li Chen was also secretly relieved to see him positively reacting in his heart, and quickly smiled and agreed. Uncle Chui, I can't help it. Li Chen awkwardly shouted uncle and expressed his innocence. Ha ha ha, no harm, no foul, no matter which one of you two takes care of who. I'm happy. You're not allowed to bully my precious daughter. Otherwise I'm not done with you. Chui Xiaoyuan pretended to be fierce, deliberately scaring Li Chen. The atmosphere turned pleasant for a while, and Chui Jia didn't expect that her father would actually agree. She had thought that it would take a lot of trouble, but she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that she had still underestimated Li Chen's weight in his father's heart herself. A few people briefly exchanged a few pleasantries. Li Chen and Chui Jia left. The hospital has a nurse's supervision. There is no need for family members to accompany the bed. The reason that he had just finished surgery. Chui Xiaoyuan now needed to rest and recuperate. Li Chen and Chui Jia also drove away from the hospital and headed towards the estate. I really didn't expect my dad to actually agree. It seems like you're not ordinary in his heart. He seems to value you a lot. Chui Jia looked at Li Chen very happily, her eyes full of excitement. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Things are still going well. It's just that there are still some things that aren't very easy to explain. Li Chen was happy and at the same time guilty of other things. After all, he still had several wildflowers that he had already picked. Then you don't have to worry about it. He himself is not a light. I know of him in 2 houses of foreign affairs. Chui Jia directly even his own dad's old bottom are shaken out. That is a little bit of emotion does not give to stay Ha, no way. Can't see it. Your dad's body is still quite capable of tossing and turning. Li Chen jokingly joked, also showing no mercy. Giggle, my dear husband is the best. Chui Jia looked at Li Chen with a smile and directly took his arm, and in passing, she also. Li Chen was directly startled. Auntie, driving, don't mess around. Li Chen was also convinced her. I really didn't think that this little girl was really bold. It was simply a life-threatening little goblin. 3 times and a few times. Li Chen teased Li Chen. Li Chen saw that he had already driven out of the county, and directly turned a corner and zipped into the forest path. A few moments later a sharp break directly stopped. His heartbeat was already too fast. Chui Jie, this little goblin has been provoking Li Chen. He has never thought that the usually high and cold Missy actually also has this side. It was a wonderful feeling. Such a beautiful woman of national color. Who else would be able to calm down? A few moments later, TSK. Ahem. The Ferrari was parked on the path and kept swaying. The rhythm was like playing dynamic DJ music. I don't know how long it took, but the car's taillights finally came on and it slowly moved forward. You little goblin. I am truly convinced. Li Chen looked at Chui Jie, who was lying in the passenger seat, with a face full of helplessness, his eyes full of favor. How's it going, honey? Did you like it? Chui Jie spat out her little tongue, looking charming now. Can you imagine? What a picture it would be with, sitting naked in the passenger seat? Think about it. You're so good. But, I love. Ha. Li Chen suddenly revealed a bad smile, a look of fondness. May I ask what man doesn't like a luxury car plus a beautiful woman? Moreover, it was a stunning beauty like Chui Jie, or a rich girl. A few moments later, the Ferrari slowly drove into the estate and disappeared into the depths of the sea of flowers. Cough. Uncle Sam did his best. Point blank. Give it a shout out. Chapter 80, Hishufan's plot. Patience. Parking lots. Hishufan and Chui Liang sat in the car without saying a word, each other's faces full of worry. Mom, I don't think we can wait any longer. This kid looks like a tough guy. If we really let them get married, then the property in the future will not be easy to control. Chui Liang gritted his teeth and looked at his mother. His face was a bit grim. It seems that we can only use the old method. You don't care. I'll handle it, Hishufan said with an expressionless face, revealing hidden secrets within her words. Good. We have to get all of it. We can't give that little wannabe hoof a penny. All the property is mine. Chui Liang clenched his fists, with an insatiable look. Although he didn't look good, but he was thinking beautifully. A few moments later, the two of them returned to the Chui family villa, and Hishufan walked straight back to her room. She walked over to the closet, opened it and then opened another hidden compartment from below. Inside was a cell phone that looked as if it had been there for a long time. It was an older model. She gritted her teeth and picked up her cell phone, turning it on and dialing a unique number. A few moments later the call was answered, and from the other end of the line came a gruff voice. This number hasn't come up for 15 years. How have you been doing in recent years? On the opposite side was the voice of a middle-aged man, and from the tone it was not difficult to hear that the two seemed to have a story. As usual, I have something, can you help me once more? Hishufan's tone seemed to carry a bit of trembling and a hint of supplication. Say it, I'll do anything for you. Didn't I prove it once before? The middle-aged man agreed without hesitation, not even asking what exactly was going on. It seemed that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. I'm sorry, but I really have no choice. This girl has already become a hidden danger and can't not be removed. When this matter is over, you will find a place to hide. Soon we will be able to be together. This old thing can't last much longer, Hishufan said in a very cold tone, as if it was a very common thing, not the slightest bit of friendship between a couple of years. It seems that Chui Xiaoyuan is also playing eagle for many years and finally pecked out by the eagle. You don't need to say this to me. I'm volunteering. I'll be waiting for you. Leave this matter to me. The middle-aged man seemed to know what was going to be done, and did not ask too many questions. A sort of tacit understanding had been created between the two. Good. Be careful with everything. Hishufan hung up the phone with a very concerned exhortation. She eased into the bathroom and dropped her cell phone card directly into the toilet, only to hear a huffing and puffing flush as all evidence disappeared into thin air. Then she threw the old cell phone into the trash can with a menacing look on her face, one that was really kind of eerie. Even a toad wants to eat swan meat. Are you worthy? You also don't take a piss to see what kind of virtue you have, and you still want to share the fruits of war with my mother. Just go on your way in peace. I'll remember you forever. Hishufan stood in front of the window and muttered to herself as she looked out the window at the night. What a terrible woman. What a vicious mind. This is clearly a double counting. Ruthless enough. On the other end, a middle-aged man slowly pulled out cigarettes, then lit one in his mouth. It was a man with an ugly face, full of pockmarks, small and fierce eyes, and a wide mouth under a garlic nose that rose slightly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth that made people shudder at the sight. He has been in love with Hishufan since he was a child, as the two were neighbors and of similar age. He has been protective of Hishufan since school, but never got what he wanted, and then the two gradually lost touch. Until that year, he suddenly received a phone call from Hishufan and did a big thing for her. The relative Hishufan also gave him a large sum of money and got him what he had been dreaming of for years, and that money was enough for him to live in style. But he's always been underground and very wary, never trusting anyone, a habit developed over the years that has been hard to break. Even if the other party is her first love who she has loved for many years, he still hasn't given up his principles. At this point his cell phone was thrown on the bed, but the phone interface was still lit up, showing that the recording had ended. Is this a case of the Taoist being 1 foot taller than the devil? Or are they both foxes of 1,000 years, depending on who has the highest moral skill? A manor. Villa. The two people had just finished a big battle, and at this time Li Chen was already tired as a dog. Cui Jia, on the contrary, seems to be interested in the appearance. I do not know if the more beautiful woman that aspect is stronger. Li Chen did his best to restrain the restlessness in his heart and held back that evil fire. But things are often not something you can tolerate if you want to, just like what happened during the day. Choi Jae tolerated it, so what? It doesn't change anything. If the other party refuses to let her go, everything will not help. After all, the other party had no intention of passing so easily. Even if you struggle and swing as hard as you can't get rid of your destiny. Just like Li Chen's current state, no matter how hard he tried, he would never try to make Choi Jae stop. Want to go? How can that be? It's not that simple. The end result may be that Choi Jae follows in her mother's footsteps and may get away with it. But that man in the middle will definitely have to pay a terrible price. That's what happens when you challenge the red line. No matter whether it's the aspect of the matter or the money, you have to spit it out in the end. Just like the current Li Chen, after struggling for so long, didn't he vomit in the end before Choi Jia let him out? Otherwise, how could it be that easy? Dear, you're really too good. You helped me out in the hospital today. I feel so good in my heart. Thief comfortable. Choi Jia was contentedly lying on the big bed, very happy. Today she also counted raising her eyebrows for once, releasing the aggression in her heart. Little, small, little, ahem. Isn't that the right thing to do? It's fine if you're comfortable, Li Chen said with shortness of breath, looking as if he had just run a marathon. Love you, darling. Are you still okay? Choi Jae licked her dry lips and gulped. That look was really TSK. To be honest, on Li Chen this treatment is really not easy. The general public really cannot afford it. The key was that he had to run both ways for the company's clubhouse. And now, well, there was another manor, which was considered the third secret base. Guess the cow won't last long. Family members, please give Uncle Sam a hand. It's not easy. Thank you. Chapter 81, Company Visit. After a long time, Li Chen finally breathed back to steady, and his heartbeat was not so violent. This is really a tiring job, too consuming physical strength. He half leaned against the bed, casually lighting a cigarette and silently summoning the system. System, draw, ding. Congratulations to the host. Charm value -4. Gold coin 200. 000. Intelligence +5. Super good luck card *1. Note, super good luck card can be used by the host or anyone designated by the host to gain super good luck for 30 minutes. It has been put into the backpack. Li Chen looked at the scene in front of him a little puzzled. Another new prop card. This time the good luck card could be given to someone else to use. He slowly withdrew his thoughts, extinguished the cigarette in his hand and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Li Chen planned to go back to the company, having not gone back for 2 days. Take a good rest at home, and call me if anything happens. Li Chen looked at Cui Jia with eyes full of favor, caressing her hair with his hand. Got it. Go get busy. I'll wait for you. Cui Jia looked at him with a smile on her face, but in her heart, she was actually a million times more reluctant to leave, because she knew that Li Chen couldn't come back every day to accompany her. Be good. Don't think nonsense. I'll come back to accompany you after I'm busy. Li Chen also tried his best to comfort her, and it wasn't hard for him to see the reluctance in Cui Jia's eyes. After a few moments, the two parted reluctantly, and Li Chen drove the car away from the manor, heading towards the company. But what Li Chen didn't expect was that the next time they met again would be like that. He arrived at the company not long afterward, looking at the busy employees in front of him. His heart was full of relief. The company was now finally operating at full capacity, and all departments had been replenished. The construction site has also started one after another to start construction. It is estimated that soon there will be a prototype. Li Chen went straight towards the 5th floor office, passing by the staff where many people recognize him, have greeted him, but he didn't recognize any of them, so he felt embarrassed. This boss is no one. Walking into the office I saw the familiar figure, still as charming as ever. She was like a mature goddess, irresistible. A head of long, dark brown curly hair hung softly behind her, and her face was dignified, with eyebrows like distant daisies and eyes like autumn water. She was wearing a white shirt today with a black wraparound skirt and a sexy little ass that made you look at her more. With a pair of black high heels on her feet and a cup of coffee in her hand, her whole person exuded an air of maturity and stability. Tang Shui stood silently in front of the window fuming, completely unaware of Li Chen's arrival, and not knowing what she was thinking at the moment. Li Chen walked directly behind Tang Shui and wrapped his hands around her sexy and slender waist. His face was close to Tang Shui's cheeks, feeling her unique body odor. his eyes closed as he became intoxicated. You know you're back, don't you? Where did you go to fool around again? Tang Shui questioned him in a pretense of not having a good temper. I've been busy with some things recently, and General Chui was hospitalized again, so I went to visit yesterday. Li Chen deliberately whispered in Tang Shui's ear, a doting expression on his face. Tang Shui, on the other hand, was flushed with blush as he teased her. You're so bad. A few moments later, it finally ended romantically, and the office smelled of hormones everywhere. Just at this time, the office door was knocked. Li Chen answered a sound after Sun Haisan walked in with a red face. Looks like a good mood. Mr. Li, the construction site has already begun to start. The team of the B-side construction company has also begun to enter the site one after another, and it is estimated that it won't take long for the initial prototype to appear. Sun Haisan appeared to be in a little excited mood. After all, it was the performance that he personally handled. Well, very good. Urge them to be more efficient and try to catch up a little more before winter comes. Li Chen also revealed a satisfied smile, finally seeing results. Okay, Mr. Li, the sales department has already started preparing for the pre-sale over there. The sales office is being renovated, and it's estimated that it won't take long to start the first phase of pre-sale. At that time, we need to set the pre-sale price in advance. How much do you think is appropriate for us to set? Sun Haisan continued to make a report on his work. We are taking the high-end route. We must control the quality issue, and the later park greening must also keep up with the progress, to create the environmental standards of high-end neighborhoods. As for the pre-sale price, let's go back to the meeting to discuss it. Li Chen spoke his thoughts without haste and urged Sun Haisan to pay attention to some aspects. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Li, I will personally supervise you if you have time. One day we go around the construction site. You also give me guidance to guide the work? Sun Haisan also learned to kiss ass, smilingly looking at Li Chen. Yes, let's wait. Let's go there before the pre-sale. The two of them briefly chatted about some unrelated work topics, and the atmosphere was also relatively pleasant. Sun Haisan, no matter in the work or in the details of dealing with people, that is a rare talent. A few moments later, Sun Haisan left the office, followed closely by another debt collector coming in. She had short, shoulder-length, flaxen hair that was slightly tousled at the ends for a playful look. Her eyes were long and thin, and there was an air of sharpness in them. Dressed in a black small suit, inside with a white shirt, the lower body of a tight package hip skirt, more show bumpy small body, feet stepped on a pair of black high heels with a black silk. The whole person looks very sexy and spirit of competent. Xiao, she looked at Li Chen with a smile as soon as he entered the door, and those eyes were full of ill will. What brings you here? Don't tell me I'm broke again. Li Chen felt his wallet tighten at the sight of her. Mr. Li, the way you put it, I'm here to report my work. Xiao, she had a playful and cute look, the kind that made it hard to resist. Fine. Say it, what is it? Li Chen's face was full of rawness. It seemed like he definitely had to bleed again today. Some time ago, we bought a car and spent a total of more than $3 million, plus the company's various expenses, as well as the site's entry fees and so on. The current account has not much left. Do you think it's a good idea to transfer a little bit more in for me? Xiaoxi's little expression was simply adorable, making it hard for people to open their mouths and refuse her request. A little? How much is your so-called 1 point? Li Chen didn't think that this 1 point was really just a little bit. Let's say $5 million. I don't ask for much. Xiaoxi stretched out her small white hand, and her 5 fingers kept waving in front of Li Chen's face. Hey, well, I'll transfer it to you in a moment. Li Chen sighed and expressed his great helplessness. The speed of this spending money was simply like running water. Thank you, boss. Boss atmosphere. I'm fine. Xiaoxi finished spitting out her little tongue and ran out of the office. This girl, really? Li Chen also shook his head with a bitter smile. There really was no way at all. But the money for the company's operations still couldn't be delayed. Li Chen looked at the balance of the phone into a tangle. Chapter 82. The Reaper comes. The last time Li Chen bought a car, he spent $8 million, and now there is only $6 million left on his card. He gritted his teeth and transferred $5 million directly to the company account into it. This poor wallet is about to be empty. This $6 million will have to be saved. Phew, this money is never enough to spend. It's too hard for me. Li Chen sighed and muttered to himself. What's the matter? You don't have any money? Tang Shui was concerned to see him at a loss. There's. How could there be no money? Just transferred it to the finance. Li Chen didn't want Tang Shui to worry, and directly fooled around. There's still $500,000 in my card. Take it. It's useless for me to keep it. Tang Shui obediently took out a bank card from her wallet and handed it to Li Chen. Are you kidding? I have money. You don't have to worry. Besides, even if I'm broke, what's your 500,000 enough for? Li Chen directly pushed the bank card back. How could he use Tang Shue's money? He hadn't gone that far yet. Well, then, it seems like it's also. If you need it, just tell me. Tang Shui was still undeterred in her exhortations. Truly a rare and good woman. Li Chen bitterly smiled and shook his head. There really was nothing he could do with her. Just as Li Chen was busy in the company, a sneaky figure appeared in the vicinity of the Flower Sea Manor. There was a dilapidated truck parked on the side of the highway near the manor with a middle-aged man sitting in it. He was wearing a duck-tongue cap and a black mask on his face, making it impossible to see his face. This person was precisely the assassin that Shufan had found. Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan had been staying near the manor for a day and a night, and he was looking for the right moment. An unopened bottle of white wine was placed on the passenger seat, and his eyes revealed a hint of ferocity, like a jackal waiting for its prey. Cui Jia did not know at this time that death had slowly approached her. She was still in the villa, fuming, with a happy smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Just at this time, her cell phone suddenly rang. A look at the call was Shufan called. Although she didn't want to answer it, she answered the call thinking of her father's situation. What's wrong? Choi Jae said in a very flat tone. Your father's condition is getting a little better, so bring some light meals over to replenish his body. Shufan pretended to be concerned, as if she was really a virtuous wife. I know, I'm on my way to the hospital. Cui Jia hung up the phone directly after saying that. On the other end of the phone, Shufan gripped the phone tightly. Her face twisted as she gritted her teeth. Damn girl, go be with your mother. It's time for you to be reunited. At this point, Choi Jae has already packed up her things and is ready to go out, not realizing that a havoc is waiting for her on the road. Choi Jia drove her red Ferrari slowly out of the manor. She was in an extraordinarily happy mood today. Perhaps it was the fact that she had Li Chen's company for the past 2 days that made her forget all her troubles. She turned on the car's stereo, and a powerful DJ immediately started up, and Choi Jae's body gently shook with the rhythm of the music. Her face was filled with a happy smile. Her mind kept flashing with Li Chen's figure, and every now and then she giggled out loud herself. This might be the flavor of first love. All the memories are sweet. Cui Jia has been immersed in the sweetness of falling in love cannot be extricated. Behind a dilapidated truck followed. Yang Kuan while driving opened the bottle of white wine. A breath of direct drink, a small half bottle. This is to prepare for his own backhand. In case he cannot escape at best is a drunk driving accident. Spend some money not to lose their lives. Drinking alcohol will not be, anyone will suspect his motives. Choi Jae continued driving without the slightest bit of defense, and when she passed an intersection just in time to catch a red light, she slowly slowed down and stopped. But the truck behind us has already stepped on the gas to the end. That speed, even if it hits a cow, will have to whimper on the spot, only to see that when it was still close to collision, the middle-aged man deliberately stepped on the brakes, leaving a deep car mark. This look is a seasoned veteran. All the details have thought of. With this brake mark, more can rule out the suspicion of intentional murder. Only a loud bang was heard, and the red Ferrari was knocked out like a cannonball. The body of the car kept rolling, and the car parts were scattered all over the place. The scene was so messy and miserable that Yang Kuan didn't hesitate to get out of the car and turned around to run, and soon disappeared. Cui Jia only heard a loud sound behind her, and a powerful and incomparable push instantly hit her. The car flew out uncontrollably, and as she watched the car keep rolling in front of her eyes went black and lost the picture. A few moments later the car finally stopped, and Cui Jia's fingers moved as if there was still a trace of consciousness. She looked at the cell phone in front of her and used her last ounce of strength to dial Li Chen's number. A familiar waiting music played. This time it was significantly longer. Suddenly Li Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, you little goblin. How long have you been separated? And you miss me? Li Chen flirted with Cui Jia in a very happy tone. Hey, say something, honey. Cui Jia, are you listening? Why don't you say something? Li Chen's voice began to show a bit of impatience. What's wrong with you? Say something. Don't scare me. Don't make a scene. This joke is not funny. Li Chen's tone had become more anxious, and the speed of his speech had also slightly accelerated. Dear, good, love you. Choi Jae's weak voice rang out, broken and seemingly using all her strength. Choi Jia, honey, what's wrong with you? Where are you? Come on, say something. Where are you? Li Chen roared hysterically. His voice was a little hoarse. At this time, he had already gotten into a supercar and was rushing towards the manor. He didn't know the location, so he could only go to the manor to check it out first. The phone suddenly hung up without a trace of sound. Li Chen's corner of the eye unconsciously slipped out of tears. He forced not to make a sound. Already do not care what traffic lights and what speed limit. He only wanted to rush to Cui Jia's side as fast as possible. He was now anxious and nearly collapsed. Suddenly his eyes widened as he watched the scene in front of him. His brain went blank. Chapter 83, Death's Descent, 2. In front of him is an accident scene. Far away from the scene is a mess everywhere. There are many vehicles parked on the side of the road. A lot of goodwill has one after another get out of the car to check to help. There are people calling the police to call an ambulance. Li Chen arrived close by in the blink of an eye. He quickly stopped the car and ran down without even stopping it, running furiously all the way to the familiar red Ferrari. His mind went blank. He knew it was Choi Jae's supercar. His worst fears had happened and he roared and growled in hysterical rage. He moved the body with such force that he seemed to have emptied his body of all its strength, only to see a silhouette lying inside the car, which was already in a sorry state, deformed and twisted. Choi Jae was also squeezed inside the car, unable to move at all. Li Chen was anxious and did not know what to do, and passers-by were helping to figure out how to open the car door. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and his expression became frozen. He looked at the few prop cards in his backpack and without the slightest hesitation directly used one lucky card on himself, another super lucky card on Choi Jae's body, and the only remaining bad luck card on the still smoking truck. Li Chen quickly retracted his thoughts and continued to tug hard on the car door, only hearing a clicking sound. The car door was actually ripped off hard. This scene stunned everyone. All looked at him with the expression of having seen a ghost, staring in disbelief at the scene happening in front of them. Li Chen didn't have time to ignore their rich expressions. At this moment, he only wanted to kowtow to the system 800 times, not knowing exactly which of the two of them's lucky cards had worked. Choi Jae was directly carried out of the car by Li Chen, only to see blood everywhere on Choi Jae's face and body, but thankfully there was still breathing and a weak pulse. But what Li Chen never expected was that at that moment just now, Choi Jae already had no heartbeat. If it wasn't for the arrival of that super lucky card, Choi Jae would have been powerless to return to life. It was the system that hardened Choi Jae, who was in the queue, and pulled him back from the dead gate, causing the bulls to be at a loss for words, not knowing why the person who was about to sign and draw a pledge had actually disappeared. All of them looked at me and I looked at you, then shook their heads and stopped paying attention. A few moments later the ambulance finally came. Li Chen held Choi Jae directly on the ambulance, gently put her on the stretcher car. Doctors and nurses rushed to start doing first aid treatment. Li Chen on the side holding Choi Jae's hand has not let go. No matter who the doctors and nurses say, Li Chen is indifferent. Just like this has been clutching her hand, eyes motionless looking at her face. The ambulance soon returned to the hospital, and Choi Jae was smoothly pushed into the resuscitation room. A few moments later the operating lights came on. Li Chen anxiously waited outside the door and kept pacing in the corridor. He kept pondering in his mind. This matter always felt like it revealed something fishy everywhere. I don't know if that bad luck card will do the trick, Li Chen muttered in his heart. Scene of a car accident. The ambulance had just left when they heard two loud bangs in a row from the broken down truck not far away. The tires had somehow blown out 2 times in a row, and the antique car recorder in the car suddenly flashed white for some reason. Not far away, Yan Cohen, who had been hiding in the bushes, was secretly watching the scene in front of him, and was just about to turn around and leave only to feel a sharp pain coming from his leg. A rattlesnake was wrapping around his calf, biting it, and the drilling pain instantly hit his entire body. Yang Cohen forced himself to endure the pain without screaming out. His face was already covered in sweat, and his teeth were gnashing. He hesitated, not knowing if he would make it out of here alive. But once he got to the hospital there was a good chance he wouldn't make it out. But in this situation, no matter how ferocious a person would want to live, he gritted his teeth and took a cab straight to the hospital. Li Chen had dialed Zhao Shuwen's phone at this time, and after a simple and clear account, Zhao Shuwen had begun to use all of his contacts to investigate the matter. Then Li Chen notified Cui Xiaoyuan, who by now had already arrived in front of the surgery door and was sitting on a chair anxiously waiting. He Shufan also pretended to be nervous as she inquired, acting like she was in a hurry. Cui Liang measured was secretly snickering. This big stupid hangman who was not good at disguise, was fiddling with his cell phone on the side. What's worse is that this Cui Liang actually sent a message to her mom. Mom, I love you. You're quick. This time she's dead. Same as her damn mom. One way to die. Ha ha ha. When He Shufan saw the message sent by her foolish son, she actually had an imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth, looking so sinister and venomous. Li Chen walked over to Cui Xiaoyuan's side and looked at each other, who were also anxious to give each other a comforting look. Don't worry uncle, it'll be fine, trust me. Li Chen looked at him and said in an incomparably firm tone, aha, yes, it'll be fine. Xiaojia will be safe and sound. For sure. Cui Xiaoyuan kept chanting, comforting himself. Li Chen gently patted his shoulder and didn't say anything else, because Li Chen believed that super lucky card would definitely work. He was now trusting and relying on the system in a way that he had never done before. Zhao Shuwen was also an ant on a hot pan at this time, constantly pacing in the living room. He had used all his connections. On one side was the daughter of a longtime friend. On the other side was the girlfriend of a longtime friend and partner. His heart was also anxious, hoping that he could help a little. Various departments have also received inquiries and pressure from different quarters, all working furiously to line up all the surveillance and clues that might be useful at the scene. Finally, not to live up to expectations is, Yang Kuan finally did not escape the tracking of the Sky Eye. Was the uncle's found traces, according to the route search, but let the crowd shocked off the jaw. Yang Kuan actually also went to that hospital. The uncles rushed to mobilize the police force, quickly deployed control, and made an urgent arrest of Yang Kuan. What was even more unexpected was that the antique car recorder in the broken-down truck was actually still working, just without the picture, but recording a lot of audio recordings. This major clue immediately locked the suspect Yang Kuan. At this time, Yang Kuan is still in the emergency room for infusion. Not knowing that he has messed with an open person this time, the uncles didn't delay a bit, directly arresting Yang Kuan and starting an urgent interrogation. All the procedures seemed to be driven by a big invisible hand. Just as Li Chen was still pacing back and forth in the corridor, the lights in the operating room finally went out. A nurse opened the door and stepped out. Choi Jae's family, are they in? Families, help with the data. The recent data decline is serious. Uncle Sam is even more anxious than Li Chen. Chapter 84, If you don't die, you'll be blessed again. Li Chen hurriedly walked forward and inquired in a very eager tone. Nurse, how's it going? How is she? Choi Jae? Choi Siwon also slowly stood up and approached the nurse inquiringly. Yeah, how's my daughter? He Shufan saw the nurse out also immediately stood up and walked over, pretending to be very concerned. In fact, inwardly just want to know a definite answer. MS. Nurse, is our daughter okay? The nurse was also a little confused by all the talk. Don't worry, the patient is out of danger. He's just still in a coma for the time being and will need a little time. The nurse immediately turned and left after saying that. Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. The system hadn't let himself down after all. Cui Xiao Yuan also let out a long sigh, as if he had instantly aged a lot, and the breath that he had been holding on to was finally put down. Uncle Cui, go back to the ward and rest. I'm here, don't worry. Li Chen saw him like this is also more worried. In case of further aggravation of the condition will be more than worth it. Cui family will really mess up. Well, I'm fine, don't worry, I can still hold up. I'll leave this place to you, I trust you. After Cui Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he held onto the wall and steadied himself. He Shufan helped him walk towards the ward. Since Choi Jae was still in a coma, she was temporarily placed in the intensive care unit and needed to be monitored 24 hours a day for recovery. Li Chen looked at the unconscious Choi Jae heartache. The past days of the playful smiling face at the moment turned bloodless. He suddenly felt that life is so fragile, as if a touch will be broken. In front of death, he felt so powerless. In the end, under the persuasion of the nurse, Li Chen finally agreed to go back first and come back to visit tomorrow, even though he couldn't do any favors here. No matter what, Cui Jie's life was saved at the very least, and Li Chen relaxed a little. He walked slowly out of the hospital and drove straight to the police station. A few moments later, he parked his car and walked into the facility. A middle-aged man in a uniform saw him walking head-on and seemed to recognize him. He was of medium build, with a posture as straight as a pine, and wore a neat and straight police uniform. His face had clear contours and hard lines, and his thick eyebrows were like swords, slightly raised, revealing perseverance and boldness. Under the eyebrows, a pair of deep eyes are as sharp as a falcon, as if they can see all the evils in the world. There is both majesty in those eyes, but also full of concern and warmth for the people. His skin color is a healthy wheat color, which is the testimony of long-term work in the outdoors, wind and sun. There are a few shallow wrinkles on his face, which are the traces carved by age and experience, and each wrinkle seems to tell the story of his work in the process of maintaining social security and guarding the people's peace. His hair is short and neat, dark with a few strands of silver interspersed, appearing calm and competent. His hair is combed meticulously, showing a rigorous work attitude and self-disciplined lifestyle. He walks face to face with a firm and powerful pace. Each step is steady and solid, as if conveying a kind of strength and confidence to people. His hands are rough and strong, which is a symbol of his long-time police work and experience. He is the chief of the county police station, Xiao Yuanwu. He walked up to Li Chen's nearness and slowly reached out his hand to shake Li Chen's, who instinctively reacted by gesturing and smiling with the other party as well. Mr. Li, I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Yuanwu also greeted very politely. You are? Li Chen looked at him with some confusion instead, as he didn't recognize the person in front of him. Ah, I'm the chief of the police station. My name is Xiao Yuanwu. Last time I saw the secretary at the Century Hotel, you guys were having dinner together. I originally wanted to go over to say hello, but I saw that you guys were too busy, so I didn't go over to bother you. Xiao Yuanwu explained very patiently. Li Chen realized what was going on this time and responded in a very polite manner. No, just chatting about something. I should have gone over to visit if I had known you were there. Don't be polite. It's all for the development of the county. It's all for the work. Your girlfriend's matter, I already know, is now in the interrogation. It is estimated that there will soon be a result. You do not need to be anxious. Xiao Yuanwu briefly talked to Li Chen about the current progress. The specific content is definitely not too convenient to disclose. Fine. Then I'll trouble you. I just want to punish the real culprits behind this and give Cui Jie an explanation. Li Chen didn't say too much. He just showed his attitude and left the rest to them. Don't worry. This is our duty. We will definitely find out. Xiao Yuanwu said in a firm tone. Fine. Then I'll go back first. I won't bother you guys with the case. Li Chen finished speaking and prepared to leave. Well, I'll let you know as soon as I make progress, so wait for my news. The two men exchanged a few more pleasantries and courtesies and left each other's phone numbers before Li Chen turned around and left the police station. Interrogation room. A young police comrade looked at Yang Cohen with a very serious expression. You'd better be honest. We've got solid evidence. Now it's a chance for you to fight for leniency. Yang Cohen glanced at him and didn't say anything. It was as if nothing had happened. I see you don't see the coffin. You don't treasure the opportunity given to you, right? Very good. Only to see that the police took out a recording device, played a recording, which clearly recorded all the voices he spoke in the car, and so on. He has indirectly explained the facts of the crime. Yang Cohen heard instantly on the nonchalant. He did not understand what is going on. Their own car, how to have a recording, which completely does not explain the unimaginable. Even if he thought about it, he wouldn't have thought that it was from the handiwork of Li Chen's system. He was finally starting to panic. His elaborate drunken traffic accident was a complete joke. He sighed and lowered his head, looking as if he had admitted it. A few moments later he slowly spoke, explaining everything that had happened. In order to get himself a chance to make a meritocracy, he also explained the recordings he had prepared, as well as the car accident many years ago. The two police made a statement is also very shocked inside. A long time cannot calm the shock of the heart. They rushed into the director's office with the transcripts, and the matter finally came to a head. When Xiao Yuanwu took a look at the transcript, he was more and more shocked. Did not think that He Shufan was heartless to such a point. Simply snake heart. Death 10,000 times are not enough to pity. He immediately ordered the convening of the police force. On He Shufan immediately take a secret arrest to the case. To prevent the alarm, a police car quickly headed toward the Cui family villa. Chapter 85. Cui family, honorific, villa. A group of police broke into the door. At this time, He Shufan is still a little unclear. She never thought things would be so quickly exposed. What puzzled her even more was how he could have given himself up. Wasn't he dead to himself? Wouldn't he always protect her? He Shufan's brain was blank at this time. She realized the seriousness of the matter, and suddenly her legs were soft and directly paralyzed with fear. The uncles wouldn't give her too much time to react, directly racking up the person and heading outside. Cui Liang also heard the commotion in the house, rushed out of the bedroom and was immediately dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. He looked dazedly at his mother and hissed angrily, Mom, why are you arresting my mom? Cui Liang was still deliberately playing dumb and acting like he didn't know anything. He Shufan looked at her son, also could not control the tears. Everything was for the son in front of her. All of her plans, all of her schemes are to pave the way for her son. But it's too late to say anything now. One wrong step and you lose everything. Son, take care of yourself and go beg your father to forgive you. By this time He Shufan still couldn't rest assured about her son, afraid that he would be driven out of the Cui family by Cui Xiu Yuan. Mom, I know. Cui Liang was also crying into tears, regretting in his heart, but it was too late. He fell to his knees and pleaded with his uncles, begging them to spare his mom. I'm begging you, can you let her go? I can pay lots and lots of money. Why do you say that Cui Liang has no brain? To this point still want to try to bribe, even if it is not possible to say it in public. It really is rotten. Already hopeless. The uncles looked at him with icy gazes, without the slightest sympathy. If you say any more, we'll take you away as well. You're making a blatant bribe and trying to stop us from following the law. A middle-aged uncle looked at him very seriously and warned, looking as if he was going to take him away even in the next moment. Cui Liang heard instantly, did not dare to speak out again, realizing that he had just said the wrong thing. Paralyzed on the ground, gaze a little dull, as if demented in general. A few moments later, silence returned to the villa, and the cutie, still acting like a little cutie, as motionless as ever. After a long time, he finally slowly got up and drove his car towards the hospital. He was going to plead for Cui Xiu Yuan's forgiveness, or else he would be living on the streets. Sins, get out of here. Cui Xiu Yuan looked at his uncontested son in front of him and really had trouble hiding his anger. Dad, don't kick me out. This matter has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. Cui Liang was still thinking about his future, desperately trying to explain, but now Cui Xiu Yuan no longer wants to hear it. Uncle has already made the whole story clear. including that year's car accident was not an accident at all, but also an elaborate scheme. Chui Xiaoyuan is now all thoughts. Only feel ashamed of his wife, ashamed of his daughter. The trigger for everything was because of this loser in front of him. It was all about him. It was all because of him. Chui Liang looked at his father in front of him and suddenly clenched his fists, his teeth gritting. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. Get the hell out of the tray house. I don't have you as a son. Chui Xiaoyuan roared hysterically to vent his anger. Unbeknownst to him, this sentence also completely stimulated the current Chui Liang. That last straw is gone. Chui Liang heart despair. His heart suddenly sprouted a crazy idea. He wants to let Chui Jie give his mother a burial. Chui Liang got up violently and walked towards the outside of the hospital room. Intensive care unit. A silhouette suddenly appeared in the doorway. It was none other than Chui Liang. He looked viciously at the unconscious Chui Jie in front of him. The hatred in his heart twisted his psyche, and he had gone to an extreme and a path of no return to hell. He took advantage of the unoccupied gap and walked over to Chui Jie's hospital bed. He quickly unplugged all the instruments and stared at her viciously. Instantly Chui Jie's state plummeted. The nurse's station received an alarm alert, and everyone ran to the ICU. Just as he entered, he was stunned by the scene before him. All the instruments had been turned off, and the oxygen in various detectors on his body had been unplugged. The doctor took a look and reacted immediately, rushing to turn all the instruments on again and repositioning the various equipment back into place as quickly as possible. Fortunately, due to the crowd's timely arrival, there were no serious consequences, and the two male doctors had Chui Liang under control. The nurse had also called the police at the first opportunity, and the other doctor was guarding Chui Jie's side, carefully observing every piece of data. After a few moments, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief as the values shown on the monitor finally returned to normal levels. The crowd escorted Chui Liang to the nurse's station, and soon the police arrived. The people told their uncle in detail what had happened and a detailed statement was taken by all. Chui Liang was also taken away in the end. Waiting for him will be the severe punishment of the law. A thrilling little episode is finally over. And it's a blessing in disguise that everything is safe and sound. Li Chen received a phone call to notify the fire rushed to the hospital. The doctors and nurses on duty very respectfully and Li Chen apologized. Li Chen also did not pursue. Who would not have predicted the unexpected? But after Li Chen's repeated affirmation, the doctor also agreed that Li Chen should stay. He moved a chair and sat on the side of Chui Jie's hospital bed, holding her hand tightly, and chatting with Chui Jie non-stop with his mouth. The doctors and nurses were also very touched by this scene and greatly admired Li Chen's behavior. Time passed a little bit like this. Li Chen didn't close his eyes the whole night. Just like this he kept talking to Chui Jie. He hoped that Chui Jie could hear it and could make Chui Jie wake up a little bit faster. What he didn't notice was that Chui Jie's other hand would flutter every now and then, and his eyelashes would occasionally flutter slightly. Li Chen was still chatting to herself. From their first meeting in the square to every subsequent meeting and date, all the details Li Chen slowly recalled and told her. The night was extraordinarily long, and time seemed to stand still just to hear their stories. I don't know if it was Li Chen's sincerity that moved the heavens, or if the system's super lucky card was too powerful. Chui Jie's consciousness slowly began to return to her body. She felt Li Chen's warm palm and heard his familiar voice in her ears. Chui Jie tried to open her eyes. She struggled to speak but she couldn't because her body was too weak. Li Chen also seemed to sense Chui Jie's abnormality, seeing the slight fluttering of her eyelashes and feeling the reaction of her fingers as well. He cried out in excitement, unable to suppress the ecstasy and excitement within him, as he ran toward the nurse's station to call for the doctor and nurse. With an excited smile on his face he quietly stood guard and just waited. Chapter 86, Chui Jie wakes up. All the doctors and nurses were scrutinizing the various data and carefully observing Chui Jie's reaction. A little bit of time went by, and everyone was in a very tense mood. This was the first time Li Chen had forgotten about the lottery since he had obtained the system, and at this point, he had long forgotten all about it. And even if he had missed it, he wouldn't care now. A few moments later, Chui Jie slowly opened her eyes, and her vision was blurry. It only felt like there were many silhouettes in front of her, and she tried hard to see clearly, but the picture was still blurry. She shouted that name with all her strength, but only a faint sound came out. The word Tatsu. Li Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chui Jie's hand. Honey, I'm here. I'm always here. Don't worry. It's okay. It's all over. Don't talk, rest well. I'll always be watching over you and accompanying you. Li Chen calmed her down while holding her hand. He rubbed it hard, just wanting Chui Jie to be able to feel that he was around. Some of the little nurses had already unconsciously shed tears as they watched the scene before them. What a touching picture. The corners of Li Chen's eyes had also become moist without knowing when, and tears dripped down from the corners of his eyes onto the two's clasped hands. The doctor was also a bit touched by this scene, and immediately gave a wink to a few nurses, and the crowd slowly exited the ward. Li Chen's heart was thrilled. So close, so close that they would never see each other again. Without the help of the system, they would have been separated by heaven at this point, and Cui Jia would have long since finished drinking the Mona soup. Cui Xiaoyuan learned the news of his daughter's awakening, but also rushed to the intensive care unit. Looking at the scene in front of him, heart immensely gratified. His daughter can find a man who loves her so much. Cui Xiaoyuan can finally rest assured, watching his daughter safe from danger. He also finally have a chance to make up for his inner guilt. In just 2 days, just 2 short days, the Cui family could be said to have completely fallen apart. Cui Xiaoyuan's own woman who had invited himself to set up a car accident that killed his original wife. And then years later he was going to set up the death of his own daughter. His own son is also deranged and is even trying to kill his own sister with his own hands. What a family this is. As for Choi Soo-won himself, he got his punishment. His wife and daughter are dead and injured. His current wife and son will be severely punished by the law, and he himself was almost killed by the living anger. Is this retribution? Is this the way of heaven? Who has been spared by the heavens? TSK. Then what can Li Chen do in the future? He is afraid that this debt of love he owes will not be repaid. Time rushed by. Soon the day passed. Cui Jia could finally speak. The two seemed to have endless words at this time, and there was nothing but love in each other's eyes. Honey, thank you. The first thing Cui Jia said when she opened her mouth was to look at the love of her life in front of her and say thank you. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? Isn't this what I should have done? Recuperate well. It's all in the past. Li Chen's eyes were filled with doting feelings. The two looked at each other and smiled, seeing themselves in each other's eyes, and that feeling was the happiest in heaven, right? Li Chen had to take care of Cui Jia on one side, and on the other side, he had to go and look after his future old husband, and he was running on both ends. The image has become a hospital site, a benchmark of an exemplary good man, but only Li Chen himself knew that he was tired, really tired. Not only did he have to deal with the two people in the hospital, but he also had to appease Li Xiaoya in the clubhouse and Tang Shui in the company. This is not the most critical. There is a Xinyu from time to time also sent a message to make a mess. This can put Li Chen to busy bad. Really feel the lack of distraction. A little physically and mentally exhausted flavor. Tang Shui and Li Xiaoya learned that Cui Jia had an accident, and both clamored to come to the hospital to visit. But Li Chen was even more frightened. How can he dare to let them come? This if some more mess can really kill. Unbeknownst to Tang Shui and Li Xiaoya, who are both mirror-like in their hearts, no one is a little cute. They're just both playing dumb. Only Li Chen himself still didn't know that his acting skills were actually very clumsy and had already been full of holes for a long time. The three women around him currently knew each other's existence. Only that layer of window paper had never been poked through. Everyone didn't care and dwell on it, so it was kind of peaceful. As Li Chen looked at Cui Jia's much better state, the big stone in his heart finally fell. He sat quietly on the edge of the hospital bed, looking at the sleeping Cui Jia with a happy smile on his face. He was also finally able to quiet his mind, and silently summoned the system in his heart. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was stunned. The number of draws was actually 3, and it actually accumulated the number of draws. Ha ha ha, system, I love you. Thank you for the lucky card that saved Cui Jia, and thank you for also helping me accumulate the number of times. For the first time, Li Chen thanked the system so genuinely. That expression was close to crying in pain. Properly completing the tasks explained by this system lord is the greatest thanks to me. The system actually spoke again on a rare occasion this time. No mockery. Absolutely no mockery this time. Fine. No problem. System, is it okay if I ask you a question? Li Chen tentatively continued to ask, not knowing if the system would take care of itself. I'll give you one chance. Just one. The system actually communicated with Li Chen this time, which was a first. How does me doing missions help you? Why is it always this kind of mission every time? Li Chen threw out 2 questions in a row, which had been confusing him all along. You're asking 2 questions. Forget it, this system won't bother with you. Let's answer your first question first. You can help this system collect energy by doing tasks. As for the second question, well, it's not hard for you to guess. What this system needs is pure yin qi power. You'll know the rest in the future. The system answered all of Li Chen's questions in a row, and then stopped speaking. Li Chen immediately froze on the spot. CPU or given dry smoke. Also did not want to understand what the system is a ghost. This. How come the more I hear it, the more evil it gets? Li Chen muttered to himself. He slowly withdrew his thoughts and shook his head to stop thinking about it. Since I said I would know in the future, let's wait for the future. Maybe it'll be some great chance. Ha. Chapter 87, Short-Lived Ghosts. Li Chen slowly withdrew his thoughts and began the session of crazy blind boxes. System, draw them all. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +4. 700. 000 gold coins. Intelligence +10. Life expectancy +1. Holy, well. This is good. More is better. Li Chen looked at the new attributes and was pleasantly surprised. If this could be a constant stream, wouldn't he become an old monster? Who wouldn't want to be able to live forever? Li Chen hastily summoned his attribute panel to check it out. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Lifespan, 31. Charm value, 44. Intelligence, 130. Titles, Face of Hercules, Hercules. Skills, Wildflower Picking. Scanning, Beginner Chef, Dog Licking God, Piano Master, Master of Heckling, Master of Time Management, Master of Lot Picking, Poor Quality Hypnosis, Master of Fighting, Master of Chess, Backpack, Power Pills *1, Harem Fire Card *1, Gold, 7, 3 million, Number of Draws, 0, Mandate, none, ******, no way, I'm actually a short timer, am I only going to live to be 30? Exhausted? Li Chen looked at his life expectancy value and instantly became unhappy. Fortunately the system saved himself a bit, otherwise he could only live to 30 years old and ga. What he didn't know was that the system would soon end giving away base values. He slowly shut down the system and fell into deep thought. It seems like I need to do the quests properly and revisit this system. It seems like everything isn't as simple as I thought. Li Chen muttered to himself. Thinking about his short lifespan value, he had a heart attack. Ding! Detecting that the host's emotional value is low. This system has come to remind the host to actively help the system to collect extreme force. There will be unexpected gains. A soft comforting voice appeared in Li Chen's mind, instantly chasing away his negative emotions. Li Chen's eyes widened as he analyzed the hints given by the system, and he seemed to have found the point of the matter. I finally realized that all along I was saving myself. Li Chen didn't understand until today that not only could he help the system by doing missions, but most of all it was this moment now. The appearance of the lifespan value that made Li Chen finally understand what he was doing and what he should be doing. Quests. I'm going to work hard on the quests. Li Chen clenched his teeth with an unprecedented gravity on his face. Looking at Cui Jia on the hospital bed, his heart is even more mixed feelings. It turns out that he is just a toolman, a chess piece. Li Xiao, Tang Shui, Cui Jia are all pawns utilized by the system. He suddenly felt a chill down his back, and the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. What was the origin of the system? What kind of secret was hidden? On the following day, the nurses had already started the first wave of checkups, and they were doing the basic checkups for each patient on time, including taking medication and giving fluids, and so on. Hubby. Cui Jia gently shook Li Chen, who was lying on the edge of the bed asleep. It turned out that Li Chen fell asleep on the side of the bed last night. When he thought about it, he should be too tired. He slept very deeply this time. What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Li Chen just opened his eyes and hurriedly looked at Cui Jia inquiring, thinking that Cui Jia was in some kind of situation. I'm fine. You go back to sleep. Have a good rest. I have a nurse here. It's okay. Cui Jia looked at him with a face full of concern. Knowing that Li Chen had been on guard for 2 days and 2 nights, his heart was really heartbroken. No, I'm fine. I can sleep like this for a while. Don't worry about me. Li Chen is still pretending to be strong and tough. In fact, he himself is really very tired and sleepy. He would like to go home and lie on the big bed and have a good sleep, but he really can't, rest assured. Hubby, just listen, okay? I'm really fine. If you don't feel at ease, just hire an escort. You can also go back and adjust. How can you stay up like this every day? Cui Jia still tried hard to persuade. She couldn't let Li Chen stay up like this anymore. That's fine. I'll contact an escort. I'll go back and take a shower and change my clothes and come back. Li Chen did want to go back for a bit. Hiring an escort to take care of it wasn't too much of a problem. At the very least, they were professionals. Go back, take a shower and get a good night's sleep. Don't worry about me. I'm already fine. Cui Jia's eyes were filled with concern and strong love. Good. You take a good rest. Get well quickly, and I'll take you to a big meal when you get out of the hospital. Okay then. Love you. Go back. Cui Jia had a happy smile on her face. Li Chen gently touched her little head, the back of his hand caressing her face, his face full of favor. He slowly got up and left the room and went to the nurse's station to find the nurse in charge. After being introduced to the nurse's little beauty, a very professional caretaker was found. Li Chen could finally go back with peace of mind, and he specially instructed the caregiver to look after Cui Xiao Yuan, by the way, indicating that he could give her double the salary. And the caregiver elder sister also agreed very happily. Li Chen left the hospital and drove straight back to the clubhouse. Just as he exited the elevator on the 5th floor, he saw Li Xiaoya guarding the elevator entrance. She looked at him with a smile on her face, and it looked like she often stood by the window, waiting for Li Chen to appear. Back, hubby. Back. Li Chen responded breathlessly, forcing out a smile. The moment he stepped into the guild hall, an overpowering tiredness hit his entire body, and all he wanted to do was to have a good night's sleep. how's it going at the hospital? Is Cui Jie better? Li Xiaoya was actually torn in her heart, but her face did not have a half-hearted look. Well, I found an escort. Cui Jie is no longer in any serious trouble. Now it's just a matter of recuperating and recovering her body. Li Chen walked in the direction of the bedroom while explaining to Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya took his arm, clearly able to feel his exhaustion, and half assisted him as he walked back to the bedroom. Just entered the bedroom. Li Chen did not even take off his clothes before lying on the bed. When his head just touched the pillow, the snoring sound has come out. Li Xiaoya looked at him with a face full of heartache. Just how tired was this to stay up like this? There were already tears in her eyes. Not knowing if it was heartache or jealousy, Li Xiaoya gently helped him take off his clothes, covered the quilt, and sat by his side looking at him with those very complicated eyes. She gently lifted Li Chen's head, then sat down smoothly on the bed, placing his head on her lap and gently rubbing and pressing him with her hands, hoping to help ease his fatigue. Li Chen is still the first time to look at the sexy Li Xiaoya and indifferent. Li Xiaoya is also very tacit. Understanding did not toss him. Let him sleep well. Time seems to have stood still in this moment, as if recording this warm and happy picture. This was why Li Chen had returned to the clubhouse in the first place, because here he could forget all his troubles, and Li Xiaoya could bring him a very special sense of peace of mind. Time passes so slowly. Chapter 88, The Understanding Li Xiaoya. This winter seems to have come a little early, with snow just in November. Snowflakes fluttered down, like dreamy elves, covering the whole city with a layer of silver-white gauze. Li Chen slowly opened his hazy eyes, and what came into his eyes was Li Xiaoya's quiet sleeping face. She was half leaning against the bed, her long hair casually falling over her shoulders, a few strands of hair brushing her fair cheeks. Li Chen, on the other hand, was lying on her sexy white long legs. This scene caused an instant surge of warmth in Li Chen's heart. He looked at Li Xiaoya quietly, as if time was frozen in this moment. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, as light as a butterfly's wings. Li Chen gently reached out his hand and brushed the hair off her face, moving gently as if he was afraid of waking up a beautiful dream. A few moments later, Li Xiaoya woke up leisurely. She opened her eyes and saw that Li Chen was looking at her tenderly, and her face couldn't help but blush. You're awake, Li Chen said softly, a hint of lethargy and favor in his voice. Aha, Li Xiaoya answered softly. Did you sleep well? Yesterday it looked like you were exhausted, and you fell asleep just after lying down. It's good, with you by my side. Everything is so beautiful, as if I can forget all my troubles. Li Chen looked at her with a smile on his face. After the two of them had simply washed up, they went to the window and quietly looked out of it at the snowy scene. Outside the window, the snow is still falling. The whole world has become quiet and beautiful, like a white fairy tale world. They snuggled up together and looked out the window at the snowy landscape and were instantly happy. This snow is so beautiful. Li Xiaoya couldn't help but let out an exclamation as she looked out the window. Yeah, just as beautiful as you, Li Chen said, holding Li Xiaoya tightly in his arms. Li Xiaoya leaned into Li Chen's arms, feeling his warmth, her small face pressed tightly against his chest. This winter has come early, but I don't feel cold at all with you around. Li Chen gently kissed Li Xiaoya's forehead. I'll always be there for you and make you happy like this forever. They just stood quietly in front of the window, enjoying this rare moment of peace. The snowflakes fell on the window and instantly melted into droplets, as if they were also moved by their happiness. Suddenly, Li Xiaoya remembered something. Hubby, let's go for a walk outside. The air must be especially good today. Li Chen nodded and stroked his head favorably. Yeah, let's go. They put on their heavy coats and walked out of the clubhouse holding hands. Outside, the streets were silver and white, and the road was covered with snow as if it were a white carpet. Pedestrians walked carefully with smiles of joy on their faces, while others occasionally fell and then laughed involuntarily. Li Chen and Li Xiaoya walked on the snowy ground, their feet making creaking sounds, their faces beaming with happiness. As they walked, they enjoyed the snowy scenery. The branches of the trees along the roadside were covered with snowflakes, like white flowers in full bloom. In the park in the distance, children were playing happily in the snow, their laughter echoing in the air. Happiness is sometimes as simple as this, enjoying the little things in life with your beloved and feeling immensely satisfied with each other. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, it came to the afternoon, and Li Chen had to go to the hospital. He took a shower and changed his clothes, and although Li Xiaoya was also very reluctant to leave, but thinking of what happened to Cui Jie, he stiffly held his words back. Li Chen seemed to sense her mood, and as he took her into his arms, he gently stroked her back. Good girl, I'll be sure to keep you company in a few days. I'm sorry. Li Chen's mood at this time was also incomparably complicated. He did not know how to comfort Li Xiaoya, and finally said sorry in her ear. Li Xiaoya instantly couldn't hold it in, as if the aggression in her heart had finally found a vent. Her tears slipped down her fair cheeks and fell on his chest. Li Chen felt Li Xiaoya sobbing, but didn't know what to say to calm her down, so he could only hold her tightly. A few moments later, Li Xiaoya finally finished venting and left his embrace. Go on. I'll be satisfied knowing your heart, and I'll keep guarding this clubhouse, waiting for you to come home. Li Xiaoya lowered her head, not having the courage to look him in the eyes. When Li Chen heard these words, his heart was even more mixed, and his sense of guilt was even stronger. Honey, I'm sorry, having you by my side is my greatest happiness. I will love you well in the future to make up for what I owe you. Li Chen finished and did not dare to meet her eyes, turned around and walked into the elevator. Looking at her pitiful back, the elevator door slowly closed. When the elevator slowly descended, Li Xiaoya ran back to her bedroom and lay on her bed and cried bitterly. She didn't dare to be too loud, afraid that the employees in the store would hear her, and even more afraid that her own mother would hear her. Li Chen sat in the car and lit a cigarette for a long time, unable to calm his inner emotions. Li Xiaoya's understanding and pitiful face lingered in his mind. It was only a few moments later that the Ferrari slowly pulled away from the clubhouse and disappeared into the streets. When he reappeared, he was in the hospital parking lot. He sighed and relieved himself, opening the door and getting out of the car to head towards the hospital room. Choi Jae's injuries recovered quickly. Perhaps it was the effect of the super lucky card. Her injuries weren't very serious in the first place, and she only had a slight concussion at the moment. It was estimated that he could be discharged from the hospital after 2 days of recuperation, and Li Chen stood in the doorway and watched as Choi Jae's face had regained its usual redness. His heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was moving in the right direction. Choi Xiaoyuan sat beside Choi Jia, and the two of them chatted and laughed. Li Chen didn't bother and just listened silently on the side. Choi Xiaoyuan's body is also almost recovered, and it is estimated that he will soon be able to be discharged from the hospital, and seeing his daughter safe and sound, his mood seems to be much better. You're here. Choi Xiaoyuan saw Li Chen walk into the hospital room, and a pleased smile hung on his face. Well, you guys continue. I see that both of you have recovered your condition quite well. Li Chen also greeted with a smile on his face. Rested yet? Why didn't you stay for 2 more days? Choi Jia was still looking at Li Chen with a little bit of sultry little eyes, afraid that he would run back again without resting well. I'm fine. I went back and took a big nap, and now I'm full of blood. Li Chen half-joked perfunctorily. Well. I discussed with my dad and am ready to leave the hospital together tomorrow. There's nothing more for me to do. Just go home and recuperate. Choi Jia told Li Chen her thoughts. That expression looked quite serious. Asked the doctor? What did the doctor say? Li Chen was still a little uneasy. Although he looked much better, it was still better to recuperate in the hospital. Told you. The doctor said it's okay and has agreed. Choi Jae spat out her little tongue, that looked back to her quirky self. Then listen to you. It's okay to go home and recuperate. It'll be a lot easier. Since the doctor agreed, Li Chen didn't object. Going home might be better for their recovery. At least the mood was different. Unbeknownst to me, there is a big surprise waiting for Li Chen. Chapter 89, Choi Xiaoyuan's abdication. The morrow, Choi Jae packed up early, bent on going home to recuperate, and couldn't wait to get out of the hospital. What's your hurry? Li Chen whined as he packed his things. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too depressing. Choi Jia spat out her little tongue, not taking his words to heart. Hey, I'm really convinced. That's not so bad for a while. A few moments later, Choi Xiaoyuan also packed up, and Li Chen drove the duo out of the hospital and towards the Choi family villa. The three of them were talking and laughing in the car. The atmosphere was very pleasant, and Choi Xiaoyuan looked at them with a pleased smile on his face. Soon several people arrived at Choi's house, and Li Chen walked into the villa with a large bag. Walking into the villa courtyard, a wide stone road snaked forward. The road surface was clean and tidy, and a few tender green grasses occasionally grew between the gaps, adding a touch of vitality to this solemn environment. In the courtyard, there are well-trimmed flower beds, with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants competing with each other, emitting a burst of charming fragrance. The main door of the villa was tall and spacious, made of thick solid wood, with exquisite metal decorations inlaid on the door handle, exuding an aristocratic aura. Walking into the interior of the villa, the high-ceilinged hall brightened Li Chen's eyes. Gorgeous crystal chandeliers hung down from the ceiling like a string of bright stars, emitting a soft glow. The floor is covered with a thick carpet, which is soft and comfortable to step on, with exquisite patterns. An art painting hangs on the wall, adding a strong cultural atmosphere to the whole space. The living room is spacious and comfortable with a set of luxurious sofas with soft and delicate fabrics and a harmonious color scheme. The coffee table is made of precious wood and is decorated with beautiful vases and ornaments. To one side of the living room is a huge fireplace, in which a roaring fire burns during the winter months, warming the entire room. Li Chen secretly sighed in his heart. TSK, the quality of life of the rich is different. It's too luxurious. Hubby, let's go. I'll take you to my room. Choi Jia took Li Chen's arm and walked towards the second floor. The second floor of the villa is the bedroom area. Each bedroom is warmly and comfortably decorated with soft, wide beds and excellent quality bedding. Chui Jia pushed open the door to her bedroom, and Li Chan instantly brightened up. The first thing that caught his eyes was a pale pink wall, on which hung several beautiful art paintings and a few photos of Chui Jia. She was smiling brightly in the photos, adding a cozy atmosphere to the entire room. The floor of the room was covered with a soft white carpet. Stepping on it was like strolling on top of a cloud. A round plush cushion was placed on the carpet for Chui Jia to sit on and read or think at her leisure. In the center of the room was a white European-style princess bed with a beautifully carved floral pattern, making it look particularly elegant. The bed is covered with lavender sheets and soft quilts, and there are several lovely pillows, so people can't help but want to lie on it at first sight. Above the bed hangs a white veil, the veil gently fluttering, as if in the fairy tale world. In one corner of the room was a white closet with sliding doors and a large mirror set into it. In the other corner of the room was a small vanity with various cosmetics and jewelry. Chui Jia's boudoir also had a few green pots of plants, adding a sense of life and vigor to the whole room. Well, pretty? Chui Jia looked at him with a cute smile. Li Chen put the things in his hands aside and sat down on the big bed with his butt. Well, it's beautiful. Rich people's homes are different. Everywhere reveals the flavor of money. Li Chen looked around the circle unconsciously sighing. Giggle. Silly. I'm all yours, so what's mine is yours, Chui Jia said as she obediently sat beside him as well, leaning on his shoulder. Ha ha ha, it seems like it's the same thing. That's even better. Li Chen didn't hide it either, and accepted it very openly. After all, Chui Xiaoyuan now only Chui Jia a daughter. That son is also completely wasted. Many years later out of Chui Xiaoyuan estimate will not accept him. It is estimated that Chui Xiaoyuan cannot wait for his son to get out of prison that day. Although Li Chen didn't need Chui Jia's help, who would mind hot money? A few moments later, the maid had already prepared the meal, and the three of them sat opposite each other, instantly feeling like a family. Chui Xiaoyuan was also very happy. He also took out a bottle of good wine that he had treasured for a long time, and had to drink a few cups with Li Chen. He also did not refuse. Since Chui Xiaoyuan was in a good mood, he would drink less. Uncle Chui, this body of yours has just recovered. Let's drink a little less today. Next time I'll accompany you to get drunk. Li Chen took the wine glass and kindly reminded. Fine. Listen to you. Let's relieve our cravings today. Chui Xiaoyuan guessed that he was also suffocating in the hospital and had long wanted to go home. The three of them ate and chatted. The atmosphere was very cordial, and they finished eating in no time. Chui Xiaoyuan sat on the sofa in the living room, while Li Chen and Chui Jia sat on the other side. Chui Xiaoyuan was happy from the bottom of his heart as he watched the two of them being happy. Looking at you guys being able to be happy like this, I'm relieved. I'm getting older. I'm ready to let go of the company. Chui Xiaoyuan looked at them very seriously, without the slightest hint of a joke. Xiao Jia, in the future, the company will be given to you. I should also enjoy my happiness at home. In the future, if you don't understand anything, let Li Chen help you. Sooner or later, these family business will be yours. Take care of it by heart. Chui Xiaoyuan looked at Chui Jia's eyes. God is full of guilt. Dad, I don't want it. I've never wanted to fight for anything. I can now be with Li Chen is my greatest happiness. Chui Jia also looked at his dad very seriously. Chui Jia did not blame him. After all, it is his only relative. Silly girl, it's not a matter of what you want or don't want. You've seen what's going on in our family now, and I want you to be able to take on this responsibility. Some things it originally belongs to you. Chui Xiaoyuan showed a bit more seriousness, a bit of an unquestionable look. Li Chen gently patted Chui Jia's hand, and Chui Jia looked up at him, then back at her dad. Alright then, I'll take care of these businesses. Don't worry. Chui Jia finally agreed. With Li Chen by her side, she had nothing to fear. Ha ha ha, that's right. I believe in my daughter. Do a good job. Chui Xiaoyuan laughed loudly, obviously in a good mood. Li Chen you need to help her more. I know you don't like these, but after all, it's also our family's property, isn't it? Chui Xiaoyuan looked at Li Chen meaningfully and admonished. Well, I'll stay with her. Li Chen also gave Chui Xiaoyuan a reassuring look and looked at Chui Jia very favorably. Unbeknownst to me at this time, Li Chen's heart has long been secretly happy. *******. It's all mine. Hey. Chapter 90, picking up a few $100 million for nothing. Century Plaza plus the Century Hotel, both of which are considered to be well-known local enterprises. This Chui Xiaoyuan's assets how to have a few $100 million. It was so cheap for Li Chen to pick up a big watermelon. After a few people briefly chatted about family matters for a while longer, Li Chen was ready to leave. You guys take care of yourselves and recuperate at home for a few days. I'll go back first. Li Chen was also quite helpless as he looked at Chui Jia's unwilling little eyes. Go and get busy. These days have also been hard on you. Go back and rest. Chui Xiaoyuan didn't retain too much. After all, Li Chen had been busy in the hospital for several days as well. Hubby, then remember to come see me when you're free. Chui Jia was very reluctant to pull on Li Chen's clothes. That aggrieved look was really heartbreaking. Chui Xiaoyuan also smiled bitterly and shook his head when he saw his daughter's little womanly appearance, and sighed in his heart. AI. It's only Li Chen who can subdue this girl. Got it. Take a good rest at home and go to the company in a few days. Don't be in a hurry. Li Chen patiently admonished a few more times. A few moments later, Li Chen drove away from the Chui family and went straight to his company. He hadn't been to the office in a few days, and while he didn't have to worry about it, it was time to show up. A long time later, Li Chen appeared in the company's office, with Tang Shui snuggled up to his side. How's Choi Jae? Better? Tang Shui also asked with great concern, not showing any semblance of jealousy. Well, they were discharged from the hospital today. I just sent their father and daughter back. A few days of recuperation and they'll be fine. Li Chen explained patiently, and in his heart, he felt some guilt towards Tang Shui. Tang Shui, on the other hand, did not take it to heart, because she had long guessed this ending and had already prepared herself mentally in the first place. Aha, that's good. It's fine, you need to go accompany her more. She needs care now. Even though Tang Shui had a million things in her heart, she still made the biggest concession at this time. Li Chen looked at Tang Shui's serious eyes and gently kissed her on the forehead. Aggrieved? Don't blame me? Li Chen's eyes were filled with guilt. No, I'm satisfied with you by my side. As long as you're good to me, whatever I do is worth it. Tang Shui also looked at her with a serious expression, not showing any blame. Li Xiaoya and Tang Shui were both so well behaved and understanding, which made Li Chen's heart feel even more guilty. But remembering the system's mission, and then remembering his lifespan, he could only grit his teeth and continue, as he had no choice. I'm sorry, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Li Chen hugged Tang Shui tightly and whispered in her ear. Tang Shui is also a very simple and stubborn woman. What she determines will go one way to the end. I have bitter feelings now. I'll explain it to you one day in the future. Li Chen didn't dare to reveal his secret now. The point was that it was too unbelievable. Well, I know. I don't blame you. I just want to stay by your side all the time and that's enough. Tang Shui hugged Li Chen tightly to death, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. A few moments later, there was a knock on the office door, which also interrupted their duo. Li Chen answered, and a very pretty but somewhat strange-faced girl walked in. The girl had short dark hair and looked very competent. Her eyes were long and thin, with a sharp air in them, wearing a black suit with a white shirt underneath. Two large white rabbits jumped out at her. She tied a red silk scarf tie. Her body is not to speak of. Front and back curved delicate, feet stepped on a pair of black high-heeled shoes. The whole person looks very temperament. She is the sales manager, Yu Man, who had only one side of the interview in the first place. Mr. Li, I'm Yu Man, the manager of the sales department. Our pre-sale plan has been discussed at the meeting, but we still need you to make a decision on the pre-sale price. Yu Man's tone was very gentle as she reported her work content, with a professional smile on her face, making people feel very comfortable. Well, let's have a meeting in a while to discuss the specifics. You go and notify the relevant people to attend the meeting. Li Chen also nodded slightly. Looking at Yu Man in front of him was also bright. Another stunningly beautiful woman. Okay, Mr. Li, I will immediately go and arrange the meeting, and then notify several other leaders to attend the meeting. Yu Man showed a bit of thunder and lightning, and after saying that, he turned around and left the conference room. A few moments later, the conference room was ready, and it was Li Chen's first time attending a company meeting. He barely spoke much throughout the entire meeting, just listening to the reports and discussions of the various company executives. Finally set the pre-sale price of the property at 4,800 yuan a flat. This price is considered very high in the local county. Even Fuli Garden is only about 4,000. But Li Chen built the original more upscale than Fuli Garden. This is considered the company's first sign. Li Chen is bound to be perfect. After all, the people discussed and agreed with Li Chen's proposal. After all, the cost of this high-grade neighborhood is too high. The price is too low, profit margins are really limited. The crowd briefly discussed other things. Li Chen stayed silent. He was also using this opportunity to see how everyone performed and cooperated. A few moments later, the meeting ended, and Li Chen walked straight out of the conference room and back into his office. Sun Haisan followed. What? Is there something else? Li Chen asked as he looked at Sun Haisan, who was following his ass. No big deal. The construction site is currently on track. I mean, you can go inspect it if you have time. Sun Haisan brought up his previous suggestion again, hoping that Li Chen could go and walk around the construction site. Well, okay, then tomorrow, you go and get ready too. Li Chen directly agreed. After all, there was nothing else to be busy with right now. Sun Haisan exited the office after saying that. Strange, how come I feel more and more that the aura on Mr. Lee's body has become stronger. Even I'm a bit scared. Sun Haisan muttered to himself as he walked. Tomorrow I'm going too. I want to go and take a look too. I haven't been to a construction site yet. Tang Shui instantly smiled with her eyebrows when she heard that she was going to the construction site. She had always wanted to go to the construction site to see. As the biggest leader under Li Chan in the company, she didn't even know what her company's project looked like. Fine, let's go together. I've only been there once. I guess it's changed drastically now. Li Chen had still visited with Zhao Shuwen for the first time, and it was still a wilderness of woe. Tang Shui immediately danced around happily, like a little kid who wanted to go out and play. That look was adorable. Li Chen also shook his head with a bitter smile. Beside himself, Li Xiaoya is also a gentle and dignified woman. Tang Shui and Shui Jia are all quirky masters. Li Chen walked up and directly picked up the pretty girl, sniffing hard at the scent of her body. Tang Shui's red face snuggled into his arms, and Li Chen walked straight toward the bedroom. He hadn't had any meat in days, and he'd been horny for a long time. A few moments later there was the sound of Tang Shui's panting in the bedroom. Chapter 91 Site Inspections. The next day, Li Chen looked at the vast team downstairs of the company momentarily froze. He also didn't expect that he was just going to a simple construction site inspection. But Sun Haisan paid so much attention to it. All of the company's executives were there, and they all had to follow Li Chen. A few moments later, Li Chen walked down the stairs with Tang Shui, looking at the 20 or so people in front of him a bit helplessly. Mr. Sun, what are you doing? What's with the many people? Li Chen frowned as he looked at Sun Haisan. Sun Haisan also expressed helplessness. This group of people are self-organized. He is unable to stop. Mr. Li, this really isn't my fault. They know you're going to the construction site, and one by one they all clamor to follow. It's really not possible for you to just get mad once, and they'll be honest. Sun Haisan was also at his wit's end, and simply shrugged it off directly. You, forget it, go if you're willing to go. I'm really convinced. Li Chen had no choice. It wasn't worth it to get mad over such a small matter. Everyone was laughing and the atmosphere was significantly pleasant. Li Chen directly drove his own car and brought Tang Shui to get ready to leave. Just at this time the back door was suddenly opened. Two big beautiful women drilled into the car. Li Chen turned around and looked dumbfounded. This little fortune hunter can't be offended, or he will have to pester himself for money every day. Needless to say, it must be the financial manager, Xia Shi, and the other one is the legal advisor, Zhang Shanshan. Mr. Li, that one didn't bother you guys, did it? Their cars are full, so the two of us came to rub a limousine for a ride. Xia Shi spat out her little tongue, like a little wit. Will you get off if I say it's inconvenient? Li Chen asked as he looked at her helplessly. No, that definitely won't happen. Xia Shi looked like she loved it and actually played a rogue. That's not it. What's the point of asking me? I'm just being polite and courteous. See how you still take it seriously. After Xia Shi finished speaking several people instantly laughed out loud. Go. Look at you. Tang Shui patted Li Chen's arm and snickered. Tang Shui usually had a good relationship with several girls in the company. After all, they were all about the same age. Zhang Shanshan still appeared slightly formal. After all, she usually did not have much contact with Li Chen. Soon the convoy set off in great numbers, heading straight for the construction site on the outskirts. The fleet of vehicles sped along the city's roads, like a bright scenic line. Li Chen focused on driving the car. Tang Shui sat on the passenger seat. From time to time with the back seat of Xia Shi and Zhang Shanshan chat a few sentences. The car atmosphere is very relaxed and happy. The scenery outside the window was rapidly receding backward, and the sunlight poured over the car, adding a touch of warmth to the whole trip. After a period of driving, the convoy finally arrived at the construction site in the suburbs. From afar, this vast land already had the beginnings of a construction site, with all kinds of building materials neatly piled up, and cranes towering high, as if announcing to the sky the skyscrapers that were about to rise. Li Chen and the others got off the bus and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The construction site was busy, with workers shuttling in and out, and the roar of the machines was endless. Sun Haisan and the others also got out of the car, their faces showing excitement. They all knew that this project was crucial for the company. It not only represented the company's strength and reputation, but also an important cornerstone for future development. The site contractors had long been informed that Li Chen and the others were coming to inspect the site and were waiting at the entrance of the site early. Seeing the arrival of Li Chen and his party, the contractor hurriedly greeted them and said with a smile on his face, "Hello Mr. Li, how are you? Welcome to the inspection." Li Chen nodded slightly and shook hands with the contractor. "Good work, Mr. Wang. How is the construction progressing?" The contractor, Mr. Wang, hurriedly replied with a serious expression. "Mr. Li, the current construction is progressing smoothly. The foundation has been laid and we are preparing to raise the main body of the high-rise. We are strictly following the construction plan to ensure the quality and progress of the project. Li Chen looked at the heart of the site in front of the first embryonic form full of expectations. He turned his head to Sun Haisan and the others and said, "Come on, let's go in and take a look." The crowd followed Li Chen and the contractor, Mr. Wang, into the construction site. As soon as they entered the construction site, they felt the hot atmosphere. The workers were either carrying materials or operating machines, and everyone was focused on their work, showing a high degree of professionalism. Li Chen observed as he walked, asking questions from time to time. What about the quality of these building materials? Are construction safety measures in place? Are there any problems with the livelihood security of the workers? The contractor, Mr. Wang, answered one by one, giving Li Chen a deeper understanding of the project. Coming to the foundation under construction, Li Chen squatted down to carefully check the condition of the foundation. He touched the surface of the concrete with his hand, feeling its hardness and quality. The foundation is the basis of the entire building. Make sure the quality is over the top. Li Chen looked at Mr. Wang with a very serious expression. Mr. Wang nodded his head in a respectful manner and said yes again and again. Don't worry, Mr. Li. We attach great importance to the construction of the foundation and have adopted the most advanced technology and materials to ensure that the foundation is strong and reliable. Then Li Chen and the others came to the construction material stacking area. There were all sorts of rebar, cement, bricks and other materials piled up here. Li Chen picked up a steel bar and carefully observed its specifications and quality. These materials must meet the national standards. There can't be any sloppiness. Li Chen instructed Mr. Wang beside him while looking at it. Mr. Wang hastily patted his chest and assured, Mr. Li, all of our materials are purchased from regular manufacturers with quality assurance. We will also conduct regular sampling to ensure that the quality of the materials is stable. During the inspection, Li Chen also talked with some workers. He asked the workers about their work and living conditions and was concerned about their health and safety. The workers were very touched by Li Chen's concern and said they would work hard to contribute to the smooth progress of the project. As the inspection progressed, Li Chen became more and more satisfied with the progress and quality of the project. He looked to his side and a pleased smile finally appeared on Mr. Wang's face. Mr. Wang, you guys have done a great job. I hope you will continue to keep it up and make sure that the project is completed on time and the quality is top-notch. Mr. Wang said with great gratitude. Thank you for Mr. Li's trust and support. We will live up to your expectations and do our best to complete the project. After the inspection, Li Chen and the others came to the temporary conference room of the construction site. The conference room was decorated with engineering drawings and various materials, and the construction schedule was hung on the wall. Li Chen sat on the main seat, and Sun Haisan and the others sat down in turn. Mr. Wang, the contractor, started to report the details of the project. He showed the design program, construction schedule, quality control measures and other contents of the project through the projector. Li Chen and others listened carefully to the report and put forward some questions and suggestions from time to time. After the report, Li Chen made a speech. First of all, he fully affirmed the progress and quality of the project, and expressed his gratitude to the contractor and all construction workers for their hard work. This project is of great significance to the company, which is not only related to the economic benefits of the company, but also the reputation and image of the company. Therefore, everyone must attach great importance to it, and carry out the construction in strict accordance with the construction plan and quality standards to ensure that the project is completed on time and the quality reaches the first-class level. Li Chen also put forward strict requirements for construction safety. Safety is the lifeline of engineering and construction and cannot be relaxed at any time. Contractors should strengthen safety education and training for workers to improve their safety awareness and self-protection ability. At the same time, they should increase safety investment and improve safety facilities to ensure safety during construction. Finally, Li Chen encouraged everyone to unite and work together to contribute to the smooth progress of the project. He believed that with everyone's joint efforts, the project would be a complete success. After the meeting ended, Li Chen and the others walked out of the conference room. Li Chen looked at this promising construction site with confidence in his heart. He believed that in the near future, a modern skyscraper would rise here and become a new landmark of the city. With the departure of the convoy, the construction site resumed its usual busy schedule. The inspection by Li Chen and others not only provided strong support for the smooth progress of the project, but also injected new impetus for all construction workers. Chapter 92, Property Presale. The sunlight of the following day poured through the clouds into the corners of the county, as if to add a radiant glow to the coming event. After intense discussions at the company's high-level meeting, the name of the community was finally set as Purple Bamboo Court. a poetic and elegant name, like a flower about to blossom that fills people with anticipation. And today, the pre-sale of the property officially begins and a storm of sales is about to sweep in. Early in the morning, before the door of the sales center was officially opened, there were already many eagerly awaited home buyers gathered outside the door. Some of them discussed the advantages of the property in groups of 3 or 2, while others were alone on the sidelines silently calculating their home purchase plans. There were people of all ages in the crowd, young couples longing for their future home, middle-aged couples looking forward to improving their living environment, and parents buying homes for their children, their faces full of concern and caution. After all, it was the first and most luxurious upscale neighborhood in the county, and there were still a lot of rich people who were looking forward to the future of their new homes. As time passed, the doors of the sales center slowly opened and the crowd poured in like a tidal wave. Instantly the whole sales hall was crowded. The gorgeous chandeliers shed soft light, reflecting on the exquisite decoration and display models. The huge sand table model was surrounded by people who carefully observed the layout of the neighborhood, the surrounding facilities and the location of each building. The sales staff, dressed in neat professional attire with a smile, enthusiastically introduced the features of the property for each customer. Hello, welcome to the sales center of Zizuyuan community. Our neighborhood has an excellent location, convenient transportation around, schools, hospitals, shopping malls and other supporting facilities. And our neighborhood has a beautiful environment with a very high green coverage. Definitely a new home and the most ideal. You man, the sales manager, introduced herself professionally and fluently to a customer. Her eyes are full of confidence and the smile on her face is like a spring breeze, making people feel extra friendly. On the other side, the sales staff were all busy with customers. Sir, you see, our house type design is very reasonable, with a variety of house types to choose from to meet the needs of different customers. Moreover, the quality of our houses is guaranteed, using advanced construction technology and high-quality building materials. Xiao Wang took out the floor plan and promotional materials while talking, explaining every detail in detail for the customers. The entire sales floor was buzzing with people. The sales staff were busy weaving in and out of the crowd, answering all kinds of questions from customers and guiding them to visit the model rooms. The model home is beautifully decorated with just the right amount of furniture to make you feel like you are in a cozy home. Customers visited while nodding and praising uncontrollably, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Li Chen and a group of executives stood on the observation deck on the second floor, overlooking the lively scene below, their hearts filled with excitement and joy. Li Chen's eyes glittered with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was feeling the powerful sales boom. I didn't expect the pre-sale to be so hot. Everyone's efforts weren't in vain after all. Li Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, so excited. I didn't expect there to be so many people. Tang Shui excitedly danced around happily bad. Sun Haisan was also full of joy as he nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Li, this shows that our project is accurately positioned and the quality of our products is excellent. Everyone sees the potential and advantages of our neighborhood. That's why they are buying so enthusiastically. Vice President Hosu was also very excited and echoed, This is a good start. We must maintain this momentum and do a good job on the project to create greater value for the company. Lu Kaiyun smiled at the crowd from the side. Our publicity efforts have also played a big role in getting more people to know about the Purple Bamboo Court neighborhood and increasing our visibility and reputation through various channels. Yes, you all deserve credit as well. Li Chen was also very certain in his continuous praise. The heat in the sales hall did not abate as the hours ticked by. Customers have signed the purchase contract. The sales staff are busy. Each face is full of excitement. Printers kept spitting out contract paper, and the sound of money counting machines rose and fell. The signing of each contract represents the imminent realization of a family's dream and a brighter future for the Zizuyuan neighborhood. After a busy day, the sales staff finally breathed a sigh of relief when the last customer left the sales center. They were exhausted, but their faces were full of victory smiles. On this day, they used their professionalism and enthusiasm to provide customers with quality service and create brilliant performance for the company. Sales manager Yuman tallied the results of the day's battle and reported to Li Chen with great excitement. Mr. Li, today we signed a total of 80 purchase contracts, with sales reaching $15 million. And that's just the down payment received today, not including the bank loans. This is a very good start, and we believe that the sales will get better and better in the days to come. Li Chen had a pleased smile on his face after hearing this, and his heart was filled with gratitude as he looked at all the sales department employees. Everyone has worked hard. Today's achievement could not have been achieved without your hard work and dedication. In order to show my gratitude to you all, I have decided to give each employee in the sales department a $1,000 red packet as a reward. Hearing this news, the employees of the sales department cheered up. They felt the company's love and recognition, and their hearts were full of motivation. Li Chen's first bucket of money also came in smoothly, which is not only a fortune, but also a testimony of his efforts and struggles. He knows that this is just the beginning and there are more challenges and opportunities waiting for him in the future. On this day full of hope and passion, the pre-sale storm of Zizuyuan neighborhood became a bright landscape in the city. It not only brings people a wonderful living choice, but also brings confidence and motivation to Li Chen and his team. They will continue to go forward and work hard for their dream. Chapter 93, Tang Xue's Heart. After finishing the inspection of the company, Li Chen returned to the company. He didn't continue to pay attention to the company's business and went straight back to the bedroom. He had been really busy lately, and he seemed to be feeling a bit overwhelmed. Perhaps it was the fact that so many things had happened recently that had left him with some mental exhaustion. He lay lazily on the couch and silently summoned the system. System, draw, ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value +4. Gold coin 600. 000. Longevity value +3. Obtaining luck card *1. Bad luck card *1. Well, it's not bad. It's really convenient to be able to accumulate the number of draws. At the very least you don't have to think about it every day. Li Chen was satisfied with seeing the lifespan value now, and had no expectations for the rest. Compared to the surprise rewards, it was still most important to be alive. He slowly shut down the system and just lay on the couch and fell asleep. A few moments later Tang Xue walked into the bedroom and looked at Li Chen, who was lying asleep on the sofa. A flash of worry flashed across her face, which instantly disappeared again. She brought a blanket and covered him gently. Not bothering him, Tang Xue walked straight to the window and looked out at the dusk outside in deep thought. Not knowing what she was thinking, the expression on her face looked a bit grave. It turns out that her family called again today, still urging her to find a boyfriend. Tang Xue is 2 years older than Li Chen, and is also 21 this year. According to local customs and traditions do want to talk about marriage. Some married early have already had children. Tang Xue's mother has long been anxious eyes, more than once urged her to match, but where Tang Xue refused, for no other reason than because of Li Chen. Tang Xue does not know what to do. In the long run there is no way to account for the family. This matter cannot be said in Li Chen, knowing that it will be such a result, but bent on doing it. Isn't this the path you chose? Regretting it? Tang Xue secretly asked herself in her mind. She wasn't sure if she would regret it, but at the very least not now. What about in the future? She wasn't sure. Just then Li Chen woke up from his sleep, glanced at the blanket on his body, got up and looked around, and saw Tang Xue standing in front of the window. She was wearing a white blouse with a black wrap skirt over a black blazer. She had a pair of black high heels on her feet, paired with a black silk, with a cup of tea in her hand. Her entire person exuded a sexy and seductive aura. Li Chen was certainly able to tell that Tang Xue had something on her mind, or else why would she be alone there? Her expression seemingly torn as well. He stood up and walked over to Tang Xue's side, wrapping his arms around her sexy waist from behind and gently whispering in his ear. What's the matter? Something on your mind? Talk to me. No, nothing. What can I have on my mind? Tang Xue stammered and prevaricated. But how could that fool Li Chen? He continued to pursue, the point being that he didn't want Tang Xue to carry so much pressure alone. Say it or not. I'm going to get angry if you don't say it. Do you really think I can't tell? Well, it's just that the family called again, still urging for marriage. Tang Xue had no choice but to tell the truth and confess. I'll accompany you home in a few days, so you can talk to them. Li Chen blurted out without the slightest hesitation. He also didn't want to make things too difficult for Tang Xue. As for the future, leave it to time. Really? Hubby? You're telling the truth? You're willing to go home with me? Tang Xue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. What meeting the parents meant Tang Xue knew better than anyone. Well, of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Li Chen very favorably kissed her earlobe. Tang Xue instantly happy. Bad. Pressed in the heart of the big stone is finally landed. The future cannot get married is a later matter. At least at the moment this pass is able to pass. Aha, thank you husband. I'll turn around and talk to them. Tang Xue turned around and wrapped her hands around his neck, just looking at him fondly, her eyes full of happiness. Li Chen slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her cherry-like mouth. Tang Xue immediately hugged him tightly, responding fiercely. I don't know if they were overly passionate or just a little bit oblivious, but the two of them just stood there in front of the window and shamed each other. It went on like this for a long time, and Tang Xue gave vent to her thoughts these days. Li Chen was also trying his best to make up for his guilt towards Tang Xue. A unique scent drilled into his nostrils, making him feel refreshed. In a trance he seemed to have entered a vision. He collapsed on the bed weakly and shook his head hard. It turned out that just now was just a dream, but the feeling was unbelievably real. In his dream he was a flamboyant young man holding a long sword, with towering peaks and densely packed giant beasts in front of him. He kept waving the sword in his hand, and a powerful attack slashed at the bodies of those giant beasts. He handled the beasts in front of him with ease and comfort, finally slaughtering them all as he stood amidst the mountains of corpses and blood. Looking down, His body was stained with the monster's blood, but his face didn't have the slightest change of emotion, and his face was stoic as he looked at everything in front of him, until finally the space tore apart. The powerful oppression made his heart palpitate, and the space was squeezed and twisted a little. It was as if his body was being torn by an invisible force, and it felt as if his internal organs were undergoing great torment. Eventually spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He wondered if the system was suggesting something, and a sudden fear arose in his heart. He half leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette, trying to remember the scene he had just witnessed, as if it was the last mouthful of blood he spat that had saved his life. Tang Shui closed her eyes and hugged Li Chen tightly, her cheek pressed against his stomach, greedily enjoying this moment of happiness. Just then, a message suddenly came from Li Chen's cell phone. He took out his cell phone and it was her. Chapter 94. Are you busy? There's a little get-together tomorrow. The one I told you about earlier. Do you have time? Looking at the message sent by Xingyu, Li Chen's heart was a mixed bag of emotions. He did not know if he was right or not. For the value of his lifespan, he didn't know if he wanted to continue. The debt of love was growing, but once he thought about his short lifespan value, he still gritted his teeth and replied to the message. Yes. How does Miss Shen intend to arrange it? It's just having a meal and singing together or something like that. There aren't many people this time. Don't worry. Xingyu continued to send a message, explaining the party. Li Chen didn't know why Xingyu was so obsessed with parties, always organizing them from time to time. Okay, just make the arrangements. I'll pick you up at the school gate tomorrow. Li Chen finally decided to find a chance to continue the quest, and he had to do so in order to survive. Okay then, I'll see you tomorrow. Li Chen put down his cell phone and gently caressed Tang Shui's delicate body, forcing himself not to think wildly. A little bit of time passed, and the two of them just held each other tightly. The next day, Li Chen and Tang Shui woke up early from their sleep. After a brief wash, the two of them walked slowly down the street near the company. The streets are crowded with pedestrians and traffic. Everyone is trying to live just for those 3 meals a day and a few tales of broken silver. Those young people are even more helpless. Car loan, home loan, all kinds of loans. Parents and children still have to support. The pressure of life is getting bigger and bigger. Li Chen was thinking back on himself. It seemed that apart from the unfairness of fate, there was nothing to worry about now. The two found a random breakfast place and ate some breakfast. Tang Shui's face had been filled with a happy smile, looking at Li Chen in a daze from time to time. Hubby, when are we going home? Tang Shui looked at him with very eager little eyes, and there were a few cute moments in that look. You arrange it. We don't have much to do anyway. Li Chen was actually indifferent. It didn't seem to have much of an impact on when he saw them. Tang Shui could not think like this. She couldn't wait to go back immediately and show off in front of her parents. Then it's just these 2 days. Let's take the time to go back. You have to be mentally prepared. Tang Shui looked at him quaintly, her expression still a bit gloating. What's there to prepare for? Soldiers come to stop water to cover earth, Li Chen said without thinking. The current him was not that tender teenager. This kind of occasion was not enough to make him timid. Giggle. It's good that you're confident. My mom can be annoying. She'll definitely ask questions about you. Tang Shui looked at Li Chen with a little bit of a sultry expression, as if she was worried that Li Chen couldn't handle it. Don't worry. It's absolutely fine. Seeing Li Chen's confident appearance, Tang Shui was even happier. Moments later, the two walked slowly back to the office, chatting as they went. Time passed quickly, and Li Chen was ready to pick up Xingyu. I'm going out to do something. You don't have to wait for me. Li Chen looked at Tang Shui and gave an explanation, gently touching her small head and tapping his lips again. Well, go get busy. I'll be waiting for you at the company all the time. Tang Shui didn't have any displeasure at all, and even helped him organize his clothes, just like a well-behaved and understanding little daughter-in-law. Li Chen also left the company with a bit of reluctance and drove to County No. 1 middle school. Moments later he was sitting in his car fiddling with his cell phone in boredom. He had heard that Uncle Sam had started a new book. He was bored and flipping through the pages to see if Uncle Sam's new book had hit the shelves yet, but unfortunately he would have to wait another day. Just as he closed his cell phone with a lack of interest, the car door was opened and Xingyu sat directly on the passenger seat. She has shoulder-length brown curly hair with bangs gently resting on her forehead, making her look playful and sweet. Her eyes were large and round, as if they could speak. Her lips were small and red, revealing 2 cute tiger teeth when she smiled. She was petite and wore a pink jumper with 2 cute ears on the hood of the jumper for a playful look. The lower body was paired with a white pleated skirt. The hem of the skirt fluttered gently with her movements, and her white legs were exposed in such a way as to be even more provocative. On her feet were a pair of white sneakers with colorful ribbons tied to the laces. Hello, you're early. Can't wait to see me? Xingyu spat out her little tongue while still not forgetting to flirt with Li Chen. It's a little early. Why don't you get off and I'll go for a spin before coming back? Li Chen also deliberately flirted, and looked at her with a bad smile on his face. Xinyu was instantly amused and even pounded Li Chen with her small fists. Giggle. You hate. Immediately after that, the back door was also opened. It was Su Jingyi, still so high and cold. Her long, silky chestnut-colored hair, slightly curled, was casually draped over her shoulders. A few strands of hair fluttered gently in the breeze, inadvertently tantalizing the heart. Her eyes were like deep sapphires, her long lashes thick and slightly upturned, light and charming. Her face was like a carefully carved work of art, her delicate features perfectly combined. The white, snow-like skin was delicate and smooth, as if it was blowing and slightly flushed. She had a high nose and slightly upturned lips that were as delicate as ripe cherries, but seldom smiled, as if she was owed millions. Her figure was tall and hot, with exquisite curves. A slim black dress wrapped tightly around her body, emphasizing her slender waist. The hem of the skirt stopped just above the knee, revealing a pair of long, straight legs with skin as delicate as porcelain, and she stomped on a pair of black high-heeled shoes, which were actually rarely paired with a black silk today. Li Chen just took a faint look and withdrew his gaze, not moving in the slightest. It may have been his white moonlight before, but he was long gone from being the teenager he was. He wasn't short of white moonshine right now. There was no need to give himself a hard time. Su Jingyi was a little shocked to see Li Chen's reaction. She had purposely put on her slag sharpener today. Su Jingyi was already beginning to doubt her own charm, because the other party was definitely straight, and there was light in his eyes when he looked at Xinyu. Favorably, when it came to herself it was just a passing comment, and Su Jingyi didn't notice in the slightest that it was because her high and mighty attitude made others feel uncomfortable. She seemed to have gotten used to being surrounded by boys long ago, that feeling of being in the limelight and towering over everyone. It was a pity that Li Chen couldn't eat that now. Su Jingyi finally felt the blow for the first time in her heart. She had clenched her small fists and didn't know what she was thinking. You guys are also too slow. Where are the girls? Xinyu asked as she twisted her head to look at the soulful Su Jingyi. What about back there? It can't be seated anyway. Let's go first. Su Jingyi didn't dare to say that she had delayed by dressing up on purpose, and now she was already feeling a bit groundless. The stockings are on the verge of tearing themselves. Chapter 95, A Small Gathering of Students. A few moments later the trio arrived at the familiar place again. Still the Century Hotel. The county is just so big that there really aren't any fancy places for most people to entertain. Xinyu seems to vaguely reveal a different feeling. That is a habit in life that is hard to hide. For example, her speech and demeanor, her habits, etc. all have a kind of hidden rich second-generation atmosphere. Li Chen retrieved his thoughts and followed Xinyu to the box. At this time has come to a few people, so that Li Chen did not expect is actually all girls. A man did not. I'm going to. What's going on here? How come I'm the only male? Li Chen muttered in a low voice beside Xinyu, seeming to be a bit puzzled in his mind about what was going on in front of him. Missy, stop it. Will you? This is too embarrassing. Cluck cluck cluck. That's not good. It's cheaper for you. Xinyu, on the other hand, was unimpressed and continued chatting with the others, completely ignoring Li Chen's discomfort. Li Chen can be difficult to sit still. This is also too embarrassing. Himself and a group of little girls have what to get together. This is a little too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Chen wanted to just get up and leave, but it seemed a bit inappropriate. After all, we still have to give Xinyu some face. Xinyu seemed to have read his thoughts and tugged on his shirt from below. What do you want? Want to bugger off? Xinyu looked at him with a smirk, those big eyes blinking. Nope. Li Chen made a somewhat awkward perfunctory remark and could only continue to sit with a face full of helplessness. Luckily, no one was drinking, and the potluck was soon over, and no one suggested a second event. It seemed like it revealed something fishy, and Li Chen was glad that he could bolt in that case. But before Li Chen could be too happy, Xinyu spoke up. She saw that the crowd was drifting away and took Li Chen's arm as soon as she could. Come on, let's go sing. Li Chen immediately froze. His brain was a bit down, not clear on what this little girl meant. Just the two of us? Li Chen looked at her with wide eyes, seeming a bit surprised. I'll go too. Su Jingyi spoke up by her side at this time, her head lowered, her face still slightly flushed. Not only was Li Chen dumbfounded, even Xinyu looked at Su Jingyi with a bit of surprise. Xinyu's intention was to act alone to look for opportunities, but he didn't expect Su Jingyi, who has always been uninclined to join in the fun, to actually take the initiative to ask to follow along today. Xinyu looked at her with some suspicion and went to Su Jingyi's ear and whispered, "You're a bit off today, oh." Su Jingyi blushed red at once. She didn't know what was wrong with her. The more Li Chen treated her lovingly, the more she was unconvinced in her heart. It was not known whether it was to prove something or because of that inexplicable illusion. She wanted to get close to Li Chen now, wanted to get Li Chen's attention. Let's go then. There's nothing to do today anyway. Li Chen didn't think so. Anyway, he had already come out, so if he could do a quest in the meantime, he would be happy to do it. Go go go. Together then. Xinyu took Su Jingyi's small hand and walked straight out of the hotel. In fact, at this time, Xinyu and Su Jingyi's hearts are very clear. Each other want to do something. It depends on who makes the first move. Su Jingyi also went out on a limb today, and had to find a presence in front of him just to bet on that one breath. Gee, doesn't seem like a bit much to pay. A few moments later, a few people arrived at Manhwa TV, which was considered the best choice in the county, and Li Chen didn't notify anyone. After opening the box, a few people walked right in. Xinyu is definitely a bit scheming today, purposely adding a lot more wine. Seems to be a bit wanting to pour more Li Chen. They sang and drank while occasionally stopping to chat. The atmosphere appeared to be very cordial, and even Su Jingyi kept striking up a conversation with Li Chen, as if it was a bit deliberate. As time passed, all three of them were getting slightly drunk. Li Chen's drinking capacity didn't seem to be comparable to theirs. After all, he usually didn't drink much. Xinyu and the others could all be getting together for nothing, so naturally their alcohol consumption was getting bigger and bigger. Su Jingyi walked over to Xinyu at this time. Come on, let's go to the bathroom together. Ah, I don't need to go. You go. Xinyu directly refused, not knowing if it was intentional or unintentional. Su Jingyi didn't seem to care as she walked towards the outside alone. Li Chen was a bit groggy at this point, half leaning on the sofa with some drowsiness. When Xinyu saw the opportunity coming, she definitely couldn't miss it. Since the last time the two had kissed, this was the first time they had met, and Xinyu's heart had been looking forward to it for a long time, or else there wouldn't have been this party. Only to see Xinyu directly put her hands around his neck and just look at him like this. Li Chen had the last time. This time instead, he did not feel strange, had long known this little girl's mind, and naturally went along with her. Xinyu was wearing a super short pleated skirt today. They both seemed to feel the love in each other's eyes. Xinyu gently nodded, while Li Chen gave a comforting look. They seemed to forget everything around them that, since this was the will of heaven, Li Chen also decided to follow the will of heaven and let it go. He also closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. Just as the two were getting carried away, the door to the compartment was opened. The scene was petrified for a while, and Su Jingyi almost shouted out as she covered her small mouth with her hand. Xinyu looked back. She couldn't care less. At this point she didn't care about anything anymore. She held Li Chen tightly, trying to ignore Su Jingyi behind her. But what was never expected was that Su Jingyi didn't choose to leave. The scene fell into awkwardness for a while, and Su Jingyi walked straight to the song ordering table as if nothing had happened, ordered some random songs and started singing along. I don't know if it was to express the emotions in my heart, but most of the songs ordered were love songs. Li Chen looked at Su Jingyi in front of him and also fell into memories. Once the white moonlight that he had been secretly in love with for many years. At that time, he didn't dare to ask for it, much less to presume that he could have any interactions with Su Jingyi, because there are simply two worlds. Xinyu was also a bit confused by this sudden scene and looked at Su Jingyi's back with some confusion, little eyes darting about not knowing what to think. Chapter 96, Unbelievable. Su Jingyi looked at the scene in front of her and actually had no waves in her heart, not knowing if it was because Xinyu was her best friend. She actually had an even crazier thought, and if she let those licking dogs of hers know what was going through their goddess's mind at this moment, they would probably all vomit blood on the spot. Even Xinyu hadn't expected that. After a few songs, and Su Jingyi slowly walked over to the. Xinyu was instantly dumbfounded. She got up and sat on the sofa to one side. Li Chen was a bit confused. His mind went blank. What the hell is this ghost? He guessed in his own mind. He turned his head to Xinyu on the side with a somewhat suspicious look. You guys, don't look at me. I don't know either, so don't sell yourself short when you get a bargain. Xinyu was also quite helpless. It seemed that things were a bit beyond her control. Su Jingyi ignored their surprise, as if she was also venting her heart. Li Chen only felt his brain go blank. His IQ was a bit offline at this point. A few moments later, the three of them were just sitting in the KTV box, with no one talking. I don't care. It's already like this anyway. Xinyu suddenly came out with a sentence, and both Su Jingyi and Li Chen looked at her in unison. Then Su Jingyi also spoke up, and she looked at Xinyu, who seemed to still be a little embarrassed. Since you're not mad at me, I have even less of a problem with it. Li Chen was dumbfounded by the duo's conversation. What was all this about? Didn't anyone ask for my opinion? Li Chen spread his hands very helplessly and looked at the two of them suspiciously. You. What other opinions do you want to have? Xinyu's little temper instantly came up and she looked at him with a huff. That's right, isn't it still cheap for you? Su Jingyi also put down her usual high spirits and her tone became much softer. I suspect that you guys are colluding, but I haven't found any evidence. Li Chen was also helpless for a while. Somehow it had become like this. Xinyu's action was within expectation, but Su Jingyi's behavior was a bit of a surprise. He had never thought that the high and mighty white moonlight actually had such a side. Just then, A sudden beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the extra quest. Rewarded with 3 million gold coins, life expectancy +5, and charisma value -4. I'll go. Beautiful. System, I love you. Li Chen looked at the rewarded 5-year lifespan, and finally felt that the effort he had just put in was not in vain. It seemed to be a little too excited and involuntarily laughed out loud. Look at how beautiful you are. Shameless. Xin Yuan ceremoniously scolded Li Chen. Just now there was a look of condescension. The original form is revealed, right? Su Jingyi also did not forget to follow along in mock. Hey, it's not what you think. Forget it. I can't explain it to you guys. Li Chen was really helpless and could only take the blame. Who let himself get carried away? But when he thought of that life expectancy value, he immediately forgot all his worries and his heart was filled with fighting spirit. After a short rest, the three finally left the KTV, and Li Chen drove his car and prepared to send them home. A few people talked and laughed along the way. Who would have thought that their relationship would be like that? It was unbelievable. A few moments later, Li Chen sent them all home safely, and also agreed to visit them as soon as he found time. It's hard to say if you'll go or not. It might be a whim. Li Chen was also ready to return after completing his mission. He now had a bit of a headache, not knowing where he should go. This raining on the parade was also a tiring job. In the end, he decided to return to the clubhouse and visit Li Xiaoya's mother in the meantime. Last time, he left in a hurry and didn't take care of anything. Returning to the clubhouse, he went directly to Zhang Suiji's room. At this time, Zhang Suiji hadn't rested yet. As soon as she saw Li Chen coming, her face was filled with a gentle smile. You're back? Have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you back for a few days. Zhang Suiji inquired in a very concerned tone, just like a mother inquiring about her child. Auntie, I came back once. I was just a bit rushed and didn't have time to come over to see you. Don't blame me. Li Chen sat directly on the edge of the bed, and Zhang Suiji obediently took his hand. How could it be? How could Auntie blame you? Knowing that you young people are busy. It's good to be busy. Only when you are busy will you have something to look forward to. Zhang Suiji kept stroking Li Chen's hand. Her eyes were full of relief. Aha! Auntie, just get well and don't worry or think about anything else. I'm here. When Li Chen said this, Zhang Suiji's heart felt doubly relieved, and there seemed to be teardrops in her eyes. The image was as cozy as a mother and son, and the atmosphere was as amicable as could be as they chatted for a while about family matters immediately afterward. A few moments later, Li Chen slowly walked out of the room, as it was time for Zhang Suiji to take a break as well. Li Xiaoya stood at the door and did not go in to disturb them, looking at them with both sweetness and happiness in her heart. Hubby, thank you. Li Xiaoya took his arm that looked happy. Thank me for what? Li Chen, on the other hand, looked at her with some confusion. Thank you for being so kind to me and not disliking my mother. Li Xiaoya lowered her head in some embarrassment. Silly girl, you're imagining things again, aren't you? Isn't this what I should be doing? Li Chen's expression pretended to be serious as he looked at her. Love you. Li Xiaoya revealed a rare mischievous-like smile and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Li Chen, on the other hand, looked at her favorably, with endless tenderness in his eyes. For Li Xiaoya, her mother is her tie. As long as her mother can enjoy her twilight years in peace, she feels that whatever she does is worth it. All she wanted was for her mother to be happy every day in her last days, and although she couldn't get rid of her illness, at least she was happy now and didn't have to struggle to make ends meet. This might have been Li Xiaoya's own choice in the first place, and regardless of the purpose, his feelings for Li Chen were also genuine. How's the store these days? Is it better? Li Chen hadn't asked about the store for a long time, so he suddenly remembered and asked. The key was still the fear that the store's efficiency would not be enough to cover the expenses. If that was the case, he was prepared to call the accountant for some more money. Business has been quite good lately, and it has already started to make a profit. Li Xiaoya was also in a good mood when she mentioned this matter. At the very least, she was finally seeing the benefits. That's good. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Li Chen looked at her very favorably, his eyes full of love. Aha, got it. Li Xiaoya felt his care and affection instantly, feeling full of happiness. Unbeknownst to her, there was about to be bad news that would catch her off guard. Chapter 97, The Kai Family's Conspiracy. Back to the bedroom, Li Chen organized his cluttered thoughts, suppressed the trace of guilt within his heart, and tapped on the system interface. Looking at his attribute panel froze for a long time. Forget it, it's better to put up a fight for the sake of my few lifespans. Living is king. Sighing and then consoling himself. One night without words, news of the pre-sale fire spread quickly, and I received a call from Zhao Shuwen early in the morning. Ha ha ha, old brother, I admire you too much. Congratulations. Zhao Shuwen's cheerful laughter came from the other end of the phone. Older brother, should be the same happy, you just sit and wait for the dividends. Li Chen also responded politely with a sentence, but what was said was also the truth. Ha ha ha, Yes, yes, yes. Same happy, same happy. I'm relying on old brother's blessing. Ah, it seems that I'm really getting old and timid. Zhao Shuwen's tone seemed to have a bit of regret in it. Of course, if this is something he develops on his own, it could be quite profitable. Accompany my old brother around the city in a couple days, and I'll bring you to meet a few people on the way. Zhao Shuwen saw Li Chen's potential and was finally planning to show a little of his cards. Yeah, any time. Just trying to learn more from my oldest brother. The two hung up after a few brief words of courtesy, each clearly in a good mood. But at this point some people are not in a very pretty mood. Kai family villa. Lobby. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did you hear, Dad? That newly opened property is bursting at the seams with pre-sales, stealing most of the clientele. Kai Yan said with a vicious expression, and there seemed to be anger in those eyes that was about to be concealed. I heard about it. So what can I do? Kai Shuahai was also full of helplessness. Looking at his Fuli Garden Phase 2 business was dismal, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it! Find a way to get him into trouble and screw him over. Kai Yan's face revealed a hideous and ghastly expression. No fooling around. There are Master Wen's shares in there. Do you want to die? Kai Shuahai seemed to still retain the last shred of sanity. What are we going to do? Just watch him take all the customers? What about our second phase? There's not a single buyer now. Kai Yan roared hysterically, venting his grievances. You give me a quiet point. Even if you want to do it, you have to make a well-thought-out plan. You can't draw fire. Kai Shuahai also moved a crooked mind. Just not so impulsive. Just watch their own business was taken away. The heart is certainly not willing. I have a way to try. A sinister smile appeared on Kai Yan's face. What way? Let there be a safety accident on his construction site. It will definitely be called off immediately. As long as we take care of it in advance, absolutely no one will know that we did it. Kai Yan finished in a much better mood, as if he had already won. Then you have to do it flawlessly, so that no one can find out about us. Otherwise, Master Wen's place won't take it lying down. Kai Shuahai was obviously very jealous of Zhao Shuwen's influence. Dad, I just can't understand why you're so afraid of that Zhao Shuwen. Isn't he just an old rascal? What's there to be afraid of? Kai Yan looked like he didn't care. If he were to know Master Wen's true strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to say such words. Don't underestimate this Zhao Shuwen. I always feel that he's not simple. Otherwise why do you think everyone is scared of him? Kai Shuahai was after all a veteran, still able to spot a hint. It was just that no one could see through Zhao Shuwen. Alright, just stay out of it. I'll handle this matter. We can't let him continue to toss and turn, or we won't be able to sell a single set of our houses. Kai Yan impatiently dropped a sentence and got up and walked out of the hall. AI. Let's hope there are no accidents. Kai Shuahai muttered to himself as he looked at his son's back. A door to hell has slowly opened to the Tsai family. A few moments later, Kai Yan appeared in a box in a small restaurant. A scruffy middle-aged man walked in. That looked as if he was in some dire straits in life. Sit down. Feel free to order whatever you want. Kai Yan greeted the waiter who came to wait on the side. Then I'll be polite. The middle-aged man ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one breath, most of which were meat. Looking as if he hadn't eaten meat in years, the waiter exited the box after ordering and closed the door. Kai Yan directly opened the door and talked to the middle-aged man. What I want you to do is simple. Get your brother to have a safety incident on the construction site. No need to make a scene. As long as you guys make a big deal out of it, just push people to the sales office for me to make a big fuss. Shui Yan explained his plan in a simple and direct manner, seemingly without any mistakes. The promised $1 million. You have to pay me first before I will do what you say. In case you don't pay after it's done, I can't afford to mess with you big shots. The middle-aged man was still very smart, knowing his disadvantage. He also didn't see a rabbit without a hawk. No problem. There's $1 million in this card. Just do as I say. Remember one thing. No one has approached you. Understand? Kai Yan obediently pulled out a bank card and pushed it over, not forgetting to bark a few words. Don't worry about this. Absolutely not. No one has ever approached me. The middle-aged man swore with assurance. But how can such profit-oriented people have any credibility? It's just a matter of who pays more and who is tougher. Kai Yan turned around and left the restaurant after giving his orders, leaving the middle-aged man to wind up there by himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stinking beggar. His appetite is still quite big. Kai Yan couldn't help but curse as he sat in the car. Never mind. It doesn't matter as long as I can get this done. After saying that, he drove off in his car. After the middle-aged man had had his fill of wine and food, he first went to the bank to check his balance and saw a figure he was happy with before turning home. Pushing open a battered iron door, a lad even more disheveled than he was half leaned over the bed. Lao air, I'm back. The middle-aged man shouted smilingly to the lad. All negotiated? Got the money yet? The boy looked at him with 2 eyes, his eyes all hungry for money. Well, got it. No problem. I'll leave the rest to you. The middle-aged man shook the bank card in his hand, but didn't give it to the lad, instead tucking it back into his pocket. The young man didn't care, after all, he was a blood brother, and he needed his own brother to take care of him afterward. No problem, I'll be at the site this afternoon, so wait for my call at home. The two conferred briefly again to make sure things were alright. Moments later, the lad left the rental house and headed straight for the construction site. Chapter 98, A Farce. Li Chen has nothing to do as hanging out in the company. Watching everyone busy mood is very beautiful. Tang Shui accompanied him, and the two of them talked and laughed as they walked. Just then Sun Haisan came running over in a hurry. Mr. Li, there's a situation at the construction site. A young man was injured in an accident and is making a scene at the sales office. There was an accident at the construction site. Why are you making a scene at the sales office? Li Chen instantly felt that something wasn't quite right. There must be a demon when things go wrong. I just learned that the young man fell off the shelf and broke his leg. His brother asked Mr. Wang for $2 million in compensation. Mr. Wang didn't agree, so he brought someone to the sales office to make a scene. He also said that there are problems with our project, and now many customers have begun to hesitate, seriously affecting the progress of the pre-sale. Sun Haisan finished all the situations he had just found out one by one in one breath. That's even more wrong. There's a situation. Li Chen smiled with interest and did not get angry. Come on, let's go see what's going on. After that, Li Chen and a few company executives went to the sales office together. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw many people gathered together, all talking and watching the action. Li Chen got out of the car without haste and walked towards the crowd. At this point, the middle-aged man was still yelling and screaming. Everyone give me judgment. My brother's leg broke, just because the quality of their construction site is not qualified, and now they do not pay compensation. This is bullying. There's no king's law anymore. There's no justice. Big guys should never buy their houses. They're all tofu dregs. The middle-aged man sat paralyzed at his brother's side, crying out over and over. The young man also screamed a lot, dragging his broken leg and still have to act here. The genus is also very hard. Li Chen knew what was going on when he looked at the situation. It must be someone who deliberately came to mess up. The purpose was not to ask for money, but to plant evidence to discredit. With this kind of disturbance, it is expected that no one will come to buy a flat soon, and people will start to hesitate in their minds, especially when it comes to the safety of such works. Li Chen directly called Zhao Shuwen and explained the situation. Zhao Shuwen was even more furious and was close to lifting the table. This was not looking for Li Chen's trouble, but moving Zhao Shuwen's interests. A few moments later, Zhao Shuwen arrived at the scene with more than a dozen people. Without saying a word, they surrounded the brothers. The anger on Zhao Shuwen's face could no longer be concealed, and anyone who looked at that look could not help but shiver. I think you guys are tired of living, daring to play this trick on my territory. As soon as these two brothers saw this situation, instantly their hearts began to tremble. A look at the group of people in front of them is not to be messed with. In itself, they are trying to get rich, but this money has just arrived and hasn't been spent yet. Say, who ordered you to come? If you don't make it clear today, do you believe I'll throw you two into the sea and feed you to the fish? Zhao Shuwen's ruthlessness was really a bit scary when he came up. Perhaps it was because his body was too hostile. Those eyes and aura were not something that ordinary people could give off. Nope. No one instructed us. The middle-aged man still remembered Chui Yan's instructions and didn't dare to tell the truth directly. Yeah, there isn't, is there? So what you're saying is that you guys are targeting me on purpose, so there's no need to find anyone else. The side of the little brother heard the boss gave the word. Directly the two grabbed the clothes and dragged up, and in the process to load the car, drag him to the sea and feed him to the fish, and that handicapped one find a pit and bury him alive. Zhao Shuwen directly instructed his little brother to say a few words and waved his hand to signal them to hurry. Yes, boss. A ferocious big man answered and glanced at the two brothers again, a hideous smile appearing on his face. These two brothers instantly wimped out when they heard this, and a stream of yellow soup flowed down their pants legs. And the flavor. TSK. Big brother, I was wrong. I said it all. The middle-aged man hurriedly cried and begged for mercy. He was truly scared silly. This money is not easy to earn. Have life to take, no life to spend. What is the figure? The crowd of onlookers were also frightened by this scene. They were talking, and some people took out their cell phones and wanted to call the police. But the discerning can still see that there is clearly a story here, and everyone is curious. Zhao Shuwen gave his little brother a wink, and the crowd threw them on the ground again. It was a bit of a sad sight, but it was self-inflicted. Tell me about it. In front of everyone. Zhao Shuwen was no cutie. The purpose here was very clear. It was to come to the pre-sale to make trouble. He naturally wanted to settle this matter in front of everyone, and before that, he was also scaring these two brothers. I'll say, It was Kai Yen who approached me and gave me $1 million to let my brother have an accident at the construction site and then use the opportunity to come to the sales office to cause trouble. The middle-aged man explained everything in his head. And as for Kai Yan's instructions, he had long since thrown them out of sight. After all, compared to their own lives, which is more important than the other is clear, as the so-called dead friends do not die poor road well. Anymore? Continue. Zhao Shuwen shouted angrily again, his eyes glaring. The middle-aged man was so scared that he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. No more, no more. Big brother, really no more. Spare US brothers, never dare again. Just then Li Chen suddenly stood out, and he faced the onlookers of the home buyers and shouted, as you can see, this is a farce. So don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with the quality of our properties, so please feel free to buy. The crowd must have realized by now that this was an elaborate conspiracy. Everyone in the sales office rushed forward to greet their respective customers, explaining and continuing to explain the neighborhood. Throw them aside. It's disgusting to look at. Zhao Shuwen ordered and then stopped paying attention. A few big men directly picked up the duo and walked towards the main door. Older brother, this is moving someone else's cake. Someone can't sit still. Li Chen looked at him with a smile. It was better to let him handle this matter. Don't you worry about it, I'll handle this matter. Just carry on as usual. Zhao Shuwen gave Li Chen a reassuring look, but the anger on his face was unabated. Li Chen didn't say too much and nodded his head without mentioning the matter again. He slowly turned to look at Sun Haisan behind him. Mr. Sun, how do you think this matter was handled? Immediately go tell that Mr. One that this matter gives me an explanation. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, it's my management that was also negligent. I'll accept the punishment. I will definitely not make this mistake again in the future. Sun Haisan was also very clear in his heart that having General Manager Wang give an explanation was just a figure of speech. All of them are responsible for pursuing the case, and the fact that it is a construction site accident in itself can be brought to the sales office proves that there are problems at all levels of management, which is too lax. Punishment is even. But remember this lesson. This impact can be big or small. The consequences of not handling it well you know better than me. Li Chen said a few words in a nonchalant manner and then stopped speaking. Sun Haisan's heart is indeed very clear. In case of a big mess will certainly affect the presale. Serious if the neighborhood becomes a ghost building is not impossible. It depends on what point to make a fuss. Next Zhao Shuwen is going to settle the score with the Kai family. Chapter 99 Zhao Shuwen's anger. A Mercedes-Benz driving at high speed on the highway, followed by more than a dozen Audi. This battle does not know also thought it was which family receiving the marriage fleet. But this wasn't a caravan to pick up the bride. But Zhao Shuwen was kind of really angry. Ever since the first day of the presale, Zhao Shuwen was ready to tie up with Li Chen in a chariot. It happened that just when Zhao Shuwen was the happiest, he was looking at the banknotes that belonged to him beckoning, but someone came and deliberately messed up, trying to snatch away the portion that belonged to him. How could Zhao Shuwen endure it? The Kai family had really kicked the bucket this time. They wouldn't have thought that Zhao Shuwen actually had this much strength until they died. Soon the convoy arrived in front of the Kai's house. Zhao Shuwen angrily drove the car directly to the front door, itching to drive into the living room. He got out of the car with a scowl, his anger already barely concealed. The Kai family is also considered a prestigious family, so naturally, there are some people under their hands. Soon there appeared 20 or 30 people rushing to the villa. Just then Kai Shuahai ran out from the villa and greeted Zhao Shuwen with a smile on his face. Gu, isn't this Master One? Which gust of wind blew you here? Quick house please house please. Zhao Shuwen walked straight into the villa with a cold snort, followed by two middle-aged men who were not very sturdy, but they all seemed to have a murderous aura on them, which is not an ordinary aura, and is definitely the kind that has gone to war. In the living room, Kai Shuai has been accompanied by a smiling face, and his appearance is still a little humble. However, Kai Yen did not put it in his eyes at all, and the people outside the house were all prepared by him in advance, just for fear of the east window. I didn't realize that Yes was actually exposed so quickly and came straight to my door. Mr. Kai, I've always treated you as a friend, so tell me. Zhao Shuwen had a cold, expressionless face. Master Wen, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? What's going on? Kai Shuai was still deliberately playing dumb, trying to be able to muddle through. What's the matter? Don't you know? If you don't know then ask your son. The anger on Zhao Shuwen's face obviously increased after he said this. I really don't know. Master Wen, calm down. Something good to talk about, something good to talk about. Why don't you hurry up and get over here? What's going on here? Kai Shuai pretended to be very angry, questioning. That look as if really do not know anything. How would I know? Who do I ask if you ask me? Kai Yen casually excused himself with a face full of disdain. He didn't want to go groveling like his own father or look like he didn't care. Master Wen, look at this. Isn't there really some kind of misunderstanding? Kai Shueihai deliberately pretended to be in a difficult position, as if he had really wronged his son. Not saying anything, are you? That's fine. Bring the person in. Zhao Shuwen shouted at the outside of the house, and then two big men dragged the middle-aged man who was looking for a fight in, and was so bruised and swollen that he was almost unrecognizable. Recognize? Does anything come to mind? Zhao Shuwen looked at Kai Yan, who was standing in the distance, with interest. Kai Yan's expression obviously had some slight changes, but not very obvious, still pretending to be calm. How do I recognize? Not recognizing? What do you mean by that? Kai Yan asked rhetorically, pretending to play dumb. The big man suddenly reached out and directly woke up the middle-aged man with a big mouth, signaling him to look at Kai Yan. The middle-aged man was confused and knew what it meant, and had to tell the truth. The point is that all of them have been beaten into this kind of pussy. He is really afraid. Oh, that's him. He gave me $1 million to do it. After saying that, he sat down on the ground breathlessly. Kai Yan saw that this situation was clearly a showdown coming, and he wasn't going to keep pretending. Yes, it's me. What's wrong? I'm the one who arranged for him to go. I can only blame that Lee kid for doing too much. Not even a mouthful of soup for us. What can I do? Kai Yan is also open-minded. Since it has come to this point, playing the grandchildren is definitely not a solution to the problem. Yo-ho, you can. You have more balls than your old man. Zhao Shuwen didn't know if this was a compliment to the younger one or a sarcastic comment to the older one. Things are already like this. What do you want? Our Kai family is not intimidated. Usually my father to you respectfully is also considered okay. Do not bully people too much. Kai Yan even didn't know how to write the word death. Actually directly and Zhao Shuwen hard on. You asshole, how do you talk to Master 1? Believe it or not I'll whip you. Kai Shueihai pretended to be angry and scolded angrily, but in fact, in his heart, he was thinking the same thing. Seeing that everyone else was polite to Zhao Shuwen, it was naturally impossible for him to be offended, so he was always polite. Most people didn't know Zhao Shuwen's background, they just knew that this was a gangster, so no one was willing to touch that mold. Ha ha ha, well, very well. Then let me see how capable your Kai family is. Zhao Shuwen laughed out loud as if he was looking at a little cutie, like looking at their father and son. How could Zhao Shuwen not see that they were one red face and one black face, and that they matched quite well? Kai Yan saw that since he had torn his face off, it didn't matter, and shouted out at the house. Come on people, all of you, give me in. That aura is really in place now, and the stance is set. Unfortunately not a single person came in. Kai Yan was instantly a bit flustered, and rushed to the entrance of the villa, where he was immediately dumbfounded. Outside the house stood dozens of black-clothed men, all practiced at a glance, and those of his own people were already lying all over the place, twisting and turning, wailing and screaming. Kai Yan only felt his legs and stomach soften a little, and almost fell to the ground without standing properly. He walked back trembling, not even daring to look at Zhao Shuwen, but just kept staring at his dad. Kai Shueihai also sensed that something was wrong, and at this time, his heart was even more panicked to batch. When he saw that the situation was not right he hurriedly looked at Zhao Shuwen in a flattering manner again. Master 1, don't be so general with the child. What does he know? You old man, calm down. If you had just stopped him, I might have even given you guys a chance, but it's too late now. Zhao Shuwen wasn't looking good at all. This was something the Kai family had asked for, and there was nothing he could do about it. Zhao Shuwen got up and left the Kai family villa, directly drilling into the Mercedes-Benz, and the car immediately drove away from the Kai family. A few screams came from inside the villa, and soon there was no sound, followed by a few big men lifting the Kai family father and son out and throwing them into the trunk. The caravan also quickly left the Kai family, leaving only a mess and wailing little old boys. Chapter 100 Zhao Shuwen's Anger 2. Zhao Shuwen sat in the car and lit a cigarette, already cursing in his heart. Boss, what to do with it? The young guy sitting in the passenger seat asked with an expressionless face, a ruthless character at first glance. Asterisk. I was going to wash my hands, but I had to be forced. Is it so hard to earn some clean money? Zhao Shuwen took a vicious drag on his cigarette. Just do it. Driving the car was the other one who usually followed Zhao Shuwen, and that ruthlessness wasn't a good thing. These two young men were the beloved ones cultivated by Zhao Shuwen, once mercenaries in Southeast Asia, with hands that were stained with blood of the Lord. I met Zhao Shuwen by chance, and was tempted by Zhao Shuwen's high salary. Again, all for the sake of earning money. Now it can be much easier than going to war, and still earn more than before. First scavenge the money. You two look at it. Zhao Shuwen, this kind of thing in the past cannot do less. In recent years this intention to go back to the county to endure, as far as possible, no longer touch the red dust. But there is that ungrateful must be hit on. Zhao Shuwen is also a little helpless, but he never gets his hands on these things. It's the two brothers who do the dirty work. Soon the caravan came to a manor on the far outskirts of the city. The location of this place is very remote, but the environment that is quite good. Built by the mountains and the water. The decoration style is also very atmospheric. Using the European and American style, the appearance looks like a small castle. Zhao Shuwen went straight back into the villa, and the several big men behind him directly racked the father and son to the backyard. There was a hidden secret room in the backyard, and several people skillfully opened it and walked in. What you see is similar to the ancient torture chamber, and the 18 tortures are all complete. The Kai family father and son were immediately dumbfounded. This is a ing intention to the death immediately began to beg for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I want to see Master Wen. I want to see Master Wen. Kai Yen tore his heart out and roared. His eyes were filling with blood and his legs were constantly trembling. Kai Shuai wasn't much better and was also begging bitterly. Good man, let me meet Master Wen. Let's discuss anything. I can pay money, a lot of money. Kai Shuai's lips were a little purple. His speech was also slightly trembling, and there was actually yellow urine flowing out between his legs. The two mercenaries do not care about them that way. Directly tied them to the tiger bench. The big mouth that is left and right open bow non-stop greetings. Instantly saw these two masters on the corner of the mouth out of blood. Visible this force is heavy. After a big mouth package, Kai Shuai and Kai Yen both felt the fear, and inwardly that was regretful. Big brother, don't fight. Can I pay for it? I'll hand over my entire fortune. Spare us father and son. Kai Shuai is still relatively smart, knowing that to come here must be to explain something, otherwise it is difficult to go out. The slightly taller man revealed an evil smile. His name was Tal and he was a foreigner, but the Chinese language was spoken more skillfully than even the locals. With a laptop in his hand, he slowly walked over to Kai Shuai's side and placed the computer on the flat shelf of the tiger bench. Transfer the money into this account. Remember, all of it. Fine. I'll transfer it. I'll transfer it right away. Kai Shuai tremblingly began to operate the laptop, transferring all of his half-life savings. There was actually a full 100 million or so. This old Biden really didn't earn much. After transferring the account, Tal brought another contract, actually a property transfer agreement, and it is an unconditional transfer, which is ready to completely rake the Kai family. Kai Shuai look is also secretly gritted teeth, but at this time do not even dare to put a fart. If you don't sign it, you definitely don't want to get out of this secret room. Kai Yan was also watching from the side with blood dripping from his heart, but he did not dare to say anything. The big mouth package was simply too good. A few moments later all the processes were completed, and the Kai family was also completely finished from today. As for the Kai family, father and son never appeared again. As for where to go, no one knows. Zhao Shuwen sat in the living room with a glass of red wine in his hand, looking at the oil painting on the wall in a state of ecstasy. It was a very beautiful Western woman, lying naked in a bathtub. TSK. This old man didn't know if it was still okay, but he was quite mesmerized. Boss, it's all done. Tal walked into the living room with a notebook in his hand and a contract. Well, distribute some to the brethren and transfer the rest out as usual. Zhao Shuwen didn't turn his head back and directly instructed Tal to go and do it. It seemed that he had great trust in Tal as well. Zhao Shuwen slowly pulled out his cell phone and called Li Chen. At this time, Li Chen was lying on the sofa enjoying Tang Shui's massage service, and his small life was also moist. As for those things, he definitely would not intervene, even if he hit his face. It was Zhao Shuwen's face and not his, so he didn't really care, because everyone knew that the land was Zhao Shuwen's, and the person who played the lead role was also him. Only the one who operated it was Li Chen. Just when Li Chen was still in the beauty of the time, the phone rang. A look as Zhao Shuwen then directly connected. Zhao Shuwen's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Older brother, everything is as usual. You just let go and do it on the line. Too much nonsense. Zhao Shuwen did not say more. In fact, some words do not have to say. We all know. As for the outcome of the Kai family, Li Chen didn't need to think about it to know that it wouldn't be any better. Alright, old brother, everything is also going well on my side. The pre-sale was very successful. Just wait to count your money. Li Chen also responded very calmly, tacitly not mentioning the Kai family. Ha, good, that's what I like to hear. Wait for my call and have a small gathering in the next couple days. After saying that, Zhao Shuwen hung up the phone. It was then that Li Chen remembered the last time he had mentioned that, and wondered what kind of person he was being introduced to this time. If Li Chen knew that it was another great beauty, I don't know how he would feel. That thing at the sales office resolved? Tang Shui looked at him curiously, her big eyes unblinking. Well, it's solved. This matter is not difficult for him. Zhao Shuwen. Li Chen also spoke in a casual tone and didn't go into details. Aha, it's good that it's been resolved, or else it really would have affected the pre-sale. Tang Shui also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Her heart had been apprehensive since she heard about it. Out of this matter Li Chen's heart also produced a vigilant heart. Perhaps in the invisible offended people will give you a fatal blow, including Chui Jiethings or living examples. He was also ready to put some protection around him, especially around a few women. Otherwise a heart is always on edge. Last time I asked you to recruit a secretary for me. How come there's been no movement? Li Chen lay on Tang Shue's lap, tilted his head and looked at Tang Shue, just looking at her eyes smiling. You don't think you have enough women, do you? Finding one is also finding a male for you. Tang Shue disliked him without a good mood, and her small hand directly slapped him on the side of his head. Li Chen had long guessed that this was the result, so he hadn't mentioned it all along, and it seemed that some things still had to be done by himself to be efficient. Chapter 101, Bad News, The next day, Li Chen stood in the corner of the pre-sale hall with a smile on his face that he could no longer hide, looking at the endless crowd of home buyers in the hall. His mood was also the first time he was so excited. Completely unexpected hot scene. I wonder if it was divine favor that made his first little try so richly rewarding. All the employees were like chicken blood, all busy and overwhelmed, but their faces were full of happy smiles. Not only the work performance, but also a psychological sense of pride. The better the company grows, the more stable their future will be. It's human nature. Who doesn't think about their future? Just when Li Chen was still having fun, the phone suddenly rang. As soon as he saw that it was Li Xiaoya calling, he happily answered it, thinking to tell her the good news so that she would be excited as well. But the next second he froze in place. Li Xiaoya's heartbreaking cries came from the other end of the phone, and even Li Chen felt her grief. Oh, hubby, my mom can't make it. What should I do? Hubby, oh, Li Xiaoya kept crying, obviously already sad. Take it easy, take your time. What's going on? 2 days ago was not still good? Li Chen was also shocked by the news and didn't know why. 2 days ago he was still chatting with her. There was no abnormality at that time. How could he suddenly fail? Woo, I'm in the hospital right now. The doctor just gave a critical notice. I don't know what's going on. I brought her to the hospital when she said she wasn't feeling well. I didn't think it would be this serious. Woo, what should I do now? Li Xiaoya said the cause and effect of the matter once again. Listening to the tone is also unable to accept this sudden bolt from the blue. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right over. Don't be anxious. Li Chen hurriedly hung up the phone, rushed out of the sales office like the wind, drove the car and rushed to the hospital at the fastest speed. A few moments later, he rushed to the entrance of the hospital's operating room, and what appeared in front of him was Li Xiaoya, who was sitting paralyzed at the entrance of the operating room. She wrapped her hands around her knees, curled up together and kept crying. The figure appeared so bleak and helpless. Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward quickly and squatted directly beside her, taking her into his arms as he gently caressed her back with his hand. Okay, don't cry. I'm coming. Take it easy. Li Chen kept comforting, and his heart was aching. But birth, old age, sickness and death can't change anything. What can be done is only to accept the reality, which is an inescapable result. Hubby, what am I gonna do? My mom's going to be okay, right? I'm so scared. Li Xiaoya burrowed into his arms, still inquiring and crying. That voice was so pitiful. Fear not. You still have me. I'm still here. Your mom will be fine. It will be fine. Li Chen didn't know how to comfort her. He could only stabilize her emotions for the time being. After all, this is Li Xiaoya's only relative. Since childhood and mother depend on each other. See, the days just get better. She has not yet enjoyed a few days of happiness. Li Xiaoya at times certainly cannot accept this reality. Has been. Her only wish is to spend more time with her mother, can let her enjoy a peaceful old age, but even this small wish was denied by the heavens, and that was why she was so unable to control her emotions. I don't know how long. The two people were just hugging each other like this. Li Chen was still soothing non-stop, and Li Xiaoya's crying gradually became a little quieter. Hubby, I'm really scared. I don't want to be without my mom. She's the only family I have left. Li Xiaoya raised her head and just looked at him helplessly. That stunningly beautiful face was already crying. Li Chen's heart ached as he looked at her, but there was really nothing he could do about it. Well, don't cry. There's nothing anyone can do to stop this kind of thing. You still have me, don't you? I'll always be with you. Li Chen also tried his best to persuade and pacify. Li Xiaoya nodded without any words and half leaned on his shoulder without moving. Li Chen was also deeply powerless and sighed secretly in his heart. A few moments later, the door to the operating room was opened and a doctor walked out. Seeing Li Xiaoya, he spoke directly. You're Tsueji Zhang's family, right? I'm very sorry. We've done our best. Say goodbye to the patient. Please also express your condolences and prepare her afterlife as soon as possible. The doctor also let out a very helpless sigh and turned to leave. Li Xiaoya immediately froze in place without saying a word. as if all the strength in her body had been drained, as if she was unable to move half a bit. Li Chen looked at her appearance, heart also very sad. This time no matter what to say will seem so pale and powerless. Moments later, Zhang Suizhi was wheeled to the intensive care unit, and is now only relying on machines and equipment to maintain her last vital signs. Li Xiaoya held her hand tightly and placed it on her own cheek, tears slipping down her face without stopping for a moment. Mom, will you wake up and look at me again? Can you really bear to leave me alone? Li Chen just quietly stood aside, giving the mother and daughter time to say their final goodbyes. Didn't you say you still want to see me get married and help me with the kids? How can you not keep your word? Woo woo. Just then, Zhang Suizhi's fingers suddenly moved and her eyes slowly opened, but with a ventilator tube in his mouth, he couldn't speak. She glanced at her precious daughter, then at Li Chen, who was standing to the side, and pointed her finger slightly toward Li Chen. Li Chen hurriedly walked closer and reached over to hold her hand. Mom, you're awake. Woo woo. Li Xiaoya was still shouting excitedly when she saw her mother reacting, not realizing that this was already Zhang Suizhi's last bit of consciousness. It seems to be relieved to see his daughter, and he wants to take one more look at her before he leaves, as if he were returning. She tried her best to guide Li Chen's hand and Li Xiaoya's hand together, and a relieved smile seemed to appear on her face. At the same time she finally squeezed her eyes shut and her breathing became weak. A piercing beat seemed to be trying to remind them, as if Zhang Suizhi's heartbeat had become a straight line. Li Xiaoya cried her heart out, hugging her mother's body and shaking it, but there was nothing that could be done about it. She just kept crying and screaming. Her voice was hoarse, but she still didn't care. Li Chen rushed forward to stop it, not wanting her to continue like this. Although her mother had left, she still had to be strong. Okay, stop crying. Let our mom go in peace. Li Chen tightly embraced her into his arms, no longer letting her near the hospital bed. This sound of our mother completely woke up Li Xiaoya. Her eyes have touched and happy. She believes that her mother, if she can hear, certainly will also be at peace. Chapter 102, Bad News 2. Li Chen and Li Xiaoya sat in the car, one hand clasped tightly together. It seemed that only in this way would Li Xiaoya feel a trace of security. They just slowly followed an ambulance in front of them toward the county mausoleum. Li Chen told Tang Shui about this news, and also informed Lin Yuro of the guild hall. A few moments later, the car slowly drove into the mausoleum and came to a building that was the hall where the mausoleum held its funeral ceremonies. Li Xiaoya did not get out of the car at the first time, but turned her head to look at Li Chen with very complicated eyes. Honey, I want her to go straight to the ground without any ceremony. Li Xiaoya knew her situation. She had no family left and few friends. In fact, the ceremony was really superfluous. Her heart knew it very well. Well, promise, it's all as you said. Let's go. Li Chen gave her a reassuring look, and the two of them got out of the car. The staff pushed Zhang Suizhi's body into the hall, which was all set up in advance. Li Xiaoya slowly walked to her mother's side and looked at her quietly without speaking. The staff came to Li Chen's side and inquired in a low voice. Hello sir, what do we need to do with this lady's aftermath? You can be cremated and buried directly after doing a simple farewell ceremony today. Help me choose the best cemetery location for her. Li Chen very politely explained to the staff and followed Li Xiaoya's wishes. A few moments later, a car drove into the mausoleum, all of them rushing towards the hall here. Tang Shui hurriedly got out of the car and directly and quickly walked into the hall with a touch of sadness in those eyes. She walked to Li Xiaoya's side and gently held her shoulders. Both of them knew each other very well in all four eyes. I'm sorry for your loss. Don't be too sad. Your own body is important too. Tang Shui softly comforted, wishing she could do something for her. Li Xiaoya also nodded her head gently without saying too much. Well, thank you. A few moments later a lot of people came in one after another in the hall. Some of the company's staff and executives, as well as all of the club's employees. Lin Yuro also quickly stepped forward to Li Xiaoya's side and gave her a comforting hug. Sun Haisan and the others didn't lean forward. They all found their own positions on either side and stood quietly. I don't know who notified Choi Jae, and she rushed in. And this time it was a real reunion. Li Chen glanced at her without saying anything, and Choi Jie just met his eyes for a moment before walking towards Li Xiaoya. Coming to her side and next to Tang Shui, he gently held Li Xiaoya's hand. I'm sorry for your loss. There's nothing anyone can do about old age and death, but you have to live well. Of course Li Xiaoya remembered who the person in front of her was. The person who had come to the entrance of the guild hall many times to pick up Li Chen had been in her eyes. Thank you. I will. And thank you for coming over. Li Xiaoya also had a warm feeling welling up in her heart. There's no need to speak so politely between us. Tang Shui informed me, so I hope I won't be blamed for coming uninvited. Why? I'm grateful that you guys made it over. A few moments later, Zhao Shuwen with a group of people also rushed over. How he knew is unknown. I think there must be his eyes in the company. Seeing that the number of people coming was almost the same, Li Chen notified the staff to simply do a farewell ceremony. People didn't stay too long on such occasions, and returned to their work after the ceremony. Li Xiaoya stood by Li Chen's side, her eyes full of gratitude. Honey, thank you. Li Chen turned his head to look at her very favorably. What's the point of being polite to me? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? You just need to remember that you still have me and so many people who care about you. Li Chen responded with a very gentle tone, and those eyes were filled with love. Well, I know. I'll be strong. Don't worry. Li Xiaoya's mood seemed to have smoothed out a lot. After a few moments, everyone left the mausoleum, and only Li Chen and Li Xiaoya were left here. After the burial, they laid out some offerings and burned some paper money for her. Li Xiaoya also had to slowly accept the reality, as soon as possible to clean up the mood. No matter what, life still goes on and she has to be strong. The staff left after organizing everything, and Li Chen delivered all the expenses, which were nothing to him, but Li Xiaoya was still very grateful. If Li Chen hadn't been there, she wouldn't have known what to do. A few moments later, Li Chen took Li Xiaoya and also left the mausoleum and returned to the guild hall. Everything was back to the way it was, as if nothing had happened. Life is like that. Every day, the scene is staged. Old age, sickness and death is human nature. Life is as fragile and small as gravel in the rules of nature. Time goes on forever in a relentless cycle, taking away countless living beings from time to time. The one with the most complicated mood right now belonged to Li Chen, who was lying on his bed in deep thought. Looking at his attribute panel in front of him, he froze a bit. If there is no system, is it the same for himself in the near future? Looking at his life expectancy value of only 36 years, his heart felt the fear of death for the first time. Looking at the scene that happened before his eyes today, he realized that death was so close at hand. Oh system, who are you really? Who the hell am I? And what exactly is this world like behind the scenes? Li Chen muttered to himself, fear rarely seen in his eyes. He slowly adjusted his thoughts, trying not to ruminate. System, draw, ding. Congratulations to the host. Charisma value plus 6, 500, 000 gold coins. Life expectancy value plus 2. Seeing that his lifespan value had become 38, his heart was not happy in the slightest. Does immortality exist in this world? What is your lifespan? System? He couldn't help but ask the system, but he didn't get the answer he wanted. The system didn't respond to him. Li Chen slowly retrieved his thoughts and closed the system's panel, but the questions in his mind kept surfacing. He slowly got up and walked out of the bedroom, walking to the office and not seeing Li Xiaoya. While wondering, he heard a commotion next door and walked over. Li Xiaoya was here. She was packing up her mother's belongings, and Li Chen slowly walked in. Stay if you want to, burn it if you don't. Li Chen bent down to help her organize some of Zhang Suiji's clothes. Burn them all. There's no point in leaving these things behind. It'll only make it harder for me to see them in my heart. Li Xiaoya's tears seemed to have dried up as she responded in a very calm tone. Well, listen to everything, don't think too much. Li Chen casually responded and continued to help her clean up. A few moments later, suburbs. Beside the roaring fire stood two figures embracing each other tightly, and in the light of the setting sun those two figures overlapped tightly. Chapter 103, Li Xiaoya's transformation. The next day, Li Chen didn't leave the clubhouse, still seeming a bit uneasy about Li Xiaoya, but what he didn't expect was that Li Xiaoya's reaction was out of his expectation. When he walked to the office, Li Xiaoya was busy with the end-of-month settlement for the clubhouse. Not only do you have to pay your employees but you also have to see how the month is going and how profitable it is. When Li Chen had just entered the office, Li Xiaoya noticed him with a happy smile on her face. It seems that nothing happened yesterday, or not to say that this woman is scary. Mood changes unpredictable. Li Chen inwardly cannot help but secretly smacked his lips. Hubby, come on, this month's results are out. Li Chen definitely wouldn't be afraid of ruining her good mood, and immediately put on a gentle smile and came to his side in a few steps. Hubby, I earned 160,000 this month, after all the expenses. Li Xiaoya seemed really happy. This was the result of her 1 month's hard work in exchange for a lot of hard work behind the scenes. Awesome, I told you you'd be good. When you didn't believe in yourself, how did it turn out? Li Chen also kept praising and gave her some encouragement. I didn't expect it either. Next month I'm going to continue to work hard and try to surpass my current results. Li Xiaoya looked very excited, as if she was playing chicken blood, but Li Chen didn't seem to be very happy. Instead, he felt a little heartache in his heart. He had already guessed Li Xiaoya's purpose. She forced down her inner emotions and focused all her attention on her work, paralyzing herself in disguise. Sometimes this works, but sometimes it's easy to let the repressed emotions inside expand to the point where they suddenly explode at a certain point one day, and then it will be an unimaginable emotional outburst. So, if you encounter a similar situation in your life, try not to deliberately suppress your emotions. You can find some suitable methods to release it out, such as traveling for a break, get drunk and cry, no matter what kind of way. As far as possible, do not suppress their emotions. Honey, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're not short of money. I'm here. Li Chen appropriately guided and advised 2 sentences, but did not dare to say too deep. I'm afraid that it immediately affected her mood. Well, I know. Then I can't be idle. Don't worry. I'm fine. Li Xiaoya was still full of smiles, not showing the slightest hint of sadness. Li Chen was also very helpless, and could only try to find time to spend more time with her, hoping to ease her pain. Well, let it be then. Don't tire yourself out too much anyway, okay? Li Chen stopped mentioning it after another final word of concern. Li Xiaoya, on the other hand, continued to fiddle with the various data reports on the table, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising. Seeing that her mood didn't seem to be in any serious condition, Li Chen's heart relaxed a little. He turned and walked over to the parlor area and made himself a pot of tea. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, picked up and saw that it was Zhao Shuwen, then directly pressed answer. Zhao Shuwen's still bright laughter came first. Ha ha ha, old brother. Accompany me to have dinner tonight. Do you have time? Li Chen suddenly remembered what he had mentioned last time, so he immediately responded. There is, old brother. Even if there isn't, I'll still make time. This is said as if he himself is so busy, but in fact, he has nothing to do all day long and is just a shirker. Ha ha ha, well, I'll have the driver pick you up later. Where are you? Zhao Shuwen seemed to be in a good mood as well. After all, he had made a lot of money recently. Although Zhao Shuwen didn't care about this profit, he now desperately needed to clean himself up and say goodbye to the past to cover up those unpleasant traces. Why does Zhao Shuwen want to tie up with Li Chen? It's because he wants to clean himself up through Li Chen's hands. TSK. I'm at the clubhouse. Just have the driver come to the clubhouse. Li Chen directly told him his location. The key was that he was running around. Zhao Shuwen really couldn't guess who he was raining on his parade. Fine. I'll see you later then. Zhao Shuwen hung up the phone directly after saying that. Li Xiaoya heard all of their conversation in her ears, and a look of disappointment flashed across her face, but it quickly disappeared again. Going out again? Li Xiaoya stopped the work in her hand and looked at him inquiring. In fact, not knowingly. It's Master Wen. It's been a few appointments, saying that there's a dinner party in the city, so bring me along for a bit. Li Chen also felt a little embarrassed. Originally thought of accompanying her more, but this ass has not yet sat hot. Pick up a phone call and then have to leave again. Oh, then you go and get busy. Don't worry about me. I can do it alone. Li Xiaoya forcibly squeezed out a smile, looking as if she was fine, but in fact, she was very aggrieved in her heart. Sorry, would have liked to accompany you properly, but this is really not good to push. I'll be back as soon as possible after I'm busy. Li Chen of course saw the change in her demeanor, and this tone of voice also seemed to carry a bit of resentment. Well, go about your business. It's fine. After saying that, he continued to busy himself. Li Chen is also really helpless. This is the plan cannot catch up with the change. He cannot help. He walked slowly to Li Xiaoya's side and gently swept her into his arms, one hand caressing her hair. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Li Xiaoya didn't say anything. I don't know if she didn't want to say anything or she had nothing to say, and she still behaved in the same well-behaved and understanding manner. Well, go ahead. I'll be home when you get back. A few moments later, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the clubhouse. This time it wasn't the driver who came, but Tal. Li Chen nodded slightly when he saw the visitor and followed him out of the guild hall. Soon the car started and disappeared into the street. Upstairs, in front of the window stood a figure that hadn't moved for a long time. Soon the car returned to Zhao Shuwen's home, and after picking up Zhao Shuwen, he headed towards the city without stopping too much. Li Chen glanced at the 2 mercenaries in the front row and turned his head to Zhao Shuwen inquiring. Older brother, I'm looking for a few bodyguards. Any recommendations for candidates? Zhao Shuwen was also stunned when he heard this, not knowing why he would suddenly look for a bodyguard. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Why do you suddenly want a bodyguard? Zhao Shuwen looked at him with great suspicion. It's nothing much. It's just that I suddenly felt that I should be a bit security conscious, especially around them. I don't really care about myself. Li Chen stated his intentions, mainly because he wanted to give the women around him a bit of security. Ha ha ha, I understand if you want to say that. Zhao Shuwen pretended to be smart and laughed as if he understood again. Sheesh, this is always a smartass too. Tal, however, pricked up his ears in spirit, and unconsciously a figure appeared in his mind. Chapter 10 for the Underground Earth. A few moments later, the car slowed to a stop in the underground parking lot. Zhao Shuwen opened the car door and walked down, followed by Li Chen. Following Zhao Shuwen's footsteps into the corner elevator, Zhao Shuwen glanced at Li Chen then pressed the -3 button. Li Chen looked at him with a bit of surprise and a bit of uncertainty. Ha ha ha, you'll know when we get there. Zhao Shuwen purposely sold a lie without explaining. The moment the elevator doors slowly opened, Li Chen was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 this. Li Chen looked at the scene in front of him a little too shocked to speak. The first thing that came into the eye was 2 rows of snow-white long legs, all of them absolutely beautiful and bewitching. Dressed in small red cheongsams, they embodied their bodies to the fullest. It could be said that all of them were beautiful and their bodies were hot and sexy. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, 2 rows of beautiful women bent in welcome at the same time. Welcome, boss. Li Chen was dumbfounded by this scene. There were actually other places in this basement. Zhao Shuwen looked at Li Chen's stunned appearance and a smug smile appeared on his face. How's it going, buddy? Nice place. Ha? Li Chen froze for half a day before slowly coming back to his senses, his eyes still filled with surprise. Old brother, what kind of place is this? Surprisingly, he could not find the right words to describe the scene in front of him for a while. Zhao Shuwen raised his chin slightly. This is the Underground Earth, the most luxurious entertainment center in the entire city. Go! Today, old brother will bring you to see the world. The 2 of them stepped forward, and those beauties still maintained their respectful stance. As they moved forward, Li Chen began to truly appreciate the luxury of the Underground Earth. The entire underground earthly space was huge, as if it was a palace hidden underground. There were dazzling crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and the light poured down, reflecting the entire space like a dream. The floor was covered with a thick luxurious carpet, and the feet stepped on it softly and comfortably. TSK, it was just very powerful. The surrounding walls are decorated with exquisite murals and reliefs, and each painting seems to tell a story without clothes. The golden border shines brightly under the light, highlighting the dignity and luxury of the place. Continuing along the passageway, Li Chen saw a single beautifully decorated private room. The doors of the rooms were all made of high-grade solid wood, with exquisite patterns carved on them, exuding a rustic and elegant atmosphere. The most important point was that the solid wood doors had no windows, so you couldn't see what you were doing outside. In the hall, Li Chen saw a huge circular dining table with all sorts of exquisite tableware and food. The aroma of the food was mouth-watering. Not only can you be entertained here, but you can also savor a variety of delicious dishes. Zhao Shuwen introduced with great familiarity and put a cherry in his mouth in passing. At the very front of the hall was a huge dance floor. In the center of the dance floor, several women with exquisite figures were dancing. Their movements are graceful and fluid, and their bodies are even more alluring and charming. The dance floor is surrounded by a circle of comfortable sofa seats for guests to rest and watch the show. The lights are flashing, the music is deafening, and the whole dance floor is full of energy and passion. The performances here are all carefully crafted by a team of professional entertainers, and there are different programs every day. Zhao Shuwen looked at the show in front of him and introduced it to Li Chen. Then they came to a bar area. The bar had a long counter with a variety of drinks. The bartenders were skillfully making all kinds of cocktails with dashing and handsome movements. The drinks here are all selected from all over the world, guaranteeing that you'll be able to savor the top-notch taste. Zhao Shuwen picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Li Chen in a smooth manner. Li Chen received the wine and gently took a sip, and immediately felt a mellow flavor spread out in his mouth. Not bad indeed. Yummy, he exclaimed with a continuous nod of his head. The owner of Underground Earth was a stunningly beautiful woman named Wen Qing. She was the daughter of the veritable underground emperor Wen Ziyuan, and monopolized the operation of all the entertainment venues in the city. Wen Qing's office was located in the deepest part of the Underground Earth. The decoration style of the office was simple and atmospheric, full of modernity. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the entire beauty of the Underground Earth, giving one a sense of dominance that controlled everything. At this moment, Wen Qing was sitting in front of her desk, looking intently at the documents in her hands. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, her skin was like snow, and her eyes revealed a sense of confidence and determination. She was wearing a black professional suit, but it was still hard to hide her sexy and hot body. Zhao Shuwen brought Li Chen into the office, and Wen Qing raised her head to reveal a smile. Godfather, you're here. This one is? Her voice was as clear and pleasant as heavenly music. Zhao Shuwen turned his head to Li Chen and introduced. This is Li Chen, a little old brother of mine. I brought him here today to meet him by the way so that you guys can also get to know each other and make friends. Li Chen very gentlemanly stretched out his hand and shook Wen Qing's Shallow's hand. Wen Qing smiled slightly. Hello, welcome to the Underground Earth. I hope you have a pleasant evening here. Thank you. Not only pleasant but also very shocking. I didn't realize that there are actually other places here. Li Chen also politely complimented. It did open his eyes as well. Thanks for the compliments, Mr. Li. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Wen Qing, on the other hand, smiled sweetly and responded very respectfully. Who could tell from appearance alone that this was the daughter of an underground emperor and a ruthless? Not only is she ruthless, but she has an extraordinary talent for business. and in just a few years she has monopolized all the business in the downtown area. Even his old man, Wen Ziyuan, had to be unconvinced that his daughter was definitely a ruthless character. You think that's the end of it? No, don't think she's running a gray industry with more connections to the upper echelons than even her dad's. Of course Li Chen didn't know about these things, and at this time he hadn't realized how divine the woman in front of him was. There will be plenty of opportunities for small talk in the future. Go go go. Old brother will take you to play something different. Zhao Shuwen revealed a bad smile, and that look seemed to reveal cunning. Li Chen was also pulled away by him without reacting, and Wen Qing followed closely behind. A few moments later, Zhao Shuwen lightly arrived at an even more luxurious box, which was like a palace. The decoration was also quite luxurious, and at a glance, it was costly. The duo had just sat down when someone walked in shortly afterward, a full-figured middle-aged woman and the mama-san of the place. Behind him walked in dozens of women of national colors right behind him, really dazzling people. Looking at these beauties in front of you, it kills you to shout out for a different batch. At this moment, Li Chen's heart only wanted to shout, I want them all. Chapter 105 The Underground Earth 2. Although there is such an impulse in his heart, Li Chen still held back. After all, which one of his own side to carry out is also the existence of absolute beauty. He was not so much fooled by the falsehoods before him. Falsehoods. It was all falsehoods. Li Chen forcibly pressed down the mood of the moment and pretended to look at Zhao Shuwen in a calm manner. Lao, this is? Ha ha ha. Old brother, don't be polite. Pick whatever you want. Today the entire consumption is paid for by old brother. Zhao Shuwen is also very bold, a pat on the chest. That look how to look not too serious. Wen Qing also opened her mouth on the side, as she looked at Li Chen with a smile on her face. Right. Since we came to have fun, how can we let Godfather pay the bill? Today count me in. All free. Wen Chang was even more generous, and directly gave the free bill. Although the words are so, in front of Wen Qing's face Li Chen really cannot let go. Always feel a little strange. Zhao Shuwen seemed to have seen Li Chen's thoughts, and without seeking Li Chen's consent, he directly waved his hand. All of the front row stay behind and keep my old man company. Ha ha ha, play, have fun. When these words came out Li Chen was a bit dumbfounded and looked at Zhao Shuwen in a bit of a panic. Li Chen pretended to be very helpless, but in his heart, he was already happy. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. He unconsciously muttered in his mind, something that could never be said out loud. As soon as the words were spoken, the girls in the front row all came towards the couch, and the rest went along with it. Mamasan was also very understanding, and before she left, she turned the lights of the box to the dimmest setting and closed the door of the box. Wen Chang, on the other hand, was unimpressed and just sat on the side and watched as if she didn't care about anything, but in fact, she had already gotten used to it. Soon the atmosphere in the box became lively, drinking and shaking the dice to have fun. Every now and then a few beautiful women even deliberately flirted with Li Chen, which made him beautiful. Thinking, just let your horse come over. Zhao Shuwen's side is also surrounded by left and right. He can play much higher. Salty piggy hands still keep groping. At this time, the only light left in the room is the front screen is still flickering. A few meters away from each other cannot clearly see what the other side is doing. A few moments later, a very seductive piece of music started, and 4 or 5 girls began to dance in the center of the room. Then they twisted their sexy waists to the rhythm of the music, each showing a very seductive expression. Li Chen was also a bit stunned. He didn't expect to see this program for the first time. He stole a glance in Wen Qing's direction and realized that he couldn't see clearly at all before putting his heart down and continuing to admire. A moment later, the two women came directly to Li Chen's side and continued to dance in close proximity. This is killing him. TSK. As the music ended, the girls stopped dancing and went back to drinking again. But it all seems to have forgotten something. Li Chen hurriedly reminded. That. Clothes. What are you wearing? Isn't this better, boss? The girl who spoke even deliberately threw a wink with Li Chen. Li Chen was also speechless. He muttered inwardly, you guys don't care? What am I afraid of? Time passed little by little, and both of these old brothers had all the fun they could handle. Zhao Shuwen also drank a lot and walked over to Li Chen's side and directly put on his shoulder. Well, buddy, isn't it a good place? Li Chen on the contrary did not drink much wine. He was already not able to win alcohol, also has been restrained himself. Well, not bad. Old brother brought me here not just to sing, so simple, right? Li Chen still asked the doubt in his heart. He had long thought that this matter was definitely not that simple. Ha ha ha, actually there is nothing. Just want you to get to know my goddaughter. Move around more in the future. In the future it will be your young people's world. We are all old. Zhao Shuwen looked at Li Chen meaningfully and said, as they walked and chatted. Zhao Shuwen also introduced him to the depths of the Wen family, and the more Li Chen listened, the more he was shocked. See these boxes? Those who can show up here are people of extraordinary status that you can never imagine. Do you think anyone can come here? This place isn't run for the outside world. It's a circle, and there's a network of connections all over the place. This is also where this goddaughter of mine is extraordinary. Everyone who appears here is either rich or noble, with an identity you can't imagine. Zhao Shuwen finally explained the true purpose and intent of this place to him. It really wasn't as simple as it seemed. Li Chen was also shocked when he heard this, and he looked around at the people around him. Some showed a faint smile when they met his gaze, while others nodded their heads in greeting. All of them looked like nothing more than an ordinary person. Nothing unusual. See that table in the corner? Zhao Shuwen pointed to the far corner there, then glanced at Li Chen. Well, see, Li Chen nodded in response. The people at that table are all billionaires with over $1 billion or even billions or tens of billions of dollars. Does it look like it? Zhao Shuwen looked at him with interest, as if waiting to see him shocked. It's not really like that. Li Chen shook his head and casually responded. And look at the few old guys over here. What do they look like to you? Zhao Shuwen pointed at another table. It's hard to tell, but it's a bit old for that. A bit old, aren't they? Don't look at how old they are. They're all retired from above. Zhao Shuwen raised an eyebrow with his eyebrows, signaling Li Chen to savor it himself. Immediately after that, Zhao Shuwen introduced a few more areas, all of which were the gathering places of some second generation of the rich and the second generation of the officials, each of which was not a simple character. No wonder all these people are gathered separately, and the halls are also divided into various areas individually, so that's how it is. Li Chen muttered secretly in his heart. The purpose of bringing you here today is to let you see what the outside world is really like. Zhao Shuwen also genuinely wanted to befriend Li Chen, otherwise he would never have brought an outsider here. Thank you, old brother, for taking great pains. Li Chen was also very thankful inwardly. No matter what his purpose was, at the very least, he had helped Li Chen a lot. In the past, he couldn't even touch the upper circles of the county for the rest of his life, let alone the ones in front of him. Let him fumble around on his own not knowing when he'll get this far. I brought you here because I want you and Wen Qing to have a chance to work together in the future. In fact, Zhao Shuwen didn't make it clear that both he and Wen Ziyuan were trying to find a way to clear their names, but an avenue was missing, and Li Chen's appearance was that opportunity and a pawn. Li Chen has never known how deep the water is here, but he also needs a person like Wen Qing very much, so that the road in the future can go smoother and smoother. To put it bluntly, we are all utilizing each other, and it's really not certain who is the pawn of whom. Thanks to Big Brother Ren for the Bobo Milk Tea reward. Thank you to all my family members for their Power for Love rewards. Thanks a lot for your support. Chapter 106 The Underground Earth 3. Li Chen did not understand Zhao Shuwen's real intention until now, but everyone is unspoken. Each understand just fine. Point to point. A few moments later, Li Chen followed Zhao Shuwen as he traveled through the various areas, and Zhao Shuwen introduced Li Chen to each of the bigwigs one by one. This wave of Operation Down again surprised Li Chen. He also did not expect Zhao Shuwen to be able to speak in almost every circle, and look at the other party's attitude is also relatively polite. His heart would have imagined Zhao Shuwen exaggerated, but it seems that it is still underestimated. After going through the motions, Zhao Shuwen took him back to the public office. Wen Cheng had already made tea and was waiting, as if she knew they would return. The three of them were sitting on the sofa chatting and drinking tea at the same time. Smart people talk together always do not put words through, the meaning of which you have to guess. Guessed right you know what to do. Guess wrong you cannot board this ship. Things are so simple. Wen Cheng there will be many opportunities for you to work together in the future. This is also what your father and I mean. Zhao Shuwen's words directly represented Wen Ziyuan, indicating that these two old foxes had already discussed this before. Got it, godfather. I know what to do. Wen Cheng was also a relatively opinionated person, and ever since he took over the business, she had been trying to find ways to wash her hands of it. Most of the old businesses in the group had also been cut out by her and started to go down the path of formalization, as she knew that the old path from before would only lead to hell, precisely because she had made her current achievements and changes. Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan seemed to see hope for the future at the same time. Plus, she met Li Chen by chance and felt pretty good after getting along. This has to talk about the previous clubhouse. That clubhouse is not Zhao Shuwen's clubhouse. In fact, the setup behind it is the same as the Kai family. Li Chen also just mistakenly became the toolman for the pin. That's what led to the scene that followed. And as for the land, it goes without saying. Invisibly, Li Chen had long since become Zhao Shuwen's pawn. But for Li Chen, Zhao Shuwen was also just an object to be used. Just as the three of them were still chatting, Li Chen's mind remembered the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host, activating the temporary mission. Taking down Wen Chang rewards 1 million gold coins, 20 charisma value, and 5 lifespan. He slowly withdrew his thoughts and closed the system, an imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, he continued to chat with them. this time and Wen Qing obviously took the initiative. After a few moments, contact information was exchanged and it was getting close to the end. The waiter brought Li Chen to a guest room to rest, and Zhao Shuwen didn't leave in a hurry. After the door to the room closed, Zhao Shuwen continued to chat with Wen Cheng again. Girl, is your heart aggrieved? A touch of heartache actually appeared in Zhao Shuwen's eyes. No, godfather. Since you and father have already made up your mind, I'll just do as I'm told. It's just that I haven't been able to figure out one thing. Wen Qing's face did not show any displeasure, just a hint of suspicion. What is it? Why did you pick him? How could Zhao Shuwen not guess his goddaughter's mind, having seen through her thoughts long ago? Well, is he really that good? It looks pretty average too. Wen Qing never figured out why her godfather valued him so much. Well, at first I also thought it was just a brat, but the more I came into contact with him, the more I realized that he was very mysterious. It makes me unable to even guess and see through his mind. Zhao Shuwen also frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. And you can't see through it? I don't really see anything special about him. Wen Qing's unimpressed expression didn't put Li Chen in her eyes at all. And did you know he's only 19? A month ago he was still a poor man? Zhao Shuwen asked mysteriously in return. How is that possible? 19 years old? I think 29 is more than that, right? Wen Qing's eyes widened with an expression of having seen a ghost. As a result of my investigation, he is an orphan whose family is so poor that you can't imagine. It's true that he's only 19 years old this year, but he's shown himself to be more sophisticated than even I am. Just a month ago he was a wage earner, and he transformed into what he is now. In just 1 month, if you count the profit from that piece of land, he already has assets over $100 million. Zhao Shuwen himself was in a state of shock when he thought back. It was simply unbelievable. He simply couldn't figure it out or understand it. What is the secret in him? What exactly happened a month ago? Wen Cheng's curiosity was getting stronger and stronger as she kept asking questions. It can't be investigated. I guess only he himself knows, so we have to make him one of our own. Zhao Shuwen was also quite helpless, using countless connections to not find out anything. This. It's so strange. How is it possible? Wen Cheng's little brain was also scrambling, unable to figure out what was going on. It's precisely because I can't figure it out that I'm even more curious. But the contact didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary. Only that he's too smart, too smooth. Your father and I both feel that this might not be a bad thing. There is a possibility that it could even be an opportunity. Zhao Shuwen looked at Wen Cheng with meaningful eyes. I see. And I'm starting to get a little interested in him. What is he really like? What the hell happened to him? I must find out. Wen Qing's eyes were filled with curiosity about the unknown, not realizing that she had long since become Li Chen's next prey target. Li Chen was also pondering in his mind at this time. What kind of conspiracy was this bureau today? Zhao Shuwen definitely isn't that kind, bringing me into the high-end bureau for no reason. There must be some purpose here. Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan are both bigwigs in the underground, doing nothing more than something unseemly. Could it be that they want to? Li Chen seemed to have rationalized his thoughts a little, and only this possibility could explain Zhao Shuwen's actions. Want to borrow my hand to clear your name? It's not impossible, but I'm afraid your price is going to be a bit big. Li Chen was also secretly thinking about what to do next in his mind, but what he never expected was that they had begun to be skeptical of his experience, for no other reason than the fact that if one cares to investigate the matter, it is simply full of holes. Suddenly become rich overnight. The whole person is like a makeover. It is not difficult for those who have the heart to find out that there must be something in this. Li Chen also did not expect that he was so low profile or was suspected. Chapter 107, Who's the Prey? The next day, Li Chen packed up early and waited for Zhao Shuwen to return to the county with him. A few moments later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Knock, knock, knock. Li Chen got up and went forward to open the door, and just as the door to the room opened, he heard Zhao Shuwen's laughter coming from the room. Ha ha ha, old brother, did you sleep well last night? Was it a bit lonely? Zhao Shuwen teased with meaning, his face smiling even more. Older brother, you're flirting with me again. Are you leaving? Li Chen inquired tentatively. He also didn't know Zhao Shuwen's exact schedule. Well, this time, I'm mainly bringing you to get to know Wen Cheng, and we'll come back more often in the future. How is it? My goddaughter is okay, right? Zhao Shuwen was also old and immodest, continuing to flirt with him. A beauty indeed. Quite good, quite good. Li Chen suddenly felt that this old fox was going to play a beauty trick on himself, or pretended to be a little embarrassed as he responded. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Contact often in the future, and you can cooperate more when you have the chance. Zhao Shuwen was already indicating the matter of letting them work together multiple times. The implication couldn't be more obvious. Li Chen naturally heard it, and his expression didn't change much, still responding very politely. That's that. There's a chance for a win-win partnership. Yes. Win-win cooperation. The two of them exchanged a few simple pleasantries before walking out of the room together, ready to return. When Shang was also waiting in the hall, and when she saw them come out, she immediately greeted them with a smile. Did Mr. Lee have a good time last night? Do you want to stay for a few more days? When Shang was also very warm and courteous, her attitude a few points gentler than yesterday. No. There will be a chance next time. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Wife. Li Chen's attitude was also put very low, and he thanked very sincerely. Good. In a few days I can't help but say that I'm going to my godfather's place to play for a few days, so we'll have a meal together then. Mr. Lee can reward me for my face. When Xing was also ready to go on the offensive, wanting to strike a good relationship with Li Chen as soon as possible. No problem. I will definitely make good arrangements for Mr. When the time comes. After a few more polite words, Zhao Shuwen and Li Chen got into the car and embarked on the return trip. On the way, the two chatted for a while about the real estate project, but neither of them mentioned the Kai family again. The pre-sale is almost underway as well. I'll have the finances tally it up later. Old brother needs to get ready for the first dividend. Li Chen casually brought up the progress of the pre-sale, which was what Zhao Shuwen was more concerned about. Oh, that fast? It seems like this pre-sale was quite successful. Then I'll be waiting to count my money. Zhao Shuwen's face was covered in smiles, and his mood seemed even more pleasant. I don't know if old brother has any channels. I want to continue to take 2 plots of land and study the next project. Li Chen finished speaking and peeked at Zhao Shuwen's expression from time to time. Well, I'll go back and think of a way. Wait for my news. Zhao Shuwen didn't immediately agree and casually coped with it. But Li Chen could see that he should still have stock in his hand. But he didn't continue to dwell on the subject, and digressed smoothly. Soon the car returned to the county, and then first sent Li Chen back to the clubhouse. And after the two of them parted, Li Chen returned directly to the clubhouse. When he came to the office, he saw Li Xiaoya, who didn't know what she was busy with, and walked straight to her side. Back? Did you eat? Li Xiaoya raised her head and asked with a smile. Not yet. I'll eat with you in a while. Li Chen touched his little head and looked at her with a face full of favor. Well, wait until I'm done. Li Xiaoya was also very happy, and after finishing, she continued to pound away at the work in hand. Li Chen, on the other hand, sat on the side and quietly watched her, and Li Xiaoya's serious work appeared even more charming. Seeing that she seemed to be in a much better mood, Li Chen's heart felt a bit relieved. A few moments later, the two of them walked out of the clubhouse together and walked down the street hand in hand. Li Xiaoya held his arm, enjoying a rare moment of happiness. Unconsciously the two walked to one of the more lively streets in the county, lined with a variety of stalls and snacks. Li Xiaoya seemed to be very interested in these, and picked them out very happily as they wandered around walking and eating. Hubby, I want to eat that. Li Xiaoya farted and ran over to the line. Of course, what Li Chen ate was basically what was left over from Li Xiaoya's meal, as she had been picking them out non-stop, and each of them was handed to Li Chen at his side after a few bites. Li Chen also shook his head helplessly, and just acted as a trash can on the side. A few moments later, Li Xiaoya seemed to have eaten her fill, contentedly touching her slightly bulging little tummy and looking at Li Chen with a smile. Li Chen was not only full, but he was also carrying several snacks in his hand that he couldn't eat. Since Li Chen's company opened, they hadn't come out to shop alone for a long time, and Li Xiaoya showed particular joy. Just then, someone behind him suddenly tapped Li Chen's shoulder. Mr. Li, it's been a long time. I looked like you from afar. This person was none other than Sister Wang from the county office. Sister Wang. What a coincidence. You've come shopping too. Li Chen also hurriedly responded politely. Yeah, I'm taking a break today and brought my child out to hang out. I heard that the pre-sale of your property was very successful. I didn't think that Mr. Li would still have time to come out and hang out. Sister Wang also explained politely, bringing up the matter of the neighborhood's pre-sale in passing. It's okay. I'm just a shirker. Thanks to the leader's blessing, the pre-sale is okay. Li Chen's attitude was also humble, and he replied with great respect. Mr. Li is too modest. The county is spread all over. The leaders have also heard about it, and they want to take time to visit it. That's a good feeling. The leader's inspection and guidance is always welcome. Take me to say hello to the old secretary. Well, then you guys go shopping. I'll leave first. Wang Saisha continued shopping with her own children after a few simple words of courtesy. Li Chen, on the other hand, frowned slightly, his expression somewhat helpless. Hey, it looks like there's been a lot of attention paid to it, and some things don't look like they can be avoided. What's wrong, hubby? Who is that person? Li Xiaoya walked over and inquired with great curiosity. The county's office director. We had dinner together last time. Li Chen simply explained. Oh, looks like you're not too happy to see her. Li Xiaoya asked with concern once again, taking his arm as she walked in the opposite direction. That's not true. It's just that it feels like I'm being watched all the time, and there's a sense that I'm being treated like prey. Li Xiaoya looked at him with a seemingly understanding glance and stopped pursuing the question. What should come will come sooner or later. Li Chen muttered in his heart and stopped thinking about it. 108. Inspection of companies by clerks. The following day, as Li Chen expected, Wang Saixia brought the county party secretary He Ziyi to Li Chen's real estate company. This sudden visit made the company instantly busy, and the atmosphere became tense and full of expectations. Learning that the leaders attached such importance to the company, the employees expressed their excitement. After all, it also proved the company's prospects and Li Chen's strength. Secretary He's arrival is nominally an inspection and condolences, but everyone in the company knows that there must be another purpose behind it. Li Chen had long guessed this. Today's visit was also within his expectations, but did not feel much surprise. He quickly gathered himself together and greeted the important man with his fullest spirit. Moments later, Li Chen personally led Secretary He on a tour of the company. As he walks around, he introduces the company's development, business scope and achievements. Secretary He also listened attentively, nodding his head in appreciation from time to time. Wang Saixia also added some information on the side, making the whole visit richer and more comprehensive. All departments of the company demonstrated a high degree of professionalism and work ethic. Employees worked in a busy and organized manner, and the office was neat, bright and full of energy. Secretary He spoke highly of the company's management and operations as he looked at Li Chen with a smile on his face. Mr. Li, your company's development is really remarkable. It's very gratifying to see companies like yours flourish in our county. Li Chen, on the other hand, responded very modestly. Secretary He overpraised. This is the result of the joint efforts of all our staff, but also cannot be separated from the care and support of the county party committee and county government. During the visit, Secretary He Ziyi also specifically mentioned the success of the pre-sale of the property and congratulated it. He looked at Li Chen with a smile on his face. I've heard that the pre-sale of your company's property was very successful. This is a big happy event. Congratulations in advance to you and your team. You're going to make a big profit this time. Li Chen responded very gratefully, showing a lot of respect. Thank you Secretary He for your concern and congratulations. We are just doing our best to provide better quality housing for the people. After the tour, the crowd came to Li Chen's office. The office is spacious and bright, with simple and generous decoration and shelves filled with various books and documents. Secretary He sat on the sofa and looked at Li Chen, his eyes filled with anticipation and recognition. Finally Secretary He didn't hold back and put forward his thoughts and real purpose. He leaned forward slightly and looked at him with a sincere tone. Mr. Li, today I came here. In addition to inspections and condolences, there is also an important thing I want to discuss with you. Our county is planning to build an industrial park, and this project is crucial to our county's economic development. I hope you can participate in this project and be responsible for investing in the construction of the park. Are you interested? When Li Chen heard this proposal, his heart was also slightly moved. He had long heard of this industrial park project, but he did not expect Secretary He to personally come to him to talk about cooperation. On the surface, he showed a difficult situation. Frowning slightly, Secretary He, this matter is not a small matter. Investing in the construction of an industrial park requires a large amount of money and resources. Our company also needs to go to the meeting to discuss. Secretary He Ziyi seemed to have anticipated Li Chen's reaction, as he looked at Li Chen with a smirk, as if he had guessed his little thoughts. Mr. Li, I understand your concern, but we will also give you the corresponding preferential policies well. For example, we can give you the unconditional right to use a certain area, and give you a certain reduction in taxes. This can greatly reduce your investment risk and also allow you to get more returns. Secretary He finished with a light sip of tea and quietly waited for Li Chen's reply. Li Chen also began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind as he listened to Secretary He Ziyi's words. He knew that the project did have great potential, and if it could be successfully constructed, it would not only bring the company great profits, but also contribute to the local economic development. But investing in the construction of industrial parks also involves a lot of risks and requires a lot of capital and effort. Li Chen was silent for a moment then slowly spoke. Secretary He, I do need to discuss this matter at the meeting before I can give a result. After all, this concerns the future development of the company. We can't make a hasty decision. Please understand. Secretary He smiled and nodded, not showing any displeasure. Ha ha ha, I understand your caution, and this project does require serious consideration, but I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible, because time waits for no one. The economic development of our county is in great need of the support of a powerful and responsible entrepreneur like you. Li Chen said he would definitely hold a meeting as soon as possible to seriously study the project. After Secretary He and Director Wang Saixia left, Li Chen was also in deep thought, knowing that this decision would have a major impact on the company's future. Next, Li Chen called a meeting with the company's top management to discuss whether to participate in the industrial park construction project. We all have our own opinions. Some think that this project is too risky and should not be easily involved. Some think it is a rare opportunity and should be seized. After all, the company has to develop in many aspects. Li Chen listened carefully to everyone's opinions and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After intense discussions and in-depth analysis, Li Chen finally decided to participate in the industrial park construction project. He sees the program as risky but with great potential, and the preferential policies given by the county government also showed him the sincerity and support of the government. Li Chen decided to personally report the company's decision to Secretary Ho. A few moments later, he came to the county party secretary's office, and secretary he had a kind smile on his face when he saw Li Chen. Li Chen didn't squirm and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Secretary he, after careful study and discussion by our company, we have decided to participate in the industrial park construction project. We believe that under the leadership of the county government and you, this project will be a success. Secretary he was very happy. He held Li Chen's hand tightly and, "That's great, Mr. Li, I knew you were an entrepreneur with commitment and vision. We will definitely give our full support to your company's development and work together to build the industrial park well. Should. I also want to contribute to the construction of my hometown. I can why secretary to solve problems. I feel even more very honored." Secretary Ho's mind is nothing more than wanting greater merit as capital for him to move up a bit. With the same goal in mind, Li Chen didn't mind sending a favor, and also indirectly hitched a ride on the big ship of Secretary He. Li Chen believes that with the ability of Secretary He that position will certainly be his. At that time for Li Chen's help will be more favorable. Chapter 109, Goodbye Wenqing. Li Chen had just returned to the company on the front foot, and the phone rang immediately afterward. Taking out his cell phone and seeing that it was Wenqing, he was slightly stunned but still answered it. "Mr. Li, did it bother you?" Wenqing inquired in a pretense of playing dumb, as if she was really afraid of disturbing Li Chen. "What?" Miss Wen said. "How can I bother? I wonder what is it that you are looking for me for?" Li Chen also responded very politely, secretly guessing in his heart, couldn't have received the news so quickly, right? As expected, he had really guessed correctly, and not long after the cooperation had just been reached, Wenqing had already gotten wind of it. "Mr. Li, I heard that your company has taken over a new project. Do you mind taking me for a game?" Wenqing's voice became gentler, with a hint of currying favor. Li Chen was secretly shocked. This Wenqing's strength really shocked him, and this information was too well informed. "Is Ms. Wen also interested? Since you've asked, of course you can." Li Chen was also too embarrassed to directly refute someone's face, and although he was not too willing in his heart he still agreed. Wenqing was instantly in a good mood upon hearing this. Thank you Mr. Li then. I'll go over tomorrow and we'll meet again to discuss in detail." Yeah, meet up and talk." Li Chen hung up the phone after saying that. Really evil. This news spread too fast, before and after even less than an hour. How did she know? Li Chen cursed in a low voice and grumbled to himself. "Forget it, since I'm here then don't leave. Help me finish the mission." Li Chen suddenly remembered about the mission. The corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile and muttered in a low voice. He slowly withdrew his thoughts and headed straight for his office upstairs. Tang Shui had a happy smile on her face when she saw him return. "Honey, done working?" She walked over to Li Chen's side and took his arm, just like a clingy little goblin. "Well, just took care of the new project." Li Chen also looked at her favorably with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "There's nothing wrong on Li Xiaoya's side, right?" Tang Shui looked at him with very concerned eyes, as if inquiring about a very common thing. She's okay. Nothing's wrong." Li Chen, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed. He didn't want to talk about it. It still felt too awkward. "Well, it's good to be okay." Tang Shui seemed to really care about her. Not sure if it was because of sympathy or what. Li Chen hastened to diverge from the topic of small talk a few words about the company's affairs, perhaps a few days without seeing the reason. Looking at the heart of the Tang Shui in front of the heart has a touch of fluttering. She was wearing a black strapless top today, revealing her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbone. It rose and fell slightly with her breathing, exuding charm. The lower body was paired with a small red skirt, the length of which was just to the middle of her thighs, showing off her slender legs, which were even sexier when wrapped in black stockings. Li Chen smoothly picked up Tang Shui and walked towards the bedroom. Moments later, omit 10,000 words here and make up your own mind. The rain poured down with thunder and lightning, irrigating the parched earth to its heart's content. The night passed quietly and the morning came as it should, with the sun shining into the bedroom. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes and stretched his sore body. It seemed that his body was even more tired after the night had passed. After a simple wash was about to go out, saw the Tang Shui smiling at him, but also carefully prepared some just bought back breakfast. Going out to run errands today? Tang Shui looked at him with a bit of reluctance, and that look caused pity. Yeah, I'm going to visit the new project today, and meet the new partners on the way. Li Chen casually dismissed a couple sentences. He didn't dare to mention about Wen Qing. These women were all too smart. Alright then, I'll wait for you to come back. Tang Shui didn't make any pretense, and very knowingly didn't pursue the matter. Li Chen casually dealt with a few mouthfuls and then hurried away, because he felt the phone vibrating, but didn't dare to answer it. After leaving the office, he got straight into his car and hurriedly took out his cell phone to see that it was her. Li Chen didn't return the call either, and directly drove towards Zhao Shuwen's house. A few moments later, his car was already parked outside Zhao Shuwen's villa. Just as he entered the living room, he saw the familiar figure that had caught his eye today. Wen Cheng's hair was long dark brown curls, full of romantic flavor. Her eyes were mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, and between the waves of her eyes, it was as if she could seduce a man's soul. She was a standard set of net face, with pale skin like a freshly peeled egg. Her lips were a light pink color, revealing two cute dimples when she smiled. Her body is even more curvaceous and she turns out to be a hottie as well. She was wearing a white lace dress today, the material of which was soft and flattering, perfectly outlining the curves of her diminutive figure. She stepped on a pair of silver high heels, and those perfect long legs were visible under the black silk package, making her whole person look even more charming and provocative. Who can hold on to such a beautiful woman in front of you? With a sweet smile on her face, Wen Cheng stood up and greeted Li Chen. You're not answering your phone calls, you're not still awake, are you? Li Chen also responded by following her words. I really let you guess right. I didn't even have time to call you back when I woke up from my sleep, and I rushed here without stopping, knowing that you must be here. Cluck cluck cluck. Your mouth is still quite sweet. You are forgiven. Wen Qing covered her mouth and smiled. All that movement was a different kind of temptation. Ha ha ha, old brother you can't do this. Letting my goddaughter wait for you for so long. You'll have to drink more at night. Zhao Shuwen also laughed a few times and rounded off the conversation. No problem, no problem. Indeed, I was rude. How could I make a mess? When wait for me, I should have come over earlier. Li Chen also responded very politely. A few people chatted for a few moments before sitting on the sofa in the living room, and Wen Qing directly opened the door to talk about business. After all, this is her main purpose. By the way, she can approach Li Chen to develop a relationship. Chapter 110, Tao's Help. Wen Qing looked at Li Chen with very sincere eyes. Mr. Li, I am very sincere to cooperate with you. That project I have long been eyeing. I did not expect to let you get there first. It seems that the county's attitude towards you is not ordinary. Wen Qing launched a tentative attack, waiting for Li Chen's reaction. Mr. Wen this is really not my fault. The county had to ask me to participate in this project. I can't help it is not. Actually, it doesn't matter if I earn money or not. The main thing is that I can contribute to the construction of my hometown, and I am obliged to do so. Li Chen smoothly pushed the responsibility directly to the county, which in itself was true. Then I'm honored if you take me along to contribute as well. Wen Cheng went straight down the steps to reconfirm Li Chen's attitude. No problem. Didn't I promise you yesterday? Are you still afraid that I won't back out? Li Chen, on the other hand, was very quick to agree. Tying them up would do no harm to Li Chen. And by the way, why not do a mission? Giggle. That's not true. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Wen Qing stretched out her small white hand and stood up. Well, happy cooperation. It will definitely be very pleasant. Li Chen responded with words, but only he himself understood the meaning. Those white and tender little hands were all very comfortable to hold, so that one could not let go. When Tang Shui saw this colorful look of his, her heart was still a little bit pleased, her small face slightly red in her heart. She thought, this colorful look seems to take him down should be very easy. After talking about business, a few people continued to chat, and the atmosphere was more cordial. At this time, Sun Haisan from the company called. Li Chen picked up the phone and walked out of the villa, talking to Sun Haisan as he walked. A few moments later, hanging up the phone, he was about to turn around and go back into the villa when he saw Tal not far away, nodding slightly at him as if he had something to say. When Tal saw Li Chen hanging up the phone, he also quickly walked closer and gave a very respectful salute. After all, he was his boss's friend, and he didn't dare to be slow. Looking for me for something? Li Chen questioned him tentatively, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Tal looked at Li Chen with a bit of embarrassment and stammered a bit as he spoke. Mr. Li, that last time, I heard you say you need a bodyguard? Do you still need one? Li Chen instantly came to his senses when he heard that it was this. It's needed. Do you have a suitable candidate? Yes. I don't know what kind Mr. Li needs. Are there any conditions or requirements? Tal's face showed a happy smile, and an excited look. I don't have any special requirements. Both men and women are needed. Their hands are fine. How many can you find? Li Chen's mood was also very good. This matter was also a piece of his heart disease. It must be solved as soon as possible. There's definitely no problem with any of the bodies. They're all my former comrades. And there's 2 girls, my girlfriend and my sister. You need a few people. I directly let them get together to come over. Tal seemed to be a bit excited. The thought of meeting his girlfriend and sister made him even happier. Li Chen pondered for a moment, figuring out in his mind just how many people were needed. How about this? I need 10 for now, preferably 5 of each gender. Any questions? Li Chen thought about it and estimated that 10 people would be almost enough. It's no problem, Mr. Li. I'll inform my sister in a moment to gather her men and come over as soon as possible. That treatment? Tal was also very painful to agree. 10 people is not difficult for him. Foreign mercenaries are still more. Just a little embarrassed to ask about the treatment again. Just follow your treatment. Don't worry, we won't treat them badly. Li Chen was still very confident. After all, he wasn't poor, much less the kind of person who was cheap. Tal was more than happy to hear it. His hands were dancing with excitement. To be able to follow their standards was already very high, although it was not as good as his own. After all, his own mission was a bit more special, but he was also very satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Li. I'll get you set up as soon as I can. Fine. Just contact me then. Li Chen's mood was also very good, finally solving a problem in his heart. Walking straight back to the villa, Zhao Shuwen saw him come back with a smile on his face and then inquired, "What's so good that you're so happy?" Ha, that's thanks to old brother. Tal helped me solve a big problem. Li Chen didn't hide it and bluntly stated the reason. Oh, what big problem? Zhao Shuwen looked at him very puzzled, a bit unresponsive. It is the last time and you mentioned the matter of looking for bodyguards. It just so happens that Tal said that there are a few comrades in arms. Solved my urgent problem. Shouldn't I thank old brother? Li Chen explained very happily and in a pleasant mood. Ha, so it's this. I forgot if you didn't say it. He can indeed help you. Zhao Shuwen also laughed in agreement, but a look of displeasure flashed across his face, which quickly disappeared. Li Chen, on the other hand, was oblivious to the fact that he didn't notice anything unusual at all. There was actually a reason why Zhao Shuwen only had 2 mercenary bodyguards, precisely because these people were ruthless and a bit difficult to control. That's why he hadn't agreed to Tal's request. Tal had mentioned many times that his friends also wanted to come and join him, but Zhao Shuwen had refused. If there were only 2 around, Zhao Shuwen thought he could still control it. Once there were too many mercenaries, they would invariably pose a threat, which was the last thing Zhao Shuwen wanted to see, and was equal to placing a time bomb around him. It was also this cautious character of Zhao Shuwen that had allowed him to stay in peace for so many years. Although he saw that Li Chen was in a good mood, Zhao Shuwen still appropriately reminded him, "Older brother, not old brother, splash you cold water. This kind of person around should not stay too much. Be careful to raise a tiger." Li Chen was also immediately stunned, and then remembered that he had a system beside the body afraid of a hammer. With his current hands, but also really not afraid of these. Older brother's words make sense. I'll keep an eye on it. Li Chen casually responded and didn't take it to heart. Zhao Shuwen saw the situation and stopped talking. Some words can just be point to point. That's good. Since old brother is certain, then I'm relieved. Wen Cheng, on the other hand, was even more curious about Li Chen. Her small eyes kept staring at him, secretly muttering in her heart, what kind of backbone does he have to be so reckless? It's getting more and more interesting. A few moments later, Li Chen saw that it was almost time and got up to leave after agreeing on a time to visit the project. As Li Chen's car shadow disappeared from sight, Wen Cheng couldn't help but inquire, "Godfather, I'm getting more and more curious about him. Doesn't he understand this? Even you are cautious of these people. I see that he seems to be full of concern." Zhao Shuwen turned his head to look at Wen Cheng and shook his head with a smirk. "I'm also curious. He doesn't seem to be worried at all. And even when I'm kindly reminded of it, I can't see him reacting in any unusual way." Li Chen's various behaviors are increasingly intriguing to this father and daughter. Chapter 111, System Upgrade. Li Chen returned to the company and stood in front of the window in deep thought. The tea in his hand had lost its temperature, but he was unaware of it. He thought back to Zhao Shuwen's reminder and pondered the countermeasures in his mind. Some things were best prevented before they happened. I have the system in hand, so I don't have to worry too much. But Zhao Shuwen, this old fox is getting more and more cunning, so I also have to be on guard. Li Chen muttered secretly in his heart. Zhao Shuwen's various behaviors made him start to be wary. He slowly summoned the system. It had been a few days since he had drawn a prize, and since he could accumulate the number of times, he seemed to have gotten used to not thinking about it every day. System, draw, ding. Congratulations to the host. You have gained charisma value plus 4, 800,000 gold coins, life expectancy plus 3, And a slave card, note, can be used on one person to make them their most loyal slave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. A power card, note, can be used on 50 people to make them part of the power with 100% loyalty. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a special reward. A protection card, note, only one person can be bound. Can protect the bound person from 3 fatal attacks. It is recommended that the host use it himself. Li Chen was shocked beyond words at this point, standing at a loss for words, his eyes filled with astonishment. Before he could react, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! The system has detected that the host may be in trouble. Please use the prop card with caution. This system will fall into slumber due to the primary energy being full. Upgrade in progress. Li Chen was still immersed in shock, and his brain went a bit down as he looked at the system's alert message. System? Hey. You're not going to fail to wake up, are you? He tried calling out to the system, but there was no response. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Hey, system, you didn't say how long you're going to be asleep. This. Li Chen's heart suddenly panicked a little. Just now, he was still swearing that he felt that he had nothing to worry about with the system on his side, and in an instant, he was given a big surprise, which made him a little bit panicked. Fortunately, the system left him some cards and hints at the end, otherwise Li Chen really didn't know what to do. He hastily summoned his attribute panel to check if anything had changed. Host, Li Chen. Age, 19. Lifespan, 41. Charm value, 56. Intelligence, 130. Titles, Face of Hercules. Skills, Wildflower Picking. Scanning, Beginner Chef. Dog Licking God. Piano Master. Master of Heckling. Master of Time Management. Master of Lot Picking. Poor Quality Hypnosis. Master of Fighting. Master of Chess. Backpack, Power Pill *1. Harem Firefighting card *1. Luck card *1. Bad Luck card *1. Slave card *1. Power card *1. Blessing card *1. Gold, 14. 6 million. Number of draws, 0. Quest, Temporary Quest. Taking down when Chang rewards 1. 000 gold coins. 20 charisma value. And 5 lifespan. Li Chen looked at his attributes. His mood could not be calmed for a long time. He vaguely detected a hint of danger. Where exactly is the source of the danger? What will happen? He kept asking himself in his mind as his mind kept pondering. The only thing that could pose a threat to Li Chen was the Kai family, but the Kai family had already been settled by Zhao Shuwen. It shouldn't be the Kai family, so what exactly could it be? His heart beat a little faster involuntarily, and sweat began to soak out of his hands. With the bottom card left by the system, he wasn't very worried about himself, but he was more worried about whether the people around him would be implicated. I just want to quietly be a little tycoon. Is it that hard? He couldn't help but spit in his heart, as if anger was growing. A moment later, a pair of warm arms encircled his waist. It was Tang Shui who appeared behind him at some point. Honey, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Your body is shaking. Tang Shui inquired with great concern, hugging him tightly as if she wanted to give him some comfort. Only then did Li Chen come to his senses. Knowing that he had just lost his temper, he gently stroked Tang Shui's small hand, and the uneasy emotions in his heart were slowly relieved. I'm fine, don't worry, just thought of something and got a bit mesmerized. Li Chen responded softly, not wanting Tang Shui to worry, but the words in his heart couldn't be said to anyone, so he could only bear them silently. Tang Shui felt that his body was no longer trembling like it had just been, and her heart was slightly relieved, but she knew that Li Chen was hiding something from her. Tang Shui didn't continue to pursue the question, and just hugged him tightly. Her own heart seemed to have gotten a hint of solace. The two of them stood in front of the window like this for a long time without moving. Li Chen's eyes became deeper and more determined. He couldn't let anything happen to anyone around him. Time just slips away. Tal on the other side was also in close contact, and he was in a very happy mood after receiving Li Chen's promise. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose at the thought of his girlfriend and sister. At this point he had finished his work and could finally start contacting them. He called his sister. First, a girl's voice soon came from the other end of the phone, still fluent in Chinese. Brother, why did you remember to call me? How are you doing in China? Tal pressed his excitement, his hand shaking slightly as he held the phone. Taris, I have good news for you. I found a boss for you all to come over. Tal finished with a look of excitement still on his face. Really, brother? Great. We can finally be together again. Tari's tone was also happy and excited. Sure, is Fiona with you? Contact some more of your own people, 5 men and 5 women, and get here as soon as you can. Tal explained some details about his sister. Remember, get one of your own. Character and stature are important. Grab it and go for it. Tal didn't forget to bark a few more words about Li Chen's requirements. Okay brother, don't worry, I'll be there as soon as I can. Tari's assured with great excitement and hung up the phone in a hurry after saying that. Hey, you. Why don't you let me have a word with your sister-in-law instead? Tal huffed and hung up. Because of the special nature of the work of mercenaries, they can only be contacted once in an emergency, and only at a specific time. Tal hung up the phone with a bit of a lack of interest, but was still very happy and expectant. But what Tal didn't expect was that they would be forever tied to China with this arrival. Chapter 112, Li Xiaoya's departure. Early the next morning Li Chen drove back to the clubhouse. He has been relieved or Li Xiaoya. At this time, Li Xiaoya was packing her bags, and she made a decision that took everyone by surprise. She's leaving for a very far away and strange place. Li Chen came directly to the office, but did not see Li Xiaoya's figure. He slightly frowned and suspiciously looked around before returning to the bedroom. He froze in place as he watched the scene before him. Li Xiaoya didn't seem surprised to see Li Chen's arrival and still had a smile on her face. She stopped the movements in her hands and slowly walked over to Li Chen's side. Honey, you're back. You are? Where are you going? Li Chen looked at her in great confusion, not knowing what Li Xiaoya was going to do. I originally wanted to tell you after I left, but since you're back, let's talk to you. Li Xiaoya didn't have any change in expression, still looking at him with a smile. Li Chen, on the other hand, was a bit uncertain. This was clearly the rhythm of preparing to leave, and a trace of panic inexplicably arose in his heart. Where are you going? Li Xiaoya's eyes seemed to be a bit evasive, and one could see her reluctance and entanglement. Hubby, I want to go abroad for a break. I've enrolled in a college to learn something. I've been thinking a lot lately. I don't want to live like this anymore. The old me lived to take care of my mom, but now that she's gone, I want to live for myself for once. The person I am now is not the way I want to be. I used to want to go to college. I wanted to prove myself, but I couldn't leave my mother behind. Now I'm going to do what I want to do and change myself. Li Xiaoya said a lot in one breath. Her eyes flashed with a flash of darkness followed by expectation and longing, and those eyes were incomparably determined. What about me? If I don't come, are you just going to leave quietly like this? Li Chen seemed to have a bit of an emotional outburst as he questioned Li Xiaoya like this, not understanding exactly why. Husband, being able to meet you is the greatest happiness of my life, and I'm very grateful for everything you've done for me. Li Xiaoya didn't dare to look at his eyes. She was afraid that when she saw those eyes she would hesitate. She wouldn't be able to leave. You look at me. What do you want? We don't lack money. Li Chen roared hysterically, his hands constantly shaking Li Xiaoya's shoulders. But Li Xiaoya seemed to have really made up her mind and was not moved in the slightest. Honey, it's never been money that I wanted. I just want to really live for myself for once now. Even if I stay for you, do you think that's what I want? Li Xiaoya turned her head and just looked at Li Chen, tears already welling up in her eyes. A few short words but left Li Chen speechless. Yes, is she wrong? She just wanted to live for herself for once. What's wrong with that? Am I too selfish? Li Chen kept asking himself in his heart, wanting to get an answer. Do you really want to? Must you go? Li Chen was still undeterred and reconfirmed again and again, his eyes full of reluctance. Yes, I've been thinking about it for days. Li Xiaoya's eyes were very determined, as if it really was a decision made after deep thought. Li Chen took her into his arms and hugged her tightly, not knowing what else to say at this time. Although there were 10,000 reluctance in his heart, he knew that he could not be so selfish. Will it come back? Li Chen murmured a soft whisper in her ear, as if he had drained all his strength after saying that. Will, maybe not. Li Xiaoya's tears had slipped down uncontrollably, and it seemed as if there were millions of knives in her heart tearing at her heart. Li Chen's heart also thumped, and his mind instantly went blank. Li Xiaoya broke away from his embrace. Her hazel eyes looked at him with deep affection. Their lips were tightly pressed together, seemingly telling the unwillingness of her heart. Li Chen had never been in such a mood. He was frantically venting, as if he wanted to fit himself into her heart along with her. They had never stopped like this, and Li Chen had secretly taken the power pill that the system had rewarded him with a long time ago. Time just flew by, like a movie being sped up, until finally a deep sleep set in. The sunlight mercilessly poured into the bedroom, illuminating the entire space, and Li Xiaoya looked at the man in front of her with mixed feelings. A few moments later, the two of them left the clubhouse with their luggage reluctantly. Li Chen drove the car all the way to the airport without words. Li Xiaoya seemed to feel his mood, lying on her side on the passenger side and watching him had not moved her eyes away. Finally, the airport appeared in sight, and Li Chen also inwardly let out a long sigh of deep helplessness. Soon Li Xiaoya had checked in, and both of them were looking at each other with reluctance. I transferred $2 million to your card. Don't be reluctant to spend it. Don't aggravate yourself. Take care of yourself outside. Li Chen kept on exhorting. His heart seemed to have endless words. Hubby, thank you. I'll take care of myself. You too. Li Xiaoya slowly turned towards the boarding gate as she finished speaking, The moment Li Xiaoya turned around, Li Chen directly used the protect card. Although the system instructed him to use it for himself, he couldn't care less anymore, and it was the only thing he could do to Li Xiaoya. Until Li Xiaoya's figure disappeared into the passageway of the boarding gate, Li Chen still stood in place for a long time without moving, and he kept his eyes on that direction. How he wished at this moment that Li Xiaoya could suddenly run back and tell him that she wasn't leaving. I don't know how long it took before he slowly moved his feet and raised his eyes to the distance, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A few moments later, he returned to the clubhouse and stood in the large office fuming. A soft footstep suddenly came from behind him, and he turned around to see that it was Lin Euro. She had short, clean-cut blonde hair that framed her delicate features. Her eyes were as clear and bright as a deep lake. Her nose was high and straight. Her lips were full, and when she smiled, she revealed a mouthful of white, neat teeth. She was tall and slender, and even in her clubhouse professional attire, she couldn't hide her sexy body. Lin Euro's eyes also seemed to have a hint of sadness in them. It seemed that Li Xiaoya had already spoken to her in advance. "Boss, this is all the financial statements and related paperwork for the store, given to me by Xiaoya before she left, asking me to give it to you after she's gone." Li Chen looked at the thick pile of information in her hand, and there seemed to be teardrops welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let it flow out. "Leave it on the table. It seems like you already knew she was leaving." Li Chen turned around and looked out the window, not knowing what was going through his mind at the moment. Xiaoya only told me about this 2 days ago. I was thinking of informing you before she left, and then yesterday you came back on your own." Lin Euro also felt a bit sorry for them, but she also supported Xiaoya's own choice. "Well, thank you. From now on, you will take her place and help her take care of the guild hall. Wait for her to come back," Li Chen casually instructed. Without Li Xiaoya's guild hall, it was expected that he would rarely come back again. Me? I can't." Lin Euro looked at him with a bit of surprise, completely not expecting this outcome, having already planned to resign. When Li Chen heard what she said, his mind suddenly recalled Li Xiaoya's appearance at the time, when she also answered in the same way. "You guys are a good pair of girlfriends, and you reacted exactly the same way as she did in the first place." Lin Euro a little do not know how to pick up this conversation. A moment frozen for a few seconds, looking at his back eyes flashed a flash of color. Chapter 113, Lost Mood. Li Chen left all the matters of the clubhouse to Lin Euro to take care of, and after explaining everything, he was ready to leave. Looking at the familiar surroundings of this place, the familiar smell made it even harder in his heart. This was the place where he and Li Xiaoya started, and it seemed like everything was going to end here now, just like a dream. He slowly stepped out of the guild house, unsure of where he was supposed to go, and he let out a long breath, trying to steady his jumbled thoughts. In front of the upstairs window, a silhouette stood at the place where Li Xiaoya often appeared, looking at Li Chen's back for a long time without moving his eyes away. Li Chen drove his car aimlessly on the highway, and without realizing it, he actually arrived at the suburban manor. Looking at the sea of flowers in front of him, his heart suddenly soothed a lot. He slowly walked to the tree not far away and half leaned on the lounge chair. He closed his eyes and breathed in the air of the place, feeling the scent of the flowers and the breeze on his face. Unconsciously actually fell asleep, and when he woke up there was already a familiar figure beside him. There was also an extra blanket on her body at some point, and she was looking at herself with a big smile on her face. "When did you get here?" Li Chen sat up and took her small hand, holding it tightly in his hand. "I've been recuperating here for the last few days. The environment here is more comfortable. The company is still being managed by Dad for the time being, and his body is no longer in trouble." Cui Jia smiled sweetly, her eyes full of happiness, perhaps because she had finally met the person she had longed for. "I'm sorry, I haven't bothered to come and see you during this period of time. I've wronged you." Li Chen was also full of heartache. He hadn't come over to visit after being discharged from the hospital. One trivial matter after another. "It's okay, I know you've had more things going on lately. I don't blame you." Cui Jia was very understanding and snuggled into his arms, wrapping her hands around his waist. "Silly girl." Li Chen gently stroked her head and lightly caressed her hair, his eyes filled with heartache. "How did you fall asleep here?" Still very curious, Cui Jia asked the doubt in her heart. She was bored and came out for a walk. From a distance, she saw a figure under the tree and the familiar car. She knew it was Li Chen, but when she got closer and saw that Li Chen was already asleep, she didn't disturb him and thoughtfully brought a blanket. "I don't know how I came here. I just sat down and fell asleep." Li Chen casually coped with the fact that he had indeed ghosted his way here. "Well, how have you been lately? The mood must be terrible, right?" Cui Jia then asked after the last time she saw Li Chen was at Li Xiaoya's mother's funeral. She's gone." Li Chen didn't know what to say, so he finally told the truth. Where did it go? How come you're gone?" Cui Jia was stunned at first, then asked after the reason. "Left today, went abroad, said she was going for a break." Wanted to live for herself for once. Maybe her mother's passing was too much of a blow to her. Li Chen briefly explained, not mentioning too much. It's good to take a break. Cui Jia didn't know what to say. When her mother left, she was in the same mood, and she seemed to understand Li Xiaoya's thoughts. Li Chen didn't continue the topic and casually digressed. Did you get the results on Cui Liang and the others? Cui Jia suddenly trembled delicately, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. The verdict has come down. He Shufan was sentenced to death. Cui Liang was sentenced to 15 years, and that killer was also sentenced to death. Cui Jia narrated without any emotional fluctuations, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. You deserve what you get. This is retribution. Li Chen didn't have any compassion for them, and they had to bear the consequences for doing something wrong. Cui Jia didn't care about this, but instead had a sense of relief in her heart, at the very least giving her dead mother an explanation through this encounter of her own. Her heart seemed lighter as well, and her resentment towards her own father was not as heavy. Cui Xiaoyuan has also changed a lot recently, realizing just how wrong he was in the past. He is also more concerned about Cui Jia, and puts his whole heart and soul into Cui Jia alone, perhaps trying to make up for his own faults. Father-daughter relations have also eased up a lot lately, which is always a good thing. As the sky gradually dimmed, the two of them also got up and walked towards the villa. Cui Jia took his arm, and the shadow behind him grew longer and longer, gradually disappearing at the end of the sea of flowers. A few moments later, the figures of the two were busy in the kitchen, with occasional sounds of playful banter. You idiot, you put too much soy sauce. I'll do it. Li Chen pushed Cui Jia away with great disgust and got on with it himself. Humph, you come, I still don't care. Slightly. Cui Jia spat out her little tongue and walked out of the kitchen a little unconvinced. The moment she just turned around, Li Chen directly slapped her sexy little ass. Humph, little colorful batch, the old habits are back, aren't they? Cui Jia turned her head to look at her with a wicked smile on her face. Li Chen awkwardly continued to fry the vegetables, did not dare to pick up this conversation, and his mind unconsciously floated back to the scene when they first met. The corners of his mouth showed a smile of happiness. A few moments later a large table of fragrant meals was ready, and Chef Li smiled in relief. The two of them then began to feast. This was the second time they had dined together here. The first time was on that stormy night. Wine and rice. Li Chen lazily lay on the sofa, helplessly shaking his head. Snap! Another sound of a plate breaking came from the third. Li Chen chanted helplessly and turned his head away from it. Cui Jia seemed to have gotten used to it and continued with a smirk, completely unimpressed. A short while later, a silhouette pounced into Li Chen's arms, looking at him with a bad smile on her face. Ha, good performance today. Only 3 falls. Li Chen pinched her little nose and looked at her with a face full of favor. Giggle. There's progress, right? Next time I'll strive to fall only 2. Cui Jia spat out her little tongue, and her little face seemed to be slightly red, because one of her hands has gotten a little restless. Li Chen also shivered. Hiss. So cold. You're so bad. He, cover my hands. Cui Jia laughed, completely ignoring him. The large villa actually did not have a single servant, and the atmosphere at this moment was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and it seemed that only the sound of breathing and Chapter 114, The True Face. Just as Li Chen was sweating, someone came to Zhao Shuwen's villa. In the somewhat dimly lit study, 2 middle-aged men with cigars in their hands were still gulping down clouds. How's the situation these days? The person speaking was none other than Wen Qing's father, Wen Ziyuan. It's going fairly well, and the boy is starting to take the bait, so I don't think he's noticing anything out of the ordinary, and he's trusting me. Zhao Shuwen's face flashed with a shade of sternness, which still had the usual cheeky brotherly feelings. That's good. It's best to build another separate company. The legal person must still be him. I have already arranged my own people for the finances this time. When the time comes to transfer all the money outside the country without God realizing it, we will be able to rest on our laurels. When Ziyuan looked like he was winning, as if everything was under his control. It takes time. Dealing with all this real estate also takes time. Zhao Shuwen was still a bit worried, as he had been unable to see through Li Chen's bottom line, making him feel a bit uneasy in his heart. Speed up the progress. Using this project should be able to clean up quite a bit. What's going on over there in Tal? When Ziyuan questioned with some displeasure. I'm not sure about the specifics. It was said that the overseas partner had a little trouble, and there was no way to transfer it for the time being, so now they can only utilize Li Chen as a pawn. Zhao Shuwen also frowned slightly. Everything that had been planned suddenly took a turn for the worse, making them have to change their plans temporarily. Then don't think about it so much. After we wash all the money out, we'll leave. After working hard for so many years, it's time to enjoy ourselves. When Ziyuan looked at him with a bit of anticipation in his eyes, seemingly fantasizing about beautiful beaches and sexy big foreign chicks. Ha, good. I'll speed up the progress. when the time comes, we old brothers will go to the island to have a good time. Zhao Shuwen was also in a good mood, and when he thought of the small island he bought abroad, his heart was bursting with excitement. Just what about this girl Wenqing? It doesn't seem to be too easy to pull out. There will definitely be trouble. Zhao Shuwen was still more worried about his goddaughter. After all, he had watched her grow up. Hey, it can't be helped. I can't afford to give up. This girl is very understanding and has never complained to me. But for the sake of our plan, there must be some sacrifices. Wen Ziyuan also let out a sigh, and seemed to be slightly reluctant to give up as well. Yes, when we adopted her, she was only that small, and now she's already standing up. Zhao Shuwen recalled the scene in his heart with a pang of regret. This matter also has to start from 15 years ago. They then did not have the current strength, but also on the tip of the knife licking blood to live. On a mission, looking at a family of several people, only a girl child left, they moved compassion. After a discussion between the two of them, they decided to take the child and didn't rush him. As for the truth of the matter, Wenqing definitely didn't know, and they had made up a story to keep the events of that year hidden. So many years had passed before the current Wenqing. Poor Wenqing, however, was unaware that her family, who she had always obeyed, was actually her enemy. Although they were not responsible for the tragedy back then, they were, after all, participants. Even if they saved Worm's life, and their merits and demerits were balanced, they couldn't hide the crimes they had committed. Okay, it's a critical moment. Don't worry so much. Whether she can escape depends on her own life. Wen Ziyuan seems to be a little more hard-hearted. Not the slightest remembrance of years of father-daughter love. And money compared to obviously Wen Ziyuan more love money. AI. It can only be so. Zhao Shuwen was also very helpless. Although he liked this goddaughter very much, he couldn't delay the big event. I will urge this matter as soon as possible and speed up the progress. I always feel that there is some secret on this kid. If I can dig it out, it would be the best result. Wen Ziyuan also frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Indeed, there is something odd. Listening to what you told me, something must have happened to this kid. Let Wenqing try it. Do a double take. Both of them also fell into silence after talking about their business. Li Chen on the other side was still blissfully unaware that a plan against him had begun to unfold. After a few more moments, Li Chen sat helplessly at the end of the bed, trembling, picked up a cigarette, lit it and took a hard drag. Trying to calm his wildly beating heart, he gasped a little raggedly. Shui Jia, on the other hand, was lying limply on the big bed, one sexy leg exposed outside the quilt, and her snow-white back seemed to still have some sweat left on it. Li Chen tried to call out the system in his mind, but there was no response at all, and it seemed to still be in the process of upgrading. He was also kind of looking forward to what the system would be like after it was upgraded, and his mood seemed even more excited. He was relieved to see that he could still view his attributes, and he was pretty sure that the system must still be there. Retracting his thoughts, he turned his head to look at the already sleeping Choi Jae and shook his head with a bitter smile. This little goblin, it's too difficult. The next day, Li Chen slept directly until sunrise, still not wanting to move. If he hadn't been woken up by the phone, he probably would have slept until the sun got off. The caller was none other than the company's finance. Xia Shi, the pre-sale has basically been completed. The first phase of the listings have basically been snapped up. Li Chen sat up with great reluctance and stretched hard. A few moments later, he had already washed up and was ready to head to the office. But Shui Jia refused to let him go. She didn't want to be separated right away when she couldn't afford to see him. Under her soft words, Li Chen could only compromise and took her back to the company with him. Anyway, she and Tang Shui had basically had a showdown, and it looked like the two were getting along just fine. Li Chen was sitting in his office. Xia Shi was reporting the results of the pre-sale. Tang Shui and Shui Jia were like a pair of girlfriends, sitting on the sofa actually talking and laughing. After counting, this pre-sale was very successful, and the profit exceeded 200 million. According to the contract, Li Chen had to give Zhao Shuwen nearly $50 million, although it is very reluctant, but also have to follow the contract, which is also Zhao Shuwen that piece of land in exchange. Zhao Shuwen is equal to nothing to do. Net profit of 50 million, and only the first phase. What's more, that piece of land Zhao Shuwen also did not spend a penny. This is pure profit. Li Chen, on the other hand, has to shave off all the overhead and expenses, and it's hard to say if he'll end up with 100 million left over. He directly dialed Zhao Shuwen's number, ready to tell him the good news. The familiar laughter was still the first to come, and still the warm words of brotherhood and sisterhood were, ha ha ha, what's the matter, old man? Chapter 115 Dividends from Presales. Ah, old brother, the presale is over. How will your dividends be transferred to you? Li Chen directly told him about the dividends, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, well, good thing indeed. I'll give you an overseas account. Just transfer it directly for me. Zhao Shuwen appeared very happy and didn't even ask what the exact amount was. Older brother, don't you want to know how much you'll get? Not even asking? Li Chen was also puzzled. Shouldn't this old thing be most concerned about the exact number? Why did he seem a bit rushed? Look at me. I forgot to ask when I was so happy. So don't sell yourself short. How much is it? Zhao Shuwen pretended to play dumb and inquired. In fact, as long as he could successfully wash out the money, where else would he care how much it was? Less than $50 million. How's that? Still satisfied? Li Chen waited for Zhao Shuwen's reaction with interest. Ha ha ha. Well. Satisfied. Too satisfied. Zhao Shuwen was also a bit surprised. It was completely out of his expectation. He didn't expect it to be a bumper harvest. Is there any sign of the land parcel thing I told you about last time? Li Chen smoothly brought up the matter of the land plot again. He had long guessed that all of the Kai family's land plots must have fallen into his hands. Oh, that matter. I'm helping you contact. Don't be anxious. Zhao Shuwen continued to play dumb and perfunctory. Even if Li Chen guessed it, Zhao Shuwen didn't want to admit it to himself indirectly like this. You'd better hurry up and examine the new project with Wenqing. One bite won't make you fat. When I find it, I'll definitely inform you. Zhao Shuwen took the opportunity to urge about the new project cooperation again. Good. I'll make an appointment with Wenqing when I'm done with the company. Li Chen didn't procrastinate and directly agreed. Fine. Then you get busy. Old brother won't bother. Zhao Shuwen directly hung up the phone after saying that. Li Chen continued to deal with other things in the company, and Xiao exited the office after reporting her work. With only the three of them left in the room, Li Chen continued to check the financial statement in his hands. And at this time, at the airport of a certain country, such a scene caused countless people to gather around. Each of the 5 men and 5 women had standardized looks and were fit. They headed toward the boarding gate with a firm and confident stride, drawing countless stares. It was Tal's sister who led a hand-picked group of several experts who were embarking on their way to the country of China. Tal received the news from his sister at the first opportunity, and was in an excited mood. The phone had just been connected, and Li Chen heard Tal eagerly reporting that Mr. Li, the person who arranged for you is now on a plane and is expected to arrive tonight. Li Chen was also very surprised when he heard this, not expecting Tal to be so efficient. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll leave you alone then. I'll see you tonight. Tal hung up after that. Li Chen still couldn't hide the pleasure in his heart after hanging up the phone. A happy smile on his face. The 2 women across the room were also puzzled when they saw the look on his face after he answered the phone. Choi Jae couldn't help but inquire. What's so happy? Li Chen looked at her with a smile on his face and intentionally sold a secret. You'll find out tonight. A surprise for you all. Tang Shui was first a bit displeased when she heard it, but when she heard that there was a share for herself in the back, she instantly became energized as well. Come on. There's still a part for me. Shoo, confidential. Li Chen pretended to be secretive and gestured with one finger in front of his mouth. Cut. Mysterious. What kind of surprise could there be? Choi Jae, on the other hand, was a bit unimpressed and gave him a crooked stare. That's right, playing God. If you don't tell me, I'll go back with you guys. Do you believe me? Tang Shui was also aroused with curiosity, looking at Li Chen with a bad smile on her face, and then at Chui Jia. Well, it's kinda exciting. Chui Jia, on the other hand, applauded, looking as if she didn't care at all. This reaction made Tang Shui a little embarrassed, her little face instantly reddening. Li Chen was also dumbfounded as he watched the 2 of them perform, and this singing together made Li Chen not be able to do the whole thing. No, what's going on with you two? You guys? Choi Jae, on the other hand, was looking at him with a wicked grin on his face. It's not because you've caused trouble yourself, inviting so many. Tang Shui and I are now on the same side, so be careful in the future. Well, Li Chen should have thought of that a long time ago. It's just that the window paper had never been poked through. Although Tang Shui was not very concerned in her heart, but to bring it to the surface is still not as big as Chui Jia's heart. Slightly still a little embarrassed. The day was spent in the company, and Li Chen had finally finished dealing with all the backlog. Let's go and get something to eat. Li Chen slowly stood up and stretched hard. Chui Jia and Tang Shui's relationship was much closer now. After all, they were both of a rather quirky nature and got along very well. A few moments later, the 3 of them walked into a relatively nice Western restaurant together. It caused numerous murderous stares along the way, all from fellow males. Chui Jia and Tang Shui and Li Chen's left and right a person sat an arm. On this picture is not to blame for others like that reaction. Simply too much hate. Asterisk. This is too arrogant. Even if you bring 2, they are both so beautiful. A middle-aged man secretly spat in his heart, and then looked at the one sitting across from him, instantly not in the mood to eat. My God. This. The ultimate goal of a man. Sooner or later I'll want this kind of treatment one day. A waiter stared wide-eyed at the scene just entering the door. and secretly swore in his heart that he had already set Li Chen as his goal to strive for. Vixen, it's not just prettier looking, maybe it's all made up. A heavily made up woman viciously glared at a few people, as if she had a big grudge. Li Chen walked forward with his head down a bit awkwardly, while Cui Jia and Tang Shui laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about the gazes of the others. I say, can't we stop this? Can't we see we're stirring up public anger? Cui Jia covered her mouth with one small hand and laughed very happily. Giggle giggle giggle. Just steal your joy you. They are envious and jealous. Tang Shui followed suit and laughed. That look was just too charming. Li Chen deliberately accelerated his pace and found a corner seat and hurriedly sat down, while Cui Jia and Tang Shui sat on the opposite side arm in arm. In the midst of a murderous gaze, Li Chen lowered his head and dried his rice the entire time, not daring to look at the surprised and envious expressions of the people around him, as well as an unkind gaze. Chapter 116, Mercenary Bodyguards. Li Chen didn't care about Cui Jia and Tang Shui behind him, and fled out of the Western restaurant in a hurry alone, making the two girls laugh again. The moment he stepped out of the restaurant, Li Chen directly got into the car, as if he was a thief. Cui Jia and Tang Shui, on the other hand, sat together in the back row, and no one went to the passenger side at this time. Cui Jia just sat in and couldn't help but laugh happily. Ha ha ha, did you have to? Running so fast. Li Chen, on the other hand, grunted in an ungraceful manner, as if he were an aggravated man. I suspect you two are doing this on purpose. Don't let me find proof. Li Chen drove the car towards the suburban estate in a puff of smoke, leaving a group of melon eaters viciously cursing angrily towards the car's taillights. Soon returned to the manor. As soon as he got off the car, Tang Shui was stunned. Wow, what a beautiful manor. This, simply too beautiful. Like it? Cui Jia took her arm in a very intimate manner. Like, super like. Tang Shui couldn't help but keep nodding her head, her expression still very shocked. Stay here with me if you like, will you? What's so great about the company? Let him manage on his own. Cui Jia deliberately instigated with a bad smile. That look was adorable. Okay, then I won't go to the company from now on. I want to be here too. It's really beautiful. Tang Shui walked to the sea of flowers, sniffing hard at the gusts of floral scent wafting in. Yay, finally I don't have to be alone. Cui Jia was also very happy. With a heartless look, Li Chen are a burst of speechless, shaking his head doubly helpless. These two strange women come together. This can be lively in the future. He headed straight for the villa. Tal and the others were already on their way. A few moments later, Tal led a group of people into the manor, and the beautiful scenery also left the crowd dumbfounded, and each of them looked very shocked. Tal walked to Li Chen's front and gave a very respectful salute, and the crowd followed neatly, looking like they were usually well trained. Mr. Li, everyone is here. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. Li Chen also nodded and looked around at the crowd. After all, they were system modified. No matter whether it was fighting skills or actual combat, that was a supreme expert. The few people in front of him were all battlefield veterans at a glance, each revealing a murderous aura. This picture really stunned Cui Jia and Tang Shui on the side. They never thought that Li Chen's so-called surprise was actually these people in front of them. The expression was exaggerated. All of them were wide-eyed, and they were still holding each other's hands tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Tal stood off to the side introducing Li Chen one by one, and with each introduction, one would come out of the lineup and demonstrate his fighting skills and killer moves. As soon as Tal's words fell, a tall, dark-complexioned man took a step forward, only to see that his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, and his face was so sharply defined that it was as if it had been carved by a knife. His short hair stood up at the roots, making his whole body look energized. Broad shoulders and firm muscles seemed to harbor infinite strength. He came out of the lineup and demonstrated a set of stiff fighting techniques with a swiftness that was clean and explosive in every movement. This kind of fighting technique is not like ordinary fighting, where all the moves are deadly killing moves, and it is a killing technique at first sight. Then came a blonde woman with a high nose and full lips, slightly upturned corners of her eyes with a hint of flirtation. Her figure was tall and slender, and a tight-fitting combat uniform emphasized her perfect curves. Her movements were graceful and agile, like a sturdy cheetah, and the fighting skills she displayed were amazing. Then another man stood out, his hair slightly disheveled, but with an unruly charm. His eyes were deep, as if they could see through the heart. Bronze skin glows with a healthy glow, and his muscles are smooth and full of power. Fighting skills are known to be flexible and unpredictable, but the moves are straight to the enemy's vitals. A red-headed woman then made her entrance. Her eyes were as bright as jewels, and her cheeks carried a faint blush. That body is also hot and dimpled, and every move is full of passion and energy. Her killer shot was a precise shot that showed how calm and bold she was. This is a professional firearms expert and a sniper. The last man was stout, with a full beard that made him look even more imposing. His eyes were firm and calm, giving a strong sense of security. The fighting skills were calm and powerful, and each punch seemed to break boulders. The other woman had long, shiny black hair, her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were as delicate as a picture. Her eyes were gentle and firm, and when she smiled, it was as if she could melt hearts. She is petite and delicate, but has amazing explosive power, and her fighting skills are fast and accurate. The killer skill on display is a masterful disguise that takes your breath away. Li Chen looked at the 5 men and 5 women in front of him. His heart was quite satisfied. Before the crowd could finish showing them one by one, Li Chen terminated their movements. Judging from the level of the current few, they were all very outstanding mercenaries, and Li Chen trusted his vision. Although he had absolute certainty in dealing with everyone in front of him, it had to be said that their hands and skills were already completely over the top. Not only do they have excellent fighting abilities, but they also have amazing looks. With them on board, Li Chen could finally feel a little more at ease, not having to worry too much about the safety of those around him. Cui Jie and Tang Shui also slowed down from their initial shock, their eyes filled with admiration and praise, and they kept clapping their hands. Tal, hard work, you've done me a big favor this time. Li Chen very happily patted Tal's shoulder. This one simple action instantly gave Tal a different feeling in his heart. It was a look of being honored, not master and servant or superior and subordinate, and it sent a wave of warmth through one's heart. You're welcome, Mr. Li, and I want to thank you as well. They are all my relatives, my comrades in arms, and I also want them to be able to leave the battlefield and still earn money. Tal very sincerely spoke from his heart. Don't worry, they will definitely not treat them poorly if they follow me, Li Chen assured with great confidence. Tal also looked at him with very grateful eyes and a thrill in his heart as he turned to his family and comrades with a very serious tone and expression. Starting today you will strictly abide by Mr. Li's arrangements and commands, and use your lives to protect your boss's safety. Understand? Understood, the crowd cried out in unison, their eyes filled with unrivaled determination and confidence. Unbeknownst to them, their fate is about to not belong to them in the next moment, has been quietly held in the hands of Li Chen. Chapter 117 Assignment of Tasks. Li Chen slowly sat down on the sofa and looked around at the people in front of him. His mind had silently summoned the system panel. He opened his backpack and clicked on the power card, looking at the few people in front of him and choosing to bind. Only an invisible force bound everyone in front of them together, and they would also be absolutely loyal to Li Chen from then on. Everyone felt an inexplicable stirring in their hearts, and their eyes became incomparably determined, looking at Li Chen in a way that was not quite the same as before. There was adoration and fascination and loyalty and admiration in those eyes. Even Tar was bound invisibly to it, and in an instant the room was silent, as quiet as a pin. On one side, Cui Jie and Tang Shui still didn't know what had happened and were still looking at them with great excitement. You two go upstairs and rest for a while. I'm going to explain some of their tasks. Li Chen turned his head to look at the two girls and commanded in a very gentle tone. Oh, then you're busy. I'll take Tang Shui for a casual stroll. Cui Jie was also very understanding, immediately pulling Tang Shui to go visit the new environment here. After they left, Li Chen continued to look around the crowd in front of him, and the smile on his face faded away, becoming very serious. He intentionally tied Tal into the force as well, actually to watch out for Zhao Shuwen and place a nail directly on his side. The crowd was also looking at him with very expectant eyes, as if waiting for the boss to give the order. Tal, go back, help me keep a close eye on Zhao Shuwen's every move, and report to me in time if there's anything. In front of the crowd, Li Chen didn't directly question Tal, and dismissed him with a casual command. Okay boss, then I'll go back first. Tal even changed his title from Mr. Li to boss, but he seemed to have something he wanted to say but didn't open his mouth. Li Chen watched Tal's reaction and thought in his heart, this power card is really unusual and effective. Well, go ahead and find me alone again sometime. There's something I need to ask you. Naturally, Li Chen could see Tal's desire to speak, and thought that there must be something he wanted to say, but now was obviously not the time. After Tal left, Li Chen looked at the crowd once again. He pointed to the 5 sexy big chicks in front of him. First, I'll assign you your tasks, and you two will be tasked with protecting the 2 girls who were just there. These 2 people were none other than Tal's younger sisters, Talus and Fiona, who immediately made a very serious bow. Their eyes were incomparably determined. Okay boss, promise to get the job done. Taris responded in a very respectful tone, and Fiona nodded confidently. Li Chen then looked at the other 2 female mercenaries. The mission for you is to go to a school and help me protect 2 female students, secretly keeping them safe. No problem, boss, Isabella and Alicia assured in unison, a faint smile on their faces. Li Chen also nodded in relief and looked at the 5 handsome guys again. You, the 3 of you will go to the company tomorrow, covertly protect and monitor the company's every move, and report back anytime you find anything unusual. Li Chen casually pointed and selected 3 lads to go and hold down the company. Yes, boss, don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. James patted his solid chest and assured with great confidence, and the other 2 followed suit. Li Chen then looked at the other mercenary, his tone becoming a bit more serious. Give you a special mission. Go and help me protect my grandparents. Just do it secretly, don't disturb their lives. Li Chen instructed very seriously. This was the one thing he cared about the most. Yes boss, I will protect the old man with my life, Jason assured in a very firm tone. Good, you 2 will follow me from now on, Li Chen casually commanded as he looked at the only remaining man and woman again. David and Sabella were a little more excited to stay at the boss's side. At least there were more opportunities. Who wouldn't want to perform well in front of the boss? After ordering everything, Li Chen let them rest in the manor. After all, there were still more empty rooms here. All of them chose their own rooms and went to rest. After all, they had just arrived in China. They still had to adjust to the jet lag to adapt to the new environment. Only David and Sabella remained standing in the living room, each picking a relatively advantageous position and already getting into the swing of things. Li Chen looked relieved as well, a happy smile on his face. The 2 of you go and rest as well. There's no need to be so nervous. Huaxia is a safer country. Learn to adapt. Okay, boss, then you also rest early. Sabella responded in a very gentle tone and spoke Chinese fluently. A few moments later, Li Chen went straight towards the upstairs bedroom, and his mood began to be apprehensive. After all, it was a bit tricky now that both were here, but the next scene blows his mind. In the bedroom, Cui Jie and Tang Shui had finished their visit a long time ago, and were now giggling and playing around in the bedroom. The sexy body and white skin showed up even more charming in the dim light. Seeing that Li Chen had finished his work, they also smiled at each other. The many bodyguards who were supposed to be adjusting to jet lag were also unmotivated to sleep, and were even more tormented in such a situation. A few of the guys were in an okay situation. The big chicks were a bit shy, and each of their little faces was slightly red. Gee, the boss can be physical. Very good, muttered James as he and Michael shared the same bedroom, James giving a thumbs up and muttering under his breath. Ha ha ha, it does seem unusual. 2 on 1, Michael echoed in a small voice, and covered his mouth to snicker. In the other bedroom, Sabella had just finished bathing and was smelling fresh. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant nightgown, the silk material fitting her skin as smoothly as running water. A head of wet blonde hair fell casually over her shoulders, and a few strands of hair stuck mischievously to her stunning face. Her eyes were like deep sapphires, sparkling mysteriously in the light. The long eyelashes were slightly upturned, and under the high nose, the dainty lips were slightly upturned, revealing a charming smile. Listening to the broken voice, her face turned slightly red, and her heartbeat unconsciously beat faster. Her body was perfect, tall and sexy. The neckline of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone, exuding a deadly temptation. The slender waist was not too thin to hold, showing a charming curve. The slender legs were straight and well proportioned, and the skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade. Sabella's beauty lies not only in her looks and figure, but also in the confidence and independence she exudes. Unlike the gentle beauty of Oriental women, Sabella's beauty is more bold, flamboyant, full of vigor and passion. Chapter 118, Inspection of New Projects. The next day, the sun shone into the bedroom through a gap in the curtains, and the ray of sunlight spilled out onto the queen-sized bed just in time. The snow-white long legs and white and tender back were exposed like this, looking even more delicate and smooth under the sunlight. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the wrecked bedroom, struggled to get up and walked into the bathroom with a bit of a stagger in his footsteps. That's what people who don't know think they're drunk. But really? Sheesh, should be tired. After briefly washing up, he opened the door to his room to see Sabella and David cruising the hallway. Li Chen and the duo smiled at each other, trying to cover up the awkwardness of last night, but it seemed to have backfired a bit. The other bodyguards were all making their rounds in the halls and outside the manor, just as if they were all getting into the swing of things. Li Chen quickly dialed Sun Hazen's phone, instructing him to immediately prepare 3 official cars. These bodyguards want to go to their respective duties, do not even have a means of transportation. A few moments later a brand new Audi drove into the manor. Li Chen explained some more things about the company. In the future the company will be fully handed over to Sun Haisan to sit in the town. Li Chen also had to start busy with the new project and had no time to worry too much. As for the affairs of the clubhouse, Li Chen no longer intended to interfere. As long as he could maintain normal operation, he ordered with a few more bodyguards, and they were all standing by, all in high spirits. After the command, all the people also drove to their posts. The new life and new environment, everyone also need time to adapt. The only people left in the manor were Sabella and David, along with Talus and Fiona, who were responsible for the safety of Trisha and Tang Shui. Li Chen didn't greet them and instructed Taris to say a few words before preparing to leave. David was also very professional and had gotten into the Ferrari that Li Chen had, with Sabella in the passenger seat. Li Chen got into the car and then drove out of the manor, heading towards the county. On the way has made an appointment with the county secretary and Wencheng, today to go to the project site for a preliminary inspection and project planning. The company's professional team has also rushed to the destination to accompany Li Chen for professional assessment and planning. A few moments later, the car slowly drove into the county development zone of a large open space, surrounded by very deserted. Many projects are also in full swing. Li Chen slowly opened the car and stepped out of the car. Not far away, he had already seen the company's professional team, who were professionally planning the project. Wencheng also arrived right after him, driving a brand new black Porsche that stunned the audience as soon as she stepped out of the car. The long dark brown curls are casually draped over the shoulders for a romantic look. Her pale pink lips curled up slightly with a smile, and when she smiled, she revealed those two cute little dimples. Today, she was wearing a white, revealing bodysuit, and an ultra-short wraparound skirt that was soft and flattering, perfectly outlining the curves of her shapely figure. She stepped on a pair of black high-heeled shoes, and her long white legs were exposed, which made her even more sexy and provocative. She walked towards Li Chen with a brisk pace, her movements all so graceful and tantalizing. Sorry, oh so late. Li Chen also responded with a gentle tone and a faint smile on his face. Not too late. I just got here too. Just as the two were exchanging simple pleasantries, a black Passat pulled into the construction site, and the county secretary got out of the car along with the two escorts. Li Chen hurriedly greeted him with quick steps, showing his respect for him. Secretary he, you're here. Hard work, hard work. Secretary he is also very polite, full of happy smiles. Ha ha ha, no hard work, isn't that what it should be? It's all for the development of the county. Xiao Chen this time I still have to thank you for the development of the county and hometown made a great contribution Secretary he's impression of Li Chen is getting better and better, and his address has become very close, and of course, there is also the intention of pulling in. After all, want to make achievements or need the help of local entrepreneurs and pay. We also belong to the relationship of mutual benefit. Secretary he, let me introduce to you. This is General Manager Wen Changwon, who is also my partner in this project. Li Chen very respectfully introduced Secretary he, chatting idly as he walked. Good day, Secretary he, I've heard a lot about you, and I haven't had the chance to pay a visit, so I finally got to meet you today. Wen Chang was also very polite and shook hands with Secretary he. Mr. Wen is too polite. I didn't expect not only young and capable but also so young and beautiful, really talented. Secretary he was also very polite and complimentary, and the smile on his face just hasn't disappeared. Secretary he is too kind. We latecomers still need to learn more from you. I believe that under your leadership, we will also grow faster. Wen Qing was also worthy of being a capable person in diplomacy, and made Secretary he talk with a smile on her face. Ha ha ha, old, in the future or you young people's world, also hope that you can do more for the hometown hometown's development still rely on you. Secretary he responded very happily, obviously in a better mood. A few people just talked and laughed as they walked and chatted, and also explained to Li Chen about the overall planning and direction of the project. The specific details of the project are still based on the project book and drawings. If you simply make an initial visit and approach to the project. Wen Qing glanced at Sabella and David, who were standing not far from Li Chen, and wondered what was going through her mind. When Sheng before going out Zhao Shuwen explained some more, urged her to speed up the progress of the project, but also as soon as possible to approach Li Chen to see if they can detect Li Chen's secret. Wen Qing was also a bit curious as to why her godfather suddenly seemed a bit impatient, but she didn't ask much. Looking at Li Chen's back, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, the desire to find out more and more intense. What kind of a person are you really? What has really happened to you? Wen Sheng muttered in her heart as she looked at his handsome side face. What Li Chen didn't expect was that this seemingly stunning woman beside him turned out to be the danger signal. After a long time, the people finally talked about almost. The general situation has been approached. The rest is the details. Xiao Chen take time for you to come to me alone. By the way, the project contract signed. You can start to carry out the planning, and strive to see some results before the beginning of spring next year. Secretary He's very kind tone and Li Chen explained, his eyes full of appreciation. Alright Secretary He, I'll have the company act as soon as possible and strive to start construction a day earlier. Li Chen also looked at Secretary He with great respect, his attitude showing no humility. After a few simple pleasantries, Secretary Hu embarked on his return trip, and his exclusive car gradually disappeared from sight. Mr. Li, let's have a meal together. I've been waiting for your hospitality. Wen Sheng took this opportunity to further enhance the relationship between the two as well. Ha ha ha, well, I'll take you to eat a big meal today and treat Miss One well. Li Chen didn't refuse and agreed very painfully. After a few moments, the crowd dispersed as well, each returning to their posts. Chapter 119, Wen Qing's Temptation. The two luxury cars traveled through the streets of the county city where the traffic flowed, instantly attracting countless envious gazes. A few moments later, it slowed to a stop in front of a rather upscale restaurant. You two eat a little alone. You don't have to follow me, Li Chen explained, then opened the car door and walked down. The duo was still relatively dedicated, just casually ordered 2 dishes in the lobby, all the time keeping Li Chen able to be within their line of sight. Li Chen and Wen Chang walked into the restaurant together and chose a corner seat to sit down. Come on, Miss One, the conditions in the county are rather limited, so I'm going to give you a head start today. Li Chen handed the menu to Wen Chang with a smile on his face, signaling him to order something he loved. It's quite good, I like it a lot. Wen Chang didn't squirm and ordered a few random dishes. The atmosphere seemed slightly awkward, and Li Chen didn't know what he could talk to her about. Wen Chang, on the other hand, fluttered her big eyes and just looked at him, her eyes still full of curiosity. Tell me your story, I'm curious about you, Wen Chang deliberately inquired tentatively, as if she wanted to set up some of Li Chen's past. What story can I have? Li Chen didn't think that much about it, thinking it was just a woman's curiosity. Tell me about it, get to know each other. After all, we're both friends and partners now. I'd love to hear your story. Wen Chang continued to dwell on the topic, seemingly refusing to give up. Li Chen didn't think much about it, so he truthfully told some things about his past. Of course, it was impossible to mention the system, but he seemed to have forgotten that his past and his present were worlds apart, and the change in just a few days simply could not be explained. Wen Chang was getting more and more surprised. She knew that Li Chen must have overlooked some important information. Relying on a lucky lottery ticket alone? It was estimated that not many people would believe it even if they said it. Wen Qing's repeated questions also made Li Chen suddenly have a sense of alarm. He was getting a feeling that something was wrong, because Wen Qing seemed to be too attached to his past and always kept asking questions. This little doesn't seem to have a good heart. It can't be that she guessed something, right? Li Chen muttered suspiciously in his heart, and his brows frowned imperceptibly. At this time, Wen Qing also noticed Li Chen's reaction, and secretly said in her heart, bad. It can't be that he was too hasty. He seems to be suspicious. However, Wen Qing did not show any emotional changes in her performance, still chatting with him with a smile on her face. Li Chen also casually dealt with the situation, and the two of them began to test each other's skills. A few moments later, the mealtime was also finally nearing the end. Li Chen also did not want to continue chatting with her anymore. There was always an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. The two men got up and prepared to leave after a few more pleasantries. Walking out of the restaurant, Li Chen didn't make too many polite remarks and directly said that he had something to go back to. What? I still have some things to do before I go back. I'll treat you properly next time. Wen Qing also responded politely without showing any displeasure. Good, I'm glad to have dinner with Mr. Li today. I hope there will be another opportunity. Definitely. We'll have to work together in the future. There will definitely be more opportunities. Li Chen reached out his hand and shook Wen Chang's lightly before turning to leave. Wen Chang did not rush to get on the car, looking at Li Chen's back for a long time until the car's figure disappeared into the street. Looks like I was too careless. He really is cautious. It will be harder to ask anything next time. Wen Chang muttered in a small voice and slowly walked towards her car. Soon Wen Chang also drove her car and faded out of sight. Li Chen sat in the back row frowning slightly as he kept thinking about Wen Qing's actions today in his mind. Sabella could also tell that her boss was preoccupied and tentatively inquired. Something wrong, boss? Use us to finish her off? Li Chen immediately retrieved his thoughts and responded. No, there's nothing going on for now. It just feels like she's acting erratically. Li Chen was also a little surprised by Sabella's reaction. Worthy of being a mercenary? Moving to solve this and that. Sabella didn't say anything else when she got her boss's reply. Still sitting in the passenger seat with a serious expression, Li Chen was still very pleased with her reaction and insight, thinking that it was worthy of being a professional. The level was indeed extraordinary. Today, Wen Qing's unusual behavior was also considered to have sounded the alarm for Li Chen in advance, and thanks to the fact that he had been transformed by the system, his thinking and observation were not comparable to ordinary people, and his alertness was also quite strong. It can't be some kind of conspiracy between them, can it? It seems like it's really necessary to talk to Tal, Li Chen muttered in his heart, always feeling that there must be something fishy about this matter. He then called Tal directly, and the call was answered quickly on the other end. Tal, come to the manor. There's something for you. Okay boss, I'll go over later. Tal very painfully agreed. After all, he now also belonged within the control of the forces, and invariably could only obey Li Chen's words. After hanging up the phone, it didn't take long to return to the manor, and Li Chen went straight back to the villa. When Shui Jie and Tang Shui saw that Li Chen had returned, they both happily greeted him as well. The girls are apparently inseparable now and get along without a single barrier, which makes it really odd. Hubby, back. Shui Jie ran over and directly took his arm, sticking to him like a little rice cake. Li Chen casually dealt with a sentence. The heart is still thinking about what just happened. Seems a little absent-minded. Seeing that he seemed to have something on his mind, Tang Shui didn't bother, and continued to watch TV on her own. Li Chen sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette, thinking about the whole thing from beginning to end. A few moments later, Tal arrived at the estate and went straight to the villa. Li Chen brought him to the villa's study. There were some things it was safer to ask alone. Tell me about Zhao Shuwen. I always feel that there's something not quite right about Wen Qing. Li Chen looked at Tal very seriously and waited for his answer. Tal was relieved to hear that this was the case. As long as nothing else went wrong with his brothers, he wouldn't give it a second thought. Boss, as far as I know, Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan are secretly transferring funds overseas. A batch of them had already been transferred through my channels before, but recently, there was a bit of a problem on the overseas channel side, so it's been put on hold for the time being. Tal slowly opened his mouth and directly told the whole story about Zhao Shuwen transferring funds. Li Chen also seemed to have guessed it, because the last dividend was transferred to an overseas account. Go on. Chapter 120, the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird behind it. Tal went on to add, as far as I know, Wen Qing is not their child. It was adopted by them a long time ago. I don't know the exact details. They never mention it in front of me, and I only hear about it occasionally. There's also the matter of the new project. I guess they're also trying to transfer their assets. Zhao Shuwen bought a small island overseas. They've already transferred a lot of funds. Li Chen seemed to have sensed something when he heard this. It seems that Zhao Shuwen also had another purpose in approaching me. No wonder he wanted to take me to the underground earth. Wen Qing should also be just a pawn. Li Chen muttered to himself, seemingly analyzing some suspicions. He suddenly thought of an interesting question and looked at Tal and opened his mouth to ask, you helped them transfer the funds. Were these all operated by you or by Zhao Shuwen himself? Tal suddenly brightened up, his small eyes darting around as he seemed to understand Li Chen's meaning as well. Hey, boss, our maid, the island is also in the name of a shell company. The funds are also in the company's account. Usually I personally handled the operation. When they're all done shifting, let's pull the rug out from under them. Tal, you know what to do, don't you? Li Chen's mood was instantly great. It was almost like he was giving away money, and he immediately commanded Tal's next strategy. Boss, I understand. I'll secretly change the company's legal entity, and I'll make sure that they definitely won't get a penny in the end. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Tal's face, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Well, find someone reliable on the team and pay more as a corporation. Li Chen didn't have to be afraid of anything in the slightest, as their loyalty didn't allow them to have any crooked thoughts. Yes, boss, just put it directly under my name. As soon as Tal heard about the extra payoff, he immediately volunteered to put himself forward. You can't. In case of omission is not good to explain. You can use your sisters. In the future, even if it is found good to cover up, Li Chen is still more cautious, for fear of causing Zhao Shuwen's vigilance in the middle of the process. After all, it is an old fox. It is not possible to have any backhand. Okay, boss, leave this to me, Tal assured with great confidence, a happy smile on his face. Be discreet. This is our future backyard. This is something you can't let anyone know about except you, including your sister and your girlfriend. Li Chen once again gave a serious exhortation. Don't worry, boss. No one will know but me. Tal swore his assurances. It would be hard for him to lie even if he wanted to due to the power card. Well, go back and don't arouse the suspicion of that old fox. After giving his orders, Tal chatted with his sister and his girlfriend for a few more minutes, then returned to Zhao Shuwen's villa. Li Chen also finally breathed a sigh of relief. This move would completely crush Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan's plan. As for Zhao Shuwen and the others, they would never have thought to death that Tal would defect, because Tal had been with them for many years, had done a lot of dirty work and made a lot of money out of it, and was as good as one of their own. Otherwise, Zhao Shuwen wouldn't have entrusted such an important matter to him, completely an important beloved of Zhao Shuwen. After Tal left, Li Chen sat on the sofa, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising. He was also eager to see how wonderful Zhao Shuwen's expression would be in the end. Ha ha ha, old thing, trying to use me. Let's see if little master doesn't play you to death. Li Chen muttered in his heart with great satisfaction. He tried calling out to the system again, but still got no response. Is this unreliable contraption planning to hibernate? Unable to resist spitting a sentence in his heart, Li Chen withdrew his thoughts with a lack of interest. With nothing else to do, he dialed the number of the clubhouse, and soon the call was answered. A gentle and sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Tatsuya Club, who are you? As soon as Li Chen heard it, he knew that it was precisely Lin Yuro's voice. This is Li Chen. Has Xiao contacted you recently? Her phone hasn't been working. Once Lin Yuro heard that it was the boss's call, her tone became a few points more gentle. Boss, it's you. Xiao hasn't contacted me lately either. I guess she hasn't adapted to the new environment yet. Li Chen was instantly disinterested upon hearing this, and a flash of worry flashed across his face. That's fine. Be sure to let me know if she gets in touch with you. Yes, boss. Is there anything else you need? Lin Yuro seemed to be expecting something else, and continued to pursue the question. It's okay, you're busy. Li Chen hung up the phone directly after saying that, and sighed as he leaned back on the sofa with a deflated sigh. I wonder if you're doing well now, he muttered inwardly, and his brows furrowed slightly. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yuro held the phone for a long time, her teeth lightly biting her lip. Listening to the phone beep and hang up, his expression seemed lost. Why, could it be that I'm bad? Lin Yuro's mouth muttered in a small voice, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. No way. Xiao will come back sooner or later. I can't. Lin Yuro shook her head frantically, pressing down the unrealistic fantasies in her heart and slowly putting down the phone in her hand. Just as Li Chen was still rambling, Tang Shui walked down from the second floor, seeming to have something on her mind as well. She walked straight to Li Chen's side and sat down, her small hand resting somewhat uneasily on his leg, gently rubbing and pressing. Hubby, do you have time in the next 2 days? Tang Shui inquired tentatively, as if she was still a bit nervous. There is. It hasn't really been anything in the last couple days. What's wrong with you? Li Chen looked at her favorably and held her small, slender hand. Hey, my mom called again today, asking when we're going back. And ever since I told them last time, she's been urging me to take you back, Tang Shui said with a bit of embarrassment. She also knew that Li Chen had more things going on lately, so she hadn't mentioned it. Look at me. I forgot about this, and you didn't remind me. Let's go back tomorrow. It just so happens that we don't have much to do in the past 2 days. Li Chen slapped his head and suddenly realized that he had promised Tang Shui to accompany her home before, but things had been going on, and he had long forgotten about it. Really? Thank you, hubby. That's great. Tang Shui immediately filled her face with smiles and was very excited, wrapping her arms around Li Chen's neck and directly kissing him. Silly. Of course it's true. Go get ready. Li Chen gently and scraped her nose with his finger, those eyes full of favor. Okay, I'll go clean up. Tang Shui ran toward the second floor with cheerful little steps. Chapter 121 Tang Shui returns home. Tang Shui was born into an ordinary but cozy family. Her father, Tang Wanshan, was a very ordinary worker who had toiled hard in the factory for most of his life, relying on that steady but not lucrative income to maintain the family's expenses. However, he is a loyal and honest person, and he is diligent in his work, and he is well liked by his colleagues in the factory. Although the days are dull, but he is always optimistic to face, with his hard work and simplicity for the family to support a piece of heaven. Just like many ordinary people, every day busy in all kinds of work, desperately running around just for the broken silver a few taels. Her mother, Ho Suk-kun, on the other hand, is an elementary school teacher who devotes her love and patience to her students. In school, she is a kind and friendly teacher in the eyes of the children, lighting up their minds with the fire of knowledge. Back at home, she was again a gentle and virtuous wife and mother, running the household. In this not-so-affluent family, her parents nourished Tang Shui with full of love as she grew up, giving her an optimistic and kind character. Tang Shui's house is one of those old-fashioned residential buildings, not large in size, but warmly and comfortably furnished. The living room was furnished with a somewhat old but still neat sofa, and on the wall hung family photos and photos of Tang Shui from childhood to adulthood, each recording a bit of her growth. The furniture in the house was not high-end, but it was all polished and full of life. After learning that Li Chen was going home with Tang Shui, Shuan started to get busy early in the morning. She had carefully prepared a table full of dishes, all of which Li Chen loved to eat, and all of this information was revealed to her by Tang Shui on the phone. Tang Wanshan, on the other hand, cleaned the house and went downstairs to buy new slippers in preparation for the arrival of his daughter and future son-in-law. A few moments later, a luxury car slowly drove into the neighborhood, attracting the attention of countless people. Some idle Moncler Jackets outlet followed over to join in the fun. Aigu, whose luxury car is this? It's so beautiful. A curious old mom kept ogling it. Yes, I don't know whose child it is. It's really outstanding. The other matron next to her also followed the discussion. Look. It seems to be the two members of old Tang's family. Go over and take a look. The curious aunt hurriedly went over to watch the fun. When Li Chen and Tang Shui appeared at the door of their home, Shuan greeted them with great excitement and a happy smile on her face. Geez, you guys are finally back. Come on in, come on in. She took Li Chen's hand, her eyes narrowing into slits with a smile as she carefully sized up the future son-in-law in front of her. Chen it's been a hard journey, hasn't it? Look at you. This young man is so spirited looking. Li Chen responded with a smile on his face. Auntie, it's not hard. I'm happy to be able to come see you and uncle. Tang Wanshan also walked over and patted Li Chen's shoulder. Young man, welcome to our home. After the crowd entered the house, the neighbors also came to hear the news. One is the Lord who loves to watch. In this modest neighborhood, the news that Tang's daughter had brought her boyfriend back spread like a gust of wind. Yo, this young man is so talented. The old Tang family is really blessed. A big mom looked at Li Chen, her eyes full of envy. That's right, look at this temperament. It's not ordinary. Another neighboring aunt also followed and chimed in. He Shuan listened to these words of praise. The heart has been happy flowers, but the mouth is very modest. Where? This child is just looking at the spirit of the point. It is fate. Let him and our family Xiao came together. But the smile on that face couldn't be hidden, and the whole person exuded an air of smugness. Everyone sat around and started chatting. A neighbor curiously asked Li Chen, young man, what kind of work do you do? Li Chen responded with a smile on his face. Uncle and auntie, I opened my own company and did some small business. The crowd listened in awe. Starting a company, that's amazing, at such a young age. At this point, a somewhat jealous neighbor sourly bristled. It's not easy to start a company nowadays. It's risky. Maybe it will go out of business one day. Li Chen didn't get angry, still casually coping with it with a smile on his face. You're right. Starting a company does have its risks, but the one that goes out of business certainly won't be me. His response was not condescending and showed his generosity by neither showing off nor being annoyed by the negative remarks of the other party. Seeing this, He Shuan hurriedly rounded up the situation. Our Chunner has the ability. I'm sure his company will get better and better. A few moments later, lunchtime arrived and everyone sat around the table. He Shuan kept on giving Li Chen dishes. Her face couldn't hide her happiness. Chen eat more. This is all what Auntie specially made for you. Li Chen hurriedly took it and thanked him very politely. Auntie, you also eat. The food you made is too delicious. At the dinner table, everyone continued to chat and laugh and the atmosphere was cordial. Tang Wanshan suddenly looked at Li Chen and inquired, Little Li, what are your plans for the future? Li Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at Tang Shui's father with a very serious expression. Uncle, I will continue to work hard to develop my company. And in the meantime, what about? I will also take good care of Tang Shui and give her a happy future. Hearing this, Tang Shui shyly lowered her head, while Li Shuan and Tang Wanshan nodded their heads with great satisfaction, their faces filled with gratified smiles. After a simple meal, everyone sat down in the living room to drink tea and chat. He Shuan looked at Li Chen. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. She pulled Tang Shui to one side and quietly urged, Xiao Shui, this boyfriend you found is really good. Mom is very satisfied. You should grasp it well. Tang Shui's little face was slightly red, and seemed to be a little embarrassed. Mom, I know. I'll cherish it. On this day in Tang Shui's house, Li Chen won the recognition of Tang Shui's family and neighbors with his intelligence, wit, and generosity, and his steady character impressed everyone. In the evening, Li Chen and Tang Shui then prepared to leave to return to the company. He Shuan and Tang Wanshan sent them to the door, and He Shuan didn't forget to urge Li Chen, Chen come to the house often when you have time. Li Chen also nodded his head very politely in agreement. Auntie, I will, and you and uncle should take care of your health as well. After bidding farewell to Tang Shui's parents, Li Chen and Tang Shui drove back to the company. Tang Shui sat in the passenger seat holding one of Li Chen's arms. Hubby, you did fantastic today. My parents love you. As long as you're happy, I like my aunt and uncle too. And at first glance they're both very kind people. Chapter 122, New Company. The next day, Wen Qing contacted Li Chen very early in the morning, and mysteriously agreed on a location over the phone. Li Chen followed what Wen Qing said and came to the appointed place, and from afar, he saw Wen Qing standing beside his car, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Li Chen was just about to open the door to ask for the car when Sabella, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reminded, Boss, do you need us to accompany you? Li Chen shook his head to indicate that there was no need and walked off the bus alone. Wen Qing seemed very happy and greeted him with a smile on her face. Mr. Li, you're late again. Ha ha ha, no right, it's not like we have an agreed time. Li Chen casually coped. He didn't have a good impression of Wen Chang now, and his attitude was naturally not as polite as before. Giggle. Okay, count it as a win for you. Warmth hid a smile and slightly embarrassedly stopped picking up the topic. Asking me to come here for something? Li Chen looked at her very suspiciously, not knowing what kind of drug she was selling. Let's go. Just go in and take a look. Without explaining too much, Wen Qing turned around and headed towards an office building. It is a small office building with only 3 floors, and the exterior design is also stylish and simple. Walking into the hall on the first floor is also very spacious, and the decoration is also relatively upscale. It is? Li Chen looked at her with some confusion, not knowing what the intention was. This is our new company. I've bought this place as an office for our new project, Wenqing explained very patiently, a smile still hanging on her face. Is that necessary? And setting up a new company? Li Chen, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but feel a bit more wary in his heart. Of course it's necessary la. After all, it's a new project we're cooperating on, and it's not something that will happen overnight. It's better to be independent. Wenqing was not in a hurry, and did not have any unhappy look, still very politely explaining. Of course, there is nothing wrong with the words, but they do have ulterior motives. When Li Chen heard it seemed to have some sense, he didn't object. Anyway, he had already arranged his own backhand, not afraid of them playing any tricks. Fine, that's good. It's my fault for not thinking things through. Li Chen also sort of gave the other party a leg up and did not continue to dwell on this topic. I hope to have a good cooperation, and it's time to hurry up and arrange for manpower to be formed here as well. Wenqing did not care about Li Chen's attitude, as she knew in her heart why Li Chen reacted in such a manner. It seems that I was the one who got defensive. Wenqing guessed in her heart, somewhat regretting her impulsiveness that day. I will also arrange for a few candidates to come over from my side. Mr. Li won't mind, right? Wenqing tentatively inquired. In fact, this was a normal operation. There was no use in minding it. That's how partnerships work. Both sides put their own people in, especially in the more important positions, like finance. This is also arranged by Wen Ziyuan in advance, wanting to make some small moves and transfer funds through the company's finances. Of course there's no problem. Should be. I'm happy for you to do it all by yourself. It's best for me to be a handful. Li Chen didn't care what she wanted to do, just come as soon as possible. If he could have nothing to do with it, he was more than happy to do so. Giggle. Is Mr. Li so relieved? I would be happy to serve Mr. Li. Wenqing naturally wouldn't be polite. She didn't know Li Chen's backhandedness. She could get more real power so that she could have more room to maneuver. Don't worry. What's not to worry about with Mr. What? Could it be that Mr. Wen will still pit me? Li Chen looked at her with interest, deliberately flirting tone. In fact, we all know things by heart. How could it be? Mr. Li really knows how to joke. We are in a win-win cooperation. How could I pit you? Wenqing still responded with a smile on her face, but she was actually panicked in her heart. She also seemed to notice that Li Chen seemed to carry a hint of hostility towards her. But due to Zhao Shuwen's relationship and cooperation projects, no one continued to worsen the relationship. I want to see what tricks you can pull, Li Chen muttered secretly in his heart, and from time to time, he also observed the change in Wenqing's expression. Right, we are a cooperative relationship. Win-win is the ultimate goal. Li Chen also followed her meaning to concur with a sentence. In fact, his heart had already begun to curse. The two of them and simply chat for a while, and finally after discussion by Wenqing full agency company, including the preliminary company formation, Li Chen just wanted to be a shirker, and wouldn't it be nice to sit back and reap the benefits in the end? Of course Wenqing would not have guessed the end. She was still trying to strategize for their plan. She had thought that everything was under their control, never thought that it would end up being a basket case. And actually, I've lost my wife and my army. After the two separated, Wenqing's movements were also very swift, transferring many key members from the city. She had to get the company together as fast as she could. That way she could implement their transfer plan as quickly as possible. After all, Zhao Shuwen had been urging her to speed up her progress every day, and she was puzzled as to why she was suddenly in such a hurry. But she couldn't go against her godfather's wishes, so she could only honestly do as she was told. Li Chen sat in the car in a happy mood too. Everything was under his control. No surprise this would be a great harvest. A few moments later, the car slowly pulled into the estate. Li Chen had nothing to do so he wandered around the garden, unconsciously calling out to the system again in his mind. What he didn't expect was that the system actually responded this time. Ding! The system has completed its first upgrade and is in the process of rebooting. Hearing this familiar voice instantly thrilled his mood, and a happy smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. Please ask the host to check out the new features on their own. Some of the special features have not been opened yet. Li Chen was a bit impatient and immediately opened the system panel. What came into view was a light blue template, displaying host information, system tasks, system space, and system mall respectively. But what surprised him was that the lottery wheel was gone, which meant there was no more lottery function. Holy, does that mean you can't draw a prize in the future? TSK. It's a pity. Now Li Chen was recalling the various values gifted by the system was still relatively amazing. and there would be no opportunity to obtain them again in the future. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What about my lifespan value? Li Chen suddenly thought of a rather tricky matter. How to obtain lifespan value without being able to draw. This was the issue he had been most concerned about. He hastily opened his attribute panel to see if anything had changed. Age, 19. Lifespan, 41. Charm value, 56. Intelligence, 130. Title, basic title asterisk 2, click to view. Skills, basic skills asterisk 11, click for access. Backpack, harem fire card asterisk 1. Luck card asterisk 1. Bad luck card asterisk 1. Slave card asterisk 1. Gold, 14. 6 million. After seeing his attribute panel he was stunned. Ilua go. The title and skills are stacked and hidden. Is this for not hydrology? Chapter 123, System Upgrade completed. Closing the attribute panel. He tried clicking on the other options. First was the System Quests. A list of quests immediately surfaced in front of his eyes after clicking on it. System Mission, Temporary Mission. Take down Wen Chang rewarded with 1 million gold coins, 20 charisma value and 5 lifespan. Phew, there's only one temporary quest left at the moment, so it looks like we still need to do more quests in the future. Closing the quest panel, tried clicking on the system space again. A newly introduced feature he was still curious about. When you click on it, a backpack box similar to the one in the game appears in front of you, with many smaller boxes within the box. Isn't that a game backpack? What's the point? Li Chen looked at the backpack in front of him with some lack of interest, not finding anything special about him. I was about to close it when I suddenly caught a glimpse of a very small row of words at the bottom of the box, which I almost missed without looking closely. Note, this backpack can store any realistic item. Each item occupies a small space, and the same type can be stacked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way? This is storage space? Just like in the novel? Li Chen looked at the small words in front of him with some disbelief and casually picked a lavender flower. With a thought, the lavender flower in his hand disappeared into thin air, and lavender asterisk 1 appeared in the bag in front of him. I'll go. It's true. The system is awesome. Love you. Li Chen suppressed his excitement and tried to take it out again. Sure enough, the lavender he had just picked reappeared in his hand, and he waved his fist a little harder, with some uncontrollable excitement. Then won't you have an extra carry-on backpack from now on? Awesome awesome. Holding down his excitement, he clicked on the system mall again. He was instantly petrified. A wide range of goods appeared in front of him. Only you can't think of anything that the system can't change. The upper left corner of the mall also showed a sign-in button, which Li Chen tried to click. The bottom of the check-in immediately showed 100 points, and he immediately checked up on the redemption price of the item. Holy, this. Lamborghini limited edition supercar. Redemption requires 999 points. Aston Martin customized edition. Redemption requires 999 points. Looking at the dazzling items, Li Chen's brain went a little down. Supercars, mansions, special props and so on. There really was everything. This. What is this? Li Chen looked at the title bar with some disbelief. Underneath the points shows the urban and unknown categories, and actually the item screen has two options. He tries to click on the unknown class, but there is no response and a message appears to pop up in the alert box. Ding! Detected that the host system mall version is too low. Please upgrade and try again. My god, the system mall can actually be upgraded. What exactly is that unknown class? Li Chen became even more curious, although he wanted to get a glimpse of it right away, but the system didn't allow it. Looking at the system mall in front of him, Li Chen still can't control the excitement in his heart. This is what a system should look like. Li Chen had already begun to fantasize about his step-by-step ascent to the top. The feeling was too wonderful. Ding! The system detects a successful version upgrade and enacts a randomized mission for the first time, asking the host to sponsor 100 homeless and poor children within 15 days. The system rewards 5,000 points. Li Chen looked at the task in front of him and fell into deep thought, wondering why the system had suddenly changed its character. Before it was to collect the power of extreme Een, and now, and for what? He muttered in his heart, a little confused. Could it be merit? Li Chen suddenly thought of something. Doing good deeds was nothing more than this purpose. Does the system need the power of merit now? Li Chen shook his head and pressed down the curiosity in his heart. Doing the mission is the main thing. What's the point of thinking about it so much? 5,000 points. TSK. Points. I'm coming. Li Chen shouted inwardly with excitement as he turned around and walked towards the villa. Cui Jia and Tang Shui were watching a movie in the villa in boredom, and the table was filled with various snacks and fruits. Yo ho, you two are quite moist in this little life. Li Chen was in a very good mood and deliberately joked about them. Hubby, you're back. Do you want to eat? Cui Jia picked up a cherry and shoved it into Li Chen's mouth. Li Chen smiled and opened his mouth. and intentionally poked and prodded Choi Jae's fingers with a bad expression on his face. Choi Jae, on the other hand, was looking at her with interest. That little look still colorful. Stop. Getting down to business. I'm going to give you two a mission. A very important one. Tang Shui was also energized upon hearing this. Being in the manor had already bored her to death. What mission? Tell me quickly. Tang Shui blinked her big eyes and looked at him curiously. Choi Jae also waited with great suspicion, wondering what the mission would be. Help me investigate where there are underprivileged children in need of help. Orphanages or mountainous areas will do. Ha, what do you want? Tang Shui was even more curious. What were you doing looking for poor children for a good reason? Yeah, are you going to donate? Choi Jae inquired, also puzzled. Yes, I want to donate. I want to subsidize them so that they can go to school, have enough to eat, and change their fate. The more Li Chen spoke, the more excited he became. It was like a speech. His spirit was a bit hyperactive. Choi Jae looked at him with a bad expression, as if she wanted to see into his heart. Tang Shui also covered her mouth and snickered when she heard this. Stop it. It's true to accumulate virtue and do good deeds, but I haven't done anything wrong. Li Chen retorted loudly, not feeling the slightest bit wrong about what he said. Oh, is that so? Well, does being all over the place count? Choi Jae got even more energized and deliberately stabbed at Li Chen's soft underbelly. This shouldn't count, right? Li Chen was still trying to weasel his way out of it, but he felt weak even as he said it. Giggle. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I can really help you. Choi Jia put away her playfulness and looked at him in a serious manner. Oh, really? Quickly tell me. Li Chen also got energized upon hearing this, and the embarrassment he felt just now was immediately put behind him. I used to donate to an orphanage, so I reckon they can put you in touch with quite a few kids in need. Great. Get in touch. The sooner the better. Li Chen was a bit impatient to complete the mission, and his tone was a bit rushed. What's your hurry? The orphanage can't run away. I'll contact their dean in a while. Choi Jia flirted unhurriedly, a bit intentionally. Tang Shui, on the other hand, was a bit lost, as if she couldn't help much. You shouldn't be idle either. Help me check on the internet. Do good things early. Li Chen touched Tang Shui's small head and looked at her favorably. Aha, I'll check for you right away. Tang Shui also agreed very happily, finally feeling like she had some use. A few people sat down on the couch and began a frantic internet search. Chapter 124, Donation of Orphanage. After Choi Jae promised to contact the orphanage director, the whole atmosphere in the living room became tense and full of anticipation. Li Chen sat on the sofa, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the cell phone in Choi Jae's hand, as if it was a link to hope. In reality, he was still most concerned about the progress of the mission and hoped that it would just be completed as soon as possible. Tang Shui also quickly opened her own laptop, her slender fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, searching for information about poor children. Choi Jia dialed the orphanage director's phone, and a gentle but slightly tired voice soon came from the other end of the line. Hello, Dean. This is Choi Jae. How have you been? Choi Jia's tone was filled with concern. It looked like it was quite a familiar relationship. It's Trey. I'm doing just fine. Are you calling today for something? Dean, I have a friend who wants to sponsor some impoverished children. Do we have a list of children in need of help over at the orphanage? Choi Jia also went straight to the point, informing the main purpose of this call. The dean was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, his tone full of helplessness. Xiao Chui, our orphanage has always had many children in need of help. As you know, our conditions here are limited, and the children's lives are all very hard. Recently, there are a few more children who have problems going to school because they don't have the money to pay tuition. After hearing the dean's words, Choi Jae's eyes were a little moist, and she had donated before. She glanced at Li Chen then continued to add, Dean, don't worry, this friend of mine, he is very caring. He wants to donate money to subsidize the children and has prepared a lot of supplies. The dean's voice trembled with excitement on the other end of the line. Really? That's really great. There is finally hope for the children. After Choi Jia hung up the phone, she said to Li Chen and Tang Shui, the dean said that the orphanage is in a very bad situation right now, and that there are many children who are in desperate need of help, so we have to prepare as soon as possible. Li Chen nodded, his eyes full of determination. No problem. Let's make a list of supplies and then prepare the cash to get these things to the children as soon as possible. Next, Li Chen, Choi Jia and Tang Shui were busy, splitting up to prepare various matters. They shopped around for supplies, ranging from the children's daily necessities, such as clothes, shoes, and bedding, to school supplies, like school bags, stationery, and books. At the same time, Li Chen had prepared a cash check for $5 million, ready to donate all of it to the orphanage. Finally, everything was ready and they rented a large van, filled it with supplies and set off towards the orphanage. The orphanage is located in a remote mountainous area with rough roads. The car traveled for hours over bumps and finally arrived at the gates of the orphanage. The sight before them made their hearts sink. The walls of the orphanage are in a state of disrepair and have even collapsed in some places. The gate was rusted as if telling the story of the years. Walking into the orphanage, the scene inside is even more disturbing. The ground in the yard was pitted and overgrown with weeds. The children were dressed in tattered clothes, and some of their shoes had several holes in them, with their toes exposed. When they saw a stranger coming, they had both curiosity and some fear in their eyes, and they hid in the corners. The dean greeted him, an old man with gray hair, his face etched with age. His eyes revealed endless exhaustion. But when he saw Li Chen and the others, a light of hope flared up again. "Welcome, you guys are really good people." The dean held Li Chen's hand tightly and looked at him with great excitement. Li Chen looked at the dean with a sourness in his heart as well. "Dean, you've worked hard. It really wasn't easy for you to take care of these children all by yourself all these years." The director takes them on a tour of the orphanage. In the dormitory, several dilapidated beds were crowded together. The bedding was thin and old, and in some places there were patches. The children were very poorly supplied with toiletries. In the classroom, the desks and chairs were also in disrepair. The blackboard was covered with scratches, and the books were even more worn. "We are really in a difficult situation here, and we don't have enough money to barely keep the children alive. These children are all very poor. Some of them were abandoned by their parents, and some of them have lost their relatives due to family changes." Dean introduced himself as he walked, and there seemed to be a catch in his voice. Just then, a little girl timidly approached. She was about 7 or 8 years old, with big eyes, but a sadness in her eyes that was not age-appropriate. She tugged at the corner of the dean's coat and spoke in a small voice. "Grandpa Dean, are these uncles and aunts here to help us?" Dean knelt down and touched the little girl's head. "Yes, honey, they're here to give us a present, so you'll have new clothes to wear and a new school bag to use." The little girl looked at Li Chen and the others, tears glistening in her eyes. "Thank you, uncle and auntie." Li Chen's eyes moistened as he hugged the little girl in front of him. "Little friend, from now on you'll be able to go to school properly and not have to worry about anything." Afterwards, Li Chen, Cui Jie and Tang Shui began to organize the children to carry the supplies together. The children's eyes were full of surprise and excitement at seeing so many new things. They carefully held their new clothes and school bags as if they were holding their most precious treasures. A simple donation ceremony was held in the small square of the orphanage. Li Chen handed the 5 million cash check to the dean, and the moment the dean took the check, tears came out of his eyes and he felt the check heavy in his hand. "I don't know how to thank you. This money is like a lifesaver for us. With this money, the children can have a better life and can continue their schooling." Li Chen looked at the dean and the children with mixed emotions. "Dean, you don't have to thank me. These children are too pitiful. I just did what I could. I hope they can grow up healthy and happy and become useful to society in the future." At this time an older boy stood out. He bowed deeply to Li Chen. "Uncle, you are our great benefactor. We will definitely study hard and live up to your expectations." The other children followed suit, bowing to Li Chen and the others. Looking at the innocent and grateful eyes of the children, both Cui Jie and Tang Shui couldn't help but shed tears. Tang Shui walked to the children and hugged them. "Children, you have to be strong. There will be more people to care about you in the future." For the rest of the day, they played and chatted with the children. Li Chen told the children the story of his own business and encouraged them to face difficulties bravely, while Cui Jie taught the girls how to tie beautiful braids. Tang Shui accompanied the smaller children to draw. The children's faces were filled with long-lost smiles, and that laughter echoed over the orphanage, as if dispelling the long-lasting gloom here. However, happy times are always short-lived. The sun was dipping in the west, so Li Chen and the others had to leave the orphanage. The children took their hands and their eyes were full of sadness. "Uncle and auntie, when will you come back again?" The little girl looked at them with tearful eyes. "We will come to see you soon. You have to study well and live well, okay?" Li Chen touched her head, and his tone was very gentle. The car started slowly and the children, led by the dean, waved goodbye until the car disappeared from sight. Chapter 125, The Way to Make a Living. After returning to the company, Li Chen's mood could not be calmed for a long time. The trip to the orphanage gave him a deep sense of the suffering of those poor children and made him more determined to continue helping them. He began to plan his next donation campaign, hoping to bring hope and warmth to more children. And at the orphanage, the director held the check for $5 million. His heart filled with gratitude to Li Chen and the others. He knew that the money would change the fate of the orphanage and the children, and he secretly vowed to make good use of the money so that the children could live a happy life. The orphanage then began a series of improvements with the financial support of Li Chen's donation. Dilapidated fences have been repaired, dormitories have new beds and bedding, and classrooms have brand new desks and chairs and plenty of school supplies. The children get a hot, nutritious meal every day, and their faces gradually take on a healthy flush. This trip to the orphanage has touched Li Chen deeply. The children's innocent eyes and desire for life. They ignited the flame of love in Li Chen's heart. The company has set up a special public welfare fund, represented by Li Chen, which will continue to focus on the needs of poor children and disadvantaged groups in the future. They will also have established contact with more orphanages and schools in poor mountainous areas, and carried out a series of helping programs. This way he could get rewarded for completing the mission and also do what he could to contribute to the society. Li Chen was still more than happy to do so. On the other side, Wen Sheng was also in full swing, and the basic framework of the company had already taken shape. It had to be said that Wen Sheng's ability to do things was indeed very strong, and she was definitely a business master. Seeing that the New Year's Eve was approaching soon, Li Chen had to prepare to go home to see his grandparents. I wonder what kind of expression and mood the old two would have when they saw the current Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the system panel in his head, and the points in the mall had become 5,100 points. Li Chen was also looking forward to what the next mission would be. He was bored and flipping through the items in the mall when suddenly his eyes lit up and he found a way to make money. Stock information alert card. Note, this information card only provides 1 day's movement data of a stock. Asterisk 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 this. Doesn't this just stand up? Li Chen's mood immediately became excited, and his heartbeat accelerated slightly. Li Chen pressed down his excitement in trembling hands and tried to click on the exchange. Immediately, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Redeeming stock information alert card requires 1,000 points. Whether to confirm the redemption. Confirmed. Li Chen chose to confirm without hesitation. He was already a little impatient. A few moments later, a card did appear in the backpack, golden in color. He held back his excitement and didn't click to use it. He didn't want to easily waste this opportunity. It was 1,000 points. He immediately called Sun Haisan, whose voice soon came from the other end of the line. Mr. Li, looking for me? Well, there's something. Help me find 2 stock manipulators. The sooner the better. Li Chen's tone was slightly serious, and he commanded very urgently. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll get right on it. Sun Haisan agreed very painfully, hung up the phone and went to think of a solution. Li Chen then proceeded to call Zhou Wanrong. He hadn't contacted this beauty for a long time. The original loan has also been the company's financial xiaoshi first time to pay off. After all, the end of the pre-sale he still did not make a lot of money. The familiar voice on the other end of the line soon came back with, Gu, Mr. Li, why are you calling me all of a sudden? What is your instruction? Zhou Wanrong was as dry as ever, knowing that Li Chen was bound to be looking for her for something. Miss Xiao, a little something to trouble you. Help me open an account in a securities company. And by the way, open an overseas account. Can you do it? Li Chen tentatively inquired. He wasn't sure if the other party could do it on his behalf. Of course there's no problem. I have your information here. I'll help you get it done soon. It's an honor to be of service to Mr. Li. Zhou Wanrong agreed very politely. Her tone was also much closer than before. After all, after working together for so long, she still recognized Li Chen. Well, then it will be hard for big beautiful Zhou. Is there any interest in jumping ship? Li Chen suddenly had a love of money, and tried to see if he could dig Zhou Wanrong over. Giggle. Mr. Li is really flattering. You are now a man of the hour. Will you still be short of manpower? Zhou Wanrong didn't immediately agree. That seemed to show a bit of lack of reserve, although she also wanted to jump ship. After all, private companies have to earn more. I'm definitely not short of ordinary people, but I still welcome talents like you. Li Chen directly stated his attitude without the slightest hint of joking. Okay then, Mr. Li, allow me to think about it. Zhou Wanrong was indeed also moved. Now that Li Chen's company was flourishing, it was a good opportunity to jump ship over there. Ha. Well. I'm looking forward to your joining. I'll wait for your good news then. Li Chen was also in a better mood. If he could dig Zhou Wanrong over, it would be even more like adding wings to a tiger. After all, Zhou Wanrong's workability was still relatively outstanding, and Li Chen was impressed with her. Indeed a rare talent. Alright Mr. Li, I'll help you with the matter at hand first. As for, allow me to think about it before I give you an answer. Zhou Wanrong still decided to take care of the things Li Chen had explained before deciding on whether or not to jump ship. After all, her current job was an iron rice bowl. Good, then I won't bother. Wait for the good news. Li Chen hung up the phone after saying that. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly, obviously in a really good mood. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Wanrong's heart was a little tangled at this time. She wasn't sure what Li Chen was digging himself for. Is it really a matter of cherishing talent? Or is there an ulterior motive? Zhou Wanrong muttered secretly in her heart, somewhat less sure. Hey, forget it, a married man. What am I imagining? How could someone look at me? She quickly dismissed the conjecture in her mind and withdrew her noisy thoughts. Although Zhou Wanrong was married once, but whether it is looks or body, that is really nothing to say. absolutely is the young woman in the boutique. If Li Chen really figures something can be justified, after all, Zhou Wanrong thinks that her conditions are still good, but she does seem to be overly concerned. Li Chen just a moment of love of money, not to see the color of the heart, but if it's for free, I guess Li Chen won't refuse. Chapter 126 Entering the stock market for the first time. Sun Haisan really did not let Li Chen down, and the next day he found two master manipulators. Li Chen immediately called the person to the manor when he learned the good news and prepared to personally interview him. A few moments later, Sun Haisan brought the two lads to the manor. Looking at the environment in front of them, the duo, who still had some hesitation in their hearts, immediately had a new idea. The face of one of them was a bit hard to hide the excitement in his heart. Anyone who can live in such a place must have extraordinary strength. When he came near the entrance of the villa, he saw a foreigner with a serious face, and at a glance, they were all high-level bodyguards. The thought in his mind was a few moments more certain. The crowd walked all the way straight to the villa, where Li Chen was sitting on the sofa leisurely drinking tea. Seeing the arrival of several people also smiled and nodded in greeting. Sun Haisan walked to Li Chen's side, and without being polite, he directly sat on the sofa next to him. After all, it is also the highest leader of the company, the first batch of patriarchal level, and Li Chen's relationship is naturally not so rusty. Mr. Li, I've found someone for you. See if you're satisfied. Sun Haisan reported directly to the point, pouring a cup of tea for himself. Li Chen glanced at the duo. They were quite passable in terms of temperament, but he just didn't know how professional they were. After a brief inquiry in the duo's self-introductions, Li Chen was also satisfied. These two are with many years of experience in manipulation. Whether it is the level of professionalism or approach, that is a first-class level. One is called Lu Bo and the other is called Zheng Kai. They also have years of experience working together and trust each other. Each also has its own record. Can be said to be a great success. In the circle is also a small well-known trader, but Li Chen didn't need their brains, only their skills. With the system's information cards in hand, he didn't need to worry about alignment or anything else at all. Li Chen prepared a separate manipulation room in advance, which had all the equipment and preparations needed for life. Let me make it clear in advance that once you are inside the manor and have accepted this job, you will not be able to come and go as you please. You guys think about it, you must keep it strictly confidential. Li Chen's only concern was security. He didn't want his operation to attract unnecessary trouble. Okay boss, we are all relatively professional. You can rest assured that the most basic professional conduct is still not a problem. The conditions we are all very satisfied. We also discussed, accept this job of yours. One of the taller lads agreed very quickly, looking like he was also very satisfied with the job offer and the environment. Good, then you guys can go and get used to your new environment. There is a resting place prepared for you next to the operation room. You can also wander around the manor when you're not doing anything, but you can't leave the manor and you can't use communication devices. Li Chen casually instructed a few words of attention and glanced at Sabella behind him. Sabella nodded before leading the duo to their workstations. Sun Haisan was also very happy to see this. Another problem solved for the boss. This is also considered a merit. Alright, the tea is quite expensive. Don't drink it. Isn't the company busy? Li Chen pretended to be serious and flirted. The smile on Sun Haisan's face immediately froze, and the tea that was put to his mouth suddenly felt unscented. Mr. Li, you're unloading. Quite busy. I'm going back to the company. On the way out, he also put the tea canister on the table directly into his arms, and turned around and ran away without blushing. Hey, why don't you leave some for me? You're too dark. Li Chen shouted towards Sun Haisan's back, but it seemed to be of no use. Sun Haisan did not mean to stay at all, ran out of the villa in a puff of smoke, drove his big Ben and went away. Li Chen also shook his head with a bitter smile, somewhat regretting flirting with that one. A loss of money. David, go get me some more tea back. David stood to the side also hiding his mouth and snickering, looking at this intimate look of theirs with envy in his heart. Okay boss, right away. A few moments later Li Chen was the only one left in the room. Helplessly shaking his head he could only continue to drink the only pot of tea. Just then, the phone suddenly rang, and a smile appeared on his face as he picked it up. The call was answered quickly. Mr. Li, the accounts are all done for you. I've sent them to your cell phone. Check it. Well. Efficiency is fast. How's the consideration? Li Chen again smoothly brought up the matter of jumping ship. A little less deadbeat rhythm. Giggle. Mr. Li is really in a hurry. Even if I jump ship and go over there, I still need to finish handing over things here. Zhou Wanrong seemed to have already made up her mind, her words carrying a little hint. Fine. Then I'll wait for you to finish processing. Very much looking forward to your joining. Li Chen also heard Zhou Wanrong's words and responded very happily. The two of them ended the call after a few simple words, and after hanging up the phone, Li Chen was in a beautiful mood. The tea in his hand all looked extraordinarily sweet. The stock operation thing, if Zhou Wanrong's joining, it would really be the icing on the cake. He can continue to be a shirker again. He snickered involuntarily at the thought, and smiled rather obscenely. He slowly got up and walked towards the operation room, and as soon as he entered, he saw Lu Bo and his duo familiarizing themselves with their new working environment. The computer had been turned on, showing the general trend of stocks. How's it going? Still getting used to it? Li Chen also greeted a few words with great concern. Habit, boss. The environment here is simply too good to be true. It's a paradise. Don't say you can't go out. Even if you drive me out, I don't want to go. Lu Bo is also showing more happiness. It seems that his mood is also very good, and his mouth is also very skillful. Li Chen was also relieved to hear that the environment here was indeed better, and was satisfied with their performance. Then I'll give you guys a mission to try and practice first. Li Chen clicked on the use of the information card in his mind, and immediately a message was displayed before his eyes. Lu Bo and his duo were also rather looking forward to the first task that followed. Not knowing what kind of surprise it would be, Li Chen found a pen and paper and quickly wrote down the name and data of a stock, then handed it to Lu Bo. Operate this stock according to the information I gave you. Grasp the selling node. I deposited $50 million in the account for you. Start operating. Li Chen simply instructed a few sentences, then stood to the side and said no more. The duo immediately sat down at their computers, quickly logged on to their accounts, and began skillfully making multiple batch buys. In the blink of an eye, the account was rapidly dwindling into the stocks on the slip of paper. After the operation was completed, the duo let out a long breath, a little apprehensive, because the content of the note is too shocking. Not only specific stock information, but also the trend of the index, point sell are marked clearly. This operation is the first time they have seen. See into the movie in the backroom operation process. Their hearts in addition to shock is amazed. This kind of information was definitely not something that could be obtained by ordinary means, and the contempt that he had for Li Chen in the beginning had vanished at this point. There was also a very complex look in his eyes, one of doubt and surprise, as well as admiration and excitement. The next step was to sit back and wait for the results. The mood of the three people were more excited. Li Chen also did not know whether the system's information was accurate or not. He was also very much looking forward to the next results. Chapter 127, The hateful have laughs but the laughing have none. Several people were staring closely at the general market trend on the screen, and their moods were a little tense at this point, only to see the stock they bought suddenly raise its head slightly, and then slowly pull upward, seemingly rising. The heartbeats of the three people are a little slightly accelerated. Li Chen is still the first time to speculate on stocks, and also do not understand stocks at all, but it's still a relief to watch your chosen stock drift all the way up and know what that means. Phew, it's true that the system is sincere. Ha ha ha. Lu Bo is also very excited. I did not expect Li Chen to give such accurate information. Watching the trend of the stock does not dare to relax for a moment. Boss, God, it's still going up. Lu Bo's voice was trembling as he spoke, seemingly in an agitated mood. Yeah, according to the current trend, this wave is definitely stable. Zhang Kai also chimed in on the side. When Li Chen saw that the system's information was accurate, his mood eased up a lot, and he wasn't as excited as he was just now. Well, not bad. You guys continue to observe, and operate in time when you reach the node index. After casually ordering a few sentences, he turned around and left the room. The moment the door to the room closed, the Lu Bo duo whispered, This. Why am I a little uneasy in my heart? This information channel? Lu Bo looked at him with a somewhat stunned look. The words were interrupted by Zhang Kai before they were finished. Hush, don't say what you shouldn't say. Just do what you're told and be done with it. Other things aren't for us to think about. Yang Kai seemed to not care at all about the source of the information and hastily stopped Lu Bo's next words. Lu Bo stopped his mouth in a hurry, and also carefully observed the surroundings. Yeah, it's none of my business. I'm just a part-timer. Yeah, just do our job. Why do we care so much? The duo hastily digressed and began discussing the stock's trend and prospects. At this time, Li Chen seemed to be in a good mood as well, finally not having to worry about money anymore. With the upgraded system, it made his rise to power much smoother. He's already got his business map mapped out in his head. At this time suddenly the cell phone rang. Look, is Zhou Wanrong. Hastily answered. MS. Zhou, is something wrong? Is there some good news? Soon Zhou Wanrong's voice came from the other end of the phone, seemingly in a good mood as well. Mr. Li, I've thought it over and agreed to your invitation, and I've already done the handover on my side, so I can join at any time. Ha ha ha. Well, I'll give you a seat, so come over here first. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking that today was really a good day. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wanrong simply packed up her things and prepared to leave this place where she had worked for many years. An ill-timed voice came suddenly. And, Gu, is this a resignation? What? You've climbed up the ladder? The person speaking was none other than a manager of the commercial bank, Fong Huilan, who was usually at odds with Zhou Wanrong. Not only was she jealous of Zhou Wanrong's looks, she was even more jealous of her performance. Both are also in charge of investment business. Zhou Wanrong is always one step ahead of her. Even the governor looked at her differently and took care of her, which made her teeth itch with envy even more. Yes, Manager Feng, no one will be stealing performance from you from now on. Shouldn't you be happy? Zhou Wanrong also did not have the politeness to directly dislike. In the past, she still remembered the feelings of colleagues, and never tore her face. Since she has now resigned, there is no need to spoil her. Yes, I'm very happy about it, and I'm even happier to see you leave in disgrace. Fong Huilan's villainous look was undeniable, with a victor's smile on her face. Yeah, you don't seem to have a clear view of reality. I'm resigning, not being sacked. Get it straight. Zhou Wanrong glanced at her with great disdain, not taking her words to heart at all. Seeing that Zhou Wanrong was unmoved, Fong Huilan's words became a few points harder. With an unforgiving look, Manager Feng, do you have nothing to do? Is the management too wide? If you have nothing to do, go to beauty salon. Look at the wrinkles on your face. No amount of putty powder can cover them. Zhou Wanrong was also not polite at all and directly stabbed Fong Huilan in her soft underbelly. Fong Huilan is now almost 40 years old. It can be said that the person is old, usually has been drinking Zhou Wanrong against, but also because of jealousy of her young and beautiful. This bludgeon from Zhou Wanrong directly made Fong Huilan not calm down, and the anger in her heart came up at once. You, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Toad wants to eat swan meat. Look at the young man, handsome and gold to stick on. Really think you can become a rich wife? Ah, dream on you. You don't even look at your own condition. A divorced woman also dare to daydream. Fong Huilan was also on fire, a bit of a straight-up ripper. Zhou Wanrong naturally wouldn't be angry. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong, and it was just a normal jump. Mind your own business. You're not even qualified to daydream. Zhou Wanrong picked up her belongings box and directly turned around and left without continuing to pester her. Vixen, there will be a time when you regret it. Don't be complacent too early. Fong Huilan looked at his back, still cursing under her breath. The anger in her heart had nowhere to go. Originally thinking of mocking others, in the end, she herself received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage, which made Fong Huilan hate her teeth. Zhou Wanrong ignored the curses behind her, and directly drove on her own second-hand minivan car, running in the direction of the manor. A few moments later, a luxurious and beautiful manor came into view. It was the first time Zhou Wanrong had come here, and she was also mesmerized by the scenery in front of her. Women are naturally defenseless against beautiful things, let alone a view like the one in front of them. Wow, so beautiful. I didn't expect him to be rich. Zhou Wanrong couldn't help but whisper in admiration, and in her heart, she felt grateful for her decision. Driving down the path straight to the front of the villa, he was once again shocked at the scene in front of him. Luxurious villas with foreign security patrolling around, a scene she had only seen in movies. With some apprehension and excitement, she slowly opened the car door, organized her clothes, and walked straight to the villa. Chapter 128, Zhou Wanrong's joining. Li Chen had already seen Zhou Wanrong by now, and very politely went out to greet her. Zhou Wanrong was still wearing a formal professional suit. Perhaps because of her work in the bank, she was used to a more formal style of dress. A head of straight black hair fell to her waist, with bangs neatly brushed to one side in front of her forehead. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional. Her eyebrows were like a curved moon, her eyes were like autumn water, and her lips were slightly upturned with a confident smile. A white shirt with a black wrap skirt and a black blazer on top of it, looking competent and feminine. Even if she is wrapped tightly, it is difficult to hide her sexy and proud body. Welcome, welcome, finally I've gotten you here. Li Chen walked forward with a smile on his face and gently shallowly held her hand. Mr. Li is too polite. It's only my luck to receive your invitation. I feel honored to join your team. Zhou Wanrong's attitude was also very respectful, responding with a professional smile on her face. Ha ha ha, I hope we can get along in the future. I'm relieved to have you on board. Li Chen led her straight into the villa. Zhou Wanrong looked at the luxuriously decorated villa in front of her or could not hide her inner excitement, thinking that the rich people are the ones who will enjoy. Cui Jie and Tang Shui were also in the living room at this time, still lazily watching the TV. As soon as they saw the beautiful women entering the door, they looked at each other in unison, as if they were exchanging some kind of message. Cui Jie immediately got up and walked over, a smile on her face as well. Li Chen was a little embarrassed by her actions and glanced at Zhou Wanrong, then introduced herself. This is a manager I poached from the bank, more familiar with finance, to help me with the stock management. Hello, my name is Cui Jie. Welcome. Chui Jie very politely extended her small hand to shake Zhou Wanrong's. Hello, my name is Zhou Wanrong. Please take care of me in the future. What a nice name. You should be older than me, so I'll call you Sister Wanrong. Chui Jie's character was so casual, quirky and big-headed. Good, as long as you like it. Zhou Wanrong also responded politely, unintentionally sweeping another glance at Tang Shui with some doubts in her heart. Tang Shui naturally noticed Zhou Wanrong's gaze and plopped down on the backrest of the sofa and beckoned. Hello, I'm Tang Shui. Hello, you two are so pretty. Nice to meet you. Zhou Wanrong also responded with a polite sentence. Li Chen stood off to the side in slight embarrassment and hurriedly changed the subject. Go, I'll familiarize you with your surroundings. With that, he took Zhou Wanrong on a tour of her new job. Chui Jie turned back to the sofa and glanced at Tang Shui, who seemed to have something to say but didn't open her mouth. I don't think so. It doesn't look like it's there yet. Tang Shui was the first to speak up, as if she could see the doubts in Chui Jie's mind. Chui Jie also nodded slightly and continued to pick up the fruit plate to watch TV. These two heartless women are also a strange pair. That heart is wider than the ocean. Li Chen and his duo came to the studio first, and by the way, he gave Lu Bo and his duo a brief introduction, which will be considered as the immediate leader of the two of them in the future. After a few simple pleasantries, she was given a tour of the villa, and in the process, she was allowed to choose a guest room as a place to rest. After all, after participating in this work cannot just go in. Li Chen also put all the work and precautions, and Zhou Wanrong made a brief introduction. Zhou Wanrong is also very painful to agree. After all, is a single woman, but there are no ties. Casually showing her around the villa and its surroundings, Zhou Wanrong also expressed her thoughts and her insights into the financial industry. Li Chen also felt very pleased. Professional is different. See things and work from a unique perspective. After Zhou Wanrong's introduction, he had a half understanding of the financial industry. Listening to your meaning, this stock market water is very deep. Cut and cut is the bottom people's hard-earned money. Li Chen inquired with some doubt. You can also understand it that way, but there are risks in entering the market, and it's normal to be harvested. Or else how do you think those who dumped their money and jumped off the building came to be? The stock market is equivalent to a casino, betting on luck and professionalism. Every day in the stock market there are overnight riches. Of course, there will be a step back to the liberation of the former. So entering the market and investing is a reason. It is necessary to be cautious. One wrong step has the potential to lose everything. This is a very realistic and cruel gamble. Zhou Wanrong spoke without haste about some of her own understandings and opinions, hoping to help her new boss. Li Chen is also listening very carefully. Although there are some professionals do not quite understand, but the risk of the problem he does not have to worry at all. It might be a big gamble for others, but for him it was a surefire business. But at that moment his mind was thinking of another question, and he would have to wait for the results of the quiz to see if he could succeed. He wasn't going to stir the pot in the domestic stock market, and since he could search without limit, why not raid overseas funds? Staying quiet, he was ready to test the idea in his mind, so that he wouldn't feel guilty in his mind no matter how he operated. It was one of the more difficult problems he had struggled with, and it seemed that everything was going to be solved at the moment. His mood became more pleasant at the thought, and a happy smile involuntarily appeared on his face. It seems like you aren't very worried about the issue of risk, and you can still smile so happily. Zhou Wanrong looked at him with some confusion, not knowing why he was happy instead after talking about the risk issue. No. How could I not be worried? Just thought of something else. If it works, we're going to have to change our strategy. Li Chen sold his words without stating them. After all, he wasn't sure if the system could check the details of overseas stocks or not at the moment. Oh, what is it? Can't you say it now? Zhou Wanrong also came to be interested, blinking her big eyes as she pursued the question. There's no rush. This is a big deal. I'll let you know after I confirm it. Li Chen smiled without continuing the topic. After a brief visit, the duo returned to the villa. Go about your business and familiarize yourself with your new job. Good. Then I'll go keep an eye on today's mission and hopefully open the door. Definitely. Li Chen smiled and didn't say anything. No one was more certain than him. After all, it was from the handiwork of the system. After separating, Li Chen sat down in the parlor area, lit a cigarette and slowly opened the system panel in his head. Looking at the mall in front of him at this point, the mood was more pleasant. He immediately found the stock information cue card. Looking at his points balance with some heartache, he clicked on redeem. A familiar card then appeared in his backpack. He clicked on it and chose to use it, then selected the time and country to search. A moment later a message alert appeared, dazzling him. Chapter 129, Good luck. Ding. The following is the stock information of the Ugly Kingdom found for the host. Please proceed with caution. Stock 1. Company name, Future Tech Inc. Current share price, $50 per share. Suggested sell-off point, after a 60% gain in one day. The stock is up to $80. Expected sell-off point is between $75 to $85. Stock 2. Company name, Green Energy Solutions Corp. Current share price, $40 per share. Suggested sell level, the stock has risen 70% in one day to $68. Expected sell level is between $60 to $70. Stock 3. Company name, Biomedical Innovations Inc. Current share price, $60 per share. Suggested sell-off point, the stock has risen 80% in 2 weeks to $108. Expected sell-off point is between $90 to $110. Stock 4. Company name, Smart Transportation Systems Company. Current share price, $35 per share. Suggested sell level, the stock has risen 50% in one day to $52. 5. Expected sell level is between $45 to $55. Stock 5. Company name, Premium Consumer Electronics Corp. Current share price, $70 per share. Suggested sell point, the stock has risen 40% in 3 weeks to $98. Expected sell point is between $85 to $95. After reading the information that surfaced in his mind, Li Chen's mood was incomparably excited, and he no longer knew how to express his feelings. System, I love you. So powerful. Ding. Detected that the host has a non-interest in this system. Please give up on your own. Don't love this system. There are no results. A sweet mechanical voice sounded in his head, and this was the first time the system had communicated with Li Chen since it was upgraded. Ha ha ha. Well, say, how did you change your personality after you upgraded? The direction of the mission shifted a bit abruptly. Li Chen took the opportunity to inquire about the confusion in his mind. Didn't the host perform the brainstorming on his own? As you guessed, this system now needs to collect the power of merit. The system broke down and responded again, and it seemed to be more user-friendly than the previous version. Can I strongly request more quests then? And what about my lifespan value? If I hang up there will be no one to help you with the quests. Li Chen voiced the one he was worried about, and wanted to take the opportunity to threaten the system. The host is overly concerned. I can replace the host with another after your death. Ha! Don't play like this. System, how can you be so heartless? Li Chen immediately became anxious. How could he abandon himself without hesitation? This system doesn't know what love is. Life expectancy value, please exchange it in the mall by yourself. Please carefully look through the mall items. Hearing the system's reply, Li Chen immediately came into the spirit and immediately checked out the system mall, constantly rummaging around. Finally, I found the drug classification option in the back. What vigorous pills, chi replenishing pills, blood replenishing pills, beauty pills, 9 flavors of diabetic pills, and all kinds of elixirs were dozens of kinds, but just couldn't find any about life expectancy value. A little confused, he clicked on the blood replenishing pill and a prompt popped up. Blood replenishing pill, can help the host replenish his blood and chi, has the effect of prolonging his life. Each time he takes it, he can recover from his own injuries and increase his lifespan by a small amount. 666 points are required for redemption. Phew, finally found it. This is good. It can also recover from injuries. How is it a bit of cultivation? Whatever, as long as I can save my life. It's a pity that there aren't enough points. Forget it, it's not like there's a rush of time anyway. It's not that bad. Li Chen slowly closed the system mall, finally feeling a little more at ease. The things that had been bothering him lately had finally been resolved. It seems that I was careless and didn't study the system's functions properly. Hiss. Before Li Chen recovered his thoughts, he was burned spirit by the cigarette in his hand, and the cigarette he had just lit had not yet had time to smoke, and the net focus was on talking to the system, and he had long forgotten about it. On the other side, Lu Bo and Zhang Kai are also excited and dancing. The story has just closed the end of the disc. The two also finished the operation of the hands of the stock in advance. Looking at the balance of the account cannot hide the excitement of the heart. Ha 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 ha. Harry, yeah, this wave is a big profit. The boss is simply a god. Zhou Wanrong was also standing on the side with her hands covering her small mouth, a little too surprised to speak. After talking to the two, I learned that the stock information is provided by Li Chen. They only need to operate in accordance with the information prompts. Her mind was overwhelmed, not daring to imagine where such precise information came from. The scene where she had just been popularizing Li Chen herself made her a little embarrassed. In her heart, she already considered Li Chen to be a financial expert. Otherwise, how could she explain the scene in front of her? This. It's simply incredible. Zhou Wanrong stood to the side and muttered in a low voice. Li Chen was also attracted by their exclamations of surprise and rushed over to check. As soon as I entered the house, I noticed a few excited people and thought to myself that the stock market was closed. How did it turn out? Look how excited you guys are. Lu Bo immediately reported excitedly, Boss, this time we made a big profit. This stock really rose to the expected point, a full $19 million. Boss, you're simply my idol. The vision is too accurate. Zhang Kai was also a series of rainbow farts. Who cares where the information came from? What the boss gives is the boss's vision. Ha ha ha, not bad. There are rewards for making money. $500,000 per person. Li Chen directly waved his hand as more than $1 million out. Really earned is not heartache. Zhou Wanrong was also shocked. There is this kind of operation. He just came to the first day of what did not do white pick up $500,000. I'd better forget it. You can just give them both a reward. Zhou Wanrong still felt a bit hot. After all, she didn't have any credit. How's that? There's something for everyone. It's just a pick-me-up for you. You came to follow me to make money, not to volunteer. Li Chen didn't give her a chance to refuse and directly clapped. It's just so refreshing to have one good thing after another. You don't have to dwell on it. You've got your hands full next. Alright then. I'll take care of it then. Thanks boss. Zhou Wanrong naturally didn't want to refuse. Who would have trouble with money? Get some rest. There's a good show waiting for you tomorrow. Li Chen turned around and left after he finished speaking, and the crowd looked at each other with some anticipation in their eyes, wondering what tomorrow's surprise would be. Chapter 130, Foreign Devil. Early the next morning, Li Chen woke up early, because today is more important. At this time, Zhou Wanrong had already been in the living room. Li Chen walked straight to the front, tone somewhat serious account, with fast speed. Help me for a few countries' securities accounts and bank accounts. From today onwards, we don't cut the leaks of the countrymen. Ooh, and off foreigners go. Zhou Wanrong first froze upon hearing this and looked up at him. There seemed to be a circle of light behind Li Chen. With more than a few moments of adoration and respect in her eyes, she hurriedly took the paper in Li Chen's hands, quickly prepared the required items, and headed to her previous workplace. David, drive my car to send her there. Li Chen casually explained about David beside him. Just a simple glance at each other, David instantly understood his boss's meaning in seconds. Zhou Wanrong was brainstorming on her own again, mistaking it for Li Chen's concern and care for herself. I don't know that it's just because she just joined the company and her trust level is not up to par. A few moments later, a limousine pulled up in front of the Bank of Commerce. In addition to helping Li Chen open the outdoor today, Zhou Wanrong also had to talk to the bank about the leverage multiplier and the interest rate on large amount deposits. Today's Zhou Wanrong was in a very pleasant mood. Just one day back here again actually changed a kind of identity. She walked straight towards the bank president's office, encountering many of her colleagues on the way, all of whom greeted her with very happy greetings. Only a figure in the corner was gritting his teeth. David has been following Zhou Wanrong not far away. As for the purpose, it is self-evident. Moments later, Zhou Wanrong walked to the president's office. Zhang Chongguang took a look at the fact that it was Zhou Wanrong who had come, and his face was filled with a pleased smile. After all, Zhou Wanrong's performance was at the top of the list before, and Zhang Chongguang was very fond of such a capable subordinate, though now resigned. He did not blame. After all, people go to high places. Governor Zhang, here I am again. Zhou Wanrong greeted him with a big smile and a very cordial tone. She still had great respect for this old leader. Wanrong, sit down, sit down. Are you here for business today? Governor Zhang knew at a glance that it must be for business. Old leader, I came here today for two things. The first is to help me open a few overseas accounts through your relationship, and then it is to help you pull in some funds. I don't know if there are any discounts on the interest rate, and it is also to talk to you about the leverage multiplier. Zhou Wanrong very quickly explained his intentions, very politely waiting for the old leader's answer. Ha ha ha, it's still Wanrong who's good, quitting her job and still thinking about me. I wonder how much funding it is. Zhang Chongguang looked very happy. After all, business was the root of status. Currently we have less than $70 million in our stock market account. As long as your policy is sincere, we will fix our cooperation in the future. Zhou Wanrong's tone was not condescending, although it was an old leader, but the conditions still need to be talked about. After all, it now belongs to the cooperative relationship. Zhang Chongguang is certainly very happy to hear such a large sum of money, because he knows that this is just the beginning. The follow-up will certainly have more money flowing. Ha ha ha, no problem. The policy is definitely the best. Don't worry. Don't you trust me yet? I'll help you with the other things as well. He. It's better to be an old leader. So thank you. While the two were having the happiest conversation, an untimely voice came out. Gu, I think it is who it is. So quickly climbed on the high branch, came back to talk about conditions to come, but also really ungrateful it. Fang Huilan walked into the governor's office with small steps. That is not a bit of face to Zhang Chongguang. Zhang Chongguang's face immediately drooped. Zhou Wanrong didn't bother with her and glanced at her lightly. You're quite idle too. Looks like there's no business. No wonder you still have time to meddle. I have all the business in the world. I just can't stand the sight of you looking like a lackey. You just changed masters and come to talk about conditions. Really heartfelt. Fong Huilan was still clamoring unrelentingly. The relationship between these two people is not a day or two, and the grievances that have been pent up over the years have finally revealed themselves. After all, there was no need to talk about co-worker camaraderie now. No need to care about face. Oh, I don't even bother talking to you. Out of character. Retard. Zhou Wanrong was too lazy to tear into her, and turned her head away with a glare. Who are you cursing you? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth. Fong Huilan opened her teeth and claws to the point of glaring angrily, looking as if she still wanted to move her hands. Zhang Chengguang also finally couldn't stand it anymore. His tone was very serious as he rebuked. You give me out. Don't you see that I'm receiving customers here? Get out. Governor you. I'm speaking for you. Fong Huilan was still a bit unconvinced and still wanted to theorize with Zhang Chengguang, but Zhang Chengguang wouldn't spoil her, and seemed to be a little bit really angry. I told you to get out of here. Sightless thing, if you don't want to do it, go and resign. Ha? Me, the governor. Can't you just leave? Fong Huilan, seeing that Zhang Chengguang was really annoyed, stammered in fear and hurriedly withdrew from the office. Old leader, then you can open an account for me now. I need it urgently. Okay, I'll get you in touch with headquarters right now. Real quick. Neither of them cared about the hiccup they had just had, and they avoided talking about it and continued to talk about collaboration. Moments later, all securities accounts and bank accounts are handled. The headquarters of the merchant bank to do the guarantee out of the horse. All the water is ready. A few brief pleasantries and we're ready to leave. Old leader, take care of your health. I'll see you again sometime. Zhou Wanrong held Zhang Chengguang's hand tightly and urged with great concern. The relationship between the two was like that of a father and daughter. Well, I will, and you'll have to come visit me more often when you're not doing anything. Zhang Chengguang patted Zhou Wanrong's hand, his eyes filled with relief. After parting ways, Zhou Wanrong walked out of the office and headed straight outside. Unexpectedly, this Fong Huilan was still unforgiving, and was just about to stop Zhou Wanrong from continuing to tear. David took a step forward and smothered her directly in the stomach with his foot. All that was heard was a scream. Fong Huilan's figure flew out a few meters away like a cannonball, covering her stomach and crying, beating people, someone is beating people, call the police. Zhou Wanrong was also slightly stunned, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth before she left the hall straight away. David would pay even less attention to her, just a jumper. Soon after, they got inside the limousine and took off. Instead, the hall exploded with chatter. Chapter 131, A Bite in the Middle of the Road. Inside the hall, the crowd looked at Fong Huilan's wretched appearance and started talking and pointing. Hey, look at this Fong Huilan, usually so arrogant. This is good. A female co-worker in a professional suit shook her head, her eyes filled with gloating. That's right, having to mess with Zhou Wanrong. She's not the same now. How can she just bully her? Another short-haired female co-worker chimed in, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. You guys, what exactly is Zhou Wanrong's status now? That person beside her is not to be messed with at a glance. That aura. TSK. A male colleague stroked his chin, his face full of curiosity. Who knows, but certainly not simple. Just now that luxury car. I have not even sat in that luxurious. Zhou Wanrong, this is climbing on the high branch. The person next to the female co-worker responded a bit sourly. Fong Huilan was still on the ground covering her stomach and crying, but none of the people came forward to help her. Humph, told her to bully people all the time usually. Now she's getting her comeuppance. A co-worker who was usually robbed of his credit by Fong Huilan muttered in a low voice. Call the police? She doesn't even look at what she's done. She's the one who started it. Someone else muttered in a disdainful whisper. Do you guys think Zhou Wanrong could be the lover of some big boss? Otherwise, why is it suddenly so glamorous? A female co-worker inquired in a somewhat jealous and envious tone. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Wanrong doesn't look like that kind of person. I think she must have relied on her own skills to meet a noble person. A male colleague who had always been more fond of Zhou Wanrong immediately retorted. At that moment, the governor heard the commotion and walked over, frowning when he saw the scene. What are they all doing here? Don't you have to work? Fong Huilan, what have you gotten yourself into again? Governor Zhang questioned with a very stern tone. Fong Huilan cried and complained at the same time. Governor, that Zhou Wanrong let someone beat me up. You have to do it for me. Governor Zhang, however, snorted coldly. How could he believe her bull? What kind of temperament do I not know about yourself? It must have been you who started it. Zhou Wanrong is not someone you can just mess with right now. Hurry up and get up. Don't disgrace yourself here. Fong Huilan was full of shock, not expecting the governor to not only not help her, but also have such an attitude. And when the crowd heard the governor's words, they were even more certain that Zhou Wanrong's status was now unusual. It seems like we have to be polite to Zhou Wanrong in the future. Maybe at some point a word from her can make us soar or hit rock bottom. a colleague with a lively mind muttered in a low voice. Everyone nodded their heads and began to speculate about Zhou Wanrong's identity, while Feng Huilan, amidst the mockery and coldness of the crowd, climbed up in ashes, full of unwillingness and resentment, but unable to do anything about it. She secretly swore that she would find an opportunity to take revenge on Zhou Wanrong, but what she didn't know was that the gap between herself and Zhou Wanrong had grown wider and wider, and her revenge would only bring even greater disaster to herself. At this moment, Zhou Wanrong was sitting inside the luxury car, looking out the window with a lot of emotions in her heart. She knew that her life had been turned upside down. She was also thinking about the road ahead and how she could really get on her feet and realize her dreams. David, on the other hand, focused on his car and drove quickly toward the estate. Soon the automobile drove slowly into the manor of the. Zhou Wanrong immediately walked inside the villa. Everything was going well and her mood was naturally very pleasant. Just when he saw Li Chen, he quickly stepped forward. "Boss, everything is done. When do we start?" Li Chen smiled and nodded his head, and his mind was making up its mind. A few moments later, he already had his own plan. At present, he did not have a lot of available funds. First, a small test operation a few times before. Although the points were running out, he was sure that the system would soon release new quests. Operate according to the information I gave you. And remember, you must master the selling nodes without carelessness. Li Chen took out the note he had prepared in advance and handed it to Zhou Wanrong, and also urged in a serious tone. "Okay, boss, don't worry." Zhou Wanrong looked confident. Her ability was still there for all to see. Naturally, Li Chen was also very assured of her, and with her professionalism, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Moments later, it was finally time for the stock market to open. Zhou Wanrong stood to the side and watched, not forgetting to bark a few words every now and then. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai were also on fire, skillfully operating the keyboard and mouse in their hands. The constant frantic sweeping of selected stocks snapped up all the money in the account in just over 10 minutes. This time, not only did they use all of their funds, Li Chen exchanged all of his gold coins and increased his investment. Zhou Wanrong also got 1.5 times the leverage from the bank side. This time it can be said that it is a gamble on all the family belongings. Once any small change occurred, Li Chen would immediately go back to being liberated. Zhou Wanrong's heart was actually apprehensive. The risk of this kind of operation was very high, but she could only do as she was told and follow Li Chen's instructions. At this time, Li Chen sat on the sofa. Heart is also very excited. This time can be described as a big gamble. If he wins the bet, the amount of his money will double. It's only next to have more room to maneuver, and he's going to make a stink in the overseas stock market. On the other side, the ugly kingdom of Wall Street. In a very luxurious office, a blonde young man glared angrily, his nose sticking up a few more points in anger. "Fark, who is messing with me and how did so much money somehow appear?" The little blonde secretary standing to the side was terrified. She didn't know what was going on. It had always been a relatively low-key stock. How could someone suddenly make a big move? They laid out a month in advance, in order to make a big profit today. Did not expect to actually kill a Li Chen halfway. Although Li Chen's amount of money doesn't pose much of a threat, who wants someone to take a piece of meat away from their bowl? Check for me. Find out who the other account is. Do it. The young blonde was from a Wall Street consortium and his name was Henry. He specializes in the consortium's money, including investments and stock market harvesting, secretly operated many stock trends and development trends, using the hands of a large number of funds in the stock market for a long time to cut leaks. This time, Li Chen's sudden joining made him feel surprised and puzzled in his heart. All the actions were known only to a few people, and why Li Chen joined at the precise moment was very puzzling and curious to him. Is it all just a coincidence? Henry muttered in a low voice. If it was a coincidence, he wasn't too worried about it. His heart was inexplicably flustered. Chapter 132, First Battle Success. In Li Chen's studio, the tense atmosphere was like frozen air, making people almost breathless. Li Chen sat on the sofa, seemingly calm, but in fact, his heart is also full of apprehension. Panic batch. He knew that this big gamble was about his future fate, and if he failed, he would have nothing. Zhou Wanrong stood on the sidelines, her eyes staring tightly at the constantly jumping numbers on the computer screen, her hands clenching her fists. Her heart was equally nervous. Although she had confidence in her professional abilities, no one could guarantee that everything would be fine under such a high-risk operation. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai operated the keyboard and mouse with full concentration, fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. They know that every operation may determine the final result and do not dare to be sloppy. Time passed by, and each second seemed to be stretched out indefinitely. The only sounds in the studio were the tapping of the keyboard and the slight sound of breathing, and the tense atmosphere made one's heart beat faster involuntarily. And in that plush office on Wall Street in the ugly country, Henry's anger was like a volcano about to erupt. He paced back and forth in his office, his face horribly grim. "Damn! Who the hell is messing this up?" Henry roared hysterically. The little blonde secretary stood by, too trembling to speak. She could feel Henry's anger and knew that this incident had annoyed him extremely. Still no information on the other party's account? Henry stopped and glared at the little secretary with some annoyance. Still checking. Mr. Henry, the other side seems to be hiding very well, and our technicians are trying to crack it. The little secretary replied cautiously, and her little heart was thumping, afraid of drawing fire. Accelerate the pace. I want to know who this man is and why he's trying to sabotage my plans at this time. Henry growled hard and loud, seemingly looking for a vent to vent his anger. Meanwhile, the situation on the stock market is changing. The stocks that Li Chen had invested in began to fluctuate, which added to the tension in the studio. Boss, the stock is fluctuating a bit. What should we do? Zhou Wanrong's heart was a little nervous as she inquired. Li Chen took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Stay calm and keep observing. Operate according to our plan. Lu Bo and Jiang Kai also stared at the screen more nervously, ready to make adjustments according to the situation. On Wall Street, Henry's technicians are finally making some headway. Sir, we've found out some clues. The other party's funds seem to come from a personal account in Huaxia, but the specific information cannot be determined yet. The little secretary hurriedly reported. Huaxia? Henry frowned. Keep looking into it. Make sure you find out this person's identity and motive. As time passed, the stocks that Li Chen had invested in began to rise gradually. The tension in the studio eased a little, but everyone still didn't dare let their guard down. Boss, the stock is rising. Following this trend, we might have a big gain. Zhou Wanrong immediately reported with great excitement again. This woman's face was indeed fickle. A small smile appeared on Li Chen's face as well, but he knew that now was not the time to relax. Stay tuned and don't take it lightly. On Wall Street, Henry's anger had reached a crescendo. He watched the stock move with a mixture of anger and doubt. Who the hell is this person? Why did he appear at this time? What is his purpose? Henry kept thinking about these questions. Finally, the stock has risen 80% to the point where the system suggests a sell-off node. In Li Chen's studio, there was a cheer. Boss, we did it. Zhou Wanrong danced with excitement, more than a little womanly. Li Chen also stood up, his face filled with joy. Good, everyone did a great job. Lu Bo and Jiang Kai high-fived each other excitedly, knowing that this success would mean a huge payoff for them. Lu Bo began to calculate the profit figures this time. They invested 81 million renminbi, which converted to USD is 11.57 million US dollars, combined with the 1.5x leverage on this application. The final profit amounted to $23.14 million. Boss, we made $23.14 million this time. That's awesome. If converted to RMB, we made over $160 million this time. Ha 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 ha. Lu Bo pressed down his excitement and reported the final results of the battle in a somewhat exuberant tone. Well, great. We'll have more money after a couple times of messing around. Li Chen heard this result is also incomparable excitement. The speed of this money is simply a train ride, but also engage in a line of real estate. The studio was filled with joy and excitement, and everyone was basking in the glow of success. Little did they know, however, that they had been targeted by Henry of Wall Street. On Wall Street, Henry is puzzled by Li Chen's identity and motives. Who the hell is this person? Why would he have the audacity to go against me? Henry muttered to himself. He decided to continue to investigate Li Chen's identity in depth. He wouldn't allow anyone to mess with his territory. He would make sure that the other party paid the price. In Li Chen's studio, everyone is still celebrating the victory. Boss, what do we do next? Zhou Wanrong opened her mouth and inquired seemingly with a bit of an unfulfilled feeling. Li Chen pondered for a moment. Let's organize our funds and prepare for the next operation. We need to continue to expand our gains. Everyone is confident and ready for the next challenge. But what they don't know is that Henry's investigation is picking up steam and a bigger crisis is on the horizon. On Wall Street, Henry's technicians continue to work on cracking Li Chen's identity. Sir, we still can't determine the exact identity of this person, but we found that he operates very professionally and seems to have a strong background. The little secretary carefully reported the results he had found out. Whoever he is, I'm going to make him pay. Henry gritted his teeth and viciously slapped the desk in front of him hard. Just then Yang Kai seemed to have found some clues. He immediately ran to the computer, and his hands kept tapping on the keyboard. The crowd was still immersed in the joy of victory, and when they saw Yang Kai's reaction they hurriedly came closer. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Bo hurriedly and eagerly inquired, sitting next to Yang Kai. Quickly, withdraw from the account. Yang Kai commanded in a sharp tone, his breathing a little panicked. Lu Bo quickly withdrew all of his stock market accounts as soon as he heard the news, and he also noticed an abnormality in his computer. Li Chen also frowned slightly, seeing some signs that there must be something big going on. Zhou Wanrong also clenched her fists, her eyes staring unblinkingly at the screen in front of her. Chapter 133 Love Hospital. Young Kai continued to operate nervously in front of the computer. A string of green code appeared on the screen, just like a hacker battle played in the movie. The crowd's mood turned incredibly tense, staring at the screen and not daring to move their eyes. Li Chen's heart was also a little panicked. It looked like his behavior was noticed. Someone was definitely attacking his studio. After a few moments, Yang Kai slowly stopped his hand movements and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Phew! Luckily I found it, or else it would have been a disaster. What's going on? Li Chen hurriedly asked after him, wanting to confirm the suspicion in his heart. Our computer was attacked. It seems to be querying our IP address, but it has been stopped by me. Yang Kai also responded with a heartfelt sigh, still seeming a bit emboldened. Is it okay now? Li Chen was still a bit uneasy and reconfirmed. It's fine. I have added a few firewalls. If it's not someone more specialized than me, it's hard to attack in. Yang Kai assured with great confidence, looking like he really had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Didn't see it. You're still a computer expert. Li Chen looked at him with some surprise and was shocked in his heart. That's right. Yang Kai is a super hacker, nicknamed Black Pigeon in the circle. Lubo seemed to know Yang Kai's other identity. Some proud bragging of, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. I even picked up a treasure. Reward? This time it must be heavily rewarded. Li Chen's mood was very happy. In that case the studio's network security was somewhat guaranteed. Boss, don't listen to him blowing. I'm just an amateur. I'm just more interested in these. Yang Kai, on the other hand, responded very humbly and did not mean to take the credit. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. Each person will be rewarded with $2 million. Take a good rest and prepare for the next battle. Li Chen cheerfully laughed a few times and left the studio. Of course Li Chen is not a petty boss. There is merit to be rewarded, which can stabilize the military. All three were very happy and could not hide their excitement. The boss is just too good to be true. First time I've met such a bold boss. Lubo muttered in a somewhat celebratory tone. Ha ha ha. Not when you started out. Lubo deliberately flirted with him, after all, in front of Zhou Wanrong, and didn't make his words clear. Lubo scratched his head a little awkwardly and didn't pick up the conversation. Alright, you two take a break and rest. Adjust your mindset and get ready for next time. Zhou Wanrong was also happy, but didn't show it, instructing the two of them for a few sentences before walking out of the studio. In the living room, Li Chen had just walked out when he saw Cui Jie and Tang Shui blinking their big eyes at him. Hubby, what's so happy? Cui Jie asked after him with some curiosity. Yeah, look at you guys. That laughter has spread to the garden. Tang Shui also followed with a flirtatious remark. The corners of Li Chen's mouth rose slightly as a happy smile appeared on his face. It's not a big deal. It's just a little less than $200 million in stocks. When he finished speaking, he looked at them with interest, waiting for the duo's reaction. Ha, that good? Stocks are so profitable? Cui Jie covered her small mouth with some disbelief, and those eyes were almost glaring out. Oh my god, less than $200 million. You actually, you, Versailles guy. Tang Shui puffed out her cheeks and looked at him somewhat unconvincingly. Ha 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 ha. Okay, normal operation. Look at the two of you making such a fuss. You haven't seen the world. Li Chen continued to tease them, his tone full of teasing. You're good. Just you're good. Humph. Cui Jie boasted somewhat tongue-in-cheek and turned her head away, because Cui Jie usually plays the stock market occasionally, but every time it is blood money. Slightly. You're so proud of yourself. Be careful of losing your pants one day. This lady still has $500,000. I'll raise you. Tang Shui spat out her little tongue, and in turn flirted with Li Chen for a few moments before she stopped paying attention to him. Ha 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 ha. Well, when I unload my armor one day, use your $500,000 to support me. Li Chen also laughed out loud, his mind unconsciously recalling the way Tang Shui had pulled out that $500,000 in deposits back then, a warm current surging through his heart. Just as his soul was wandering, a long-awaited voice rang in his head. Ding! Detected that the host has ample funds, releasing a new mission to establish a hospital of love, rewarding 20,000 mole points. Note, can only receive poor, widowed, and incapacitated patients. Li Chen looked at the prompts in his mind. A happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but a moment later there was a realization that something was wrong. Ha! System, you're actually spying on me, so you're running after my money. Li Chen suddenly reacted to something. The system had actually detected a change in his funds. If the host is unwilling, this system can cancel the mission release. Immediately after that, the system spoke again, this time with a somewhat flirtatious tone. Don't. I'm just kidding. Isn't it for Lord System that I make money? I'm very willing. Li Chen directly wimped out in seconds. It was so hard to have a mission. How could he cancel it? Retracting his thoughts, Li Chen looked at the two women who were idling their away in front of him. Ahem, tell you guys something, and give you a difficult task. Li Chen coughed dryly twice and pretended to be serious. Oh, what is it? Shui Jie and Tang Shui immediately came into the spirit, turning their heads to look at him at the same time. I'm going to build a hospital of love, specializing in poor families and widows and orphans, and those who don't meet the requirements will not be received. Aya, is Mr. Li having a sex change? How come you always do great things? Shui Jie teased with interest, as if she wanted to see through Li Chen's heart. Isn't it good? Didn't give you guys a joke. Immediately. It's urgent, Li Chen commanded with a very serious expression, not half joking. Fine. We'll contribute to your good deed. We're happy to serve you. Tang Shui also chimed in on the side, still a bit conspiratorial. Ha. Hard work, my two honorable wives. Li Chen had a pleasing look. Giggle. Well, seeing as you have a good attitude, we'll get right on it. Shui Jie also covered her mouth and laughed. Well, go. Let's go see if there's anything readily available. There seems to be a hospital that moved away before. Let's go take a look. Tang Shui was also instantly energized, just in time to find something to do. Every day in the villa nesting, she is still a bit uncomfortable. Moments later, Shui Jie disappeared in a puff of smoke with Tang Shui in her supercar. Chapter 134 Reunion. When Li Chen thought about the circumstances of that mission, a wave of thoughts couldn't help but well up in his heart. Forget it, let's just pick them up. He picked up the phone and dialed a number, which was quickly answered, and Jason's voice came on the other end. What's the order, boss? How are things on your end? Reporting to the boss. Everything is normal. Jason's tone appeared to be respectful. After all, it was the first day that he was assigned away, belonging to the fact that he didn't have time to spend with Li Chen. Very well, you can show yourself and take them back to the manor, Li Chen commanded in a gentle tone, and there was a bit of excitement in his heart. Since getting the system, one has been busy and hasn't been home at all. Thinking of his grandparents, his heart has some uncontrollable thoughts. After all, it is the grandparents to bring up their own, is really not easy. It was fine when I didn't bring it up, but now that I thought I was going to see it soon, I was in a bit of a mood and kept pacing the living room. After a long time, an Audi slowly drove into the manor, and two gray-haired old men slowly got out of the car. Their faces hung with bewilderment. They looked at everything in front of them a bit unbelievable. From Jason's mouth to learn that their grandson arrangements they had first killed also do not believe. Jason spent a lot of words to persuade the old two on the car. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were even more surprised. What their grandson was like they knew better than anyone. How could he live in such a place? Just as they were checking it out at a loss for words, a familiar figure appeared in their sight. Who else could it be if not their grandson? Lin Yakan, Li Chen's grandmother, has a really very amiable personality, and has spoiled Li Chen since he was a child. When she saw Li Chen's silhouette, tears fell indisputably. Li Chen quickly stepped forward and held his grandmother in his arms, and his eyes were a little moist. Grandma, he called out in a very soft tone. Hey, my good grandson, what's going on? Lin Yakan's face was still very puzzled, and hurriedly asked in a questioning tone. She was very worried that her grandson was learning bad things. This place will be our home in the future. You guys will stay here. I'm opening a company now. I have money. Li Chen did not explain too much. For one thing, some things are not too good to explain, and for another, they may not understand too much. Well, my grandson is capable. Lin Yakan didn't think that much. As long as her grandson was well, she was content. But the old man standing off to the side seemed a little upset, obviously not too happy with the explanation of the matter. Grandpa, don't think too much. I won the lottery some time ago. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Li Chen also saw that his grandfather still seemed to have doubts and added another sentence. It was then that the old man's frown slowly unfolded. This stubborn old man was Li Chen's grandfather, Li Qishan. I don't know if it's because I'm an old party member, but I'm very conservative and stubborn. Well, that's good. As long as it comes from the right place. We may be poorer, but we should have our own backbone and bottom line. Li Qishan educated a bit in a serious manner, but in his heart, he was very pleased. Come on you, what can you old thing know? You're still not happy that your grandson is capable? Lin Yakan was very protective. Once she heard this, she was not happy. Her eyes were full of favor for her grandson. Ahem, I'm just saying. Instructing two sentences. Li Qishan somewhat awkwardly coughed dryly twice, not daring to speak again. Ha. Let's go. Into the house. Li Chen put his arm around his grandmother's shoulders and headed straight towards the villa. Li Qishan followed behind. His mouth seemed to be whispering something, obviously still a little unconvinced, but did not dare to refute. Li Chen took the old two casually wandering around the villa, showing them how to familiarize themselves with the environment. It was on the first floor that a bedroom was chosen for the older two in a quieter spot in the corner. Lin Yakin's face was filled with a smile that couldn't be stopped, and as she walked, she kept praising her grandson for his ability. Li Qishan just couldn't stop himself and ran outside to the garden. Li Chen also ignored it, having long gotten used to his grandfather's temper, a stubborn old man with a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. When Li Chen wandered into the garden with his grandmother as well, he was stunned by the scene before him. The little old man had already wielded a shovel to make a large open space, and it was obvious that this was a preparation for reclaiming farmland. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Li Chen inquired, deliberately playing dumb. "Don't pay attention to him, eat his fill of him, just can't be idle." Lin Yakin did not have a good mood to say a sentence. His old partner want to do what do not need to look at her can guess. That. I see that this side is idle, so I might as well utilize it. Li Qishan somewhat awkwardly stopped his hand movements. Ha ha ha, well, just don't get tired. Li Chen naturally wouldn't stop it. His own grandfather was such a character. Older people are probably like that. Can't keep their hands free. Come on, Grandma, I'll show you around. He's happy, it's okay. Li Chen pulled his grandmother towards the garden, and Lin Yakin shook her head helplessly and paid no further attention. The little old man was relieved to see that there was a scare and continued to wield the shovel in his hand. Lin Yakin was also in a good mood as she looked at the scenery in front of her. She wouldn't have dreamed that she would still be able to enjoy such treatment. There was relief written in his eyes as he looked at his grandson. Having survived his whole life, he had finally made it. Gradually it got a little darker and the two headed back. What I didn't notice is that Audi has been back and forth a couple times. When they walked back, they found Jason moving things down from the Audi. Li Chen took a look but laughed his head off. Ha 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 ha, what is Grandpa planning to do? Turn this place into a farm? Jason's face was also plastered with helplessness, having made several trips to the farmer's market before and after. All sorts of tools, vegetable seeds, the ground is already covered. It also looked like the old man was ready to make a big show of it, so I guess he let go of his guts when he saw that no one was bothering him. This old thing, really convinced? Are you trying to tear down your grandson's home? Lin Yakin pretended to be angry and reprimanded a few times. Ha ha ha, I'll just take up that little piece of space. Not in the way, not in the way. Li Qishan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, living as an old boy. Li Chen didn't care about this. It was supposed to be a trivial matter of no consequence. Well, Grandpa, tired. Go back inside and rest and relax. Under Li Chen's burst of roundness, Grandpa also cast a grateful gaze, and the crowd talked and laughed as they headed inside the villa. Just inside the villa, a red Ferrari pulls into the property. Chapter 135, Grievance. A few moments later, Tang Shui and Shui Jie walked into the villa hand in hand, laughing all the way in, and were a bit overwhelmed by the scene in front of them. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit quiet at this point, and the crowd was just looking at me and you. Li Chen saw this and quickly smiled and rounded off the situation. He was also a bit torn on how to introduce this situation. Let me introduce you guys. These are my grandparents. He looked towards Shui Jie and Tang Shui, first introducing the two old men in front of him. Tang Shui and Shui Jie were both a bit unresponsive, lost in thought for a moment before they immediately spoke. Hello grandparents? When did you two arrive? It's been a hard journey. Shui Jie spoke up first, pulling Shui Jie right up to the second oldest. Hello grandparents. Tang Shui followed suit with a greeting. The two pushed away. Li Chen directly took the arm of the grandparents, and at this time, they also finally played to their advantage. Shush and start chatting. Li Chen glanced at his grandparents and introduced them a bit awkwardly. Grandparents, this is Shui Jie, and she's Tang Shui. After the introduction hastily ran into the kitchen, preparing dinner to go. This place should not stay for a long time. Li Qishan seemed to notice his unusual behavior. His mood was more complicated. After all, he was a traditional old man. It was still a little difficult to accept the scene in front of him. Lin Yakin cannot care so much. That is to see which all like. At this time already chatting. In other words, this is a situation where her own is the grandson's side of the family. And if it was her own granddaughter who was like this, I don't think she'd be happy about it. It's a normal part of the average person's psyche. Li Qishan also sighed in his heart. Looking at the two handsome girls in front of him, he was also beautiful. The hiccup is quickly resolved by Shui Jie and Tang Shui in their own way. And while it's only on the surface for now, the story is off to a great start. A few moments later, Li Chen prepared a table of home-cooked food, and several people sat down and began to eat, and the atmosphere was relatively cordial. I guess the two old men don't intend to mind their own business. After all, children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. The next day, Li Qishan was still in his old habit of getting up early. At this point, I've already started organizing my own small vegetable garden, and I can see the initial shape of it. Li Qishan's face is also full of happy smile. After all, this kind of life, how many old people do not aspire to it? Lin Yakin, on the other hand, had to give a crooked glance every now and then, strolling in the garden by herself. That's the way it is with older people. They get up early. Maybe it's a habit developed over the years. Or maybe it's the reduced amount of sleep they get. Li Chen also woke up early this morning, and he was prepared to utilize the points he currently had in his hand to continue messing things up. Anyway, it's already in the spotlight, so it's a no-brainer. He came to the stock market studio. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai were already waiting here, and Zhou Wanrong was sitting on the side drinking tea. It looked like it had been waiting for Li Chen for a long time. Gu, all very early, very active at work, Li Chen casually greeted. He thought he was early enough, but he didn't expect to still overestimate himself. Cluck 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 cluck. Boss, look at what time it is. It's past 8 o'clock. The stock market is open if you don't come. Zhou Wanrong covered her mouth and smiled, deliberately snickering, and there was a shallow dimple on her face when she smiled, adding a few points of cuteness. Don't look at the fact that she was married once. Zhou Wanrong's own conditions were indeed very good, and she could completely crush ordinary contestants no matter what aspect she was in. Li Chen scratched his head in some embarrassment and immediately found a reason to digress from the topic. Today's mission is still the ugly country stock market, since it was already noticed yesterday, so let's just stir it up completely and make enough money. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai instantly came to the spirit. This task they naturally like, easy and generous bonuses. There's no risk to worry about at all. It's as easy as picking up money. After assigning the task soon time to the opening of the moment, Lu Bo and Zhang Kai quickly began to operate. Due to the amount of money today is even more huge, they must be more cautious more quickly to buy. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai sat in front of their computers, their fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard, fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Their eyes were glued to the screen, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Every operation needs to be precise and accurate, and the slightest mistake can lead to total loss. It was half an hour before they had purchased all the money short, and with yesterday's principal and profit this purchase amounted to $3,471. Boss, the funds have been fully invested, now it's up to the market's reaction. Lu Bo's voice was a little nervous, his eyes never left the screen. Li Chen nodded slightly. Good, keep a close eye on the stock movements and report any abnormalities immediately. With a tense and exciting session coming up, the three of them watched the stock movements with rapt attention, not daring to let up for a moment. In Li Chen's studio, the tense atmosphere was like a big invisible net, tightly enveloping everyone. Li Chen stood in front of the big screen, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his eyes focused on the numbers that kept jumping on the screen. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, because he knew that today's battle was crucial, not only concerning their wealth accumulation, but also possibly triggering a series of unpredictable consequences. As time passed, the stock market began to fluctuate. Each price movement tugged at their heartstrings, and the tension in the studio grew stronger. Boss, the stock is starting to rise, Zhang Kai said excitedly, his voice filled with anticipation. A hint of joy flashed in Li Chen's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Don't take it lightly, the game has just begun. In his plush office on Wall Street in the ugly country, Henry's face was horribly grim. He stared intently at the computer screen, anger burning in his eyes. Yesterday's defeat haunted him, and today he vowed to find out the mysterious opponent and reclaim what was rightfully his. Damn! Who the hell is working against me? Henry roared, his voice echoing through the office. The little blonde secretary stood aside, trembling, not daring to speak. She could feel Henry's anger, and knew that this time the incident had made him extremely irritated. Keep checking, make sure you find out who the other guy is, Henry growled, his fist slamming heavily on the table. Meanwhile, the tension in Li Chen's studio was escalating. The price of the stock continued to rise, and each increase brought their hearts into their throats. Boss, the increase has reached 10%, Lu Bo said excitedly, his voice filled with joy. A small smile appeared on Li Chen's face as well, but he knew that now was not the time to relax. There's no rush, keep watching. As time went by, the stock rose more and more. The tense atmosphere in the studio was gradually replaced by joy and excitement. Boss, the increase has reached 30%. We can definitely make another big profit this time, Zhang Kai said excitedly, his eyes glittering. Li Chen's mood also became lighter, and he knew that they were getting closer to victory. Good job everyone, keep it up and wait for the best time to sell. On Wall Street, Henry's anger had reached its peak. He watched the stock move with a mixture of resentment and doubt. Who the hell is this person? Why would he have the audacity to go against me? Henry muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anger and determination. Sir, we are still continuing to investigate, but there is no definite news yet. The little secretary responded cautiously, her little heart already in her throat. Speed up the pace. I don't care what methods you use. You must find out the identity of this man. Henry roared hysterically, his face becoming even more gloomy and terrifying. With the stock up 70%, the mood in Li Chen's studio reached a crescendo. Boss, we did it. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai cheered excitedly, their faces overflowing with joy and excitement. You can do it. It's now. Li Chen was also unspeakably excited. This was also the most crucial battle. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai began to enter a tense and exciting session. They continue to small batches of the hands of the stock will be thrown out, and again nearly spent more than 20 minutes before the hands of all the stock holdings thrown out. The duo slowly stopped their hands, finally breathing a sigh of relief, and a look of excitement appeared on their faces. Li Chen also revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Everyone has worked hard. Calculate the results of this battle. Li Chen invested $34.71 million, plus 1.5 times leverage. The total investment amount is $86.77 million. The stock rose by 70%, and the profit amount reached a very horrible figure of $60.74 million. Boss, this time we made another $60.74 million. It's so awesome. Lu Bo's mood was already so excited that he started to dance around. The studio was filled with joy and excitement as everyone basked in the victory. However, they didn't realize that they were being completely targeted by Henry again this time, because the stocks they chose were still the ones that Henry had been laying out for a long time. And what made Henry even angrier this time was that Li Chen actually robbed more than half of the gains. It caused them to suffer huge losses and waste so much manpower and financial resources, only to end up doing someone else's bidding. Henry was on the verge of blowing a gasket at this point and kept pacing around the office, cursing angrily under his breath. Fark, don't let me know who you are. I'm going to cut you up by 1,000 cuts and throw you in the ocean. Moments later, the technicians finally had a major breakthrough. Sir, we've found out. The opponent's funds came from a personal account in Huaxia with the name Li Chen. The little secretary hurriedly ran to report the information that he had found out, and secretly sighed with relief in his heart. A cold light flashed in Henry's eyes. Li Chen? Well, I'll remember that name. No matter who you are, I will definitely make you pay. Henry decided to take a more aggressive approach, and he wanted to let Li Chen know that no one could easily challenge his authority on Wall Street. He immediately dialed a phone number, gave a few brief instructions, and hung up. On the other side, an ugly country guy received this mission and was still a little scared. After all, the destination this time was the forbidden zone of mercenaries, China. But in the face of Henry's command, he didn't dare to disobey, and could only take the task with a stiff upper hand. Fark, isn't this asking me to get killed? Who dares to go to China's chassis and mess things up? When the ugly countryman remembered the sentence, those who violate my China will be executed even though they are far away, his heart kept trembling, and in Li Chen's studio, everyone was still celebrating the victory. Boss, what do we do next? Zhou Wanrong asked. Li Chen pondered for a moment. Let's organize our funds first and prepare for the next operation. I feel as if we're going to be in some trouble. Of course Li Chen knew that, because the studio was attacked last time, although it didn't work. But the other side will certainly not stop and will definitely use other ways to find their clues. Everyone is confident and ready for the next challenge. But what they don't know is that Henry has already begun planning a counterattack against them, and a more intense engagement is about to kick off. Li Chen knew that he had to be on guard himself, and a moment later he had a very brilliant idea. He took out his cell phone and called Tal, making an appointment to meet at the manor to talk more about it. It didn't take long for Tal to come in a hurry. After all, right now to him Li Chen was his real boss. To Li Chen's words he could not give birth to half a bit of contrary meaning. After all, there were protective measures produced by the system. Boss, I'm here. What is it that you're looking for me for? Tal knew that Li Chen must be looking for him for something particularly important. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked him to come over. After all, his task was to keep an eye on Zhao Shuwen's movements, and to secretly hide all the previous funds. He would not meet with him without special circumstances, so as not to let Zhao Shuwen find out anything. We're expected to get into some trouble lately. Maybe someone will come to our door, so to make sure, I'm going to relocate everyone to that island. How are the arrangements going over there? Any problems? Li Chen directly opened the door and stated his plan. He was prepared to give the other party an empty city trick because he had already guessed that the other party would definitely find out about him and would come here to retaliate. No problem boss, everything over there has been prepared. The funds in the island have been transferred to my sister's account. In a moment I'll send you the account. You can go and utilize those funds at any time. Tal truthfully reported the results of his work, and his attitude was also very respectful. Very well, this side still needs you to continue maneuvering. You stay for the time being. You don't need to report any abnormalities. Immediately head to the island to rendezvous. Li Chen was also more optimistic about Tal, and didn't want anything to happen to him. Okay, boss, don't worry, I'm sure I'll get out in one piece, Tal assured with great confidence, guessing that he had already thought of a way back. Good, that's good. Then take care of yourself. Send someone to keep an eye on the manor 24 hours a day, and call the police as soon as you find anything unusual. Li Chen also didn't forget to leave a surprise for Henry. Surely he would let them know what it meant to have no return. Okay, boss. And one last thing, get all the manpower you can muster to the island and make sure there are no problems with the island's security. No problem, boss. The last thing we need is manpower. We need a troop for all of them. Tal was also very happy. After all, they were all his old troops, and he was of course very happy to be able to fight together side by side again. Alright, go ahead and arrange it as soon as possible. Li Chen dismissed Tal after instructing him, as there were more things waiting for him to handle here, taking up a bit of your resources and time next. Thank you for the family has been on the three uncles' support, due to the newbie author is not too skilled, but also please have more tolerance, but also sincerely hope that you more comments, but also hope that you help point to urge more and 5-star praise. Thank you for your tolerance. Again, thank you to all of the families who sent gifts to us. We wish all our readers and friends a smooth life, a successful career, a happy family and a lot of money. I wish you all the days to come like the hero is hanging. Luck, everything goes well, eat well, every day full of energy, the small life more wonderful. Chapter 136, First Trip to the Island. After arranging everything in Tal, Li Chen started to move without stopping. He first contacted the company's son Haisan, ready to entrust the real estate company to his full authority at the helm. Mr. Sun, the company is now in your hands. I may have to leave for a while. I will inform you in advance of any temporary arrangements. Li Chen commanded with a gloomy expression. At this time, he was still thinking about the system's mission. Someone had to finish it for him. Sun Haisan was first slightly stunned, and then nodded solemnly. Mr. Li, don't worry, I will not dishonor my mission. And the matter of charitable funds, make sure you personally supervise it and make sure the funds are put to good use. Don't be heartbroken about the money, and go as far as possible to help more people who are truly in need. Li Chen gave another serious exhortation about the charity fund. Sun Haisan also patted his chest and assured him that Li Chen was still very assured of his character. Next, Li Chen gathered all the mercenary members. These battle-hardened warriors quickly rallied, their eyes filled with determination and loyalty. Li Chen looked at them, and an inexplicable feeling of grandeur welled up in his heart. We are about to face an unknown challenge. Now, we are going to immediately head to a small island that will be our future base. Bring your families and go together. Li Chen's voice was forceful, and his tone showed seriousness. The mercenaries responded in unison. Yes, boss. Afterwards, Li Chen came to Tang Shui and Shui Jie and the others and briefly explained the situation. It's an emergency situation, and we may have gotten into some trouble. Now we're going to head to an overseas island to take shelter for a while. Just think of it as traveling. Li Chen explained with a smile on his face, not wanting to give them too much pressure. Tang Shui and Shui Jie looked at each other, and although there was worry in their eyes, there was more trust. We all listen to you. Tang Shui nodded with a very gentle tone. Shui Jie also nodded in agreement. That's right, it's fine for you to arrange it. It's just that what about the Love Hospital side? We've already found a location that's perfect for it, and we can start construction at any time. Li Chen was touched in his heart. He knew how important it was to have the support of these people around him at this time. Well, I know. Leave this matter to the others. Tang Shui, you irrelevant information all forwarded to Mr. Sun, let him handle it. Aha, okay, I'll inform him right away. After Tang Shui finished speaking, she went to call Sun Haisan. He turned around and went to visit his grandparents again, and although the two old men were a bit puzzled, they didn't ask more questions when they saw Li Chen's serious expression. Grandma and Grandpa, we're going to a new place for a while. Don't worry, the island is more beautiful than here. The grandparents nodded with a smile on their faces and didn't press for any reason. Tatsuer, we'll all listen to you. Because they knew in their hearts that their grandson was no longer the little child he used to be, he had grown into a big tree. As long as the family can be together, the older two have no qualms. Li Chen went back to purchase a large amount of supplies and put them into his backpack. However, due to the limited grids, they could only purchase as many necessities as possible, and countless cases of Waha mineral water were purchased, almost sweeping away the county's stock. With everything ready, Li Chen led the crowd on a journey to the overseas island. They chartered an airliner and headed through the clouds toward an unknown destination. It's a small island located near the Caribbean Sea, which has been bought by Zhao Shuwen for permanent use. As for belonging to Li Chen now, and just the night after they left, a mysterious group of Yanks appeared on the streets. Each of them had a cold look on their faces, and their eyes revealed a ferocious light that these men were sent by none other than Henry. Upon investigation, it was learned that Li Chen had been living in this manor. They quietly sneaked into the vicinity of Li Chen's manor, preparing for a surprise attack in the dead of night. However, their actions had long been detected by the eyes that Tal had arranged. Tal decisively called the police, and the police were on standby to respond quickly to the call. The mercenaries, who were in the country illegally, were surrounded by the police before they could launch their operation. Each of them panicked and tried to resist, but they were quickly subdued by the strong firepower of the police. The hearts of the captured mercenaries were filled with regret. They knew that this trip to Huaxia must be dangerous, but they didn't expect to be in such a predicament without doing anything. Fark, I shouldn't have taken this mission if I had known. It's over. A mercenary complained with great remorse. Yeah, I've long said that China is a forbidden area for mercenaries. I really shouldn't have come. The other mercenary also sighed, his expression becoming shriveled. Meanwhile, Li Chen and the crowd had finally arrived at the island's location. The beautiful scenery of the island made them instantly forget the tiredness and tension of the journey. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the blue sea beach is endless. The waves lapped gently against the shore, making a pleasant sound. The island is so green and full of flowers that it seems like a paradise on earth. The crowd was stunned by the beauty. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Tang Shui couldn't help but exclaim with a shocked look on her face. Cui Jie's eyes widened as well, her small hand covering her mouth. I can't believe it. It's like a wonderland here. The grandparents even revealed a pleased smile. Shen it's so nice here. There's so much empty space, so I don't have to worry this time. Lin Yakin glared at him without a good look. Li Chen looked at the crowd's reaction and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that it was perfectly safe on this island, and that they could get away from the danger for a while and plan what would happen next. Li Chen began to arrange the lives of the crowd. The place had long been built by Zhao Shuwen in advance, with all the facilities available. More than a dozen villas have been built, and there are all kinds of recreational facilities. Li Chen also arranged for David to go ahead and purchase supplies near the island, and to buy a yacht back in order to facilitate travel. They set up makeshift posts and assign tasks. The mercenaries are then responsible for security patrols of the island to ensure that no danger approaches. On Henry's side, he was even more enraged to learn that the men he had sent had been captured. He vowed to find Li Chen and make him pay dearly. Is in his office at the moment, ranting and raving hysterically. Li Chen was taking a walk on the beach, thinking about the direction of the future. Tang Shui walked over and gently held his hand. Don't worry too much. We'll definitely get through this. Tang Shui comforted in a very gentle tone. Li Chen looked at Tang Shui, his heart filled with emotion, and a happy smile spread across his face. The two embraced and stood on the beach quietly admiring the beauty in front of them, their hearts filled with emotion. Chapter 137 More Surprises. The following day, everyone was busy in a tense and orderly manner. After all, they had just come to the island and were not familiar with it. A small luxury cruise ship suddenly appeared on the sea, and David stood in the driver's seat with an excited smile on his face. The crowd, seeing that it was David who had returned from purchasing supplies, also came to the dock. The cruise ship slowly docked and everyone began to carry their supplies to the villa. Li Chen also looked at David with great relief and gave a look of recognition. It was also exciting to look at the luxurious little cruise ship in front of us, and I couldn't wait to walk up and enjoy it. Tang Shui and Cui Jie bounced right behind them as well. Several people had happy smiles on their faces. Hubby, this cruise ship is so beautiful. Should we go out to sea to fish? Cui Jie was very excited and danced with her hands. Ha ha ha, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Chen also responded happily. Looking at all these things in front of him that were earned for nothing, he couldn't help but snicker in his heart. Would this make Zhao Shuwen's lungs explode if he knew? However, all of this was just the beginning, and after Tao's report, when Sheng had already begun to go through the new company to the overseas account again, Li Chen didn't care at all, but instead was very happy, because Zhao Shuwen and the others didn't know that the account was already Li Chen's. They are doomed to end up with a basket case. After Tao's careful layout, everything was in order. Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan on the other side didn't even realize that they had worked hard to save up for half their lives, but in the end, they had made a dowry for someone else. Sun Haisan in the country has not been idle, and the Love Hospital is already in full swing with renovations. The charitable fund is also helping those who are really in need, and has donated tens of millions of dollars one after another. Li Chen deposited 200 million into the charity fund account, and he wouldn't begrudge the money. Compared to the tasks explained by the system, these were all extraneous things. Just as Li Chen was holding onto the railing and looking at the sea in contemplation, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. For over completing the first task, the system rewards 50,000 mall points. Please continue to do more good deeds. The moment Li Chen heard the beep, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose in a pleased smile. Phew! All that effort wasn't in vain after all. Slowly retrieving his thoughts, he left the dock and walked straight back to the island. A separate villa was set aside here for the offices of the congregation. In a spacious bedroom on the second floor, Lu Bo and Zhang Kai were packing up their new studio. All the equipment has been commissioned and also updated with the latest defense systems used to stop malicious attacks by those who wish to do so. Everything is ready to start something new. Li Chen ignored them and made his way straight to the computer, opening the URL that Tal had handed him, which was a personal account login screen for a bank. Li Chen logged on to the account sent by Tal, and after entering the password in a somewhat nervous mood, he clicked on the confirmation. Then the basic information of a personal account appeared on the computer screen. Looking at the information in front of him, Li Chen directly froze. There were actually more than $2 billion in this account, and this was not Chinese currency, but US dollars. That means that Zhao Shuwen and the others have already reached up to more than 10 billion Chinese dollars by transferring some of their funds. One can only imagine how much wealth they have amassed and how many bad things they have done in China. In the end, the funds were even taken overseas. I wonder how many people's hard-earned money this has screwed up. Li Chen directly transferred all of his funds into his stock market account. He was ready to stir the stock market in the outer sea into a frenzy. The funds in the original account already amounted to nearly $100 million, which was already a huge fortune for Li Chen. It really seemed small now. Only now did he realize how terrifying it really was in the presence of capital and how small he was. When Lu Bo saw the boss's operation, in seeing the account balance, he was also shocked, speechless. Such a huge amount of money they can't even dream of. It's astronomical. A few moments later, Li Chen skillfully searched for information on a stock and then handed the information to the duo. Start operating this stock tomorrow. Follow the previous process and control the pace. Okay, boss. Don't worry. I guarantee to complete the task. Lu Bo also responded with confidence, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. The thought of operating such a huge amount of money is exciting to think about. After explaining this, Li Chen left the studio. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, he received a call from Tal that the new team of mercenaries had arrived at the docks and were waiting for Li Chen to receive them. He hung up the phone and hoofed it to the pier, only to see a squad of dozens of people standing neatly at the pier. David and Sabella and others were there, and were they chatting away? Obviously all comrades in a team. They were different this time from their trip to China because there was not as much control here, and they came on their own in about 10 speedboats, and all of them were heavily armed with all kinds of weapons, and all of them were advanced and refined equipment at a glance. It also brought a large quantity of weapons and ammunition, all of which should have been specially ordered by Tal. As Li Chen looked at the scene in front of him, a cold sweat broke out on his back. At this time, he also finally understood that worry that Zhao Shuwen had once had, which was genuinely more terrifying. If this was a rebellion, there was no room for struggle at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he also looked around at the crowd and opened his system backpack, quickly using the power card. A few moments later, the power card was close to full, with 41 people bound to it. That is to say, there were a full 30 new mercenaries in front of them, and the safety of the island didn't need to worry too much for the time being. With them on board, it would have been impossible to take the island in front of us if a large number of troops hadn't come over. Li Chen's arrangement of this hand was not without reason. He was well aware of how terrifying the strength behind those overseas consortia was. The risk of a tiger's mouth might be more sinister than he thought. After doing everything, Li Chen asked David to arrange for everyone's food, clothing, and shelter, and soon all of them entered the island in a well-organized manner. A portion of the people had already entered into the state of work, although Li Chen's management mode wasn't that strict, but for these people who were used to life in the army, they had long since developed this habit. Li Chen also nodded in relief. With the constraints of the power card, he didn't have to worry about their loyalty. The others were also a little surprised to see these people in front of them, not expecting to have so many mercenary bodyguards, and instantly felt a sense of security. Originally, all of them were still worrying about whether they would be left unprotected after leaving China, the safest country in the world. Now that everything seemed to be in Li Chen's arrangement, the crowd all finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Qishan was completely ignoring the movement around him, and was building rows and rows of vegetable racks in an open space. Chapter 138, Meeting on a Narrow Road. After Li Chen left the studio, Lu Bo and Zhang Kai looked at the huge amount of money in their accounts and were both excited and nervous. They are well aware that this is an unprecedented capital game, and they are about to become the center of this storm. That night, Lu Bo and Zhang Kai stayed up almost all night, repeatedly studying the various data and trends of that stock, and formulated a detailed operation plan. They understand that such a huge investment of funds must be made with great care, and that any slight mistake could trigger disastrous consequences. The next day, it was finally time for the stock market to open. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai started to buy that stock gradually according to the established plan. Each of their trades is like a boulder in the water, creating layers of waves in the stock market. With the influx of money, the share price of this stock began to rise steadily. At first, other investors in the market didn't pay much attention to the stock's movement, thinking it was just a regular money fluctuation. Yet when the stock price rose more than 30%, the entire market was rattled. Numerous investors have been looking at this stock in an attempt to discover the reasons behind it. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai, however, were not the least bit disturbed by the outside world, as they strictly followed Li Chen's instructions and controlled the tempo in an organized manner. Keep buying and pushing up the stock price while closely watching the market's reaction. On the other side of Wall Street, Henry was sitting in his plush office, watching the stock price soar, his face growing ugly. He had originally thought that Li Chen had already run away with that small amount of money and didn't even put him in his eyes. But now, this sudden injection of huge sums of money has made his short-selling plans a complete failure. How is this possible? Where did he get so much money? Henry growled angrily, slamming the papers in his hand on the floor. How much do we still have in our hands? Keep throwing it to me? I want to see how much money he has. Out of his depth, Henry roared hysterically. The anger in his heart had nowhere to be vented. His eyes were bloodshot and his whole body seemed to be in a state of madness. The loss of billions of dollars? This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to his consortium. He can already imagine the angry expression and harsh reprimand of the top management of the consortium, and his own career. I'm afraid that this will also cast a thick shadow. Over time, the stock price continued to climb under the operation of Lu Bo and Zhang Kai. Henry was dumbfounded at this point, having sold off all the stock in his own hands, and having very little of what would have been left due to the long game. In the face of the sudden change, he was unprepared and powerless. You can only watch the stock price that you have beaten down go all the way to the red. When the closing bell rang, the stock was up a staggering 65%. Henry sat paralyzed at his desk, his eyes vacant, wondering what he was thinking. On the other hand, Lu Bo and Zhang Kai were so excited that they hugged each other tightly as they looked at the huge profit in their account. Ha ha ha, it worked again. The boss is truly divine. Too awesome. Lu Bo shouted with great excitement, his voice trembling a little. Yes, so much money. I've never seen it in my life. Zhang Kai's face was also red, with tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. They quickly calculated the profit, $2.5 billion invested. At a 65% increase, that's a huge profit of over $1.6 billion made in one day. That number, once it got out, was enough to make them famous in the financial world. But making a name for themselves is unlikely. At the very least it will give them psychological vanity and satisfaction. Henry, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth in his office like a beast trapped in a cage. He couldn't accept the reality of this failure, and his heart was filled with resentment and anger towards Li Chen. He vowed to find Li Chen and make him pay dearly. Fark, you forced me to do this, Li Chen. When Li Chen learned of this news, he only smiled slightly. Everything was within his expectations. As Li Chen's moves in the stock market grew bigger and bigger, he also attracted the attention of those financial giants. Some find his contact information and try to work with him to divide the market, while others see him as a thorn in their side and try to bring him down. At this time in China, Sun Haisan is constantly busy. On the one hand, he has to manage the real estate company, but also keep a close eye on the fund project, and now there is an additional item of Love Hospital construction. Now he was already busy. Fortunately, the real estate side didn't need him to be too distracted for the time being. His immediate goal now was to hurry up and get the hospital built, which was also an expedited task explained by Li Chen, since the site was readily available. With infrastructure and simple equipment, Sun Haisan used all his connections, find a way to poach some highly paid medical specialists and healthcare workers. After all, Li Chen wasn't poor, the whole hospital was affordable, and he certainly didn't care about this salary. Due to the bumper harvest on Li Chen's side, an additional $100 million was given to Sun Haisan, used for the hospital's later operating expenses. After all, it is free. There will be no capital income. Can only rely on Li Chen to provide a steady stream of capital injection, including the Poverty Alleviation Fund. Although Li Chen had made a huge profit in the stock market, his big backyard was also spending money like water. On the contrary, on Warmth's side, she was still working hard without any knowledge. The new project has begun to start construction. At this time the Chinese domestic has begun to gradually into the winter. She sat in her office with a cup of coffee in her hand, looking out the window with a dark guess in her mind. People here are so interesting. Really so relieved? Don't care? But what Wen Qing could not have imagined was that all of this was done deliberately by Li Chen, so as to make Xiao Shuwen and the others relax their guard and speed up the transfer of funds. At this moment Wen Qing's phone suddenly rang, picking it up to see that it was her father. Soon the phone was connected and Wen Ziyuan's voice came from the other end. Wen Cheng, how have you been? How's it going? Dad, everything's going well. Li Chen seems to have really taken a hands-off approach and hasn't been asking about the project. Ha ha ha, well, I guess you're too mesmerized to find out what's going on, so we can start our plan. Okay Dad, I'll get ready right away. Well, after everything is done, you must leave without alerting the officials and then meet us abroad. Wen Ziyuan still remembered a little bit of father-daughter love, and urged again and again, hoping that she could escape. I know Dad, I've already arranged it. After hanging up the phone, A touch of worry flashed across Wen's face. She knew very well in her heart that once the movement of the huge amount of money flowing overseas was noticed by the authorities, she would have no way of escaping. Chapter 139, Henry's Backhand. Wall Street. Henry was sitting in his office, with a horribly grim expression on his face. For just now, after his repeated assurances, the next operation was absolutely guaranteed to be foolproof. The bigwigs of the consortium behind him gave him one last chance for the sake of him having been good before. At this time, Henry's heart only hoped that he would not encounter Li Chen as a bogeyman again. Otherwise his future would be ruined. He never expected that he would break into the financial street for more than 10 years and end up in a small gutter. He had one last card to play, and one stock he had been carefully planning for a long time, and it would be his last chance to flip the script. Unfortunately, often things just don't work out the way they should, and it's just a case of the wrong side of the tracks. After all, his schemes are all big plates, which will be the most potentially lucrative, and will of course be monitored by the system. All Li Chen was already smiling from ear to ear at this point, as he had just finished accessing it with his points. Looking at up to more than double the rate of increase, Li Chen has been excited. This is also a few times since the highest point of increase. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited, which meant that he would get back what he put in. The only pity he had now was that the funds in his hand were not endless, or else he would have really wanted to paralyze the ugly country's finances in one fell swoop. Let him keep fooling around and acting like he's the boss of the sky every day. So Li Chen will not be merciful when he moves against the ugly country, which is why he is not willing to harvest in the domestic stock market. If you have the ability, of course, you should bully that capitalist in foreign countries, so that they can also taste how it feels to be harvested. Ha ha ha, cool. You can't stop luck when it comes. Li Chen laughed out loud and walked towards the studio, his pace all looking so relaxed and pleasant. At this time, Lu Bo looked at his cell phone has closed his mouth. Because of this big win, Li Chen rewarded each of them another 5 million. I can't tell you how pleasurable it is to watch your balance dawdle. Zhang Kai gave him a disdainful look on the side. Look at your unproductive appearance. As far as it goes? Ha ha ha, you don't understand. When you get married and have kids you'll realize how important money really is. Since Lu Bo was quite a bit older than Zhang Kai, he had already gotten married and had children, and 2 of them, sons and daughters. For a middle-aged man with an old man and a young man, the millions may seem like a lot to buy a house and a car, not enough for his son to divide. Zhang Kai didn't even have a date, so naturally he couldn't experience that feeling. The moment Li Chen walked through the door, Lu Bo sat up with a miso and came to Li Chen's side with a run. Boss, what's the deal this time? Ha ha ha, see how excited you are. Do you feel that the bonus is still not enough to share? Li Chen of course knew the situation of his own men. Lu Bo's pressure was relatively high. He, this is all guessed by you. I want to save dowry money for my daughter. Lu Bo smiled and responded, this time to face words purely is a little cute. Ha ha ha, good. Find you an opportunity. If you're not good, you'll even get your son's bride price money this time. Li Chen smoothly handed him a note. Lu Bo took a glance and instantly engraved that name in his head. And with very skillful movements, he pulled out his lighter. Hey, I haven't seen it yet. Zhang Kai just came over and hasn't seen it yet, and then he lit up. Oh, who looks different? You'll see in a moment. You, ha ha ha, well you two move. I await your good news. Li Chen turned around and left after saying that. Zhang Kai had just come over to ask something when Lu Bo stopped him. Shoo, it's a big move this time. We're going to be rich. Zhang Kai looked at him very puzzled, not knowing what kind of drug he was selling in his gourd. Zhang Kai felt that this feeling of knowing clearly but being kept in the drum was too uncomfortable. Lu Bo ignored his displeased look and immediately began to operate. He skillfully opened the computer and waited for the stock market to open. Looking at the balance of $4.1 billion in the account, the mood to say that it is not excited that is false. This is real money, not joy beans. On the other side of Wall Street, Henry was also ready for one last chance to flip the script, and he had a lot of money set aside this time, confident that he would be able to pull off a solid win. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose in a confident smile. Finally, the tense and exciting time is coming when the stock market opens. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai were frantically pounding on the keyboard, and Zhang Kai was also using his best skill, 20 years of single-hand speed. This time, although the amount of money is large, but they do not have to worry in the least, is a brain buy. And Henry on the other side of the room sensed something was wrong. His own people were clearly a beat slower with their hands and just about to buy it when it was gone. Wastes, can't you guys move any faster? Treadmill, a bunch of mealies. Henry kept cursing angrily from one side. This scolding does not matter. The already uncomfortable staff moved more nervous. It took a full half hour to buy that much, which is less than $100 million. And Lu Bo and Zhang Kai had already procured all the funds in their hands. The stockholders outside took one look at the stock and started surging. Cootie! Only then would they continue to throw. All of them began to hold their ground, watching the stock's movement. This led to Henry holding a large amount of money in his hands, with no volume to buy, and only being able to watch and dry his eyes. Aha! Piss me off, you bunch of losers, all of you. Get the out of here. Henry picked up the keyboard and slammed it hard on the floor, and stomped on it viciously with his foot until it became a pile of crumbs. The already disgruntled employees directly cursed and went on strike. Long ago they did not want to do it, and directly threw up their sleeves and left the studio. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You can play by yourself. I'm done. Henry finished venting the anger in his heart and sat down on his butt. It's over. It's really over this time. His heart knew very well that if he missed again this time, the consortium behind him would definitely not give him another chance. And he knows too much about the inner workings to end up in a predictable way, because after all, only the dead will keep their mouths shut forever. Those high and mighty plutocrats will never let this get out. They don't care about a manager's little life. Henry, too, seemed to realize this, and hastily stood up, walked over to his desk, and collected his belongings, some more of his embezzled money and gold bars from the safe. Just when he was about to get up and run away, his path was blocked by a stunning blonde woman in front of him. Chapter 140, Hate in the Northwest. This person is none other than Henry's little assistant secretary. In fact, her real identity is a nail planted by the consortium and a professional killer. Henry, don't struggle. You can't run away. Obediently go back with me. Maybe you still have a chance. The corners of the little secretary's mouth rose slightly. At this time, there was no longer the usual obsequiousness, and there was a touch of murderous aura on his face. You, who the hell are you? Henry seemed to understand at this time, so it turned out that he had been watched by someone around him. Come on, come back with me. The bosses are waiting for you. Don't keep them waiting too long. They'll be unhappy. No, I can't go back. I'm a dead man if I go back. Henry flopped down on his knees and kept begging. Sally, please, will you leave me alone? I'm begging you. If I spare you, who will spare me? Don't make it difficult for me. The little secretary was completely unmoved and just looked at him. Henry lowered his head. His face flashed a shade of grimness. He suddenly pulled out a gun from his pocket, and at Sally it was bang, 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 a volley of shots all heading towards Sally. But Sally seems to have noticed. She is as light as a swallow, as if she is transformed into a shadow. A vertical jump in advance, followed by a roll, a beautiful sliding shovel with her foot on the wall, suddenly and instantly changing direction and coming straight at Henry. Sally had a sharp knife in her hand at some point, and a white shadow flashed directly past Henry's neck. Poof! Henry collapsed with his eyes wide open with reluctance, his hands covering his neck, a steady stream of blood gushing from his mouth, kicking a few times before he was silent again. Sally obediently picked up the backpack on the ground and dashed off with it on her back, snapping a few pictures on her way out and sending them to the plutocrats. Li Chen's side, on the other hand, was still unaware that his opponent had already drank the Northwest. Time passed quietly like this. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai kept their nerves taut, not daring to relax for a moment. The genus is indistinguishable from the small-time one they had before, and now there is so much money, so much that they dare not think about it. Finally it came down to the last crunch and they quickly began to maneuver, dumping the stocks in their hands over and over again. The stock market to see someone selling, all desperate to squeeze in, as if it is picking up money, desperate to buy. This also resulted in Lu Bo and his team going smoother than ever before, quickly cashing out their shares and leaving the market. Those players who squeezed in behind didn't know that they were about to lose their money. Ha ha ha, cool, too damn cool. Lu Bo jumped up excitedly and frantically circled around the studio. Ha ha ha, it's indeed too much. Zhang Kai was also unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Li Chen also arrived as promised as per usual, and seeing their excitement, he knew the final result. Ha ha ha, boss, we've made a huge profit this time. More than doubled, made $6 billion. Lu Bo was still dancing with excitement, not knowing whether he was happy for his boss or excited about his upcoming bonus. Ha ha ha, good, win the reward, or no one 5 million. This time the daughter's dowry is enough, right? Li Chen is also very happy. A few operations down to earn a lot of money, but what he doesn't realize is that it also indirectly plays into Henry's hands. So what goes around comes around. If Li Chen hadn't had the foresight to foresee the danger in advance, it would be Li Chen and the others who would be in bad luck at this time. Ha ha ha, thank you boss, enough is enough. Just also do not know will be cheap that little. Lu Bo was happy but also did not forget to joke. Instantly amused, a few people laughed. The atmosphere was incomparably pleasant. At this time, Li Chen is already a big capitalist who has broken through $10 billion, which can also call the wind and rain if it is placed in the country. Inside a plush clubhouse on Wall Street, more than a dozen plutocrats of various shapes and sizes gathered. Instead of celebrating, they each wore angry faces as they had received the news back from Sally. Not only does the stock market investment lose again, but even Henry is ready to run away and ends up being countered by Sally. Of course they also knew some inside information about a Chinese named Li Chen, who had disrupted their plans time and time again. The people all hate each other's guts and are already plotting to start retaliatory actions. And at this time Li Chen has been lying on the beach, just wearing a big pants. That little life is incomparably nourishing. Cui Jie and Tang Shui were laughing and joking on the beach, and all the mercenaries stole a glance from time to time, and then the corners of their mouths rose in a look of envy. Just as Li Chen was savoring the red wine and enjoying the view, a familiar voice came to his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Caring Hospital mission. Rewarded with 20,000 mall points. Please help those in need of assistance as soon as possible. There will be additional rewards. Li Chen's mood became even more beautiful after hearing the news. It was like a double happiness. Not bad, not bad. It seems Sun Haisan hasn't been lazy and is still as efficient as ever. Li Chen muttered darkly in his heart, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. On the other side of the corner, Li Qishan also looked at his vegetable garden and laughed. The old woman sat in a rocking chair off to the side and gave him a nonchalant look. Ha ha ha, old mate. It won't be long before these dishes are cooked. You ah. I see you are just idle panic. Be careful of your old arms and legs. Tossing bad, I see how you do. Lin Yakin is actually also worried about his old man's body. Are already more than 70 years old. Or that old look. It's fine. This body of mine is still great. Li Qishan patted his chest and boasted with great confidence. Cough cough cough. The strength was used violently. It didn't matter that the shot almost sent himself away. Ushered in but another burst of blank stares from the old lady. Lin Yakin has been too lazy to talk nonsense with him. It's useless to talk. On the other side of the country, Wenqing has already begun to implement the plan. A large amount of money began to slowly transfer to overseas accounts. At this time Li Chen has already recovered the misappropriated funds, and did not cause any suspicion. Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan had already started celebrating in the villa, and their schedule had been arranged, just waiting for the funds to be transferred. They'll be heading to the island to prepare for retirement. Unbeknownst to him, his island had already been turtled up, and they don't even know it yet. They are still bent on fantasizing about their future good life. Warmth's side of the transfer work was also very smooth, without anyone's obstruction and constraints. She just let go of her hands and feet and boldly operate. All actions were under Tal's watchful eye, and at this point Tal had his retreat in place, just waiting for the time to be right to be reunited with his family. Chapter 141, Mantis Catching Cicada. Life on the island was slowly starting to get on track, and David had been constantly picking up and moving all sorts of living supplies. At this time, Cui Jie and Tang Shui had gone out to see to fish, and seemed to be enjoying the slow life now. The only one who was still busy is Li Qishan, who was also smiling happily as he watches his seedlings grow taller and taller day by day. Li Chen stood in front of the villa. Looking at everything in front of him felt so unreal. Everything seemed like a dream. A few months ago he himself was a pauper, but now he was in possession of countless riches and these people following him in front of him. Phew! Yeah, where are you? Are you okay? A silhouette suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing him to unconsciously murmur. At this moment, Zhou Wanrong walked out from the villa and came straight to Li Chen's side. Boss, any more missions? Li Chen glanced sideways and smiled faintly. Take a break and rest. You guys have worked hard these past few days. Money can never be earned. Zhou Wanrong's face suddenly flashed with a touch of worry, but it quickly disappeared. Yes, a few days ago I was a small bank employee, and now I'm considered a small rich woman. For some reason, Zhou Wanrong had always wanted to prove herself, to get her footing in that city, to buy a house and have a home of her own. But now that I'm rich, I'm not happy at all. Ha ha ha, yeah, it's also a little rich. It's time to think about personal problems. Li Chen looked at the distant sea and casually blurted out. Zhou Wanrong glanced at the side of his face and did not respond, also looking into the distance. What? Homesick? Li Chen was suddenly stunned, not knowing how to answer this question. Yeah, do I have a home? My grandparents are the only family I have, and wherever they are is home. And yes, there is nothing happier than companionship. The corners of Li Chen's mouth rose slightly and he smiled without speaking. You contact Sun Haisan and transfer another $1 billion from the stock market account to the Poverty Alleviation Fund. This matter cannot be stopped. Zhou Wanrong looked up and suddenly felt that his figure was a few points taller, and her eyes flashed with admiration. Well, I'll get on it now. Time passes so slowly. The sun sets on another day. On the Chinese side, Wenqing was still intensely busy, having to keep an eye on the progress of the project while carefully transferring funds. Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan were not idle. They transferred all the assets under their names at a low price and exchanged them for funds that were transferred to Wen Qing, who then used the company's account to transfer them overseas. It may seem like everything is normal, but in reality they are now paupers and have nothing to show for it from now on. When Wen Qing finished transferring, the last transaction also let out a long breath. The taut string in his heart finally loosened up. Finally done. Wen Qing stood up and slowly twisted her body and stretched, her perfect figure revealed. Looking around the room with some fondness, he grabbed his things and left. All the actions here were under Tal's surveillance, and also informed Li Chen at the first opportunity. Boss, they've transferred all the money and sold all their assets. They're going to run away in the next 2 days. What's next? Tal sat in the car and reported in an unhurried tone. Li Chen was lying on a lounge chair on the beach with a glass of red wine in his hand. Very well. Notify our company and send someone over to take over and continue to finish the project. You can also get ready. It's almost time. Okay, boss. Tal hung up the phone after saying that. A happy smile appeared on his face. Finally he could be reunited with his family. He immediately notified the company's Sun Haisan of Li Chen's notice, and Sun Haisan didn't delay, immediately sending the company's vice president Ho Su over to take over the new project. Everything was in order and within Li Chen's plan. The Love Hospital also began to operate, strictly adhering to Li Chen's instructions to receive only truly impoverished patients. The orphanage was also greatly transformed with Li Chen's financial support, rebuilding the house and taking in countless more homeless orphans. Dean looked at everything in front of him, as if it were a lifetime ago. Everything seems that unreal. Good people. This is the real entrepreneur. Mouth not only muttered to himself, the corner of the eye slipped a drop of moving tears. The company's specially set up fund team has also been busy, not stopping at all. Any application for support for individuals or organizations, they have to go to the verification. The situation is true will spare no effort to start funding. At this time, Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan also embarked on a flight to the island, with Wen Qing following close behind. Ha ha ha, finally leaving. This damn place. Zhao Shuwen couldn't help but open his mouth to lament as if he was finally relieved. Yeah, never have to come back. It's over. It's all over. When Ziyuan leaned back in his seat, his eyes closed as he followed in agreement. Tad mad. After half a lifetime of simmering, it's finally the end. Zhao Shuwen looked out the window at the blue sky and white clouds, as if he was saying goodbye to the past. Unbeknownst to them, when they leave, they will indeed never come back. Wen Shang was also heavily armed at this time, wrapping herself tightly, afraid that she would be stopped at the boarding gate. It was a good thing that everything was a surprise. She had thought that the company would have noticed when she disappeared, and would surely have called the police. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chen had no intention of calling the police and the program would continue as if nothing had happened. As for the movement of those funds, it had long been covered up by Tal and Sun Haisan in some way. Why do I suddenly feel a bit flustered and so uneasy? Wen Qing muttered silently in her heart. For some reason she suddenly felt a palpitation, as if something bad was about to happen. Retracting his thoughts and pressing down on the uneasiness in his mind, he closed his eyes to keep his mind from wandering. Moments later, he finally met up with Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan at the airport of a certain country. Godfather, Dad. Wen Qing saw the old individual waiting for her from a long distance away, and a warm current surged in her heart. Well, it's good to be safe. Let's go. Zhao Shuwen's heart also breathed a sigh of relief. He still loved this daughter. The three of them took a cab towards the pier, where they had a private luxury cruise ship, which was way bigger than the one Li Chen had bought. Several people drove on the cruise ship straight toward their private island, and the mood was also very comfortable, talking and laughing along the way. A few moments later, their own island was reflected in the sights of several people. How come it seems like there are silhouettes on the island? Zhao Shuwen looked at the distant island in confusion. It can't be. How could there be someone? When Ziyuan heard this and also walked over, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance, it seems like there are indeed people, and there are a lot of them. Wen Qing picked up the binoculars and very clearly saw many people on the island. Treadmill. Who's been running around my island? Zhao Shuwen angrily glared at the horsepower, quickly toward the island. Chapter 142, The Yellow Bird is at the back. A few moments later, the luxury cruise ship slowly approached the pier, and the three of them were dumbfounded when they disembarked. There weren't so many people just now. Zhao Shuwen pretended to be calm as he continued walking forward, shouting angrily as he walked. Who are you people? Do you know that this is private territory? You are trespassing. This is my home. When these words came out, the crowd laughed out loud, all of them looking at the little cutie, like eyes at him. When Ziyuan and Wen Qing followed suit, and looking at these people in front of her, Wen Qing was already a little weak in her little legs. When Ziyuan wasn't much better, but after all, he was a long-time master of the world. What the hell is going on here? How did Tal arrange this? He asked Zhao Shuwen in a low voice. How am I supposed to know? It's pretty obvious by now that the place is taken. Zhao Shuwen also frowned slightly, a little confused. Ha ha ha, old brother, long time no see, how have you been? Just as they were uncertain, Li Chen's voice appeared behind the crowd. When the crowd flashed away, Li Chen sat on a chair with red wine in his hand, looking at him with interest and a mocking smile on his face. Ha ha ha, dog, what's going on here? Why are you here? Zhao Shuwen immediately changed his face and inquired, pretending to act dumb. Oh, older brother doesn't know? This is already my territory. Buddy, don't joke with me, what's going on? Hey, forgetting so soon. Ha, aren't these all my company's walking out accounts? They must all be mine. Ha ha ha, what does old brother mean by that? Older brother can't understand. Alright old brother, there's no point in pretending when it comes down to it. I know exactly what you're planning. When these words came out, Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan were both dumbfounded and coincidentally looked back at Wen Qing. Godfather, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Wen Qing was close to crying out. This was more wrong than sinus. Ha, old brother, it looks like you're halfway to intercepting? Preparing to eat black? Zhao Shuwen didn't maneuver anymore. It was already at this point. There was no need to pretend. You're wrong, old brother. How can you call it black eating black? I am a proper businessman. You are the ones who are black. Secondly, I'm a normal company out of accounts. Every single one of them can be checked. What does it have to do with you? You, don't bully people too much. Say what you have to say. What do you really want? You counted on me. I'm not even done with you yet. Why are you still angry? Li Chen shook the red wine in his hand and gently took a sip. Zhao Shuwen at this time has to blow up. The anger in his heart has nowhere to send. Looking at so many mercenaries in front of him, he does not dare to continue to put harsh words. Older brother, I think you've misunderstood. How could I be counting on you? Yes, Tal. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Tal appeared not far away and was quietly watching the show with his girlfriend in his arms. Zhao Shuwen looked over and was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that Tal would betray him. At this point everything was clear. Ha 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 ha. Well, 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 well. What Wen Ziyuan hated the most at this time was not Li Chen, but Zhao Shuwen. This idiot. It's okay, I'm on the defensive too. Awesome, I was right about you. A talent indeed. I want to know when you realized it. Zhao Shuwen was very curious in his heart at this time. When exactly did he reveal the cracks? That's just it. There's no harm in talking to you. Ever since when Cheng appeared, I've sensed something. Ha ha ha, so that makes sense. No wonder you let the company go. Good tactic. Wen Qing was also cold at the back at this time, not expecting the person in front of him to be so scary. Every step was in his plan. Fine, I admit it. Let's go. Zhao Shuwen was ready to turn around and leave with a wave of his hand, and Wen Ziyuan was helplessly just about to move, only to hear a sound of a bullet being loaded. All the guns were already aimed at a few people. Older brother, are you trying to drive them to extinction? Zhao Shuwen also didn't expect Li Chen to be so ruthless that he didn't intend to let them leave alive. Wen Cheng, however, stood out at this time. Li Chen, everything is my doing. It has nothing to do with them. The method is also what I thought of. If there's anything you can come at me, let Godfather and the others go. I'll let you do whatever you want. Wen Cheng, daughter. Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan opened their mouths at the same time. They didn't expect Wen Qing to do this, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Li Chen was even more energized by the situation, thinking that the show had just begun. Oh, you're quite loyal, and also pathetically stupid. What do you mean? Wen Cheng was a bit unsure and inquired suspiciously. Don't you want to know where you come from? Don't you want to know how your real parents died? When these words came out, Wen Qing immediately took 2 steps back and looked at him with an expression of having seen a ghost. What nonsense are you talking about? My mother died of an illness. My father is right in front of me. Don't you stir up trouble. Ha ha ha, stirring up trouble? I'm not in the mood for that. Plus, do I have to? Li Chen looked at her with interest, and then glanced at the shocked Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan. Wen Cheng was also a bit confused, turning her head to look at her father and godfather suspiciously. But how could they dare to meet Wen Qing's eyes at this moment? Wen Qing suddenly seemed to understand, and looking at them, she knew that Li Chen was definitely not lying. She looked at Li Chen again, some doubt and anticipation in her eyes. What's going on? Tell me clearly. TSK. You're asking the wrong person for this. I can't tell you. If you want to ask, you should ask your godfather and your father. Zhao Shuwen and Wen Ziyuan visibly shivered physically and looked at each other, their eyes filled with panic and despair. Godfather, is he telling the truth? What the hell is going on here? Wen Qing questioned somewhat angrily, tears seeming to well up in her eyes. Zhao Shuwen seemed to have instantly aged more than 10 years, and as if his body's strength had been drained out, his but went limp on the ground. Wenqing's desperate eyes looked at her father again, but Wen Ziyuan immediately lowered her head, not daring to respond. At this time, Wenqing finally understood that the death of her own biological parents must have something to do with them, and the tears finally could not be held back and flowed down. Ah! Why? Why you guys? Why are you doing this to me? She roared in hysterical rage, questioning, if that was the truth ergo, then she herself had been recognizing a thief for 20 years. This kind of pain was probably only experienced by Wenqing herself, who was now close to insanity and seemed to be crying like crazy. Chapter 143, Pledging of Funds. When Shang walked to Zhao Shuwen's front, squatted down and shook his shoulders hard. Godfather, this isn't real, right? Tell me it's not true. Zhao Shuwen slowly raised his head, and his eyes were still full of doting and love as before. He had been childless all his life and had always treated Wenqing like his own daughter, but the mistake he had made back then could not be erased. Daughter, I'm sorry, don't blame me. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadowy look flashed across Zhao Shuwen's face. Somehow he had a small pistol in his hand, presumably hidden on the cruise ship. He grabbed Wenqing and held her in his arms, facing Li Chen's direction. Let me go, old man, or I'll kill her. From this moment onwards, that heart of Wenqing finally didn't hold out and broke completely. Li Chen, on the other hand, laughed out loud, a bit unable to believe how Zhao Shuwen could be so stupid at a critical moment. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Shuwen had no choice but to fight. Kill it, that's your goddaughter. Does it have anything to do with me? Li Chen used to look at the little cutie, like eyes staring at him, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Zhao Shuwen of course knew that this might not be able to threaten Li Chen, but he could only try now. Seeing this, Wen Ziyuan also slowly moved backward, preparing to get on the boat and leave. Don't move. You don't want to kill Wenqing, right? Don't you want to kill Wenqing? Such a beautiful girl. Don't you have any desire? Just as Zhao Shuwen began to slowly retreat backward, what he didn't notice was that there was a sniper in the distance who had been aiming at him, and it was none other than that red-haired beauty, Alicia, who had been there in the beginning. Also a proficient marksman with firearms among the first group of mercenaries to join. A few moments later, only to hear, bang, after the sound of a gunshot, Zhao Shuwen collapsed backwards with unwilling eyes, and before he died, he even whispered, I'm sorry, in warmth's ear. Wenqing was already scared silly at this point. The disintegrating brains and blood exploded all over her face, and her body was drenched in blood. The blood was dripping down her cheeks to the floor. Wen Ziyuan also unconsciously softened his legs and almost planted himself on the ground without standing still. He knew that today was considered to be the complete end of the road. In the eyes of this group of mercenaries, killing them was as simple and common as drinking water. He glanced at Wenqing. His eyes were also complicated. Daughter, I'm sorry, it's us who caused your parents harm, but my love for you all these years is true, and I also wish very much that you were my own daughter. The words just fell, only to hear poof, a sound. When Ziyuan directly jumped into the sea. This endless sea is not expected to live. When Qing glanced at the splashing water, her heart was no longer rippling. At this point her heart had already collapsed. Suddenly she moved. She bent down and quickly picked up the pistol on the ground, and the crowd was stunned. And just as they were about to shoot, Li Chen stopped them, because what Wen Chang was aiming at was not Li Chen, but her own temple. Wen Chang was a poor person and had a miserable fate, and God seemed to have played a big joke on her. Right at the moment Wen Chang pulled the trigger, the gun in her hand suddenly disappeared into thin air, and the crowd was filled with confusion. This, am I blind? Even when Ching looked at her hand, it was empty. The pistol had disappeared without a trace. At this moment it was quietly laying in Li Chen's backpack. Li Chen slowly stood up, ignoring the shocked looks of the crowd, and spoke in a somewhat serious tone as he looked at Wen Cheng. I can spare your life for the sake of your pitiful birth. If you insist on seeking death with all your heart, I can't stop you. I can save you once, but no one can save you next time. Wen Qing turned to look at her, and there was an extra look of awe in her eyes, as well as that look that only mercenaries have, a murderous aura. Wen Cheng was like a different person at this moment, immediately kneeling on one knee. Boss, thank you. That's right. At this time, Wen Cheng was also included in the force, becoming the 42nd member. After a few moments, the crowd gradually dispersed and Li Chan returned to the villa, while David and some mercenaries cleaned up the mess and the bloodstains on the scene at the pier. At this moment, Wen Cheng appeared at Alicia's side. I want to worship you and teach me to practice with a gun. Alicia glanced at her, a faint smile on her lips. I killed your loved ones. Don't you hate me? Loved ones? No, they are not. They are my enemies, and I have to thank you for avenging my parents. When Sheen's eyes were filled with ice coldness, without any emotional fluctuations, Alicia looked at the familiar eyes and her performance and nodded slowly as well. Good. follow me from now on. I'll train you to be the best sniper you can be. At this moment Tal was walking on the beach with his arm around Fiona. He was also finally getting what he wanted. The life he was living now was what he aspired to. Li Chen was already happy at this point, because he had just over-delivered on the Love Hospital mission, and the system had rewarded him with another 50,000 points. At this point, his points had exceeded 100,000, which could be exchanged for 10 limited edition supercars. But he's not as enamored of sports cars at this point as he was back then, and it's not short on cash. Just the funds that Zhao Shuwen and the others transferred alone amounted to $20 billion, enough for him to squander for a while. At this point he's going to get ready for his next target if he wants to make a big splash in the ugly country's stock market. When Lu Bo and Zhang Kai received the task they were already dumbfounded. Clearly a $10 billion fund account. At this time the balance had turned into 30 billion. Asterisk. Did I dream after a good night's sleep? How come this money still rises by itself? Lu Bo looked at the account with a bit of disbelief. I said, are you out of your mind? It must be the new funds that the boss transferred in to prepare for a big move. Zhang Kai glanced at Lu Bo with a disdainful look. Ha ha ha. Also. Immediately after that, Li Chen walked into the studio, explained the next task and left, leaving the dumbfounded duo still unresponsive. Because this time the stock information actually doubled more than. Genius is a bit scary. This amount of money facing to double again. Even Zhou Wanrong was a bit surprised by Li Chen's growth speed. It was a bit scary in nature. Li Chen didn't care about their shocked looks, and directly took off. Lu Bo two people froze for a moment and then immediately began to work. This time the amount of money belongs to was a little too large. The two operated for more than half an hour to get it done. The next step is to wait for the moment to witness the miracle. What about Li Chen at this time? Already starting to study the next target, the small home country. For this country Li Chen even more will not be merciful. Ready to directly kill the four directions. Completely stir up the stock market economy of the small country. Chapter 144, Shadow Killer. Time passes slowly and the stock market is finally approaching closing time. After Lu Bo duo a fierce as a tiger operation, the stock market ushered in another bumper harvest. This time, earnings rose 120% to a profit of $42 billion. The current amount of Li Chen's funds had accumulated to a staggering figure, and he was pleasantly surprised to learn the news. He immediately transferred another $1 billion each to the Love Hospital and the Poverty Alleviation Fund in the country, and asked for greater efforts and speed in poverty alleviation. Under Sun Hazen's leadership, the Poverty Alleviation Fund had already established more than 10 orphanages and nursing homes, again in strict accordance with the poverty alleviation standards explained by Li Chen. Caring hospitals were also overcrowded, and there were many caring healthcare professionals who took the initiative to come to support them, and Li Chen's company as well as the foundation, including individuals, immediately caused a buzz in the country. Everyone was very interested in this charity organization and invisible philanthropist that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and both the government and the media had repeatedly asked to meet the boss behind the scenes, but all of them were rejected one by Sun Haisan. After all, Li Chen is also not in the country. At this time he is more in the island to carry out crazy enrichment program, a major sweep of foreign stock markets. Ugly country, Wall Street. In a high-class office building, the newly appointed manager's first assignment ends in a big failure, which makes him furious as well. The bigwigs of the consortium behind it also finally sat down, and the assassin, Sally, received a new mission to assassinate none other than Li Chen. After hanging up, the corners of Sally's mouth turned up slightly in a playful smile. It's not embarrassing that a little Chinese has gotten you all into such a mess, but what Sally hadn't counted on was that she, the ever-present general, was also on a mission with no return this time. Gathering her gear, Sally stepped out of the room, ready to sneak onto the island and with a speedboat and wetsuit prepared in advance. She stopped just a short distance away from the island and slowly approached it using her diving equipment. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had already been discovered by the patrolling mercenaries and informed Li Chen. Li Chen simply instructed and then stopped caring. He was ready to close the door and beat the dog after releasing her on the island. All the mercenaries had been ambushed in advance, just waiting for Sally, who was still diving, to come ashore. A few moments later, a silhouette crept ashore in the corner of the island, but her figure had already been spotted by Alicia and Wen Chang, and was ready to be shot. Sally, however, was still oblivious to the fact that she was still gloating over her plan of action. That's it? How come it feels a little too smooth? Sally muttered with a slight frown as she looked at the 3 or so mercenaries that Li Chen had deliberately left behind in the distance. She slowly approached the center villa, a black nightshirt silently hiding in the darkness. It was indeed hard to notice without looking closely, and Sally's stance and speed were also very agile. But when she had just approached the vicinity of the villa, a pillar of light shone directly on the body of and countless infrared aimed at various parts of her body. Sally instantly realized that she had been fooled. Cunning Chinese, she muttered through gritted teeth. It's you? Tal stepped out of the corner, recognizing the Slayer woman in front of him. You know me? Sally looked in the direction from which the voice had come with great confusion. Shadow Sally, the third of the top 10 assassins in Country Y, has carried out countless missions without fail. But, it was before today. Tal looked at him with a smirk and more than a little pride in his heart. Li Chen was sitting at the entrance of the villa and heard Tal's words and became interested. Ha, not bad. Oh, this expert can be kept. Tal, leave her alive. I have other arrangements. As soon as the words fell, Li Chen opened the door of the villa and slowly walked out. Okay, boss. Tal bowed respectfully and retreated. Sally turned to look at Li Chen, and in her heart, she was also very puzzled, not knowing what Li Chen was going to do with her. I can keep you alive. Work for me in the future. Li Chen commanded without haste, and without waiting for Sally to reply, he quietly opened his backpack and directly used the slave card. For this ruthless man in front of him, Li Chen was prepared to also lay down a bit of hard medicine to make sure that everything was fine. Sally just wanted to open her mouth to refuse, but she only felt a dizzying sensation in her mind, and unexpectedly, she directly knelt down on one knee and performed a great salute very respectfully. Master, Sally is willing to follow to her death and serve her master. At this point, Sally was no longer under her own control, and was in a state of complete haze, completely unaware of her actions. Slave cards are different from power cards in that power cards only affect loyalty, whereas slave cards directly affect a person's mind so that their primary consciousness is no longer under their control. Very well, get up, follow me from now on. You are free to move around without special missions. Li Chen wasn't prepared to control her completely. Of course this control authority was all at his whim. Yes, master. Sally gave another curtsy and her figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Tal and the rest of the crowd had already been dumbfounded. The third killer of Country Y had just submitted. Everyone's mind was a little incredulous, wondering what the hell had just happened and if they had missed any details. Wall Street on the other side of the room was slow to wait for Sally's reply and realized that the operation must have failed. AI, forget it, don't send any more people. Even Shadow had no return. There's no point in sending any more people. Don't provoke him anymore. A white-haired old man sitting on the main seat slowly opened his mouth and looked around the crowd to get up and leave. Obviously also in his heart is very scrupulous, do not want to fight hard with Li Chen again, so that if you go on, you will not even be able to do both. It is purely futile. Either how to say is the superior it. Vision and mind is by no means comparable to ordinary people. This is also in line with the style of the ugly country, bullying soft and afraid of hard. At this moment, Li Chen was sitting in his study and laughing as he received another extra reward from the system. Ha ha ha, cool, it seems that doing good deeds consistently will also consistently be rewarded. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the fact that he already had 220,000 points, he was ready to exchange some items as well. He slowly opened the system mall and kept rummaging around, finally finding the elixir category, and without the slightest hesitation directly exchanged a blood replenishing pill. He was going to try the effect himself first, and if it was okay, he could arrange a way for all his family members. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, instantly feeling an invisible warm current slowly flowing into his dantian. He hurriedly checked his attributes and, age, 19, lifespan, 50, charm value, 56, intelligence, 130, title, basic title *2, click to view, skills, basic skills *11, click for access, backpack, basic cards *3, click for access, gold, 0, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, up 9 years. No need to worry this time. Li Chen was very excited and dancing with his hands. It was hard to hide the excitement in his heart. Chapter 145. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Chen directly exchanged 10 again, but suddenly a system prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! Taking potion-type items will sequentially diminish the effects of taking them. Please exchange them with caution. Holy, why don't you say it earlier? Li Chen was a bit speechless. Saying it after redeeming it wasn't a bit of a rhythm of pitting points. Never mind. Whatever. Try again. Li Chen directly took one again, and sure enough, the effect was halved, only increasing by 5 years. Again, I took one only to increase it for 3 years, then another 2 years, then another 2 years again. Phew, luckily, it looks like the minimum effect will be 2 years, which is acceptable. Looking at the only 6 pills left in his hand, he frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that the points were still too few. He slowly walked out of the study, when Shui Jia and Tang Shui were watching a movie in the living room. Come, let me give you guys a taste of this. The chocolate beans I developed myself. Li Chen casually found a way to say something. The point was that he didn't dare to speak about the real situation. Giggle. When did you know how to make chocolate beans? I'll taste it. Shui Jia walked straight over and took the elixir and put it in her mouth. Joy J instantly felt refreshed and closed her eyes with a very enjoyable expression on her face. Tang Shui took a look at it as if it was delicious, and also picked it up and put it in her mouth, instantly widening her eyes with a look of disbelief. Hee, yum yum yum, it feels so weird. Go get some more. We'll eat it as a snack. Joy J looked at him with intent, his eyes full of anticipation. Li Chen was dumbfounded on the spot. But also as a snack? Good guy. 66 points to exchange 1. How to mass produce. Asterisk. Careless. Li Chen spat in his mind. The ingredients aren't coming together very well for this, so I'll make it for you guys when I get a chance. And there's a few left over for Grandma and Grandpa to try. Li Chen didn't stay too long and directly flashed away. This topic couldn't be continued. Otherwise he couldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. A few moments later, Li Chen and Coax the old two also ate the elixir. Li Qishan suddenly feel much younger and can open up 2 acres of land frame. Unbeknownst to them, some of the stubborn diseases from their early years had already been removed by the potency of the elixir. Li Chen looked at their refreshed appearance. His heart was also a burst of relief, smiled without explanation, and left in a hurry. He was going to go back and study the other items in the mall to see what else he could use. Back in his study, he continued to open the system mall and rummage back and forth. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he saw a bone-forging pill. Bone-forging pills enhance the body's various bodily functions, forging sinews and bones, and strengthening the body, redeeming 500 points. This is good. You can give everyone one and increase their fighting strength a bit. Thinking of this, Li Chen directly exchanged 50 of them. Instantly there were more small porcelain bottles in his hands. No more, no less, exactly 50. Putting the pill bottle in his pocket, he continued to rummage through it. A moment later, he clicked on the tools category and was a bit dazzled by the wide array of items inside. Magnetic defense light shield, invisible, set up to form an invisible light shield with a radius of 1 kilometer. Defends against any attack, stops intrusions, and can be manipulated by the mind. 10,000 points required for redemption. This is good. You can get one. Li Chen decisively chose to buy it after reading the prompt. It was much safer to use it for defense against danger than a bodyguard. That would be like adding another layer of protection to the island. Perfect. Watching his points rapidly decrease, Li Chen hastily stopped rummaging. Forget it, keep some points for backup. Retracting his thoughts, he slowly walked out of the villa to an empty clearing. The location here was roughly the center of the island. He looked around and directly used the magnetic defense light shield. Instantly an invisible curtain of light flickered and disappeared in the blink of an eye, viewable only by Li Chen himself and controllable with his mind. Cool, Li Chen exclaimed, in a beautiful mood. The next day, Li Chen slept directly until he woke up naturally. Don't ask why, because he needed to work overtime every night. It's not a life of lefts and rights. After a brief wash, he sought out Tal and instructed him to gather all the mercenaries at the docks. He was going to give them a collective overhaul and upgrade their overall power. Looking at the dozens of people in front of him, a pleased smile appeared on his face as well. This was also considered part of his own forces, and was a force not to be underestimated. Tal, distribute this, 1 each. Tar took the small porcelain vial with some curiosity, opened it and smelled it. It smells good. Without much hesitation, 1 was quickly distributed to each of the people. The crowd was also very puzzled as they looked at the elixir in their hands, not knowing what it was, but due to the constraints of the power card, they simply couldn't afford to give birth to half of their suspicions and resistance, whether it was a potion or a poison. As long as Li Chen gave the order, everyone could only obey. Eat them all. Li Chen looked at their puzzled looks and didn't pay any attention, immediately ordering. A few moments later, all of them felt that their bodies seemed to have undergone some changes, whether it was strength or speed. Even their eyesight and hearing had increased a lot. The crowd bent down and saluted with a very respectful attitude. Even without the constraints of the power card, they were willingly submitting at this moment. Li Chen looked at their subtle changes and his heart was filled with relief. At the very least he hadn't paid in vain. At this time, when Shang was also in the group, and her appearance had also changed a lot, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions on her face, it was as if she had changed into a different person. For her own choice, Li Chen did not interfere too much. Perhaps when Shang wanted to live in a different way, Li Chen was still very sympathetic to her ordeal and her life. After all, she was also a victim, all that saved her in the first place. A few moments later, the crowd all dispersed, and Li Chen looked at the sea in the distance with a lot of emotions. He wanted to do something in his new life, at least for himself and his family, and also for the country. I don't know how much time had passed, but he slowly turned around and returned to the villa. Using the information card again to access a stock that had oohed and awed the ugly country quite badly in recent days, he was ready to move on to his next target, none other than the small home country. Instantly a message appeared in his mind, and after writing it on a piece of paper, he handed it over to Zhou Wanrong. This time, concentrate all the funds left, and engage ruthlessly, to the death, Li Chen commanded with some exuberance, a touch of imperceptible killing aura flashing in his eyes. Zhou Wanrong also nodded gravely and turned back to the studio. The hunt is about to begin. Chapter 146 Change of Purpose. After Zhou Wanrong returned to the studio, the atmosphere of the entire studio instantly became tense and full of anticipation. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai have long been rubbing their fists and waiting for this financial war to start. Hey, I heard that our target this time is Little Homeland. That's really great. Lu Bo had a very excited expression, his eyes flashing with excitement. Zhang Kai nodded his head vigorously. That's right. This time, we must let them taste our power and collect some interest back. The two men looked at each other and both saw the exuberance in each other's eyes and the abhorrence of their little home countries. As children of China, they have always had a strong national sentiment in their hearts. Over the years, they have been deeply angered by some of the international actions of their small country. The hatred of history has likewise made countless Chinese people remember the various crimes committed by the small country. Li Chen is ready to collect a little interest back. Now that they had the chance to deal a heavy blow to their little country, they naturally went all out. Zhou Wanrong's heart was also filled with fighting spirit as she looked at the two. She cleared her throat. Everyone get ready. This time, Mr. Li is determined and has concentrated all his funds. We must win a beautiful battle. Lu Bo clenched his fists. Don't worry, Sister Zhou. We will definitely not let Mr. Li down, nor will we let little domestic get the better of us. Zhang Kai followed suit. Yes, we have to let the stockholders of our small country know that offending us, Huaxia, will not end well. As the instructions were given, the members of the workshop were quickly put into intense work. They closely followed the stock market developments in their small home countries, analyzing various data and looking for the best time to attack. And in the small country, stockholders are still basking in the prosperity of the past, not realizing that a huge crisis is coming. They are still chasing profits in the stock market, oblivious to the coming storm. Li Chen sat in his office, his eyes glued to the stock market chart on the computer screen. His heart was full of confidence. This time he was going to use his system to deal a heavy blow to the stock market of his small country. Little country, your good days are over, Li Chen whispered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Time passed by, and the atmosphere in the studio grew more and more tense. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai kept exchanging their analysis results, while Zhou Wanrong coordinated the whole situation on the site to ensure that every decision was accurate. Finally, the time had come to launch the attack. At Li Chen's command, the members of the studio acted quickly. They start buying large quantities of shares in smaller countries and then suddenly sell them off at the right time, triggering shocks in the stock market. The stock market in the small country was instantly thrown into chaos. The stockholders are panicking and don't know what's going on. They watched the price of the stocks they were holding fall and were filled with fear and despair. What's going on? How did the stock suddenly drop so much? A small national stockholder cried out in despair. I don't know. What's going on here? Is there some major negative news? Another stockholder also panicked. And at the Yakuza's headquarters, Yumekawa Pants was looking angrily at the stock market chart. How could he not have imagined that his plans had been sabotaged? Baka! Who the hell is doing this? Yumekawa Pants roared. His men stood trembling, afraid to speak. They knew that the Yakuza had suffered a huge loss this time, and the wrath of Yumekawa Pants was not something they could afford. Investigate for me. We must find out who is behind this. Yumekawa Pants roared viciously. However, their investigations had not yet begun and the downward trend of the stock market was getting worse. Li Chen and his team kept ramping up their attacks, sending the stock market in their small home country into a desperate state. In the studio, Lu Bo and Zhang Kai excitedly looked at their results. Ha ha, it's so cool. It's such a relief to see the miserable faces of the stockholders in the small country. Lu Bo laughed out loud, his face covered in excitement. Zhang Kai was also all smiles. That's right, this time we can give them a profound lesson. Although Zhou Wanrong was also happy, she kept her cool. Everyone, don't take this lightly, we haven't won completely yet. Continue to keep up the attack. We can't let the little home country have a chance to catch its breath. Under Li Chen's command, the members of the studio continued to fight. They are constantly adjusting their strategy to keep the stock market in their small home country in a constant state of confusion. As time went on, the stock market in the small country got worse and worse. Stockholders have been selling off their holdings, causing stock prices to fall and fall. And Li Chen's team took the opportunity to acquire a large number of low-priced stocks to further expand their advantage. In the end, the financial battle ended with a victory for Li Chen's team. They have invested $70 billion in the stock market of their small home country and have made a profit of $50 billion. This amazing achievement has shocked the entire financial world. In the small country, where stockholders are in despair, their wealth instantly shrinks and their lives are severely affected. The Yakuza's Yumekawa Pants, on the other hand, was so enraged that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, piss me off, no matter who you are, I won't let you guys go. Yumegawa Pants gritted his teeth and said, shouting angrily, slapping the desk in front of him with all his might. However, his threats meant nothing to Li Chen. This financial war has not only given Li Chen's team a huge benefit, but also made the small country pay a heavy price. Brothers, good job. Continue tomorrow. Uninterruptedly screw me to death. Li Chen's face was piled with a smug smile. Ha ha ha, good Lu boss. No problem. We'll never be merciful. Lu Bo is also very excited. It is difficult to describe the exuberance in his heart. Zhou Wanrong stood on the side. Unconsciously, heart also followed the accelerated beating. Is really a little too exciting. Is this the charm of financial warfare? Zhou Wanrong muttered secretly in her heart, looking at Li Chen with admiration in her eyes. Due to the surge in funds, Li Chen transferred another $10 billion to the Domestic Poverty Alleviation Fund, and he asked Sun Haisan to once again increase his efforts to help the poor and expand the scope of poverty alleviation, expanding from the local county to all other counties and cities. Sun Haisan also broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the account balance of the foundation. Is his own boss printing money? Even printing can't catch up with this money-making speed. This time he was completely convinced. The sense of belonging to the company is even stronger, and more grateful for his original choice. Due to Li Chen's skyrocketing value, all the employees of the company also followed the light. All the employees were even more excited after learning about the doubling of their salary, as if they were pumped up with chicken blood, and worked even harder. Chapter 147, Deadly Strike. The next day, the sunlight poured through the windows in the studio, and Li Chen came to the office early, with a confident gleam in his eyes. He used the information card again to access information on 3 stocks and decided to continue his assault on the stock market in his small home country. To be on the safe side this time, I decided to operate on multiple lines to give my little country a big surprise. Humph, little Benji, yesterday was just the beginning. Today will surprise you even more. Prepare to receive. The corner of Li Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai and the others also quickly got into the swing of things. They knew that today's battle would be even more intense, and their faces were all filled with excitement. Boss, do we really have to invest $100 billion? That's not a small amount. Zhou Wanrong seemed a little worried as she reminded. Li Chen glanced at her, his gaze incomparably firm. That's right, we have to deal a heavy blow to our little country and pay a small price for their own arrogance. Zhou Wanrong nodded. Although there was still some worry in her heart, she trusted Li Chen's judgment. With Li Chen's order, huge amounts of money poured into the stock market of the small country like a tidal wave. Instantly, the stock market in the small home country was in violent turmoil, with share prices going up and down like a roller coaster. The stockholders are in a panic. They don't know what's going on. They just feel like the world is coming to an end. What's going on? How come the stock price suddenly plummeted again? A stockholder shouted angrily with a desperate face. Up, up, up. This stock of mine has finally gone up. Another stockholder shouted happily. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. This is the norm in the stock market. At the Yakuza headquarters, Yumegawa Pants was fretting over the stock market chart. How could he not expect that the other party had invested such a huge amount of money? Ah, Baka. Who the hell is this? This? Who the hell are you? Yumegawa Pants growled angrily, his face contorting a bit. His men were busy, gathering information all over the place, but without a clue. Boss, what should we do now? A henchman inquired cautiously. Yumegawa Pants' face was grim. At all costs, we must find out who's behind this. I will make them pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Li Chen's studio was tense and heated. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai looked at their results excitedly, and they were proud that they were able to participate in this financial battle. Ha ha, that was awesome. Relief. Zhang Kai was also full of excitement. That's right, this time we must make them remember this lesson. Although Zhou Wanrong was also happy, she kept her cool. Don't take this lightly, little domestic will definitely take countermeasures. Li Chen nodded. Wanrong is right, the battle is not over yet. As time went on, the stock market in the small home country became more and more chaotic. Yumegawa Pants tried everything but couldn't stop the stock price from falling. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it, who is it? I must find you. Yumegawa Pants growled through gritted teeth. In Li Chen's studio, on the other hand, everyone is full of laughter. They knew that as long as Li Chen was there, they would definitely be able to achieve victory. Boss, we have an absolute advantage now. What should we do next? Lu Bo asked. Li Chen thought for a moment. Continue to increase our efforts to make the stock market of the small country completely collapse. At the same time, we have to be careful to guard against their counterattacks. Under Li Chen's command, the members of the studio continue to fight. They are constantly adjusting their strategies to keep the stock market in their small home country in a constant state of confusion. The government of this small country finally sat down and they began to take emergency measures to try to stabilize the stock market. But under Li Chen's powerful offense, these measures paled in comparison. What to do? If the stock market continues like this, our stock market is going to crash. An official from the small country inquired with a somewhat anxious expression. It is important to find out who is behind this as soon as possible and then take tough measures, another official said. However, they have yet to make any progress in their investigations, and the downward trend of the stock market is getting worse. In this financial battle, Li Chen's team showed great strength and wisdom. Not only did they make huge profits in the stock market, but they also cost their small home countries dearly. As time went on, the small national stockholders were in desperate straits. Stockholders began to appear to be going bankrupt in droves, and social order began to become chaotic. Umegawa Pants looked at the situation in front of him, his heart filled with despair. Is there no way out? Umegawa Pants muttered. Just then, one of his men hurried in. Boss, we've got some leads, the henchman said. Umegawa Pants' eyes lit up. Come on, what's the clue? The henchman hesitated. We found out that the attack seems to have come from a personal account of a Chinese person, but exactly who it is, we're not sure yet. Umegawa Pants' face was grim. Huaxia, humph, no matter who it is, I won't let them go. Keep me on it. Find out who it is and where he is at all costs. And in Li Chen's studio, everyone doesn't realize that they've been targeted by the Yakuza. They were still basking in their victory and preparing for the next battle. Boss, we've really outdone ourselves this time. Little Domestic has planted his head this time. Lubo's expression showed great excitement. Li Chen smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Right at this moment, Zhou Wanrong's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and her face instantly became grave. What's going on? What happened? Zhou Wanrong hung up the phone. Boss, we might be in trouble. Someone from the bank's headquarters just now called to say that the Yakuza have found out about our clues and are sending people to deal with us. Li Chen's face sank. Ha ha ha, come on. As long as they dare to come, I'll dare to let them have no return. The defense system that had just been set up was standing by, and Li Chen was curious to see just how powerful this thing was. Just in time for a little book experiment. Tally up the results of today's battle. Li Chen finished speaking and left, not taking the Yakuza's matter to heart at all. Moments later, in the country of Huaxia, the official Red Cross suddenly received an anonymous donation of up to $10 billion. This story has been reported through the ranks and has attracted the attention of countless people, all of whom are curious as to who would choose to anonymously donate such a large sum of money. Yan Jing, inside a spacious office, an old man sat in front of his desk. Check the source of the funds and find out who it is. Chapter 148, One's Own Country. Inside a room with a wooden structure, three big men were kneeling in front of a tea table. The tea in his hands was already tasteless, and each face was gloomy to the core. Baka, 2 days, in just 2 days I lost over $20 billion. Umegawa Pants cursed in hysterical rage. ACI right, who isn't? I lost $30 billion too. Another little Benji named Denshirayama **** was also angry with veins on his face. Let's mobilize our respective manpower. That person's exact location has been found out. It's on a small island. We must make him pay and spit out his money. A young man looked viciously at the duo in front of him. This person's name was Kobayashi Gothic Fishing. All three are the head of the small country's strength is not to be underestimated. Under the hands of the society members countless. Yes, we must let him know how powerful we are. Umegawa Pants responded with the same grimace. It was the first time they had suffered such a big loss at their own doorstep, and naturally their hearts were burning with anger. A few moments later, the three major associations assembled 200 people, all of whom were big-waisted and portrayed dragons and phoenixes, all of whom were of the triad kind at a glance, and all of whom revealed a vicious color in their eyes. The crowd assembled and began to make their way to the marina, where a number of speedboats and small cruise ships were ready. At this time, Li Chen was still completely unaware that a group of brats had already set off and were rushing towards the island. At this time the seas densely packed dozens of ships. That scene is quite spectacular. After a long time, the outline of the island finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and everyone's eyes revealed a ruthless look, just like jackals out foraging for food. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the island, they seemed to see the light of victory, and everyone started to look like they were ready to give it a try. Li Chen had already received the news and was sitting on the beach, waiting with a red wine in his hand, not looking worried at all in his unhurried manner. Even without the shield that the system had redeemed, these upgraded mercenaries alone, they would never be able to get half a step closer to the island. All the mercenaries were gazing at the sea in the distance with their weapons in hand, looking ready to fire at any moment. Just as all the ships approached the defensive range of the shield, Li Chen instantly activated the magnetic energy defense light shield with a thought. An invisible shroud of light directly enveloped the island. and when the ship approached the shroud, it was as if it had crashed into a solid wall. Before all the brats could react, their own ships simply exploded due to their speed. All the ships instantly burst into flames, and an explosion rang out one after another, as if they were setting off fireworks, which looked quite beautiful from afar. Oh, no. One by one, the little firemen jumped straight into the sea, and instantly the wailing was continuous. Although they extinguished the flames on their bodies, the burning pain would not go away, and many of them were already disfigured and kept struggling in the water. But it did not help. Gar, help, Gollum, help! Others could not swim at all, and after a few moments of struggle they sank to the bottom of the sea without a sound. The remaining portion of those who knew water were of no use. Now they were in a dilemma, whether they went forward or backward. They would die in the sea. Looking at the endless sea behind them, all of them were as if their hearts were dead. The crowds on the shore were all dumbfounded, wondering what was happening and why all the ships were exploding on their own. Each and every one of them stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, incredulously, and some of them even stole a glance at Li Chen, who was drinking red wine on the beach. The crowd became even more curious in their hearts as to what means this was, and they became even more impressed and dead set against Li Chen. Tao looked at what was in front of him like he'd seen a ghost as well. Oh by goodness, what's going on? What happened? The boss is really great. This. Is there a bomb mechanism inside the water? Yeah, how the hell did that happen? Tao's girlfriend, Fiona, was also filled with suspicion, unable to believe that the sight she was watching in front of her was real. I suspect that the boss is a messenger of Jesus, or else a dark angel. This tactic is simply terrifying as hell. Taris was also on the side covering her small mouth, already making wild guesses. Li Chenquan completely ignored the crowd's fuss, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Ha, awesome. The system's productions are really extraordinary. Hubby, what's going on? Cui Jie was very curious and shook Li Chen's shoulder. Yes, hubby, it's so strange. Tang Shui was also incomparably puzzled, her big eyes unblinking as she looked at the ship that was slowly starting to sink on the surface of the sea. Ha, I don't know. Maybe it's a punishment from heaven. Too many bad things have been done. Li Chen had no way to explain the matter of the shield. He could only talk nonsense and deliberately create some mystery. Che, and mysterious. Cui Jie glanced at Li Chen with a somewhat unconvinced look in her heart. Ha. The good show is over. All go back. Li Chen slowly got up and headed towards the villa. The crowd also took a break from their curiosity and returned to their posts. Zhou Wanrong stood on the second floor of the villa looking at the scene in front of him, was also secretly shocked. This genus cannot be explained by common sense. Boss is boss. So easily solved. Lu Bo, on the other hand, was a bit excited and stood in front of the window dancing with his hands. Zhang Kai didn't say anything, but just followed with a silent nod, obviously horrified in his heart as well. Li Chen queried a few stock information as he walked, ready to seize the opportunity to beat up on the pain in the stock market in his small country by engaging in a wave of the stock market. Coming to the second floor, he looked at the few people standing in front of the window. Come on, don't look, get ready to start. Okay boss. Lu Bo ran all the way and came over. The crowd has also been busy the last few days, but equally profitable. The three alone have each gotten tens of millions of dollars in bonuses, not to mention the bride price dowry, and even the grandson's share has been earned. No wonder Lu Bo is so positive and happy. Li Chen handed Zhou Wanrong a piece of paper, still with some stock information. This time 5. This time it is still a multi-line operation. You can't be greedy and can't get attached to the battle. Disrupt their stock market rhythm. Immediately withdraw after harvesting. This is our last battle, Li Chen commanded very seriously, and the smile on his face faded away. Okay boss, promise to complete the task. Lu Bo and Zhang Kai assured in unison. Zhou Wanrong was now able to do the basic operations on her own, and was able to share some of the work for them. A few moments later, it was time for the opening. Chapter 149, A Great Victory. The crowd immediately began an intense and busy operation. Several stocks are operating in an upward trend, relatively easy to operate. Just sell at the nodes indicated by the message. There is no shorting message. At this time, the stock market in the small country is already bloody. Many stockholders have lost their eyes, ready to fight today to make up for the losses of the previous 2 days. Unbeknownst to them, another brutal war awaits. The three big brothers had not received any returns from their men and were anxious in their hearts, and the fact that all of the key people were lost made them even more panicked. Baka, what the hell is going on? How come we can't even get in touch? Did it fail so quickly? Umegawa Pants was jumping up and down in anger. The rage in his heart had nowhere to go. Looking at their few remaining funds, even the courage to go down the field are almost no, but see the blood money and very reluctant. Eventually, they bit the bullet and put all their last funds into the stock market, having lost their eyes long ago from their past invincibility. the continuous heavy losses over the past few days have caused them to have lost their basic judgment, which is in fact an obvious gambling mentality. When you win money, you always don't know what to do. You want to win more. When you lose money, you are not happy. You always want to win back your capital and then stop. The end result is predictable and invariably blood money. Stock market profits and risks are coexisting. Do not always think of overnight wealth. Greed is too heavy, people should not enter. Li Chen's side of the studio has long since swept away the money making several stocks. Due to the recent severe stock market turbulence, many people have begun to sell their hands of stocks, for fear of ending up with no return of blood money. The only stocks still available on the market that don't lose money are individual stocks, but the profit points are also very low. This has also led to a few people in the smaller countries not being able to buy profitable stocks at all, and wanting to get in only to pick other stocks that don't manipulate the market. They can't afford to make much of a splash at all. The rest of the money thrown in won't make any waves. It will just end up making them lose even more completely. Time passed little by little. Li Chen bought a few or straight line soaring, sold the stock of those who have long regretted the intestines are green. Those who didn't buy it lamented in their hearts that such a good opportunity had been missed. Yumeko pants, a few people are also ashen. They choose the stock happens to be the most volatile. Received the stock market's broader impact. It's basically a downward trend across the board. And the overall broader market is already in a situation where it's going to crash. Finished, all finished. Yumeko pants sat on his butt on the ground, his eyes lax, obviously somewhat unable to accept this reality. Not long ago was the small country's premier tycoon, in charge of a party of power of the society boss. Just a few days' time lost his family's money. Years of savings lost all the money. The other two weren't much better, and more shareholders left the market with no money. Just like them, many places are playing out this scenario with jumping, divorcing, beating each other up, and so on. Instantly the small country was thrown into a brief period of chaos and the overall economy suffered considerably. The top officials were also a bit furious, slapping their desks viciously, but they couldn't do anything rash. After all, if they took the initiative to find trouble with Li Chen, they would be provoking a diplomatic conflict between the two countries, which could seriously lead to the outbreak of war. That is why the officials of the small country did not dare to intervene at all. And even when they looked at their own nationals in such a miserable state, they could only swallow their breath. After all, the small country now wouldn't dare to mess with Xiao. It would be wiped out in a minute. Li Chen at this time cannot care so much. After harvesting the last wave of leaks, directly all the funds are transferred out of the small country. Currently, Li Chen's overseas accounts already amounted to several $100 billion, making him properly the richest man in the world. As the mood was so beautiful due to the big win, Li Chen decided to organize a party for the whole team to relax. Everyone was having a good time on the island and there was laughter everywhere. Only one person didn't make it to the party, and at that moment was squatting in a cucumber rack, smiling from ear to ear at the little cucumbers he'd grown. One family is happy, and at this point, the atmosphere in the small home country is the complete opposite of the island. Yumeko pants completely unable to accept this cruel fact. The spirit is a little broken, obviously can no longer withstand such a blow. At this point is running wildly down the street with a big bare butt and a big snot bubble. The words kept coming out of his mouth. No way, absolutely no way. This scene attracted countless people, standing on the side of the road and pointing, and some even spat disdainfully, obviously recognizing who this person was, and presumably having been bullied in the past in his day. A gloating expression was plastered on his face. Serves you right. Retribution. Ha ha ha. This person is too shameless. How can he be like this? A middle-aged woman accused with disdain in her mouth, but her eyes didn't move away for half a second. Many of the young girls covered their eyes and ran away, their mouths broken, obviously not in a good way. Yumeko pants completely ignored the crowd of onlookers, still running wildly on the road, ignoring the traffic lights in front of them. Just as he was about to break through which way, a sharp brake sounded. Thud. It took a loud noise for all of them to react. Yumeko pants was already lying motionless in a pool of blood. The state of China. Inside a simple office, an old man was looking at a newspaper at his desk. In front of him stood a young man in the form of an assistant. Chief, the small country and the ugly country have been experiencing serious economic turmoil lately, especially in the small country. The stock market is seriously fluctuating, affecting the nation's economy, and also causing quite a lot of riots. All of these are the latest news that has been sent back from the various embassies. The old man continued to look at the newspaper without looking up. What about the thing I asked you to look into last time? Did you find out? Checked. It's a young man named Li Chen. The account is a personal account. There are several companies under his name, now not in the country. According to the investigation, this person bought a small island overseas and has relocated his whole family. The assistant very respectfully reported all the information that had been found out in recent days. Not bad. Outstanding ability. young and promising, and a kind and loving heart. You can take care of him when you have the chance, and keep an eye on his movements. I would like to meet with him once he returns to China, the old man commanded without haste. His face flashed with admiration. Okay. The assistant glanced at the old man with a bit of a stunned expression, seeming a bit disbelieving. Go and get busy. The old man ignored his surprise and simply dismissed him. There's something not simple about this son. Talent. The old man slowly put away the newspaper and murmured to himself. Li Chen is still on the island, happy to celebrate. All the people are significantly extraordinarily happy and relaxed, since coming to the island or for the first time this indulgence. Unbeknownst to him, his affairs have been noticed by the top brass of China, and he does not know whether he will be greeted with good or bad. Chapter 150, Return to China. The following day, after the celebration, everything returned to normal. Everyone went back to work and Li Chen was ready to go back to his country for a visit. Thanks to the recent steady flow of money to the Poverty Alleviation Fund and the Caring Hospital, the country's charitable endeavors have been overwhelming. Li Chen was also rewarded in some way, and the system was giving back point rewards in stages. In the stock market studio, the trio is killing time with boredom. Seeing Li Chen's arrival, all of them immediately came into the spirit, thinking that there was a new mission. Boss, is there another mission? Lu Bo excitedly stood up and inquired. No, I came over to let you guys know that we're going back home, Li Chen said without haste and walked straight to the window. Well, finally I can go home. Lu Bo became even more excited once he heard this news. Finally he could see his family. And Zhou Wanrong seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and looked at his back with great suspicion. When you go back you will be able to earn your own living? Recently everyone has also earned a lot of money. When you go back you can do some small business on your own. Li Chen did not turn around, still standing there looking out the window. The pleasure that the crowd had just felt at hearing this faded for the most part, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Boss, why? Lu Bo asked with some confusion. Yes, boss, did we do something wrong? Zhang Kai was also very puzzled, not knowing why they were fired. Only Zhou Wanrong didn't say anything, not knowing what she was thinking. You guys are overthinking it. Not only have you guys not done anything wrong, but you've been doing very well lately. It's just that our plan has already been completed, and I'm not going to meddle in the domestic stock market, so there won't be any future for you guys to stay. Li Chen spoke his true thoughts, turning to look around the crowd. He leaned on the windowsill and waited for their reaction. Then, boss, when you need it, I'll come back immediately. Lu Bo had an old man and a small child. In fact, he had long wanted to go back to China, and the bonus he had earned recently was already enough for their family to live on. Okay, no problem. Li Chen didn't hold back too much and just smiled faintly. Boss, I don't want to leave. I can help you with other things. Zhang Kai also voiced his decision. He liked the working atmosphere and also the free and easy life on the island. Li Chen was also in a bit of a dilemma, as he didn't know what he would do next. Zhou Wanrong also opened her mouth and looked at him very seriously. Boss, you dig me over for only a month and you're ready to sack me? I'm not leaving either. Li Chen was also quite helpless when these words came out. Inwardly he was actually very pleased, but he was afraid of delaying everyone's future. Well, since you guys have decided, I respect your choices. After returning to China, you can choose to stay in the company or follow me. Only Lu Bo was dumbfounded. He seemed to have been a bit hasty in taking a stand. The life on the island was perfect for the elderly, and Li Chen was prepared to settle things at home and continue returning to the island. His aim is to spend quality time with his grandparents so that they can live happily and peacefully in their old age. After the explanation, Li Chen left, and the three of them began to pack their own bags. Li Chen was going to take only David and Sabella, and Sally, who was hidden away. Everyone else stayed on the island to protect and care for the two elderly men. At this time, Cui Jie and Tang Shui were already ready and waiting in the hall full of joy. A few moments later, the crowd boarded the cruise ship and headed to a nearby airport to return to China. The moment the crowd returned to China, they were all feeling the flavor of home. Just left the airport, that old man in Yinjing received the news, but at that moment Li Chen had already set foot on the car to return to the county. Sun Haisan had waited at the airport early, as well as several of the company's patriarchs, who had taken the initiative to come and greet Li Chen when they heard that he had returned. The old man slowly got up and instructed the secretary beside him. Arrange for a car. Let's go to this small county as well. The secretary was very shocked inwardly upon hearing this. This is a pivotal figure in Huaxia, actually went to visit personally, so you can imagine why the young secretary was so surprised. On the other hand, Li Chen and Sun Haisan were sitting in the same car, and Sun Haisan was very enthusiastic after not seeing him for many days. Mr. Li, you're finally back. I've been so busy lately. Are you complaining? It's to say that I'm squeezing you? Li Chen was also in a good mood and responded jokingly. That's not true. Aren't we looking forward to your return to preside over the situation? Sun Haisan is really busy recently, not only to manage the company, but also responsible for the Poverty Alleviation Fund and Love Hospital, and were things that Li Chen personally ordered. He really didn't dare to slack off. The key is that Li Chen has no one else available at his side, and only these few company patriarchs can be entrusted with important tasks. Cultivate more newcomers. Help you share some. Can't do everything yourself. Yes, Mr. Li's lesson is right. I'll go back and promote a few newcomers up and focus on cultivating them. Sun Haisan reported some of the company's situation along the way, as well as the progress of the Poverty Alleviation Fund and the Love Hospital. Hosu was also reporting on the progress of the new project on the side. All things and projects were in order. Li Chen was also pleased with the current situation. The company had grown as much as ever during his absence. Well, hard work guys. No hard work. It should be done. Yeah, it's all duty. Sun Haisan and Hosu also responded very humbly and did not take credit for themselves. Soon the convoy returned to the company's headquarters, where a lot of people had already gathered in front of the company. All of them came out to greet Li Chen. These employees were self-organized, and they were all very happy to know that Li Chen had come back. There were also most of the employees who were in an excited mood as they were meeting their real bosses for the first time. After all, working for the company they are paid some of the highest salaries in the industry and the perks bonuses are very generous. Everyone has a positive work ethic and at the very least, they want to be able to afford the high salary. That's why employees are also grateful and respectful to their bosses from the bottom of their hearts. The moment Li Chen got off the bus, a warm current also welled up in his heart, and he looked at the crowded staff with a lot of emotions. Li Chen shook hands and greeted the employees warmly as he walked, and although he didn't recognize the people in front of him, he still felt the sincerity in their eyes. On the opposite side of the road from the company, in a red flag car with Yanjing license plate, sat an old man with a kind face. The old man looked at the scene in front of him and also nodded his head in relief and praised. Not bad. Those who can get their employees to do this are definitely a marvelous entrepreneur. Even the secretary beside him sensed that those employees were joyful and sincere from the bottom of their hearts. He also finally understood why the old leader held this man in such high regard. Chapter 151 Unwelcome Visitors. Xiao. See, this is faith, the faith of a company. The secretary couldn't help but nod her head approvingly and repeatedly, and her heart was overwhelmed with horror. I've asked around, and all the companies under his name are treated twice as well as outside, and all employees are treated equally. His company has been making a lot of moves recently, and has set up a poverty alleviation fund and a love hospital, and according to investigations, the amount of investment is as high as tens of millions of billions of Huaxia coins. The recent international turmoil, after investigation, is also all his handiwork, and the profit-making funds have begun to be transferred to the fund account up to more than $50 billion. The more the secretary reported, the more alarmed he was. This was the first time he had viewed this confidential information, and he did not expect the unassuming young man in front of him to be so powerful. The old man didn't feel much surprise after hearing the report, as if everything was within his expectation. The secretary was having a hard time calming down now, and couldn't help but shudder at the thought of those astounding numbers, because in recent years, many entrepreneurs in China, including celebrities, most of whom have transferred their nationality to other countries, have also transferred their assets outside the country. This includes some miscreants who get away with such methods. A reverse blood transfusion from outside the country to China. The one in front of us is the first one, and it is not for fame or fortune. A few moments later, the company finally returned to its usual state, and all the employees returned to their respective workstations. Li Chen's office also gradually quieted down, and the debriefing was nearing its end. Just then, an old man with white hair walked into the office, accompanied by a young man. What everyone didn't know was that the 1-kilometer radius had already been put under martial law, with countless bodyguards in the shadows protecting the old man's safety at all times. Li Chen looked at the old man in front of him and also had a feeling of respect. It was a kind of majesty that had been in a high position for a long time, and the aura emanated from his body invisibly. Li Chen was also puzzled in his heart, and hurriedly got up to greet him respectfully with a humble attitude. Hello, and you two are? Without waiting for the young secretary to speak, the old man responded with a casual laugh. Ha, passing by, paying a visit. How can Li Chen not see? Which is what passing by, obviously, is deliberately future. On this posture is definitely not a general character. Just then, at some point, a blonde woman appeared beside him, with a sexy body and flirtatious looks. She came up to Li Chen's ear and whispered a few words, then turned around and left. Li Chen's heart at this time is still incomparably shocked. I did not expect the person in front of me to have a big head, although I do not know the identity of the other party, but there is such a big action, absolutely very human. Just now Sally has informed Li Chen truthfully about the situation outside. After all, it is a professional killer, and the secret protection is by no means comparable to others. Old sir, have a seat, have a seat. Tang Shui, pour the tea. Li Chen very respectfully invited the old man to the parlor area. Glancing at David and Sabella beside him, the two immediately exited the office. Choi Jae took one look and realized that it must be some big shot, and was also very smart to walk out. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in the office, and the old man was shocked in his heart when he saw what Li Chen had done, and his curiosity about Li Chen had reached its peak. This son is by no means a pool animal, the old man surmised in his heart. The little secretary, seeing this, also withdrew from the office and stood waiting at the door. Tang Shui very respectfully brought a cup of tea with a smile on her face. Old sir, you drink tea. The old man also smiled and thanked. Ha ha ha, thanks, little girl. After Tang Shui retreated, there were only 2 people left in the room. They smiled at each other, just staring at each other, as if they both wanted to read each other's mind. Old sir, I wonder what you have personally come for. Li Chen was the first to break the silence and opened his mouth to inquire. Would you believe me when I say that I'm just curious about you and wanted to come and take a look at you? The old man still had that kind face, full of smiles. Faith. Li Chen faintly spat out a single word. Ha ha ha, as I'm sure you know, I'm well aware of what you're up to, and I personally admire your behavior. The old man's face was serious when he said this, not joking at all. You flatter me, old sir, I'm just doing what I can. There's no other point in coming here today. It's just to get acquainted with you and to meet you in person, so you don't have to be nervous. As much as I admire what you're doing, I urge you not to move too much and take care to protect yourself. But I see that you also seem to be preoccupied with the security aspect, so I'm sure you've gotten my point. And I can give you some protection on behalf of the crown if you need it. Li Chen is already very excited to hear this. This promise is already scary enough. What does the highest official commitment of Huaxia represent? In fact, it is not difficult to understand. As far as Li Chen's current value is properly the richest man in the world. Give a little security measures is not difficult to understand. Thank you, and keep in mind the teachings of the old gentleman. Li Chen did not say too much and his attitude was respectful. The two of them chatted some more parents and the old man was ready to get up and leave. After all, the big man should not go out for a long time. Moments later, watching the old man's car slowly drive away, he was still having trouble calming down. Hubby, who is that? Why does it look somewhat familiar? Cui Jie was very curious and came over to inquire. Everyone else was certainly curious and wanted to know something. Li Chen let out a bitter smile and shook his head without saying a word, turning to walk back. But his mind kept thinking that he was very low-key, but it seemed that everything was under the sight of others, and this feeling made him feel afraid for the first time. He himself seemed to have no secrets but the system in the eyes of those people. Inside the red car at this time, the old man's heart was also shocked, because he could not see through Li Chen at all, and what he had investigated seemed to be only on the surface, and there seemed to be a veil of mystery. This person is quite something. The little secretary sat in the passenger seat without turning around, and now he didn't dare to belittle Li Chen like he did in the beginning. Secretly send some people to protect him a little, never let him have a slip. The old man looked out of the window and spoke slowly, a serious look also on his face. Okay, old leader. A small interlude passed like this, and Li Chen didn't take it too much to heart. After all, the other party didn't have any malicious intent. Everything was back to normal, as if nothing had just happened. Abroad at this time, in a very ordinary house, a stunningly beautiful-looking woman was sitting on a sofa, gently caressing her slightly bulging stomach, a happy smile on her face. Chapter 152, The Real Reason Li Xiaoya Left. Li Xiaoya sat quietly on the sofa, her heart filled with complex emotions. She thought back to the little moments she had spent with Li Chen, and it was as if those good times at the Tatsuya Guildhall were still fresh in her mind. However, she was also well aware that Li Chen's love life was complicated and that he had more than just one woman around him. Whenever she thought of this, an unspeakable bitterness welled up in Li Xiaoya's heart. Baby, what should mommy do? How are you going to face such a father in the future? And how should mommy explain all this to you? Li Xiaoya murmured softly, tears glistening in her eyes. She knew that her choice might have been a bit selfish, but she had no choice. She didn't want her child to grow up in a complicated environment, and she didn't want her child to be hurt by her father's emotional problems, so she chose to leave and face it all alone. In this strange country, Li Xiaoya is all alone. She had no family left, much less friends, and only the unborn child in her belly to keep her company. She lives a simple and uneventful life every day, working hard for her children's future. She would go to the supermarket to buy daily necessities. Looking at those unfamiliar goods, the language barrier filled her heart with loneliness. While walking in the park, looking at the laughter of other families filled my heart with envy again. Whenever I lie alone in bed late at night, listening to the movement of the baby in my stomach, my heart is filled with anticipation and happiness. Baby, mommy will definitely take good care of you and give you a warm home, Li Xiaoya mumbled to herself with firm eyes. And at home, Li Chen didn't realize he was about to become a father. He was busy with company business, preparing for an all-company meeting. At this time, the company's large conference room was filled with people. The atmosphere was warm and tense. The employees were looking forward to the conference, wondering what kind of surprises the boss would bring them. Li Chen walked up to the podium and looked at the expectant faces under the stage. His heart filled with emotion. He knows that these employees are valuable assets to the company, and without their efforts, the company would not be where it is today. Thinking back to all the bits and pieces along the way, my heart is overwhelmed with emotion. Once upon a time I was just a wage earner with no salary, and now, one is on top of life. Pressing back his thoughts, he looked around the crowd and, "Hello everyone, I've gathered you all together today for an important announcement." His voice was steady and strong, echoing in every corner of the conference room. The employees pricked up their ears and listened very carefully. Starting today, the company has officially changed to a shared dividend system. All employees will be able to get higher salary packages in the future based on their length of service. The top management will also enjoy different shared dividends according to their position. The room erupted in cheers at this statement. The employees were excited. They didn't expect Li Chen to be so generous and bring them such good benefits. Long live Mr. Li, someone in the conference room immediately chanted. Thank you, Mr. Li, we will definitely work harder. Li Chen looked at everyone with a smile on his face, and after everyone's emotions calmed down a little, he continued, I know that everyone has been working very hard and has made great contributions to the company's development. I also hope that through this system, everyone will be able to work more actively and work together to create a better future for the company. The employees nodded their heads in agreement. They are filled with gratitude and motivation and are determined to contribute their full strength to the development of the company. After the meeting, employees excitedly discussed the good news. They have happy smiles on their faces and are looking forward to the future. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so generous. We have something to look forward to in the future. Yes, it's right to follow Mr. Li, and the company's executives are very happy with the decision. They know that this system not only motivates employees, but also improves the cohesion and competitiveness of the company. This decision of Mr. Li is really unexpected. Everyone will definitely do a good job and live up to Mr. Li's expectations. Sun Haisen followed behind Li Chen. His heart was also excited. After all, he had the highest position and would receive the most share dividends. Li Chen's heart was filled with relief as he watched the company's development get better and better every day. However, he doesn't realize that far away in a foreign country, a woman is carrying his child and suffering loneliness and stress alone. He also had no idea how this child would change his life. Abroad, Li Xiaoya's days remain uneventful and lonely. Her belly was getting bigger and her mobility was getting worse. She began to prepare for the birth of her child by purchasing baby items and learning about parenting. She would lie in bed at night, imagining what her child would look like, with anticipation in her heart. She also worries about her child's future and wonders if she can give him or her a happy life. Baby, mommy will definitely work hard, Li Xiaoya kept muttering in her heart, silently cheering herself up. After taking care of the company's business, Li Chen drove his car to the Cinnabar Club. Looking at everything familiar, heart inexplicably a burst of sour. He slowly walked into the hall, familiar faces into the eyes. The welcome boy finally manages to get the little beauty at the bar through his deadbeat spirit. What the bar beauty didn't expect was that the handsome guy didn't lie to her in the first place, and was really a rich second generation. Boss, you're finally back. Everyone missed you. Ha ha ha. Yeah, how have you been? Well. The clubhouse business is also quite good. It is that everyone misses you and Sister Xiaoya. Oh yes, Sister Xiaoya did not come back with you? Handsome boy is simply which pot is not open which pot. Li Chen instantly dumbfounded. The heart is also a hard pull. No, she didn't have time. Next time I'll bring her back with me to see you guys. Good. Li Chen walked straight towards the elevator after saying that, looking at familiar surroundings, familiar faces, but without the flavor of the beginning. When she walked into the office, Lin Yueluo was organizing the clubhouse's reports. Seeing Li Chen come was also very happy. Boss, you're here. Li Chen nodded gently, a faint smile on his face. Have you heard from ya? As soon as these words came out, Lin Yueluo clearly had a slight imperceptible change in her expression, but none of this could escape Li Chen's eyes at all. No, she hasn't contacted me either. Lin Yueluo stammered a bit in response, and her eyes were a bit evasive. Chapter 153, Finding Li Xiaoya. As Li Chen watched Lin Yueluo's reaction, he became more and more certain in his heart that she must know something about Li Xiaoya. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yueluo, trying to find out more clues from her expression. Yueluo, You and I haven't known each other for more than a day or two. I can see that you're hiding something. Li Chen's voice was low and strong, carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. Lin Yuro's heart tightened as she bit her lip, a hint of struggle flashing in her eyes. She knew she shouldn't hide her whereabouts from Li Chen, but then again she had promised Li Xiaoya that she couldn't reveal her whereabouts. Boss, I really don't know where Xiaoya is. Lin Yuro still insisted on her statement, but her tone was clearly not as firm as before. Li Chen sighed slightly as he walked over to Lin Yuro and eased his tone a bit. Yuro, I know that you and Xiaoya have a good relationship, and you don't want to break your promise to her, but have you ever thought that I'm also worried about her? I really want to know if she's doing well. Lin Yuro's heart was also a little shaken as she listened to Li Chen's words. She remembered Li Xiaoya's pain and helplessness before she left, and understood that Li Chen's worries were not unreasonable. Boss, I actually don't know exactly where Xiaoya is. Lin Yuro finally loosened up, but I know she went to Russia. She was very sad before she left. She said she didn't want to get entangled in this complicated relationship anymore. She wanted to be alone. Li Chen's heart stung as he sniffed. He didn't expect Li Xiaoya to be so determined, and he didn't expect his love life to cause her so much harm. Why didn't she tell me? Why did she have to endure all of this alone? Li Chen muttered, still naively thinking that Li Xiaoya really wanted to live for herself for once. Lin Yuro looked at Li Chen's agonized expression, and her heart was a bit intolerant. Boss, Xiaoya, she is afraid that you will be embarrassed. She knows that you have many women around you, and she doesn't want to be a burden to you. And she also has a secret she hasn't told you. Li Chen raised his head and looked at her, his eyes filled with doubt. What secret? Lin Yuro hesitated for a moment and finally decided to tell Li Chen. Xiaoya she is pregnant. Li Chen was struck by lightning as he stared in disbelief at what he was hearing. How could he not expect that Li Xiaoya was pregnant with his child? Is this true? Li Chen's voice trembled a little, and his heart was a little flustered in addition to being shocked. Lin Yuro nodded. It's true. Xiaoya is already 6 months pregnant. She didn't want you to know because she didn't know how to face you or how to let the child face such a father. Li Chen stood there dumbfounded, his heart filled with guilt and self-blame. He regretted that he hadn't sensed her pain. I'm going to find her, and I'm going to be responsible for her and the baby. Lin Yuro looked at Li Chen with some relief in her heart. She knew that Li Chen was a responsible man, and he would definitely make the right choice. Boss, I don't know exactly where he is, but I can ask around for you. Li Chen looked at Lin Yuro with great gratitude. Thank you, Yuro. While abroad, Li Xiaoya doesn't realize that Li Chen is looking for her. Her life remains dull and lonely, and she spends her days worrying about her children's future. She doesn't know if she made the right choice or what fate the child will face after birth. After Li Chen returned to the company, he stood in front of the window and fumed alone, looking at the distant sky for a long time. Just then, Cui Jia and Tang Shui appeared behind him. Honey, what's wrong with you? Both of them could tell that Li Chen must have something on his mind. He slowly turned around and looked at the two women in front of him, not knowing how to speak. I've heard from Ya. She's pregnant. When these words came out, both Cui Jia and Tang Shui instantly froze, seeming to understand what Li Chen was struggling with. The office was silent and quiet as a needle could be heard, and the three men were at a standstill for several minutes. It was Choi Jae who finally spoke up first. Honey, go get her back. Li Chen looked at them very guiltily, and his eyes were very complicated. What about you guys? You can marry her. I don't need a name. I'm content just to be there for you, and if that doesn't work for her, I'm opting out. Me too. Li Chen's heart was like a knife when he heard this, and he knew that he would definitely hurt one side in order to resolve this matter. But the thought of his unborn child and Li Xiaoya, who was all alone, made his heart ache even more. Cui Jia and Tang Shui glanced at each other and didn't force him to make a choice, but turned around and left the office together, giving him time to think it over. A few moments later, Lin Yuro called. She had already tricked her way to Li Xiaoya's address and lied that she was going to visit her. Li Chen looked at the address in his cell phone and fell into deep thought, and after a long time, he finally decided to pick her up. Time just slipped away as Li Chen slowly stepped out of the Russian airport, followed by only 3 people. Following the address on his cell phone, Li Chen quickly found the place. Looking at the humble house in front of him, Li Chen's heart felt even more guilty. He walked to the door and rang the doorbell, and Li Xiaoya didn't hesitate for a second because she would never have expected Li Chen to come looking for her. The moment the door was opened, both of them froze, and Li Chen's eyes moistened a little as he looked at her already bulging stomach. You, why are you here? Li Xiaoya didn't react for a moment and looked at him with great suspicion. Li Chen obediently squatted down and pressed his ear against her stomach with a happy smile on his face. Did you miss me, little thing? Daddy's coming. Li Xiaoya's body visibly trembled as she gently stroked his head with her hand, tears sliding down her cheeks unceasingly, not because of longing, but because of that line about daddy coming. Why were you so stupid? Why didn't you tell me? Why did you choose to escape? Li Chen blurted out a series of questions. Li Xiaoya also do not know how to answer. Is the same to question? Blame? And what is the point? Come home with me. You can't deny your child the right to have a father. Let's get married when we get back. I'll marry you. Li Chen was still holding her stomach and refusing to get up, as if he hadn't heard enough at all. But Li Xiaoya didn't continue on because she couldn't say it. I've spoken to both of them, and they've chosen not to be named or to leave if you agree. Li Xiaoya was also shocked in her heart when she heard this answer, but for some reason she couldn't be happy. Li Chen didn't give her any room to think or discuss at all, and after simply helping her pack her bags, the group embarked on the return trip, not domestic, but straight back to the island. Chapter 154, Reunion. The group left the airport and went straight to the pier, driving their cruise ship straight to the island. Li Xiaoya's mood was also very excited, not expecting that she would return to Li Chen's side, and in this way, the moment she stepped onto the island, she was stunned by the scene before her. Numerous overseas bodyguards patrolled around and the beauty of the island blew her away. So beautiful. Li Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim, feeling the soothing breeze on her face. This will be our home from now on. Li Chen very dotingly took her hand and headed straight towards the island. When the grandparents saw the cruise ship coming back, they guessed that it was Li Chen who had come back and greeted him with a smile on their faces. Seeing another new face holding hands with their grandson, the older two looked at each other with some confusion. Back. This is. Lin Yakin walked to her grandson and directly opened her mouth to inquire. She's your granddaughter-in-law, and your great-grandson. As soon as Li Chen's words fell, Lin Yakin directly glanced at Li Xiaoya's stomach, then an incomparably happy smile appeared on her face. Lin Yakin directly walked to Xiaoya's side, took her little hand and kept stroking it. That the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Even Li Qishan, who had always been meticulously silent, couldn't stop smiling. It's such a stretch to be a generation apart, let alone 2 generations apart. Along the way, Lin Yakin kept shushing her and touching Xiaoya's stomach every now and then. A few moments later, the crowd returned to the villa. After learning that Xiaoya had no relatives, these 2 old men were even more heartbroken, and their doting tone increased by a few points. Luckily, Li Xiaoya hadn't been mentioning anything about himself and Li Chen, or else the old two would definitely have to pick his skin. All is fairly stable on the island, and there are people who specialize in purchasing living supplies. Tao's management is still relatively professional, and also specializes in a few maids, which are used to take care of the cleaning of the villa and taking care of the 2 elderly people. Li Chen was also quite satisfied with this. The people were very happy to have a reunion dinner. The old 2 faces have not disappeared smile. This news is much happier than learning that Li Chen to make money. Li Chen also transferred most of the money in his account to the fund account, a move that many people admired. Of course, such a large amount of money flow could not be hidden from the top management of Huaxia, and the old man also commented on this quite highly. At this point, Li Chen's points had also reached a very terrifying number, enough for him to exchange for anything. After a few days of mental struggle, Li Xiaoya finally decides it's better to coexist peacefully and agrees that Li Chen will bring Tang Shui and Cui Jie to live together on the island. Li Chen also had mixed feelings inside when he learned about it. Many days later, Tang Shui and Cui Jie finally arrived at the island together, so the family is considered to be finally reunited. The 3 of them also got along very well, taking immense care of Xiaoya, a pregnant woman, with immense care, and Li Chen also exchanged his points once more, and prepared a lot of various pills. His lifespan had also reached over 100, and Li Chen was finally satisfied. Just as he was about to shut down the system, an incredible thing happened. The system's humanized voice came into his mind. The host, this system has recovered its vitality and is about to leave this continent. In order to thank the host for his help and dedication, open the mysterious category of the mall for you. The host can exchange at will, and is no longer subject to the constraints of points. Ha? You mean you're going to disappear? To be unbound? Li Chen inquired with some disbelief, as this news was indeed a bit too sudden. Yes, host, this system is from another planet, and because of the injury, it temporarily resided in the host's body. Now that I have recovered from my injury, I am going back. Well, Li Chen couldn't say anything else when he heard such an explanation, so he could only accept it helplessly. When he opened the category in the mall that had previously shown unknown, he was truly shocked this time, literally shattering his 3 views. Marrow cleansing pill, Qi refining pill, foundation building pill, Yuan Ying pill, transition pill, etc. 500 years later, the island is hovering in mid-air over China. At this time it had been named by Li Chen as Kunlun Void, the Easy Sect. A white-clothed young man holding a wine gourd in his hand sat in mid-air looking at the clan at his feet, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Prequel. End of story. Thanks to all family members for their support and attention, and also thanks to all the big brothers for the reward. The new book of The End of the Descent will be released soon. If you like to read it, please pay attention to the home page information. Special thanks to Officer Summer for her support and reward.